Chapter 1. I can simulate Dou San. In the Tiando Empire, FAC Nuo Province, in the town of Notting, lies the Blue-Silver Village. Today marks the annual event where the Spirit Hall ascends the mountains and descends into the countryside to awaken the martial souls of children of appropriate age in various rural areas. In the Douluo Continent, the quality of the awakened martial soul, as well as the potential to awaken innate soul power, will determine the heights of one's future achievements. Outside the chapel, a group of children have been organized early by village chief Tom to line up, awaiting the arrival of the Spirit Hall's attendant, Su Yuntao, to awaken their martial souls. Su Yuntao opened the grand doors of the chapel with soul power and ushered the children inside. Soon, the martial soul awakening ceremony commenced. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. It must be said, Blue-Silver Village truly lives up to its name. By the conclusion of the awakening ceremony, every child had awakened a martial soul that was uniformly. Rather, I should say, all had awakened the blue-silver grass. However, only one child possessed any soul power, and that child was Gong Yu. After exchanging a few words with Old Tom, Su Yuntao handed the martial soul certificate to Gong Yu, who stood beside Old Tom, and then the three of them dispersed. Gong Yu gazed at his martial soul certificate, the contents clearly visible. Name, Gong Yu. Age, 6 years. Martial soul, blue-silver grass. Innate soul power, level 1. Place of birth, Tiando Empire, FAC Nuo Province, Notting Town, Blue-Silver Village. Possessing innate soul power should have been a cause for celebration, indicating the potential to become a soul master. Yet Gong Yu found no joy in it. As a transmigrator, Gong Yu was acutely aware of how dismal it was to possess an ordinary blue-silver grass martial soul paired with innate level 1 soul power. To put it bluntly, even with relentless effort, without any fortuitous encounters, the pinnacle he could hope to reach in this lifetime was merely level 29. I refuse to accept this. As a transmigrator, why do I lack a golden finger? Gong Yu lamented as he walked, gazing skyward. System, if you do not appear soon, my life may very well be over. Alas, there was no response, but just as Gong Yu thought the golden finger would not manifest, he suddenly heard a chime in his mind. Ding. Charging complete. Initiating. Initiation successful. This system is named the Dou San Simulator. Simulated world bound. Dou San Long Wang Chuan Shua World. Upon first activation, a beginner's gift pack is provided. One free simulation opportunity is granted each month. Please extract the beginner's gift pack. I knew it. I knew that as a transmigrator, my life could not be ordinary. With a heart full of excitement, Gong Yu looked ahead and noticed that he was just a few steps away from home. He then silently chanted in his heart, "Extract the beginner's gift pack." Ding! Beginner's gift pack extraction successful. Obtained 1 copy of the Complete Truth's Great Dao Song and 1 copy of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Acquired a storage space of 1,000 cubic units. Ding! Skill enlightenment successful. Is that all? Feeling a warm current flowing into his mind, Gong Yu couldn't help but shudder. Subsequently, memories regarding the cultivation of the skills appeared directly in his mind. I had expected something more profound, but turns out to be martial arts skills from the divine sculptor. Nevertheless, they will suffice in Douluo, and both skills are exponentially superior to the Tang San's Xiantian skill. Although he had received martial arts level skills, Gong Yu felt no disappointment. Given his current physique, practicing the Complete Truth's Great Dao Song would be more beneficial, as it is a foundational internal cultivation method designed for disciples of the Complete Truth sect. After cultivation, it would not only elevate his soul power level, but also reinforce his foundation. As for the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, cultivating this technique would not only enhance his offensive power, but also improve his innate qualities. Gong Yu had just awakened level 1 innate soul power, proving his inferior aptitude thus. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill would serve him even better. Gong Yu did not rush into simulation. Upon returning home, he began cultivating the Complete Truth's Great Dao Song, and due to the system's enlightenment, he swiftly gained a foothold in it. Time passed quickly, and by the time Gong Yu awakened from his cultivation, it was already evening. The house was empty. His parents had passed away 6 years prior, victims of the aftermath of the battle between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall's Pope. At that time, numerous lives were lost in Blue-Silver Village. Consequently, among the children born in the village 6 years ago, the orphans were the most numerous, and Gong Yu was one of them. When he awakened his innate level 1 soul power, he had thought that revenge would be hopeless in this lifetime. However, with the emergence of a golden finger, everything had changed. Rising from a seated position, Gong Yu first washed himself, for after successfully cultivating for the first time, his body expelled a significant amount of impurities, making him appear as though he had just crawled out of a filthy drain. After bathing, a neighboring villager came over to invite Gong Yu for dinner. In the village, orphans would rotate daily to eat at different homes until the age of 12, as it was only by then that they had a modicum of survival capability in the Douluo Continent. After dinner, Gong Yu returned home and lay down early. Lying on his bed, he silently uttered, "System, commence simulation. Ding. Please select a character for the simulation." Associating with different characters will yield varying effects. Available characters include 1. Tang San 2. Anonymous Bystander A3. A sprig of blue silvergrass. What? A sprig of blue silvergrass counts as a character? But is there really a need to choose? Gong Yu smirked. Wryly, the answer was evident. Choosing the second or third options would be futile, so he decisively declared, "I choose one." Ding. Simulation commencing. You have become Tang Wulin's neighbor. You often beat Tang Wulin for no reason, causing him to cry. However, perhaps due to the frequent beatings, your relationship has ironically become quite good. Today, you are both 6 years old, and you and Tang Wulin are heading to the Red Mountain Academy in Aolai City for martial soul awakening. When it is your turn, you awaken the ordinary blue-silver grass martial soul with only half a level of soul power, while Tang Wulin, who awakens before you, also awakens blue-silver grass, but is adorned with golden patterns. Tang Wulin also awakens with level 3 innate soul power, and you feel an undeniable pressure emanating from his blue-silver grass. A few days later, you and Tang Wulin enroll together at Red Mountain Academy, becoming first-year students. Your aptitude is poor, and despite your relentless training, after a year, you have only managed to elevate your soul power to level 1. Fortunately, Tang Wulin is not doing much better after a year. He has only progressed from level 3 to level 5, providing you with some comfort. In the days that followed, you find yourself on the receiving end of Tang Wulin's beatings. It turns out he's been keeping a ledger of the grievances he harbored against you over the years, and your friendship begins to fray. Every day, you are beaten by Tang Wulin, leaving you bruised and battered. 2 years later, you face a crisis of promotion. Red Mountain Academy only provides 3 years of education, and in order to advance, one must at least be a wandering soul master. Those who fail to achieve this will face expulsion. After 3 years of cultivation, you have only reached level 4, while Tang Wulin absorbed his first ring 3 days ago, resulting in your expulsion while he advances. Jealousy and a slight sense of despair begin to take root in your heart. After the summer break, Tang Wulin attends EC Academy, while you must reluctantly remain at home as an ordinary person. Unwilling to accept this fate, you double down on your training, and after 5 years, you finally raise your soul power to level 10. You exhaust all your savings to draw a yellow serpent-type spirit, but it turns out to be a defective product. With no savings left, you cannot afford another draw and must reluctantly absorb the defective spirit. You successfully absorb the spirit, acquiring a yellow soul ring and the first soul skill, maternal embrace, but regrettably, that maternal figure is not your mother. One day, your parents are approached by a certain organization seeking workers. 3 years ago, Tang Wulin's parents were deceived and have yet to return. However, the recruiters claimed that Tang Wulin's parents had earned substantial wealth and purchased a house elsewhere, thus choosing not to return to a life of poverty. You implore your parents not to engage with the organization, but they, gripped by fear of poverty, ultimately choose to go, believing you have grown and no longer need their care. Little do they know, they would never return. Your soul power level progresses at an increasingly sluggish pace, and it takes 2 more years to reach level 12. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin has long since attended Shrek Academy and has gained a modicum of fame across the continent, leaving you filled with envy, jealousy, and animosity. Refusing to accept this, you begin to lament the unfairness of fate. Why is it that both of you are blue silvergrass, yet one soars high while the other languishes in a mire? Unbeknownst to you, Tang Wulin's grandfather is the sovereign of the Douluo star, representing the heavens of Douluo. Chapter 2. Simulation Conclusion. Unwilling to concede defeat, you seek ways to alter your circumstances. You encounter an evil soul master. You join the organization of evil soul masters. Following the evil soul master's cultivation methods, your blue-silver grass martial soul evolves into dark blue-silver grass, acquiring the ability to devour. You begin to enhance your soul power through the consumption of life. 1 year later, you have attained the rank of 3-ring soul master, with soul power reaching level 35. Another year passes, and your soul power rises to level 50. You continue to cultivate by consuming life, and in the blink of an eye, another year flies by. Your advancement accelerates. and you become a 62-level Soul Emperor. At the age of 19, you are a Soul Emperor, a remarkable genius on the continent. Yet you are branded as an evil soul master that on that fateful day, you encountered Tang San, observing him living a life of elegance while you appeared as a grotesque caricature of a person. Thus, you resolved to exact your revenge. You summoned your accomplices, and together, you besieged Tang San, ultimately capturing him temporarily. You intended to devour Tang San's bloodline before the denizens of Shirlai College could discover your actions. As you commenced the consumption of his bloodline, you stumbled upon numerous profound seals within him. Methodically, you unraveled each seal, devouring the essence of the bloodline contained within. However, Tang San's consciousness, residing within Tang San, detected your presence and observed you with a bemused interest, seemingly plotting some form of retaliation. You successfully consumed the essence of the bloodline from 9 seals, but thereafter, Tang San unleashed his spiritual force, obliterating you and transforming you into sustenance for Tang San's awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor's devouring attribute. You perished, and the simulation concluded. As the simulation ended, the results were tallied. The items you acquired during the simulation were as follows. 1. The essence of the 9 bloodlines of the Golden Dragon King 2. The cultivation method of the evil Soul Master 3. 1 inferior serpent-type soul spirit. Choose one from the 3 options. I choose option 1. Gong Yu's eyes lit up with a choice of 3. There was no need for hesitation. He already possessed a cultivation technique, rendering the evil Soul Master's method unnecessary. As for the inferior serpent-type soul spirit, it was even less worthy of consideration. Thus, he decisively selected option 1. In the next moment, a surge of warmth coursed through his body, transforming his bloodline and bones, amplifying his strength manifold, and rejuvenating his entire being. Suddenly recalling something, Gong Yu inquired, System, I have obtained a portion of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. Will there be any issues with the Golden Dragon King imprisoned in the Divine Realm? Ding. This system is solely responsible for simulations and does not address inquiries. Whatever. If you refuse to answer, I will simply check for myself when I arrive in the Divine Realm. Gong Yu muttered, accepting the system's unwillingness to respond and refraining from further questions. Having integrated the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, he felt a marked enhancement in his physical attributes and surmised that his martial soul should also exhibit changes. Summoning forth his blue-silver grass martial soul, he was not disappointed the blue-silver grass had indeed transformed, now radiating a golden hue due to the infusion of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, although his soul power level remained unchanged. My blue-silver grass should no longer be called blue-silver grass, perhaps blue-gold grass? No, that sounds rather unappealing. I shall stick with blue-silver grass. The name matters little. What is paramount is that my aptitude has indeed strengthened. Therefore, I shall devote myself to diligent training. Once I obtain the opportunity for another simulation next month, I can proceed new. With 2 months until the school term begins, I can simulate twice more before heading to Naughty College. Without further ado, Gong Yu settled into a meditative posture, entering a state of cultivation. During the practice, time flew by swiftly, and before he knew it, dawn had broken. As the first light of day broke across the horizon, Gong Yu slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air before rising to his feet. After gauging his soul power, he realized it had ascended to level 2. The total soul power required to progress from level 1 to level 2 was relatively modest, so after a day of training followed by a night of cultivation, he had achieved this upgrade. In the morning, after enjoying breakfast at a neighbor's house, Gong Yu returned home to continue his training. I must devise a solid training plan. Henceforth, I shall practice the Chuanjin Dao song in the mornings and evenings, while dedicating the afternoons to the cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Prajna. The Dragon Elephant Prajna is a secretive divine skill of the esoteric school. Not an internal technique, it leans more towards physical refinement and belongs to the category of external martial arts. The Dragon Elephant Prajna comprises 13 levels. Upon completing the first level, I should be robust enough to absorb a millennium-old soul ring. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, a month had elapsed. On this day, while Gong Yu was engrossed in cultivating the Dragon Elephant Prajna, he suddenly heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Ding! A new month has commenced, and your simulation count has been successfully refreshed. Current simulation count, 1. No rush, I don't need to simulate just yet. I shall save it for when the need arises, he murmured to himself, once again immersing himself in his cultivation. The Soul Master stage is the most conducive to enhancing soul power, especially with the authentic Taoist internal technique of the Chuanjin Dao song at his disposal. Thus, after just a month, Gong Yu's soul power had risen to level 4, nearing level 5. He was confident that within a few days, he would reach level 5. Gong Yu's objective was to strive to elevate his soul power to levels 7 or 8 within the month, and upon arriving at Notting College, he aimed to reach level 10 within the subsequent 2 months. Though my physical condition has improved, I am still growing, so I must be cautious not to practice external techniques too aggressively. Focusing on internal cultivation is paramount. With the assistance of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, my progress with the Dragon Elephant Prajna is rapid, allowing me to reduce my training time accordingly. After a month of cultivation, Gong Yu had gained some experience and adjusted his training plan based on his circumstances. Thus, another month passed in the blink of an eye. Due to the reduced training time for the Dragon Elephant Prajna, Gong Yu dedicated the surplus hours to internal technique cultivation, resulting in a significant increase in his soul power, which had risen by over 3 levels, now reaching level 8. Although he had diminished the time spent on the Dragon Elephant Prajna, aided by the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, he had fully mastered the first level and could break through to the second level at any moment. The Dragon Elephant Prajna consists of 13 levels, each corresponding to 10 levels of soul power, allowing cultivation up to level 130. This implies that if Gong Yu were to completely master the Dragon Elephant Prajna, he could potentially reach the heights of a demigod or even a god. As for the Chuanjin Dao Song, this technique comprises 12 layers, corresponding to the 12 in the mantra Zhong Lu Shi Er Jiang Gong Shi. Logically, it could only be cultivated to level 120. However, as an authentic Taoist technique, it operates through the circulation of energy within the body, which means it can be cultivated indefinitely, although the efficacy may diminish after surpassing level 120. One day, Old Tom brought Gong Yu to Notting College, where they observed 2 individuals being challenged by the gatekeepers from distance. The gatekeepers were merely seeking some form of compensation, a behavior Gong Yu could comprehend. After all, there were little rewards to be gleaned from their position. Thus, occasionally exploiting new students became their sole means of earning. Gong Yu quickened his pace, eager to witness the path to death scene that had first appeared in Douluo. He had no intention of missing it. As he approached the school gate, prepared to revel in the spectacle, he once again heard the system's voice, granting him another free simulation opportunity. Chapter 3. At 6 years old, contemplating murder. Did no one teach you? Immediately, another notification from the system rang out. Ding. The target, Tang San, has appeared. Destroying Tang San's image as a well-behaved child in front of old Jack will grant 1 simulation attempt. Upon hearing this voice, Gong Yu, who initially intended merely to observe, suddenly felt a spark of excitement. Ruining Tang San's reputation seemed delightful. After all, Tang San was the son of an enemy. Thus, Gong Yu felt no pangs of guilt about this endeavor. Furthermore, he was merely revealing Tang San's true nature. Gong Yu stood by, biding his time for an opportunity. Before long, the gatekeeper and old Jack became embroiled in a heated argument and in a fit of passion. The gatekeeper shoved old Jack. The gatekeeper was merely an ordinary man, lacking in strength. It was old Jack's age that rendered him unable to withstand the push, causing him to stagger back a few steps. However, this provoked Tang San's ire. He stepped forward and pushed the gatekeeper in turn, raising his left hand towards him. For concealed within his sleeve was a hidden arrow. The mechanism of the sleeve arrow emitted a faint clicking sound, imperceptible to all but those with keen hearing. Gong Yu, having trained for over 2 months, had sharpened his senses and could hear it clearly. Initially, Gong Yu had intended to wait a while longer before intervening. But out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a short-haired, greasy man approaching, whom he surmised to be Yu Xiaojiang. He couldn't allow Yu Xiaojiang to seize the moment. Gong Yu thought to himself, quickly moving to Tang San's side and grasping his arm firmly. What are you doing? Are you actually contemplating murder? Gong Yu exclaimed, clutching Tang San's left hand and pressing down on the sleeve arrow concealed within. The sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. What on earth was happening? How did this escalate to the notion of murder? Not far away, Yu Xiaojiang halted abruptly, taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. I did not intend to kill anyone, Tang San stammered, caught off guard by Gong Yu's accusation, his gaze flickering with guilt. Old Jack, attempting to defuse the situation, interjected, Indeed, little San is the most well-behaved child in our Holy Spirit village. How could he possibly have thoughts of murder? Young one, you must have misunderstood. Huh? The most well-behaved child? More like the most peculiar. Gong Yu retorted sharply, then with his free hand. He yanked at Tang San's sleeve, stating, If you have no intention of killing, then what is this? At that moment, the sleeve arrow was revealed for all to see, although the crowd did not recognize it as such. This is merely a toy, Tang San insisted. Attempting to free himself from Gong Yu's grip, confident that no one besides him understood how to operate the Tang sect's hidden weapons, Huh? A toy? Is there such exquisite craftsmanship in toys? Even if there were, look at your attire and your malnourished appearance. You can hardly afford such a delicate plaything, Gong Yu scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He tightened his hold on Tang San's arm, compelling him to extend it towards an unoccupied area where a wooden board stood. With a swift motion, Gong Yu twisted Tang San's wrist. At that moment, a series of sharp sounds erupted as several steel needles shot forth from the sleeve arrow mechanism. The needles flew several meters, embedding themselves into the wooden board, each piercing 2/3 of its length. The gatekeeper, witnessing this, was taken aback, a cold sweat breaking out on his back as he recalled the earlier altercation. He felt a shiver of dread at the thought that had he been struck by such a projectile, his life would have undoubtedly been forfeit. Why you? So you truly intended to kill me? The gatekeeper stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Tang San. Yet, despite his fear, he was reluctant to lose face in front of the crowd, struggling to maintain his composure. Tang San was astonished that Gong Yu knew how to trigger the sleeve arrow, but he found himself at a loss for words, for he had been exposed, with irrefutable evidence against him. Given his limited education, he could hardly articulate a defense. Still claiming you had no intent to kill? Had you fired those steel needles at him earlier, it would have been a miracle if he survived, Gong Yu continued, gesturing towards the gatekeeper. But how old are you? You should be about my age, merely 6 years old. At such a tender age, you're already contemplating murder? Has no one taught you better? At the mention of being taught, Tang San felt a pang in his heart. He had a father, yet he had never received any guidance. His expression hardened, and he glared at Gong Yu, his eyes filled with resentment. Do you dare glare at me? Am I mistaken? At 6 years old, contemplating murder, and you believe you have a justification? Gong Yu boldly returned the glare. Turning to old Jack, Gong Yu continued, Dear sir, you see this for yourself, do you not? Do you still believe him to be a well-behaved child rather than a peculiar one? Look at the contraption on his arm and his extreme disposition. They merely exchanged words with the gatekeeper, and he already sought to kill. Heaven help us. Should such a person enter the academy with such dangerous items, what if one day he quarreled with his classmates? Would he not endanger them all? This is unacceptable. He poses a grave risk. You must teach him properly. This is a school, a place for nurturing minds, not for instilling the intent to kill. Moreover, consider this. Had he succeeded in killing the gatekeeper, do you believe the academy leadership would let him off lightly? His presence here signifies his potential to become a soul master, yet he is far too weak. If he dares to kill the academy's gatekeeper, I assure you, within 10 minutes, the academy would send someone to eliminate him. Furthermore, if he were to harm other students within the academy, even if he managed to escape, he would ultimately find himself on the wanted list of the two great empires in the Spirit Hall. At that point, no matter how vast Douluo Continent may be, there would be no place for him to hide. Gong Yu feigned a tone of heartfelt concern and spoke at length, leading old Jack to finally grasp the gravity of the situation. With a heavy sigh, old Jack lamented, Alas, little San, you used to be so well behaved. How did you end up like this? It must be that Tang Hao, that worthless scoundrel, spends all his time drinking and has neglected to provide you with even the most basic guidance. He continued, Well, I cannot say whether it is good or bad to grant you a spot as a work-study student here. I have no right to meddle in your family affairs. Having brought you here, my duty is fulfilled. You may go in and register now, but do take care not to engage in any extreme actions again. With that, old Jack departed, his demeanor weighed down by disappointment. After his departure, Gong Yu finally received a notification from the system. The task was completed, and he had successfully earned a simulation opportunity. Chapter 4. A warning from Yu Xiaojiang. Upon entering the campus, Tang San had finally begun to associate with Yu Xiaojiang. The moment they met, Yu Xiaojiang began to flaunt his knowledge, leaving the bewildered Tang San in a state of confusion. The two shared a mutual admiration, prompting Tang San to bow and acknowledge him as his father, even going so far as to appropriate the timeless phrase, one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father, without paying any royalties. As for what transpired with Tang San, Gong Yu remained oblivious, and even if he were aware, he would not be concerned. After all, it was merely a matter of Tang San befriending a false master. If that father-son duo did not conspire together, life would indeed lose its intrigue. Arriving at the academic office, Gong Yu completed his registration. Just as he was about to leave, the father-son duo of Tang San walked in. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Gong Yu, having heard outside that Gong Yu's martial soul was also blue silvergrass, with a mere innate soul power of only level 1. Consequently, he issued a warning to Gong Yu. Fellow student, from now on, you and my disciple Tang San will be schoolmates. regardless of the unpleasantness that occurred at the school gate earlier. I hope you will not disturb my disciple in the future. He is not someone you can compare to. Yu Xiaojiang's words left Gong Yu utterly perplexed. He thought to himself how absurd it was that he was being reprimanded without provocation, and did Yu Xiaojiang truly not discern right from wrong? Initially, Gong Yu had no intention of engaging with Yu Xiaojiang, but upon hearing the latter's assertion that Tang San was beyond his comparison, Gong Yu's irritation flared. With a slight smile, Gong Yu feigned innocence and replied, "Oh, what makes this greasy old man think he is beyond my reach? Is it merely because you excel at empty rhetoric, leading you to believe that others pale in comparison to your disciple?" Yu Xiaojiang, with his arms crossed and head held high, arrogantly looked down his nose at Gong Yu and proclaimed, "It is precisely because my disciple possesses innate full soul power. While you, sharing the same blue-silver grass martial soul, are cursed with an innate level 1 soul power. Your limitations are apparent. Is there even a need for comparison?" Gong Yu doubled over with laughter, struggling to regain his composure before stating, "What of my innate level 1 soul power? Even with that, I was able to subdue him at the school gate without any room for resistance. This clearly demonstrates that innate soul power does not dictate combat strength. I can easily overpower your disciple with my level 1 soul power. In other words, despite his innate full soul power, your disciple is rather pathetic." Stung by Gong Yu's words, Yu Xiaojiang angrily shook his sleeves and scoffed, "And what of it? Even if what you say is true, you remain merely an innate level 1 soul power. Your growth potential is inherently limited. You will forever lag behind Tang San, unable to even glimpse his shadow." "Ha! Yu Xiaojiang, how dare you lecture me on growth potential?" Gong Yu scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. "I wonder why I know your name, Yu Xiaojiang. But I shall not disclose that to you." After a pause, he continued, "However, I am more than willing to recount the illustrious tale of Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, level 29 soul power, born into the blue electric tyrant dragon family, the only son of the current family head. At the tender age of 6, he awakened a martial soul resembling a pig that could only pass gas, possessing an innate half-level soul power, and was thus branded as the disgrace of the blue electric tyrant dragon family. Subsequently, abandoned by his family, Yu Xiaojiang, sought to explore martial soul theories. Employing deceitful tactics, you gained the trust of the then saintess of the Martial Soul Hall, now the current pope, allowing you unrestricted access to the Martial Soul Hall library. There, you plagiarized a variety of knowledge and concocted some hypotheses, presenting them as your so-called theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Some of your so-called core competencies are mere common knowledge, others are unverified assumptions, and some are outright erroneous. Yet, you, the author, take pride in your work, believing that your borrowed ideas are groundbreaking. Little do you realize, in the eyes of others, you are but a clown. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge knows your ideas are futile. It seems only fitting that the Martial Soul Hall would cast you aside. Your theories are nothing but a plague to others." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes turned red, resembling a madman. While he could endure being labeled a failure, he could not tolerate anyone dismissing the validity of his theories or accusing him of plagiarism. Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to erupt, the dean of the academic office intervened, stating, "Master, while you may be a friend of the dean, you are not a faculty member of this institution. Should you dare to lay a hand on a student here, do not blame me for being merciless." At this, Yu Xiaojiang instantly regained his composure. After all, the dean was a soul master, and he could not hope to contend with someone of that caliber. However, his reluctance to provoke the dean did not equate to a willingness to let Gong Yu off the hook. He still harbored a desire to showcase his knowledge, believing that if he could not physically confront Gong Yu, he could instead impress him with his intellect. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang turned to Gong Yu, adopting an air of profound wisdom, and said, "Since this student claims my theories are useless and some are erroneous, I would be most eager to hear his advice on where my theories fall short. Since you are so willing to sacrifice your dignity, how could I not oblige?" Gong Yu was more than happy to take the opportunity to undermine Yu Xiaojiang. A few teachers lingered in the academic office, finding the situation amusing and curious. So they remained silent, eager to see what Gong Yu would articulate, even prompting the dean to take out pen and paper to jot down notes. Gong Yu began, "Firstly, concerning the origin of martial souls, you posited that martial souls are inherited from the more outstanding parent, and in most cases, individuals can only inherit one martial soul from their parents. In special circumstances, one might inherit both parents' martial souls, thus possessing twin martial souls. This is something you have previously stated, correct?" After presenting his first point, Gong Yu invited Yu Xiaojiang to confirm, lest he later deny it. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, "Indeed. That is something I have proposed." "Very well, Let us discuss this point. Gong Yu smiled slightly and raised his voice. Firstly, the inheritance of martial souls from parents is common knowledge. It is not your theory. You are merely reiterating established facts. Is this knowledge something you need to teach? Anyone who is not a fool would already be aware of this. Moreover, this common understanding is rather one-sided. For a martial soul can not only be inherited from one's parents but can also be developed later in life. As long as one can locate a soul beast of 100,000 years and persuade it to willingly become their martial soul, a fusion of spiritual essence may occur, allowing it to be sacrificed as one's martial soul. This represents one method of acquiring a postnatal martial soul, albeit merely one among many. Next, I shall elaborate on the second method. 100,000-year soul beast is at its most vulnerable when it transforms into a human. If a soul beast in its embryonic state is forcibly integrated with a human soul master, it is quite likely to become that individual's entirely new martial soul. Finally, the third method involves deities willing to assimilate their divine consciousness to become a soul master's martial soul, thus facilitating the formation of a postnatal martial soul. This phenomenon elucidates the existence of martial souls such as the sea god and the six-winged angel. Gong Yu's conjecture regarding the formation of the sea god and six-winged angel martial souls is merely a hypothesis, albeit one that is not entirely unfounded. After all, both the sea god and the angelic deity ascended to divinity later on, and it is conceivable that they may not have had descendants. Furthermore, even if they did, prior to their ascension, the world did not possess these two martial souls. Thus, it would necessitate the artificial creation of these martial souls, which would then be passed down through their progeny. Chapter 5. Gong Yu. Yu Xiaojiang, you are not the offspring of Yu Yuanjin. It is impossible. A soul master can only inherit their martial soul from their parents. There exists no other means of acquisition. Your assertions are utterly unfounded, bordering on the ludicrous. In truth, Yu Xiaojiang harbored a flicker of belief in Gong Yu's words, but as a distinguished master, he was the preeminent theorist in the realm and could never concede that another surpassed him. Therefore, he would resolutely refuse to acknowledge Gong Yu's perspective. Unfounded, you say? Yet, I pose to you this singular question. How did the very first individual in history to possess a martial soul come by it? Do not dare suggest it was inherited from their parents. Gong Yu scoffed disdainfully, and as soon as the words left her lips, Yu Xiaojiang found himself at a loss for a retort. It is said that he was the first to possess a martial soul. If he was indeed the first, it implies that no one had possessed such a thing before him, thus he could not have inherited it from his parents. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's silence, his expression akin to someone who had ingested something foul, Gong Yu continued, moreover, your very existence serves as evidence that your initial theory is flawed. Upon hearing Gong Yu's assertion, Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback, yet he remained silent, awaiting her further elaboration, eager to see what else she might conjure. Noticing the astonishment etched on Yu Xiaojiang's face, Gong Yu smiled and remarked, since you claim that a person's martial soul is inherited from their parents, allow me to pose a question. As the son of the illustrious leader of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, how is it that your martial soul manifests as a mere pig? Pray tell, do your parents possess martial souls of such a nature? Gong Yu was undoubtedly aware that Yu Xiaojiang's martial spirit had mutated into that of a pig. However, he remained resolute in distorting the truth, intent on conveying to the outside world that Yu Xiaojiang was not the son of Yu Yuanjin. Furthermore, you assert that martial spirits are inherited from the more exceptional parent. I must inquire, what sort of pig could possibly surpass the quality of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus? It is perplexing that you, the heir of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, awakened a martial spirit of a pig rather than that of your lineage. According to your theory, it follows that you are not the offspring of Yu Yuanjin, but rather the result of your mother's infidelity. Faced with the questioning of his identity, Yu Xiaojing bellowed in anger, that is a mutation of my martial spirit. Gong Yu merely chuckled and replied, a mutation, you say? Who can validate that? Moreover, mutations can evolve or devolve. Should the blue electric Tyrannosaurus evolve, it would become the golden holy dragon. Yet, devolving to a pig is an entirely different matter, transcending species and race. A dragon-esque regression would lead to other true dragon varieties. Even if not a true dragon, one could regress to an earth dragon, failing that, to a flood dragon, and if all else fails, to a python. But it is inconceivable for a blue electric Tyrannosaurus to devolve directly into a pig. Thus, if your martial spirit is indeed that of a pig, according to your own theory, you can only be the son of someone with a pig or pig-like martial spirit, and certainly not the progeny of Yu Yuanjin. No, that is impossible. You slander me. I am the son of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan. My father is Yu Yuanchen. Yu Xiaojiang seemed ensnared by Gong Yu's reasoning. Even he, a master of theories, could not believe that his own arguments had led to the obliteration of his lineage, prompting him to flee in a panic. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's retreat, Gong Yu too was momentarily taken aback and called out, "Hey, don't run. I've only presented the first theory. There are 9 more." When Yu Xiaojiang did not look back, Gong Yu shook his head, muttering under his breath about the poor psychological resilience of such a grown individual. After his murmuring, Gong Yu departed from the academic office. Just then, he suddenly heard a chime in his mind. Ding! The host has unexpectedly triggered and completed a hidden task, instigating doubt in Yu Xiaojiang regarding his lineage, and is rewarded with an additional simulation attempt. What a surprise! As he made his way to the dormitory, the realization of having completed a hidden task and received a reward illuminated his spirits. He had now accumulated 4 simulation attempts. As he continued walking, he encountered a little girl in a pink dress who inquired, "Hello, could you please tell me how to get to dormitory 7? Gong Yu cast a glance at the girl and immediately felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, just as he had managed to send away Tang San's mentor. Here came Tang San's wife, who was akin to a public bus, having been through countless encounters over the millennia. He shuddered at the mere thought of how many soul beasts had played with her. How to leave? Simply by walking. Gong Yu was unfamiliar with the location of the 7th dormitory. It was his first day, and he was not a work-study student. Thus, he decided to disregard the lewd rabbit entirely. With a dismissive remark, Gong Yu strode away, leaving the rabbit as the soul ring he had prepared for himself, intending to eliminate it in front of Tang San during the Soul Master competition. What kind of people are these? The lewd rabbit stood alone, fuming with indignation. Gong Yu is not a work-study student. Over the years, the Spirit Hall has made efforts to compensate for the destruction of Blue Silver Village caused by the battle led by Qian Sunji. Each household received a share of the compensation, and naturally, Gong Yu had his portion as well. However, being still quite young, the funds were managed by Old Tom, the village head. Now that he has started school, Old Tom has returned the money to Gong Yu. With newfound wealth, it is only natural that Gong Yu would not squander his time as a work-study student who was burdened with exhausting chores for the school. Instead, he would prefer to dedicate that time to his cultivation. Gong Yu swiftly arrived at the dormitory, yet the rules within seemed universally consistent. Upon entering, he was ambushed, but the assailant was swiftly knocked down by a single punch from Gong Yu. Having achieved the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna cultivation to perfection, he feared no 100-year soul beasts. A mere student stood no chance against him. It would be prudent for one to assess their own strength before attempting to ambush another. Paying no mind to the individual still sprawled on the ground, Gong Yu found an empty bed and placed his belongings atop it. Before long, the subdued individual regained his composure. He stood up and approached Gong Yu, a sheepish expression on his face. "Haha, greetings. I am Luo Yun, the dormitory leader. I did not intend to ambush you. It is merely a customary welcome gift for new students. Furthermore, in this dormitory, the strongest becomes the leader. I must admit, you are indeed formidable. I could not prevail even in my ambush. Henceforth, you shall be the leader of our dormitory. I have no interest in such trivialities. Whoever wishes to assume the role of leader may do so, as long as it does not interfere with my affairs," Gong Yu replied nonchalantly. He had long lost interest in such matters. He had held leadership positions during his previous life as well. However, this was the rule: strength dictates leadership. Upon hearing Gong Yu's response, Luo Yin felt a surge of relief. In truth, he was reluctant to relinquish his position, as it afforded him opportunities to curry favor with Xiao Qinyu, the son of the city lord. Nevertheless, adhering to the dormitory's rules, he resolved to feign reluctance and continue in his role. "Whether I wish to lead or not is of no concern to me," Gong Yu thought dismissively, ignoring Luo Yin's foolishness. After a brief arrangement of his bed, he exited to procure daily necessities. Chapter 6, Level 10. Upon returning from the outside with some essentials, dusk was approaching. Gong Yu first dined in the cafeteria before heading directly to the dormitory for cultivation. Soon, night fell. As it was his first night in the school, he found it somewhat unsettling and struggled to fall asleep. Thus, he sat cross-legged and resolved to conduct another simulation. System: Initiate simulation. As the simulation commenced, he was prompted to select a relevant character. 1. Su Tian, the illegitimate son of the sovereign of the Xianming sect. 2. A random passerby. 3. An electric eel. Goodness! What on earth are these characters? Gong Yu lamented, then decisively stated, "I choose option 1. But hasn't the Xianming sect been obliterated in the third battle? Truly, They are akin to ancient turtles. Yet now they have all become mere supporting roles, so what does it matter if they are destroyed? Simulation commencing. At age 0, you were born on the Douluo Continent. Following your birth, your mother passed away. Your father, the sovereign of the Xianming sect, dispatched someone to retrieve you and entrusted you to his legal wife, the matriarch of the Su family, for your upbringing. Due to years of being childless, the Su matriarch treated you as her own. At age 1, the Su matriarch bore a son for your father, naming him Su Dingbang. While she continued to treat you well in public, her affection for you began to wane in private. Time flew by, and 5 years later, at the age of 6, your family awakened your martial spirit. You manifested the Xuanwu turtle martial spirit, possessing innate full soul power. The Xuanwu turtle is an evolved form of the Xianming turtle, and only those with the Xuanwu turtle martial spirit are eligible to become the family head. Your father was elated and rewarded you with a bottle of Xian Shui Dan, already envisioning you as his future successor. However, the Su matriarch perceived a threat to her son's status and began scheming in secret. Your father purchased a yellow golden tortoise spirit from the Spirit Tower branch of the Douluo Empire for you. Upon absorbing the golden tortoise spirit, you obtained your first soul ring and soul skill, the Xuanwu golden shield. Your father was overjoyed, yet his legal wife grew increasingly envious, though she continued to feign kindness towards you. Finally, the Su matriarch's plot unfolded. One fateful night, a malevolent soul master organization attacked, and you ultimately met your demise. Simulation concluded. As the results were calculated, you acquired the following items from this simulation. 1 bottle of Xian Shui Dan. 2 1 yellow level 100-year golden tortoise spirit. You may select one reward. I choose option 1. Gong Yu revealed a knowing smile. There was no need for deliberation. Of course, he would choose the Xian Shui Dan. This elixir not only enhances soul power, but also possesses the ability to cleanse the marrow, precisely what he required at this stage. Ding! Selection successful. You have received 1 bottle of Xian Shui Dan. In the next moment, a bottle of Xian Shui Dan appeared in his storage space. Gong Yu silently murmured, "Extract the Xian Shui Dan." In the blink of an eye, a small vial of Xian Shui Dan appeared in his hand. Upon uncorking it, he was astonished to find it contained 10 pills. Wow, so many Xian Shui Dan. This should be sufficient for me to cultivate to the soul master level. He gazed at the vial filled with the precious pills, his heart swelling with joy. Without hesitation, he took one and consumed it. Immediately, he began to channel the essence of the Xian Shui Dan through the all-true Dao song, and before he knew it, he had entered a meditative state. When he finally awoke, dawn was approaching. Gong Yu felt his soul power and was thrilled to discover it had already reached level 10. However, he soon caught a whiff of something foul. Sniffing again, he realized the unpleasant odor emanated from himself. He dashed into the bathroom and spent nearly half an hour cleaning himself before he emerged refreshed. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was already 5 a.m. With sleep eluding him, he left his dormitory and found a relatively clean spot on the playground to sit in meditation, preparing for cultivation. However, having just woken from deep meditation, he found it difficult to fully immerse himself in his practice. Sighing, he decided against cultivating that day and reasoned that since it was still dark, he might as well simulate once more. System, initiate simulation. The simulation began, prompting him to select a related task. 1. Babylon, the blacksmith's son. 2. Anonymous bystander C. 3. A bug-like soul beast inside a pile of rubbish. What on earth is a bug-like soul beast inside rubbish? Gong Yu mused, bemused by the absurdity. Is it a new species born from the near extinction of soul beasts under the laws of nature? Whatever, it doesn't concern me. I choose option 1. The simulation commenced. At 6 years old, after years of being a fool, you suddenly transformed into a perceptive individual. It turns out you are a visitor from another realm, having soul transferred into this world, usurping the identity of a blacksmith's simple-minded son. Your blacksmith father takes you to awaken your martial soul. Upon awakening, you discover your martial soul is a massive forging hammer with innate soul power at level 6. Your hammer undergoes a transformation, crackling with lightning, seemingly enhancing its power. Your father decides against allowing you to add a soul spirit immediately. Instead, he opts to employ the family's method of body refinement for a year. A year later, at the age of 7, you have grown remarkably strong. After testing, your father determines you are ready to absorb a millennium-old soul spirit. Despite being a transmigrator, you were merely a street beggar before, illiterate and lacking opinions. Thus you follow your father's instructions without question. The next day, your father buys you a purple thunder serpent soul spirit, approximately 1,000 years old. You begin to absorb your first soul ring. But the pain from absorbing the Millennium Spirit is overwhelming. You endure as best as you can, but ultimately you cannot withstand the agony. Your father is unable to intervene in time, and you perish. You die at the tender age of 7, becoming the most unfortunate transmigrator. The simulation concludes and calculations begin. In this simulation, you have acquired the following items. 1. A family heirloom method for body refinement. 2. A 1,000-year-old thunder serpent soul spirit. Choose one. As a fellow transmigrator, I feel a pang of sorrow for the simulated version of myself. Yet, it indirectly confirms that this simulator can indeed recreate transmigrators. If that is the case, perhaps one day it could simulate a transmigrator from a cultivation world, potentially granting access to cultivation techniques. The more Gong Yu pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He glanced again at the options for settlement. Choosing the first option seemed unnecessary, with the dragon-elephant prajna skill at his disposal. It far surpassed any outdated family refinement methods. Therefore, he chose option 2. After making his choice, a purple soul spirit was immediately placed into his storage space, which he extracted without delay. Under the night sky, Gong Yu held the Millennium Thunder Serpent Soul Spirit in his hands. Illuminated by the moonlight, through the transparent membrane, he could clearly see the spirit, surrounded by arcs of electricity, still in slumber, appearing somewhat adorable. After a moment of contemplation, Gong Yu murmured, I have mastered the first layer of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill. My physical constitution can easily withstand the Millennium Soul Ring. Moreover, the pressure from the remnants of the Golden Dragon King bloodline within me provides a distinct advantage in absorbing dragon or semi-dragon soul rings. Even with a 2,000-year-old dragon soul ring nearby, I am confident in my ability to succeed. Therefore, absorbing this Thunder Serpent spirit should pose no problem. After careful consideration, Gong Yu resolutely decided to absorb the Thunder Serpent soul spirit. With a firm grasp, he shattered the transparent membrane encasing the spirit. Instantaneously, the Thunder Serpent awakened, its eyes snapping open, and it crackled with electric arcs before transforming into a faint purple soul ring. Gong Yu extended his fingers, harnessing his soul power to draw the violet soul ring toward himself. He then gently closed his eyes, commencing the absorption of the energy from the pale purple soul ring through the profound melody of the true path. As time gradually slipped away, an hour passed. Yet the horizon remained devoid of the faintest hint of dawn. However, Gong Yu slowly opened his eyes, taking stock of his soul power with a surge of delight. Although he was uncertain of the exact number of levels he had ascended, he was certain that it was no mere increment of 1. Moreover, having consumed the Xian Shui Dan, the increase in his level was reflected only in his initial soul power, while the enhancements achieved after reaching the 10th level remained concealed due to the absence of soul ring absorption. This, however, did not imply a lack of advancement. Furthermore, the soul he absorbed was a millennium-old spirit, and aside from facilitating a breakthrough in his limitations, it was inconceivable that it would yield only a single level of soul power enhancement. The precise level of his progress would only be revealed upon testing at the Spirit Hall. Thus, it was time to experiment with my first soul skill. Gong Yusin's thoughts stirred, and the golden blue-silver grass martial soul manifested. No longer a mere sprout, it had transformed into a sprawling golden vine, adorned with numerous branches. Additionally, due to the absorption of the Thunder Dragon spirit, arcs of electricity danced along every inch of the golden blue-silver grass. With a resolute command, Gong Yu invoked his first soul skill, Thunder Vine Entanglement. Instantly, the blue-silver grass morphed into countless tendrils imbued with the power of thunder, targeting a robust tree. Approximately 10 years old, standing 50 meters ahead. In the blink of an eye, the entire trunk was ensnared by the blue-silver grass, tightly coiling around it. With another thought, the electrically charged vines constricted fiercely. The sound of cracking echoed, and the tree was shattered into fragments, each piece bearing the charred marks of lightning, with some still flickering with residual arcs. The potency of this Millennium Soul skill was formidable, and the resilience of the blue-silver grass was remarkable. Murmuring to himself, Gong Yu expressed his satisfaction with his first soul skill. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of energy within, prompting him to sit cross-legged and gently close his eyes, channeling the true path of the Great Tao. Yet, he sensed a powerful disturbance, as if a barrier within him had shattered. Upon reopening his eyes, a joyful expression crossed his face. He had broken through to the second level of the true path of the Great Tao. However, the tumult within him persisted. What could be the cause? Was it the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King? He had received this reward from the simulator, having absorbed the essence of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline sealed within Tang Wulin's 9 seals in the simulator. But he lacked a divine paternal figure to impose seals within him, which likely explained the turmoil in his energy. I cannot allow this to continue. I risk perishing from this energy surge. I must urgently consult the system, even if it is reluctant to respond. There is no way I will succumb to this fate without it reacting. Gong Yu called out to the system in his mind, expecting silence. To his surprise, a response came forth. Ding. Answering a question will consume 1 simulation attempt. Gong Yu, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, gritted his teeth and decided to expend a simulation attempt. Posing a query. I wish to know the cause of my energy surge and how to resolve it. Wasn't this 2 questions? Do you not understand numbers? This is 1 question. Please respond promptly. Ding. 1 simulation attempt deducted. Here's the answer. The cause is similar to what the host surmised. The host lacks a divine paternal figure to impose seals and has not received the kiss of life from the goddess of life. However, the host is quite foolish. Had the system not applied seals at the time of integrating the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, the host would have perished during the fusion. The current situation indicates the first layer of seals is beginning to lift. Is there really a need to ask for a solution? The host is indeed quite naive. While you lack divine guidance to seek spiritual objects to assist in lifting the bloodline seal, you possess the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. To truly harness the power of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, one must cultivate it in conjunction with the essence of dragon and elephant blood, which you possess in the form of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline essence, second only to the blood of the dragon god. As long as the host diligently practices the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique daily, he will continuously absorb the power of the Golden Dragon's bloodline. When the host reaches the 9th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna, the essence of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline will fully merge with his own. Understanding dawned upon him, and he laughed heartily, realizing there was no cause for concern. With the Dragon Elephant Prajna at his side, he need not seek any spiritual objects. The system truly was commendable. After learning the reasons and solutions behind his energy surge, Gong Yu could hardly contain his joy. Nevertheless, he soon calmed his thoughts and immersed himself in practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. As he channeled the essence of the Golden Dragon King's blood throughout his body, the sensation of turbulent energy began to wane. Consequently, Gong Yu quickened his pace in training. Finally, after an hour, he felt the energy within him stabilize. I suppose this means I have successfully unraveled the first layer of the seal? Gong Yu pondered, feeling confident that he was correct. The first layer of the seal had indeed been lifted, and he resolved to follow his plan, to practice the Dragon Elephant Prajna daily to absorb the bloodline's power. Utilizing the potent energy inherent in the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, he had advanced the Dragon Elephant Prajna to the 2nd level, not merely a recent breakthrough, but a substantial achievement. With his current physical prowess, he could contend with great soul masters, and when combined with his soul skills, he could easily vanquish them. Rising to his feet, Gong Yu dusted himself off and glanced at the chaotic debris around him. A wave of guilt washed over him, prompting him to look around anxiously, only to find the campus deserted. Thank goodness it was still early morning, around 6 o'clock, and no one had witnessed his display. I must make my escape quickly. With that thought, he slipped away but suddenly recalled something, chuckling as he did so. It seems the playground is the domain of that little rascal and that mischievous rabbit. Or rather, the bus rabbit. Indeed, those two are responsible for the cleanup. I should make it a point to leave more litter in the future. Chapter 8. The soul-hunting forest. Gong Yu returned to the dormitory from the playground, and approximately half an hour later, everyone gradually rose from their slumber. This morning, the opening ceremony of the new semester was to be held, and any tardiness could result in a reprimand from the homeroom teacher. Gong Yu displayed little interest in attending the opening ceremony, for he had already endured such experiences numerous times during his many years of schooling in his previous life. As he languished in boredom, a sudden thought struck him. If the plot were to unfold as anticipated, Tang San should today be accompanied by Yu Xiaojiang to hunt for soul rings. He pondered whether Yu Xiaojiang would still take the little brat to the soul-hunting forest after being left questioning his life choices from yesterday's confrontation. Nevertheless, he decided to observe the situation first. Should those two still venture forth, he would have to adopt the role of a discreet follower. However, for now, he resolved to have breakfast. With that, Gong Yu made his way contentedly to the school cafeteria. Outside the cafeteria, he finally spotted the little brat and the bus rabbit duo. They had just finished cleaning the playground and were now heading to the cafeteria for a meal. As they walked, the bus rabbit, Xiao Wu complained to the little brat about someone's unkindness and scattering debris all over the place for her to sweep. Her words were laced with mild profanity, but nothing too harsh, so Gong Yu chose not to hold it against her. Xiao Wu, please refrain from cursing. It's not proper for others to hear, and I did help you clean as well, he interjected. Meanwhile, Tang San had noticed Gong Yu approaching from a distance and instinctively felt a twinge of aversion towards him. Acting protectively, as if instinctively guarding his territory, Tang San positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu, attempting to obscure Gong Yu's view of her, as though fearing Gong Yu might attempt to claim her attention. Gong Yu let out a faint scoff in his heart, then, disinterested in glancing at those two, he strode directly into the cafeteria. However, he had overheard their conversation today. The little rascal was tasked with cleaning the playground, which meant that Yu Xiaojiang had not taken him along to hunt for soul rings. As Gong Yu pondered this, he entered the cafeteria and ordered a dozen bowls of meat porridge and over 20 buns. It was not due to an insatiable appetite, but rather the influence of the Golden Dragon King bloodline that had transformed him into a voracious eater. Fortunately, the compensation from the spirit hall from years past had alleviated his financial burdens, otherwise he would truly struggle to sustain himself. Although he had obtained his first soul ring and would soon receive a stipend after registering at the spirit hall, the meager monthly allowance of 1 gold soul coin would scarcely suffice for his expenses. As he devoured his meal, Gong Yu overheard a conversation between the little rascal and Xiao Wu on the first floor. Tang San said, Xiao Wu, I must leave for a few days. I will be departing shortly, and I need you to manage the tasks at the playground in my absence. I promise to compensate you handsomely upon my return. Xiao Wu replied, It's barely the start of the semester, and you already need to leave? Where are you going? The playground isn't large. And while I could agree to help you, you know that if a situation like today arises again, I will be overwhelmed. Therefore, I cannot acquiesce to your request. Tang San then added, I truly appreciate your assistance, Xiao Wu. I will ensure that the payment is entirely yours. I must accompany the teacher to procure my first soul ring. We were supposed to set off at dawn, but the teacher fell ill due to a fit of anger yesterday, which delayed our departure. Xiao Wu frowned slightly and, somewhat reluctantly, replied, Very well. But the payment must be credited to me, and upon your return, you must treat me to a grand feast. Upon hearing this, Gong Yu ceased to listen any further. He hastily devoured all the food on the table, then hurriedly departed. After returning to his dormitory to gather a few belongings, he enlisted the help of the dormitory head, whose name he had forgotten, to request a leave of absence, and then he rushed away from the academy. At the academy gate, he rented a carriage along with a driver, instructing the driver to take him directly to the soul-hunting forest. As for that infatuated stalker, he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with him. He would take the lead. The carriage journeyed for a full day and night, and by the time dawn broke on the following day, they finally arrived at the soul-hunting forest. After disembarking from the carriage, Gong Yu handed the driver a gold soul coin. The driver hesitated to accept it, as it was an excessive amount. Indeed, 1 gold soul coin was equivalent to nearly 2 months' wages for him. Gong Yu was indifferent, casually tossing the golden soul coin onto the cart before departing. Indifferent to whether it would be collected or not, he purchased some food from the vendors outside the soul-hunting forest to satiate his hunger while discreetly eavesdropping on the nearby patrons, searching for anyone seeking to form a team for hunting soul beasts. His intention was not to join them in their hunt, but rather to stage a robbery. Soon, he identified a suitable target, a rather unsavory-looking man sporting a mustache, who frequently scratched his backside as he walked, likely suffering from a skin affliction. In his past life, he had encountered similar individuals. A former dormitory mate had also endured such an ailment, often succumbing to irritation and scratching himself in a manner akin to the lecherous man before him. Gong Yu shivered slightly, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Under normal circumstances, he would have had no desire to associate with such individuals. However, it was still early in the day, and the crowd around him was sparse. Among the few souls present, only that unsavory man possessed a token granting access to the soul-hunting forest. With no other options, Gong Yu reluctantly set his sights on the token in the man's grasp. He patiently observed from a distance, and soon enough, an opportunity presented itself. When the unsavory man suddenly announced his need for a restroom, Gong Yu stealthily followed him, resigned to the fate of becoming an unwelcome shadow. Upon reaching the edge of the thicket, as the man found relief, Gong Yu swiftly struck him with a blow, rendering him unconscious. Gong Yu cautiously sifted through the garments of the lecherous man and suddenly made a startling discovery. He couldn't help but exclaim, Ah! It appears this fellow possesses a rather extraordinary identity. for he actually possesses a storage soul guide. It is worth noting that in this era, soul guides are already scarce across the entire Douluo Continent, let alone storage soul guides, which are typically only carried by the scions of prominent families. Gong Yu was analyzing the situation. The lewd man before him was likely either a scion of a prominent family or someone who had resorted to thievery while hunting soul beasts. However, Gong Yu leaned towards the latter hypothesis, as this lascivious individual appeared to be merely an average soul master. If he were indeed a descendant of a distinguished family, he would not stoop to roaming the soul-hunting forest. Take Yu Xiaojiang, for instance, who hailed from an illustrious lineage yet deemed the soul-hunting forest beneath him, having once traversed the Star Dou forest in his youth. Furthermore, an accomplished soul master could easily secure a teaching position at a junior soul master academy, earning a respectable salary complemented by a monthly stipend of 10 gold soul coins from the spirit hall, ensuring a life of relative comfort. As Li Yunlong once said, wolves travel thousands of miles to feast, while dogs travel the same distance merely to scavenge. No, it should be attributed to Zhang Dapio. I enjoy my daily drinks, feasting on canned beef served by the little devils. Essentially, an adept soul master could lead such a lifestyle. Returning to the matter at hand, Gong Yu rummaged through the lewd man's storage soul guide, sifting through its contents. He discarded the unnecessary items, casting them onto the ground, until he finally unearthed the token for entering and exiting the soul-hunting forest, along with 2 bags of gold soul coins, each containing 100 coins. Gong Yu couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Well, I never expected to stumble upon such a small fortune. How delightful." Chapter 9. The soul of the Thunder Dragon. Though Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San had yet to arrive, Gong Yu, having acquired the token granting him entry to the soul-hunting forest, had no intention of lingering outside. Clutching the jade plate, he approached the grand entrance of the soul-hunting forest, only to be halted by the guards stationed there. "Stop right there, young one. This is not a place for you to frolic alone. You ought to return at once," one of the soldiers kindly cautioned. Gong Yu expressed his gratitude and then produced a token, addressing the soldier. "Uncle, rest assured, I am not alone. My elder brother is waiting for me not far behind the gate. This token was given to me by him, and as you know, such tokens are not easily bestowed upon others." The 2 soldiers exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, convinced by Gong Yu's reasoning. The soldier who had initially spoken then remarked, "What you say may be true, but do not deceive me, uncle. It is important to understand that the dangers within are quite real, and allowing you entry could very well cost you your life." Gong Yu nodded and said, "Uncles, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Everything I have stated is the absolute truth. Rest assured, my brother is a member of the Soul Sect. He has chosen to remain inside to lead a hunt for soul beasts, and is currently waiting for me just beyond the entrance." Upon hearing the mention of the Soul Sect, the 2 soldiers felt considerably reassured. Thus they ceased to obstruct Gong Yu, and allowed him entry after opening the door. Once he entered the forest, Gong Yu first focused on hunting a soul beast resembling a boar, approximately 10 years old. He roasted it over a fire to satiate his hunger. Endowed with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, his appetite was insatiable. Having found little nourishment outside the forest, he was far from full. While waiting for Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San to arrive, he decided to procure this pig as sustenance, consuming it while he awaited their arrival. Reflecting on the departure time from yesterday, he estimated that there should be no more than a half-hour gap between himself and Yu Xiaojiang's duo, yet he wondered why they had not yet appeared. After half an hour of roasting, the pig was fully cooked, but still, there was no sign of Yu Xiaojiang and his apprentice. Growing somewhat impatient, Gong Yu devoured the entire roasted pig in a whirlwind of eagerness before venturing deeper into the forest. "I shall explore further. Perhaps I may be fortunate enough to encounter a mandala snake and slay it directly." As he journeyed deeper, he primarily encountered soul beasts of the 10-year variety, with only a scant few hundred-year beasts appearing, and the presence of thousand-year ones was even rarer. However, this was understandable, as the hunting soul forest was essentially a sanctuary established by the Tiando Empire for the cultivation of lower-tier soul beasts, primarily catering to novice soul masters seeking their first and second soul rings. Thus, the outskirts were predominantly populated by 10-year beasts. As he ventured further, the frequency of 100-year soul beasts increased, and it was conceivable that he might encounter 1,000-year ones deeper within. Yet, in such forests, while 1,000-year soul beasts could indeed be found, they were by no means abundant. As he continued on his path, Gong Yu finally came across a 100-year soul beast. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a lion-tailed elephant. It seems that my cultivation of the dragon-elephant prajna technique requires elephant blood as well. What a fortuitous encounter. I shall not hold back. Gong Yu, with a cheerful smile, charged directly towards the lion-tailed elephant, a mere soul beast of a century. To him, it was a trivial matter. However, recognizing the thick skin and sturdy flesh of the elephantine beast, Gong Yu was not inclined to engage in a prolonged war of attrition, for such an approach would undoubtedly lead to his disadvantage. Thus, as he drew near the lion-tailed elephant, he promptly unleashed his first soul skill. Gong Yu's primary soul skill proves effective within a radius of 50 meters. The lion-tailed elephant, being a defensive type, lacks agility, rendering it incapable of evading the entanglement of Gong Yu's first soul skill, ultimately leading to its swift destruction. Gong Yu silently berated himself for applying too much force, having crushed the entire lion-tailed elephant into fragmented pieces, making blood extraction impossible. Nevertheless, he approached and collected some blood from a few relatively intact and still bleeding pieces of elephant flesh. He then vacated the scene, aware that the recent battle had spilled soul beast blood all around, which would soon attract numerous soul beasts. After wandering through the forest for half a day without encountering the mandala snake, Gong Yu finally spotted Yu Xiaojiang and his disciple in the afternoon. He decided to follow them at a distance. Since he could not find the mandala snake himself, he hoped that Tang San's luck would lead them to it. After trailing the duo for a while, they finally reached dusk. Yu Xiaojiang summoned his farting pig spirit, which incapacitated a group of 10-year-old nether wolves with its stench. He then approached, drew a dagger, and killed one, beginning to teach Tang San the method of absorbing soul rings. Here lies the soul ring, Yu Xiaojiang instructed Tang San. They are from the beasts I have slain. If my soul power meets the advancement requirements, I can absorb these soul rings to progress. The process involves using one's soul power to attract the soul ring to oneself, followed by immediate meditation to absorb its energy. A faint purple light emanated from Yu Xiaojiang's hand as he gestured towards the soul ring produced by one of the netherwolves. It floated towards him, encircling his body, yet failing to penetrate. He subsequently released it, stating, "My current soul power is insufficient for advancement, thus I cannot absorb the soul ring. Within an hour, it will dissipate." Following this, he instructed his disciple to fetch 2 white radishes for Luo San Pao. As the master and disciple continued their journey, Gong Yu trailed behind them. After a while, Luo San Pao sensed danger ahead and began to call out. Tang San caught a whiff of blood and a peculiar scent in the air, prompting him to activate his Xiantian skill and use his purple extreme magic eye. Revealing a snake with a dark green triangular head, he exclaimed, "A poisonous creature." Upon hearing the words poisonous creature, Gong Yu, who had been discreetly following, instantly realized that the main event was about to unfold. Following Tang San's lead, Yu Xiaojiang soon spotted the snake and identified it as the mandala snake. Upon assessing its length, he recognized it to be around 400 years old. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaojiang commanded his farting pig spirit to emit another fart, and he urged Tang San to flee. It was rather foolish of Yu Xiaojiang to provoke a 400-year-old snake beast by summoning his pig to fart. He should have simply led his disciple away, especially in the dead of night when escape would be more challenging. As the mandala snake pursued Yu Xiaojiang and his disciple, Gong Yu felt no urgency. He leisurely followed the trail until he found Tang San and his master, just as the latter had slain the mandala snake. Yu Xiaojiang suggested that Tang San absorb the soul ring from the snake, which Tang San complied with. However, due to being poisoned by the snake, Yu Xiaojiang had already fallen into a stupor nearby. At that moment, Gong Yu, hiding not far away, revealed a sinister smile and said, "Tang San, if you wish to absorb this soul ring, do not dream of it." Gong Yu then summoned his thunder dragon spirit, commanding it, "Go. Prevent Tang San from absorbing that soul ring and drive him away." With a single command from Gong Yu, his thunder dragon spirit rushed towards Tang San's position. As the sound of rustling echoed, Tang San, who had already drawn the soul ring towards himself and was preparing to absorb it using Xiantian skill, suddenly sensed imminent danger. He glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, calling out "Master," but received no response. Growing anxious, he called out a few more times, yet still received no reply. In that moment, a thunder dragon appeared near Tang San. Holding his breath, he remained still, attempting to feign immobility while discreetly flicking a pebble to divert the thunder dragon's attention. Unfortunately, Gong Yu had been observing all along. As the thunder dragon was his spirit, it was naturally attuned to his thoughts and aware of Tang San's ruse. Consequently, the thunder dragon launched a fierce assault on Tang San. Using his ghost shadow perplexing track, Tang San narrowly evaded the thunder dragon's attacks multiple times. But the battle's chaos expanded, and fearing for his beloved master's safety, he felt compelled to divert the thunder dragon away. At that moment, Gong Yu approached the slain mandala snake's body and directly engaged with the soul ring that had been produced. Just then, the thunder dragon returned. Although Tang San had attempted to lure it away, it could not stray too far from Gong Yu, lest it dissipate. Thus, Tang San found himself running aimlessly, unable to shake off the thunder dragon. However, the thunder dragon returned not empty-handed. It carried a fully grown slime creature. Knowing from Gong Yu's thoughts that he desired 100-year soul beast, on its way back, it had spotted the sizable creature and seized it. Quickly kill it, Gong Yu commanded. Gong Yu pointed at the slime snail and addressed Lei Jiao. Upon receiving the command, Lei Jiao unleashed a bolt of lightning from its mouth, instantly killing the slime snail, after which a yellow soul ring materialized. This soul ring from the slime snail was intended for Tang San to absorb. However, it remained uncertain whether Tang San could actually absorb it, given that he had not personally slain the creature. Nevertheless, Gong Yu recalled the incident during the second battle when a horde of beasts attacked Shirlaika City, resulting in the deaths of numerous soul beasts whose soul rings had been preserved for those in need. These soul rings could not be traced back to their slayers, yet they remained available for absorption. This indirectly suggested that soul rings from soul beasts not personally killed by soul masters could still be absorbed, though no one had attempted it before. Regardless of the outcome, Gong Yu had prepared the slime snail's soul ring for Tang San. Whether or not it could be absorbed would soon be revealed once Tang San tried. After all, waiting posed no loss. And with the destruction of the mandala snake's soul ring, Gong Yu had achieved his purpose. Upon witnessing the emergence of the slime snail's soul ring, Gong Yu instructed Lei Jiao to carry away the snail's carcass, leaving only the soul ring of the mandala snake on the ground. While the slime snail's soul ring hovered unattended, easily mistaken for that of the mandala snake, Gong Yu then departed, retreating to a nearby hiding spot. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tang San returned, panting heavily. Seizing the opportunity while the soul ring still retained its potency, he first examined Yu Xiaojiang's condition, discovering that his esteemed teacher had been poisoned. Consequently, he set about administering an antidote. Employing a rather brutal method of bloodletting, he worked to purge the poison from Yu Xiaojiang's system. After about 10 minutes, the toxins had been sufficiently cleared, and he proceeded to bandage his teacher's wounds. With time still on their side, soul rings dissipate after an hour without absorption, and given the sequence of events, they had lost no more than 40 minutes. Tang San began to summon the yellow soul ring for absorption. Without a shred of doubt regarding its legitimacy, Gong Yu had been observing from a distance, initially believing that Tang San would be unable to successfully absorb the spirit ring, as he had not been the one to vanquish the slug. Yet, to his astonishment, Tang San managed to do so, prompting Gong Yu to exclaim in disbelief at the extraordinary luck of the fated child. Witnessing Tang San successfully absorb the slug's spirit ring, Gong Yu discreetly departed, as his task was accomplished and there was no need to linger with the master and disciple. Seeking a relatively safe spot, he sat down to meditate and cultivate throughout the night. As the first light of dawn broke, Gong Yu set forth, exiting the soul-hunting forest just as the sun rose fully. Upon leaving the forest, he promptly hired a carriage and commenced his journey back to Notting City. After a day and a night of travel, the carriage finally arrived in Notting City the following morning. Gong Yu found a quaint spot to set up a small stall and enjoyed a modest breakfast. After satisfying himself to about 60%, he made his way to the Soul Hall in Notting City for his soul assessment. Upon arriving at the Soul Hall, he encountered the esteemed Master Matthew, who briefly introduced himself and guided Gong Yu directly to the assessment chamber. Due to the nature of the soul evaluation, the fact that his first soul ring was a Millennium One was no longer a secret. However, Gong Yu was unperturbed. He anticipated that many astonishing revelations lay ahead, and this was merely the tip of the iceberg. After the soul assessment, Gong Yu learned that his soul power had reached the 15th level, a revelation that did not surprise him, as he had expected his power to be around that mark, estimating it to be between 15 and 16. Exiting the Soul Hall, he clutched an iron badge in his hand, inscribed with the date and location of his soul assessment. He then proceeded directly back to the academy. Upon arrival, he reported to his homeroom teacher to excuse his absence. The teacher, initially inquisitive about his circumstances, ceased further inquiries once Gong Yu presented the iron badge issued by the Soul Hall. Gong Yu felt a sudden tranquility enveloping her, and after bidding farewell to her homeroom teacher, she returned to the dormitory. Upon her arrival, she found only one classmate present and inquired about the situation. The classmate informed her that the others had all gone out, mentioning that the son of the city lord, Xiao Yu, had summoned representatives from each dormitory to discuss the afternoon's competition against the work-study students. It was said that Xiao Yu intended to take a girl possessing a rabbit martial spirit as his pet. Gong Yu could not help but feel a moment of silent lament for Xiao Yu, for he was merely the first stepping stone for Tang San. With time on his hands, Gong Yu contemplated joining the fray in the afternoon, as it was imperative to ensure that Tang San did not bask in the limelight. His opportunities for simulation were limited. Aside from the complimentary session he received each month, he had to extract them from Tang San or those closely associated with him. Thus, wherever Tang San appeared, he must devise a way to make Tang San stumble. Chapter 11. Exposing Tang San's hidden malice. Shortly after lunch, Xiao Yu led a group of upperclassmen along with a few lowerclassmen towards the rear mountains of the academy. Similarly, Xiao Wu was also present, albeit leading only the members of their dormitory. The other working students did not wish to follow Xiao Wu into the fray. Not everyone possessed her carefree ignorance. Many working students preferred to avoid trouble and steered clear of the nobility, wary of inviting complications, as Xiao Yu could indeed be considered a noble of Nodding City. After swiftly finishing his meal, Gong Yu hurriedly made his way to the back mountain, albeit a bit late, as the competition had already commenced. Stealthily blending into the crowd, he positioned himself behind Xiao Yu's team. Observing intently, he noticed that Xiao Yu's subordinate, Lu Long, was relentlessly pushing the student Wang Sheng to the brink of defeat. Victory seemingly within reach. At that moment, Gong Yu observed Tang San stealthily approach the bus, where the rabbit spirit, Xiao Wu, was stationed, engaging in a verbal exchange that left Xiao Wu retaliating sharply. Before long, as Wang Sheng neared his defeat, Tang San stealthily reached for his jade flute and, in a swift maneuver, produced a pebble, launching it at Lu Long with the precision of a concealed weapon. Struck by pain, Lu Long momentarily faltered, allowing Wang Sheng to seize the opportunity and subsequently triumph over Lu Long. In his victory, Wang Sheng did not forget to belittle his opponent with a scornful remark about fallen flowers and withered willows. It is my turn now. Tang San, you enjoy throwing stones, do you? Let me show you how to expose your deceit, Gong Yu thought to himself, stepping forward just as Xiao Yu was about to call the next contender. He interjected, hold on, Lu Long did not lose. Rather, he was ambushed by a coward. Upon hearing the term coward, Tang San furrowed his brow, realizing that someone had discerned his hidden tactics. However, upon recognizing Gong Yu as the speaker, his frustration grew. Yet, knowing it was Gong Yu who had spoken, Tang San could not dismiss the notion that someone could unveil his ambush. Nevertheless, he smirked inwardly, thinking, so what if you can see through my methods? You have no proof to substantiate your claims. Curious about Gong Yu's assertion regarding Lu Long's loss, Xiao Yu inquired, is this true? Indeed, it is. Gong Yu affirmed with a nod. Did you not notice that Lu Long was on the verge of victory? The sudden turn of events raises questions. All I require is to ask Lu Long 2 questions. Very well, you may ask, Xiao Yu replied, gesturing for Lu Long to approach. Lu Long complied. And Gong Yu posed his first question. Were you struck by something that caused you pain and subsequently revealed your vulnerability? Yes, Lu Long nodded in affirmation. Excellent. Gong Yu smiled. Now, may I ask where you were struck? Show everyone, lest they accuse you of losing and colluding with me to fabricate excuses. I was struck here, Lu Long replied, lifting his shirt to reveal the bruise for all to see. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yu pointed at Xiao Wu and her companions, exclaiming, you are truly despicable and shameless. In a fair contest, you resort to underhanded tactics. The students are indeed a bunch of cowards, incapable of standing firm. Xiao Wu, incensed by Xiao Yu's harsh words, retorted, who are the cowards? Who employed underhanded tactics? Just because you lost and refused to accept it, you need not concoct such excuses. Recalling Gong Yu, the very person who had previously challenged her for directions, her anger intensified. She pointed at Gong Yu, demanding, since you allege that we ambushed Lu Long, then tell us who among us was responsible for the ambush and provide evidence. Evidence, you say? Very well. Gong Yu smiled subtly, pointing at Tang San. The one who ambushed Lu Long is that fellow named Tang, a coward indeed. As for evidence, let us all bear witness together. Gong Yu led both parties to the battlefield where Lu Long and Wang Xing had just clashed, and he searched the ground until he discovered a pebble thrown by Tang San. Everyone, what do you see here? Gong Yu held up the pebble for all to observe. However, most remained perplexed, except for Xiao Wu, who recognized it immediately. Just days prior, during a confrontation with Tang San, she had been relentlessly pelted by such stones. She cast a knowing glance at Tang San, who, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. Xiao Wu had already deduced that it was Tang San who had acted earlier. Yet she stubbornly refused to admit it, insisting, "Humph, it's merely an ordinary pebble. It signifies nothing." Gong Yu let out a cold snort and said, still stubborn, "Are we? Very well. I shall continue to present evidence for your perusal." Subsequently, Gong Yu produced a vial of revealing powder and addressed the assembly. "Surely, you all recognize this powder?" Xiao Qingyu was the first to speak. "This is revealing powder, commonly utilized in official investigations. When sprinkled in a certain area, it reveals the traces of the culprit's soul energy. Each individual's soul energy signature is unique. By applying this powder to the stone and comparing it with Tang San's soul energy, we can ascertain whether he was the one who launched the ambush." At this moment, Tang San began to argue. "This stone may have been discarded by me days ago, or perhaps someone picked it up and placed it here. This does not prove I ambushed Lu Long." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged incredulous glances, viewing him as if he were a fool. Gong Yu retorted sharply, "Fool. Unless preserved by specialized tools for official record, an individual's soul energy dissipates within half an hour. Why not show us the soul energy signature from days ago if you have it? Illiterate and uneducated, it's no wonder you resort to underhanded tactics." Tang San, hailing from a martial arts world where such nuances were foreign to him, was indeed unaware of the concept of soul energy traces, for his education was rather limited. Gong Yu then sprinkled the revealing powder onto the stone, and in an instant, a trace of soul energy emerged. Gong Yu instructed Tang San, "Now, unleash your soul energy, and we shall compare the traces. If you wish to prove your innocence, comply without hesitation. Of course, we will also follow suit. I shall go first." Gong Yu demonstrated by using his own soul energy on a different stone, revealing his innocence. As the others prepared to follow suit, Tang San suddenly declared, "There's no need. I admit it was I who ambushed Lu Long." He had no choice but to concede. Refusing to allow Gong Yu to examine his soul energy traces would only betray his guilt. Thus it was wiser to admit his wrongdoing. After all, acknowledging it would not cost him anything significant. Chapter 12. Seeking compensation from Tang San. Upon hearing Tang San's admission, the crowd murmured in astonishment, engaging in hushed discussions. Meanwhile, Wang Xing felt a deep sense of shame as he turned to Tang San, expressing his anger. "I had thought I triumphed over Lu Long through my own merit, only to discover your treachery behind the scenes. Thank you for ensuring I can't hold my head high before my peers. The competition was between Lu Long and me, and it has always been a rule that outsiders must not interfere. What have I done to provoke you? You've robbed me of a fair defeat. Tang San, you are truly a coward, and I am ashamed to be associated with you." With that, Wang Sheng stormed off in a fit of rage. After receiving Wang Sheng's scorn, Tang San's eyes glinted with even greater resentment as he looked at Gong Yu. Xiao Wu, having noticed Tang San's distress and wishing to teach Gong Yu a lesson, stepped forward and said, "Very well, Xiao Laoda, let us consider the previous match as ours. Now, who will you send to compete next?" Before Xiao Qingyu could respond, Gong Yu interjected, "Oh, so you think a mere admission of defeat will absolve you of the earlier incident? What do you take us for? Let us set aside the matter of compensation for now. You work-study students are impoverished and can hardly afford anything, but surely you must perform a bow of apology. Lu Long cannot simply endure your assault without consequence." Ling Yun chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Tang San, did you not revel in bowing in submission before? I wonder if you will do the same this time." Xiao Wu felt somewhat embarrassed. Gong Yu's point was indeed valid. Tang San's actions had harmed Lu Long, and while Tang San might have evaded capture, he had not. However, upon glancing at Tang San, whose expression was one of distress, she hesitated to insist he bow. For although such an act held little physical impact, its humiliation was profound. Thus, Xiao Wu said, "Bowing is out of the question. How about we discuss compensation instead?" "Compensation, you say? Well, that's acceptable. But do you work-study students even have the means to address your basic needs, let alone pay?" Gong Yu glanced at Lu Long, who nodded in agreement, leaving him with nothing more to say. The only regret was missing the sight of Tang San bowing in submission. "Compensation?" Xiao Wu looked at Gong Yu, then at Tang San, who nodded in affirmation. "Money, is it? Very well, let us calculate." Gong Yu began to enumerate with his fingers. First, Tang San injured Lu Long, hence the cost of medicinal remedies must be covered. Second, Lu Long must pay for medical consultation, so that fee must be accounted for. Furthermore, there is the matter of emotional distress. Tang San's actions have undoubtedly caused Lu Long mental anguish during these days, thus this too deserves compensation. Next, we have lost time. Lulong's mental distress has certainly hindered his studies, which qualifies as a loss of productivity. Lastly, and most grievously, Lulong has suffered from aftereffects. Having even coughed up blood, surely this warrants a financial settlement. After listening to Gong Yu's litany of demands, Xiaowu felt her temper flare. Why don't you just rob him outright? I can begrudgingly accept the first few points, but that last one, where did Lulong cough up blood? Who says Lulong didn't cough up blood? Gong Yu smiled at Lulong and urged, hurry, cough up some blood. Gong Yu cast a glance at Lulong, for Tang San had already agreed to compensate Lulong. Under Gong Yu's scrutinizing gaze, Lulong couldn't help but shiver slightly, cautiously suggesting, how about a compensation of 10 silver coins? Upon hearing this, Gong Yu instinctively covered his eyes. After all, Tang San was willing to offer compensation, and Lulong, even if not demanding an exorbitant sum, should not settle for such a paltry amount. His perspective was rather narrow. Gong Yu pondered for a moment and decided, perhaps it would be best for me to assist you in procuring the funds. Turning to Xiaowu, he declared. 10 gold soul coins. Lulong has specified that it must be 10 gold soul coins. Lulong was taken aback, for he had clearly stated 10 silver soul coins. Yet somehow, in Gong Yu's rendition, it had transformed into 10 gold soul coins. Consequently, he immediately sought to rectify the misunderstanding, exclaiming, I meant to say 10. Gong Yu abruptly interrupted Lulong's words and turned to Xiaowu, saying, you see, Lulong mentioned 10, which signifies 10 golden soul coins. Xiaowu was rendered speechless. Yet Tang San responded, very well, I shall compensate you with 10 golden soul coins. However, I do not possess such a sum at the moment. So you must provide a deadline. Upon hearing Tang San's reply, both Lulong and Xiaoqin Yu were taken aback. Lulong thought to himself that it was astonishing that he was indeed willing to offer 10 golden soul coins, a sum equivalent to several years' earnings for an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Xiaoqin Yu contemplated the lesson learned. He had finally grasped the brilliance of the tactic of empty-handedly outmaneuvering the unwitting, which was applicable in numerous situations. A deadline. Is it? Very well, I shall inquire with Lulong to see what duration he would grant you. With that, Gong Yu cast a glance at Lulong, who raised a finger and quietly suggested, how about 1 year? Gong Yu feigned comprehension and nodded, then addressed Tang San. As you have witnessed, Lulong raised a finger and stated he would grant you a month's time. This time, Lulong was not merely taken aback, he was genuinely frightened. A month to prepare 10 gold soul coins is no trivial matter, for 10 gold soul coins equate to the monthly allowance of a great soul master. Meanwhile, Xiaoqin Yu gazed at Gong Yu with eyes brimming with admiration, contemplating how he would boast about this remarkable classmate of his upon returning to the Lord's mansion. Tang San clenched his teeth and declared, very well, a month it shall be. I will certainly earn enough gold soul coins to compensate Lulong within this time frame. However, Gong Yu interjected, words alone are insufficient. We cannot simply take your verbal assurance at face value. Your previous actions have already cast doubt upon your credibility. What do you suggest then? Tang San retorted, internally cursing Gong Yu countless times. Why must you complicate matters? Would it not suffice to trust me this once? Surely I, Tang San, am not so destitute as to be unable to repay 10 gold soul coins. Gong Yu declared, you must swear by your martial soul that if you do not compensate 10 gold soul coins within a month, your martial soul shall shatter and you will perish when absorbing the soul ring at level 30. Chapter 13. On the duration of a rabbit's estrus. This is utterly outrageous. How can one be compelled to swear by their martial soul so casually? Xiaowu exclaimed indignantly, pointing an accusatory finger at Gong Yu, ready to unleash a torrent of scorn upon him. However, before she could complete her sentence, Gong Yu interrupted her. Gong Yu remarked, what does it matter? If you wish for the oath to be fulfilled, simply repay the money within the deadline. Tang San then pulled Xiaowu aside and said, Xiaowu, refrain from speaking. This is an oath I shall take. Rest assured, a mere 10 gold soul coins is not beyond my means. However, Tang San's demeanor only served to infuriate Xiaowu further. She gazed at him with a sense of exasperation for his lack of resolve. Subsequently, Tang San followed Gong Yu's suggestion and proclaimed, I swear by my blue-silver grass martial soul, if I do not repay 10 gold soul coins within a month. The moment Tang San invoked the name of his martial soul, a pang of sorrow struck Ah Yin's heart, as she thought, Sanner, have you truly forsaken your mother in such a manner? Yet, before Tang San could finish his oath, Gong Yu interrupted him, saying, wait a moment. Xiaowu, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, must you always interrupt? Can't you express everything in one go without cutting others off mid-sentence? What business is it of yours? Gong Yu retorted at Xiao Wu, then turned to Tang San and instructed, remove the words blue silver grass. Do not specify the blue silver grass martial soul. Hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, pondering whether Gong Yu was aware of his second martial soul. Indeed, judging from the day he contradicted the teacher, it seemed Gong Yu possessed considerable knowledge. If the teacher knew of Tang San's dual martial souls, it was likely that Gong Yu did as well. In that moment, Tang San's animosity towards Gong Yu intensified. Enough already. Tang San has only a blue silver grass martial soul. Is that not sufficient for an oath? What more do you desire? Xiao Wu, unable to contain her anger, was ready to resort to violence. Realizing he had been too overt, and with Tang Hao likely nearby, Gong Yu worried that Tang Hao might suspect he was aware of Tang San's dual martial souls and act with hostility. Thus, he quickly concocted an excuse to mitigate the situation. I previously mentioned that martial souls can also be acquired later in life. If by chance he were to attain a second martial soul and neglect his blue silver grass, then his oath would be rendered ineffective. Therefore, I cannot allow him to specify the blue silver grass in his vow. Upon hearing this, Tang San furrowed his brow, contemplating whether it might indeed be true. It did sound plausible, and perhaps he had overthought the matter. After all, how could a 6-year-old possess more knowledge than a teacher? Tang San then stated, very well. I shall reformulate my oath. I, Tang San, swear by my martial soul, that if I do not repay 10 gold soul coins to Lu Long within a month, then upon reaching the 30th level and absorbing a soul ring, my martial soul shall shatter and I shall perish. After making his vow, Tang San found himself perplexed as to why he mentioned the 30th level. Once Tang San completed his oath, Xiao Wu stepped forward once more, pointing towards Xiao Qinyu's side, declaring, now we can fight, right? This time, I shall take the stage to battle him. With a huff, she shifted her finger from pointing at Xiao Qinyu to Gong Yu. No, you cannot decide who to fight. I will arrange my own people. Xiao Qinyu, uncertain of Gong Yu's strength, attempted to protect him. However, Gong Yu responded, you are mistaken. I am not your subordinate. You, a mere son of a city lord, lack the standing to command me. Xiao Qinyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at Gong Yu's words. Yet, within Gong Yu's statement, he gleaned information that ignited his imagination, thus his respect for Gong Yu deepened. At that moment, Xiao Wu interjected, did you hear that? He does not reciprocate your regard. Do you have nothing to say now? I intend to fight him. Xiao Qinyu then bent slightly at the waist in front of Gong Yu, seeking his approval. Gong Yu nodded and replied, all right, I will face her. Upon hearing Gong Yu's agreement, Xiao Wu broke into a cheerful smile and said, I shall treat you like a pig's head. A pig's head, you say? Very well. Gong Yu smirked slightly, thinking to himself that he initially intended to teach her a lesson, but since she wished to be a pig's head, he would oblige her. Thus, both of them positioned themselves at the forefront of their respective teams. Summon your martial spirit. I fear you may not get the chance to strike later. Xiao Wu provocatively challenged Gong Yu. Gong Yu scoffed disdainfully and remarked, to strike you, I need not invoke my martial spirit. Xiao Wu emitted a cold snort and replied, since you say so, I shall not hold back. With that, she summoned the soft bone rabbit, twirling in place. In an instant, a fluffy tail resembling cotton appeared at her rear, followed by a yellow soul ring pulsating from the ground beneath her feet, a century-old yellow soul ring. Xiao Qinyu, standing in the background, was astounded upon witnessing Xiao Wu's soul ring, turning to Gong Yu with a sense of foreboding, believing he had acted rashly this time. Humph. Just a lewd rabbit, merely a soul beast bus. Gong Yu continued to regard Xiao Wu with contempt. What lewd rabbit? This is a soft-boned charming rabbit. Xiao Wu, irked, pointed an accusatory finger at Gong Yu and inquired, and what do you mean by soul beast bus? Are you insulting me? In truth, Xiao Wu, having taken offense at the term soul beast bus, feared that her true identity had been discerned, prompting her to probe Gong Yu further. What do you mean? Gong Yu replied with a mischievous grin. What I mean is, the soft-bone rabbit reaches sexual maturity within 3 months of birth, with a subsequent estrus cycle of approximately 815 days. Think about it. Once this soft-bone rabbit enters estrus, it must seek a soul beast for mating. How many times does that amount to in a year? If it lives for 10 years, how many times then? And for 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years? Just imagine, for a 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, it might have mated at least 1,000,000 times. So tell me, is this not a soul beast bus? The details regarding the rabbit's mating cycle are purely fictional. Enjoy it if you like, but if not, There is nothing I can do. It's all for amusement. Tang Hao, secretly watching from the shadows, nodded in agreement, finding merit in Gong Yu's words. Initially, he had intended to reprimand Gong Yu for bullying Tang San, but the latter's insight shifted his perspective, leading him to reconsider. Simultaneously, he contemplated keeping Xiao Wu as a potential bride for San, but now deemed it impossible. Such a capricious character could never enter the Tang family. Absolutely not. She could only serve as San's soul ring. Xiao Wu felt as though her thoughts had been laid bare, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Yet, suddenly reminded that this was not the time to be distracted, she feigned anger and declared, "You are truly wicked. The rabbit is so adorable. How dare you slander it? Just watch as I flatten you." With that, she launched herself at Gong Yu. Chapter 14. The striking of the lewd rabbit in the blink of an eye. Xiao Wu had closed the distance to Gong Yu, her right leg bending at the knee as her toes sprang forth, aiming a swift kick at Gong Yu's chin. Though the force appeared modest, the speed was astonishing. Gong Yu swiftly shifted his body to the left, evading the incoming kick, while his right hand lunged towards Xiao Wu's ankle, forcefully slamming her down to the ground with the same ferocity as Hulk would strike Loki. Gong Yu had no intention of showing Xiao Wu any mercy. After all, she was 100,000-year soul beast. A few rough tosses wouldn't kill her. Xiao Wu was slammed face first onto the ground, her skin now marred with abrasions and flushed crimson from the impact. After enduring repeated painful falls, she quickly learned her lesson. Just before hitting the ground again, she deftly braced herself with one hand, using the momentum to shift her balance, while delivering a swift spinning kick with her free leg straight toward Gong Yu. Gong Yu, with keen eyesight and swift reflexes, seized the other leg that Xiao Wu was kicking with her free hand. Gong Yu firmly grasped Xiao Wu's legs with both hands, relentlessly slamming her down again and again. With each brutal impact, he cast a taunting glance towards Tang San, his lips curling into an infuriating smirk that provoked an overwhelming urge to strike him. "Stop this at once. Release Xiao Wu immediately." Tang San clutched his chest, a sharp pang of agony piercing his heart as if he were enduring the torment himself. Gong Yu continued to strike at Xiao Wu, yet he simultaneously addressed Tang San, saying, "Her refusal to concede indicates that she is unharmed. Why are you so anxious? What concern is it of yours as an outsider? Do you seek to interfere in the match?" Tang San, increasingly enraged by Gong Yu's words, felt his eyes begin to redden with fury, exuding an aura of lethal intent. One hand had already reached towards the 24 bridges under the bright moon, poised to unleash a hidden weapon against Gong Yu at any moment. Gong Yu had long been aware of Tang San's movements, however. He continued to wrestle with Xiao Wu while addressing Tang San. "You would do well to abandon the notion of launching your sinister devices at me. Do you truly believe that if you dare to strike, I would not wield this rabbit as a shield?" Upon hearing this, Tang San instinctively retracted his hand, instantly relinquishing the idea of using a hidden weapon to assassinate Gong Yu. Xiao Chenyu and the others, witnessing Xiao Wu being thrown around mercilessly, could not help but cover their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Nearby, a timid little girl was on the verge of tears from fright. Tang Hao, lurking in a shadowy corner, swallowed hard in thought. Whose child is this? How utterly brutal. At this moment, Tang San pleaded, "Xiao Wu, concede. If you yield, he will spare you." Yet, the moment Tang San called out, Xiao Wu became even more incensed and was even less inclined to admit defeat. She believed she possessed the strength to break free, forgetting that she was no longer the formidable soul beast of 100,000 years, but merely a 6-year-old child, devoid of the power to escape Gong Yu's grasp. Though both were 6 years old, Gong Yu, having cultivated the dragon elephant prajna, had reached the second level of his training, granting him a foundational strength of 1,000 pounds, not accounting for the enhancement from the Golden Dragon King bloodline. For instance, Tang Wulin, owing to the Golden Dragon King's lineage, possessed only level 11 soul power. Yet his strength had already reached 2,700 kilograms, details of which can be found in Chapter 114 of the Dou San series. Thus, Gong Yu's foundational strength of 1,000 pounds was not particularly impressive. Yet, even with such strength, it was beyond Xiao Wu's capability to break free, unless she transformed into her true form, which was impossible. "Ah, so you refuse to concede? Then I shall continue to throw you," Gong Yu thought to himself. Feeling somewhat satisfied, he would release her the moment she admitted defeat, but since she would not, there seemed to be no alternative. After enduring several more throws, the pain became unbearable, and Xiao Wu finally relented, exclaiming, "I concede. I concede. Please let me go." "Oh, come now, why concede so soon? This is rather dull." Gong Yu smirked, his lips curling into a smile. He then tossed Xiao Wu into the air, spreading her legs apart, rendering her body into a Y shape. With a swift kick to her backside, he released her, sending her flying. Xiaowu landed several meters away, crashing to the ground. At that moment, Tang San rushed over to help her up, casting a furious glare at Gong Yu, his face contorted with rage, as if he wished to tear Gong Yu to shreds. Gong Yu shot Tang San a gaze brimming with menace, spat disdainfully, and remarked, "Such a feeble rabbit." With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. After taking only a few steps, he heard Xiaowu's voice behind him. "Ouch, that hurts. Little San. Be gentler." Gong Yu found himself clenching a handful of grass, realizing that if this were on Earth, such a statement could lead to significant misunderstandings. Xiaowu, assisted to her feet, no longer bore the charming visage she once had, although Gong Yu had not reduced her to a state resembling a pig's head. Her rough and enlarged features, akin to a flatbread, betrayed the impact of her recent fall. As he hummed a light tune back to his dormitory, Gong Yu resolved not to attend the afternoon classes. According to the regulations of the Primary Soul Master Academy, as a first-ring Soul Master, he was already eligible to graduate. He indeed contemplated this, yet having reached level 15, he preferred to linger a while longer at the academy. He planned to wait until he reached level 20, at which point he would hunt soul beasts and then depart. In the dormitory, Gong Yu settled cross-legged on his bed. At that moment, a familiar chime echoed in his mind. Due to his previous exposure of Tang San, he had earned a simulation opportunity, and having struck Xiaowu also granted him another. Thus, within a mere hour, he had accumulated 2 simulation chances, bringing his total to 3. However, he felt no immediate need to engage in simulations. His cultivation techniques were sufficient, and he had the Xian Shui Dan to consume, ensuring ample resources. Even the process of assimilating the bloodline power of the Golden Dragon King was well supported by his Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. So he decided to conserve his simulation chances for future use. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Gong Yu had thoroughly absorbed the residual potency of the last Xian Shui Dan, elevating his soul power to level 16. Subsequently, he retrieved another Xian Shui Dan, tossed it into his mouth, and began to circulate the True Path song to absorb its effects. Under the influence of the Xian Shui Dan, Gong Yu entered a meditative state once more, awakening only when evening had fallen. He inspected himself, noting only the minor expulsion of impurities, which was understandable given that his last consumption of the Xian Shui Dan had been a month prior, during which he had already eliminated a considerable amount of waste. Upon assessing his soul power, he discovered an increase of over a level, now standing at the pinnacle of level 17. He believed that upon fully digesting the essence of the Xian Shui Dan, he would ascend to level 18. The efficacy of the Xian Shui Dan was waning. This time, it had only resulted in a marginal increase. Future increments in soul power would likely diminish. He estimated that after consuming another 4 or 5 pills, their effectiveness would be entirely exhausted. However, by that time, Gong Yu would have accumulated several simulation opportunities, making it the right moment to engage in simulations once again to seek fortuitous encounters. Chapter 15. The Potted Blue-Silver Emperor. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. One midday, while Gong Yu was purchasing snacks at a vendor in Notting City, he noticed a man clad in a black robe stealthily observing Tang San as he vigorously wielded a hammer to forge iron. The black-robed figure nodded discreetly, clearly impressed by Tang San's performance. Gong Yu mused to himself, recognizing the man as Tang Dechui, who had come to witness his son's exploits, no doubt keeping a watchful eye to ensure his son was not being bullied. Given his son's ferocity, who often resorted to the path of violence, it seemed implausible that he would ever find himself on the receiving end of intimidation. Suddenly, Gong Yu recalled that an interclass competition was scheduled for that afternoon, in which Tang San's class was participating. It seemed Tang Dechui had come to secretly observe the match. With his thoughts racing, Gong Yu hurriedly paid the vendor and exited the city. His destination was, of course, the Holy Soul Village. Recently, he had frequently ventured near the village to explore the terrain and had finally located the waterfall. Today, taking advantage of Tang Dechui's attendance at his son's competition, he anticipated that the elder would not return to Holy Soul Village too early. Thus, Gong Yu planned to retrieve Yin and bring her back as a potted plant, while also collecting that soul bone. After nearly 40 minutes of travel, he finally arrived at the waterfall behind Holy Soul Village. Gong Yu traversed the waterfall and entered the cavern concealed behind it. One cannot help but wonder about Tang Dechui's folly. Did he genuinely believe that no one would uncover the secrets hidden behind the waterfall? Astonishingly, he had not even established basic defenses. With ease, Gong Yu penetrated the cave, deriding Tang Dechui's self-righteous demeanor. Perhaps he thought that with a title Douluo such as himself, There was no need for any precautions, as if no one else dared approach the waterfall. Inside the cave, Gong Yu beheld the blue-silver emperor, a plant that, despite its inherent vitality, appeared wilted. The reason for its languor was evident. It had been deprived of sunlight for far too long, having grown within the confines of the cave. From his storage space, Gong Yu retrieved a small pot and a trowel, and then he commenced the extraction of the blue-silver emperor. He unearthed the plant along with its soil and replanted it in the small pot. The blue-silver emperor attempted to resist, shaking its branches feebly. However, Gong Yu summoned his own golden blue-silver grass, the aura infused with the essence of the golden dragon king, which instantly intimidated the plant into submission. Subsequently, Gong Yu rummaged through the cave and discovered a box. Within it, he found a yin's bone. Regrettably, had this been in the past, I would have yearned for your bloodline and spirit bone. However, at this moment, neither your lineage nor your spirit bone holds any significance for me. Ignoring whether Ain could comprehend her words or not, Gong Yu spoke to the potted plant in her hands, though she assumed that Ain should indeed understand. You, Tang Hao Qian Xuanji, along with the spirit Douluo and ghost Douluo, are all my adversaries. In that battle outside of Blue Silver Village, you caused the deaths of countless innocent villagers, including my parents. However, in the future, I shall reclaim what is mine from your husband and son. As for you, you are merely a vegetable. On a day when I am in a foul mood, I might just treat you as greens to sod. After addressing the potted plant, Gong Yu promptly placed both the potted plant and a yin soul bone into her storage space, a gift from the system capable of storing living beings. She then departed from the Holy Soul Village, opting for a less traveled route to avoid encountering Tang Dazue. After several twists and turns, she finally returned to Notting City. There, she rented a house with a courtyard for 2 months, moving out of the academy starting today. With just over a month until the academy's break, Gong Yu had already elevated her soul power to level 19 over the past 2 months. With the aid of the Xin Shui Dan, she would surely reach level 20 before the academy's vacation, at which point she would apply for early graduation. Taking the potted plant and Ain from her storage space, she placed it on the balcony of her bedroom, where it finally basked in the long-awaited sunlight. The leaves trembled slightly, as if expressing joy. Subsequently, Gong Yu set out once more, seeking Xiao Qinyu and requesting his guidance to the talent market. Upon learning her intentions, Xiao Qinyu was equally delighted, bowing and saying, "Brother Yu, are you looking to purchase a maid?" Ever since witnessing Gong Yu's formidable display when she had thrown Xiao Wu, Xiao Qinyu had developed immense admiration for her, beginning to refer to her as Brother Yu and proclaiming himself as her subordinate, though Gong Yu had never acknowledged this. "Yes, let us take a look and bring a few people back," Gong Yu responded nonchalantly. Naturally, visiting the talent market meant acquiring individuals. Although the empire had established regulations against human trafficking, the interests involved were too substantial, and the underlying forces were too complex, rendering the empire's laws little more than worthless paper. While there may be no overt human trading on the surface, such dealings had never ceased in secret. Xiao Qinyu continued. "So, Brother Yu, what kind of maid are you looking for? One with ample bosom, a curvaceous figure, or perhaps both?" Gong Yu remarked. "I wish to acquire one that is pure, preferably possessing the blue-silver grass martial soul." Yet, in the depths of her mind, she contemplated finding a young girl with the blue-silver grass martial soul, nurturing her in the direction of Ain, and eventually allowing her to consume Ain, thus awakening the blue-silver royal bloodline and bestowing upon her the blue-silver royal soul bone. Xiao Qinyu, in a contemplative manner, responded, "A pure one, you say? Indeed, there is such a candidate, though she would not be of considerable age, likely around 6 or 7 years, quite akin to your own age, Brother Yu." Gong Yu naturally comprehended the implications behind Xiao Qinyu's words. The young girls, captured and sold, would, upon reaching approximately 12 years of age, often resort to providing services merely to survive. Only those who had not yet reached that age could be considered somewhat untouched, as their youth rendered them incapable of such acts, unless they encountered those with a proclivity for pedophilia. Before long, the two arrived at the talent market, where some individuals were confined within cages for the amusement of onlookers, while others were suspended from the beams, likely having attempted to escape only to be recaptured. In his past life, Gong Yu had never witnessed such a scene. A pang of sorrow stirred within him. Yet, this was the nature of the era, and he alone could not affect change. As for the future, that was a matter for another time. Xiao Qinyu led Gong Yu to a familiar acquaintance, who was, in truth, a business partner of his father's clandestine dealings. The trade in human trafficking was largely orchestrated by officials in the two great empires, and Xiao Qinyu's father, being the lord of Notting City, was certainly not devoid of such enterprises. Come, Lao He. Allow me to introduce you to my new boss, Xiao Qinyu declared, guiding a middle-aged man in his 40s before Gong Yu. Upon glancing at Gong Yu, who appeared to be several years younger than Xiao Qinyu, the man, known as Lao He, began to speculate about Gong Yu's background, and his demeanor towards him grew markedly warmer. Chapter 16. The piglet Gong Yu smiled at the middle-aged man surnamed He and said, "Ah, it is indeed Mr. He. What a pleasure to meet you." The middle-aged man, also smiling, replied, "Ah, it is young Master Gong. Greetings, greetings. I hear from young Master Xiao that you are looking to purchase some clean piglets?" "Indeed," Gong Yu replied nonchalantly. "I am in need of some clean ones. My requirements, I trust, have already been conveyed by Xiao Qinyu?" The term piglets was something Gong Yu found difficult to utter. "Yes, young Master Xiao has informed me." The man surnamed He maintained a facade of a smile as he continued. "We have just received a fresh batch that is guaranteed to be clean. Would you like me to take you to see them?" He first glanced at Xiao Qinyu, who then looked towards Gong Yu. Gong Yu shook his head, unwilling to revisit those heart-wrenching places. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of nonchalance as he remarked, "There's no need to look. Simply bring me 7, aged 6, 7, or 8. "Understood," the man surnamed He replied, his face lighting up with delight before he turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the shop, accompanied by 7 little girls whose hands were bound. Perhaps it was due to Gong Yu's insistence on cleanliness that the girls had been specially washed, their faces appearing pristine. Gong Yu feigned contemplation as he paced back and forth, pretending to ponder while delicately cupping his chin. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Qinyu, standing nearby, mistakenly believed that Gong Yu was in a quandary over his choices. He inquired, "Brother Yu, what do you think? Have you found a few that catch your eye? Or shall we consider a different selection?" Gong Yu shook her head and remarked, "There is no need for a change. If we were to switch, we would have to select again, which is rather troublesome. Let us keep these 7. I will take them all. Oh, by the way, do any of them possess the blue-silver grass martial spirit?" At that moment, a man with the surname He stepped forward and said, "Yes. It is the one in the blue attire, the tallest among them." "Very well, that settles it. Let us proceed with the payment." Gong Yu wished to leave this place promptly. The sooner she settled the bill, the sooner she could depart. However, Xiao Qinyu obstructed her path, saying, "Wait, Brother Yu. This is our own business. I cannot accept your money. Furthermore, these young piglets are not worth much. I will gift them to you." "That cannot be," Gong Yu replied. "If you wish to give me something else, I assure you I will accept it without hesitation. However, when it comes to purchasing individuals, I must pay for them myself. Once the payment is made, they become mine, and that carries a different significance. But they are merely piglets, not people." Xiao Qinyu, lacking comprehension of the deeper meaning in Gong Yu's words, focused solely on pleasing her. Despite her rejection, he still sought to make an appeal. Gong Yu was about to speak when the little girl with the blue-silver grass martial soul suddenly interjected, "If you wish to purchase me, you must also acquire my sister. Otherwise, I shall refuse to leave, even at the cost of my life." "Ah, in this place, her spirit remains unbroken. Remarkable indeed." A faint smile graced the corners of Gong Yu's mouth as he regarded the blue-silver grass girl and inquired, "Is your sister also here?" "Indeed," the girl replied. "That day, my sister and I were catching loaches in the field when, for reasons unknown, we were struck unconscious. Upon awakening, we found ourselves in this place. At that time, my sister was confined with me, but they later separated us." Upon hearing this, Gong Yu glanced at Xiao Qinyu, who in turn looked at Boss He, receiving a nod in return. Thus, Gong Yu proposed, "Xiao, did you not say you would give me a gift? If we are to count 7. How about this? Purchase 7 and receive 1 for free, granting me her sister as well." "That is indeed a fair arrangement. Merely a piglet to offer," Xiao Qinyu replied, his eyes lighting up at the prospect of finally being able to present something to Gong Yu, thus making the visit worthwhile. Before long, the sister of the blue-silver grass girl was brought forth. Upon seeing her sister, the younger sibling dashed over, exclaiming, "Sister! Sister!" The blue-silver grass girl sobbed as she embraced her sibling, only to notice bloodstains upon her sister's clothing. Instantly, she released her sister, realizing that 2 fingers were missing from the left hand of her sibling. "What has happened to you, my dear sister?" The girl's eyes welled with tears once more. "Do not worry, sister. I am fine." The younger girl feigned strength as she comforted her sister. "I am perfectly all right. Please do not cry." Gong Yu found it increasingly difficult to tolerate the situation, So he retrieved a bag of gold spirit coins from his storage space and, without uttering a word, tossed it onto the counter. He then picked up several contracts belonging to the young girls and addressed them. Come with me. Henceforth, you shall be under my care. Xiao Qinyu followed him out, and the 8 little girls cautiously trailed behind, lacking any intention to flee. They were far too timid to escape. For should they attempt to run away and be captured again, their fates would be dire. As they made their way back, they passed by a clothing store where Gong Yu purchased several suitable outfits for the 8 girls before returning to the small courtyard he had rented. That will be all. Xiao Xiao, you may leave me here for the time being. If you require anything, feel free to come find me. I shall be visiting the academy less frequently from now on, Gong Yu remarked, glancing back at Xiao Qinyu. Understood, brother Yu. I shall take my leave now. Xiao Qinyu replied before turning away and departing with his entourage. Come inside with me. After Xiao Qinyu had left, Gong Yu turned to the 8 little girls and led them into the courtyard. Once inside, he instructed them to line up and stand at attention before he began to speak. You 8 were purchased by me, but I have no intention of treating you as mere servants. With that statement, he produced the contracts of the 8 girls and, igniting them with a spark, set them ablaze. As you have witnessed, I have just burned your contracts. From now on, you are truly free. Thus, if any of you wish to leave, you may do so at this moment. Can we really leave? The little girl with the blue silver grass expressed her desire to depart. As thoughts of her parents filled her mind, Gong Yu remarked, you may leave if you so desire. If you are unwilling to stay, you are free to go. And the same applies to all of you. The girl with the blue silver grass turned to her sister and said, Sister, let us return home. Our parents must be frantic with worry after so many days without finding us. Do you know the way back? However, the younger sister shook her head, responding, Moreover, sister, we cannot return. It was our parents who sold us to provide for our brother, to lessen the burden on our family by 2 fewer mouths to feed. They had conspired to sell us. Impossible. Sister, do not speak such nonsense. How could our parents sell us? The elder sister's eyes betrayed a hint of panic as she looked at her sibling in disbelief. I am not deceiving you. I overheard them that night. And the following day we were knocked unconscious and taken away, the younger sister asserted with unwavering conviction. Upon witnessing her sister's expression, the elder sister began to accept the grim reality. At this juncture, Gong Yu interjected once more. Indeed, you have essentially been sold by your own parents. Even if you were to return, there may come a day when you were sold again. Therefore, you must consider carefully. If you choose to leave, I shall not detain you, but should you decide to stay, you will belong to me from henceforth. Chapter 17. Gong Yu's Intentions. Big brother, I will not leave. The younger sister of the blue silver grass spoke first, her voice tinged with uncertainty as she addressed Gong Yu. May I call you big brother? Though Gong Yu is merely over 6 years old, he appears quite tall among his peers, earning him the affectionate title of big brother. Gong Yu smiled and inquired, What is your name? I am called Xiao Shui, replied the younger sister of the blue silver grass girl. My elder sister's name is Xiao Lan. Gong Yu remarked. Very well, you must be the youngest among you, so henceforth, you may address me as big brother. He then turned to the other 7 little girls and inquired, What about you? Are you planning to leave? If so, I can provide you with travel expenses. At that moment, the girl with the blue silver grass spoke up. Since my sister has chosen to stay, I shall remain as well. The remaining 6 girls exchanged glances, and one by one, they expressed their desire to stay. Gong Yu then continued, Excellent. Since you all have chosen to remain, let us foster mutual respect and love among one another. From now on, you shall refer to each other as sisters. As for who will be the elder sister and who the younger, you may arrange that according to your ages. At this juncture, I wish to convey my true intention in bringing you back. I have stated that I will not treat you as mere commodities. So you need not fear any mistreatment from me. The sole task I require of you is to cultivate. Preparing for the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy that will take place in a few years. The 8 of us, myself included, will form a team of 7, with 2 additional reserve members. I shall be among the reserves, rarely taking action. Thus, this is the reason for my acquisition of your services. You need not worry about lacking innate soul power, for here, such matters pose no obstacle. I shall also instruct you in the ways of cultivation. Big brother, can I truly cultivate? Little Shui suddenly interjected, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at Gong Yu. Gong Yu nodded and said, All right. Sister, did you hear that? The big brother said I can cultivate too. Which means I could become a soul master in the future. How wonderful. Little Shui was so exhilarated that she forgot about her 2 severed fingers. gripping Xiaolan's arm and bouncing with excitement. Xiaolan looked at her sister with a twinge of concern and said, "Sister, be careful. You still have injuries on your hand." Standing beside them, Gong Yu smiled and remarked to Xiaolan, "Your martial soul is blue silvergrass. As long as you cultivate to level 20, I will tell you how to help your sister regrow her fingers. Regrowing fingers is not difficult. All it takes is for Xiaolan to fuse with a yin soul bone, and then she can heal little Shui, allowing her to regrow her 2 fingers. Is what the young master said true?" Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with hope, and she instinctively referred to Gong Yu as young master. "Indeed. It is true," Gong Yu replied with a faint smile, adding, "I prefer not to be called young master. From now on, refer to me as gentleman. You may do the same. But little Shui can still call me big brother." "Hee, big brother," little Shui giggled joyfully. Gong Yu gently stroked Xiao Shui's head and then addressed the group of young girls. "Now, let us all introduce our martial souls. I am already aware that Xiaolan's is blue silvergrass. The rest of you, please share your names and martial souls, and introduce yourselves as well. Xiao Shui, you may go first." Thus, Xiao Shui began. "My name is Xiao Shui. I am 6 years old and awakened my martial soul, the fire kite, just 2 months ago. However, I did not manifest any soul power, and shortly thereafter, my parents sold me along with my sister." Gong Yu noted privately that the fire kite, related to the eagle family, could be interpreted as the fire eagle. Next, the young girls took turns stepping forward to introduce themselves. "I am Hong Yu, 6 years old, and my martial soul is a cabbage. I am Han Xiao, 7 years old, and my martial soul is a bamboo stick. I am He Shi, 6 years old, and my martial soul is a pink rose. I am He Miao Miao, 6 years old, and my martial soul is a chrysanthemum. I am Negong Qian, 6 years old, and my martial soul is cold air. I am Lun Yonyo, 6 years old, and my martial soul is a 9-colored amethyst lamp." After everyone had introduced themselves, Gong Yu expressed his curiosity. Logically speaking, both Negong Qian and Lun Yonyo should possess top-tier martial souls. In fact, Negong Qian's martial soul could even be considered beyond the top tier. Cold air falls within the category of celestial phenomena, incomparable to any divine-level martial soul. Yet, astonishingly, neither of you has awakened innate soul power. However, fret not, for with my presence, you shall all cultivate your soul power. I shall also introduce myself. My name is Gong Yu. I am of similar age to you, and I will only turn 7 in 2 months. My martial soul is also blue silvergrass, albeit a variant. You will understand when you see it." Upon hearing Gong Yu's martial soul was blue silvergrass, Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of surprise. Miyu continued, "This is Xiaolan. She should be a bit older." As she spoke, Miyu turned to Xiaolan and inquired, "Xiaolan, how old are you?" 8 years old, Xiaolan replied softly. Gong Yu continued, "Xiaolan is 8 years old, which means she will become your elder sister in the future. You are all aware of her martial soul situation, so I shall not elaborate further. As for how you address me, whether by name or as young master, it matters not. Today marks your new beginning. Hence I shall bestow upon you new names. From now on, you shall all bear the surname Gong. Xiaolan, you shall be called Gong Lan, Xiao Shui. You will be Gong Shui. The others will be known as Gong Yu, Gong Xiao, Gong Qian, Gong Miao Miao, Gong Nyonyo, and Gong Shi." "Ah, Gong Shi does not quite fit, as it resembles congratulations, so we shall refer to her as Gong Shi'er. Henceforth, we shall be one family. Now, go wash up while I prepare a meal for you. After dining, I will teach you about cultivation. The bathing facilities are located in the room to your left, and you shall reside there for the time being. I will arrange the sleeping arrangements later. This is merely our temporary abode. We shall make do for now. In 2 months, we will relocate to a larger residence." "Very well. You may now take your newly purchased garments to your room. Once you have all refreshed yourselves, gather in the hall for a meal." Having organized these matters, Gong Yu entered the kitchen. The formation of the martial soul team was essentially settled, and Gong Yu felt that there would not be any significant changes in the future. Gong Yu had once contemplated selecting a few renowned geniuses to form a team. However, upon reflection, he deemed it more prudent to cultivate a small group of his own, with the ultimate goal of defeating those talented squads. As a transmigrator endowed with a simulator, transforming several underachievers into prodigies, and eventually into deities, seemed quite reasonable. Approximately 40 minutes later, a sumptuous feast was prepared by Gong Yu. He sampled a couple of pieces of meat with his hands and found the flavors quite delightful. After a short while, the 8 young girls, having washed themselves, gathered in the hall. At that moment, They appeared significantly more cheerful than when he first encountered them. Chapter 18. Extracting the liquid of the blue-silver emperor. By evening, the 4 beds and a large wardrobe that Gong Yu had ordered finally arrived. The furniture was moved into the room shared by Gong Lan and the others, perfectly filling the space while still leaving 2 passageways. The beds were arranged in bunk style, just enough for the 8 girls. Given Gong Yu's limited finances, he had to make do with this arrangement for the time being. After a little while, Gong Yu summoned all 8 girls to the training room. They stood in a line as he began to speak once more. In a moment, I will teach you how to cultivate, but before that, you must first acquire soul power. Please sit cross-legged. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, the young girls promptly settled into their positions, their faces displaying a hint of excitement. Gong Yu nodded in satisfaction, then approached Gong Lan and said, "Let us take turns. Starting with you, my eldest sister." Turning to Gong Lan, she continued, "Lanner, your martial spirit is blue-silver grass, which makes it relatively easier for you to acquire soul power than the others." Subsequently, Gong Yu produced a glass vial, the size of a thumb, containing a verdant liquid. She opened it and handed it to Gong Lan, saying, "Lanner, this is the essence I extracted from the blue-silver emperor. The blue-silver emperor is still blue-silver grass, but it reigns as the king among them, akin to an emperor. Drink this essence, and I shall assist you in refining and absorbing it." Gong Lan accepted the glass vial handed to her by Gong Yu, and without a moment's hesitation, she poured the liquid into her mouth and swallowed it. The remaining 7 girls watched with wide eyes filled with curiosity. "Very well, now sit cross-legged and close your eyes." Gong Yu instructed Gong Lan, who complied without question. Subsequently, Gong Yu sat down behind her, pressing her palms against Gong Lan's back, channeling the essence of the true Dou San, imparting her soul energy into Gong Lan to assist her in refining the blue-silver emperor's essence. After approximately 10 minutes, Gong Lan had completely absorbed the essence within her abdomen. Her blue-silver grass martial spirit emerged, transforming from its ordinary state, as subtle golden patterns began to manifest upon its surface. Following this, numerous impurities were expelled from her body. Her hair remained black yet exhibited a faint bluish hue. At this moment, Gong Yu spoke again. "All right, now take a moment to sense your surroundings and see if you can perceive anything in the air." "Yes," Gong Lan replied, following Gong Yu's guidance. After a brief pause, she remarked, "I can sense a shimmering presence in the air." Gong Yu nodded subtly and remarked, "Indeed. Those are the primordial energies of heaven and earth, the unclaimed spiritual forces that drift through the air. If you absorb those shimmering substances into your body, they will be transformed into your own spiritual power. Is it true that these are the elements that will convert into my spiritual energy? Can I truly cultivate from now on?" Gong Lan asked, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "Absolutely," Gong Yu replied with a gentle smile. "However, the meditation methods available on the continent yield a very low conversion rate of the primordial energies, resulting in a sluggish pace of cultivation. Therefore, I do not intend to teach you those techniques. Instead, I will impart to you a cultivation method that will significantly accelerate your progress compared to any meditation practice. Now, I shall guide you in drawing energy into your body, allowing that energy to circulate throughout your being. You must memorize the route it takes, so that in the future, you can draw energy on your own and follow the same path." "Yes, I will remember it well," Gong Lan responded with determination. With that, Gong Yu began to guide the energy into Gong Lan's body, leading it through her meridians. After completing a full circuit, the energy settled within her dantian, forming the first unique spiritual power that belonged solely to Gong Lan. "Do you feel it?" Gong Yu's voice resonated again. "That area just below your abdomen is called the dantian, where a mass of energy resides. This is your spiritual power. You are now a level 1 soul master." Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Gong Lan delved her consciousness into her dantian. Upon discovering that mass of energy, her heart swelled with exhilaration. "Thank you, my lord." As Gong Lan was about to rise and kneel before Gong Yu, he was gently pressed down by Gong Yu, who remarked, "Do not concern yourself with anything else. I have no desire for such formalities. Keep it in mind, and now proceed with the methods I have just taught you, continuing your cultivation to refine a few more strands of soul energy. I must first go and instruct them." Subsequently, Gong Yu produced 2 Xian Shui pills, dividing one into 4 smaller portions, yielding a total of 8 portions from both pills. The young women had not engaged in cultivation previously, and if they were to consume too much at once, they might struggle to assimilate it. Even with Gong Yu's assistance in refining the energy, they could find themselves overwhelmed by the sudden influx of soul power. Thus, Gong Yu chose to divide the Xian Shui pills into smaller doses for their consumption. Of course, these considerations were secondary. The primary reason was that Gong Yu had only 6 Xian Shui pills remaining. It was insufficient to allocate 1 pill to each of them, as he intended to reserve 2 for his own use, leaving 4 pills for the 8 young women. Gong Yu first provided a small portion to Gong Lan, allowing her to consume it and refine it on her own. She was now fully capable of independently refining a quarter of the mysterious water pill. After attending to matters concerning Gong Lan, Gong Yu began assisting the remaining 7 young ladies in refining their elixirs, employing the methods previously taught to Gong Lan, guiding them to channel their energy through their meridians and circulate it throughout their bodies. This process consumed over 3 hours, and all 8 girls had transformed into soul practitioners. Gong Lan was particularly fortunate, as the consumption of the blue-silver royal sap had elevated her soul power to level 2, while the others remained at level 1. Regardless, all 8 girls had finally embarked on the path of soul masters. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months elapsed without any significant events. Save for one minor commotion, a scruffy hooded man wielding a hammer-like martial spirit had wreaked havoc on several cities' martial spirit branches. Upon hearing this news, Gong Yu surmised that it was indeed Tang Hao, likely venting his frustrations due to the theft of Yin and her spirit bone, targeting the martial spirit branches as his outlet. Notably, Siyu Tao from Notting City had drawn suspicion from Tang Hao due to his visit to Holy Soul Village, resulting in a severe beating. Unfortunately for Tang Hao, he failed to extract any useful information, and due to his disdain for killing someone as insignificant as Siyu Tao, the latter was spared. Subsequently, the Spirit Hall confirmed that the hooded man was indeed Tang Hao, leading to his inclusion on a wanted list. The remaining events were of little concern to Gong Yu. After 2 months of diligent cultivation, Gong Yu's soul power had reached level 20. Thus, prior to the school break, he applied for early graduation from Notting Academy. The 8 girls at home demonstrated commendable progress in their training, averaging an elevation of 1 level per month. After 2 months, they had all achieved level 3 as soul practitioners. Gong Qian, Gong Nyonyo, and Gong Lan had all advanced to level 3, while Qian and Nyonyo had ascended to level 4, and Gong Lan had achieved the remarkable level 5. Gong Qian and Gong Nyonyo possess exceptionally powerful martial souls. Yet for reasons unknown, they failed to awaken their innate soul power. Now that they have finally harnessed their soul power, their cultivation speed is naturally swifter than that of others. As for Gong Lan, her rapid advancement is attributed to the nurturing essence of the blue-silver emperor, which has allowed her blue-silver grass to undergo a positive metamorphosis, thus enhancing her cultivation speed. Chapter 19. Simulation. Once more that night, Gong Yu lay in bed, unable to drift into slumber. After several months had passed and his resources were depleted, he resolved to simulate once more, hoping to gain some insights from the simulator. As he prepared for the simulation, he was prompted to select a related character. 1. The Evil Soul Master, a Tai 2. Qiangu Xiangling, a descendant of the Qiangu clan. 3. A caterpillar on the golden tree. Goodness, he mused. What a selection. That caterpillar is audacious enough to crawl upon Tang San's mother. What could its intentions be? Is it aiming to slay gods or devour them? Never mind. I shall not choose the caterpillar. As for the Evil Soul Master, I shall also forego that option. This time, I shall select to be a member of the Qiangu clan. I choose option 2. The simulation commenced. At the age of 0, you were born into the Qiangu clan as a distant relative. At 1, your parents were tragically murdered by unidentified assailants, leaving you an orphan. You were placed in the clan's orphanage for upbringing. At 2, nothing remarkable transpired. Your life was quite serene. At 3, 4, and 5, no significant events occurred, and your existence remained tranquil. At 6, alongside a group of peers, you underwent martial soul awakening with the assistance of clan members. You awakened the martial soul, the coiling serpent staff, a mutated version of the coiling dragon staff, albeit in a less favorable form, akin to a degenerated version. Fortunately, the degeneration was not severe. The dragon patterns merely transformed into serpent patterns, yet you still awakened a commendable innate soul power reaching level 8. Though you possessed an innate soul power of level 8, promising a title in your future, many clan members who wielded the true coiling dragon staff viewed you as an anomaly. A significant number believed that dragons and serpents should not coexist, thus, few held you in esteem. 2 months later, your soul power ascended to level 10, and with the clan's support, you acquired a yellow earth dragon soul spirit. Upon absorbing the earth dragon soul spirit, you gained your first soul ring, leading to the evolution of your coiling serpent staff, transforming the serpent patterns into dragon patterns. You obtained your first soul skill, Dragon S Probe. In secret, You found an isolated spot to test the power of your first soul skill. As your soul ring flickered, you struck forth, unleashing a dragon-shaped surge of soul power that crashed through a tree aged over a decade, showcasing extraordinary might. Your actions caught the attention of a cloaked figure. The figure sought to take you as a disciple, revealing their soul power as level 99, a demigod. Lacking knowledge of what a demigod entailed, you merely recognized their formidable prowess. You pledged yourself to the cloaked figure as your master. The master imparted to you the first 8 forms of the unyielding 9 sticks, while the final form was only discussed theoretically, as it had never been successfully practiced. You commenced your training in the unyielding 9 sticks. At 7, your days were filled with soul power cultivation and practicing the unyielding 9 sticks, leading to a fulfilling existence. By 8, your soul power reached level 20, and the clan provided you with a yellow thunder dragon soul spirit. After absorbing the thunder dragon soul spirit, you gained your second soul ring and the second soul skill, Thunder Sweep. Your martial soul underwent another mutation. Although still resembling serpent patterns, it now crackled with thunder, allowing you to exert slight control over the lightning element. Much to your satisfaction. 2 months later, you mastered the first form of the unyielding stick technique, pleasing your cloaked master with your progress. By the age of 10, your soul power reached level 29, prompting the clan to reward you with a soul-enhancing pill capable of increasing your soul power by 1 level without side effects. Instead of consuming it hastily, you offered the pill to a gatekeeper uncle who had been stuck at level 29 for many years. He successfully reached level 30, showering you with gratitude and promising to act as your informant. 2 months later, you ascended to level 30. You decided to maintain your level for a while before reporting back. 3 months later, you updated the clan, which then provided you with a purple earth dragon soul spirit. Upon absorption, you gained your third soul ring and the third soul skill, Earth Shatter. Your martial soul experienced yet another mutation, turning your staff a sandy hue, enabling you to manipulate the earth element. The clan members displayed intrigue towards your martial soul, with some theoretical researchers eager to study you and your abilities. In no time, you became a sought-after individual within the clan. At 12, you mastered the second form of the unyielding stick technique, influenced by the indomitable will of your martial soul. Your mental strength surged, reaching the pinnacle of spiritual clarity. Your soul power level rose to 38, yet due to your modest demeanor, few recognized your innate genius. You entered the Spirit Transmission Tower Academy for your studies. A month later, you ascended to the Ascension platform, where the ages of your 3 soul rings were increased. The first and second rings were upgraded to 2,000 years, while the third ring reached 3,000 years. At 13, your soul power attained level 40. And with the clan's support, you were permitted to absorb a soul spirit of a higher tier. You acquired a Black Fire Dragon Python soul spirit. Successfully absorbing the Black Soul Spirit, you gained your 4th soul ring and the 4th soul skill, Fire Dragon Tail Sweep. Your martial soul underwent another transformation, granting you immunity to fire and the ability to control flames. You now wielded control over 3 elemental forces, earning envious glances from numerous clan members. Qian Gu Dongfeng arranged for you to serve as a companion to his grandson, Qian Gu Daiting. At 15, your soul power reached level 46. On this day, you uncovered clues left behind by your deceased parents. Following these leads, you discovered that your parents had been in contact with the Tang sect prior to their demise. The Tang sect members became aware of your inquiries regarding your parents' deaths, yet they feigned ignorance. At 16, you successfully mastered the 3rd form of the unyielding stick technique. Your cloaked master had vanished, and it had been years since you last saw him. You found yourself missing him. 2 months later, your soul power elevated to level 50. To test your martial soul's mutation abilities, the clan presented you with a 30,000-year wind dragon soul spirit. Upon absorption, you gained your 5th soul ring. Your martial soul experienced yet another mutation. The 4th and 5th soul rings resonated, granting you the mutated 5th soul skill, Wind and Fire Across Miles. A wide-ranging destructive soul skill. You acquired the ability to control the wind. The clan researchers were driven to madness, as your martial soul's mutations lacked any discernible direction, rendering their studies futile. At 17, your soul power reached level 53. A month later, the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent commenced. You single-handedly defeated 5 members of the Shirlai Academy's 7-person team, leaving only 2 standing. You faced off against Gu Yuna. As a fellow member of the Spirit Transmission Tower, she had always been curious about the reasons behind your martial soul's mutations and maintained a good rapport with you. Consequently, during this duel, she deliberately refrained from unleashing her full potential. Chapter 20. Survival amidst mutation due to Gu Yuna's leniency. Tang Wulian observed with jealousy. Tang Wulian harbored animosity towards you. Guiana's concession led to her departure. She did not anticipate that the influence of the unyielding will of the evil-subduing dragon would empower your mental fortitude to rival hers. Most significantly, you possessed several elemental control abilities, and in her oversight, she succumbed to your prowess. You faced off against the final participant from Shrek Academy, Tang Wulian, who was elated, believing he could finally teach you a lesson. His soul power was comparable to yours, having recently returned from the Dragon Valley, where he had acquired his first green soul ring just days prior. Fueled by the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, Tang Wulian engaged you with vigor. Assuming your martial soul was dragon-related, he sought to suppress you using his bloodline. However, his attempts awakened the unyielding will of the evil-subduing dragon within your martial soul. Your unyielding staff technique broke through, enabling you to master the fourth form. The malevolent aura emanating from Tang Wulian's Golden Dragon King bloodline irked you, compelling your unyielding will to perceive him as an evil entity. You lost self-awareness, uttering only the words evil-subduing. With a swift strike, you sent Tang Wulian flying. Thanks to the formidable defense provided by the skeletal structure of the Mountain Dragon King, he sustained only minor injuries but was propelled into the audience. Tang Wulian was defeated. Distancing yourself from him, you regained your composure. You emerged victorious in the competition, achieving a remarkable feat against the renowned Shrek Academy, which had held its reputation for 2 millennia in this elite tournament of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academies. Your notoriety began to spread. The Shrek faction bore a grudge against you, perceiving you as a thorn in their side. A meeting of the Sea God Pavilion was convened, and you were placed on their assassination list. Aware of the consequences of standing out, you adopted a low profile, returning to the Spirit Transmission Tower to devote yourself to rigorous training. At 18, your soul power reached level 57. The sensational events of the previous year began to fade, and you gradually slipped from the public eye. You commenced planning in secrecy, continuing to investigate the circumstances surrounding your parents' demise. At 19, your soul power ascended to level 60. With the aid of your family, you acquired your first truly significant soul ring, which originated from a 50,000-year-old hellish demon dragon, allowing you to surpass the typical soul ring age limit for absorption. You incurred the wrath of the ferocious beast, the Purple Queen, who vowed to kill you one day. You attained your 6th soul skill, piercing the heavens, enabling you to manifest a black hole vortex capable of devouring in the air. Your martial soul underwent a transformation, with the dragon patterns evolving into a black dragon, awakening the ability to devour. At 20, thanks to the aid of your devouring attribute, you advanced to level 70. Fearing that your rapid ascension might reveal your utilization of the devouring attribute for cultivation and lead to misconceptions of being an evil soul master, you concealed your elevation to level 70. You disguised yourself and departed from your family to gain experience in the outside world, venturing to the far north. There, you encountered a dying ice dragon ape, estimated to be around 70,000 years old. Taking a significant risk, you slew the ice dragon ape and successfully absorbed its soul ring, raising your soul power to level 71. You gained the true form of a weapon spirit and awakened the domain-type soul skill Chaos of Ice and Snow, another area of effect killing soul skill. Your martial soul underwent another mutation, granting you the abilities to control ice and water. You acquired a skeletal fragment, absorbing it to elevate your soul power to level 72. You mastered the 5th form of the unyielding staff technique, a feat many of your kin could only achieve in their lifetime. Yet you accomplished it at such a young age. At 21, you discovered that your parents had encountered 7 individuals from the Tang sect before their demise. You arranged to meet with these 7 individuals, only to find them murdered overnight, severing your leads. At 22, your soul power reached level 77 as you continued your investigation into your parents' deaths. You uncovered that they had been sent as undercover agents to the Tang sect by your clan. By 23, your soul power ascended to level 80, and you met the clan leader's brother, Qian Gu Qing Feng, who admired you greatly. He and his wife took you to the sea to hunt a 100,000-year-old golden gunfish soul beast. You absorbed the soul ring from the golden gunfish, which provided you with 2 soul skills. An external soul bone manifested atop your head as a long, club-like spike, which could be concealed when not in use. Your martial soul underwent its 8th transformation, with the black dragon patterns on your staff morphing into golden dragon patterns, granting you control over the golden element. At 24, You trained with Qian Gu Qifeng for a year, and under his guidance, your soul power broke through to level 85. At 25, with his instruction, you mastered the sixth form of the unyielding staff technique. Although Qian Gu Qingfeng's martial soul was not the spiral dragon staff, he possessed unique insights into the unyielding staff technique. By 26, your soul power reached level 90, and you felt a call from an unyielding will. Harnessing this surge, your mental strength transcended into the realm of spiritual domains. With this impetus, you grasped the essence of the seventh form of the unyielding staff technique and successfully mastered it. You returned to your clan to absorb a 100,000-year-old soul spirit they had prepared for you. On your journey, you learned of Gu Yuna's martial arts contest for marriage, dismissing it as a distraction that would hinder your focus. You sensed the aura of the Golden Dragon King and discovered that Tang Wuluan was masquerading as a member of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family to participate in the contest. A voice within you scoffed at the notion of the Golden Dragon King, asserting that you did not regard even the dragon god highly. The minor Golden Dragon King was inconsequential. You decided to enroll in the contest. Your family, upon noticing your participation, realized you had returned and were aware of your ascension to a quasi-title. They provided you with a 100,000-year grade radiant holy dragon soul spirit. You were astonished by the power of the spirit transmission tower, capable of creating true dragon soul spirits. You discovered that the true dragon soul spirit was a product of the spirit transmission tower, which had obtained true dragon bones from the Tang sect's theft of their personnel in the Dragon Valley for research and production. You absorbed the 100,000 year radiant holy dragon soul spirit, elevating your soul power to level 91. The ninth soul ring endowed you with two soul skills: heaven and earth unleashed and purity and turbidity divided. Your martial soul underwent its ninth transformation, radiating a divine aura and granting you control over the light element. You awakened the domain of light and evil subduing. 3 days later, you entered the high ascension spirit platform, emerging 5 days after with your 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings transforming into orange, while your 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th soul rings turned red, and your 1st and 2nd soul rings became purple. Another 3 days later, Gu Yuna's contest commenced. You advanced through the challenges and finally confronted Tang Wuluan. He had held a grudge against you for the stick that had sent him flying long ago, and he was determined to exact revenge in the arena. Chapter 21. Madness Amidst Mutation. Tang Wuluan's soul power was on par with yours. From the outset of the battle, he unleashed the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, showcasing a myriad of self-created soul skills learned from others. You utilized Tang Wuluan's robust defense to gradually refine your staff technique, growing increasingly proficient. With a decisive strike, you toppled Tang Wuluan, revealing his true identity, which was subsequently uncovered by the personnel of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Tang Wuluan paid no heed to the consequences, rising once more to engage you in combat, unleashing his 9 forms of the Golden Dragon upon you. You countered with the indomitable staff technique, though somewhat overwhelmed as you had only mastered the first 7 forms. Yet the unyielding will within you grew stronger with each setback. With a resounding crash, you sent Tang Wuluan sprawling once again, finally breaking through to the 8th form of the indomitable staff technique. You pummeled him until he could no longer rise. Enraged, Tang Wuluan forcibly shattered several seals within his body. His form became covered in golden scales, sprouting antennae, no longer resembling a human. Indeed, he was born of a rabbit, far from human. This sudden transformation was perceived as a provocation by the indomitable will of the dragon-slaying spirit within you. The dragon-slaying spirit never yields. And so you continued the assault. A single devastating strike to Tang Wuluan's skull left him bloodied and disoriented. Your martial soul absorbed the essence of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline from his wounds, triggering its 10th mutation, evolving into the Golden Coiling Dragon Staff. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, the unyielding will of the dragon-slaying spirit within you seemed to whisper, even the dragon god would not be spared. What is the Golden Dragon King but a trifle? Seeking to capitalize on your victory, you aim to deliver the final blow and devour the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. But Tang San's divine remnant intervened, shielding Tang Wuluan and squandering one of the 3 protective measures he had left for his son. The divine remnant then sought to obliterate you twice now. You had bested his heir, usurping his position as the chosen one of the realm. His murderous intent ignited the pinnacle of the dragon-slaying spirit's defiance within you, awakening your true form, the dragon-slaying king. The spirit's voice resonated. A god king is nothing. Even the dragon god would fall before me. Empowered. You met Tang San's full force strike as a 150th rank god king and shattered his divine remnant. The dragon-slaying spirit's will echoed. Who dares stand above you? None can force your submission. Before dissipating, Tang San's remnant teleported Tang Willing away. The dragon-slaying spirit's presence faded. You emerged victorious. Half an hour later, you faced Jin Zhongding. They expected you to concede as planned, but with a single strike, you sent him flying, muttering, "None shall stand above me." In the final match, you confronted Gong Yu. Sensing the overwhelming defiance within you, her heart trembled. Fragments of the dragon goddess memory surfaced, the dragon-slaying spirit's disdainful gaze. She forfeited without a fight. That night, Qian Dongfeng attempted to ambush you, seeking to replace you with Qian Zhongding. Your unyielding will flared. You not only overpowered him, but struck him dead. Entering Gong Yu's chamber, you found her weaving illusions to escape. Though disinterested, her defiance provoked the dragon-slaying spirit's pride. The dragon god himself will be struck down. How dare the Silver Dragon King resist? You claimed her, absorbing her Silver Dragon King bloodline. Your martial soul mutated for the 11th time, evolving into the 9-colored coiling dragon staff. You comprehended the dragon-slaying spirit's essence, forged from the world's righteous energy. Pure cosmic power surged into you, elevating your cultivation from rank 91 to the peak of rank 99 in an instant. The next day, Qian Dieting sought vengeance. Your duel with the 8th form of the indomitable staff technique shook heaven and earth. Bored, you ended him with a single strike. But the boundless will of the dragon-slaying spirit overwhelmed your mortal form. Madness took hold. You ravaged Douluo Star. Its master Tang, how too fearful to intervene. His son's divine remnant had been shattered by you. You tore a hole through the planet. Your body crumbled, your soul scattered. Death loomed. In your final moments, memories rewound. You saw your father, a spy for his family within the Tang sect, obtaining a drop of violet gold dragon blood in the Dragon Valley. Pulsating with unyielding will. You saw your cloaked mentor, Qian Dieting. You witnessed your father's secret exposed, his last act embedding that dragon blood into your infant body. Mutating your coiling dragon staff into a coiling serpent staff. The memories ended. You had avenged your parents' murder, but you perished. Simulation concluded. Rewards: 1. Mutant Martial Soul, Coiling Serpent Staff 2. Indomitable Staff Technique Manual 3. 1 to 9 Spirit Rings, select 1. 4. Golden Spear Dragonfish External Spirit Bone 5. Tang Willing's Blood 6. Gong Yu's Blood. Achievement unlocked. Goking's Downfall, defeated Tang San's 150th rank Divine Remnant. Bonus reward, additional selection. Choose 2 from 18 options. Gong Yu's eyes brightened as he spoke. Is there even a need for deliberation? The truly valuable options are merely the 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 6th. The 5th option is unnecessary, as I already possess the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, and the 6th option is also redundant, for in the future, I can acquire it myself. Thus, the only options of true worth are the 1st and 2nd, hence, I shall select them. As Gong Yu made his choices, 2 warm currents instantly flowed into his body. Suddenly, the cultivation methods for the first 8 forms of the unyielding staff technique emerged in his memory, along with the theoretical foundation for the 9th form. Subsequently, he sensed the emergence of an additional martial soul within him and summoned it forth. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was the serpent staff, a mutated form derived from the coiling dragon staff. Although Gong Yu did not acquire any cultivation resources during the simulation, he was rewarded with a 2nd martial soul, marking a substantial gain. With a heart full of contentment, he drifted off into a deep slumber. Chapter 22. Na arrives. Upon waking early in the morning, Gong Yu felt a subtle swelling in his left hand, as if something were striving to emerge. With a mere thought, he summoned forth the entity and discovered that the mutated martial soul, the serpent staff, had undergone a transformation after a night of merging with his Golden Dragon King's bloodline. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Goodness! This martial soul is more unpredictable than a person. Yet, I never anticipated that it would evolve all at once into the golden coiling dragon staff." With a gasp of astonishment, Gong Yu realized that the pan-snake staff had undergone myriad mutations within the simulator before evolving from the snake pattern to the Jiao pattern, and finally into the dragon pattern. Remarkably, this transformation had occurred overnight, facilitated by the infusion of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, allowing for a direct evolution from serpent to dragon. This was fortuitous, as it meant that in the future, when absorbing soul rings, he would not need to endure so many mutations. Any further transformations would merely gravitate towards elemental mastery. As for the final step, evolving into the 9-colored dragon staff, he would have to devise a means to obtain the Silver Dragon King's blood. Yet, given that he possessed the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, he pondered whether it might attract the Silver Dragon King to him. While he deemed this a possibility, Gong Yu was uncertain whether the Silver Dragon King would indeed come. Perhaps it was currently enjoying a peaceful slumber. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he acknowledged that since his martial spirit had now mutated, it could no longer be referred to as the Pan Snake Staff. He was reluctant to name it the Golden Pan Dragon Staff, so he settled on calling it the Golden Dragon Exorcising Staff instead. Having determined the name, Gong Yu rose, donned his attire, and freshened up before departing for the hall. In the hall, Gong Lan had prepared an abundant breakfast, awaiting the others to awaken. It is worth noting that Gong Lan was the eldest in the household, 2 years senior to Gong Yu, and thus had taken on the responsibility of caring for everyone. Over the past 2 months, she had become well acquainted with Gong Yu's habits, particularly his substantial appetite, which meant that the vast spread she had prepared would likely be consumed by him. Every meal left Gong Yu feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet he had no choice. The burden of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline necessitated it. After a while, 6 young women entered the hall one after another, but the youngest among them, Gong Shui, was still nowhere to be seen, despite having waited for quite some time. Just as Gong Lan was about to rise and call for her, she noticed Gong Shui striding in with an air of indifference, accompanied by a silver-haired little girl. Gong Lan forced a bitter smile, stepping forward to twist Gong Shui's ear and reprimanding her with irritation. "Little sister, how many times must I tell you not to stride about in such an odd manner? You look utterly uncouth." Gong Shui pouted, extending her small hand to gently rub her slightly reddened ear. Gong Lan cast her gaze upon the silver-haired little girl trailing behind Gong Shui and inquired, "Dear sister, who is she?" Gong Shui remarked, "I'm not certain. I encountered her outside the door. She appears to have become separated from her family. However, when I inquired, she recalled nothing. Thus, I suspect that she may not have merely lost her way from her parents, but rather that her parents have misplaced her." Gong Shui uttered several words, but her emphasis lay on the last one, leaving no room for misunderstanding among the others, who discerned that she implied the silver-haired girl might have been abandoned by her own parents. The room was filled with children, all of whom had been forsaken by their families, with the exception of Gong Yu. Following Gong Shui's various conjectures, each child began to engage in imaginative speculation, inevitably leading to a sense of empathy. Moreover, the silver-haired girl, with her head bowed in silence, intensified their conviction that their assumptions were correct, thus deepening their sympathy for her plight. Subsequently, they all turned their gazes toward Gong Yu, their intentions unmistakable, though they remained silent. Their expressions seemed to convey a clear message. As the head of the household, the decision rests with you. Gong Yu rolled her eyes, as if comprehending the unspoken intentions of those around her. She mused to herself, "Are you implying that the decision rests with me? It is evident that you all believe this little girl must remain, regardless of her circumstances." With a sigh, Gong Yu declared, "Very well, let her stay for now. Perhaps she is merely lost. If her parents come searching for her, we shall return her to them. However, if she has indeed been abandoned, she shall become your little sister from this moment onward, though her age remains uncertain." Gong Yu approached the silver-haired girl and inquired, "What is your name?" The girl looked up at Gong Yu and replied timidly, Nar. My name is Nar." "And how old are you?" Gong Yu pressed further. Upon hearing the name Nar, Gong Yu's suspicions were confirmed, and she silently exclaimed a multitude of thoughts, realizing that the Silver Dragon King had personally come to their doorstep. The silver-haired girl shook her head, her voice wavering as she replied, I don't remember." "Ah, in that case," Gong Yu continued, "you appear to be even younger than our youngest here. Henceforth, you shall stay and be our little sister." Turning to Gong Shui, she added, "Little Shui, you are no longer the youngest, so you must refrain from mischief and take good care of your sister." Gong Shui confidently patted her chest and assured, "Rest assured, big brother, I will protect little sister Nar from now on." Upon hearing Gong Shui's vow, the others couldn't help but chuckle. Gong Yu rested his chin on his hand, feigning deep thought before declaring, "From now on, Na shall be known as Gong Nar. She will be your 9th sister." Amused by his own thoughts, Gong Yu chuckled internally, realizing that the Silver Dragon King would no longer bear the surname Gu. "Can I really stay?" Nar inquired softly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, betraying her shyness. Moments later, her stomach let out a conspicuous growl, causing her face to flush even deeper as she lowered her gaze. "Hiki, are you hungry? Perfect timing, as we are just about to have breakfast. Come join us." Gong Yu laughed, instructing Gong Lan to take Nar to freshen up. Shortly thereafter, the two returned to the hall, and sat down with everyone to partake in the morning meal. However, when the others witnessed Nar's impressive appetite matching that of Gong Yu, the girls could not help but gasp in astonishment. The lively Gong Shui swallowed hard before stating, "Now I understand why Nar was abandoned by her parents." Before she could finish, Gong Lan swiftly covered her mouth. While Gong Shui was known for her candor, the current situation of Nar rendered such comments particularly insensitive. Nevertheless, the implication of Gong Shui's words was clear. Given Nar's substantial appetite, it was understandable why she might have been forsaken by a typical family. The breakfast spread was evidently insufficient, prompting Gong Yu to send Gong Lan out for additional provisions, ensuring that he and Nar could at least eat their fill. Chapter 23. The Awakening of the Silver Dragon King. With Nar's arrival, an additional mouth to feed had joined their ranks, and this mouth was notably larger than all others combined. Consequently, Gong Yu felt compelled to expedite his plans to journey to Douluo City. The primary motivation for this early departure was, of course, to earn money. With such a considerable new addition to the household and no existing income, the family's finances were strained. Previously, their expenses had been sustained by the gold soul coins acquired from incapacitating a lascivious man in the soul-hunting forest. However, they were now on the brink of financial distress. To earn money quickly, the most viable option lay in traveling to a larger city, as big cities boasted soul-fighting arenas. Had Notting City possessed such an arena, Gong Yu would have remained there without a second thought. Nonetheless, this trip to Douluo City would be undertaken solely by Gong Yu. He planned to prepare for a few days, earn some money, and purchase a house for future use. As for Gong Lan and the others, it was best for them to remain in Notting City for the time being, primarily due to its proximity to the soul-hunting forest. It was anticipated that within 2 to 3 months, the girls would each reach level 10, making it easier to hunt for soul rings. On the following morning, Gong Yu handed a bag of gold soul coins to Gong Lan, stating, "I will be away for at least a week, possibly up to half a month. I leave the household in your capable hands, as you are the eldest sister and must take good care of them." "I understand, young master. I will look after my sisters diligently," Gong Lan replied with a nod. "Good. This bag contains 100 coins, a considerable sum that would take an ordinary person decades to earn. Make sure to keep it safe. Additionally, take this soul-guiding device," Gong Yu continued, handing over the device he had taken from the lascivious man. He added, "Naja is the youngest and most obedient, but her appetite is considerable. With this money, do not be frugal. Ensure that she is well fed and never goes hungry." Gong Lan nodded in agreement once more. Then, Gong Yu turned her gaze towards the other girls and said, "You must always heed your eldest sister's words at home. When I return and hear her say that any of you have been disobedient, you shall witness how I deal with you." The girls all quickly responded with eager affirmations, except for the mischievous Gong Shui, who stuck out her tongue at Gong Yu. Gong Yu cast a glance at Gong Shui and remarked, "Especially you, Gong Shui. During my absence, you are forbidden from mischief. Furthermore, refrain from venturing out unnecessarily. You are still vulnerable, and it would be all too easy for human traffickers to seize you. I would not want to return only to discover that some of you are missing. I would be at a loss as to where to find you. Additionally, take good care of our youngest sister, Jiomei. It is your duty to protect her." Although Nar is ostensibly the youngest, no soul master on the continent currently poses a threat to her. After issuing a lengthy admonition, Gong Yu set forth on his journey. However, he first needed to acquire his second soul ring, for entry into the soul arena necessitates at least the rank of a great soul master. Those below the second ring are prohibited from participating. To ensure a profitable venture, he must guarantee his participation and secure a victory. Originally, his first spirit had the potential to yield 2 soul rings, but this process is selective. While a spirit can indeed produce multiple soul rings, the corresponding lifespan of each ring would be proportionately diminished. Thus, Gong Yu opted not to split his soul ring, necessitating the hunt for his second one. Where should he embark on this quest for the soul ring? Gong Yu pondered for a moment. Venturing into the soul-hunting forest was out of the question, as the soul beasts therein were of too low a maturity to be considered. The Stardow forest was far too distant, and with his current capabilities, it would be perilous to journey there. After careful deliberation, Gong Yu ultimately resolved to head to the Sunset Forest. Since I am bound for the Sunset Forest to procure a soul ring, why not simply go to Douluo City or even Dou City? Those locations would be far more convenient and are closer to the Sunset Forest. After all, I am merely going to earn some money. It matters little where I do so. With this thought, he set forth on his journey. Upon exiting and entering the carriage, he was startled to see another figure within. "Nar, what brings you here?" Gong Yu inquired with curiosity, but as he gazed at Nar, he discerned that her eyes were somewhat askew. You are not Nar. It dawned on Gong Yu that it must be the consciousness of the Silver Dragon King awakening within her. I wish to accompany you, the Silver Dragon King spoke, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Have you informed them? They are now your sisters, Gong Yu queried. Humph, you are indeed aware of my identity. The Silver Dragon King detected the subtlety in Gong Yu's words. How could mere mortals presume to be my sisters? This statement irked Gong Yu. What do you mean they are unworthy to be your sisters? Since you have chosen to dwell in the human realm, you ought to regard yourself as one of us. They have become Nar's sisters, and if they were to hear your words, it would surely wound them deeply. Therefore, whether you are the Silver Dragon King or Nar, if you have arrived in the human world, you should truly experience what it means to be human. I know you seek the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King within me, and I am unafraid to disclose that you shall not seize it. If you doubt my resolve, I shall make no attempt to resist. Try to extract even a trace of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline from me. With that, Gong Yu opened his arms, standing defiantly before the Silver Dragon King without a hint of resistance. The Silver Dragon King could not overlook such a fortuitous opportunity. She genuinely intended to siphon Gong Yu's bloodline. However, at the moment she attempted to act, she was repelled by an indomitable will. You, how could you possess the indomitable will of the evil subduing dragon? After being forcefully pushed back, the Silver Dragon King was momentarily taken aback. Quickly recalling the disdainful gaze of the dragon god as it regarded her with indifference, sending a shiver down her spine, Gong Yu no longer concealed the truth. For it was a matter that the Silver Dragon King would inevitably come to know. He directly summoned his second martial soul for the Silver Dragon King's inspection. Instantly, a golden, coiling dragon staff materialized before the Silver Dragon King. This second martial soul, imbued with the indomitable will of the evil subduing dragon, underwent a transformation after merging with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King within me. However, this transformation was reciprocal. Thus, my Golden Dragon King's bloodline also possesses the spirit of unwavering resolve. Consequently, even if you were to acquire the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King from within me, fusion would be impossible. In fact, you might even find yourself assimilated by the will of the evil subduing dragon. The reason why Gong Yu dared to speak so audaciously to the Silver Dragon King was not merely due to his indomitable spirit. Rather, it was primarily attributed to his Golden Dragon King's bloodline, which had been sealed within him by the simulator. Under such a seal, the Silver Dragon King was utterly incapable of seizing his bloodline. After listening to Gong Yu's explanation, the Silver Dragon King fell into a ponderous silence. Yet his eyes darted back and forth, as if plotting something. Gong Yu then inquired, so what are your intentions? Will you return to the Stardow Forest? Or will you choose to remain by our side as a sister? However, I must clarify in advance, if you choose to be a sister, you are not permitted to flaunt any heirs of the Silver Dragon King. At this moment, the Silver Dragon King spoke again. It seems you know me quite well. Gong Yu remarked, I possess a wealth of knowledge, yet I am unable to divulge it. The Silver Dragon King inquired, how did your bloodline of the Golden Dragon King come to be? As I have said, I cannot disclose that, Gong Yu replied, unwilling to be deceived. The Silver Dragon King, unfazed by Gong Yu's response, continued, are you from the divine realm? No, Gong Yu answered succinctly this time. Very well, I shall accompany you. The Silver Dragon King nodded in agreement. Chapter 24, The Summoning of Bloodlines. The Silver Dragon King insisted on following along, leaving Gong Yu with no choice but to concoct an excuse to inform Gong Lan before they set off together. How shall I address you henceforth? Shall it be Little Sister, Ninth Sister, Nar, or perhaps Your Majesty, the Dragon King? Gong Yu jested to alleviate the tedium of their journey. You may choose. The Silver Dragon King replied indifferently before adding, I am called Guyuna. However, upon hearing this name, Gong Yu retorted, you jest, you have never possessed a name. When you fled the divine realm, you were known as the Silver Dragon King, and to this day, you are still called that. Your subordinates refer to you as Master, so this name is merely fabricated. You seem rather knowledgeable about me. What do you know of the divine realm? They engaged in mutual inquiries, clearly on different wavelengths, yet neither seemed to mind. Gong Yu did not respond to her, but instead continued to speak for herself. No, you cannot be called Nar. Once you enter the Gong family, you must bear the surname Gong. Henceforth you shall be known as Gong Yu Na. I am asking you a question. How long will you feign deafness and silence? The Silver Dragon King, feeling a hint of annoyance from Gong Yu's lack of response, inquired. Yet Gong Yu retorted, what is it you wish for me to answer? How much can I possibly know about the affairs of the divine realm? You escaped from the divine realm yourself. Do you not know more than I? Stung by Gong Yu's words, the Silver Dragon King fell silent. With her silence, Gong Yu also ceased to speak. However, after a lengthy pause, the atmosphere within the carriage became unbearably oppressive, prompting the Silver Dragon King to break the tension. From now on, just call me Nar. Very well. Nar, Gong Yu replied with a faint smile. Could you grant me a drop of your blood? Nar suddenly made this request. Her tone laced with a hint of pleading, rendering Gong Yu somewhat awkward. It was a dilemma, should she give or withhold? Ultimately, she decided to comply. I haven't yet perished. I still need to merge with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. Here, take this. Gong Yu pinched the tip of her thumb against her index finger, allowing a drop of golden blood to flow forth, which was directly offered to Nar. This golden blood was the result of her own transformation after merging with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. In conclusion, Gong Yu added, no matter how much blood I give you, it is inconsequential. The blood that flows from my body, you cannot merge with. I understand. I merely wish to study it. Nar replied dismissively, yet both were aware that her determination remained unshaken. Thus, Gong Yu spoke again. In truth, you and the Golden Dragon King need not necessarily consume one another. Moreover, even if you successfully devour each other, it does not guarantee the revival of the Dragon Goddess power. Nar listened in silence. She understood Gong Yu's words, but the burden she carried weighed heavily upon her, making it impossible for her to let go, even if she were willing to relinquish her desire to consume the Golden Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King would not be so inclined to forego consuming her. Given her reticence, Gong Yu continued to elaborate. In fact, merging with my bloodline is not entirely out of reach. Upon hearing this, Nar's attention was finally piqued, and she inquired, how so? Gong Yu mused. Is it your intention to consume me? With a bitter smile, Gong Yu replied, this fusion of bloodlines cannot be accomplished by you. You have attempted it, yet you are utterly incapable. At this, Nar's expression shifted to one of unease, and she regarded him with a hint of suspicion. Are you implying that you intend to devour me? How absurd. How could I possibly consume my own little sister? Gong Yu retorted, playfully tapping Nar on the head. What I mean to say is that we could create a new dragon god using our bloodlines. Create one? How would that work? Nar, feeling rather like a blank canvas, failed to grasp the depth of Gong Yu's words. She thought to herself, though I can wield the power of life, I'm not yet capable of manifesting life solely through our bloodlines. That's not particularly difficult, Gong Yu said, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. It's just that you'll have to wait, at least 10 years. Confused, Nar inquired, why must we wait 10 years? Because I will only mature in 10 years. Gong Yu replied, somewhat shyly. Once I am grown, we can unite, and then we shall have a child, thereby merging our bloodlines. So you were suggesting that we breed together? Nar, still thinking in the straightforward manner of a spirit beast, spoke bluntly. Indeed, Gong Yu nodded. In theory, this method was feasible, and the will of the evil-subduing dragon would not reject such an act. Reflecting on the scene where he had dealt with Nar in the simulator, Gong Yu silently mused, I am not creating a dragon god. I am merely crafting a 9-colored coiling dragon staff. Very well, Nar agreed without a moment's hesitation. This left Gong Yu utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. He swallowed hard and asked, You aren't going to consider this at all? Nar furrowed her brows and replied, What is there to consider? If we can create a dragon god from our bloodlines, why should I hesitate? Gong Yu was astonished. Could it be that all soul beasts possess such a mindset? Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? For some inexplicable reason, Gong Yu felt as though he was deceiving a young girl. There was no need for further contemplation. Your reasoning is indeed sound. Nar promptly declined. Pondering the pros and cons was unnecessary, after all. The dragon god was of paramount importance to her. Very well then, you have said it yourself. I am not deceiving you. Gong Yu chuckled, feeling a sense of assurance. Not only would he awaken the 9-colored coiling dragon staff, but he would also gain a divine beast as a wife. Where could one find such a fortunate occurrence? Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, the carriage finally arrived at the small town outside the Sunset Forest. After procuring some supplies in the town, they ventured into the forest. However, shortly after entering, Na sensed something familiar within her bloodline calling to her. She pointed in a certain direction and said, There is something in that direction that is summoning me. Gong Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, Why have I not received a summons? The bloodline within me is no less potent than yours. Nar elucidated, The entity that called upon me is more attuned to elemental forces, whereas your bloodline bears no connection to them. Upon hearing this, Gong Yu immediately grasped the situation and replied, Then I believe I have an inkling of what is summoning you. You do? Nar expressed her surprise. for even she had only sensed the summons without discerning the nature of the entity behind it. Gong Yu remarked, "It is the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King who summon you, among the 9 great Dragon Kings. Aside from the Mountain Dragon King and the Golden Sacred Dragon King, who share a close bond with the Golden Dragon King, the other Dragon Kings should be inclined towards you. Their powers are inherently derived from the portion that resides within the Dragon God, which belongs to you. Thus, while you are not their mother, you are indeed akin to one." Chapter 25, The Second Soul Ring has found its place. I am the Silver Dragon King, and I possess a deeper understanding of the 9 great Dragon Kings than you realize, so there is no need for such detailed explanations, she continued. Nar cast a sidelong glance at Gong Yu, thinking to herself that he was rather verbose. Indeed, it seems I have been overly sentimental. Gong Yu admitted with an awkward smile. When it comes to the 9 great Dragon Kings, who could possibly know them better than the Silver Dragon King? I shall proceed in that direction, Nar stated, pointing towards the source of the bloodline summons as she addressed Gong Yu. Gong Yu was nearly startled into a cold sweat. He swallowed hard and immediately objected. "No, I understand that you wish to seek the fallen realms of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, but you cannot go there for the time being." Nar furrowed her brow, yet her tone was not overly insistent as she inquired, "Why?" Noticing a softening in Nar's demeanor, Gong Yu elaborated, "Because that place is a medicinal garden belonging to a titled Douluo. Although this titled Douluo is relatively weak, he is still a titled Douluo, and I currently lack the capability to escort you there." "However," Nara retorted, "I am not afraid of him. He is merely a titled Douluo, and I can handle him. Why can't you heed my advice? Haven't you lived for hundreds of thousands of years? Is this the extent of your wisdom?" Gong Yu held his forehead in exasperation and replied, "Indeed, you might be able to manage that titled Douluo. But how can you be certain that the realm is not under divine surveillance? Do you genuinely believe that after the demise of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, it is merely coincidental that their remains would fall in such a singular location?" Nar nodded, acknowledging the validity of his point, and then stated, "In that case, I shall not go. I will take a nap. Please take care of my other persona." "What nonsense! You arrive here only to tell me you wish to sleep? Why didn't you do so earlier?" Gong Yu was on the verge of losing his temper, muttering to himself that this little dragon had no business being here if she intended to sleep. He had come to hunt for spirit rings while also caring for a burden. Yet, the consciousness of the Silver Dragon King did not concern itself with such matters. Without any prior indication, she fell into slumber in the blink of an eye, and the true Nar had seamlessly transitioned back into her state of awareness. "Young master, how did I end up here?" Nar blinked her drowsy, violet Caspian eyes, and upon first sighting Gong Yu, she curiously inquired. Gong Yu let out a sigh and said, "Nar, why not try to recall the memories from this journey? You should understand why we are here." Nar nodded and attempted to reminisce, her face flushing crimson. "So you already know my identity?" Nar lowered her head, unable to meet Gong Yu's gaze. Before Nar could finish her sentence, Gong Yu grasped her small hand and led her deeper into the setting sun forest. As they walked, he remarked, "There is nothing about you or me. You must have seen in your memories that the Silver Dragon King has agreed to bear my children in the future. Therefore, from this day forth, your identity is my fiancée. Yes, I need to concoct a story to deceive Gong Lan and the others. When we return, I shall tell them that we were betrothed since childhood, but due to an unfortunate encounter with villains during a family visit, my parents perished. And you inadvertently lost your memory, arriving at my doorstep following an address written on paper. Now, after this journey with me, your memories have returned. And you recall that your parents wished for you to seek refuge with me before their demise. Since we had never met, I failed to recognize you upon our first encounter." I understand," Nara replied, her head bowed once again, her face as red as a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. "All right, from now on, be bolder and don't always look down. You are my fiancée, more noble than anyone else on this continent." Gong Yu proudly raised his head, thinking to himself, "I am a person of the system. Who in this realm can be more esteemed than someone like me?" Nar nodded vigorously, lifting her head, thinking, "I am indeed a person of the Silver Dragon King. I cannot always keep my head down." Gong Yu then inquired, "What type of martial soul do you possess? Is it elemental control or the Silver Dragon Spear?" "The Silver Dragon Spear," Nara replied, raising her right hand, and a silver-white spear adorned with a silver dragon appeared in her grasp. "Then your soul ring must have formed naturally. You shouldn't need to absorb a soul ring," Gong Yu observed, recalling the Golden Dragon King's seal on his body, where each layer contained a blood soul ring. Upon unlocking the fourth layer, he would obtain the golden dragon spear. Nar shook her head and said, I don't need to condense soul rings. They generate themselves as growth-type soul rings. Is that so? Gong Yu expressed surprise. Nar continued, yes, look, as soon as I concentrate, the soul ring will manifest. Upon hearing her words, Gong Yu looked closely and indeed saw a deep yellow soul ring pulsating beneath Nar's feet. How do you do that? Can you teach me? Gong Yu swallowed hard. Realizing that if he could master such an ability, he wouldn't have to hunt soul beasts for soul rings anymore. I don't know, it's not my doing. It should be her doing. I merely summoned it with a thought. Nar giggled, covering her mouth. Forget I asked, Gong Yu replied awkwardly. But suddenly a rustling sound echoed in his ears. He halted, positioning himself protectively in front of Nar, and became alert, saying, a soul beast is approaching. Nar also paused, gripping the silver dragon spear and adopting a defensive stance. As the sound drew nearer, a spider resembling ice and jade appeared less than 100 meters ahead. That is the ice jade silk spider. Gong Yu extended his spiritual energy to monitor the creature's every move. I don't recognize it. But it doesn't seem very strong. Nar relaxed significantly upon sensing the ice jade silk spider's strength. It's manageable, Gong Yu stated, explaining that the identification of the ice jade silk spider primarily relies on the scales on its back. This type of spider, upon reaching 100 years of age, grows a white scale for every decade of cultivation. Once it accumulates 10 scales, the first will gradually turn yellow, and for every 100 years thereafter, another scale will transform into yellow. After reaching 1,000 years, a purple scale will emerge every 1,000 years, and a black scale after 10,000 years. I see that spider has only 3 scales that have transformed into purple, while the 4th is nearing deep yellow, so its age should be close to 4,000 years. If it comes to a fight, I might not stand a chance. Gong Yu possesses a keen self-awareness. Although he has nearly perfected the dragon elephant prajna to the brink of the 2nd layer's completion, and his physical prowess is sufficient to absorb a soul ring of approximately 3,000 years, he fears that he would be incapable of hunting such agile 3,000-year soul beasts. Alas, he lacks the requisite agility. Otherwise, he might have engaged in combat with this spider. Gong Yu feels a twinge of frustration. For the novice gift package provided by the system bestowed upon him the complete True Heart method, yet it failed to include the Golden Goose technique. Consequently, agility remains his Achilles heel. It seems he must, in due course, learn the ancient tomb sex technique for catching sparrows to master the art of lightness. No, wait, within this realm. He ought to pursue the swift-tailed swallows instead. After murmuring to herself, Gong Yu turned to Nar and inquired, Are you certain this spider is not formidable enough for you to defeat? Nar nodded affirmatively, stating, I can harness a fraction of her power. Thus vanquishing this diminutive spider should pose no issue. Very well, then I shall entrust you with this task. I choose this spider as my soul ring. Gong Yu replied with a faint smile. Having a capable partner by his side was indeed a boon. Chapter 26. Nar is essentially a violent woman. The ice jade silk spider seemed to have taken notice of Gong Yu and Nar. Emitting a peculiar hiss that resembled both a challenge and the excited call of a predator spotting its prey, with its 8 legs glistening like jade. It swiftly advanced towards them. Clearly, it regarded them as potential prey. Observing the spider's strange movements, Gong Yu couldn't help but chuckle as he summoned his blue-silver grass martial spirit. The surge of golden energy abruptly halted the spider in its tracks. Quickly conceal the aura of the Golden Dragon King. Otherwise, it will flee. How many soul beasts can withstand the pressure of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline? Nar exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she feared Gong Yu might frighten the spider away, depriving her of the opportunity to engage. Very well, I shall refrain from intervening. However, Nar, do exercise caution, Gong Yu replied with an awkward smile, resigning himself to watching her. The earlier thought of Nar being a burden now left him feeling somewhat ashamed. As it appeared he was the true encumbrance. Understood, Nar acknowledged, yet instead of rushing forward, she executed a seemingly ethereal step, advancing directly towards the ice jade silk spider. The spider, perceiving a human daring to challenge it, especially one not radiating the earlier formidable aura, prepared itself for battle, readying itself to confront the intruder. Closing the distance to approximately 4 or 5 meters, the ice jade silk spider leapt directly at Nar. Gripping her silver dragon spear, Nar executed a swift maneuver, lifting the spider off the ground with a deft flick of her weapon. She then soared higher than the spider had been launched, bringing her spear down upon its back, slamming it into the earth. The impact created a small crater, yet the spider's scaled body, including its vulnerable abdomen, absorbed much of the shock, sparing it from severe injury. Nara landed gracefully, but the spider, undeterred, leapt from the depression, launching itself at her while expelling a web imbued with a chilling aura, as if woven from frost itself. Nara raised an eyebrow, slicing through the approaching web with her silver dragon spear. The web was cleaved in two, and with a swift twirl, she unleashed a flurry of thrusts at the airborne spider. The air rang with the sound of clashing, each strike producing a sharp, crystalline spear that fell to the ground. Once 8 of these icy projectiles had been dispatched, Nara retracted her spear and stepped back, allowing space for the descending ice jade silk spider. The creature crashed into the ground once more, leaving another small indentation, but this time, bereft of its 8 icy spears, it lacked the strength to rise again. Though it continued to emit furious squeaks. "Brother Yu, come here," Nara called out to Gong Yu, who had been observing from a distance. The term Brother Yu was a spontaneous choice, as she realized she could no longer simply refer to him as Yu. "I rather like the way you addressed me just now. Henceforth, you may call me that," Gong Yu responded as he approached, affectionately tousling her silver hair. Nara nodded, but was abruptly distracted by the incessant squeaking of the ice jade silk spider. Seizing her silver dragon spear, she repeatedly jabbed at the spider, decisively dislodging its serrated fangs. Gong Yu swallowed hard beside her, feeling an unsettling sense of aggression emanating from Nara at that moment. He pondered whether the descriptions he had encountered in literature about Nara were indeed misleading. The ice jade spider, with its several pairs of round, bulging eyes, glared furiously at Nara, as if wishing it could obliterate her with a mere glance. "Dare to glare at me like that, and I might just poke your eyes out," she threatened, despite the creature's evident lack of danger. Strangely, the ice jade spider seemed to comprehend her words and ceased its menacing stare. Instantly, Nara transformed, a cheerful smile gracing her face as she turned to Gong Yu. "All right, Brother Yu, you may now slay it and absorb its soul ring." Gong Yu swallowed hard and inquired, "Nara, as a soul beast and the sovereign of soul beasts, how can you be so ruthless towards your own kind?" Nara replied, "I am a dragon. While it is a spider, we are not of the same kind. Moreover, a soul beast that has not reached an age of 200,000 years lacks the qualification to even acknowledge my existence. Additionally, within our realm of soul beasts, spider-type soul beasts are among the most despised." "Is that so? It appears I have misunderstood, assuming all soul beasts belong to the same kin." Gong Yu awkwardly scratched his head, then produced a dagger and thrust it directly into the jaw of the ice jade silk spider, for, like the mandragora snake, its weakness lay in its jaw. Before long, the ice jade silk spider breathed its last, and a violet soul ring swiftly materialized above its lifeless body. Gong Yu glanced at Nara and said, "I shall commence the absorption of the soul ring now. I would appreciate your protection during this process, Nara." Nara nodded and replied, "Rest assured, Brother Yu, I will diligently guard you as you absorb the soul ring." Gong Yu nodded gently, and then settled into a meditative posture, summoning forth the golden blue-silver grass martial spirit with focused intent. With the middle and index fingers of his right hand aligned, he drew the soul ring of the ice jade scorpion towards himself, enveloping it around his being. Subsequently, he activated the True Path song, commencing the absorption of the energy contained within the soul ring. It remained uncertain whether the ice jade scorpion had suffered excessively at the hands of Nara or if Gong Yu's physique was sufficiently robust. But the process of absorbing the soul ring, which exceeded 3,000 years in age, unfolded remarkably smoothly, as if the ice jade scorpion willingly bestowed its essence upon him. Thus, in a mere 10 minutes, Gong Yu successfully absorbed the soul ring. However, following this accomplishment, he dedicated approximately half an hour to familiarizing himself with the soul ring and solidifying his realm. Once he felt that his state had been sufficiently fortified, Gong Yu opened his eyes and rose from his seated position. At that moment, Nara approached him, smiling as she inquired, "Brother Yu, how do you feel?" "Quite well," he replied. "Watch closely, second soul skill, Ice Net Bind." As he spoke, Gong Yu unveiled his martial spirit, and the 2 soul rings began to resonate. The second soul ring shimmered momentarily, and the golden blue-silver grass transformed into an ice net that ensnared a nearby tree. Yet, this was no ordinary ice net. Upon binding the tree, it sprouted numerous icy thorns along its strands, which pierced the trunk, inflicting frostbite imbued with ice attributes. Chapter 27. Heaven Dou City as night fell. The Heaven Dou Grand Soul Arena echoed with the familiar bustle of the evening. A throng of people began to converge from all directions. As the most traditional and beloved form of entertainment, the arena attracted numerous spectators daily. Wealthy patrons indulged in unparalleled enjoyment, while even the less affluent commoners found themselves captivated by the soul master battles. The Grand Soul Arena offered special tickets tailored for the common folk at remarkably low prices, allowing those whose basic needs were met to partake in the spectacle of Soul Master competitions. After all, merely witnessing a Soul Master was enough to satisfy the vanity of many commoners. Naturally, due to their low-price tickets, they were restricted to viewing only the more mundane battles. The truly exhilarating matches commanded a hefty price. Dou City was never short of extravagant millionaires, and coupled with the betting establishments hosted by the Grand Soul Arena, it became a battleground where the wealthy and nobility vied discreetly against one another. After absorbing the second soul ring, Gong Yu emerged from the Sunset Forest and, accompanied by Nar, spent 2 hours journeying before finally arriving at Dou City. The purpose of their visit to Dou City was primarily to seek fortune. And after sharing a dinner with Nar, the two made their way to the Dou Grand Soul Arena. Gong Yu was also visiting such a place for the first time. To be honest, he was not particularly fond of the boisterous atmosphere. However, the prospect of earning money here was enticing. Accompanied by Nar, each donned a mask as the two entered the grand arena of the heavenly. Gong Yu first proceeded to the registration desk, where she completed her enrollment and received a form that required her to provide information such as her name, age, place of birth, and martial spirit, among other details. Subsequently, she obtained the initial Iron Spirit badge. Naturally, the registration also necessitated a payment of 10 gold coins from each individual as a registration fee. Gong Yu affectionately dubbed himself the Rabbit Slayer, a moniker he used to register. Once his registration was complete, he enrolled in a game of chance and made his way to the bidding area, wagering all his coins on his own victory. Unfortunately, a single individual is permitted to engage in only one game per day. Following his bet, Gong Yu approached Nar, expressing a tinge of disappointment as he remarked that if he could participate in multiple matches, he could potentially amass tens of thousands of gold soul coins in a single day. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Nar inquired, "Brother Yu, do you wish to compete more often?" "It's not the thrill of combat that I seek. I merely desire a steady profit," Gong Yu replied, shaking his head. He elaborated, "I am uneasy placing bets on others, as I cannot guarantee their victory. Only by stepping into the arena myself can I ensure a win. Only then can I secure a steady income." With a measure of confidence, he acknowledged that he could take on Soul Masters without difficulty, as no one beneath that rank posed a challenge to him. "Oh, I see," Nar responded, her understanding blossoming. "I have a little trick that can allow Brother Yu to temporarily alter his appearance." At this revelation, Gong Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Please, teach me quickly. This way, I can compete in several more matches and aim to earn over 100,000 coins in just 2 days, allowing me to return to Notting City." "Certainly." Nar giggled softly, extending her finger to tap Gong Yu's forehead. A surge of information flowed into his mind as she explained, "This method will expend some mental energy. But with Brother Yu's current level of mental prowess, you should be able to use it 5 or 6 times a day." Gong Yu nodded and said, "That is sufficient. I shall merely alter my appearance upon registration. During the match, I will don a mask, and no one will dare to lift it to reveal my identity. Nonetheless, to be on the safe side, I must prepare several additional masks and outfits." While awaiting his turn, Gong Yu immersed himself in the methods of transformation taught by Nar. The technique was straightforward, and within mere minutes, he had mastered it. After approximately 10 more minutes of anticipation, it was finally Gong Yu's turn to take the stage. As they stepped onto the arena, announced by the host, they garnered little applause. "Now, we shall commence the first match of our 6 Soul Arena's one-on-one duels." Entering the arena are 2 esteemed Soul Masters. The Weapon Soul Master, known as Rabbit Slayer, wielding the blue-silver grass weapon soul, and the Battle Soul Master, Meng Meng, who has achieved a remarkable 5 consecutive victories with her beast soul, the Cat Rabbit. Will Master Meng Meng continue her illustrious streak with a 6th victory, or will the newcomer, Master Rabbit Slayer, triumph? Let us await the outcome. As the spectators in the stands murmured with indifference, a few sporadically shouted Meng Meng's name, yet most appeared disinterested. A tall figure swiftly ascended the duel platform. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall and appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Upon her arrival, the moment she laid eyes on Gong Yu, she declared fiercely, "I detest your nickname. I will ensure you regret it." It was no wonder she reacted this way, for her weapon soul was the Cat Rabbit, a creature born from the combination of a feline soul beast and a rabbit soul beast. While Gong Yu's moniker, Rabbit Slayer, seemed to provoke her from the outset, Gong Yu smiled faintly and said, "Let us talk once you can defeat me." The host's voice resonated once more. Meng Meng immediately summoned her martial soul, which resembled an odd creature that was neither quite a cat nor a rabbit, appearing somewhat unappealing. Subsequently, 2 yellow soul rings emerged and pulsated from beneath her feet. Gong Yu stood motionless, doing nothing, not even summoning his martial soul. Observing Gong Yu's behavior, Ming Ming furrowed her brows and said, "Unleash your martial soul, or you shall forfeit your chance to strike." Gong Yu, however, replied, "There is no need. My martial spirit is blue silver grass, which is ubiquitous. You have seen it before. Let us engage in battle directly. Besides, against someone of your caliber, I need not even summon my martial spirit." "What did you say?" The soul master named Ming Ming, upon hearing Gong Yu's words, was immediately incensed. "Oh, you don't require your martial spirit, do you? Very well, I shall oblige you." With that, Ming Ming unleashed her extraordinary speed, charging towards Gong Yu. As she approached, her first soul ring illuminated, and she promptly activated her initial soul skill, conjuring 3 clones of herself. The 4 figures danced and intertwined, rendering it impossible to discern which 3 were mere illusions and which was the true Ming Ming. The 4 Ming Mings darted about for a moment before converging on Gong Yu from all directions. It was assumed that Gong Yu would be overwhelmed by the 4 Ming Mings. However, as they closed in, Gong Yu seized one of the clone's calves and, reminiscent of how he had previously thrown Xiaowu, slammed Ming Ming onto the arena floor 2 or 3 times. Ming Ming could scarcely withstand such a brutish tactic and promptly declared, "I concede." The host, now alert to the proceedings, hurried to the battle platform and announced loudly, "The martial spirit master specialist in slaughtering little rabbits is victorious, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Ming Ming's record stands at 5 wins and 1 loss. Specialist in slaughtering little rabbits, please proceed to the registration for points after leaving the stage." Gong Yu nodded slightly. At that moment, Ming Ming approached and inquired, "How did you discern which of the 4 figures was my true self?" "The true self casts a shadow, you fool," Gong Yu retorted dismissively before departing without a backward glance. After registering at the counter, he proceeded to claim his winnings from the betting area, then directly sought out Nar in the observation zone. Not long after, Gong Yu underwent a transformation and enrolled in several more matches, wagering all his money each time and doubling his stakes. After 5 or 6 rounds, he had accrued over 30,000 gold coins. The following evening, he employed a similar strategy, though he refrained from placing overly large bets to avoid drawing attention. Ultimately, he ended the night with another substantial profit. By the end of the 2 evenings, his earnings had exceeded 200,000 gold coins, prompting him to set off with Nodder back to Nottingham on the morning of the 3rd day. Chapter 28. Is she the young mistress? 2 days later, Gong Yu and Na returned to Nottingham. Upon entering, Gong Shui rushed over to ask Gong Yu if he had brought her a gift, but before he could respond, Gong Lan had already tugged her away by the ear. Gong Yu found the situation rather amusing, yet he had grown accustomed to Gong Shui's mischievous antics, so he paid little heed to them. Instead, he considered it quite delightful that she could maintain such joy each day, as it helped her forget the painful memories of the past. However, he harbored a lingering concern that her resilient facade might be a mere pretense. After all, having endured the abandonment of her family and the myriad hardships inflicted by human traffickers, such anguish is not easily forgotten. Upon arriving in the hall, Gong Yu instructed Gong Lan to summon the others. Once everyone had gathered, he addressed them. "I have procured soul-guiding devices for each of you, which can be used for storage, akin to the item our elder sister possesses. These are quite rare, and it took considerable effort in Heaven-Do City to find one for each of you. Indeed, such items are scarce in this era of Douluo Continent. And among the already limited soul-guiding devices, those meant for storage are even rarer and exorbitantly priced." He had purchased a soul-guiding ring for each of the 7 girls, with all 7 rings being of 3 cubic size, costing a total of 70,000 gold soul coins. The winnings from his bets over the past 2 days had thus diminished by nearly 1/3. As soon as Gong Yu finished speaking, Gong Shui hurried over, exclaiming, "Really? Big brother, you are truly wonderful. Do you know? Every time I see the ring on my sister's finger that can store things, I envy it to the core. Now that I finally have one, I desire that blue one." Gong Yu gently patted Gong Shui's head with a faint smile, handing her the blue one. Subsequently, she distributed the remaining ones to others. When it came to Gong Lan, Gong Yu remarked, "Lanner, you already possess one, so I did not purchase another for you. However, here, take this black gold card." Upon receiving the black card, Gong Lan inquired, "Young master, what is this ebony gold card?" Gong Yu patiently elucidated, "With this card, You may withdraw and deposit funds at any financial institution within the Dou Empire. It contains a sum of 10,000 gold soul coins, of which each of you 8 shall receive 1,000 as pocket money, while the remaining 2,000 will serve as our living expenses for the near future. The young women, being of tender age and hailing from impoverished backgrounds, had previously considered it a privilege to have a full meal at home, and had scarcely even laid hands on copper soul coins, let alone encountered a gold card. Young master, 1,000 each is far too generous. We could scarcely spend such an amount. Gong Lan is far more discerning than those younger ones. She comprehends the true worth of a single gold soul coin. For many impoverished families, amassing 1,000 gold soul coins is a lifetime's endeavor. Therefore, when she heard Gong Yu mention the provision of 1,000 coins each to them, she felt a profound sense of trepidation. Gong Yu understood that Gong Lan felt overwhelmed by the substantial amount of money she had received for the first time. Thus, she remarked, if you cannot spend it all at once, it would be wise to save it for now. In due course, you will find ways to utilize it, and your standard of living will only continue to rise. You must gradually acclimate yourselves to this new lifestyle. Gong Yu was determined to give, and Gong Lan had no choice but to accept. However, upon noticing Nader beside her, she inquired, young master, we all possess pocket money, yet why does Nar not? At that moment, Gong Yu recounted Nar's circumstances, though much of what he said was fabricated. The group of young ladies listened with rapt attention, and it was ultimately Gong Shui who first spoke up, exclaiming, who would have thought? I truly did not expect this. I assumed you would belong to our ninth sister. Yet you have become a young mistress, while I have reverted to being the youngest. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into laughter, except for Nar, whose cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as she softly murmured, but I am still your ninth sister. Gong Shui remarked, humph, that's more like it. You shall remain my little sister, and it will still be my duty to protect you. However, you will have to sleep with your big brother from now on. For our room's bed accommodates only 8 people. Upon hearing these words, Gong Yu's heart was instantly filled with joy. She secretly gave Gong Shui a thumbs up, thinking that this was indeed a splendid assist. The bond forged from childhood slumber is the truest of affections. Just look at that little rascal. Having slept a lifetime with rabbits, he remains insatiable. Even in death he would pursue them. Thus, the group joyfully resolved that from now on, Nar would share her slumber with Gong Yu. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. Gong Yu advanced a level almost every month, and coupled with the soul power gained from absorbing the soul ring, his soul power had now reached level 25. Meanwhile, Nader's soul power had attained level 18, and the other 8 girls had also achieved level 10 in their soul power. A month prior, Gong Lan, Gong Qianqian, and Gong Nyonyo had already ascended to the 10th level. Subsequently, Gong Yu advised them to temper their progress, allowing the other girls to elevate their soul power before embarking on a joint venture into the soul hunting forest to procure soul rings. After a month had elapsed, the remaining 5 girls had also reached the 10th level of soul power. On this day, Gong Yu hired 2 horse-drawn carriages to transport the group to the soul hunting forest. At dawn the following day, they arrived at the entrance of the forest. Gong Yu, leading the 9 girls, presented their tokens at the gate and was granted passage without difficulty. Once inside the soul hunting forest, Gong Yu cautioned everyone, please refrain from straying too far or indulging in curiosity to wander off, particularly you, Xiao Xue. While such behavior may be permissible at home, it is strictly forbidden here in the realm of soul beasts. He continued, the forest is fraught with peril, many ferocious soul beasts inhabit it, and one misstep could result in grave danger. I understand, big brother. I want to wander, replied Gong Shui, comprehending the gravity in Gong Yu's serious gaze for the first time. Pleased with her response, Gong Yu nodded and said, excellent. Let us venture deeper into the forest to locate the soul rings suited for you. The sooner we succeed, the sooner we can return. Once you absorb your soul rings, you will truly become soul masters. As they journeyed, they encountered numerous soul beasts, both large and small, predominantly of 10-year or initial century grade, but none suitable for their needs. Thus, they pressed onward. An hour later, Gong Yu finally made a significant discovery, a 600-year-old golden iron birch tree. Gong Xiao, your soul ring awaits, he declared, fixating on the magnificent tree. Your martial soul is a bamboo stick, and it requires enhanced hardness. This golden iron birch is among the hardest woods in existence, perfectly suited for you. At that moment, Nar interjected, brother Yu, that golden iron birch is approximately 600 years old. Is it truly safe for second sister to absorb it? Among the girls, Gong Xiao, age 7, was the second eldest, 1 year younger than Gong Lan. Gong Yu is the third child, the girl endowed with the cabbage soul. Gong Chanqian, the fourth sibling, possesses the martial spirit of chill. Gong Xier, the fifth of her lineage, possesses the martial spirit of the pink rose. Gong Nyonyo, the sixth of the royal lineage, wields the soul of the 9-colored amethyst lamp. Gong Miao Miao, also known as the seventh, possesses the martial soul of a chrysanthemum. However, ever since she learned from Gong Yu that there exists a type of martial soul known as the true body martial soul, Gong Miao Miao's martial soul has frequently been teased by Gong Shui, who jokingly refers to it as the true body martial soul. Gong Shui, the eighth in rank, possesses the martial soul of the fire kite. Gong Nar, known as the human side of the Silver Dragon King, ranks as the ninth sibling, both the ninth sister and the young lady. Upon Nar's inquiry, Gong Yu replied, there should be no issue. They have all cultivated the dragon elephant prajna technique, a practice you are also familiar with. Hence you understand its formidable nature. They have cultivated the first level to a satisfactory degree, making it a trivial task to absorb soul rings under a millennium in age. Chapter 29. Gong Zhao's decision naturally. Girls are also well suited for the cultivation of the dragon elephant prajna. Otherwise, the Golden Wheel Dharma King would not have sought to take Guixiang as his disciple until his dying breath, wishing for her to inherit his teachings. However, prior to instructing the girls at his side in the dragon elephant prajna, Gong Yu harbored concerns that they might transform into overly muscular figures, which would not be aesthetically pleasing. After careful contemplation, he ultimately resolved to teach them, albeit not in its entirety. He would impart only the first 6 levels, leaving the subsequent stages to fate, as some individuals spend their entire lives only reaching the 7th or 8th level. Moreover, the cultivation of the dragon elephant prajna must be approached progressively. It cannot be hastily attained. Should one attempt to rush through the stages, it may give rise to inner demons. Once those demons manifest, one may descend into madness, potentially leading to self-inflicted harm and fatality. In Gong Yu's understanding, this phenomenon arises from insufficient spiritual power, rendering one incapable of harnessing the overwhelming strength that accompanies advanced cultivation of the technique. Thus, when practicing this art, one must concurrently enhance their spiritual capacity. Of course, the Buddhist teachings emphasize the necessity of using corresponding doctrines to dispel such inner turmoil. Yet, at its essence, Buddhist philosophy pertains to the spiritual realm, making the interpretation of it as spiritual power entirely valid. At this moment, when Nara reminded everyone that the age of the golden iron birch tree must be at least 600 years, the expressions of the girls turned grave. Though they had not received formal education, since being bought by Gong Yu, he had imparted knowledge to them. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Gong Yu was competent enough to serve as a primary school teacher. Thus, aside from training the girls in cultivation, he also taught them to read and write, sharing foundational knowledge. Once the girls began learning, they became aware of the approximate limits for a soul master to absorb the first soul ring. Gong Yu then released his own soul ring, revealing a striking purple hue. However, he refrained from disclosing details about his spirit for the time being. Upon witnessing Gong Yu's first soul ring, all except Nar displayed expressions of astonishment. After the initial shock subsided, Gong Yu continued, it is indeed possible to absorb soul rings beyond their designated age, provided one possesses sufficient physical and spiritual strength. However, the requirements for absorbing soul rings under a millennium are not particularly stringent, as soul beasts of this age seldom possess intelligence. Generally, only soul beasts reaching the millennium mark develop sentience, thus their lingering souls attached to the soul rings, impacting the soul master during absorption. Consequently, the absorption of millennium-level soul rings necessitates higher spiritual capacity. After conveying this information, Gong Yu retracted his soul ring and turned his gaze towards Gong Xiao, adding, ultimately, the choice is yours, Gong Xiao. Your martial soul is quite ordinary, an inherited trait that cannot be altered. Therefore, to compensate for the disparity in martial souls, one must rely on external forces to enhance and diminish the deficiencies of one's own martial soul. However, I shall not pressure you into making a choice. If you aspire to advance further on the path of a soul master, I trust you will make the most prudent decision. Gong Xiao pondered for a moment, approximately half a minute, before she clenched her teeth and seemingly struggled to arrive at a decision. She proclaimed, I have made my choice. I shall claim the soul ring of the golden iron birch. Excellent, Gong Yu nodded, a look of gratification gracing his features. I knew you would opt to absorb its soul ring. However, the golden iron birch is exceedingly tough, making it rather challenging to hunt. As he spoke, a hint of bitterness flickered across Gong Yu's smile. Even a common iron birch resists the blade with great tenacity. Its transformation into a soul beast renders it even more formidable. Furthermore, this golden iron birch, having absorbed an excessive amount of the golden element, has undergone a mutation. At that moment, Nar interjected, "Brother Yu, the bloodline within you possesses the ability to counteract the golden element." Gong Yu contemplated for a moment, realizing that indeed, the formidable power and mastery over the gold element possessed by the Golden Saint Dragon King, one of the 9 great Dragon Kings, were inherited from the Golden Dragon King, a fragment of the Dragon Goddess essence. Thus, the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King naturally held the capacity to restrain the gold element. Nodding in acknowledgement, Gong Yu stepped forward, unleashing a bloodline suppression. In an instant, the towering golden birch tree, reaching a height of several meters, began to wither. Subsequently, a fist-sized opening manifested at the junction of the trunk and roots, and Gong Yu promptly wedged a piece of exquisite gold into the tree's eye, preventing it from closing momentarily. Gong Yu turned to Gong Xiao and said, "Gong Xiao, come here. Take the dagger and thrust it into the tree's eye. Its heart lies within, which is its vulnerability. A direct strike to the heart will lead to its demise." Following Gong Yu's guidance, Gong Xiao swiftly retrieved a short dagger from the soul guide and approached the tree, piercing it directly into the eye, hitting the heart within. The golden iron birch trembled a few times in a struggle, then fell utterly still, subsequently manifesting a deep yellow soul ring. Gong Xiao immediately seated himself in a meditative position, drawing the soul ring towards him and affixing it to his being. He then began to channel the essence of the true path through the great song, commencing the absorption of the soul energy contained within the ring. The onlookers retreated to the periphery, providing protection for Gong Xiao during this process. Subsequently, Gong Yu called out to Gong Lan, instructing her, "Laner, I shall now impart to you a method. Engage in communion with the blue silver grass, and take your seat in meditation." Gong Lan complied with the instructions, and Gong Yu continued, "Summon forth your martial soul, and endeavor to connect with the surrounding blue-silver grass through the essence of your blue-silver martial soul. Envision these blades of grass as your eyes. Consider this: the forest is replete with blue-silver grass. If each blade were to serve as your eye, your field of vision would expand vastly, allowing you to perceive even the most subtle movements. Therefore, attempt to communicate with the blue-silver grass. Having absorbed the essence of the blue-silver emperor's sap, you possess the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. Until the new emperor emerges, you may consider yourself their rightful heir, and thus, they ought to heed your call." Gong Yu was uncertain whether this method would be effective. He recalled the character from the book, who only managed to communicate with the blue-silver grass after reaching level 40 and practicing the mind control technique of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. However, just as Gong Yu doubted Gong Lan's ability, he noticed a fluctuation in her mental energy, as if she had ascended to a new level of communication with the blue-silver grass. How fortunate it was! The realm of mental energy is notoriously more challenging to transcend than that of soul power, and he was astonished that she had managed to break through under such circumstances. Beside him, Gong Yu regarded Gong Lan with admiration. Nar, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, it is quite fortunate. However, my elder sister's mental energy was already on the brink of a breakthrough. She merely lacked an opportunity. Today's situation has provided her with just that." Gong Yu concurred, stating, "Indeed, however, it is worth noting that everyone's mental fortitude is commendable. Have you not realized that the true Unity Dao Song I imparted to you is fundamentally a technique that cultivates both mental and spiritual energy? Thus, it is entirely reasonable that our mental prowess stands out among our peers." Upon hearing this, Nader expressed her surprise, exclaiming, "Is that so? The techniques you have taught us can enhance our mental strength? I had no such awareness." Gong Yu cast a glance at Nar and remarked, "That is due to your inherently high mental prowess. You are experiencing a decline after a peak, which is why you are unable to perceive it." Nar felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, for she fully comprehended Gong Yu's implication. Her mental strength was, in fact, akin to that of the Silver Dragon King, having reached the realm of divine essence, though it had not been unleashed at present. It was precisely because her cultivation was so elevated that she found it difficult to discern the subtle increments in her mental energy. Gong Yu continued, "Do you still recall the phrase the swift rotation atop the Niwen? Here, Niwen refers to the Niwen Palace, also known as the Upper Dantian or the Sea of Consciousness. Each time you circulate your soul energy, do you not find yourself performing a rotation within the sea of consciousness? This is akin to a vigorous impact upon the sea of consciousness, naturally resulting in an enhancement of one's spiritual power. Chapter 30. The Girl's Soul Rings. After a brief conversation between Gong Yu and Guyuna, Gong Lan, not far away, slowly awakened. Gong Lan swiftly approached Gong Yu and said, "Young master, I have succeeded. I can now share the vision of the surrounding blue-silver grass, though my current strength is limited. So the range is only about 3 to 4 miles. Beyond that, my mental energy would be overwhelmed." Excellent, Gong Yu nodded with satisfaction. Then the task of locating spirit beasts now falls to you. Although the observation range is only 3 to 4 miles, it is far more efficient than our previous aimless search. Seeing Gong Yu's approval, Gong Lan smiled sweetly before adding, "I've spotted a soft bone rabbit ahead, estimated to be around 600 to 700 years old." Upon hearing this, Ling Yun's eyes brightened, and he immediately remarked, "A soft bone rabbit? It may not suit the others, but it would be perfect for Gong Yu to absorb. Her cabbage spirit follows a supportive path, and given the soft bone rabbit's traits, absorbing it should grant her a useful supportive skill." Hearing Gong Yu's words, Gong Yu, who stood nearby, asked curiously, "Young master, what are the traits of a soft bone rabbit?" Gong Yu remarked, "Well, much like the 10,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit, it typically possesses skills such as instantaneous movement and an invincible golden body. The younger variants of the soft-boned rabbit should also harbor these abilities. However, they have yet to awaken such latent powers due to their insufficient age." Gong Yu inquired further, "If I absorb the spirit ring of a gentle bone rabbit, is there a possibility of acquiring such supportive abilities?" "Theoretically, it is indeed possible, but the likelihood of that happening remains uncertain," Gong Yu responded. Observing Gong Yu's contemplative expression, he then asked, "What is it? Are you considering hunting down the gentle bone rabbit that Gong Lan mentioned?" Gong Yu nodded and said, "Yes, young master. I desire the soul ring of that rabbit." "Very well," Gong Yu agreed. "Once Gong Shao has absorbed the soul ring, we shall venture forth to procure it for you, and perhaps enjoy rabbit meat for dinner as well." "Oh, wonderful. Rabbit for dinner." At the mere mention of food, Gong Shui, who had hitherto remained silent, became animated and even smacked her lips in anticipation. The others, witnessing her excitement, couldn't help but chuckle. After approximately half an hour, Gong Shao slowly opened her eyes. Although she had absorbed a soul ring of over 600 years, the process had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any overwhelming soul power surges. This led Gong Yu to ponder that perhaps a soul ring of 600 years was somewhat modest for the young ladies. Yet finding a soul beast of comparable age and suitability in the soul-hunting forest was no simple feat, hence he refrained from setting overly high expectations. Seeing Gong Shao waken, Gong Yu approached her and inquired, "How do you feel, Gong Shao?" The other young ladies gathered around as well. "I cannot be certain, but I feel a change in my martial spirit," Gong Shao replied, summoning her martial spirit. Originally a green bamboo staff, it now manifested before them as a golden bamboo staff. "Your martial spirit has indeed undergone a mutation," Gong Yu remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "It appears to have inherited the golden element's capabilities and hardness from the golden iron birch. Now, let us test your soul skills." Gong Shao nodded slightly, then stepped aside. With a flicker of the soul ring beneath his feet, he uttered softly, "Golden strike." In an instant, he swung his staff, shattering a nearly 3-meter-high piece of adamant and rock situated 2 meters before him into fragments. The force of the impact radiated outward, affecting an area with a radius of 2.5 meters. Gong Yu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "As the first soul skill, its power is already quite formidable. A 3-ringed soul master would certainly hesitate to confront your strike without resorting to their third soul skill. Is it truly that powerful?" Gong Shao scratched her head, unacquainted with the prowess of her own soul skill, having never engaged in combat before. The fact that she could shatter a nearly 3-meter-tall diamond rock with a single strike, albeit enhanced by the durability of the golden iron birch staff, was not something an ordinary soul skill could achieve. "Sister, look at the stones you've broken. Do you not realize how formidable you truly are?" Gong Shui exclaimed, eagerly scurrying over to retrieve a piece of shattered stone and presenting it to Gong Shao. Gong Shao scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I'm not certain. All I know is that this soul ring has enhanced my physical strength." Gong Shui, with a look of exasperation, remarked, "Second sister, I am truly astounded by you. You are unaware of your own soul skills. How could we possibly know them better than you?" It seemed to be a valid point, so I shall take the time to familiarize myself with my own soul skills. Stung by old eight's retort, Gong Shao immediately flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Gong Yu stepped in to mediate, saying, All right, enough of the soul skill discussion for now. Each of you can explore that further later. I must continue onward. There are still others who have yet to obtain their soul rings. Now, let us proceed to hunt the soft bone rabbit for Gong Yu. Gong Lan, please lead the way. Understood, Gong Lan replied, and she walked ahead, with the others following closely behind. After a brief period of time, they located the elusive soft bone rabbit. With Gong Yu's assistance, Gong Yu succeeded in hunting the creature. Following this, Gong Yu began the process of absorbing the soul ring. By the time she had completed the absorption, dusk had descended upon them. Consequently, they sought out a relatively safe spot nearby to spend the night, with the rabbit, weighing around 100 pounds, serving as their evening meal. Upon absorbing her first soul ring, Gong Yu acquired a commendable auxiliary soul skill. With her inaugural soul skill, anyone who consumes a mere leaf of her cabbage will gain 2 seconds of incorporeal ability. However, this can only be activated once within a time span of an hour. In this incorporeal state, the individual is impervious to all forms of attack, be it physical, soul energy, or mental assault. Though the duration is brief, it serves as an invaluable life-saving skill in critical moments. The following morning, the group resumed their journey. By mid-morning, Gong Lan obtained her soul ring after hunting an almost 800-year-old mamba silver ring snake. The soul skill she acquired was self-evident, an entangling ability, albeit with far greater toxicity than that of the lesser creatures. Next, Gong Shui successfully hunted a 600-year-old flame eagle, earning her first soul skill, Flame Wing Slash, which allows her to soar through the skies and unleash 2 fiery blades by striking her wings against a target. In the afternoon, Gong Sierra captured an approximately 800-year-old pink lady, gaining her first soul skill, Pink Devour. This skill releases an aura that envelopes a 10-meter radius, inducing hallucinations in those within its reach while simultaneously siphoning their soul energy. Gong Miao Miao absorbed a soul ring from a luminous griffin, approximately 700 years old, thereby acquiring her first soul skill, the Holy Light Slash. This skill manifests as petals transforming into numerous blades of light, capable of inflicting damage on multiple targets or a single one. Additionally, her chrysanthemum martial soul unexpectedly awakened a healing ability known as Holy Light Healing. At this moment, only Gong Chanqian and Gong Nyonyo remained without soul rings. However, due to the elevated quality of their martial souls, careful consideration was warranted. Chapter 31. The three-legged cold toad. As night fell, a chilling breeze swept through, accompanied by the croaking of frogs echoing in the air, abruptly rousing Ling Yun from his meditation. Everyone, awaken. There is a situation at hand. Gong Yu first approached and gently roused Nara from her slumber. Here, they stood as the 2 strongest individuals, for in times of peril, it would be upon them to engage in battle. While the other girls could be considered to possess some fighting ability, it was indeed difficult to ascertain their true strength. Thus, Gong Yu did not expect them to contribute significantly during combat. He merely wished for them to be capable of self-preservation. After awakening Nara, the 2 proceeded to awaken the others. Once everyone was alert, Gong Yu inquired, "Did you hear the croaking of the frogs?" The girls all shook their heads in response, while Nara remained silent, sensing that something was amiss. It was the height of summer, yet the temperature fluctuations during the night were rather peculiar. Gong Yu felt that her inquiry had been in vain, and thus remarked, "Observe the plants on the ground, particularly the blue-silver grass. Frost has formed upon its leaves. Is there anything wrong with frost?" Gong Shui peered curiously, glancing left and right, and upon noticing the peculiar gazes directed at her, she became somewhat bewildered and asked, "Is there an issue with what I have said?" Immediately, Gong Lan retorted with a hint of irritation, "Foolish child, it is summer now, albeit late summer. It is still summer. How could there possibly be frost?" "Oh, I see. Hee hee." Gong Shui chuckled, her thick skin rendering her oblivious to any embarrassment. She then inquired, "What, then, causes the frost upon the leaves of the plants?" Gong Yu turned to Gong Chanqian and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Gong Chanqian glanced at the crowd, who were all awaiting her response. Thus, she spoke, "I sense through my martial soul that there is a soul beast nearby that resonates deeply with me. It must be that very creature causing the disturbance." Gong Yu nodded and remarked, "Indeed, there should be a soul beast nearby that resonates with your attributes. However, its identity and age remain uncertain." After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Gong Lan and said, "Lanner, please utilize the perspective of the blue-silver grass to search the vicinity. If we can locate that soul beast, it will resolve your 4th sister's soul ring predicament." Understood. Gong Lan promptly seated herself and began to communicate with the surrounding blue-silver grass. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Gong Lan spoke again. I have found it. Roughly 500 meters away, there is a silver frog with 3 legs, emanating a chilling aura. With a chuckle, Gong Yu laughed heartily and responded, Lanner, that is not merely a frog. Based on your description, it should be a 3-legged cold toad, a variant of the 3-legged silver toad. Legend has it that the moon transformed from the 3-legged silver toad, thus making the 3-legged cold toad a divine beast. The creature you have witnessed, Lanner, likely possesses the bloodline of a divine beast. A divine beast? At this moment, Gong Chanqian interjected, since it is a divine beast, should we still consider killing it? Gong Yu smiled gently and remarked, it is said to be a legend. Who can ascertain its truth? Encountering a soul beast that aligns so closely with one's own attributes is indeed a rare occurrence. Thus we have no reason to let it slip away. However, Lanner, have you discerned the age of that 3-legged cold toad? Gong Yu turned to Gong Lan once more. I am unfamiliar with this type of soul beast, so I cannot determine its age, Gong Lan replied. A hint of embarrassment in her voice. Gong Yu remarked, indeed, Lanner, please lead the way, let us venture forth together. Subsequently, under the guidance of Gong Lan, the group cautiously made their way towards a location 500 meters away. The 3-legged cold toad seemed to sense the approaching presence and had fallen silent long before. Although the eerie croaking of the creature was absent, the chill in the air intensified as they drew nearer. When they found themselves less than 20 meters from the 3-legged cold toad, frost began to accumulate on their clothing and shoes. At this moment, Gong Yu softly advised everyone, cultivate the dragon-elephant prajna skill. Channel your vital energy to combat the cold. Upon hearing this, the group promptly began to harness the dragon-elephant prajna. With the exception of Nar and Gong Chanqian, whose martial soul was inherently linked to cold, felt no fear of the chill. Similarly, Nar, being the Silver Dragon King, commanded mastery over the ice element and remained unfazed by the frigid air. Gong Shui should not be intimidated. Her attributes counter those of the frost cicada. Unfortunately, her flames lack purity, rendering her incapable of resisting the chilling aura exuded by the frost cicada. However, the inability to resist does not imply an absence of attraction to its power. Thus, Gong Yu turned to Gong Shui and said, Little Shui, shortly you shall directly manifest your martial spirit and ascend into the sky, drawing the attention of the 3-legged frost toad from above. He splendid. At last, I won't merely be an observer, Gong Shui replied with a beaming smile, her expression filled with eager anticipation. Soon after, the group continued onward for approximately 10 meters, finally gaining a clear view of the 3-legged frost toad's form. Gong Yu swallowed hard, yet expressed a hint of disappointment as she articulated. To discern the age of toad-type soul beasts, one must first observe their height. Generally, toads will only increase in stature until they reach a millennium in cultivation, growing approximately 5 centimeters every century. Typically, they cease to grow upon reaching half a meter in height. However, this also signifies that their cultivation has reached a millennium. At this juncture, a flower-like pattern resembling a chrysanthemum will emerge on their underbelly, with each pattern representing a millennium. One pattern indicates 1,000 years. 2 patterns denote 2,000 years, and so forth. The coloration of these patterns ranges from light to dark, with deeper hues signifying greater age. The 3-legged silver toad only bears a single faint pattern on its belly, suggesting that it has only recently achieved the millennium mark. As for the 100,000-year mark, would it not require 100 patterns? What if its underbelly cannot accommodate such a multitude of chrysanthemum patterns? Gong Shui has a penchant for nitpicking and bantering, and when she mentioned the word chrysanthemum, she cast a mischievous glance at Gong Miao Miao, who possesses the chrysanthemum martial soul. Gong Miao Miao instantly rolled her eyes in annoyance, then turned her head away, expressing her desire to ignore Gong Shui. This was not the time for jesting with your 7th sister. Gong Yu gently gave Gong Shui a playful tap on the head and remarked, Toad-type soul beasts rarely live beyond 10,000 years, as they occupy the lowest rungs of the food chain and face numerous natural predators. Therefore, you need not worry about encountering one that has lived for 100,000 years. Oh, I see, Gong Shui replied, rubbing her head. The playful tap, while not particularly painful, left a lingering sensation as if something were pressing down on her skull. Gong Yu cast another glance at Gong Chanqian and remarked, This soul beast has surpassed its designated age. I fear you may be unable to assimilate it. However, Gong Chanqian replied, I am uncertain whether I can successfully absorb it. Yet my martial spirit seems to yearn for the soul ring of that beast, thus I wish to make an attempt. But this could entail grave risks to your life. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Gong Yu reiterated his concern to Gong Qianqian, suggesting, perhaps we should search again tomorrow. We might discover a soul beast whose age and attributes align harmoniously with your own. Gong Qianqian said, Young master, my martial soul yearns for that spirit ring. Hence I still wish to give it a try. Gong Yu nodded and remarked, Very well. But let me make it clear. Should you find yourself unable to withstand the absorption of the soul ring, I shall intervene at any moment. Understood. Thank you, my lord. I shall succeed, Gong Qianqian replied, her face lighting up with a smile upon receiving Gong Yu's consent. All right, let us commence. Gong Yu began to direct, Xiao Shui. Manifest your martial spirit and ascend into the sky to provoke that three-legged cold toad, drawing its attention. However, do not soar too high, for you may easily become a target for nocturnal flying soul beasts. I understand, big brother, Xiao Shui responded, immediately activating her martial spirit. A deep yellow soul ring shimmered beneath her feet, and she ascended into the air. Gong Yu turned to Gong Lan and said, Lanner, once Xiao Shui has successfully diverted the attention of the three-legged cold toad, you should immediately employ your first soul skill with the blue-silver grass to ensnare it. Your first soul skill, derived from serpentine creatures, possesses a certain suppressive effect on toads. Understood. Gong Lan nodded in acknowledgement. Next, Gong Yu directed his gaze towards Gong Xiao, saying, Gong Xiao, once your elder sister has ensnared the three-legged cold toad, you should deliver a decisive blow to its head. However, Gong Xiao appeared somewhat anxious and replied, Can I really do it? I'm afraid that if I exert too much force, I might accidentally kill it with a single strike. Gong Yu reassured, Do not fear. The three-legged cold toad is a millennium soul beast and will not be easily defeated. Moreover, if you truly worry about vanquishing it, simply temper your strength, perhaps by about 30%. The precise amount, you may gauge for yourself. Gong Xiao felt a tinge of nervousness as she stammered. I understand. Meanwhile, Gong Shui had already taken to the skies, gracefully circling above the three-legged cold toad. With a flicker of her soul ring, she proclaimed, First soul skill, Fiery Wing Slash. Chapter 32. The ferocity of the cold toad. The three-legged cold toad, confronted with Gong Shui's taunting from above, let out a series of croaks. It then fixed its gaze upon her, extending its long tongue in an attempt to ensnare her, aiming to draw her in for consumption. Gong Shui had long anticipated the situation in midair. Upon witnessing the flesh-colored tongue of the three-legged cold toad extend and dart towards her, she immediately unleashed a fiery blade, swiftly evading and persistently harassing the creature. Consequently, the three-legged cold toad became wholly engrossed in countering Gong Shui's relentless assault. At that moment, Gong Lan made her move. In her right hand, the blue-silver grass had transformed into creeping vines, spreading across the ground, while beneath her feet, a deep yellow soul ring pulsated rhythmically. Following this, Gong Lan's soul ring flickered, and she casually uttered, Blue-silver grass, first soul skill, serpent vine wrapping. As her words resonated, the blue-silver grass morphed into countless tendrils, overwhelming the three-legged cold toad with their relentless advance. Gong Lan's first soul skill, the blue-silver grass, enables her to strike any target within a range of 50 meters. However, the three-legged cold toad was merely 10 meters away from them, rendering it easily ensnared by the encroaching blue-silver grass. Yet, the three-legged cold toad was no ordinary opponent. It immediately emanated an intense chill that swiftly immobilized Gong Lan's blue-silver grass. The thick strands of blue-silver grass, once gathered, were frozen together, resembling a stunning ice sculpture. Observing this predicament, Gong Yu furrowed his brow and remarked, This won't do. Lanner's blue-silver grass lacks the ability to resist ice. It hasn't even approached the three-legged cold toad before being frozen, making it impossible to entangle it. At that moment, however, Gong Shui, still suspended in midair, called out to Gong Yu, Elder brother, my soul power is nearly depleted. Gong Yu let out a sigh, fully aware that Gong Shui was merely an 11th level soul master at present. Her first soul ring had been absorbed beyond its years, which inherently resulted in a considerable consumption of energy when utilizing soul skills. Thus, her soul power was barely sufficient for her to execute her primary soul skill twice, and even the second attempt would be a considerable strain, having already used her soul skill once. Maintaining her flying state rendered it impractical for Gong Shui to expend her remaining energy on a second use. Consequently, Gong Yu turned to Nar and remarked, Nar, it seems this time we can only rely on you. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, the others remained indifferent, but Gong Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. thinking that she no longer had to worry about inadvertently striking down the soul beast. Nar nodded in response, declaring, "I will handle this. You stay here to protect the sisters. A mere millennium-old soul beast is hardly a concern for me." The three-legged silver toad, a divine beast? The Silver Dragon King had not heard of it before. Perhaps it was indeed so. However, there were countless divine beasts, and as a member of the dragon lineage, she had never regarded other divine beings with much interest, especially not this singular entity, a three-legged cold toad possessing only a trace of an exceedingly rare divine bloodline. Well, this should suffice. If you can triumph over a 3,000-year-old ice jade silk spider, then this millennium-old three-legged cold toad is no match for you at all. Gong Yu nodded. In truth, he too could venture forth, as he was unfazed by the cold. After absorbing the ice jade moth spirit ring, his golden blue silver grass had acquired an ice attribute. Coupled with his robust vitality, he possessed a certain degree of immunity to the chill. Subsequently, Nar charged ahead with her spear, but the soul ring beneath her feet was no longer the yellow one witnessed 3 months prior in the Sunset Forest. It had transformed into a purple hue, signifying the growth of its age. Gong Yu was not surprised. He was already aware that Nar's soul ring could enhance its age. However, the others were quite different. Upon witnessing Nar's purple soul ring, they were utterly astonished. Jiumei, indeed, was worthy of being the fiancée of the young master. It appeared she possessed exceptional talent, much like him. Gong Lan remarked casually from the side, feeling a twinge of envy. Of course, her envy was solely directed at Nar's innate abilities. Matters of love were hardly within the purview of their age. After hearing Gong Lan's words, the other girls nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning most sensible. Meanwhile, as Gong Lan spoke, the battle on Nar's side had already concluded. Gong Shui had been observing Nar's battle from the air, her heart brimming with envy at Nar's gallant demeanor. Alas, she was destined to be a flight-type beast soul master, forever deprived of the opportunity to engage in combat like Nar. Soon after, Gong Yu approached Nar with the girls. Upon reaching her side, Gong Yu instructed Gong Qian to step forward with her dagger to decisively eliminate the last breath of the three-legged cold toad. A pale purple soul ring quickly coalesced, and Gong Qian sat down cross-legged, drawing the soul ring towards herself and beginning to absorb its essence. However, the soul ring of the three-legged cold toad appeared exceedingly domineering as soon as it was drawn in by Gong Qian. A vast surge of icy energy surged into her body. The violent aura within the soul ring forcefully initiated a bodily transformation upon her. Despite the absence of consciousness within the energy contained in the soul ring, it was far beyond Gong Qian's ability to control. Under the overwhelming fluctuations of soul power, Gong Qian felt as if her body were on the verge of exploding, and the intense agony compelled her to spit out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers surrounding her gasped in astonishment. Although they had all absorbed soul rings before, this was their first encounter with such a situation. Consequently, their gazes instinctively turned towards Gong Yu. Gong Yu remarked that this soul ring was excessively domineering for her, making absorption a formidable challenge. At this moment, she could only rely on herself. The process of absorbing the soul ring could not be aided by any external force, lest it yield counterproductive results. All they could do was trust that Qian would possess the fortitude to assimilate it into her being. In truth, Gong Yu harbored deep concerns for Gong Qian. Yet he understood that if she could endure this trial, the rewards would be substantial. The expressions of the young women had now turned solemn, and amidst the encircling figures, Gong Qian, seated cross-legged in the center, had become obscured from view. She was enveloped in a delicate haze of crimson mist, which was not the radiant glow of soul power but rather her own blood. Moments earlier, with the violent fluctuations of soul power coursing through her, her skin had begun to exude fine droplets of blood, which, as they evaporated into the air, transformed into this ethereal, pale red mist. Gong Qian furrowed her brows tightly. Her lips pressed firmly together, her body racked with incessant spasms, accompanied by beads of blood surfacing beneath her skin. It is evident how excruciating her suffering has been. Fortunately, not long after, the chaotic energy surrounding her began to settle, indicating that her condition was improving. Gradually, the crimson mist enveloping her figure faded, as if the blood that had previously seeped from her skin was being reabsorbed into her body. As time progressed, the mist completely transformed into a pure white. And at last, her breath stabilized. Ultimately, the delicate lavender soul ring completely melded into her being. Chapter 33, Innate Domain. After a period of adjustment, Gong Qian finally opened her eyes. She slowly rose to her feet, only to hear the sound of tearing fabric as her clothes were unexpectedly ripped apart. It turned out she had grown taller. Gong Yu chuckled softly and remarked, "After absorbing a soul ring, you've gained at least 6 centimeters in height. It is no wonder your clothes have burst." Gong Qianqian's cheeks were flushed, despite her youth and the absence of any significant curves. Her attire had been stretched to the point of tearing, revealing a patch of her fair skin on her back, which had been noticed by Gong Yu. Leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed, Gong Yu promptly turned away, allowing her the opportunity to change her attire first. Gong Shui lingered momentarily in midair before gracefully descending. Once Gong Qianqian had changed her attire, Gong Yu turned around again and inquired, "Qianqian, how do you feel after absorbing the soul ring? What insights have you gained?" Gong Qianqian remarked, "I am uncertain about what I have gained. It feels as though my martial soul has awakened something, yet I cannot articulate what it is. Allow me to demonstrate it for you." As she spoke, Gong Qianqian summoned her martial soul, and a layer of cold, mist-like gas enveloped her, signifying the manifestation of her martial soul. Subsequently, a pale purple soul ring pulsated beneath her feet. With a mere thought, the chilling aura surrounding her began to expand outward, swiftly enveloping an area of 10 meters in all directions. The others found themselves caught within this frigid embrace. Gong Yu then assessed his own soul power and stated, "My soul power is suppressed by at least 25%, and the remaining energy shows signs of freezing. Were it not for my formidable strength, my soul power may have been entirely frozen." After speaking, Gong Yu turned to the other young women and inquired, "What about you all?" Gong Lan remarked, "My strength has been suppressed by approximately 30%. As my resistance diminishes, my soul power has gradually begun to freeze." Simultaneously, Gong Yu, Gong Xiao, Gong Xie, and Gong Miao Miao echoed her sentiments. Meanwhile, Gong Shui expressed, "Big brother, I feel as though the flames within me have been extinguished." Within Gong Shui's being, the impure flames were extinguished upon encountering Gong Qianqian's chill. Nara remarked, "If I do not resist, my soul power is suppressed by approximately 25%. At that moment, Gong Nyo interjected, "It seems that my 9-colored amethyst lamp has automatically activated its protective feature, so I hardly feel anything. However, I seem unable to influence Fourth Sister in any way." Upon hearing Gong Nyo's words, Gong Yu clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I knew your 9-colored amethyst lamp was no ordinary martial soul. I am astonished that it can protect its master autonomously." This revelation reminded Gong Yu of the protective function of the Lotus Lantern. And now he found himself troubled by the task of selecting an appropriate soul beast for Gong Nyo to hunt. Given the nature of such a martial soul, care must be taken to ensure that any soul beast chosen for obtaining a soul ring would not result in a loss that outweighed the gain. With a single remark, Gong Yu captured the attention of all the girls, drawing their focus to Gong Nyo, who immediately felt a wave of shyness and lowered her head. However, this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions, as the spotlight should rightfully be on Gong Qianqian at this juncture. Gong Yu then addressed Gong Qianqian, saying, "Qianqian, I may have an inkling regarding the nature of your martial soul awakening. It seems you have awakened the innate domain. But do you possess any soul skills?" "I do not have soul skills, or rather, my innate domain itself serves as my soul skill," replied Gong Qianqian, referring to the domain she had awakened. Yet, she inquired further, "What exactly is a domain?" Gong Yu chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "The concept of domain serves merely 2 functions, offense or support. I shall refrain from elaborating, as it would require considerable time. However, I will find a book for you to peruse later." Yet, Gong Qianqian remained inquisitive and queried, "Then what I just demonstrated, suppressing everyone's soul power and freezing it, does that classify as support or offense?" "It seems to embody a combination of both." Gong Yu felt increasingly awkward at her question, for he too lacked a deep understanding of domains. Otherwise, he would have provided a thorough explanation. Observing the perplexed expressions on everyone's faces, he reluctantly began to clarify. "Firstly, our strength was suppressed, which signifies a form of support from Qianqian. Consider this. If you were to confront an adversary together, and she unleashed her domain to suppress the enemy, would that not diminish their strength? Thus, it effectively aids us. Furthermore, her ability to freeze an opponent's soul power incapacitating them, doesn't that inflict harm upon them? This can certainly be classified as an attack. Although one might argue it also serves a supportive role." At this juncture, Gong Qianqian interjected, "My domain possesses a capability as well. It seems it can also be employed offensively." Gong Yu's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Quickly demonstrate your ability, but do refrain from directing it towards us. Aim for that tree 3 meters away instead." "Certainly," Gong Qianqian replied, nodding her head. With a mere thought, An icy aura within her domain transformed into numerous frost blades that danced wildly through the air. They then unleashed a relentless barrage upon the tree situated 3 meters away. In the blink of an eye, the entire tree was mercilessly assailed by the chaotic flurry of frost blades, reduced to mere splinters. Hiss. Gong Shui beside her suddenly inhaled sharply, feigning a pitiful demeanor as she remarked, "Fourth sister, you must promise not to employ this technique against me in the future." Gong Qian replied with utmost seriousness, "However, I possess no soul skills. This is the only technique I know. If I do not employ this move against you, shall I merely stand idly by and let you strike?" Gong Shui pouted her lips, stubbornly asserting, "I don't care. Anyway. Fourth sister does not permit the use of such powerful tools against our own people." Gong Yu remarked, "Xiao Xue is correct. Qian, your innate domain is exceptionally powerful. It would be prudent to reserve its use for crucial moments, relying primarily on your supportive abilities. As for your offensive capabilities, they should be conserved for decisive instances." Understanding his intent, Gong Qian nodded and said, "So, what you mean is that my offensive abilities should be employed to catch others off guard." At this juncture, Nar, who had remained silent until now, suddenly burst into laughter, causing Gong Yu to feel a wave of embarrassment. He chuckled awkwardly and responded, "If that's how you wish to interpret it, so be it. However, a different term would suffice. Let's call it an element of surprise." "Big brother, don't explain." "That's exactly what you mean," interrupted Gong Shui, her lips curling into a proud pout. This immediately elicited laughter from everyone once more, thanks to Gong Shui's playful demeanor. Gong Yu, with an expression of helplessness, remarked, "Well, interpret it as you wish. However, there remains a considerable amount of time until dawn. So let us all take the opportunity to rest. Tomorrow, I still need to find a soul beast for Nyonyo. She is the only one left." As she spoke, Gong Yu reminded herself to carefully consider what type of soul beast would be suitable for Nyonyo. Following Gong Yu's suggestion, everyone returned to their original campsite. Situated 500 meters away, they all settled down to rest, while Gong Yu took on the responsibility of keeping watch, simultaneously pondering the matter of selecting a soul beast for Nyonyo. Chapter 34. Nyonyo, I too desire the first Millennium Soul Ring. In the early morning, although the sun had yet to rise, the sky was already bright. Gong Yu had spent an entire night without sleep, yet at this moment, she remained remarkably alert. She glanced back at the several young women around her. Some were nestled together in slumber, while others sat upright, their backs resting against one another after a long night. The previous evening, they had endured considerable turmoil in pursuit of the soul beast, and as a result, they were still lost in their dreams. While keeping watch during the night, Gong Yu had reflected deeply in her mind, ultimately realizing that the soul-hunting forest seemed to lack a suitable soul beast for the delicate Gong Nyonyo, which left her feeling quite troubled. The 9-colored amethyst lamp of Gong Nyonyo is not merely an auxiliary-type martial soul. Rather, it belongs to the powerful assault category and possesses the attributes of both ultimate light and ultimate fire. Additionally, it is classified as a spiritual type, which is akin to mastering 3 disciplines simultaneously. However, Gong Yu has always been perplexed as to why, upon awakening her martial soul, she possessed not a scintilla of innate soul power. Even someone like Yu Xiaojiang, who faced innate deficiencies, experienced a regression to the level of Luo San upon awakening his golden sacred dragon martial soul, yet he still retained half a level of innate soul power. In stark contrast, Gong Nyonyo truly had not a shred of innate soul power. Realizing that her thoughts had wandered astray, Gong Yu snapped back to attention and glanced at the girls, noticing that Gong Lan had already awakened. Gong Lan, the eldest sister, has always excelled in caring for everyone. Even in the wilderness, she is invariably the first to rise. Upon awakening, she gathers firewood from the surroundings and begins to kindle a fire to prepare porridge. Although one cannot carry many cooking utensils in the wild, she discreetly stowed a pot for boiling the porridge within her soul guide, along with enough rice to last several days. At that moment, Gong Yu approached her and whispered in her ear, "I shall venture nearby to procure some game. Laner, please keep an eye on them." "Very well, my lord," Gong Lan replied with a nod. "I will take good care of my sisters." Gong Lan is quite understanding, so there is no need for further elaboration. Gong Yu turned and departed, returning approximately 10 minutes later with a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds, accompanied by 4 tender rabbits, each weighing around 10 pounds. After meticulously eviscerating the game, Gong Yu set up a roasting apparatus and commenced the cooking process. Once the innards were removed, the boar's weight was reduced to about 140 to 150 pounds of succulent meat. Such a sizable roast was not intended solely for the girls, Rather, it was primarily for Gong Yu and Nar, whose hearty appetites were a consequence of their lineage. Thus, the entire boar would barely suffice to satiate the two of them. As time elapsed, the tantalizing aroma of the roasting meat wafted through the air, gradually rousing the other girls from their slumber. Upon witnessing the golden, crispy exterior of the roasted boar, they could hardly contain their eagerness to approach, particularly Nar, whose stomach audibly grumbled from a distance. However, before they could make significant progress, Bai Gonglan intercepted them. You all need to wash up first. Each of your soul-guiding devices contains grooming tools, and you have stored water, so do not presume that being in the wilderness grants you the liberty to neglect personal hygiene. After Bai Gonglan's admonishment, they obediently retrieved their grooming kits from their soul-guiding devices and began to freshen up. A few minutes later, having completed their ablutions, they all gathered beside Gong Yu. Gong Yu had meticulously sliced the roasted meat into pieces, allowing the girls to indulge with ease. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Gong Yu led everyone on a stroll through the soul-hunting forest. Despite searching for quite some time, they encountered not a single suitable creature. Gong Yu had long since formulated a plan. If he could not find a suitable soul beast for Gong Nonyo today, he would take her to the Sunset Forest the following day. Soon, noon passed, and after a meal, they resumed their search for soul beasts. After approximately an hour, they finally encountered a bright white tiger, estimated to be around 500 years old. At this moment, Gong Yu turned to Gong Nonyo and remarked, "This bright white tiger is somewhat below the desired age. We shall keep it as a backup. If we cannot find anything else, we can return to obtain its soul ring." However, Gong Nonyo replied, "Young master, I also desire a 1,000-year soul ring. Is that permissible?" Gong Yu hesitated, contemplating the matter. That could be feasible, but we must first encounter a suitable 1,000-year soul beast. He felt a degree of discomfort. On one hand, there was the precedent of Gong Qianqian, who had encountered much difficulty in absorbing her soul ring, leading him to worry that Gong Nonyo might struggle to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as well. After all, not everyone possessed the fortuity of Gong Qianqian. Yet, to outright refuse would seem unjust, especially given that he had already permitted Gong Qianqian to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. It would be inequitable to deny Gong Nonyo the same opportunity. He feared that such a refusal might lead Nonyo to feel discriminated against. Thus, Gong Yu reasoned that if she wished to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, they must first locate one. Without that, any discussion would be futile. The group wandered through the soul-hunting forest for over 2 hours, yet they still met with no success. As the hours slipped away and the day drew to a close, Gong Yu had already resigned himself to the prospect of leading the girls out of the soul-hunting forest. Just then, the ground trembled ominously, and soon they beheld hundreds, if not thousands, of soul beasts charging toward their location. Is this a beast tide? Gong Yu mused, gazing in bewilderment at the approaching horde. He then instructed the girls, "Let us move to the elevated ground ahead and take refuge. This is a minor beast tide. While it may not pose a significant threat, it is certainly beyond our capacity to withstand." Swiftly, the girls followed Gong Yu's lead, easily avoiding the oncoming beasts. Gong Yu observed intently, seeking to uncover the cause of the panic among the soul beasts, which were fleeing in a state of frenzy, thus triggering this relatively small, yet impactful beast tide. Soon, Gong Yu discerned the source of the commotion. Several soul beasts were engaged in combat. As these creatures clashed, their fiery breath scorched everything in their path, rendering the surroundings unrecognizable. The intensity of the flames was overwhelming, leaving the smaller soul beasts with no choice but to flee for their lives. The battling soul beasts advanced towards the direction of the crowd, and when they were still a few hundred meters away, the onlookers finally recognized the combatants. To their surprise, it was 3 dogs, which explained the faint barking they had heard earlier. Gong Yu gazed at the 3 pitch-black canine soul beasts resembling Tibetan mastiffs, his eyes swirling with thoughts unknown. "Let us observe these 3 dogs a little longer. I suspect something significant may occur," he suggested, prompting everyone to crouch down and conceal themselves as they covertly watched the 3 mastiffs. The trio of mastiffs alternated between confronting one another and engaging in fierce combat for nearly half an hour, until one, gravely injured, began to falter. The other 2 mastiffs, sensing the shift in the battle, swiftly converged as if guided by an unspoken connection. In a remarkable display, their forms intertwined and ultimately merged into a singular 2-headed mastiff. Upon its emergence, the 2-headed beast's aura rapidly expanded, reaching an impressive level equivalent to 800 years. Gong Yu's eyes brightened as he turned to Gong Nonyo and inquired, "Nonyo, how about absorbing the soul ring from this soul beast?" Chapter 35, The 3-Headed Red Demon Dog. But, young master. This two-headed dog has not yet reached the millennium level, Gong Yu responded, her mind still lingering on the thought of absorbing the first millennium soul ring. Thus, Gong Yu replied, just watch for now. It will soon reach the millennium level. As soon as Gong Yu's words fell, the two-headed dog lunged at the severely injured mastiff, its two massive heads opening wide to sink their teeth into the mastiff's neck and belly. After a brief whimper, the wounded mastiff drew its last breath. The two-headed dog then began to feast upon the lifeless body of the mastiff, and with each morsel consumed, its aura surged dramatically. Once it had completely devoured the mastiff's carcass, the two-headed dog suddenly convulsed violently, followed by a series of spasms. After approximately 10 minutes, the convulsions ceased. Yet its body began to shimmer with illusions, which split into three, intertwining so intricately that it was impossible to discern the true form. After about a minute, the three illusions coalesced into a singular entity. At that moment, something began to protrude from the bifurcation of the two-headed dog's neck, rapidly expanding until it took the shape of a dog's head. This new head swelled until it matched the size of the other two, transforming the two-headed dog into a three-headed one. The three-headed dog then raised its head and let out a long howl towards the crimson sun, seemingly unleashing its inner strength. Following this howl, its aura surged once more, ultimately breaking through the barriers and advancing to the millennium level of soul beasts. At this point, Gong Yu spoke again. Did you see that? It has evolved to the millennium level. The girls, except for Nar, swallowed hard one by one, nodding fervently in agreement. Gong Yu inquired, young master, what kind of spirit beast is this three-headed dog? I have never encountered it in the spirit beast compendium. Gong Yu remarked. Based on their original appearance, they ought to be the crimson fire mastiffs. However, at this moment, they resembled the tri-headed crimson demonic mastiffs. Thus, I surmise that they must possess a trace of the tri-headed crimson demonic mastiff bloodline. Following their mutation, they began to consume one another in a quest for bloodline ascension. While this remains speculation, part of Gong Yu's conjecture holds truth. The three crimson fire mastiffs were originally siblings born of the same mother, having always depended on each other through thick and thin. Yet, upon reaching an age of 400 years in their cultivation, an unexpected event transpired. One day, they unknowingly came into contact with a peculiar flame. Shortly thereafter, they awakened the tri-headed crimson demonic mastiff bloodline, resulting in sporadic conflicts among the brothers. These skirmishes have persisted for several years, escalating in intensity until they culminated in a desire to devour one another. Over the years, one managed to consume another, transforming into a two-headed canine, its bloodline growing increasingly potent. Consequently, it set its sights on the remaining sibling, intent on devouring it as well. The two-headed canine and the last remaining crimson fire mastiff battled for several more years, and only today did the former succeed in consuming the latter, evolving into a tri-headed crimson demonic mastiff. Young master, does this tri-headed crimson demonic mastiff possess any formidable abilities? Inquired Gong Yu, while others turned their eager gazes towards Gong Yu. Anticipation etched upon their faces for his response. Gong Yu remarked, the most formidable aspect of the three-headed crimson demon hound undoubtedly lies in its flames. It is said that within the beast burns a fire known as the Hellfire, a flame that can only be found in the depths of the Inferno, possessing immense destructive power. Casting a glance at Gong Yu, he continued, Yu, one of the attributes of your 9-colored purple crystal lamp is the supreme fire. If you were to absorb the soul ring of this three-headed crimson demon hound, it would likely elevate your flames to an unprecedented level. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Gong Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, young master, I want this one. It is splendid, truly splendid. However, Gong Yu furrowed his brow and replied, I wish to agree to your absorption of this soul ring, but after what happened with Qian, I find myself filled with trepidation. I fear for your safety during the absorption process. In response, Gong Yu assured him, do not worry, young master. I will succeed. Have you forgotten that my 9-colored purple crystal lamp possesses a protective function? I am confident that it will shield me from any danger. Hearing this, Gong Yu's expression brightened, acknowledging the possibility, yet he recognized that this was ultimately a gamble, as absorbing a soul ring is inherently a risk with no guarantees. He nodded in agreement, saying, very well, I support you, but I must reiterate, should any issues arise during the absorption, I will intervene immediately. Elated by his consent, Gong Yu smiled brightly, I understand. Young master, I will surely succeed. Immediately, Gong Yu rose to take action against the 1,000-year three-headed crimson demon hound. Yet, just as he stood, Nar rushed ahead, exclaiming, Brother Yu, My hands are itching a bit. Let me handle this small creature. There's no need for you to intervene. Watching Nar charge forward. Wielding the silver dragon spear, Gong Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the petite figure wielding such a lengthy weapon. A delightful contrast that epitomized the cutest height disparity. Upon nearing the three-headed crimson demon hound, Nar unleashed a fierce assault. Initially, the hound managed to engage her in a back-and-forth struggle, but gradually, its strength waned. However, the three-headed crimson demon hound was no pushover. Realizing it was outmatched, it immediately utilized its splitting technique, dividing itself into three forms to attack Nar from multiple directions. Demonstrating her swift agility, Nar deftly evaded and dispatched each of the three hound forms, causing them to crash together upon landing, ultimately merging back into the three-headed crimson demon hound. Nar approached and severed the hound's four legs with her silver dragon spear, which absorbed a portion of its vitality. At this point, the three-headed crimson demon hound was left with but a breath of life. Gong Yu then walked over with several young ladies, and upon reaching Nar, he handed a dagger to Gong Yu, instructing her to deliver the final blow to the three-headed crimson demon hound. With unwavering resolve, Gong Yu approached, brandishing a dagger, and swiftly dispatched the three-headed crimson demon hound. In the aftermath, a faint purple soul ring coalesced into existence, prompting Gong Yu to sit cross-legged and draw the soul ring towards herself, commencing the absorption of its energy through the operation of the true path of the Great Tao. Chapter 36. A bounty review. It became evident that Gong Yu's concerns for Gong Yu were somewhat excessive. He had anticipated that Yu would struggle to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring, much like Gong Qianqian had, yet the reality exceeded his expectations. Initially, the soul force within the purple soul ring did affect Yu, but just as she began to feel pain, her nine-colored purple crystal lamp martial spirit emitted a resplendent golden-purple light, enveloping her and stabilizing her within moments. Bathed in this golden-purple radiance, she successfully absorbed the soul ring of the three-headed crimson demon hound in less than half an hour. As Yu slowly opened her eyes, the others gathered around her. Sixth sister, how do you feel? The most vivacious among them, Gong Shui, inquired first, while the others cast concerned glances at Yu. I am well, Yu replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as it had been a long time since anyone had shown her such care. Sniffling, she stood up and added, I have acquired a soul skill, but I am uncertain of its power. I must test it. Taking a few steps forward, a nine-colored radiant purple crystal lamp materialized in her hand, and a faint purple soul ring manifested beneath her feet. The pale purple light flickered briefly as Yu called out, First soul skill, Infernal Fire Shining World. Instantly, the crystal lamp erupted with brilliance, and a fiery red beam shot forth, striking a nearby tree stump of adult height. In an instant, the stump ignited into a roaring inferno, the flames rapidly expanding to engulf a 5-meter radius. Within mere seconds, everything within that area was reduced to ashes. Even the surrounding stones melted into liquid. Your soul skill is quite formidable. It even melts stone. If it were directed at a person, the consequences would be dire. Gong Yu remarked nonchalantly, and the other girls nodded in agreement. I shall refrain from using this soul skill frequently, Yu said, her expression slightly embarrassed. Unsure why her soul skill was so powerful. That's all right. Just exercise restraint when dealing with our own. But when confronting enemies, do not hold back, Gong Yu advised patiently, aiming to alleviate any psychological burdens that might hinder Yu's future actions. I understand, young master, Yu nodded. Gong Yu then turned to Gong Shui, saying, Little Shui, from now on, train alongside your sixth sister. She possesses an extraordinary fire attribute. While your flames are rather chaotic, training with her will only benefit you. Gong Shui nodded and said, I understand, big brother. Then Gong Yu glanced at the sky, noticing that dusk was approaching. He promptly addressed the girls. Since we still have a bit of time, let us depart from the soul-hunting forest and refrain from spending the night within its confines. After speaking, he led the girls towards the outskirts of the forest. Approximately 2 hours later, as darkness descended, they finally exited the grand gates of the soul-hunting forest. Outside, they found a small stall to satisfy their hunger. Although it was not a substantial meal, they had to make do with what was available. After eating, and upon receiving unanimous consent from the girls, Gong Yu hired 2 carriages and set off for Notting City that very night. On the journey back, Gong Yu reflected on the gains of the past few days. His eldest sibling, Gong Lan, possessed the martial spirit blue silvergrass, with his first spirit ring originating from a nearly 800-year-old mamba silver ring snake, granting him the soul skill, serpent vine entanglement. The second, Gong Xiao, wielded a martial spirit of a bamboo stick, which had mutated into a golden bamboo staff. His first spirit ring came from a 600-year-old golden iron birch, bestowing upon him the soul skill, Golden Strike. The third, Gong Yu, had a martial spirit of cabbage, with his first spirit ring derived from over 600 years of a soft-boned rabbit, enabling him to provide teammates with 2 seconds of intangibility, during which any attack would be rendered ineffective. The fourth, Gong Qian, possessed the martial spirit of chill, her first spirit ring from a 1,000-year-old 3-legged cold toad, which, although lacking a soul skill, granted her an innate domain combining offensive and supportive abilities. The fifth, Gong Shi, held the martial spirit of pink rose, with her first spirit ring from an 800-year-old pink lady, allowing her the soul skill, Pink Devour. The sixth, Gong Yu, wielded a 9-colored purple crystal lamp, her first spirit ring from a 1,000-year-old 3-headed crimson demon dog, granting her the soul skill, Netherfire Radiance. The seventh, Gong Miao, possessed the martial spirit of chrysanthemum, her first spirit ring from a 700-year-old radiant griffin with the soul skill, Holy Light Slash, capable of both area and single target attacks. And she had awakened a supplementary skill associated with her spirit, Holy Light Healing. Lastly, Gong Shui, the eighth, held the martial spirit of Fire Kite, with her first spirit ring from a 600-year-old blazing eagle, enabling her the soul skill, Fiery Wing Slash. As for the ninth, Nader, whose age was estimated to be around 1,000,000 years, could be momentarily set aside due to her overwhelming prowess. Shortly after noon the following day, they finally returned to Notting City. The first order of business, of course, was to satiate their appetites. Gong Yu took the group to a restaurant where they enjoyed a hearty meal. After dining, Gong Yu initially intended to take the girls for a martial spirit appraisal at the spirit hall. However, upon recalling that their first spirit rings seemed rather extraordinary, he grew apprehensive that they might attract unwanted attention and be subjected to dissection for research. Thus, he abandoned the idea of the appraisal. Registering was merely for the monthly stipend of a gold soul coin, yet with their current financial security, there was no need to disclose their information under the watchful eyes of the spirit hall. Consequently, he led the girls home instead. Upon arrival, he imposed no rigorous training tasks, allowing the girls to familiarize themselves with their respective spirit rings at their own pace. Gong Yu and Na Er returned to their room, as there were no spare rooms in the house, leaving the two to share a bed. Lying on the bed, Na Er noticed that Gong Yu appeared to be preoccupied with thoughts, so she inquired, "Brother Yu, what occupies your mind?" Gong Yu turned her head and cast a glance at Na Er, saying, "I am contemplating that we may require 1 or 2 bodyguards. In a few days, we will be departing, as Notting City is rather small and no longer suitable for our stay. However, as we venture to the larger cities, I will need formidable support." Na Er pondered for a moment before responding, "I can arrange for Emperor Tian to dispatch 2 individuals." Upon hearing this, Gong Yu's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, "Indeed. Let us summon 2 fierce beasts, for they can transform into human form, making their presence in the human realm quite convenient. Moreover, with their immense cultivation, provided they do not reveal themselves, the entire continent would remain oblivious to their true nature as fierce beasts." "Whom should we summon?" Na Er inquired. Gong Yu gently cupped her chin, contemplating for a moment, and remarked, "Bai Ji is quite commendable. Summon her. She can provide us with treatment for any injuries that may arise. As for the remaining choice, whom do you think we should select? ZG or another ferocious beast?" Na Er replied, "Let it be ZG. The female soul beast tends to be more attentive. The male soul beasts are often lacking, either in intellect or in temperament. Having one of those fearsome creatures by our side might terrify many." "Very well, then. Please summon ZG and Bai Ji," Gong Yu concurred. Regardless of whether ZG and Bai Ji would be effective, they are certainly more pleasing to the eye than other ferocious beasts. "Indeed," Na Er responded. As for how she would summon ZG and Bai Ji, Gong Yu was uncertain. Na Er must have her own method. Before long, Na Er fell into a deep slumber. Gong Yu, however, remained awake, as thoughts began to brew within his mind for a forthcoming simulation. System, initiate the simulation. Chapter 37. The frivolous rewards of simulation ding. Before commencing the simulation, please select associated characters. The effects of the simulation will vary depending on the chosen individuals. Available options for association include 1. Mingyu, disciple of the Tang sect. 2. Lu Hong, disciple of the Holy Spirit cult. 3. A worm lurking within the round table of the Sea God Pavilion. Gong Yu could not help but curl his lips in a wry smile. jesting, a pest lurking within the round table of the sea god pavilion. What on earth is this? What purpose does selecting it serve? Truly amusing. Well, I suppose I shall choose option 1. Ding. The simulation commenced. At the tender age of 0, you were born, and your father bestowed upon you the name Mingyu. With both your parents being members of the Tang sect, you thus became a disciple of the Tang sect. At 3 years old, your parents surreptitiously imparted the first layer of the Xiantian skill for you to cultivate. Yet they cautioned you against displaying it in front of outsiders. Under their guidance, you swiftly grasped the basics. By the age of 4, they secretly taught you the ghostly shadow and the purple extreme magic eye, and with their instruction, you continued to advance rapidly. At 5, your parents clandestinely imparted the Xin Jade Hand and the Control Crane, Seize Dragon technique. At 6, they conducted your martial soul awakening, revealing a black spatula as your spirit. You felt a wave of disappointment, yet fortunately, you possessed innate full soul power. You understood this was likely due to the Xiantian skill, for a spatula could hardly endow you with innate full soul power, especially since you had already perfected the first layer of the innate skill 6 months prior. 7 days later, your father returned with a yellow-level golden bear spirit, which you absorbed, granting you your first soul ring and the soul skill bear spatula 1 strike, propelling your soul skill to level 11. Since the cultivation of the Tang sect secret techniques required merit points for exchange, and given that you were not a formal disciple, your father, concerned for your freedom, discreetly passed on the second layer of the Xiantian skill to you. You diligently practiced the second layer of the Xiantian skill. At 7, your soul power reached level 15, and nothing significant occurred as you faithfully cultivated the Xiantian skill and other Tang sect techniques. By the age of 8, your soul power reached level 18, and still, no noteworthy events transpired as you continued your earnest cultivation. At 9, your soul power reached level 20, prompting your parents to inquire whether you wish to acquire a second spirit or opt for a second soul ring derived from your first spirit. They advised you to choose the latter, reasoning that your body might not yet withstand a second spirit. Heeding their counsel, your first spirit birthed a second soul ring, dividing the lifespan of the spirit between the 2 rings, yet both remained yellow. You acquired the second soul skill, Bear Spatula 2 strikes. The Xiantian skill experienced another breakthrough, and you found yourself in dire need of the third layer of the technique. 3 days later, after considerable contemplation, your parents secretly transmitted the methods for layers 3 to 8 of the Xiantian skill to you. With these teachings, you need not worry about lacking techniques to cultivate in the future. Both your parents were soul saints and had only attained the first 8 layers of the technique, so any further advancement would be solely up to you. At 10, your soul power reached level 23, and your purple extreme magic eye ascended to the subtle realm, increasing your mental power by 300 points, elevating you to the mid-stage of the spiritual realm. At 11, your soul power reached level 25, and the secret of your parents transmitting Tang sect techniques inadvertently came to light. Fearing retribution from the Tang sect, they fled with you. The Tang sect declared your parents traitors and commenced a relentless pursuit of your family. By 12, your soul power reached level 27, yet a month prior. Your father met his demise at the hands of the Tang sect's enforcers. At 13, your soul power reached level 29 as you and your mother continued your flight. During your escape, your mother ascended to level 80, and you both joined the Holy Spirit sect, where she, with their aid, acquired her 8th soul ring. 3 months later, you broke through to level 30, but your mother, in her quest to secure a second spirit for you, was discovered by the Tang sect and tragically lost her life in the ensuing attack. In your quest for vengeance against the Tang sect, you publicly revealed the first 8 layers of the Xiantian skill and all Tang sect techniques, causing a sensation and benefiting many who lacked innate soul power. The Holy Spirit sect intensified their training efforts on your behalf, providing you with a soul beast, thus granting you a genuine 3rd soul ring. Your journey ended. The simulation concluded. As the simulation wrapped up, the following items were bestowed upon you. 1. A yellow-level golden bear spirit. 2. A complete set of the Xiantian treasure record, excluding the 9th layer of the Xiantian skill and the hidden weapons manual. 3. A 3rd soul ring, unknown attributes. You must choose one from these 3 options. Upon viewing the items acquired in the simulation, Gong Yu inwardly muttered a curse, deeming them rather lackluster. The first option held no value. The second option, the complete Xiantian treasure record, was of little use since Gong Yu already possessed the complete Taoist song. The purple extreme magic eye, Xin Jade Hand, and ghostly shadow were barely adequate, and the control crane, Xi's dragon technique paled in comparison to his proficiency in Tai Chi and Wing Chun. The third option was even less appealing, as the unknown attribute of the soul ring was unlikely to exceed 1,000 years in value, rendering it even less useful than the first option. Reluctantly, Gong Yu steeled himself to make a choice, resolutely responding in his heart, "System, I choose option 2. Upon making his selection, a moment later, 5 streams of light flashed around him, settling at the head of his bed. When the luminescence dissipated, 5 scrolls materialized prominently at his bedside. Gong Yu examined the 5 scrolls, confirming that they contained the Xian Tian skill, the purple extreme demon eye, the ghost shadow misdirection, the Xin jade hand, and the control crane and capture dragon techniques. He casually tucked the scrolls into his soul guide device and chose not to dwell on the matter further. This simulation had yielded little of value. Lying on his bed with his hands behind his head, after some contemplation, he murmured to himself that he still had several simulation attempts left and might as well proceed with another one. All right, let us do this. I hope to acquire something worthwhile this time. Thus, Gong Yu immersed himself once more in his thoughts, silently intoning, "System, commence simulation." Ding. Before the simulation begins, please select a related character. The effects of the simulation vary with different characters. Available choices include 1. The son of the body sect's leader, Mu Yi, named Mu Yun. 2. The aberration of the Douling royal family. 3. An ice silkworm soul beast from the extreme north. Is it even necessary to choose the aberration? We are in the Dou San world. Even the soul beasts from the extreme north have faded into obscurity. It seems unnecessary. Gong Yu chuckled and promptly decided in his mind, "I choose 1. The son of the body sect's leader, Mu Yi." Chapter 38. Choice. Soul Mentor? Armor Master? As the only soul master in the Dou San world possessing the dual professions of a 4-character armor master and a red mecha master, choosing the identity of Mu Yi's son for the simulation would undoubtedly bring numerous advantages, and Gong Yu could not afford to miss this opportunity. Upon confirming his choice, the system responded, "Ding. Simulation begins. At the age of 0, you were born as the son of Mu Yi, the leader of the body sect, and your father named you Mu Yun. At the age of 4, you had already grown to the height of an 8-year-old child, possessing significantly greater strength than your peers. Your father commenced your preliminary physical training using the body sect's secret techniques and began teaching you forging. By age 5, you had already forged a piece of heavy silver to the 100-fold level, meeting the standards of a first-level forger. At 6, your father conducted your martial soul awakening, revealing your dual fist martial soul and innate soul power of level 9. Your father was both surprised and delighted at your awakening, proceeding to train you according to the standards for the future successor of the body sect. He imparted to you the sect's cultivation methods, marking your first formal training session. A month later, your soul power reached level 10. After 2 years of nurturing through the body sect's secret techniques, your physique had grown robust. Your father presented you with a 700-year level 1000 gene and soul spirit. Upon absorbing this spirit, you acquired your first soul skill, breaking 1000 gene, raising your soul power to level 11. You officially tested and became a first-level forger, with your one-arm strength reaching 300 kilograms, prompting your father to begin teaching you the technique of 1000 forgings. By age 7, your soul power reached level 15, and you completed your first 1000-fold forging, having already met the standards for a second-level forger, although you had yet to take the examination. At age 8, your soul power climbed to level 18. Under your father's guidance, you successfully crafted your first-level soul guide device, becoming a first-level soul mentor. At age 9, your soul power surged to level 20, and you chose to differentiate your second soul ring from your first soul spirit, becoming a 2-ring great soul master with a soul power of level 21. By age 10, your soul power reached level 24, and you passed both second-level and third-level forger test a month ago. 2 months later, you attempted to create a second-level soul guide device for the first time, but failed. Another month passed, and you entered the primary spirit elevation platform. Upon exiting, both of your soul rings had reached the 1000-year level. At age 11, your soul power attained level 27. And during your second attempt to create a second-level soul guide device, you succeeded, becoming a second-level soul mentor. You entered the primary spirit elevation platform again, and the ages of your 2 soul rings increased to 1800 years. At age 12, your soul power reached level 30, and your physique continued to strengthen due to the nurturing from the body sect's secret techniques. Your father procured a 3000-year level golden giant ape soul spirit for you, which you successfully absorbed, acquiring your third soul ring and the skill mountain crushing fist, elevating your soul power to level 31. You attempted the 4th level forger examination, but unfortunately failed. At age 13, your soul power reached level 34, and you tried the 4th level forger examination again, this time successfully passing. By age 14, your soul power reached level 37, and you crafted a 3rd level soul guide device, becoming a 3rd level soul mentor. At age 15, your soul power was at level 39, momentarily stalling at a bottleneck. Your father provided you with a soul elevation pill, which could enhance your soul power by 1 level without side effects beneath the soul sect. After consuming the pill, your level rose to 40, and your 2nd soul spirit differentiated into a 2nd purple soul ring, elevating you to a 4-ring soul sect with a level of 41. At age 16, your soul power reached level 43, and you attempted the 5th level forger examination, but predictably, you failed. By age 17, your soul power reached level 45, and your father, through the body sect's secret techniques, facilitated a secondary awakening of your martial soul, successfully evolving your dual fist martial soul into Iron Fist. Thanks to this second awakening, your soul power increased by 2 levels, reaching 47. At age 18, your soul power was at level 49, and during your 2nd attempt at the 5th level forger examination, you again faced failure. Half a year later, your soul power increased to level 50, and you chose to differentiate another soul ring from your 2nd soul spirit, becoming a 5-ring soul king with a soul power of level 51. You succeeded in your 3rd attempt at the 5th level forger examination. You then attempted to create a 5th level soul guide device and succeeded, becoming a 5th level soul mentor. Your father began teaching you how to forge armor, which brought you great joy, and you applied yourself diligently. At age 19, your soul power reached level 52, having gained only 1 level over 6 months, which did not surprise you. By age 20, your soul power reached level 54. After a year of meticulous guidance from your father, you independently completed the entire process of forging, designing, and manufacturing, crafting yourself a complete set of 1st character armor, thus becoming an armor master. However, your desire to flaunt your newfound skills led you to encounter an evil soul master, resulting in your untimely demise at their hands. You died, and the simulation concluded. Simulation finished. Calculating results. Your rewards from this simulation are as follows. 1. The body sex cultivation methods. 2. The 1st soul spirit of the 700-year level 1000 gene ant. 3. The secret techniques for the secondary awakening of the body sex martial soul. 4. 2nd soul spirit. 5. 5th level forger inheritance. 6. 5th level soul mentor inheritance. 7. 1st character armor master inheritance. Choose one from 7 options. Gazing at the 8 choices, Gong Yu felt the familiar struggle of indecision arise, as the rewards from this simulation were mostly commendable, making it challenging to decide. Lacking alternatives, he resorted to the process of elimination. First, he excluded the 1st, 2nd, and 4th options, finding little significance in them. He already possessed the cultivation method and had even acquired Tang San's techniques, rendering the body sect's methods unnecessary. The 2 soul spirits were even less pertinent. The 3rd option held some utility for him. However, in comparison, his dragon elephant prajna technique could enhance his attributes, diminishing the importance of the body sect's secondary awakening secret technique in his eyes. The 5th option can be dismissed. If I wish to learn blacksmithing, I could simply seek an apprenticeship at a forge. If that proves unfeasible, I might even travel to Gangshin City. The 6th option, however, is quite appealing to me, the inheritance of a level 5 soul engineer. Should I attain the status of a level 5 soul engineer, I would never find myself lacking in funds again. Yet, the 7th option also captivates my interest, as it entails the inheritance of a word armor master, encompassing the entire process from forging to design and manufacturing. However, even if I were to acquire this inheritance with my current level of soul power, I would still be unable to forge a word armor for the time being. Conversely, should I embrace the inheritance of a level 5 soul engineer, I could elevate my forging skills, and with my present capabilities, I would at least be able to craft a level 2 soul tool. It is quite a conundrum. How should I decide? System, am I permitted to select 2 options? Chapter 39. The Rose Hotel. In response to Gong Yu's inquiry, the system promptly provided an answer. Yes, but it comes at a cost. What cost? Gong Yu pondered inwardly. For the next 5 years, the number of free attempts each month will be deducted, and all accumulated simulation attempts will be reset. To acquire simulation attempts in the future, the host must rely on exploiting Tang San. Gong Yu hesitated, contemplating within himself. With merely 60 simulation opportunities accrued over 5 years, and considering the nearly 70 opportunities one currently possesses, exchanging them for a reward seems rather unwise. After all, with close to 70 simulations, I am bound to acquire a plethora of valuable items. However, at present, I find myself lacking for nothing. Even if I were to gain additional simulation opportunities, they would merely remain in reserve, devoid of purpose. Why am I overthinking this? It is merely an advance on the credit of the next 5 years, akin to a credit card overdraft. If necessary, I can always procure more simulation opportunities from Tang San. Thus, Gong Yu silently affirmed within himself, I accept this cost. The transaction is complete. For the simulation, you have the option to choose 2 items from a selection of 7. Please make your choice. Gong Yu silently murmured, I choose the 6th and 7th options. In the next moment, he felt 2 warm currents enter his mind, and soon an abundance of memories regarding the crafting of soul-guiding devices and battle armors flooded his consciousness. With this newfound knowledge, he realized that his future days would be filled with endeavors. He thought to himself, however, I must enhance my forging skills. What I have acquired is merely a legacy of knowledge, yet I currently possess no forging ability whatsoever, making it impossible for me to create soul-guiding devices, let alone battle armors. Contemplating this, Gong Yu felt it necessary to journey to Gangshin City to learn some basic forging techniques, for in this era, the status of blacksmiths remained quite low, and the classification of forging masters was still rather vague. In this time, the renowned masters Tang Hao, Titan, and Lu Gao could at best be equated to the level of holy masters 2,000 years hence. After all, on the Douluo Continent, only one divine craftsman could exist at any given moment. It was inconceivable for 3 divine craftsmen to coexist. 5 years later, in the kingdom of Barak, Soto City, at the Rose Hotel, a boy and a girl, both seemingly around 12 years of age, arrived at the entrance. The boy, dressed in modest attire, stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in a light blue outfit that exuded a sense of neatness. A belt adorned with 24 jade stones encircled his waist, while his shoulder-length, dark, semi-long hair framed an ordinary face that conveyed an air of unapproachability, complemented by a faint, artificial smile at the corner of his lips. The girl, on the other hand, had silky, black hair meticulously braided into a tidy scorpion braid, cascading well past her calves. She was slightly taller than the boy, wearing a pink top that snugly embraced her developing figure. While her chest may not have been particularly ample, her slender waist would easily evoke envy among countless women. Her long, toned legs were encased in white trousers, showcasing a perfect golden ratio. Despite her youthful appearance and childlike face, her subtly rounded posterior hinted at burgeoning allure. Her naturally arched eyebrows and large, expressive eyes complemented her delicate, square-shaped face, creating a dissonance with her otherwise impressive physique. If Gong Yu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the pair as Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San remained as short as ever, a fact that could be irksome to some. As for Xiao Wu, before her disfigurement, she had indeed possessed striking beauty. However, since the harrowing ordeal 5 years prior at the hands of Gong Yu, her facial structure had changed irrevocably. While the scars on her face had healed, her altered bone structure could not be restored. As the years passed, her facial bones widened and squared, gradually transforming her from the oval-faced Xiao Wu into someone quite different. Nevertheless, Tang San's affection for Xiao Wu appeared to be genuine, as he never once expressed disdain for her altered appearance. Xiao San, let us stay here, Xiao Wu declared, pointing to the Rose Hotel, which boasted an architectural style reminiscent of a grand rose blossom. I have no objections, Tang San replied nonchalantly. This unusually generous gesture from him was rare. After years of laboring, and with the subsidies from the Spirit Hall, he had accumulated some modest savings. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, they were immediately enveloped by a fragrant aroma of roses, a soothing scent that warmed the senses and uplifted the spirit. The hotel's interior was adorned in 3 colors, white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm, elegant atmosphere that was instantly appealing. Approaching the front desk, Tang San requested, "Could you please provide us with 2 rooms?" The attendant replied, "I am sorry, but we only have 1 room left." Indeed, only 1 room remained, as just moments earlier, the remaining accommodations had been booked by Gong Yu and his companions, leaving 1 room available solely because Nar insisted on sharing with Gong Yu. 1 room? Tang San furrowed his brow. In his 2 lifetimes, he had shared a bed with Xiao Wu during their childhood without any discomfort, but now, as they both matured, He was acutely aware of the implications of their proximity. The attendant reiterated, "Yes, there is only one room left, but rest assured, our rooms are quite spacious and well-equipped. 2 people can comfortably share." Xiao Wu, ever brazen, remarked, "Then one room will suffice. We always shared a dormitory in Notting. What's the difference? We can save some money for beautiful clothes." Tang San shook his head in resignation. He was not particularly stubborn and figured he could sleep on the floor if necessary, as he intended to cultivate at night, which offered the best rest. "Very well, please prepare that room for us," he conceded. Just as the attendant was about to process the request, an unexpected voice interrupted. "I believe that room should belong to me." Tang San and Xiao Wu turned to see 3 individuals approaching the front desk, a young man and 2 young women, both strikingly tall and seemingly 17 or 18 years old, their appearances remarkably identical, indicating they were likely twins. The young man, standing around 1.8 meters tall, towered over Tang San and appeared even younger than the 2 girls, with broad shoulders and a handsome yet slightly rugged visage. His long golden hair cascaded down to his waist, lending him an air of distinction. What drew the most attention, however, were his eyes, an unusual pair of dual pupils, deep blue and chilling, emanating an icy demeanor that seemed to pierce through anyone who met his gaze. Approaching the front desk, he addressed the attendant. "You must be new here. Do you not know that a room must always be reserved for me?" The attendant responded, "Regardless of my experience. You would do well not to cause a disturbance. Today, the manager instructed us to rent out the rooms, and there is only one left, which was not intended for you. Are you unfamiliar with the principle of first come, first served?" The young man was momentarily taken aback, perhaps realizing that even a mere attendant could speak with such confidence. Infuriated, he retorted, "It is my first time encountering a service staff who dares to speak to me in such a manner. Have you forgotten my surname, Dai?" At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the hotel lobby. "What is so remarkable about the surname Dai? Even the illustrious Dai family is merely a peculiar white cat. You, a mere Dai, are hardly noteworthy." Chapter 40. Gong Lan versus Dai Mubai. Before their figures were visible, their voices resonated in the air. As the sound gradually faded, a young boy accompanied by 9 young girls emerged from the adjacent staircase. The boy and girls appeared to be quite youthful, around the age of 12, with the eldest girls not exceeding 15. The boy, though not extraordinarily handsome, possessed a modest charm. He donned a grayish-white jacket that reached his hips, adorned with golden embroidery at the collar and patterns across the fabric. Beneath, he wore a white shirt embroidered with golden designs, complemented by black trousers and a dragon-patterned belt that exuded a sense of distinction. The 9 girls were similarly attired in luxurious garments, each possessing remarkable beauty, with one in particular, blessed with silver hair, standing out as exceptionally stunning. This group was none other than Gong Yu's family, and the boisterous young man named Dai was, of course, Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's gaze was instantly captivated, his eyes alight with interest, though it was not Gong Yu he focused on, but rather the girls beside him, especially the one nestled against Gong Yu's side. However, he soon regained his composure, recalling the earlier remark, and swiftly directed his attention towards Gong Yu, inquiring, "Was that remark made by you? Are you insulting the Dai family?" "It was indeed me who said it." "What of it?" Gong Yu replied, loosening his grip around Nader's waist and spreading his hands. "What I stated is merely the truth. The Dai family's martial soul is simply a mutated white cat. You seek death." The insult to his family's treasured martial soul ignited a fierce wrath within Dai Mubai. He released the pair of twins and, without hesitation, lunged forward with a punch aimed at Gong Yu. "Humph." Gong Yu scoffed, clenching his fist, ready to retaliate. Yet, Gong Lan stepped in first, coolly stating, "For such a trivial matter, it is not your place to intervene, lest you dirty your hands." Upon hearing her words, Gong Yu smiled knowingly. It was indeed preferable to avoid a confrontation. After all, with a single punch, his strength could surpass 10,000 pounds. At level 39 in soul power, and having perfected the 4th layer of the dragon elephant prajna, augmented by the bloodline strength of the Golden Dragon King, he was aware that his power had not been tested in quite some time. Yet he knew that even the slightest exertion would be beyond what a mere 3-ring Dai Mubai could withstand. Thus, it was appropriate for Gong Lan to take the lead, as she understood the importance of restraint. Seeing Gong Lan act first, Gong Shui, clad in fiery red, erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "Dreadful! My sister has beaten me to it again." Hearing her lament, Gong Yu could only smile wryly. Gong Lan's kind-hearted nature often compelled her to act swiftly whenever injustice arose, primarily to prevent Gong Shui from taking the lead, for if Gong Shui were to intervene, the result would often be a severe beating. Gong Lan could not bear to see others suffer at the hands of her sister, which is why she always stepped forward before Gong Shui could. At that moment, facing a powerful punch from Dai Mubai, Gong Lan retaliated with her own fist. However, as she struck, her hand transformed into a lustrous, pearly white Xianyu hand. Tang San, who stood beside the counter, was suddenly filled with astonishment. He was confident he had not made a mistake. The girl was undoubtedly employing the Tang sect's signature skill, the Xianyu hand. Could it be that the Tang sect exists in this world as well? Tang San's thoughts raced. If that were true, the revelation of his cultivation of the Xiantian treasure record would likely lead him to face yet another perilous pursuit. Thus, he resolved to remain discreet. As Tang San's mind whirled, the fists of Gong Lan and Dai Mubai collided. With a resounding thud, Gong Lan was pushed back half a step, while Dai Mubai staggered backward, losing his footing for 12 steps before regaining his balance. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. He had not anticipated that this girl, who appeared slightly younger than himself, could not only withstand his punch but also force him back so far, indicating her strength surpassed his own. What astonished Dai Mubai most was the hardness of her fist. It felt as if it were forged from bronze and iron, delivering a blow that resonated painfully through him. So weak, Gong Lan remarked, her words carrying a sting that was far more damaging than the physical impact. In truth, Dai Mubai was not weak. His strength was formidable, yet it was not the kind of raw power that overwhelmed. Rather, it was a concentrated force. All energy seemingly coalesced into the size of his fist. If an ordinary soul master had absorbed Dai Mubai's punch, they would have been left reeling from the explosive shockwave. Unfortunately for Dai Mubai, Gong Lan was no ordinary soul master. Though her soul power was at the 3rd ring, and she was 5 levels below him at level 32. She had mastered the 3rd layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna, augmented by the Xianyu hand, rendering Dai Mubai's ordinary punch incapable of inflicting any harm. To humiliate me thus, very well. Dai Mubai growled, his demeanor shifting. This time, his assault would not be so simple. He leaped from the ground, soaring above Gong Lan in an instant. His limbs stretched out oddly, appearing full of openings, yet they moved subtly, suggesting an endless array of follow-up strikes. Gong Lan smiled faintly, her knees slightly bending, toes curling inward simultaneously. With a swift motion, her calves exerted force as her left arm swept in from the outside while her right arm pushed outward from the inside, presenting a rather peculiar posture. Dai Mubai's strike was undeniably seasoned. Regardless of how his opponent might block or retaliate, he possessed a myriad of countermeasures. Within what appeared to be a vulnerable maneuver lay profound and esoteric offensive techniques, with every limb capable of becoming a weapon. However, just as his attack was about to find its mark, an invisible force surged from below. This power, seemingly viscous, lacked overwhelming impact yet possessed remarkable resilience. In midair, Dai Mubai found himself devoid of leverage, feeling as though his body was forcibly diverted from its intended trajectory, veering to the side, causing all his strikes to miss their target. What manner of power is this? A sense of astonishment flickered through Dai Mubai's mind. Though perplexed, Tang San discerned the situation with clarity, silently noting, "This is the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. This reaffirmed Tang San's conviction that the Tang sect existed in this world. Otherwise, it would be too fortuitous for 2 identical Tang sect techniques to manifest here. Beside him, Xiao Wu was suddenly exhilarated, exclaiming, Xiao San, the technique that girl used resembles yours quite closely." Immediately, Tang San placed a hand over Xiao Wu's mouth, fearing that her continued remarks might expose him. He had no desire to relive the experience of being hunted by the Tang sect. Xiao Wu's exclamation naturally drew the attention of Gong Yu and others. When they turned to look, Tang San felt a pang of guilt, but Gong Yu and the others quickly turned back, as though he were invisible. Chapter 41. Gong Yu. If we meet, let's ensnare him. Although his attack had failed, Dai Mubai's combat experience was exceedingly rich. Thus, he twisted his waist midair, executing a horizontal rotation before landing firmly on the ground. At that precise moment, Gong Lan launched her attack. Her timing was impeccable, coinciding perfectly with the instant Dai Mubai's feet touched the ground, a moment when it was most challenging to exert force. Gong Lan's footsteps danced like shadows. appearing to take 3 delicate steps before instantly arriving before Dai Mubai, both palms striking simultaneously toward his chest. The shadowy movement? Upon witnessing Gong Lan's technique, Tang San's heart sank further into trepidation. He swallowed hard, his mind conjuring images of the pursuit that awaited him. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai's eyes flickered with a sinister gleam, his 4 pupils seemingly igniting in unison as he exhaled forcefully, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. Gong Lan's palm struck directly against Dai Mubai's arms, sending a jolt through him that left his forearms tingling. However, he deftly utilized that recoil to step back a few paces, evading Gong Lan's assault. At that moment, Dai Mubai realized that relying solely on ordinary attacks would not grant him an advantage over Gong Lan. He let out a sharp cry, "White Tiger, manifest!" With his command, a brilliant, pale light erupted from Dai Mubai, illuminating his form. His arms stretched wide, his chest puffed out, and a cacophony of cracking bones echoed as his muscles swelled, straining against his clothing. Each muscle became distinctly defined beneath the fabric, and even the air around him seemed to grow tumultuous. His once golden hair transformed into a striking blend of black and white, with the majority being white and a few black strands standing out prominently. 4 faint lines emerged on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for king. His hands underwent the most drastic transformation, expanding to twice their original size, covered in a layer of white fur. As he flexed his fingers, razor-sharp claws, reminiscent of daggers, extended from his palms, each measuring a formidable 8 inches, glinting with a chilling gleam. Leaning forward, his eyes transformed into a deep, profound blue, imparting the impression of a relentless killing machine. Beneath him, 3 radiant soul rings shimmered, ascending quietly, 2 yellow and 1 purple, each pulsating with a surge of soul power that crashed over him like a tidal wave. It was indeed a 1,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wu, known for her impulsive nature and penchant for chatter, was silenced by Tang San, who was now sweating profusely. He found himself anxiously contemplating the implications of Tang's sect in this world, growing increasingly apprehensive. He wished fervently for Xiao Wu to refrain from her incessant chatter, recognizing that this was a duel between Dai Mubai and Gong Lan, not her affair. Dai Mubai, martial soul, White Tiger, level 37 soul master, at your service, he proclaimed, despite feeling embarrassed for having been forced to invoke his martial soul in a clash with a girl. Nevertheless, he maintained his decorum, formally presenting his martial soul and rank, signifying his official challenge to Gong Lan. "So, it's the cat from the Star Luo Dai family. No wonder she was so irritable earlier," remarked Gong Yu, who was spectating the battle, his words meant to provoke Dai Mubai. "You insolent brat, do you dare to insult the Dai family's martial soul?" Dai Mubai's eyes flared with a crimson light, brimming with murderous intent as he prepared to lunge at Gong Yu. Just then, a wave of blue light radiated from Gong Lan. Her eyes took on a faint purple hue as she slowly lifted her right hand. Seeing the hint of purple in her gaze, Tang San was taken aback once more, silently muttering, "That is the purple extreme demon eye." As the blue light swirled around her, a cluster of deep blue grass sprouted from her palm. Each blade appeared slender, yet was adorned with rings reminiscent of a silver-ringed serpent. The leaves transformed from their previous flat shape into cylindrical forms, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the fine barbs lining each leaf. A milky white glow emanated from Gong Lan, causing the deep blue leaves to expand dramatically, swiftly growing to the thickness of a human arm, resembling stout vines. The silver rings gleamed softly, accentuating the flower buds at the ends of each vine, which appeared as lively as serpents coiling in anticipation. 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, danced from Gong Lan's feet, instantly blinding Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Gong Lan, martial soul, blue silver king, level 32 soul master, at your service, she declared, striking a traditional martial arts stance. "How is this possible?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Tang San, the master, mentioned that the first soul ring's age limit is 423 years, the second's is 764 years, and the third's is 1,760 years. How can that girl's soul rings seem to exceed these limits? In response, Tang San nodded, his voice low. "It's not just a semblance. Her 3 soul rings genuinely surpass the limits, and by a considerable margin. I now find myself questioning whether my teacher's theory holds true." Not only that, but Tang San also sensed his own blue-silver grass martial soul trembling in fear, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. It was no surprise, given that his martial soul had yet to undergo its second awakening. Conversely, Gong Lan's martial soul had evolved into the Blue-Silver King due to her long-term consumption of Blue-Silver Royal Juice, exerting pressure that caused Tang San's Blue-Silver grass to cower in the shadows. Although Tang San's voice was barely a whisper, Gong Yu heard him clearly. Gong Yu turned his head and cast another glance at Tang San. Sensing the scrutiny, Tang San also looked over, but his gaze momentarily faltered. Unwilling to meet Gong Yu's eyes, he feared that Gong Yu might discern his possession of Tang sect's extraordinary skills, which could lead to pursuit by Tang sect members. However, Gong Yu's thoughts wandered elsewhere. He contemplated that since he had encountered Tang San, it would be a missed opportunity not to exploit him for some simulated attempts. 5 years had elapsed, during which each month his simulation attempts had been deducted, leaving him without the chance to engage in any simulations. Now, with 5 years just passed, he would have to wait until next month for his next allocation of simulation attempts. Thus, he decided to seize the moment with Tang San. Consequently, Gong Yu strolled over to Tang San and Xiao Wu, raising his hand in greeting. "Ah, is that not the Soul Beast Bus and Little Squirt? No wonder you both seem so familiar. It's you too. Little Squirt, you still look as diminutive as ever. Oh, and Bus, why do you appear less charming now?" Upon hearing the term Bus, Xiao Wu immediately recognized the boy before her. She gritted her teeth and erupted in fury, shouting at Gong Yu. "It's you. So it's you who has ruined the lovely visage of my adorable little bunny. You despicable scoundrel. I shall have your head." Gong Yu immediately chuckled. "You may be able to make a ruckus, but you must refrain from speaking carelessly. What do you mean by saying I ruined your adorable little rabbit-like visage? I shall not bear that blame." Chapter 42. Cultivating Geniuses in the Manner of Nurturing Ordinary Individuals. You dare to speak such words? I will end you," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her hands clawing as she attempted to reach for Gong Yu, only to be intercepted by Tang San. "Xiao Wu, you must remain composed," Tang San said, wrapping his arms around her waist, despite her futile attempts to lash out at Gong Yu. "Let go of me, Tang San. Release me. I will annihilate him." Xiao Wu continued to struggle, desperate to break free from Tang San's grasp, yet her efforts proved in vain. "Enough, Xiao Wu. Calm yourself." To quell her, Tang San unleashed a roar he had never directed at her before. He did not wish to resort to such measures, but he feared that if Xiao Wu persisted, any unforeseen incident could expose his training in the Tang sect's martial arts, leading to dire consequences. At the sound of Tang San's commanding voice, Xiao Wu instantly regained her composure. She recalled that the girl's soul ring was comprised of 1 yellow and 2 purple, realizing that Gong Yu was undoubtedly extraordinary. She estimated that she was still no match for him, and thus, she ceased her tumultuous behavior. "Now that is more like it. What was all the commotion for?" Gong Yu remarked slowly, observing Xiao Wu's newfound tranquility. With her quieted, Tang San finally released her. Gong Yu extracted a box of chewing gum from the inner pocket of his coat, tossed 2 pieces into his mouth, and began to chew. He extended the box towards Tang San, silently inviting him to partake as well. Tang San waved his hand in refusal, and Gong Yu, not insistent, retracted his hand. As for Xiao Wu, he chose to treat her as if she were invisible. After savoring the gum for a while, Gong Yu initiated the conversation. "I heard you were merely at the second ring?" Tang San nodded slightly, choosing silence, wary of saying too much and making an error. "What a pity." Gong Yu feigned a sigh, remarking, "I recall you possessing innate full soul power." Tang San nodded once more. Gong Yu smiled faintly and then remarked, "It is indeed a pity that a prodigy endowed with innate full soul power has been squandered by Yu Xiaojiang." "What do you mean?" Upon the mention of Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San finally ceased his silence. Having observed Gong Lan's soul ring, he began to harbor doubts regarding Yu Xiaojiang. Gong Yu remarked, "Am I not clear enough? What I mean is that Yu Xiaojiang is nothing but a fool. What exceptional methods of nurturing can he possess? He merely attempts to cultivate geniuses in the same manner he would ordinary individuals." Tang San furrowed his brow, seemingly grasping part of the meaning, yet still not fully comprehending. He inquired, "What does it mean to cultivate geniuses in the same way as ordinary people?" "Oh, that statement. Savor it slowly, contemplate it deeply." Gong Yu offered no further explanation, believing that some truths could only be fully understood through personal reflection. After saying this, he turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he glanced back and added, "By the way, Tang San, I forgot to tell you that I have already reached level 39, and I can faintly sense a breakthrough approaching. In no more than 7 days, I shall attain level 40. It seems your teacher once claimed I couldn't compare to you. What do you think now?" As he watched Gong Yu's departing figure, Tang San fell into contemplation. He glanced at Xiao Wu and asked, "What do you think our teacher has taught us over the years?" Xiao Wu counted on her fingers, reading, running, and weighted running. "It seems that's all." Tang San's expression darkened. "But these are things the academy would have taught us regardless of our teacher, right?" Xiao Wu nodded yes. "I often see others from Dormitory 7 going for runs. We only have the luxury of not being compelled to attend classes together because of the master's instruction. And the academy even arranges practical lessons, which the master cannot provide. Therefore, he allows us to spar with each other. In essence, what the teacher imparted to us is merely what the academy disseminates to all students." Tang San stated flatly, gesturing towards Gong Yu in the distance. He continued, "Xiao Wu, do you know what his innate spirit power is?" Xiao Wu shook her head. "I don't know. When we fought him before, he never used his martial spirit. But he seemed quite strong. He is just a freshman, yet he is already that powerful. He must have full innate spirit power." "You are mistaken, Xiao Wu." Tang San shook his head. "When I registered at the academic office, I happened to encounter him and learned that his martial spirit is also blue-silver grass. And his innate spirit power is merely level 1. Yet, as you just heard, he is now level 39 and on the verge of reaching level 40. Xiao Wu immediately questioned, "How can that be? With innate level 1 spirit power and a blue-silver grass martial spirit, how could he possibly reach level 40? "But that is the truth," Tang San replied. "What do you think his spirit rings are like?" "I don't know. I just want to beat him up," Xiao Wu said. Clenching her fists tightly, Tang San shook his head, realizing he would not elicit any further insights from Xiao Wu. "What have I truly learned from my teacher?" Tang San pondered within himself. "I have already fallen far behind. Must I continue to waste time with him? If he could teach me something genuinely useful, then learning from him would be worthwhile, but the issue is that his teachings are ineffective." As his thoughts swirled, he turned to glance at Gong Lan, who was engaged in a battle with Dai Mubai, and silently mused, "If only my teacher could nurture me in the same way he does that girl, it would be acceptable. The problem is that he simply does not understand how to do so. He only adheres to his own theories. Had I absorbed my first spirit ring beyond its age limit, and if my second spirit ring were also a millennium old, without comparison, there can be no pain." And it was evident that Gong Lan had surpassed Tang San in every respect, igniting a deep sense of imbalance within him. Tang San's doubts were no longer confined to Yu Xiaojiang. He was now ensnared in profound self-doubt. Gong Yu returned to his team and cast a distant glance at Tang San, who appeared to be lost in contemplation. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of his mouth, for he was aware that Tang San had begun to indulge in his own thoughts. Suddenly, a chime resonated in Gong Yu's mind, followed by a notification that materialized within his consciousness. The host has caused Tang San to question Yu Xiaojiang, leading him into a profound state of self-doubt. Therefore, an additional simulation attempt has been rewarded. Upon reading the notification, a subtle smile graced Gong Yu's face. At that moment, Nader approached and inquired, "Brother Yu, what brings you such joy? Is it something related to that rabbit?" Gong Yu cast a fleeting glance at Tang San's companion, Xiao Wu, and remarked, "So, Nader, you two have discerned the true form of that rabbit." Na shot Gong Yu a disdainful look and replied, "Brother Yu, that is merely stating the obvious. What sort of creature do you think it is? It is simply a 100,000-year-old rabbit." "What do you mean by a 100,000-year-old rabbit?" Gong Shui was drawn in by Nader's words, and soon the other girls gathered around as well. Nader lifted her head, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu, subtly hinting to Gong Shui. Following Nader's gaze, Gong Shui turned her attention to Xiao Wu. "Is she truly a 100,000-year soul beast?" Gong Shui's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Chapter 43. The four-eyed cat eagle. Gong Yu raised his head and surveyed the surroundings. He noticed the excitement among the girls upon hearing that Xiao Wu was a soul beast of 100,000 years. Thus, Gong Yu spoke up, Hey, why are you all staring at her like that? Don't frighten her away. She is, after all, my destined sixth soul ring." However, Nader interjected, "Brother Yu, that rabbit soul ring is not actually compatible with yours." In truth, it seemed that none of the soul rings Gong Yu had absorbed thus far were particularly harmonious. His first soul ring was of the lightning attribute, the second of ice, while the third was of fire. Yet, they somehow complemented each other, as the soul beasts they derived from were all serpentine, arachnid, or draconic in nature. Therefore, the presence of a mere rabbit did not concern him. Gong Yu nodded thoughtfully, and then remarked, "Indeed, it seems that apart from Yuer's cabbage martial soul, no one here is truly suitable. However, considering Yuer's physical strength, She would need at least the 8th ring to have a chance at absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring, unless that rabbit is willing to make a sacrifice. Upon being mentioned, Gong Yu expressed a hint of surprise. Gong Yu remarked, "Your physique is too frail. You cannot absorb a 100,000-year soul ring in such a short span. Moreover, the future is unpredictable. No one can ascertain whether that rabbit might fall prey to another." What a pity, Gong Yu sighed. Indeed, it is somewhat regrettable. Yet it is of little consequence. After all, it is merely a rabbit, Gong Yu replied nonchalantly. A 100,000-year soul ring is nothing extraordinary. There will be ample opportunities to acquire one in the future. As the conversation unfolded, the battle between Gong Lan and Dai Mubai had reached its conclusion. At that moment, Dai Mubai was ensnared by Gong Lan's blue-silver king, resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling. Once Dai Mubai's body was suffused with a purplish hue, Gong Lan unceremoniously tossed him aside. The purplish discoloration enveloping Dai Mubai was not merely the result of Gong Lan's assault. It stemmed from poisoning. Gong Lan's first soul skill, entanglement, was laced with the venom of the mamba silver ring snake. This toxin was far more lethal than Tang San's paralyzing poison. It could indeed claim a life. However, Gong Lan had no intent to slay Dai Mubai. Before the toxin could take a fatal toll, she utilized her blue-silver grass to extract the poison from him. Otherwise, Dai Mubai would have long since become a lifeless corpse. Dai Mubai lay sprawled on the ground like a cadaver, while Gong Lan approached Gong Yu with a smile, saying, "Young master, I have finished my task." Before Gong Yu could utter a word, Gong Shui spoke first. "Sister, you always say that I am too heavy-handed. Yet this time it seems your own touch is rather forceful as well." Gong Lan's complexion was flushed, followed by an awkward chuckle as she remarked, "That fellow is somewhat troublesome. I preferred not to reveal too much of my prowess, so I misjudged the balance and ended up being a bit too forceful. However, he truly is weak. He couldn't withstand even my first soul skill, and I didn't even need to employ my second." Gong Lan displayed a hint of arrogance on her face. She frequently participated in competitions at the soul fighting arena, often challenging opponents of a higher rank than her own. The level of soul master no longer piqued her interest. Gong Shui, unyielding in her stance, retorted, "Humph, even you, dear sister, are not always adept at maintaining restraint. Henceforth, do refrain from vying with me for prey. I may leave my adversaries merely half alive, easily remedied by a healing soul master. However, should anyone fall victim to your venom, even after the toxins are purged, a full recovery would be an arduous endeavor, taking no less than a month." "Understood, understood. I shall no longer contest with you." Gong Lan conceded, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the futility of her argument. Gong Yu cast a glance at Dai Mubai, who lay on the ground, and instructed the hotel to send someone to Shilek Academy to retrieve him. He then took a few young ladies to stroll about. After wandering for quite some time through the bustling streets adorned with a myriad of wares, they arrived at a modestly sized establishment, yet one that boasted a distinctive sign. The sign bore a circular emblem, inscribed with several unique symbols reminiscent of the Soul Palace's insignia: a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. To the unknowing passerby, it might appear that the shop was affiliated with the Soul Palace. However, Gong Yu was aware that it was merely a deceitful merchant masquerading under the guise of the Soul Palace's reputation. "Shall we proceed inside, young master?" inquired Gong Lan. Gong Yu nodded slightly and took the lead in stepping into the shop, followed closely by the others. The interior of the shop was somewhat dim, and as soon as they crossed the threshold, a peculiar wave of energy immediately captured their attention. This energy emanated from the soul-guiding devices within. These devices were infused with soul power. If they had not been claimed by an individual and bound to their own soul power, they would exhibit an outward release of this energy. Each person cast their gaze about, and whatever peculiar and extraordinary items they encountered, they eagerly purchased. Gong Yu issued a brief directive to the group, after which they dispersed throughout the shop, beginning to explore the various curiosities on display. Gong Yu approached the wall, his gaze settling upon a crystal roughly the size of a human head. Uncertain whether this crystal was indeed a bored crystal, he surmised it must be, as it was the only yellowish specimen in the shop. Although this object held little utility for him, he deemed it essential to acquire, for it possessed the potential to transform into a dragon whisker needle. Yet, he pondered whether Tang San, deprived of the bored crystal and unable to obtain the needle, would still prevail in a confrontation with Zhao Wujia. Observing the others meandering about, picking up and setting down various items, the four-eyed cat eagle, which had been lounging idly, expressed its discontent with a sudden remark. If you're not buying, refrain from touching. In response, Gong Yu glanced at the others, noting that they too had failed to discover any extraordinary treasures, and with a mere gesture of his eyes, urged them to proceed to the checkout with their chosen items. Gong Yu approached with the yellowed crystal in hand, ready to settle the bill. The total amounted to 5,000 gold soul coins, a fixed price. The four-eyed cat eagle adjusted his glasses and, with a languid tone, remarked, "Let us not be hasty. It's merely a pair of worthless trinkets. Hardly worth such an amount." Upon hearing the sum of 5,000 gold soul coins, Gong Yu could hardly be bothered to respond to the four-eyed cat eagle and was prepared to leave with the young girl. This, however, caused the four-eyed cat eagle to become anxious. He had not seen a customer in days, and the arrival of potential buyers was a rare occurrence. If he frightened them away with such a price, it would indeed be a regrettable loss. Thus, he promptly rose from his reclining chair, wearing a sly grin, and said, "Oh dear, please don't rush off. If the price seems too steep, feel free to negotiate." Gong Shui abruptly interjected, saying, "Didn't you assert that the price was fixed? How are we supposed to negotiate?" The four-eyed cat hawk suddenly found himself in an awkward position. However, he quickly regained his composure and chuckled. "It's all a misunderstanding. Negotiation is absolutely possible. Who would ever buy something without haggling, right?" At this moment, Gong Yu chimed in. "So we can negotiate then? Very well. We offer 100 gold soul coins for all these items." 100 gold soul coins? The four-eyed cat hawk emphasized his words, shaking his head vehemently. No. That's simply one deal. You can't negotiate like that. It's not how bargaining works. I wouldn't even recoup my costs." "Oh. Then how much do you propose?" Gong Yu inquired. The four-eyed cat hawk raised his right hand, curled his thumb down, and extended 4 fingers, stating, "4,000. Just 4,000 gold soul coins, and you can take everything." Gong Yu waved her hand towards the girls beside her and remarked, "Let us depart. This boss lacks sincerity. And we need not waste any more time." Wait. Let us discuss further," the four-eyed cat eagle hastily interjected, then continued. "How about considering a sum of 3,000? Gong Yu sighed and remarked, "I have no desire to squander time haggling with you. Let us be pragmatic. 150 golden soul coins. If you are willing to sell, I shall purchase. Your items are hardly valuable, merely peculiar curiosities that intrigue me for further study. However, 150 is rather insufficient. Consider that I expended considerable effort to acquire these items, some of which I obtained through life-threatening experiences. Please, raise your price a bit." The four-eyed cat eagle, eager to maximize its profit, was prepared to fabricate any tale. 150, take it or leave it. If you refuse, I shall take my leave." Gong Yu stood firm. There was no way he would yield more funds to support Shilek. Flanders' intention in selling subpar goods was primarily to subsidize the expenses of Shilek Academy. With only a handful of students, the institution's revenue relied heavily on Flanders' cunning schemes. "Fine, 150 it is." Flanders gritted his teeth in agreement, not anticipating encountering discerning buyers today. Yet, he knew he would struggle to sell even a few of these items. If he did not sell now, they would merely collect dust. "Lana, please pay him." Gong Yu instructed his companion, Gong Lan, before stowing the items into his soul guide ring. The group of 10 then exited the four-eyed cat eagle's dubious establishment. Once outside, Gong Shui expressed her confusion. "Big brother, why do you want those items? You are already a third-level soul master. Why not craft what you desire yourself? What use is a collection of junk?" "Old 8, you simply lack the capacity for critical thought," Gong Miao Miao retorted. "The young master acquires these peculiar items not for their inherent worth, but for the intricate formations and inscriptions contained within those soul devices." Gong Shui was rendered speechless by the confrontation and immediately turned her face away, indicating her disinterest in conversing with Gong Miao Miao. After wandering for a while longer, the group returned to the Rose Hotel. As they descended, they encountered Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were preparing to leave. Gong Yu deliberately took out the board crystal, showcasing it, which made Tang San's eyes gleam with excitement. Without Dai Mubai and Tang San to compete for rooms, Xiao Wu and her companion ultimately settled into the Rose Hotel. At that moment, upon seeing the board crystal in Gong Yu's hand, Tang San's suspicions were confirmed. He was certain that Gong Yu and his companions were affiliated with the Tang sect, as only those from the sect would know the true purpose of the board crystal. Upon reaching the doorway of their room, Gong Yu called everyone inside and placed the board crystal on the table, then retrieved a forging hammer from his soul guide ring. "What is the young master planning to do?" Gong Xiao inquired, intrigued. Due to her considerable strength, She often learned about forging soul-guided devices from Gong Yu and was now a second-level soul master, albeit barely passing. Seeing the forging hammer piqued her interest. Naturally, I wish to show you something remarkable, Gong Yu replied with an enigmatic smile. Hearing that something interesting was to be revealed, the girls gazed at him with eager anticipation. What do you think I bought this crystal for? Gong Yu asked with a subtle smile. Big brother must have his own purposes for this item, Gong Shui remarked. Somewhat redundantly, earning a few exasperated glances from the group, rendering her comment nearly superfluous. This is the moment to witness a miracle, Gong Yu declared as he lifted the forging hammer, channeling his soul power into it before striking the board crystal with a powerful blow. A resounding crash echoed throughout the Rose Hotel, shaking the very foundations as the crystal shattered under the force of Gong Yu's strike. At that instant, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Countless golden specks erupted from the remnants of the board crystal, scattering throughout the room, enveloping it in a shimmering golden hue. The group was startled, quickly activating their soul power to shield themselves from the golden particles, though the force of their dispersion was not harmful. The dazzling golden light created a mesmerizing spectacle. Its tinkling sound delightful to the ears as it fell like rain, blanketing the bedroom in a layer of radiant gold. The crystal had disintegrated into fine powder, transforming into golden light that gradually descended, covering the floor and bed with a layer of golden particles. Each golden grain was uniform in size, akin to grains of rice, perfectly round and glimmering softly. The golden particles were slightly soft and remarkably elastic, impossible to crush even with soul power. Young master, what exactly are these? Even Gong Qianqian, who typically shunned such curiosities, suddenly found herself intrigued and posed the question. Gong Yu patiently elucidated, there exists a type of crystal known as the hair crystal. To the untrained eye, it may seem utterly worthless. However, to those possessing unique abilities, such as Tang San whom we encountered at the hotel entrance, acquiring this crystal would likely render him so exhilarated that he might lose sleep for days. So, what exactly is this hair crystal? Gong Qianqian inquired further. Gong Yu remarked, hair crystal refers to a phenomenon where certain natural crystals, under specific conditions and external influences, develop golden thread-like formations within. These golden strands are known as crystal hair or golden hair, resembling the tresses of the crystal itself, regardless of the crystal's color. The presence of even a single strand of crystal hair elevates its value beyond that of the finest natural crystals, though this is contingent upon the discerning eye of the beholder. Crystals that possess this hair are termed hair crystals. Is this broken crystal truly a hair crystal? Gong Shui responded with a lack of enthusiasm. What purpose does it serve? Can we hammer it into golden orbs for use as gold? With a smile gracing her lips, Gong Yu remarked, this is not merely a piece of crystal, it is a splendid specimen of board crystal, the finest among the varieties of crystal. Confounded by the dual terminology, Gong Shui, who was not inclined to intellectual pursuits, found herself bewildered. It was evidently the same entity yet bore two distinct names, differing by but a single character. With a swift motion, Gong Lan delivered a playful slap to Gong Shui's backside, saying, you need not comprehend. Simply listen attentively and refrain from causing any disruption. Gong Shui's cheeks puffed in indignation, eliciting another round of hearty laughter from the crowd. Chapter 45, Dragon Whisker Needle. After the merriment subsided, Gong Yu elaborated, the hair gold within the hair crystal is typically disordered and sparse. However, certain hair crystals that have existed for an exceptionally long time may present an increased quantity of hair gold. When the amount of hair gold reaches a significant threshold and coalesces within the crystal, resembling a golden plate, such a hair crystal is referred to as a plate crystal. Due to the abundant and orderly arrangement of hair gold within, the plate crystal is regarded as the pinnacle of hair crystals. Gong Lan inquired, my lord, what purpose does this board crystal serve? Gong Yu replied, let us first gather these golden particles. With that, he began to collect the shimmering grains, prompting the others to join him in the endeavor. Before long, a waiter approached, inquiring about the sudden tremor in the hotel. But Gong Yu deftly concocted an excuse to dismiss him. After the waiter departed, Gong Yu addressed the group once more, saying, now, allow me to reveal the true nature of these particles. As he spoke, he opened his palm, cradling the golden particles within, and summoned his soul energy. A radiant golden glow enveloped his hand, leading to an extraordinary spectacle. The golden particles, under the infusion of his soul energy, gradually elongated, transforming into a thread as fine as a hair, appearing several times thinner than a strand of hair, resembling a delicate golden needle. Gong Lan sighed, remarking, so delicate, akin to a single strand of hair. No wonder it is referred to as hair crystal. Subsequently, Gong Yu retracted her spiritual energy, causing the golden thread to revert to its previous form of golden particles. With a simple gesture of her hand, the particles vanished into thin air. Where did they go? Gong Shui inquired with curiosity. Although her spiritual strength was not the most formidable, she was confident that, at such close proximity, any transfer of Gong Yu's possession would not elude her perception. Meanwhile, Nar, possessing keen eyesight, immediately noticed a faint golden glimmer emerging from the gap between Gong Yu's index and middle fingers, although the light was too subtle for the naked eye to discern. It could not escape her piercing dragon-like gaze. Gong Yu smiled gently, slightly parting her index and middle fingers, allowing everyone to notice a slender golden needle delicately nestled between them. This is known as the dragon whisker needle. Pay close attention. Gong Yu then pressed her fingers together once more, the golden needle poised between them, and swiftly hurled it towards the grand bed. In an instant, a subtle glimmer of gold flickered silently, vanishing into the quilt atop the bed. Strangely, as the golden thread penetrated, the quilt began to twist rapidly. And in the blink of an eye, a pronounced bulge emerged. Gong Yu gazed at Nar and inquired, Nar, your keen perception, have you noticed any alterations in the golden needle? Nar replied, the golden needle, upon piercing the grand bed, has coiled up again, reverting to a granular form. Precisely. Gong Yu nodded in affirmation. The golden thread is extraordinarily resilient and possesses remarkable elasticity. Once it is detached from the support of spiritual energy, it instinctively retracts. Do you now comprehend the utility of this object? The assembly nodded in understanding, yet only Gong Shui scratched her head. A look of bewilderment adorning her face as she remarked, what is there to understand? I don't get it at all. Lao Ba, you truly are dim-witted. As soon as Gong Miao Miao seized the opportunity, she did not hesitate to confront Gong Shui. She remarked, if this object were to strike you, can you imagine the consequences? After a brief pause, allowing Gong Shui to ponder, she continued, a needle piercing your body, only to retract, would twist your muscles into a tangled mass. To remove this needle, you would have to excise the entire contorted muscle. Upon hearing this, the group of girls collectively envisioned such a scene, causing them all to involuntarily gasp in shock. Gong Lan could not help but furrow her brow as she inquired, young master, if this object were to be embedded within one's body, is there a solution that does not involve the excision of flesh? The mere thought of forcibly slicing a piece of flesh from a living person sent a shiver down her spine. Indeed, replied Gong Yu nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the young ladies collectively exhaled in relief. However, their joy was short-lived as Gong Yu swiftly altered the course of the conversation, stating, regrettably, I am not acquainted with such specialized remedies. Instantly, the girls felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, realizing their momentary elation was in vain. At that moment, Gong Yu continued, since I lack the knowledge of that particular antidote, I shall not entrust these items to you. It would be troublesome if they were misused and harmed our own, particularly you, Xiao Shui. You are the one I am most concerned about. Gong Yu truly did not possess the antidote for the dragon whisker needle. Although he had acquired some extraordinary techniques from the Xiantian treasure record through simulation years prior, the method to neutralize hidden weapons was not among them. Thus, in this world, only Tang San understood how to counter the dragon whisker needle. The girls all nodded in agreement, while Gong Lan remarked, such an object, if it were to fall into Xiao Shui's hands, could undoubtedly lead to unforeseen chaos. It is best that you keep it, young master. There is no need to give it to us. However, Gong Shui was not pleased and retorted angrily. What do you all mean by this? Am I truly that incompetent? You are not incompetent. Rather, you lack common sense. Gong Miao Miao shot back. You flower of the chrysanthemum, you and your innate martial spirit. Gong Shui struggled to find a retort and resorted to mocking Gong Miao Miao's martial spirit. TCH, when you cannot win an argument, you resort to such matters. And yet you accuse others of lacking common sense. Gong Miao Miao replied with an indifferent smile. After a playful scuffle among the group, they each retreated to their respective rooms, leaving behind a chaotic space. Only Gong Lan remained to tidy up alongside Gong Yu, while Nar, exhausted, had already succumbed to slumber on the bed. The room fell silent, a stark contrast that made Gong Yu feel somewhat uneasy. As the two tidied up the scattered items, their hands unexpectedly reached for the same object simultaneously. Upon their hands coming into contact, Gong Lan involuntarily trembled. Her cheeks gently flushed as she instinctively withdrew her delicate hand. Gong Yu swiftly picked up the object from the floor, feigning nonchalance. Yet Gong Lan suddenly spoke up. My lord, do you wish for something? What do you mean? Gong Yu feigned ignorance, aware of her insinuation. I mean, the two of us in that manner. Upon uttering these words, Gong Lan's cheeks flushed a deeper crimson, and she continued, if you desire it, my lord, I am willing. I am already 14. Gong Yu gently set aside the object in his hand, pulling Gong Lan into his embrace, bestowing a soft kiss upon her forehead. In a tender voice, he spoke, Lanner, as the years have unfolded, I have come to understand the sentiments of all those around us. And I trust you are equally aware of my own feelings. Therefore, let us not rush. This continent is on the brink of turmoil. And we must first devise a plan for our future, ensuring we can raise our children in peace. The implication of the young master's words suggested that he would also provide a resolution for his sisters. Hearing Gong Yu's earlier remarks filled Gong Lan's heart with a surge of joy. Gong Yu feigned a sigh and remarked, Alas! It is my irresistible charm that has bewitched you all to such an extent. I dare say no man will ever catch your eye again. Thus you shall reluctantly have to marry me. His self-absorbed demeanor was indeed unchangeable. Gong Lan chuckled and replied, Well, with such words from you, I am content. I shall take my leave to my chamber now. With that, Gong Lan departed, leaving Gong Yu to tidy up his belongings before settling cross-legged upon the sofa. As dusk fell, a surge of soul power rippled through the room. Gong Yu slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago, his soul power had ascended to level 40. Chapter 46, Fire Kite vs. Grass Chicken Phoenix. As evening approached, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Gong Yu led the group outside, and by afternoon, the girls had enjoyed several hours of slumber, leaving them invigorated. With their spirits high, Gong Yu decided to take them to the Seoul Arena in Soto City for some lively entertainment. To avoid drawing attention due to their previous illustrious badges, everyone registered under fictitious identities. They each signed up for different matches to prevent competing against one another, as there was little challenge in facing their own. Gong Yu remarked casually that he and Nar would not register, as their prowess would not yield any meaningful training. After registering, the group retreated to a private box. 10 minutes later, Gong Shui was the first to take the stage. To Gong Yu's surprise, she found herself facing the unremarkable phoenix horse, Ma Hongjun. This individual, seeking profit, frequented the arena almost every night, often emerging victorious, but also suffering numerous defeats, resulting in a precarious financial SI. Gong Shui had little regard for that chubby fellow, as she had never held a fondness for individuals of his stature. Upon learning of her opponent's name, Gong Yu had specifically instructed her to unleash her full might upon the rotund adversary, with the aim of incapacitating him entirely. After a brief introduction by the referee, the battle commenced. Ma Hongjun manifested a rather unassuming chicken spirit, yet, at the moment of its emergence, a resounding phoenix cry erupted from him. The chicken spirit swiftly enveloped Ma Hongjun, causing his short hair to elongate dramatically and converge towards the center of his head, transforming into a mohawk style. Subsequently, 2 yellow soul rings pulsated beneath his feet, while long feathers sprouted from his exposed, robust arms, and his hands morphed into claw-like appendages. Following this transformation, Ma Hongjun approached Gong Shui and remarked, My fair lady, have you given any thought to becoming my girlfriend? As you can see, my spirit is that of a phoenix, and I sense a potent fire attribute emanating from you. You, too, must be a fire attribute soul master, a perfect match for my phoenix. Gong Shui disregarded Ma Hongjun entirely and directly summoned her martial spirit. A fierce firebird, ablaze with intense flames, emerged from her being, soaring around the stage before returning to her form, enveloping her with its essence. Suddenly, a pair of wings sprouted from her back. Subsequently, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, pulsated forth from beneath her feet. It was then that she bitterly declared, My elder brother was indeed correct. You, little chubby one, are utterly repulsive, and thus, your demise is inevitable. After 5 years of rigorous training, Gong Shui's soul power has ascended to level 30. Had it not been for Gong Yu's suggestion to hold off for a while, waiting for him and Gong Yu to level up before hunting for soul rings, she would likely have already acquired her 3rd soul ring by now. Gong Yu and Gong Yu had previously reached levels 39 and 29 respectively, nearing their promotions. Thus, they allowed Gong Shui to hold back for a moment. Now that Gong Yu has been promoted, only Gong Yu remains. Gong Yu possesses a cabbage-type martial spirit, which is relatively the least gifted among them. Nevertheless, she has attained level 29. She once consumed the Xian Shui Dan, which slightly enhanced her aptitude. So reaching level 30 should pose no challenge. As for what lies beyond level 30, they will directly venture to the ice and fire duality to gather medicinal herbs to further improve her abilities. Gong Shui, still a great soul master due to her lack of a 3rd soul ring, found herself assigned to the Great Soul Master match, where she fortuitously encountered Ma Hongjun, a 1,000-year soul ring. Upon seeing the soul ring of Gong Shui, shock overtook Ma Hongjun's face, and he felt a pang of regret for his earlier actions. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Impossible! How could a second soul ring possibly reach 1,000 years?" Not just Ma Hongjun, but the surrounding audience was equally astonished, whispering amongst themselves. They were merely unsophisticated onlookers. Had any of them ventured to the Great Soul Arena in Gongxin City in recent years, they would have noted that several young women occasionally showcase soul rings far exceeding their limits. Over the years, Gong Yu had settled in Gongxin City with her family to learn blacksmithing, often bringing several girls to the battle arena, both to earn money and to hone their practical experience. "Humph! Unsophisticated fools daring to provoke me. You shall perish," Gong Shui scolded, her first soul ring beginning to shimmer as she declared, "First soul skill, fiery wing slash." She soared into the air, looking down from above, and unleashed 2 crimson blades of fire towards Ma Hongjun on the arena. The hefty Ma Hongjun, despite his bulk, demonstrated surprising agility, swiftly dodging the fiery onslaught. After executing a couple of rolls, he evaded the attack, while Gong Shui's fiery blades struck the arena, erupting in a burst of flames. Ma Hongjun retaliated, bellowing, "First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line." He raised his hands, his first soul ring glowing brightly, and opened his mouth wide, unleashing a stream of thin, purplish-red flames aimed at the airborne Gong Shui. As a mere chick, Ma Hongjun had yet to evolve into a phoenix, lacking true aerial capabilities, and could only launch ground-to-air attacks. His Phoenix Fire Line allowed for ranged assaults, so he was not at a significant disadvantage. Though his movements lacked the grace of Gong Shui, easily evading Ma Hongjun's singular Phoenix Fire Line, Gong Shui activated her second soul ring, second soul skill, Heavenly Fire Dance of Desolation. With a firm grip of her fists and arms outstretched, her aura erupted, enveloping her within a 5-meter radius of intense heat, causing the air to shimmer with fervent warmth. In an instant, several large fireballs materialized in the searing atmosphere, and with a sweeping motion, she directed them towards the arena. Although Ma Hongjun was a fire attribute soul master, and while his flames were not pure, they were still the fire of a phoenix, which held a heat beyond ordinary flames. Thus, he felt no fear of being scorched. Meanwhile, Gong Shui's flames, being merely ordinary and equally impure, should have posed no threat to him. However, after years of training alongside Gong Yu, her flames had absorbed a hint of Hellfire's destructive attributes, making her fire explosive. "How dare you provoke me? I will not let you escape unscathed." With that, Gong Shui hurled the numerous fireballs towards the arena, turning it into a spectacle akin to a battlefield ravaged by cannon fire, the explosions creating brilliant bursts of light reminiscent of fireworks. Ma Hongjun's second soul skill merely augmented his Phoenix Fire and could not wield any significant power against such an onslaught. Faced with the approaching fireballs, he contemplated surrendering, but found himself unable to do so. In the blink of an eye, the fireballs detonated upon the arena. After a few minutes, the smoke finally cleared. At that moment, Ma Hongjun lay sprawled across the arena, his clothing completely obliterated, leaving only a tattered triangle piece. His body was charred, either from the smoke or the explosions. The referee appeared on the arena, checking Ma Hongjun's condition and confirming he was still alive, preparing to announce the outcome of the battle. However, the barely conscious Ma Hongjun interjected, "This madwoman seeks my life." Was it so severe for merely teasing her? With that, he promptly fainted. The referee checked Ma Hongjun's pulse and, realizing he had merely lost consciousness, took the microphone and announced the result of the battle. Subsequently, Gong Shui descended from the arena amidst the cheers of the audience, exclaiming, "What a thrill!" Upon returning to the private room, she jubilantly declared, "What a waste of soul power." Gong Shui was still awaiting the praise of her companions when unexpectedly, Gong Yu struck first with her critique. It was evident that she could have secured an effortless victory, yet she chose to squander so much soul power on such an extravagant skill. What if others were capable of conjuring a shield to defend against it? Once she depleted her soul energy with that grand maneuver, what then? Gong Shui found herself at a loss for words. She had always taken pride in her second skill's ability to inflict widespread damage, never pausing to consider the vulnerabilities it might impose upon her. At that moment, Gong Miao Miao's remark served as a revelation. However, it was clear that they were accustomed to their witty banter, even acknowledging the validity of the other's point. Neither was willing to concede. Gong Shui pouted slightly before retorting, "But you all are here too. I am solely responsible for the offense while you manage the defense. What if someday we are not by your side? Gong Miao Miao countered. Or what if the one beside you is not well versed in defense, like third sister? If third sister were with you, what would you do? Would you still expect her to provide protection or to vanquish foes? Gong Shui found herself momentarily speechless. She shot a glance of displeasure at Gong Miao Miao and then moved aside to sit down, signaling her desire to disengage from the conversation. In their exchanges, she had not triumphed over Gong Miao Miao for quite some time. Yet, as she settled into her thoughts, she began to reflect on the words that had just been spoken. Shortly after their playful argument, it was time for the fifth sibling, Gong Sierra, to take the stage. In the arena, Gong Sierra swiftly defeated her opponent within 3 minutes and subsequently returned to the private room. After a few minutes, another contestant entered the arena, and those who had competed began to form their own teams for the 2-on-2 soul battles. Approximately 2 hours later, only one match remained, a 7-on-7. Clearly, there were no exceptionally formidable teams of that rank in Soto City, so the 7-on-7 match concluded rather swiftly, resulting in their victory. Prior to the match, several participants placed bets, confident in their success, for they could not let such an opportunity slip away without wagering. And earning money from the soul battles was an opportunity not to be missed. Once they had reclaimed their winnings, the group departed from the soul arena. Although the night had grown late, they did not return directly to the Rose Hotel. Instead, they walked to the entrance of a secluded alley. Suddenly, a delicate, pale arm emerged from the shadows, extending a piece of paper to Gong Yu. Gong Yu unfolded the paper and smiled, saying, "We can take action now. At number 613 alley in the west of the city, there will be a transaction tonight. How you choose to proceed is up to you." "Understood, young master. My sisters and I will head there first," Gong Lan replied calmly after receiving Gong Yu's hint. As for their purpose, it was, of course, to eliminate human traffickers. Over the years, there had been instances in the Tiando Empire where officials and traffickers were assassinated, and it was these sisters who orchestrated those deeds. Having experienced the horrors firsthand, they harbored a deep-seated loathing for the trafficking of people. In the past, they were powerless to act. But ever since they ascended to the rank of great soul masters, they gradually devised a plan. Gong Yu did not partake in their plans, however. ZG, under Na Air's orders, would frequently covertly protect them, ensuring that they never faltered. Though Gong Yu did not directly partake in their plans, he often assisted in their aftermath. After all, their minds were solely consumed with thoughts of eliminating human traffickers, without considering the fate of the abducted children. Once they had committed their deeds, they would depart, leaving the unfortunate children neglected. The rescued children were systematically organized by Gong Yu. Over the years, whether through betting in the soul fighting arena or selling soul guiding devices, he amassed a considerable fortune. With the wealth acquired, he discreetly sought individuals to train the rescued children, establishing an information network across various cities. The Xiantian skill of the Tang sect would be imparted to these children for their cultivation. As for the extent of their cultivation, generally, all could cultivate, although progress varied due to differences in aptitude. Nevertheless, the ability to cultivate soul power bestowed hope upon these children. It was precisely due to the establishment of this information network that Gong Yu could swiftly grasp the information of each city. Just like earlier, that hand emerging from the shadows was a member of the network providing intelligence. After relaying the information to Gong Lan and the others, Gong Yu returned to the Rose Hotel with Nopper, reassured by the covert protection of ZG, and therefore had little to worry about. Upon returning to the Rose Hotel, he felt it unproductive to merely await Gong Lan's return. Thus, he began to examine the soul guiding devices he had purchased from Flinder's black market earlier that day, collaborating with Na-Er. Soon, the devices were in disarray as the two dismantled them. After disassembling the soul guiding devices, Gong Yu commenced studying the intricate array patterns inscribed upon them. Once he comprehended the function of each pattern, he meticulously recorded the information onto his soul guiding device designated for documentation. After nearly 3 hours of back and forth, he finally transcribed all the useful details. Not long thereafter, Gong Lan returned with the others. Unfortunately, two had sustained injuries that night, as they encountered several soul Douluos. And ZG had been momentarily entangled. Thanks to the automatic protective feature of Nyonyo's 9-colored crystal lamp, they managed to endure until ZG arrived. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe, and upon returning, they were quickly treated by Bai Ji, facilitating their swift recovery. Chapter 48. Journey to the Star Dough Forest. 3 days swiftly passed. The two injured individuals had fully recovered since that fateful night. Among the injured was Gong Yu, who possessed the cabbage martial soul. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise, for after her recovery, Her soul power had directly ascended to level 30. Gong Wei was the last among the 9 sisters to finally break through to level 30, yet she achieved this milestone nonetheless. Now, Gong Yu, Gong Xue, and Gong Wei had all reached their respective bottlenecks, making it an opportune moment for them to venture into the Star Dou Great Forest to hunt for soul rings. Early the next morning, a group of 10 set forth on their journey. However, it is worth noting that this group was accompanied by 2 additional figures, ZG and BG, who trailed them discreetly, but for ZG and BG, it felt akin to returning home. Gong Yu calculated the time and mused that the group from Shilik must have set off as well. However, he was uncertain whether they would cross paths. Nevertheless, Gong Yu did not include Dai Mubai among Shilik's ranks. The malevolent Yin Hu, having been afflicted by Gonglan's poison, had undergone a cleansing of the toxin. Yet his vitality would not be restored for at least a month, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The group, led by Gong Yu, traveled to the Star Dou Forest by carriage, eschewing the foolishness of running like reckless fools in search of soul rings. Their journey was uninterrupted, and by the break of dawn the following day, they arrived at the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest. Feeling the warmth of homecoming, was especially joyful, a sentiment that left the others puzzled. Yet Gong Yu understood her feelings all too well. It was likely that ZG and Bai Ji shared a similar emotional state. In the past, Gong Yu had inquired about ZG and Bai Ji's views on the hunting of soul beasts. Perhaps in this era, where soul beasts were still abundant and not yet facing extinction, and where conflicts among soul beasts were frequent, their discomfort regarding human hunting did not reach a point of outright rejection. As long as their own kin were not targeted, they remained largely indifferent. At that moment, Shilik and his group had also recently arrived at the Star Dou Forest, entering nearly simultaneously with Gong Yu's party, separated by no more than half an hour. As they cautiously navigated the forest, Gong Yu spoke softly. Xiao Shui and Yu Er, have you both decided which soul beasts you wish to hunt? I'm flexible. Anything fire attribute will do, replied Gong Shui with casual nonchalance. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as Gong Lan playfully slapped Gong Shui on her backside, admonishing, speak properly. What do you mean by anything? The choice of soul rings is of utmost importance. It cannot be taken lightly. Oh, I understand, Gong Shui huffed. Her cheeks puffed in indignation from her sister's reprimand. I want to hunt the Flame Lord. Can you get it for me? Absolutely not, Gong Lan replied bluntly. Such a creature might be found in the volcanic regions of the southwest of the continent. We are in the Star Dou Forest. Where do you expect me to find a Flame Lord? Moreover, it's an ancient being, at least 100,000 years old. Can you even absorb that? Gong Shui remarked. If that's the case, then it seems I cannot find what I desire. I shall simply seek something suitable. You have learned to retort, haven't you? Very well. I shall leave you to your own devices. You may pursue whatever spirit beast you wish. Gong Shui's sudden rebuttal caught Gong Lan off guard, though upon reflection, she realized her sister was no longer the little girl she once was, and that it was time to stop treating her as a child. Gong Lan feigned anger, turning her face away dismissively. Observing this, Gong Shui quickly sought to appease her, saying, Oh dear sister, please do not be upset. I acknowledge my fault, all right? I am merely pondering what soul beast to choose. I will reveal my thoughts once I have decided. At that moment, Gong Miao Miao interjected unexpectedly. Heh. Who goes hunting for soul beasts without prior contemplation? Surely one must deliberate at home first. Mind your own business, you meddlesome seventh sister. Gong Shui retorted sharply at Gong Miao Miao. Just then, Gong Yu stepped in to mediate, stating, All right, we are in the Star Dou Forest. This is not the time for quarrels. Upon hearing this, both girls fell silent. Gong Yu continued, Since little Shui has yet to make a decision, let us consider the Fire Phoenix as the primary choice. If that proves elusive, we shall contemplate other options. Gong Shui nodded repeatedly and said, It seems that my elder brother is truly considerate, having thought everything through for me. TCH. This fellow, clearly just being lazy herself. Gong Nyonyo wanted to retort once more, but recalling Gong Yu's words that this was the Star Dou Forest, a place not meant for frivolous quarrels, she swallowed her words. Soon after, Gong Yu turned to Gong Yu and inquired, Yuer, have you decided which soul beast you wish to hunt? Gong Yu, feeling somewhat uneasy, remarked, I have not yet fully contemplated the matter. I only advanced yesterday and have not had the opportunity to reflect. However, I believe my vegetable spirit, akin to a cabbage, can absorb the soul rings of any soul beast. After all, it is meant for consumption, and surely it will not grant me any offensive soul techniques. Gong Yu found herself at a loss for words. To be frank, Gong Yu's martial soul is the simplest in terms of locating soul rings. Yet it also poses the greatest challenge. These lies in her martial soul's ability to absorb any type of soul ring. However, the difficulty arises from the fact that her martial soul has never encountered a truly compatible soul beast to obtain a soul ring from. Furthermore, the manifestation of Gong Yu's martial soul appears as a cabbage, which must be consumed raw, yet eating it raw is particularly unpalatable. Gong Yu pondered for a moment before stating directly, "Since where, your martial soul can absorb the soul rings from any soul beast. Why don't we set our expectations a bit higher? What do you think?" Gong Yu was somewhat perplexed, and so were the others, prompting them all to look towards Gong Yu with curiosity. Gong Yu remarked, "We specifically target exceptional soul beasts to acquire soul rings." The gentleman's implication referred to dragons. Just as Gong Lan was about to speak, Gong Yu swiftly covered her mouth. He glanced at Nar and, noticing her expression remained unchanged, he felt reassured. Albeit he hoped that ZG had not overheard. However, ZG had indeed caught the words, yet she chose to remain hidden and communicated telepathically with Nar. After receiving ZG's message, Nar approached Gong Yu and softly whispered, "Brother Yu, it is indeed possible to absorb dragon-type soul beasts." "What do you mean?" This time, it was Gong Yu who was perplexed. He had not anticipated that Nar, as the Silver Dragon King, would express such sentiments. Nar then elaborated, "Some dragons, having endured severe injuries, find their lifespans significantly diminished and are left with little time. They may opt for a sacrificial offering. However, I simply wish to inquire, brother, will my sisters eventually reach that juncture?" The juncture Nara referred to was, of course, the ascension to the 100th level of divinity, though the young ladies were still oblivious to such a concept, and it was not yet the appropriate moment to enlighten them. Thus, their conversation was veiled in euphemism. Gong Yu nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I have contemplated guiding them to that pivotal stage. Given our bloodline, we are destined for longevity. However, if they do not reach that threshold, they may only live for a millennium at best. Thus, I intend to seek out a place of divine inheritance for them in the future. Most of them will likely have to follow the path of divine position inheritance. Only Tang San and Nyonya might possess the capacity to ascend through their own abilities." Chapter 49, The Emerald Swan. Upon hearing this, Na nodded. After years of companionship, she naturally understood that Gong Chanqian and Gong Nyonya possessed exceptionally unique martial souls. She continued, "Since Brother Yu wishes for them to attain that level, then those dragon-type soul beasts nearing the end of their lifespans would not be a loss if sacrificed. As long as their souls are preserved post-sacrifice, there remains a possibility for them to accompany us to the divine realm in the future." Gong Yu nodded in agreement with Nara's perspective. Yet a hint of doubt lingered in his mind. Thus, he inquired, "The issue seems to be that only soul beasts of 100,000 years possess the capability for sacrifice. Where would one find such a multitude of 100,000-year dragon-type soul beasts for the offering?" Nar, however, chuckled suddenly and replied, "Brother Yu, you are correct. Yet also mistaken. It is indeed true that soul beasts only comprehend the art of sacrifice upon reaching the 100,000-year mark. This is due to the awakening of the ancestral memories within their bloodlines at that stage. The act of sacrifice is a skill acquired from these ancestral memories. However, this ability can be transmitted. The reason lower-tier soul beasts lack understanding of sacrifice is twofold. Firstly, they have not yet awakened their intelligence. Secondly, if their lineage has never encountered a 100,000-year soul beast, the ancestral memories remain dormant, thus hindering the transmission of the sacrificial knowledge." Gong Yu suddenly realized. So this is how it is. In other words, any soul beast that has awakened its intelligence can learn the sacrificial method from those within its lineage that are over 100,000 years old. Indeed, Nara replied with a hint of indifference. However, in general, those soul beasts that have reached the 100,000-year mark are unlikely to pass down the sacrificial techniques, as sacrifice equates to death. No one wishes to witness their descendants perish, after all. Gong Yu was astonished. For the records of humanity would not encompass such extensive secrets regarding the soul beast clan, had it not been for Nar, the sovereign of the soul beasts. Elucidating these matters, he feared he might remain ignorant of them for a lifetime. With his curiosity now satiated, Gong Yu inquired, "Which dragon-type soul beast do you intend to have offer a sacrifice for Xiaoshui and Yuer?" Nar replied, "It is not I who shall summon a dragon-type soul beast for the sacrifice. I would never engage in such an act. Rather, it is Ziji who intends to have a mutated soul beast from her clan perform the offering. As the Silver Dragon King, Nar would certainly not demean herself by demanding a sacrifice from her kin. What kind of mutated hellfire dragon is it? What attributes does it possess? And what is its age? Gong Yu gasped in astonishment. It was his first encounter with a mutated hellfire dragon. Given its mutation, it surely would not retain the original attributes of the hellfire dragon. Nar explained, it is a hellfire dragon with nearly 50,000 years of cultivation. While it retains the original dark attribute of the hellfire dragon, its water attribute has mutated into a fire attribute. Gong Yu pondered for a moment, stroking her chin, and then remarked, the fire attribute indeed suits Xiao Shui. However, suddenly bestowing upon her a soul ring of several tens of thousands of years is a concern. You are aware of her temperament, and I genuinely fear she may not be able to handle it. Thus, it would be prudent for us to seek out other spirit beasts first. As for the matter of the sacrifice, the hellfire dragon cannot possibly be left with only a few years of lifespan. I believe we can afford to wait a few more years. Perhaps until Xiao Shui absorbs her 5th ring before proceeding with the sacrifice. Moreover, this interval would allow us to temper Xiao Shui's character. Upon hearing this, Nader contemplated thoughtfully and replied, you raise a valid point. 8th sister's disposition is indeed somewhat unstable, so it is wise to wait a few years. Shortly thereafter, Na seemed to receive another transmission and continued, what about 3rd sister? Is a sacrifice necessary for her? Just now. Bai Ji also conveyed to me that there is a spirit beast nearing the end of its lifespan within her clan that could be chosen for sacrifice. Gong Yu's eyes brightened at this revelation, her heart fluttering with excitement as she said, Bai Ji is the leader of the Emerald Swan clan. If an Emerald Swan were to be sacrificed for wear, it might yield unexpected results. Shall we consider this? What is the age of that Emerald Swan? Nar blushed and replied, it is, at the 60,000-year mark. Gong Yu immediately rolled her eyes, realizing that the Emerald Swan mentioned by Nar had a lifespan even greater than that of the Hellfire Dragon. Currently, Gong Yu had only absorbed the 3rd soul ring, which was already 60,000 years old. Revealing this fact would likely astonish many soul masters. Nar quickly explained, however, that the Emerald Swan would likely only survive for another year or two, so if they desired its soul ring, it would be best not to delay, as no one could guarantee against unforeseen circumstances. Is that so? It seems we cannot afford to wait. If only we could postpone for a few years until our characters have matured, it might yield better results, Gong Yu lamented. In that case, let us make arrangements for Bai Ji to bring the Emerald Swan here. Nar then conveyed a message to Bai Ji. Approximately half an hour later, Bai Ji returned with an exquisite Emerald Swan. Its delicate features made it appear as though it were carved from jade when it remained still. Bai Ji then spent some time instructing on the 60,000-year-old Emerald Swan, imparting the sacrificial method to it. The sacrificial process commenced shortly thereafter. A blinding emerald light suddenly emanated from the swan's forehead, transforming into a circle of radiant green light that swiftly expanded. Everything touched by this emerald light was bathed in green, and in that moment, the world fell silent. The emerald flames then began to blaze from the swan, not as ordinary fire, but as an exceptionally unique green blood flame, consuming the swan's blood, life essence, and its over 60,000 years of cultivation. As the green blood flame intensified, its hue deepened to a dark green, and the emerald swan's form gradually faded, becoming increasingly translucent like a green crystal. The expanding green light formed a vast circular ring that slowly constricted around the emerald swan and Gong Yu, creating a transparent green dome that enveloped them both. 2 hours later, the green dome gradually faded and ultimately vanished. At that moment, Gong Yu slowly opened her eyes, first smiling at Gong Yu as she prepared to rise. However, as soon as she stood, the soul power within her surged violently. The immense energy from the 60,000-year-old Emerald Swan was far beyond her capacity to bear. She barely managed to steady herself and almost stumbled, but Bai Ji was quick to catch her and gently guided her back down. Next, Bai Ji stood before Gong Yu, forming a series of intricate hand seals, which she infused into Gong Yu's body. Once Bai Ji's actions concluded, Gong Yu's soul power stabilized. Bai Ji then addressed her. I have placed 6 seals within you, confining the 60,000 years of cultivation from your soul ring. When you can bear 10,000 years of cultivation, the first seal will automatically lift. At 20,000 years, the second will release, and so forth, until all are unbound. Chapter 50. The Emerald Cabbage. Gong Yu slowly rose to her feet and first expressed her gratitude to Bai Ji, saying, Thank you, Sister Bai Ji. With a nod, Bai Ji vanished from sight. retreating once more into the shadows. Bai Ji, possessing a kind heart, had occasionally appeared over the years to heal their wounds, resulting in a close bond between the sisters and her. After Bai Ji departed, the exuberant Gong Shui was the first to step forward, her face alight with envy as she exclaimed, "I too wish to attain a 10,000-year spirit ring like third sister at the third level." Upon finishing her remark, she cast a glance at Gong Yu. However, Gong Yu merely turned her head away and addressed the empty air, saying, "Don't look at me. I am no deity and do not possess the ability to grant you a 10,000-year third spirit ring." Gong Shui puffed up her cheeks, displaying an expression of displeasure. It was her first time experiencing a setback at Gong Yu's expense. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Gong Shui's embarrassment. Gong Yu turned her head to look at Gong Yu and inquired, "Where? Having absorbed the 6,000-year-old Emerald Swan Soul Ring, how do you feel?" "I perceive a slight transformation in my martial soul," Gong Yu replied as she unfurled her martial soul. Before her, a vibrant green cabbage manifested from her right palm, while 3 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, began to swirl gracefully around her feet. "Has your martial soul undergone a mutation?" Gong Lan exclaimed, her large eyes blinking in astonishment as she gazed intently at Gong Yu's martial soul. The cabbage in Gong Yu's hand appeared as if it had been intricately carved from emerald, exuding exquisite beauty. Gong Yu nodded and remarked, "Indeed, my martial soul, the cabbage, has now transformed into an emerald cabbage. What kind of soul skill did you acquire?" Gong Lan inquired further. However, Gong Yu adopted an enigmatic demeanor and, with a faint smile, replied, "It's a secret for now." Upon hearing this, the initially eager crowd felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. With Gong Yu's soul ring settled, they resumed their journey. The group of 10 wandered through the Star Dou forest for over an hour. Yet they still failed to locate the desired soul beast. They pressed on, reassured by the presence of Bai Ji and Ziji, knowing that even in the core area, danger was not a concern. As dusk approached, the group, having been on the move, suddenly sensed an unsettling aura assailing them. Then, with a swift sound, a dark shadow darted past not far from Gong Yu and the others. Everyone activated their purple extreme magic eyes. Gong Yu gently reminded them, stating that while the other skills of the Tang sect were somewhat lacking, the purple extreme magic eyes were indeed exceptionally effective. "I still cannot discern what that is. Its speed is far too swift," Gong Shui exclaimed to the group, her eyes radiating a faint purple light that complemented her striking red attire in an oddly harmonious way. Gong Yu could not discern the true nature of the shadow, so he turned his gaze towards Nar, who nodded and spoke. "It is a colossal black tiger, adorned with a pair of ebony wings upon its back, and its tail bears scorpion-like barbs." Upon hearing this, Gong Yu's pupils involuntarily constricted, and he immediately grasped the implication of Nar's description, exclaiming in astonishment, "The dark demon, evil god tiger?" Nar affirmed with a nod. Her ability to harness the spiritual energy of her master allowed her to easily track the movements of the great tiger, confirming without a doubt that it was indeed the dark demon, evil god tiger. Gong Yu let out a sigh and remarked, "Perhaps we should change our course. The dark demon, evil god tiger is likely the only one of its kind in existence, with a cultivation level that must exceed 60,000 years. Currently, none among us possess the capability to absorb its essence, and even if someone could, we lack the means to hunt it down." The others nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Gong Yu's sentiments. However, Nar shook her head and replied, "It is too late. Ziji has already made her move. The dark demon, evil god tiger is a malevolent beast, and within the Star Dou forest, there is not a single spirit beast that harbors any fondness for it. Given this rare opportunity, how could Ziji possibly squander the chance to slay it?" Gong Yu nodded and remarked, "It would not be inaccurate to label it as a malevolent beast. The dark demon, evil god tiger was originally a white tiger, transformed by the sinister attributes bestowed upon it by an evil deity, leading to its mutation. Ultimately, its inherent light attributes have morphed into darkness. However, it possesses the legacy of the divine within it, and we must pursue it to ascertain the situation." Nada agreed, believing that with Ziji confronting the dark demon, evil god tiger, and Biji guarding the others, there would be no danger. Thus there was no harm in taking a closer look. Consequently, the group hastened in the direction where the dark demon, evil god tiger had vanished. As they pursued, they observed that the surrounding trees were bent and askew, clearly the remnants of the battle between Ziji and the great tiger. After approximately half an hour of following the traces of the conflict, they finally encountered Ziji. At that moment, a few meters ahead of her lay a large black tiger. adorned with a pair of ebony wings, yet its barbed tail had been severed and discarded nearby. The great black tiger appeared to be on the brink of death, clinging to life, but it was evident that it had not yet fully committed to a fight. Gong Yu surmised that while it had indeed sustained severe injuries from Ziji, there was an element of pretense involved. If it were truly willing to fight for its life, it would have undoubtedly employed its time manipulation skills, engaging in a battle of rejuvenation. However, it was also possible that it refrained from using such abilities against Ziji, as her age far surpassed its own. Even if a rejuvenation battle were to unfold, it might find itself transformed into a mere kitten before Ziji could be diminished in size. Nevertheless, Gong Yu concluded that the primary reason for the black tiger's pretense was because its black orb had not yet been detached. The great black tiger could not easily perish. Even in death, it would likely carry the black orb with it to shatter the barriers of space and escape. This orb was akin to its core, harboring 6 attributes of malevolence: darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, precisely what Gong Yu desired. At that moment, Nader approached and said, "Great tiger, how about you make a sacrifice for my brother?" Gong Yu nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Yet another sacrifice? Was today a day for gatherings? Even Gong Yu himself had never dared to contemplate absorbing the soul ring of the dark demon, evil god tiger. Yet Nader boldly approached and inquired about his intentions regarding the sacrifice. The soul beast overlord was indeed rather formidable. Unfortunately, the dark demon evil god tiger merely rolled its eyes and cast a glance at Gong Yu, then fell silent, clearly unimpressed by him. I felt a sense of dismissal wash over me, stirring an unsettling feeling within my heart. Gong Yu spoke in a calm manner, yet suddenly sensed a tremor within his body. Upon introspection, he discovered that it was his second martial soul, the golden dragon breaking evil staff, that was vibrating. It seemed that being disregarded by a mere evil soul beast had provoked the will of the breaking evil dragon. This dragon possessed the ability to vanquish both demons and evils, so the contempt from an evil soul beast was tantamount to a provocation against the breaking evil dragon. "I do not need it for a sacrifice. I intend to absorb its soul ring," Gong Yu unexpectedly declared, startling everyone present. "Brother Yu, have you lost your mind? This massive black tiger's cultivation is no less than 60,000 years. Even Nader, the soul beast overlord, found it difficult to comprehend Gong Yu's audacious thought. "I am aware," Gong Yu affirmed resolutely. "However, the will of the breaking evil dragon within me cannot tolerate such provocations from an evil entity. Since it embodies malevolence, I shall shatter that evil." Chapter 51. The Battle of Rejuvenation. My lord, you must remain calm. Do not act recklessly. Gong Lan dashed forward to block Gong Yu, forbidding him from making any rash decisions. The other girls also stepped in to deter him. A soul beast of 60,000 years was exceedingly fearsome. Had it not been for the sacrifice, they would never have permitted Gong Yu to absorb a soul ring of such caliber. Sisters, do not panic. Brother Yu never undertakes actions without certainty. After Gong Yu mentioned the breaking evil dragon, Nader felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. She pulled Gong Yu aside and reiterated, "Brother Yu, are you certain you wish to absorb its soul ring?" "I am quite certain," Gong Yu replied with unwavering conviction. "The dark tiger's disregard has been interpreted as a provocation by the indomitable will of the breaking evil dragon. I have a strong premonition that if I do not absorb its soul ring, my unyielding will shall dissipate, and the golden dragon breaking evil staff will regress into a mere ordinary martial soul." Though Nader had her suspicions, she still found herself perplexed and asked, "How can this be so?" Gong Yu elucidated. "The dark tiger is imbued with the will of the malevolent deity. Its disdain is akin to a provocation from the evil god itself. The purging dragon, however, embodies the righteous essence of the heavens and the earth, and its will signifies the very spirit of righteousness, allowing no wicked entities to challenge it." Nader exhaled deeply, finding Gong Yu's explanation largely aligned with her own conjectures. Yet she still asserted, "Very well, Brother Yu, I shall place my trust in you. However, borrowing your own words from the past, should any unforeseen circumstance arise during the soul ring absorption, I will not hesitate to intervene." Despite being of the dragon clan, Nader recognized that the purging dragon does not belong to her lineage, and the dragon clan's understanding of it is rather limited. Thus, she could only rely on Gong Yu's insights. "Rest assured, I shall be fine," Gong Yu replied with an air of composure, though within, he was beset by anxiety. The reckless nature of the purging dragon made him regret his choice of the second martial soul. With no other recourse, Gong Yu steadied his mind and communicated with the simulation system. "System, do you have a solution for this predicament?" He initially assumed the system would be disinclined to respond, given that he had not engaged in simulation for 5 years. However, in the next instant, the system provided a prompt. Yes, but it requires a cost. Upon receiving the reply, Gong Yu felt a surge of joy and thought, a cost, you say? How many simulation attempts will be deducted this time? The system requires an upgrade. The host must sacrifice 12 simulation attempts, and in return, the system will gather sufficient essence for the upgrade. So, it demands an additional 12 of my simulation attempts. Gong Yu mused. Very well, just 12. I am curious to see what new functionalities you will possess post-upgrade. With the transaction concluded, the host was now free to absorb the soul ring. Upon receiving this notification, a faint smile graced Gong Yu's lips. He held little faith in the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King or the will of the Purging Dragon. Only the system's assurance provided him with genuine confidence and security. Returning to the group, Gong Yu solemnly assured them, "You need not worry. I shall be unharmed. You must trust me. Have I ever let you down?" However, before Gong Lan could voice her concerns, Gong Yu interrupted her. Gong Yu remarked, "You understand me best, and thus, you should place your trust in me." "Well, I shall not hinder you," Gong Lan sighed, recognizing the futility of dissuading Gong Yu. She added, "However, should anything truly happen to you, I vow to follow you without hesitation." Upon hearing Gong Lan's words, the other young ladies resolutely echoed, "We too shall do the same." Yet, Nara remained silent, prompting the other girls to cast their gazes upon her. Nara felt a sudden awkwardness, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Should I also?" "Of course." "You are the young mistress," Gong Shui exclaimed. Yet, Nara thought to herself, "Even if I am the young mistress, it is unnecessary to engage in such tragic acts." However, she soon remembered that with the indomitable spirit of the breaking evil dragon safeguarding them, Gong Yu was unlikely to encounter any peril. Thus, she decided to indulge in their playful banter, replying, "Very well, I shall do the same." Subsequently, the young ladies parted to create a path for Gong Yu. Meanwhile, beside the great black tiger, Ziji remained vigilant, ensuring that the creature did not attempt any deceitful escape, occasionally delivering a swift strike with her dragon claws. The great black tiger, though battered and bruised, persisted in its endurance, refraining from utilizing its time manipulation abilities or capturing its soul within the dark orb to breach the spatial barrier and abscond. As Gong Yu and Nara concluded their conversation and approached, Ziji stepped aside. Gong Yu exchanged a nod with Ziji before approaching the great black tiger. His expression turned solemn as 3 crimson soul rings gradually materialized beneath his feet. Golden scales emerged on his left and right arms, as well as on his hands. And even his chest was adorned with these shimmering scales. A mighty dragon roar resonated from within him as his right hand transformed into a golden dragon claw, poised to strike down upon the great black tiger's head. Sensing the impending threat of death, the great black tiger's eyes suddenly gleamed with 2 radiant beams, which converged in the air to form a singular point, ultimately manifesting a dark dot. This dot appeared at the center between it and Gong Yu, erupting with an intense black light and swiftly expanding into a colossal black hole with a diameter of 3 meters. The immense gravitational pull of this black hole ensnared Gong Yu, drawing him in with irresistible force, while the dark demon god tiger was similarly consumed by the vortex. As everything around him plunged into darkness, Gong Yu felt his body become weightless, as if liberated from all burdens. Strangely, he sensed that his soul power was diminishing, and his body seemed to undergo an unusual transformation. He instinctively checked the various soul-guided devices he carried, finding them intact, which eased his mind considerably. Within this realm of obscurity, his mental acuity was wholly suppressed, prompting him to activate a soul-guided illumination device, flooding the surroundings with brightness akin to daylight. However, as the area illuminated, he realized that his form had reverted to that of a 6-year-old child. He now found himself in a vast, circular arena-like space. Just 20 to 30 meters away, a large black feline awaited him. Without needing further explanation, he recognized that this diminutive black cat was none other than the shrunk version of the dark demon god tiger. Gong Yu smiled faintly, momentarily regressing to the appearance of his 6-year-old self. At that moment, he possessed but a mere flicker of soul power. In a genuine confrontation, he would likely prove no match for the formidable feline. Moreover, that scant amount of soul energy was insufficient to activate any lethal soul-guiding device. He then reached for a soul-guiding artifact on his person, a Tier 3 sealed milk bottle, the soul creation he had crafted not long ago, containing power capable of replenishing one to the rank of Soul Master. After drawing from the milk bottle, Gong Yu finally possessed the requisite soul power to wield a lethal soul-guiding device. Subsequently, he employed a Tier 3 soul-guiding pistol, and with a single shot, he dispatched the large feline with unceremonious ease. The encounter was devoid of any flourish. Once the creature lay lifeless, the surrounding alternate space dissolved, and Gong Yu re-emerged, restored to his original form. Chapter 52. The black orb seized that orb. Do not let it escape. Upon exiting the alternate space, Gong Yu noticed a peculiar orb floating above the massive carcass of the dark demon tiger not far from him. The orb appeared entirely obsidian, yet radiated hues of azure and emerald. However, before Gong Yu could fully comprehend the situation, a sudden pull from the black hole that had released his body caused the enigmatic orb to make a swift attempt to flee into its depths. Fortunately, as Gong Yu's voice rang out, ZG also took notice. Witnessing the black orb's imminent escape, she flickered into existence before it, grasping it firmly in her palm. Yet the orb seemed resistant, thrashing within her grasp in a bid for freedom. With a disdainful huff, ZG tightened her hold, and after a prolonged struggle, the orb finally relinquished its defiance. Above the dark demon tiger's corpse, a dense, dark soul ring began to coalesce. ZG approached Gong Yu and presented him with the now submissive black orb. Gong Yu nodded slightly, accepting the black orb and storing it within the confines of his system's storage space. He was confident that, regardless of its rebellious intentions, the orb would find no opportunity to escape. Subsequently, Gong Yu settled into a cross-legged position, engaging in half an hour of meditation to optimize his state to its utmost potential. Lifting his gaze to the black soul ring still suspended in the air, he summoned his martial spirit, the golden blue silver grass, which he had since renamed to Golden Origin Grass, golden from the Dragon King's essence, origin from the primordial energies of heaven and earth, and grass from the blue silver grass. As the Golden Origin Grass materialized, Gong Yu extended his fingers to draw the hovering black soul ring closer. In an instant, the black soul ring transformed into a streak of luminous energy, racing towards the Golden Origin Grass. With a flash of brilliance, it enveloped the Golden Origin Grass entirely. Simultaneously, a rush of sharp, icy energy surged into Gong Yu's body, violently assaulting the layered defenses he had established with his soul power. This frigid current was imbued with an intense malevolence and a profound sense of unwillingness, and the moment it penetrated Gong Yu's being, it provoked him to expel a mist of blood. Young master, big brother. A few girls, witnessing the blood mist erupt from Gong Yu, instantly grew anxious and attempted to approach him. However, Gong Yu raised his hand to halt their advance. Gong Yu remained silent, observing that the girls had been subdued. He turned his attention inward and began to circulate the true Dao song within his body. As the melody resonated through him, a pure and untainted aura, unique to the Dao, blossomed within, engaging in a fierce contention with the cold, malevolent presence of the dark demon god tiger. The two opposing energies fluctuated in a delicate balance, each vying for dominance, gradually stirring the surrounding energies of the universe. Above Gong Yu, a swirling vortex formed, embodying the duality of yin and yang, manifesting as a black and white Tai Chi symbol. Within Gong Yu's body, a resonant roar akin to that of a dragon suddenly erupted. Upon hearing this roar, Nader felt a profound tremor within her soul. For she was acutely aware that although the sound resembled that of a dragon, it was not the cry of the dragon clan, but rather the roar of the evil-slaying dragon. Under the intimidation of this mighty sound, the cold and malevolent aura of the dark demon evil god tiger swiftly diminished, while the pure Taoist energy within Gong Yu seized the moment, decisively advancing and swiftly extinguishing the malevolent presence. As the evil aura was vanquished, a vast and refined essence of soul energy began to surge into Gong Yu's being. As the true Taoist song within him circulated throughout his body, this energy ultimately transformed into unique soul power that settled into his dantian. However, the soul energy emanating from the dark demon, evil god tiger, which had existed for over 60,000 years, was overwhelmingly immense. Despite Gong Yu's earnest efforts to absorb it through his practice techniques, the sheer force of this soul energy proved to be too great, and within moments, the power within his body began to erupt, resonating violently throughout his being. Gong Yu felt as though his entire body was beginning to swell, experiencing an overwhelming sensation as if he might burst at any moment. Nevertheless, he persisted in circulating his cultivation technique, determined to absorb even the slightest amount of energy. With each morsel he assimilated, the immense soul power within him diminished by a fraction, alleviating some of the burden on his body. Externally, he appeared grotesquely inflated, resembling a corpulent figure. Witnessing this, The girls clenched their fists, eager to assist but fearful that any movement might disrupt Gong Yu and precipitate unforeseen consequences, leaving them anxiously rooted in place, torn between action and inaction. Internally, Gong Yu wrestled with turmoil, calling out to the system, questioning its delay in response. Ultimately, the system's notification arrived. It assured the host's survival while sealing the soul ring's potency, maintaining it at approximately 20,000 years. The longer the host persevered, the greater the benefits reaped. This assurance of survival brought a spark of joy to Gong Yu. As long as he remained alive, there was little to fear. He vowed to endure the formidable soul power within him, slowly absorbing it until it was entirely consumed. Meanwhile, during Gong Yu's absorption of the soul ring, the team from Shilik encountered a formidable soul beast, perfectly suited for Oscar, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Through their collective efforts, and with the assistance of Zhao Wuji, the 7 monsters ultimately subdued the beast. Had Gong Yu been present, he would have observed that all 7 monsters were gathered, and although Dai Mubai appeared somewhat weakened, he was already moving with ease. His swift recovery was largely due to Tang San's pharmacological knowledge, which had aided in Dai Mubai's recuperation after his arrival at Shilik. Coupled with Oscar's restorative sausages, Dai Mubai was able to rise and move freely within just 2 days, albeit still looking somewhat pale, which did not hinder his martial spirit or soul power. Additionally, the plump little chicken, though severely beaten by Gong Shui, suffered minimal actual damage due to his fire attribute. With Oscar's restorative sausages, he quickly regained his strength, though he was now a round little bald head, having lost his mop of hair. At that moment, as Oscar aimed to vanquish the nearly defeated phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, the old snake lady, accompanied by her granddaughter, appeared. Thus, the Shilik team and the duo of the snake lady and her granddaughter engaged in a contest to determine the ultimate ownership of the snake. Shilik put forth Tang San to battle in place of Oscar, while the opposing fighter was Meng Iran, the snake lady's granddaughter. The outcome of their duel was predictable, with Tang San emerging victorious. Consequently, Oscar acquired the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake as his 3rd soul ring. On the other hand, Gong Yu successfully entered a stable state in his absorption of the dark demon evil god tiger soul ring, and his grotesquely inflated form gradually began to recede. As time passed, dawn broke, signaling the arrival of the 2nd morning. The absorption process had lasted the entire night, and as Gong Yu exhaled, emerging from his cultivation, he felt invigorated. Upon assessing his soul power, he discovered that his level had risen from 40 to 43. The soul ring's cultivation had been constrained to a 20,000-year rank. Yet it had allowed his soul power to elevate by 3 levels, a testament to the immense magnitude of the dark demon evil god tiger's energy. A subtle smile graced his lips as Gong Yu slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. The girls, upon seeing him stand, quickly encircled him with concern and excitement. Gong Shui rushed directly towards Gong Yu, embracing him tightly as she wept. "Elder brother, you have finally awakened. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? And did you know that you turned into quite a plump fellow yesterday? I thought you might never recover." The other girls also had tears brimming in their eyes, while only Nar stood by, exuding an air of tranquility. Gong Yu gently patted Gong Shui's back, teasingly remarking, "Have I become so portly that you would find me unappealing, little Shui?" Gong Shui immediately emerged from Gong Yu's embrace, her excitement evident as she exclaimed, "How could that be? No matter what my elder brother transforms into, I would never turn my back on him. Is that so?" At that moment, a discordant voice, unmistakably belonging to Gong Miao Miao, interrupted. She retorted, "If you were to become a pile of excrement, would you still be so accepting?" Gong Miao Miao, "What are you saying? How can you compare a person to feces?" Gong Shui, incensed by Miao Miao's analogy, was ready to engage in a physical altercation. Upon hearing Miao Miao's comparison, Gong Yu's expression darkened, yet he could not allow himself to be perturbed by such trivial matters. As Gong Shui prepared to lunge at Miao Miao, he swiftly embraced her, determined to prevent any escalation of the conflict. "Humph, when you cannot win an argument, you resort to violence," Miao Miao scoffed, though there was a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, revealing her awareness that her previous remark was indeed inappropriate. However, with her equally proud disposition, she could not possibly concede before Gong Shui. Yet, the prospect of a confrontation with Gong Shui, whose fiery temperament could unleash chaos, was daunting. Despite being a 3rd ring soul master, Miao Miao was acutely aware that Gong Shui's fire attribute directly countered her own chrysanthemum martial soul. Should Gong Shui's temper erupt, it was Miao Miao who would ultimately face defeat. Thus, Miao Miao hastily rephrased her statement, declaring, "Humph, I wouldn't mind. Even if my esteemed brother were to become I still wouldn't turn away, for my martial soul is the chrysanthemum. At this proclamation, the crowd fell silent, all inexplicably converging on the same thought. What do you mean, Gong Yao Miao? Are you suggesting that your lack of disdain stems from your martial soul being a chrysanthemum? Meanwhile, the previously agitated Gong Shui, upon digesting Miao Miao's words, seemed to envision something and her emotions settled. Casting a disdainful glance at Miao Miao, she remarked, I shall refrain from engaging in verbal sparring with you again. You are utterly revolting, insisting on linking feces and chrysanthemums. The onlookers erupted into laughter, while Miao Miao, incensed, stomped her foot in frustration, asserting, what I mean to convey is that my martial soul is a plant, the chrysanthemum. And even if my esteemed brother were to transform into, he could still provide me with nourishment, hence I would not reject him. Gong Shui let out a disdainful sound, declaring, I do not care what you mean. You are simply repugnant, and I have no desire to converse with you. Consequently, both individuals, irked, turned their faces away from one another, each determined to ignore the other. Thus, this minor episode passed. Currently, they were still in need of one more soul ring for Gong Shui, prompting the group to press onward. After approximately 10 minutes, they encountered a powerful aura. Reminiscent of the previous day, yet this presence lacked the malevolence that had permeated the air before. They soon observed numerous weak soul beasts, a significant number having succumbed to the shockwaves, while those that survived were migrating en masse in a specific direction, not in a flight for survival, but rather as if yielding passage. What is happening? Gong Lan inquired as she stepped forward, initiating communication with the surrounding blue-silver grass to share its perspective within a radius of several miles. In no time, she acquired the desired information and remarked, there is a colossal gorilla, akin to a small mountain, and atop it stands the girl we encountered at the Rose Hotel, who has transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast. Upon hearing this, Gong Yu's expression shifted, his eyes shimmering with brilliance as he replied, that gorilla must be the Titan Great Ape, also a 100,000-year soul beast. Gong Yu stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. He mused that since the Titan Great Ape had already manifested, Tang San's third spirit ring should soon follow. The nature of that spirit ring was of little concern. What truly mattered was the 8 spider lances, which could not be allowed to fall into the hands of that little rascal. Regaining his focus, Gong Yu turned to Gong Lan and instructed, Lanner, could you ascertain whether there is a group of approximately 7 individuals nearby, pursuing the Titan Great Ape? See if one of them resembles the boy who was previously seen with the 10,000-year metamorphosed spirit beast. Upon hearing this, Gong Lan nodded and resumed her communication with the surrounding blue-silver grass. However, this time she was unable to acquire the desired information, as her current cultivation level was still insufficient. Sharing the perspective of the blue-silver grass, she could only perceive a distance of about 3 to 4 miles, which was her limit. She shook her head and looked at Gong Yu, saying, I did not find the 7 individuals you mentioned. I only discovered a pair of elderly folk approximately 4 miles from us, accompanied by a girl of similar age to mine, seemingly in pursuit of a soul beast. After a moment of reflection, she recalled something and added, by the way, the elderly couple both lean on canes. The old woman's cane was partially obscured, so I could not see it clearly, but the old man wields a dragon head cane. Could it be the legendary dragon and serpent couple? If so, their granddaughter Meng Iran must be with them. Gong Yu pondered this for a moment before saying, never mind the details. Let us follow them and see. If it truly is the dragon and serpent couple, then accompanying them would pose no issue. He then instructed, Lanner, you lead the way. We shall follow the elderly couple. Gong Yu instructed Gong Lan with a brief command. Gong Lan nodded and then took the lead, guiding the group towards the couple she had mentioned. After approximately half an hour of pursuit, they paused, as they could faintly discern voices ahead. Continuing forward for several more meters, they traversed through dense foliage, soon emerging into a small hollow. The hollow was a scene of chaos, clearly marked by the remnants of a recent battle, with patches of greenish beast blood sporadically visible on the ground. Not far ahead, several figures were engaged in a standoff with an elderly couple and a girl of around 15 or 16 years of age. Chapter 54. Tang San. The soul ring is not as significant as Xiaowu, grandfather. You must stand up for me. The girl, appearing to be around the same age as Gong Lan, though likely a bit older, was visibly agitated as the powerful soul ring she had hoped to obtain slipped away. Unable to contain her fury, she turned to the elder beside her, pleading earnestly for him to advocate on her behalf. The elder, adorned with 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black soul rings, moved his hand gently over the girl's head, signaling her to remain calm. Gong Yu gazed from a distance and discerned that the 2 elderly individuals and the young girl must be the renowned couple, the dragon and serpent, along with their granddaughter, Ming Iran. On the opposite side stood Tang San and his group of 7, with a middle-aged man of short stature leading them. This man appeared as though he were impoverished, lacking any embellishments. A coarse hemp rope was perpetually wrapped around his left wrist. The two parties occasionally exchanged dialogue. Yet their voices fluctuated, making it difficult to comprehend the conversation. However, upon spotting Tang San among them, Gong Yu was assured he had not erred in his destination. He turned to the 9 young women and said, "Let us approach and observe." With that, Gong Yu led the girls directly towards the 2 groups. Conversing with Nar as they walked, Nar, prepare Ziji and Biji. We cannot predict whether a conflict may arise. If it does not, that would be splendid. But should it come to blows, we shall annihilate them. As for Tang Hao's presence, who can say? Even if he were here, could he possibly contend against Biji and Ziji together? Moreover, we are in the Star Dou Forest, Nar's domain. With a mere call from her, the formidable beasts would arrive in the blink of an eye. At that moment, even the 3 unparalleled beings would likely flee, let alone a mere Tang Hao. Na nodded and communicated his sound into the air. Soon, Gong Yu and the others found themselves not far from Tang San's party. At this juncture, Gong Yu feigned an accidental encounter, calling out to Tang San from a few meters away, "Ah, is that not the little beggar? What a coincidence that we meet again after just a few days." While shouting, Gong Yu continued to approach Tang San and his companions without halting his pace. Upon hearing Gong Yu's voice, both the group of Shirlai Ku and the dragon and serpent couple turned their gazes in his direction. Daimubai, dragging his weary body, seethed with rage upon seeing Gong Yu and gritted his teeth, wishing he could unleash his fury on the spot, had he not feared defeat. Meanwhile, the rotund bald youth, Ma Hongjun, discreetly retreated a few steps upon seeing Gong Shui, hiding behind Oscar, fearful of being recognized. As Gong Yu approached the slain faceless spider, he deliberately examined it closely, extending his hands as if to measure the length of its legs. Observing the purple soul ring floating above the corpse, he then remarked, "Are any of you seeking the 4th soul ring?" Although the quality of the faceless spider's soul ring is indeed high, opting for one of over 2,000 years seems somewhat unwise. The crowd expressed surprise at Gong Yu's assertion. At that moment, Long Gong Mingshu interjected, "Do you imply that this faceless spider has reached the age of 2,000 years? Gong Yu raised his head to gaze at Long Gong Mingshu, casting a fleeting glance at Ming Yi ran beside him. Then, he turned his head to survey Shalake and the others, feigning a look of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Surely, you cannot be telling me that none among you has reached the 4th ring, yet dares to absorb a soul ring of 2,000-year caliber. If that is indeed the case, I advise you to reconsider your recklessness. This is no ordinary foe, but a human-faced demon spider of no less than 2,000 years in age." In response to Gong Yu's remarks, Tang San scoffed, pondering that this group likely each surpassed the age limit for absorbing soul rings, yet when it came to others, they urged caution against exceeding it. Was it not a fear of being outstripped themselves? Although Gong Yu did not directly answer Long Gong Mingshu's inquiry, his words provided sufficient insight for the latter. Thus, he pressed further, "How do you ascertain that this human-faced demon spider possesses a cultivation of 2,000 years? Old man," Gong Yu retorted, "I see you standing upon 8 soul rings, yet I must admit I question how you have ascended to the level of soul Douluo. Lacking even this fundamental knowledge, and yet you dare to lead others in the pursuit of soul rings." Gong Yu feigned a look of exasperation, remarking that the cultivation level of the human-faced demon spider could be determined by the length of its legs. Did you not know that the cultivation of soul beasts manifests significant changes every 1,000 years? This particular human-faced demon spider had legs exceeding 3 meters in length, clearly indicating that its cultivation had surpassed 2,000 years. At this, Long Gong Mingshu exchanged a glance with Shipa Chao Tianxiang. Rather than being offended by Gong Yu's impudence, he responded in a calm tone, expressing gratitude. "If what you say is indeed true, we owe you our sincere thanks for your timely warning. Fortunately, this human-faced demon spider was not slain by our granddaughter, thus she is unable to absorb it. Had we only discovered this at the moment of absorption, it would have been too late. Therefore, we appreciate your advice. It seems we, as elders, must return home and peruse our books more diligently. It would be regrettable to endanger our descendants." Gong Yu smiled faintly and said, "Ah, no need for pleasantries. We merely happened to pass by and thought to offer a reminder. I hope you do not consider me overly talkative. However, I understand you wish to hunt arachnid soul beasts for your granddaughter. On our way here, we spotted a soul-devouring spider approximately 1,500 years old, of a quality surpassing that of the human-faced demon spider. It might be worth your consideration. Indeed, the dragon snake couple's eyes brightened at once, for they were well aware of what a soul-devouring spider entailed. When such a soul beast reaches the 100,000-year mark, it is referred to as the soul-devouring spider king, a spirit once wielded by the esteemed Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Lord Long pointed in the direction from which Gong Yu and the others had come and inquired, "Is it in that direction?" Gong Yu nodded, affirming, "Indeed. That direction is approximately 4 to 5 miles away." "Thank you, my young friend." Long Gong, with a broad smile, turned to Ming Iran and remarked, "Iran, it appears that this human-faced demon spider truly has no connection with you. However, since we have discovered a superior option, let us forsake this one and proceed to hunt the soul-devouring spider instead." Subsequently, the illustrious couple, the dragon and serpent, exchanged a nod with Gong Yu and departed with Ming Iran. At this moment, Gong Yu turned to Tang San and said, "You little rascal, you've certainly outdone yourself. I wondered why you left that rabbit alone in the forest. It seems you encountered a high-quality soul beast and brought others to hunt while abandoning her." Upon hearing this, Tang San rushed forward, grasping Gong Yu's arm, and asked excitedly, "Are you saying you saw Xiao Wu?" "Yes, I did." Gong Yu pointed towards the direction marked by the Titan giant ape's trail and continued, "It was in that direction, quite a distance from here. However, she appears to be in no danger. When we saw her, she was absorbing her third spirit ring. But Xiao Wu is only at level 29. How could she possibly be absorbing her third spirit ring?" "You are clearly lying," interjected Daimu Bai, clearly skeptical. "The rabbit is so unattractive that I could not have mistaken her," Gong Yu replied, spreading his hands in a nonchalant manner. "But whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. After all, she is not my concern." Gong Yu's words were mere nonsense. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu would soon return, and upon her return, in order to safeguard her own secrets, she would not expose Gong Yu. "No, I believe in her. Xiao Wu's aptitude is not inferior to mine. Since I could break through to level 30 in the heat of the moment, I am confident she can too." Tang San smiled, feeling for the first time that Gong Yu was not disagreeable. He then addressed the members of Shilik, stating, "I shall venture in that direction to find Xiao Wu. What about you?" Knowing that Tang San was determined to search for Xiao Wu, the others from Shilik could not allow him to go alone. Thus they resolved to accompany him. Tang San, in his preoccupation, even disregarded which person would take the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider. As he watched the members of Shilik depart, Gong Yu called out loudly, "Hey, you little rascal, are you not going to take your soul ring? It is a 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider soul ring. What a waste if you leave it behind." Tang San, from a distance, replied, "I do not want it. An overaged soul ring is of no concern to me. Xiao Wu is far more significant." Upon hearing this, the corners of Gong Yu's mouth curled into a triumphant smile, and he murmured, "If you do not want it, I certainly will not either." But his words trailed off as his gaze shifted to the corpse of the man-faced demon spider. Chapter 55, 8 Spider Lances and Wind Thunder Wings' elder brother. "That smile of yours is rather sinister, akin to a villain reveling in the success of their wicked deeds," remarked Gong Shui, observing Gong Yu's inexplicable grin. Gong Yu rolled his eyes and remarked, "Go away, what do you know?" He approached the colossal corpse of the face-devouring spider, stepped on it a couple of times, and, finding the purple soul ring suspended in the air rather bothersome, shattered it with his spiritual force. However, although the purple soul ring was dispersed, it did not dissipate entirely. Instead, it transformed into a stream of purple energy that re-entered the carcass of the face-devouring spider. The onlookers were astonished by this phenomenon, having never witnessed a scenario where a soul ring, once shattered, could revert to energy and return to the body of the soul beast. They wondered about the reason behind it. "It's simple," Gong Yu stated, "Xiao Shui, ignite the corpse of the face-devouring spider and reduce it to ashes. Then we shall see what remains, and you will understand." While the others remained perplexed, Gong Yu had a rough idea. The external soul bone belonging to Tang San should have transformed into an energy form and merged with the soul ring. When Tang San absorbed the soul ring, that external soul bone would also integrate with him. This could only be the case, as Tang San had not excavated the soul bone from the carcass of the face-devouring spider. It had manifested after he absorbed the soul ring, a realization that dawned upon him later. However, in this lifetime, Tang San did not absorb the soul ring of the face-devouring spider, and thus the external soul bone, having transformed into energy attached to the soul ring, found itself without a host upon the ring's dissolution and had no choice but to return to the corpse of the face-devouring spider. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Gong Shui immediately unleashed a fierce flame upon the carcass. Shortly thereafter, the remains of the face-devouring spider were reduced to a pile of ashes. And then a sound was heard, as if something had fallen to the ground. Gong Yu departed, unleashing a gust of force that sent a cloud of ash swirling into the air. Soon, a soul bone materialized before their eyes. Is this a soul bone? The several young ladies were taken aback, their eyes sparkling with intrigue as they gathered around. Gong Yu nodded thoughtfully. Observing the oddly shaped soul bone, Gong Lan inquired, "But in which part of the body should this peculiar soul bone be absorbed? It does not appear to be a typical soul bone. This is an external soul bone." Gong Yu replied calmly. "However, it is an external soul bone dropped by the man-faced demon spider. It seems that only you, Lan, are suited for its absorption. Your blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul has already absorbed spirit rings from spider-like creatures, and you are adept at utilizing poison. This external soul bone contains potent toxins, making it perfectly suitable for you to absorb." Upon hearing this, Gong Lan shook her head. Although it was her first encounter with an external spirit bone, she had heard of its rarity. Thus, she remarked, "Such a precious item should be absorbed by you, my lord, for your martial spirit is also the blue-silver grass." Gong Yu remarked, "There's no need for that. This item does not suit me, and I already possess one." With that, he stepped aside, and with a mere thought, a pair of black wings unfurled majestically from his back. These dark wings were subtly enveloped by the powers of wind and thunder. "Are those the wings of the dark demon evil god tiger?" Nar exclaimed. Her wide eyes filled with astonishment as she gazed at the magnificent wings of wind and thunder behind Gong Yu. Gong Yu nodded and said, "After absorbing the soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger, I felt as though something had emerged within me. However, at that moment, it seemed that this entity was still gathering strength, not yet fully formed, so I did not reveal it." Before he could finish his words, an inexplicable voice interrupted him. "No wonder you were so eager to persuade them against absorbing the soul ring. It appears you have your sights set on the soul bone. While I am unaware of how you came to know that this human-faced demon spider produces soul bones, it was slain by my son, and all that it possesses rightfully belongs to him." As the unfamiliar voice faded, a man clad in black, wearing a hood, suddenly appeared not far from Gong Yu and the others. Due to the hood, only the lower half of his face was visible, revealing a scruffy beard that, combined with his disheveled attire, made him resemble a beggar. Upon seeing the unkempt figure, Gong Yu and the others immediately assumed a defensive stance. The man, however, merely chuckled disdainfully. A mere handful of children did not warrant his concern. His gaze then fell upon the wings on Gong Yu's back, and he spoke. "I have taken an interest in those wings of yours. I should not strike against a mere child, yet how could I ignore the treasures you possess?" Upon hearing this, Gong Lan stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Gong Yu. The moment the black-clad man laid eyes on Gong Lan, he was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "Ayin." However, he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head and stating, "No, you are not Ayin. Although there is a resemblance and a hint of her aura, you are a human, not her. Due to her prolonged consumption of the blue-silver royal juice, Gong Lan's hair has transformed into a delicate shade of azure. Additionally, as a result of her martial spirit's evolution, her appearance bears a striking resemblance to Ayin, leading Tang Hao to mistakenly believe she is Ayin for a brief moment." Gong Yu gently pushed Gong Lan aside, then, with an air of composure, remarked, "Tang Hao, Tang Dazue, you have finally deigned to emerge. I was beginning to wonder how long you intended to hide. Are you aware of my presence in the vicinity?" Tang Hao gazed at Gong Yu, his face a tableau of astonishment. Gong Yu let out a cold laugh, saying, "Ha, do you truly believe that, Zhao Wuji? A man of limited intellect can safely guide Tang San into the Stardow Forest, especially when he must also attend to 6 others." Tang Hao nodded in acknowledgement of Gong Yu's assertion, then sighed, "You are quite astute. It is a pity, however. If you could acquiesce to one condition of mine, I would indeed spare you, taking only the external spirit bone of the man-faced demon spider." Upon hearing this, Gong Yu displayed a strange expression and replied, "Oh, pray tell, I am curious to know what the esteemed Hao Ian Douluo wishes me to agree to." Tang Hao stated, "All I ask is that you pledge to assist my son, Tang San." "Hold on. Your son, Tang San, is nothing of consequence. What makes you think I would lend my support? Is it a trait of the Tang clan to overestimate themselves?" Gong Yu interjected before Tang Hao could finish his sentence. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Tang Hao's brow furrowed suddenly, a murderous intent erupting from his eyes. He gazed coldly at Gong Yu and his companions, declaring, "In that case, I can no longer allow you to remain." "Huh, Gong Yu retorted with a chilling smile, if you wish to cast us aside. I harbor no desire to remain in your presence either. Tang Hao, 12 years ago, your battle at the entrance of Lan village wreaked havoc throughout the village, causing countless casualties. I shall seek retribution for this grievance, and I will ensure your son is well looked after. At Gong Yu's revelation, Tang Hao's body trembled slightly. And in a quivering voice, he asked, You are a survivor from Lan village? That battle affected too many innocents, and though Tang Hao felt a moment of guilt, it was merely fleeting. Chapter 56. The misfortunate Tang Decue. I was but an infant in swaddling clothes back then. The shockwaves from your battle collapsed the surrounding houses. My parents, in a desperate bid to shield me from the falling debris, bent over me, sacrificing their own safety. Gong Yu's gaze was icily fixed on Tang Dazue as he bitterly recounted. Later, village chief Tom told me that when my parents were unearthed, their bodies were so contorted from prolonged confinement that they could not even be straightened. As he spoke, Gong Yu's emotions intensified, and a frenzied light flickered in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Do you know? The village chief said that when I was excavated, I had my mother's fingertip in my mouth. My mother, fearing that I would starve before I could be rescued, bit off her finger before she died and stuffed it into my mouth for me to suck on. Hence, my survival was due to the blood and flesh of my mother's corpse that I had been consuming for those days. This was Gong Yu's true memory. As a time traveler, he retained consciousness from birth, allowing him to vividly remember those harrowing days of entrapment. When his mother pressed her bitten finger into his mouth, he could not expel it, and even if he had wished not to suck, he was ultimately compelled to do so. Yet, in relaying this painful recollection, he could only cite the village chief as a pretext. This marked the first time Gong Yu had unveiled his innermost thoughts, and upon hearing his tale, Gong Lan and the others felt a piercing ache in their hearts. They had believed their own experiences to be sufficiently tragic, only to discover that Gong Yu bore an equally harrowing burden, having survived by consuming the remains of his kin, having finally expressed what had been buried within for years. Gong Yu felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, he was no longer agitated but looked at Tang Dazue with a calm demeanor and said, Though Qian Xuan has perished, you, Tang Hao, still live, as do Gue Mei and Yu Guan. Your son, Tang San, was also present, although but an infant. He is your son, and thus, none of you shall escape my vengeance. I shall reclaim everything from you, including the Haotian sect behind you. Tang Dazue, who had initially contemplated sparing Gong Yu upon learning he was a survivor of Blue Silver Village, found his resolve wavering upon witnessing the depth of Gong Yu's hatred. With a heavy sigh, as if he had made a monumental decision, he looked at Gong Yu and declared, Since the seeds of hatred have been sown, I cannot allow you to live any longer. Today, I shall send you to reunite with your parents. With that, the Haotian hammer materialized in Tang Dazue's hands, and he began to advance towards Gong Yu and the others, each step accompanied by a swirl of soul rings. Gong Yu let out a cold smile and remarked, If you wish to kill us, you might find that you lack the capability. As soon as Gong Yu's words fell, Bai Ji and Ziji appeared. Gong Yu then addressed them, saying, Sisters Bai Ji and Ziji, I kindly ask that you do not take his life. Merely one hand and one foot will suffice. As for his life, I shall reclaim it myself later. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Bai Ji and Ziji exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, their formidable presence surging forth towards Tang Hao. Feeling the immense aura emanating from Ziji and Bai Ji, Tang Hao's pupils contracted, and he halted, exhaling softly. The strength of the 97th level in the purple attire. No, it seems even greater. The one in green is not inferior to my grandfather from years past. This is dire. With just a glance, Tang Hao discerned the cultivation levels of Ziji and Bai Ji, and his expression changed dramatically as thoughts of fleeing began to form in his mind. However, escaping required creating an opportunity, so he bellowed, Great Samurai Hammer, explosive ring. Tang Hao was not one to dawdle. Burdened by old injuries, the longer he lingered, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Thus, he unleashed the Great Samurai Hammer, aiming to strike and then find a chance to flee. His first soul ring flickered and then erupted, transforming into power that infused his colossal Haotian hammer. After absorbing the energy of the soul ring, the hammer's size expanded nearly double. At that moment, Ziji and Bai Ji surged forward, alternating their assault on Tang Hao. Yet, instead of attacking them, Tang Hao raised his hammer and aimed directly at Gong Yu and the others. Though the distance prevented the hammer from actually striking them, the sheer force of the blow would unleash waves of energy that even Gong Yu and her companions could not withstand. However, Bai Ji seemed to have anticipated Tang Hao's cunning ploy. As he swung his hammer, she swiftly altered her trajectory and in a flash, positioned herself before Gong Yu and the others. Emerald Guardian, by Ji immediately invoked this group defense soul skill, which could convert enemy attacks into vitality for herself or her allies. Yet, sensing that one skill would not suffice, she parted her lips once more to utter green light defense. Suddenly, a radiant glow enveloped by Ji, a brilliant green light coalescing into a vast shield that surrounded them, tinting the area with a verdant hue. Just then, Tang Hao's hammer struck the ground, resulting in a violent explosion that sent shockwaves radiating outward, causing debris to scatter and trees to topple. However, as the energy wave surged towards them, it collided with the green shield Bai Ji had conjured, protecting the group from harm. In contrast, Tang Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bai Ji's green light defense skill not only provided protection but also had a rebound effect. Tang Hao's attack, instead of harming the others, had ricocheted back to injure him. At that moment, Ji had also closed in on Tang Hao, taking advantage of his injury. Bai Ji unleashed a wave of darkness that engulfed her and Tang Hao. A sharp cry of pain erupted from the depths of the darkness, which soon dissipated to reveal Ji, now holding an arm, while Tang Hao had vanished without a trace. That fellow is too cunning, realizing he couldn't win. He pretended to self-destruct. I've never encountered someone so reckless in a fight, Ji said, halting her advance. She approached the group, discarding Tang Hao's severed arm onto the ground, exclaiming in annoyance. Yet, he managed to exploit the opportunity and flee. However, in his escape, I did manage to tear off a piece of him. Gong Yu, however, paid no mind, remarking, Sister Ji is already quite formidable. It is worth noting that Tang Hao, that fellow, once single-handedly battled 3 titled Douluos during his time as a Soul Douluo, and managed to escape even under the relentless pursuit of a level 99 ultimate Douluo. Casting a glance at Tang Hao's severed arm, which lay discarded on the ground by Ji, Gong Yu could only utter a sigh of regret. It was unfortunate that the lost limb was the left hand. Had it been the right, the legacy soul bone of the Haotian clan could have been preserved. Chapter 57, The Battle Against the Shrek Team, Part 1. With a sudden movement, as Gong Yu grasped Tang Hao's severed left hand, a soul bone fell from it. Gong Yu picked up the soul bone and, after a brief examination, spoke slowly. This is undoubtedly a power amplification soul bone, dating back no less than 40,000 years. That scoundrel Tang Hao must have already gathered a complete set of soul bones, yet alas, his left arm bone now belongs to us. Casting a glance around, his gaze ultimately rested on Gong Xiao. He continued, Xiao Xiao, among everyone, you are the most suited to absorb this soul bone. However, I have decided not to grant it to you, for its age is insufficient to match your potential. Gong Xiao inquired softly, what do you intend to do with this soul bone? To her, the soul bone held little significance. Having listened to Gong Yu extol the virtues of battle armor over the years, she found herself yearning more for the future acquisition of battle armor. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that possessing both battle armor and a soul bone is not inherently contradictory. Gong Yu cast another glance at Tang Hao's left arm, a thought emerging in his mind. A playful smile graced his lips as he remarked, of course, I shall take it to the Tiandu auction house for bidding. Accompanied by a complimentary arm from Tang Hao, I intend to publicize this matter throughout the entire continent. With that, he summoned the power of ice, encasing Tang Hao's arm in a frozen embrace. This chilling force was derived from the second spirit ring he had absorbed. The second spirit ring originated from the ice attribute Ice Jade Silkworm Spider, granting him the ability to wield ice, albeit not in its most extreme form. Nevertheless, even if it was not the pinnacle of frost, it sufficed for freezing inanimate objects. As they listened to Gong Yu's words, the girls exchanged glances. Realizing that the young master harbored rather dark thoughts, even contemplating the notion of gifting an arm, Gong Lan pondered that the young master's hatred for Tang Hao had likely reached an apex. Otherwise, how could it be so intense? Alas, it matters not. After all, the young master's enmity is mine to bear. Tang Hao, await your reckoning. Gong Yu remained oblivious to the thoughts harbored by the other girls. Otherwise, he would have vehemently protested his innocence, for his actions were driven purely by a mischievous inclination to vex Tang Hao. At this juncture, Tang Hao had already escaped from the Stardow Forest, but having lost an arm, his soul power had diminished by 10 levels, now resting at level 85. Should Gong Yu lay eyes upon Tang Hao at this moment, he would undoubtedly be perplexed as to why Tang Hao's loss of limbs resulted in a decrease of strength. While Sword Douluo, despite losing an arm, ascended from level 96 to level 97. It is uncertain whether to call it luck or something else entirely. That fellow collapsed from excessive blood loss a mere half-day after leaving the Star Dou forest, fortuitously encountering Yu Xiaojiang, whose presence in the vicinity of the forest was rather puzzling, given his meager level of 29. Nevertheless, Tang Hao was rescued by Yu Xiaojiang, and soon the two became intertwined in a bond. Meanwhile, after a day of searching, Gong Yu and the others finally located the Phoenix Crown Firebird, enabling Gong Shui to acquire her third spirit ring as she had desired. Yet, she lamented the absence of a 10,000-year spirit ring, dreaming of the day she could obtain a 10,000-year spirit beast for sacrificial offering. Following Gong Shui's attainment of the spirit ring, the group commenced their journey back. After a day's travel, the 10 of them returned to Soto City. In Soto City, Gong Yu and his companions did not procure any real estate. Their return was primarily to facilitate a confrontation between Gong Lan and the Shrek 7 monsters. 3 months swiftly passed, during which Gong Yu's soul power only increased by a single level. Nonetheless, he devoted the majority of his time to the crafting of a battle armor. Ordinarily, the creation of such armor necessitates a minimum of 5 spirit rings, as most soul masters are only capable of forging the refined metal known as 1,000 forgings upon reaching that threshold. However, to construct the battle armor, one requires entirely 1,000 forgings metal. Nevertheless, endowed with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, Gong Yu's strength surpassed that of ordinary soul masters by considerable margins. Even during his time as a soul sovereign, he was capable of forging 1,000 forgings metal, thus rendering the creation of the battle armor feasible. Gong Yu was preoccupied with crafting a singular battle armor, while the others felt no such need. Consequently, over the course of 3 months, Gong Lan and her companions dedicated their efforts to the soul arena. During this period, they faced off against the renowned Shrek 7 monsters, emerging victorious without a doubt. On this particular day, Gong Lan and her team finally encountered the Shrek squad. The 7 members of Shrek had just completed a grueling 3-month training regimen under Yu Xiaojiang and were now entering the second phase of their preparation. As for Tang San, it remains a mystery how Yu Xiaojiang managed to instill such unwavering faith in him, as he now wholeheartedly embraced Yu Xiaojiang's directives for training. That evening, within the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City, at platform number 7, Gong Lan led her team, comprising Gong Shui, Gong Xiao, Gong Sierra, Gong Chanshan, Gong Nonyo, and Gong Miao Miao, onto the stage. They named their squad the Rose Team, inspired by the martial soul of their 5th member, Gong Sierra, the Pink Rose. Due to Gong Yu's 3rd soul ring being black, Gong Yu had instructed her to remain concealed for the time being, resulting in her infrequent appearances. Meanwhile, the Shrek 7 monsters, led by Dai Mubai, also took the stage, donning masks akin to those of the Rose Team. Shortly thereafter, the host inquired if both teams were prepared. As captains, Gong Lan and Dai Mubai simultaneously affirmed their readiness. The countdown commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The battle in the Soul Arena, 6th match at platform number 7, began. Brothers, unleash your martial souls, Dai Mubai bellowed, his presence surging as his muscles expanded and he extended his arms outward, summoning his martial soul, the White Tiger. Witnessing this transformation, Gong Lan and her team were instantly enlightened. If they could not discern the identities of their opponents now, they would indeed be foolish. Prior to taking the stage, Gong Yu had refrained from revealing the identities of the Shrek members, stating that they would realize it upon arrival. She stipulated that only 4 members of their team, Gong Xiao, Gong Sierra, Gong Chanshan, and Gong Miao Miao, were permitted to engage in this battle. Gong Lan is unable to make a move for Dai Mubai and Tang San, along with Xiao Wu, are aware of her presence, and her martial soul holds a restraining influence over Tang San. Should she take action, it would render Tang San entirely ineffective throughout the match, unless he dares to invoke his Haoyan Hammer martial soul. Gong Shui was unable to take action, for Ma Hongjun recognized her, and he forbade her from intervening. She sulked in the background for quite a while, only relenting after Gong Yu's persistent persuasion. As for the 6th member, Gong Nonyo, she too was restrained from participating. Her overwhelming fiery spirit was simply too formidable, and a moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences for the Shrek team. Thus, among the Rose squad, only Gong Xiao, Gong Sierra, Gong Chanshan, and Gong Miao Miao revealed their martial souls, which were the Golden Bamboo Staff, Pink Rose, Frigid Aura, and Chrysanthemum, respectively. On the side of the Shrek 7, the 4 Soul Emperors bore identical soul ring colors. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu each possessed 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, while the other 3, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shuqing, each had 200-year soul rings. Chapter 58, The Battle Against Shrek Team, Part 2. as Gong Xiao, Gong Sierra, Gong Transhan, and Gong Miao Miao unveiled their soul rings, a wave of astonishment swept through the arena, drawing the attention of all present. Underneath the feet of Gong Xiao, Gong Shish, and Gong Miao Miao, 3 soul rings of yellow and purple intertwined. As for Gong Transhan, she exhibited 3 purple soul rings, the third of which was a deep purple, clearly nearing the age of 10,000 years. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My theory cannot be wrong. It's inconceivable for anyone to absorb soul rings that exceed such a time limit within the first 3. In the VIP room of Shrek, Yu Xiaojiang sat in a state of disarray, collapsing onto the ground. This exasperated Zhao Wujie, who had always found the antics of Yu Xiaojiang distasteful. Were it not for Flander's presence, he would have had no qualms about delivering a beating to Yu Xiaojiang. I need to step outside, Zhao Wujie said, his displeasure evident. Had Flander not been there, he likely would have lost control. As Zhao Wujie left, Flander approached the disheveled Yu Xiaojiang, attempting to console him. Xiaojiang, while the facts are laid bare, they merely indicate that your theory regarding soul ring age is flawed. One mistake is inconsequential. You still have 9 other theories, after all. You remain the esteemed master. In truth, Yu Xiaojiang harbored a thought he dared not voice. He believed he only had 8 theories remaining, having long accepted that the argument brought forth by Gong Yu years prior was correct. Consequently, he began to question whether he was truly the biological son of Yu Yuanjin. To validate this, Yu Xiaojiang had secretly investigated his mother's past, but uncovered nothing. As if many matters had been deliberately obscured. This only intensified his suspicion regarding his lineage. Yet, Yu Xiaojiang was merely a troubled soul, for in reality, there was little to uncover about his mother. Hence, he found nothing, only spinning elaborate conspiracy theories that suggested there was something amiss. Flander's attempts at consolation did little to alleviate Yu Xiaojiang's distress, but he accepted Flander's good intentions nonetheless. He straightened his attire and resumed watching the battle. As he observed, Yu Xiaojiang reminded Flander, we must recruit that team afterward. Even if we cannot acquire the entire squad, securing just 1 member would suffice. They are undoubtedly geniuses, and the secrets behind their ability to absorb soul rings must be extraordinary. If we could unearth the mysteries behind the absorption of soul rings beyond their age. Before Yu Xiaojiang could finish, Flander interrupted him. Xiaojiang, cease this line of thinking. Such geniuses are not within our control, and do you truly believe that they lack formidable backing? Do you think such talents can be cultivated by any random force? Xiaojiang, given your background, how can you fail to perceive this? Thus, refrain from courting disaster. Flander, with no support of his own, opposed Yu Xiaojiang's proposal on the spot. He wished to live a few more years. Alas, I was impulsive, Yu Xiaojiang sighed. You're right, Flander. Those individuals are certainly not products of ordinary powers. We indeed cannot engage in reckless ventures. But perhaps we could extend an invitation for them to visit Shrek afterwards? Very well, I shall attempt to invite them later, Flander conceded, aware that Yu Xiaojiang would not easily relent. An invitation for them to be guests was a feasible endeavor, as the outcome was no longer solely within Yu Xiaojiang's control. Meanwhile, on the arena, the Shrek 7, having been astounded by the soul rings of the Rose team, were the first to make a move. Ning Rongrong's hand shimmered with dazzling light as a 7-colored tower, over a foot tall, materialized in her palm. The radiant brilliance exuded an air of nobility, and with a smile, she began to chant her support-type soul skills. 7 treasures, first, strength. 7 treasures, second, speed. The 2 soul rings revolving around Ning Rongrong ascended simultaneously, enveloping the 7 treasures glazed tower. 14 beams of colorful light burst forth, bestowing enhancements upon herself and her 6 companions. A sensation of lightness and warmth enveloped the Shrek 7, as their strength and agility surged by 30%. On the other side, Gong Transhan stepped forward, her eyes emanating an icy aura. In the blink of an eye, a chill emanated from her feet, enveloping her in a mist-like shroud. With a mere tap of her toes, her first soul ring flickered, and an extreme cold radiated outward, instantly transforming the arena into an icy expanse, effectively turning it into her domain. Having executed a fluid sequence of movements, the cold air surrounding her was reabsorbed, revealing her form once more. However, within the domain of Gong Transhan, the Shrek 7 immediately felt their soul power suppressed by at least 25%. The 3 members below the soul sovereign level began to freeze, while the remaining 4 soul sovereigns were similarly affected, albeit at a slower rate. Fatty, bring the fire. Tang San immediately recalled that fire counters ice and called out to Ma Hongjun. However, upon glancing back, he found Ma Hongjun huddled and trembling. San Go, my fire. It's extinguished. On the Rose team's side, the remaining 3 members were incensed. The second member, Gong Xiao, twirled a golden bamboo staff in his hands, spinning it round and round before exclaiming forth, "What are you doing? This happens every time. You never give us a chance to strike. If you keep this up, you'll have no friends left." Gong Sierra interjected, "Indeed, you should swiftly disperse your domain. The 7 opponents possess merely average martial spirits. Your exceptional martial spirit already provides an unfair advantage. Now, with your domain activated, it seems you are rendering them utterly helpless." However, Gong Qianqian was not easily swayed. She retorted, "Fifth sister, your first soul skill is hardly inferior. When your pink devouring technique is unleashed, it envelopes the entire arena. And your abilities to create illusions and drain the opponent's soul power are even more ruthless than mine. How can you dare to criticize me?" At this moment, Gong Miao Miao, who had been rather inconspicuous, timidly spoke up. "What about me? Is it not the most unjust for me to join you on the battlefield? Since we began our team battles, my opportunities to strike have been fewer than 10. Gong Qianqian then responded, "So what should we do? Should we release them and engage them gradually?" Gong Sierra retorted with irritation, "What purpose does untying serve? A group of utterly feeble individuals, Shylik, truly resembles a pile of refuse, already rendered incapable by the cold. Even if freed, their combat prowess has been obliterated." As each of her companions chimed in with their remarks, the words fell upon the ears of Shylik and his 6 companions like daggers, each utterance dripping with mockery. However, the expressions of Shylik and his cohorts failed to convey their true sentiments. They were caught in a tumultuous clash between fury and the biting cold, their teeth chattering uncontrollably, rendering their speech indistinct. Gong Sha suddenly had an idea and said, "How about this? Let Lao Lu warm them up a bit and see what the outcome is." "Is this really possible? The young master has expressly forbidden Lao Lu from intervening." Gong Miaomi replied hesitantly. However, Lao Lu Gong Nyonyo's voice suddenly rang out, "It's fine. I want to use my martial spirit. I'll simply spray them with some flames." Chapter 59, Golden Bamboo Stick versus Soft-Boned Rabbit. Why not let me handle it? Gong Shui, who had been watching the spectacle, volunteered. Immediately, Gong Nyonyo expressed her disdain. "With that chaotic flame of yours, how could you possibly counter Fourth Sister's supreme attributes? Don't embarrass yourself. Remember what the young master said. You are not allowed to act. You old 7th. I shall never speak to you again." Gong Shui retorted angrily, stepping aside and falling silent. Observing the ongoing debate among them, Gong Lun interjected, "Enough. Lao Lu, go ahead and unleash some fire. If you don't act soon, I fear they will freeze into popsicles. I will explain to the young master, and besides, he instructed us to teach them a lesson. If we do, we'll have one without completing the task. All right, I will heed my elder sister's words." Lao Lu Gong Nyonyo stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the Shrek 7 monsters. Her expression hardened, and it seemed as if 2 flames ignited within her eyes. She took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of roaring flames towards the Shrek 7 monsters. In the blink of an eye, the area occupied by the Shrek team was engulfed in a sea of fire. As the flames erupted, the Shrek 7 monsters felt a wave of warmth enveloping their bodies, and the frozen soul power gradually began to thaw. Even their masks melted away, revealing their true identities. Such potent flames. They were incomparable to the wretched flames of the fatty. Tang San silently compared Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire with Gong Nyonyo's flames, and the superiority was evident. There was simply no comparison. Before long, the Shrek 7 monsters were finally thawed, but they had all suffered frostbite, even though they were no longer frozen. It seemed they had lost much of their combat prowess. At this moment, Gong Xiao stepped forward and pointed at the Shrek 7 monsters, asking, "Are you feeling unsatisfied?" The Shrek 7 monsters did not respond, yet their expressions conveyed everything. How could they feel satisfied? They had lost before even having a chance to strike, but now, even if they felt discontent, they lacked the strength to continue fighting, leaving them with nothing more to say. Gong Xiaowei smiled gently and remarked, "I understand your dissatisfaction. Thus I propose a challenge. Let one of you face me in a duel. We shall provide free healing for the individual who dares to confront me, restoring them to their prime, and should they emerge victorious, we shall concede this match." Upon hearing this, the 7 members of the Shylik team were intrigued and found the proposition agreeable. After some deliberation, they chose Xiaowu to compete against Gong Xiaowei. As Xiaowu stepped forward, Gong Miao Miao took a few strides closer and unleashed her innate ability, the Holy Light Healing, which accompanied her blossom martial spirit upon absorbing her first soul ring. A golden radiance gently descended upon Xiaowu's head, and soon she was fully rejuvenated. It was unexpected that the girl's blossom martial spirit possessed healing properties, and her capability was remarkably potent, Tang San observed thoughtfully from the sidelines. However, Gong Miao Miao's display led Tang San to mistakenly regard her as a healing-type soul master, thus inadvertently concealing her true strength. Nearby, Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, stating, "My 7-treasure glaze tile also possesses a certain degree of healing ability, yet its effects are not instantaneous. Furthermore, our 7-treasure glaze tile is not primarily designed for healing, making it difficult to draw comparisons." After receiving treatment, Xiaowu, emboldened by her recovery, shamelessly requested Gong Miao Miao to extend her healing to the other members of the Shylik team. Miao Miao cast a cold gaze in response and retorted, "What nonsense are you thinking?" Xiaowu was left speechless, clearly having something to say, yet the words faltered on the tip of her tongue. "What do you mean by what? You hideous rabbit. I would deem it a waste of soul power to heal you. And what significance do your companions hold?" Miao Miao shot another glare at Xiaowu before rejoining her team. In frustration, Xiaowu stamped her foot vehemently, her fiery temper ignited. She pointed at Miao Xiao and declared, "If you want to fight, then come at me. After this, I still have to return with my teammates to tend to my wounds." As she revealed her true appearance, her mask having been burned away, Miao Xiao's brows twitched. She thought to herself that this insolent rabbit was quite audacious, and soon enough, she would make her regret it. However, little did Miao Xiao know that Xiaowu's appearance had been marred due to a violent altercation with Miao Yu, resulting in a skeletal deformity and facial paralysis. At the time in the junior academy, there were no proficient healing soul masters available. The few low-rank healers they could find were only capable of addressing Xiaowu's physical injuries, leaving her facial deformity untreated. After all, since it was not classified as an injury, how could it ever be healed? Gong Xiao positioned himself at the forefront, facing Xiaowu, and thus their battle commenced. Both warriors summoned their martial souls simultaneously. Gong Xiao brandished his golden bamboo staff, adorned with 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, while Xiaowu, embodying the essence of a rabbit, displayed 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings in a vibrant interplay. In an instant, Xiaowu darted forward, charging directly at Gong Xiao. Gong Xiao wielded the golden bamboo staff, which spun ceaselessly in her grasp, transforming into countless rods that gradually coalesced into a circle, ultimately manifesting as a floral display of sticks. The sound of the staff whirling resonated through the air with a low hum, as Gong Xiao danced upon peculiar footfalls, elegantly twirling several times. Just as Xiaowu approached, she brought the golden bamboo staff crashing down upon the arena. With a resounding thud, the staff unleashed a powerful wave of energy that radiated outward from its center, splitting the arena in 2 and revealing a fissure spanning 3 to 4 meters. The force of the staff was overwhelming. Xiaowu had initially intended to leverage her speed to close the distance and deliver a blow to Gong Xiao's waist. Yet, confronted with the staff's fierce onslaught, she found herself unable to penetrate the effective range surrounding Gong Xia. In a moment of desperation, Xiaowu's 3rd soul ring flickered to life, activating her 3rd soul skill, instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Gong Xia, unleashing her scorpion tail to ensnare Gong Xia's neck with its dark, serpentine form. Excellent. Victory seemed assured. From a distance, Tang San observed this scene, mistakenly believing that Xiaowu was destined to triumph, having witnessed her execute the prelude to the 8 in a similar manner before. Gong Xiao felt a tremendous force emanating from her neck, and in that instant, she sensed that her entire being was being yanked away from the ground. Gong Xiao, endowed with remarkable strength, found that Xiaowu's feeble attempts to pull her were utterly ineffectual. In fact, should she so desire, she could effortlessly tug Xiaowu towards herself. Yet, an idea sparked in Gong Xiao's mind. She resolved to capitalize on Xiaowu's pull, turning the tables to her advantage. As Gong Xiao soared through the air, Xiaowu positioned 1 foot firmly against Gong Xiao's lower back, invoking the first skill of her 1st spirit ring, the waist bow. Utilizing her core strength, she propelled herself forward, sending Gong Xiao's body soaring into the air. The scorpion braid fell away unnoticed as Xiaowu leaped to pursue Gong Xiao, who was flung into the sky. Chapter 60. Gong Xiao's 2nd spirit skill. At the zenith of Gong Xiao's ascent, Xiaowu reached her, poised to grasp Gong Xiao's waist with both hands, intent on unleashing her waist bow's power once more. However, Gong Xiao revealed an enigmatic smile, executing a swift spin and striking Xiaowu's slender waist with her golden bamboo staff. In her earlier scheme to turn the situation to her favor, Gong Xiao had already activated her dragon elephant prajna, channeling her vitality to form a protective barrier around herself. Consequently, while Xiaowu's 1st waist bow had propelled Gong Xiao into the air, it inflicted no harm upon her. Gong Xiao had perfected her dragon elephant prajna to the 3rd level, and was on the cusp of advancing to the fourth, making her more than capable of withstanding the meager force of Xiao Wu's kick. As she suffered no injury when Xiao Wu prepared to execute her second waist bow, Gong Xiao would not allow her to succeed. She deftly evaded Xiao Wu's grasping hands and retaliated with a swift strike to Xiao Wu's delicate waist, causing her to burst into tears from the pain. With Xiao Wu unable to initiate her second waist bow, she lost her point of leverage. Combined with the sting of Gong Xiao's blow, she could no longer maintain control and began to plummet towards the arena. Meanwhile, Gong Xiao leveraged the momentum from her strike to stabilize her descent, activating her second spirit ring. In the blink of an eye, Gong Xiao was enveloped in golden arcs of electricity. With a soft exhalation, she announced, second spirit skill, Thunder Flash. The next instant, Gong Xiao, who had been descending gracefully, shot forward with a swiftness that left behind mere afterimages, arriving on the arena floor as if she were a bolt of lightning. Gong Xiao's second soul ring is derived from a thunder leopard that has lived for nearly 17 centuries. Upon absorbing the soul ring of the thunder leopard, Gong Xiao experienced a remarkable enhancement in her speed, acquiring the extraordinary velocity characteristic of the creature. When pushed to its absolute limits, Gong Xiao could even achieve instantaneous movement. At that moment, her speed, though still remarkable, merely appeared average. Utilizing the unyielding staff technique, Gong Xiao anticipated that Xiao Wu was about to descend. Just as Xiao Wu was on the verge of falling onto the arena, Gong Xiao executed the unyielding staff technique with precision, delivering a swift strike to Xiao Wu's rear. This technique had been imparted to Gong Xiao by Gong Yu. However, she had only recently mastered the first form, while the second form remained a work in progress with limited advancement. After receiving another blow, Xiao Wu cried out in pain but was unable to react. Being sent soaring into the air once more, Gong Xiao transformed into several afterimages, and when she reappeared, she was already suspended in midair, awaiting Xiao Wu. Just as Xiao Wu was about to reach the apex of her ascent, Gong Xiao struck again, this time landing a blow to Xiao Wu's abdomen. A sharp pain shot through Xiao Wu, causing her to bend over in agony, effectively arching her back. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the pain, she involuntarily expelled a frothy substance into the air. As Xiao Wu plummeted back towards the arena, aided by the force of the strike, her descent accelerated. Yet Gong Xiao's onslaught was far from over. With a flash, she surged forward with even greater speed, leaving no trace of her previous position, transforming into a streak of light that swiftly reappeared on the stage. As Xiao Wu neared the ground, Gong Xiao struck once more, sending her soaring into the air again, followed by another powerful strike. This relentless exchange continued, with Gong Xiao constantly altering her angles of attack. Her speed was so extraordinary that her figure darted between various points, resembling a series of interconnected lines gradually forming a polyhedron. Since Xiao Wu had chosen to leap into the air to launch her second assault, she had yet to touch the ground again. The spectators were utterly mesmerized, their eyes wide as they witnessed Xiao Wu darting through the air like a ball, shifting from one direction to another without pause. The intensity of their conflict left one questioning the depth of their animosity. "I would rather provoke the fourth and sixth than the third," Gong Shui remarked, her tone tinged with a hint of sympathy as she found it hard to watch the spectacle unfold. In her heart, she mourned Xiao Wu for 3 seconds. Upon hearing Gong Shui's words, the remaining 5 members of the Rose team instinctively nodded in agreement. However, after this subconscious acknowledgement, the 4th, Gong Chanqian, and the 6th, Gong Nyonyo, exchanged glances, realizing they were indeed the subjects of the comments, leaving them puzzled as to why they had nodded in the first place. "Enough, enough. Please cease the fighting." On the side of the Shirlai Ko team, Tang San watched in despair as Xiao Wu suffered under the relentless blows, his heart wrenching in agony. At one moment, a fierce red glint flashed in his eyes, embodying a palpable murderous intent. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Wu's body slammed into the ground. And it was only after Tang San's exclamation that Gong Xiao deemed it sufficient. Thus, her first spirit ring illuminated, bestowing upon Xiao Wu the first spirit skill, Golden Stick. Gong Xiao, however, refrained from exerting her full strength, fearful that she might inadvertently kill Xiao Wu, and only utilized 30% of her power. Yet, even at that diminished strength, the impact was formidable. Under the force of the Golden Stick, Xiao Wu was sent hurtling downward like a deflated ball, creating a deep crater upon her landing. Though she was not dead, she appeared to be on the brink of unconsciousness, her face swollen and bruised, her body nearly broken. The remaining 6 members of Shirlai Ko rushed to the edge of the pit, and Tang San leaped into the crater, cradling Xiao Wu in his arms. His eyes glowed with a fierce red light once more, his expression contorted with rage as he growled, "You! How dare you harm Xiao Wu?" Anyone who dares to hurt her must face death. As he laid Xiao Wu down gently, he unleashed a frenzied assault. Employing the Go Gong, Xiao let out a cold snort, yet her gaze was fixed on Tang San as he executed the Ghost Shadow Mistrace. This was the first time she had witnessed an outsider perform such a technique, which only fueled her fury. Ghost Shadow Mistrace, how dare you, an outsider, audaciously steal the skills of the young master. You deserve death. For a long time, Gong Lan and the others had believed that the unique skills of the Tang sect belonged solely to Gong Yu. Without her consent, they would never dare to impart such secrets to anyone. Thus, upon seeing Tang San employ the Ghost Shadow Mistrace, they immediately assumed he must have surreptitiously learned it from Gong Yu. To practice the young master's techniques without permission was an unforgivable crime. Gong Zhao's eyes sparkled with murderous intent. At this moment, she truly intended to eliminate Tang San. Hence, her second soul ring glowed once more, enhancing herself with Thunderbolt Flash. While Ghost Shadow Mistrace gained an additional layer of power, the fourth level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna, which she had just begun to master, surged within her as she swiftly appeared before Tang San. Immediately, the Dragon Elephant Prajna was channeled into her palms. Utilizing the force of Thunderbolt Flash combined with the impact of Ghost Shadow Mistrace, her palms struck directly against Tang San's chest. Chapter 61. Pink Rose. First soul skill. With a resounding thud, after enduring the full force of Gong Zhao's palms, Tang San felt an overwhelming power permeate his chest. His lungs were instantly jolted into disarray, and in that moment, he was sent hurtling backward. Gong Zhao's speed was indeed astonishing. Before Tang San could react, Gong Xiao had already closed the distance and smoothly struck him twice on the chest. Just moments ago, he had sensed the presence of Zhuge's divine crossbow under the moonlit night at the 24 bridges, preparing to unleash it with the intent to swiftly eliminate Gong Xiao and, if possible, all of his companions to avert future troubles. After all, if one does not eradicate the roots, the spring breeze will bring forth new growth. The Grand Compendium of the Xintian Treasure once stated, when certain of an adversary's hostility, one must show no mercy if they possess the means to bring about death, lest one invites further complications. Anyone who dared to harm his beloved Xiao Wu was marked for death. Unfortunately, he had yet to draw the Zhuge divine crossbow before being struck twice. At this moment, Tang San was sent flying towards the edge of the arena, continuing his trajectory without any semblance of cushioning, curving like a parabola towards the audience. In the private box of the Shirlai Ku team, upon witnessing his cherished disciple being knocked out of the arena, Yu Xiaojing felt a surge of anxiety and immediately dashed out towards the audience area. On the arena, seeing Tang San sent sprawling, the remaining 6 from the group, aside from the already incapacitated Xiao Wu, rose in fury, their teeth clenched as they charged forward, intent on confronting the Rose team. So when one cannot contend individually, they seek to gang up? Excellent. I have been yearning for an opportunity to unleash my prowess. On the Rose team's side, Gong Xier, witnessing the enraged 5, promptly stood up, welcoming the challenge with her first spirit ability, Pink Devour. With graceful steps akin to ballet, she glided forward, manifesting a pink rose in her delicate hands. As 3 spirit rings danced beneath her feet, 1 yellow and 2 purple in harmonious interplay. The yellow spirit ring shimmered, and instantly, the pink rose in her grasp transformed into an energy form, floating upward. That energy-shaped pink rose surged towards the advancing 5, detonating amidst them. In an instant, the explosion of the energy rose enveloped the arena in a cloud of pink mist, shrouding half of it, including the 5, and even the prostrate Xiao Wu. Within its embrace, Xiao Wu, being on the verge of collapse, was spared any ill effects, but the 5 were not so fortunate. Enveloped in the mist, each inhaled the pink vapor and soon began to experience vivid hallucinations. Their laughter echoed within the pink haze, giggles, guffaws, and cackles, each distinct in flavor. Yet, the laughter soon subsided, replaced by the unfiltered thoughts of the 5. Ning Rongrong mused. I am merely bored and decided to play with them. What a repugnant name. The Shirlai Ku 7. This bunch consists of 2 lecherous fiends, a vengeful woman, an unattractive girl, one who only fancies the unattractive, and the last, a brooding one. Casting soul skills with nauseating incantations, what a joke. I have 2 thick slices of bread, yet none of them are worthy of being my friends. Daimubai ruminated. Zhuqing. My little kitten, cease your pretenses. You traveled a great distance to find your husband. Why maintain your modesty? Come here, and I shall ensure your delight. And you, Ning Rongrong, how dare you threaten me? I shall exact my vengeance upon you. Zhuqing seethed. That wretched Daimubai? Why does he escape unscathed while I bear the brunt of everything? That despicable lecher. Twins, you say? If he can indulge, why not I? I swear I shall have my revenge, Ma Hongjun jested. Third brother, Xiao Wu is so unattractive that only you would take a liking to her. I would rather visit the brothels than gaze upon her countenance. Fear not, though I am an omnivorous creature, I shall not compete with you for Xiao Wu. However, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xiqing are quite appealing. Especially Zhu Xiqing with her ample assets Oscar's side. Rongrong my Rongrong TSK, listen to these members of the Sherlike 7. Gong Shui, observing from the side. Couldn't he help but shake her head in astonishment. Miao Miao spoke up, remarking that the only relatively normal one seemed to be named Oscar. Though didn't you all find him a bit foolish? Indeed, he appeared rather silly. The remaining women nodded in agreement. It was about time, as their spiritual energy seemed on the verge of being completely devoured. At that moment, Gong Sierra inquired whether it was permissible to cease their actions. Gong Lan nodded in agreement, saying, let this be the end. However, Gong Shui's voice rang out once more. Oh, wait, just a moment longer. Look at that bald, chubby fellow. He's starting to undress. At her words, the group of women turned their gaze and indeed saw the plump Ma Hongjun beginning to shed his clothing. Oh. Zhu Qing, why are you lying here? Are you unable to move? At that moment, Ma Hongjun had somehow wandered to the side of the prostrate Xiao Wu, glancing furtively left and right as if to ascertain whether anyone was observing this scene. Due to the hallucinatory effects, Ma Hongjun mistook Xiao Wu for Zhu Xiqing, leaving Xiao Wu as helpless as a young girl who had been paralyzed by Ouyang Feng's pressure points. Suddenly, a tearing sound echoed as Xiao Wu's skirt was ripped apart. Zhu Qing, your brother is coming. Ma Hongjun gyrated his hips, performing a bizarre dance, leading an unsuspecting observer to believe he was merely doing a traditional folk dance. Stop, enough. Old Five, dispel your mist. Gong Lan could no longer bear the spectacle and immediately instructed Gong Sierra to lift the effects of her soul technique. Gong Sierra nodded and snapped her fingers, causing the pink mist to transform into flowing light, which then merged back into her martial soul. As the mist dissipated, the fog inhaled by the 5 oddities vanished as well, awakening them from their stupor. However, they were left feeble and collapsed on the ground, having nearly depleted their soul power. Ma Hongjun gazed at the unconscious Xiao Wu with a look of terror, exclaiming, what have I done? This is terrifying. There is no way I could ever desire to be with Xiao Wu. It's absolutely impossible. Though I'm omnivorous, I'm quite particular, and I simply cannot stomach such hideousness. Chapter 62, The Fortunate Misfortune of Xiao Wu. Hey, are you all right? Are we going to fight or concede? What are you trying to accomplish? Gong Shui remarked with irritation, this arena match has lost all meaning. If you don't concede soon, we will have no choice but to throw you off the stage one by one. On the side of Shilik, after hearing Gong Shui's inquiry, the 5 oddities exchanged glances and nodded in tacit agreement. Daimubai promptly declared their surrender to the host, leading to the announcement that the Rose Squad was the victors. After their victory, the Rose Squad returned to their private box. Meanwhile, on Shilik's side, Flandre appeared and carried Xiao Wu away to find a healing soul master, while Tang San had long been taken away by Yu Xiaojiang after being knocked off the stage. As for Yu Xiaojiang's intention to send an invitation to the Rose Squad, Flandre had completely forgotten about it. In the private box, upon the return of the Rose Squad, Gong Yu smiled and said, you all performed admirably. As a reward, everyone will have 7 days of rest. After that, I will head to Tiando City. Wonderful. Gong Yu had scarcely finished speaking when Gong Shui leapt up in excitement. What is so wonderful? You're the laziest among us. Gong Lan shot back with a dismissive glance at Gong Shui. Humph. Gong Shui pouted, turning her face away, only to cast a scornful look at Gong Nyonyo, before swiftly redirecting her attention elsewhere. Subsequently, Gong Yu and the other women went to collect their earnings from the day's bets before leaving the Great Fighting Soul Arena and returning to the hotel. On the Shilik side, the 5 oddities meandered back to their dilapidated academy, each retreating to their respective rooms to recuperate. In the classroom, 2 makeshift beds formed from merged desks lay occupied by individuals. Nearby, Yu Xiaojiang paced restlessly, his footsteps alone eliciting a sense of annoyance. After pacing for a while, he halted and gazed anxiously out the classroom door, exclaiming, what is Flandre doing? Why has Tiyi returned? Is it really that difficult to summon a healing soul master? At that moment, Tang San, who lay there, coughed a couple of times, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Are you all right, Xiao San? Just hold on a little longer. Flandre will soon bring back a healing soul master, Yu Xiaojiang reassured him, producing a handkerchief to wipe the blood from Tang San's lips. Tang San was indeed gravely injured, his chest caved in, several ribs broken, and his internal organs displaced. If it weren't for the protection of his Xiantian Gong, he likely would have succumbed. After waiting a while longer without Flandra's return, they were surprised to see a one-armed figure enter the classroom. It was Tang Hao. He bore a burlap sack over his right shoulder, which contained a person. Setting the sack down and untying it revealed the face of its occupant. The head of the Yi family. Yu Xiaojing exclaimed in astonishment, realizing why he hadn't seen Tang Hao during Tang San's injury. He had been off capturing someone. Tang Hao nodded at Yu Xiaojing before addressing the person in the sack. Treat them. Once they are healed, I will let you go. The occupant remained silent, eyes closed. Too lethargic to respond. Who is she? Yu Xiaojing inquired. The head of the Nine-Heart Si Tang family. One of the two current possessors of the Nine-Heart Si Tang martial soul, Tang Hao replied indifferently. Tang Hao had witnessed the battle between the Shi League 7 and the Rose Squad at the fighting arena, but the sudden injury to Tang San left him unable to intervene. After Tang San was knocked off the stage, Tang Hao intended to retaliate against the Rose Squad. But he was locked onto by the auras of Bai Ji and Ziji. As a strong individual, he sensed the danger of being targeted and refrained from acting against the Rose Squad. Instead, he sought a healing soul master for his son. And fortune favored him when he encountered the head of the Nine-Star Si Tang family, who was in Soto City for medical consultations. The Nine-Heart Si Tang martial soul? Yu Xiaojing pondered, unfamiliar with it as he had never studied this martial soul. Had it not been for Tang Hao's mention, he would have been unaware of its existence. You don't even know of the legendary undying Nine-Heart Si Tang martial soul? It seems you really ought to delve into the study of this martial soul, Tang Hao remarked, raising an eyebrow at Yu Xiaojing's bewildered expression. The master was supposed to have a wealth of knowledge, yet he was ignorant of the Nine-Heart Si Tang. Feeling embarrassed, Yu Xiaojing could not refute Tang Hao's observation. Ignoring Yu Xiaojing, Tang Hao turned back to the individual in the sack, saying, Yi family head, it would be wise for you to treat these two youngsters. Once they are healed, I will release you. However, if you continue to delay, and my son's condition worsens, I will have no choice but to use your daughter as a bargaining chip. Realizing her predicament, the Yi family had opened her eyes. Releasing a scoff, the esteemed Haoyan Douluo turns out to be a shameless scoundrel. Or should I now refer to you as Haoyan Soul Douluo? She stood up. Knowing that despite her reluctance to treat Tang San and Xiao Wu, she had no choice given her circumstances. Even so, she would not shy away from hurling insults at Tang Hao. Unfazed, Tang Hao replied, Say what you will, my life is worthless. All that matters is that you heal these two. With Tang Hao's indifference, the Yi family head found little merit in further verbal sparring. Summoning her Nine-Heart Si Tang martial soul, she activated her healing abilities, channeling two beams of healing light into Tang San and Xiao Wu. The Nine-Heart Si Tang martial soul, with its singular soul skill, healing, required no examination of their conditions. Approximately half an hour later, Tang San began to recover, though still unconscious. His injuries were nearly mended. His broken ribs were reattached, his sunken chest restored, and his disordered internal organs realigned. Xiao Wu's injuries also healed significantly and serendipitously. Her previously disfigured face, marred by Gong Xiao's assault, had undergone a miraculous restoration. With the Yu family head's treatment, her features returned to their original beauty. Surprising everyone, the once ugly rabbit had found fortune in misfortune. Can I leave now? After treating Tang San and Xiao Wu, the Yu family head wished to vacate the classroom immediately, finding each glance at Tang Hao increasingly distasteful. What is their condition? Tang Hao inquired first. You will not perish. I have tended to all that requires treatment. What remains is beyond my concern. They shall recuperate on their own once they awaken. The head of the Yi family replied in a tone devoid of warmth. Then you may take your leave, came Tang Hao's equally indifferent response. Subsequently, the head of the Yi family departed without a backward glance. After her exit, a while later, Flanders hurriedly returned accompanied by two healing soul masters. Chapter 63. The girl's plan. In the span of 3 days, Gong Lan and her companions had thoroughly explored all that Soto City had to offer. Gong Shui had grown weary of the city and longed to depart. However, Gong Yu found herself in a critical phase of crafting the battle armor, necessitating a further delay. Observing the girls with idle time, Gong Yu encouraged them to seek their own pursuits, even suggesting, if need be, to devise a scheme to prank the Shrek 7 monsters. Confident that with Bai Ji and Ziji providing protection, it would matter little if they were to inadvertently harm one of the Shrek 7. The words of Gong Yu resonated deeply with Gong Shui, who found amusement in the mischief aimed at the Shit Lake 7 monsters. With several days to spare, she decided to indulge in this diversion to alleviate her boredom. Old 7, how is it? Have the Shit Lake 7 monsters emerged yet? Gong Shui inquired, accompanied by her 2 sisters, as they awaited outside the Grand Sol Arena in Soto City. They VE come out, they VE come out. It 1 TB long now. Old 7, Gong Miao Miao, dashed into the Grand Sol Arena to check and confirm their recent arrival. Old 8, what exactly are your intentions? Asked Old 5, Gong Sierra, who had been idly summoned by Gong Shui and remained oblivious to her purpose for being there. 5th sister, I simply wish to borrow your first soul skill. When seeking assistance, Gong Shui addressed her as sister every time. Under normal circumstances, she would merely refer to her as Old 5. What do you intend to do with my first soul skill? Gong Xiao inquired with curiosity, as her first soul skill was not something to be used lightly. Gong Shui, with a mischievous grin, remarked, did you not see that rotund fellow harboring such thoughts about the girls in their team? I merely sought to indulge his wishes. You. Why are you so wicked? Gong Sierra feigned indignation, but her expression swiftly transformed, revealing a playful smile. Next time such delightful opportunities arise, do inform me sooner. I must prepare a milk bottle, otherwise, while they are still occupied, I may lack the soul energy to sustain my soul skills. Sister. So you too possess a hidden flirtatious side. Gong Shui continued to smirk. Mind your words, if you continue to speak so indiscriminately. I shall cease to indulge you in play, Gong Xiej retorted, momentarily adopting an air of authority befitting an older sister. Oh, if you choose not to speak, then let it be. I am content with my knowledge, Gong Shui pouted, then turned her gaze towards the entrance of the grand arena, where she spotted Yu Xiaojiang leading the 7 monsters. Today, only Yu Xiaojiang was present, as Flinder and the others were absent. At that moment, Gong Miao Miao interjected. I wonder who administered treatment to Tang San and that rabbit. Tang San sustained significant injuries from the 2 strikes delivered by our second sister. And that rabbit, despite her severe wounds, unexpectedly benefited from misfortune. Her unattractive visage has been somewhat improved thanks to our second sister's intervention. Gong Xia nodded in agreement and remarked, indeed. Even I, upon gazing upon that visage, felt a twinge of envy. Gong Shui cast a glance at Xiao's enchanting visage, her envy palpable. She turned to Gong Sierra and said, Sister, cease your envy and jealousy. Hasten to cultivate your soul skill, for they are approaching the center of the plaza. Instantly, Gong Sierra was taken aback, and with a hint of surprise, she inquired, do you intend for the Shrek 7 devils to conduct their affairs in the plaza? Why not? Gong Miao Miao interjected, asserting that she found the plaza quite splendid, spacious enough to accommodate the likes of Shrek's members. Well, there is nothing inherently wrong with that. It promises to be exhilarating, which I relish, Gong Sierra replied, her excitement palpable. They are coming. They are coming. Sister, quickly unleash your soul skill. Gong Shui urged Gong Sierra without delay. Gong Sierra nodded slightly, then summoned her martial soul. The first soul ring lit up, and soon a rose flew into the midst of Shyleek and his companions, exploding into a cloud of pink mist. Instantly, this mist enveloped the 7 monsters and Yu Xiaojiang, who all inhaled the vapor without hesitation. Logically, given Tang San's mental fortitude, he should have been able to resist the illusions created by the pink mist. However, since he had never encountered such a situation before, he was caught off guard. Moreover, at the moment he inhaled the mist, he felt his soul power being devoured. Consequently, he did not consider the possibility of a mental attack, and as a result, he failed to activate his purple extreme magic eyes, falling victim before he could utilize his mental prowess. What ensued was a grand spectacle in the plaza. Within that pink haze, Xiao paired with Ma Hongjun, Oscar with Zhu Xing, Tang San with Yu Xiaojiang, and Dai Mubai with Ning Rongrong. Unfortunately, this extraordinary battle was ultimately curtailed when Gong Xiao exhausted her soul power and could no longer sustain her soul skill. After half an hour, she had to withdraw her ability, and the 7 monsters along with Yu Xiaojiang regained consciousness. Many onlookers had gathered around the plaza. And when the 7 monsters and Yu Xiaojiang awoke, all actions abruptly ceased, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. A passerby approached, patted Yu Xiaojiang on the shoulder, and said, Brother, how old are you? You look like you're around 50, yet you still know how to have fun. Here is my business card. Come visit my office later, and I'll introduce you to a job that you'll surely find satisfactory. Yu Xiaojiang wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in, and Tang San felt the same. However, when he turned to glance, he spotted Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu together, which made him grit his teeth in frustration, yet he refrained from acting out due to the crowd. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, upon Xiaowu's awakening, struggled free with a swift motion. "Get away from me, you disgusting fatso!" she exclaimed, hastily pulling up her skirt and fleeing. "Wait, Xiaowu. Since everything's already gone awry, why not just embrace it? And even if you want to run, at least wait until I'm done." Not long ago, Ma Hongjun would have found even a glance at Xiaowu undesirable, yet now, he was willing to accept whatever came his way. With the crowd already watching, he saw no shame in letting them continue to observe. Ning Rongrong was nearby, wiping her tears, while Dai Mubai cast a guilty glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who ignored him entirely, her demeanor cold as she donned a coat and departed. Oscar remained in a daze, thinking to himself, "I distinctly remember being with Rongrong. How did I end up with Zhu Zhuqing?" Receiving no favorable response from Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai shot a fierce glare at Oscar. Noticing Dai Mubai's gaze, Oscar returned the look, shrugging his shoulders to indicate that he too was a victim of circumstance. Ning Rongrong, sobbing, clutched a piece of clothing to her chest and ran away. What in the world is happening? Yu Xiaojiang pondered, confused. Weren't they just exiting the Grand Soul Arena? How did they end up in such a predicament? "We must have fallen victim to a soul skill," Dai Mubai remarked, standing up and putting on his coat. Since they were already the center of attention, he decided to be a bit bolder. "What do you mean?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired, wanting to know more about the soul skill incident. He had missed the latter part of the events because he had gone to rescue Tang San after he was knocked off the stage. Dai Mubai then recounted the events that transpired afterward. Tang San, however, did not pay attention to Dai Mubai's narration. He remained preoccupied with the situation involving Ma Hongjun and Xiaowu. Ma Hongjun had touched his Xiaowu, who had transformed into a more beautiful version of herself, igniting a vengeful fury within him. Chapter 64. Choosing an academy. Though Tang San did not attentively listen to Dai Mubai's account, he did remember the name of the martial soul, the Pink Rose. Consequently, Gong Xier, the wielder of the Pink Rose martial soul, found her way onto Tang San's list of targets. Although he was unaware of Gong Xier's name, he could surmise that she was associated with Gong Yu, given the unusual combinations of soul rings they possessed. Thus, Tang San suspected that the day's events might have been orchestrated by Gong Yu. If Gong Yu were aware of Tang San's thoughts, he would surely exclaim his innocence. For the past few days, he had remained indoors, secluded in a rented blacksmith's workshop. Although the idea of playing tricks on Shailik and the seven monsters was indeed his, he would never have instructed Gong Shui to engage in such reckless antics. In the following days, the atmosphere at Shailik Academy was filled with mutual disdain, with no training taking place and no visits to the Soul Arena. Only Tang San was seen, tirelessly scouring the city in search of Gong Yu and his companions, yet to no avail. After their mischievous escapade, Gong Shui and her friends had evaded recognition by changing their location, even vacating the Rose Hotel in favor of a rented courtyard. After several fruitless days of searching in Soto City, Tang San's efforts yielded no results, and the matter faded into obscurity. On this day, Gong Yu finally completed his set of one-piece battle armor and gathered the girls, preparing to head to Heaven Do City. 2 days later, 2 carriages arrived at Heaven Do City, halting outside the gates of a courtyard. After disembarking, the girls looked around in awe, except for Nair. It was the first time for the others to visit Heaven Do City, and they found everything quite novel. At that moment, Gong Yu stepped forward and said, "Let us return to our residence. 2 years ago, I had the Blacksmith Association procure a courtyard for us, which is just right for our needs. We shall settle here in Heaven Do City for the foreseeable future." Soon, they moved into the courtyard, each selecting their rooms and establishing their temporary abode. The next morning, Gong Yu left with Nair. Their striking appearances drew many gazes, particularly Nair, whose flowing silver hair and stunning beauty captivated a throng of admirers, some of whom were so entranced that they forgot to watch where they were going and ended up colliding with walls. "Brother Yu, where are we heading?" Nair suddenly asked. Gong Yu remarked, "I intend to purchase an academy. The Rose Squad is yet to establish a presence in any institution. Thus we are unable to register for the prestigious elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent." Nair inquired further, "Is there a particular academy that you have your eye on, Brother Yu?" "Indeed, I have," Gong Yu replied, gesturing toward an academy that had just come into view. "It is right there, the Blue Ba Advanced Soul Master Academy." "Blue Ba? That name sounds rather peculiar," Nair pouted, having been roused early by Gong Yu. She was still rather drowsy, which left her with a hint of displeasure. Gong Yu smiled gently and explained, "The reason this academy is named Blue Tyrant Academy is due to its principal being a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan." Upon hearing this name, Nair's eyes sparkled with excitement. for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus is quite renowned among the dragon lineage. Do not be overly enthusiastic. It is merely a martial soul. No longer the dragon clan's blue electric Tyrannosaurus, Gong Yu remarked. Oh, Nara replied, her interest waning significantly upon realizing it was just a martial soul. She continued, since the background of Blue Tyrant Academy stems from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, how could Brother Yu acquire this academy? Anticipating Nara's inquiry, Gong Yu elucidated. Although the principal is of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus lineage, she is a daughter born out of wedlock. For various reasons, she has chosen not to return to her family nor acknowledge her identity. Consequently, this academy has faced oppression from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan and is currently experiencing a financial crisis. Nara understood immediately. So this is the opportune moment for Brother Yu to intervene, is it not? With a playful smile, she regarded Gong Yu, occasionally perceiving him as somewhat mischievous. Seizing opportunities when others found themselves in precarious situations, and always striking with precision. Understanding without voicing it, Gong Yu smirked, contemplating that he indeed enjoyed taking advantage of situations. After all, one would be foolish to pass up on favorable opportunities, and he saw nothing wrong with such preferences. Nara giggled beside him. Soon, they entered Blue Tyrant Academy, where they were greeted by a teacher named Inshu. Although Lu Erlong was the principal, he rarely managed affairs, delegating most responsibilities to Inshu. Greetings. Are you two here to enroll in our academy? Inshu inquired, but he quickly added, however, I must be frank. Your luxurious attire suggests you are not of humble origins, and our academy specializes in admitting students from the lower classes. Before Inshu could finish his statement, Gong Yu interjected, we are not here to enroll. We have heard about your academy's financial troubles, and we can bearing assistance. I am willing to offer 2 million gold soul coins to purchase your academy. Is this something you, Teacher In, can authorize? Inshu hesitated, realizing the sum was considerably substantial, yet he declined, stating, our principal has made it clear that she only accepts investments. She does not intend to sell the academy. Gong Yu furrowed his brow slightly, but it quickly smoothed out. His request was merely to secure the qualifications for the elite competition of the esteemed Soul Master Academy across the continent. Thus, he inquired, what is the maximum share you can accept? 50%. Teacher Inshu held up 5 fingers. However, Gong Yu shook his head. No, 50% is insufficient. I require 85%. This left Inshu at a loss. If he were the principal, he would have readily sold the academy for 2 million. Running a financially strained institution held little meaning. Yet, he was not in a position to make such decisions. This matter exceeds my authority, he said. I will lead you to meet our principal, and you may discuss it directly with him. Very well, Gong Yu nodded. Inshu then rose, guiding Gong Yu and Nar toward the modest dwelling of Lu Erlong. Leading the way, Inshu exited the pointed roof building and took a narrow path that wound toward the rear of the academy, soon entering the forest that bordered the outer perimeter of the main campus. Continuing forward for several hundred meters, the trees began to thin, revealing a particularly sturdy tree with a sign hanging from it, inscribed with the words, Academy Grounds, Unauthorized Entry Prohibited. Crossing past this grand tree, the scenery transformed dramatically. Before them lay a small lake, its diameter scarcely 50 meters. A stream, approximately 3 meters wide, quietly fed water into the lake from the opposite side, only to flow back, ensuring the water remained fresh. Beside the lake stood a humble thatched cottage, constructed from wooden planks and straw, seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment. Inshu halted in front of the cottage with Gong Yu and Nar. Chapter 65. Lu Erlong after bringing Gong Yu and Nar to a stop outside the cottage. Teacher Inshu approached and knocked on the door. Surrounding the cottage was a fence, within which a variety of flowers bloomed vibrantly, creating a picturesque scene that was truly delightful. In high spirits, Nar couldn't resist plucking a flower. Gong Yu sought to intervene, yet it was already too late. Those blossoms were cultivated by the formidable female tyrant, Lu Erlong. Having plucked her flowers, Gong Yu could already envision the furious scene that would unfold upon her return. As anticipated, when Inshu led Lu Erlong into the fray, her wrath erupted instantaneously. How dare you? Who are you to dare to pluck my flowers? It seems you have grown far too complacent. Without seeking clarification, Lu Erlong unleashed her fury, launching a punch with ferocious intent. There was no alternative. They had to confront her head-on. Without hesitation, Gong Yu donned an entire set of battle armor, and under its enhancement, his power surged to the level of a Soul Emperor, further bolstered by the vitality of the Golden Dragon King. He surged forth with utmost speed, positioning himself before Nar, and met Lu Erlong's punch with one of his own. The clash was thunderous. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding fences, scattering flowers in disarray. Lu Erlong was forced back several steps before finally regaining her footing, while Gong Yu remained resolutely grounded. Although Gong Yu is currently only at the soul sect level, upon absorbing the fourth soul ring of his martial spirit, the fourth bloodline soul ring of the Golden Dragon King has also been activated. Consequently, his power has surged significantly, nearing a staggering 100,000 Jin. Just moments ago, Gong Yu merely exerted a fraction of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline energy, hence he did not unleash his full strength. If he were to unleash the entirety of his nearly 100,000 Jin of power, Lu Erlong would likely be incapacitated. In terms of the Dou strength measurement unit, Gong Yu's current power roughly equates to 0.95 Poseidon, as even Poseidon, in his utmost effort, can only wield the sea god's trident weighing 108,000 Jin. If the comparison were solely based on sheer strength, Gong Yu would not require the enhancement of his battle armor to easily overpower Lu Erlong. However, he wished to conceal the essence of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. Thus he adorned himself with battle armor as a form of subterfuge. This fellow possesses immense strength, Lu Erlong mused, stabilizing her stance and shaking off the numbness from her hand. Moreover, I sensed an aura earlier that bore a formidable oppressive quality. Could it be that this individual's martial spirit is also draconic, and of a caliber surpassing my fire dragon? At that moment, Inshu hastily approached, for he had not yet had the opportunity to introduce himself before Lu Erlong had already engaged in a confrontation. Director, your temper is exceedingly impulsive. I hadn't even introduced you before you began brawling with our guest, Inshu remarked, exasperated. You refer to them as guests. Are you certain they are not students? Lu Erlong replied, somewhat astonished. She had assumed that the guests Inshu mentioned would at least be middle-aged individuals, but was taken aback to find two tall, yet somewhat juvenile-looking youths. Nonetheless, Gong Yu's strength had managed to earn Lu Erlong's reluctant acknowledgement. Subsequently, Inshu stepped forward to facilitate introductions between the two parties, thereby establishing a mutual acquaintance. Lu Erlong led Gong Yu, Nar, and Inshu into a small thatched cottage, brewed tea for them, and then commenced the serious discussion. Young brother, are you certain you wish to invest in our academy? Lu Erlong initiated, initially intending to address Gong Yu as a child, but reconsidered, finding it inappropriate, and thus opted for young brother instead. Gong Yu, however, felt a sense of having been slighted, yet it mattered little. After all, it was merely a temporary designation. Gong Yu proclaimed, to be precise, I wish to acquire this academy. It would be ideal if Dean Lu Erlong agrees to sell. However, if that is not feasible, I am also open to a partnership through equity investment. Nevertheless, as this esteemed teacher Inshu indicated, you are offering merely a 50% stake, which seems rather insufficient. In response, Lu Erlong stated, selling is out of the question. This academy is the culmination of my efforts, and I possess my own philosophies. Thus, I regret to inform you that I will only consider equity investment. Gong Yu remained indifferent, as his primary objective was merely to secure a place in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition and, additionally, to ensure the eventual dissolution of the Shirlai Academy. Given the capabilities of Flanders and his associates, had they not fortuitously acquired the Lambo Academy to rebrand it, the Shirlai Academy would have been unable to endure. Gong Yu continued, however, regarding the equity investment, 50% is too paltry, we must negotiate further. Lu Erlong inquired, what percentage do you desire? 85%, Gong Yu replied. 85% is unacceptable, Lu Erlong shook her head, adding, in truth, I consider even 50% to be excessive. Lu Erlong's assertion was indeed grounded in reality. In a college, if both the shareholders and the dean hold equal stakes, it results in two individuals wielding equal power, creating ambiguity over whose authority prevails. However, Lu Erlong was disinclined to manage affairs, which is why she was willing to relinquish 50%. Typically, she would defer to the shareholders. But this did not imply she wished to permit them unbridled authority. Thus, she sought to retain 50% as a counterbalance. Yet Gong Yu interjected. I understand that Dean Erlong is concerned that with an excessive stake, I might, like many academies, exclude underprivileged students from enrollment. Rest assured, I can vow upon my martial soul that I will never discriminate against impoverished students. Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, contemplating a response, yet words eluded her. After all, he was willing to swear on his martial soul, rendering her apprehension seemingly unwarranted. Observing Lu Erlong's hesitance, Gong Yu resolved to unveil a significant bargaining chip. Thus, he proposed, I can provide you with intelligence regarding Yu Xiaojiang in exchange. If not the outright purchase of the academy, I would be willing to accept an 85% stake. How do you know of my connection to Xiaojiang? Where is he? Upon hearing the name Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong became visibly flustered. Gong Yu smiled faintly and remarked, when engaging in business discussions, one must invariably investigate the counterpart's background. Given that I conducted such inquiries, it is only natural that I unearth certain secrets. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on my capabilities. Yet Lu Erlong reiterated, selling the academy is not an option. However, I can agree to grant you 60% equity if you provide me with news regarding Xiaojiang. 60% is still inadequate. Gong Yu shook his head and proposed, let us settle on 70%. Sell me 70% of the shares, and I shall share the information regarding Yu Xiaojiang. However, you must also acquiesce to two conditions. Relinquishing 70% was something Lu Erlong could begrudgingly accept, provided the academy would not reject the enrollment of underprivileged students. As for the two conditions, she needed to hear them before making a decision. Thus she inquired, what are the two conditions? Gong Yu remarked, the two conditions are not particularly challenging. Firstly, the name of the academy must be changed. I am not fond of Lan Ba. Secondly, there are still 2 or 3 years until the next elite competition for advanced soul masters across the continent, and the participants for this edition will be determined by me. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong let out a sigh of relief, having anticipated something more demanding. Thus, she replied, since I have agreed to sell you 70% of the shares, the matters of the academy will naturally be your prerogative. Whether it is the name change or the selection of contestants, I will not interfere. Lu Erlong paused for a moment before continuing, moreover, I will also step down from my position as dean, so you will need to find someone to take on that role. Given that you hold the majority of the shares, it would be unreasonable for me to continue occupying the position of dean, especially since I have no desire to be involved in the council. Listening to Lu Erlong's words, Gong Yu appeared contemplative and then suddenly had an idea. Finding a dean is simple, he said, and then called out into the air, Sister Baiji, please make your presence known. Following this, a wave of energy rippled through the air, and a beautiful woman in a green dress appeared. This was a title Douluo. Lu Erlong was taken aback, not realizing the extent of Gong Yu's formidable background, with a title Douluo as a guardian. However, what Lu Erlong did not know was that Baiji's protection of Gong Yu was merely incidental. Her true purpose was to safeguard Naer. Sister Baiji, from now on, you shall serve as the dean of our Academy of Gods. Gong Yu smiled gently, adding, I just thought of a name. The Academy of Lanba will henceforth be known as the Academy of Gods. Very well, Baiji replied, adding, however, I will only hold the title. The management should be left to someone else. Lu Erlong and Inshu readily understood this. After all, it was quite commendable for a title Douluo to merely hold a nominal position in the academy. It would be quite unreasonable to expect a title Douluo to handle administrative tasks, as that would devalue their status. Lu Erlong then said, all right, Teacher Inshu, please gather all the faculty and students for an urgent assembly. Additionally, send someone to request official notarization. We shall complete the formalities in the presence of all faculty and students. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. Inshu nodded and then turned to leave. Lu Erlong then looked at Gong Yu and said, now you can provide me with the news about Xiaojiang, right? Of course, this was part of our agreement. Gong Yu nodded. Yu Xiaojiang is currently in Suatua City, where Flinder has opened an academy called Shilake, and Yu Xiaojiang is teaching there. Gong Yu continued with a teasing smile. Why not? Dean Erlong, transfer the remaining 30% of the shares to me, and you can go teach at Shilake Academy. Reuniting the golden triangle of the past. Lu Erlong shook her head with a smile, saying, let it be. Those matters are old history and best left unspoken. Besides, I cannot abandon an academy with the title Douluo to work for that miser Flinder for a meager salary. While she felt somewhat tempted by Gong Yu's suggestion to join Shilake Academy, the thought of Yu Xiaojiang deliberately avoiding her made her dismiss that idea. Nevertheless, now that she knew of Yu Xiaojiang's whereabouts, it would be much easier to keep track of him. Approximately an hour later, the assembly of all faculty and students at the Academy of Lanba commenced. Following a series of transitions, the Academy of Lanba officially changed its name to the Academy of Gods. Lu Erlong stepped down from her position, and Baiji took on the role of the first dean of the Academy of Gods. After assuming the deanship, Baiji announced a 10% salary increase for all faculty members and established scholarships and financial aid programs across all grades of the academy. She also declared the commencement of expanded enrollment and construction efforts. The Academy of Gods would no longer be merely an advanced institution but would encompass primary, secondary, and higher education levels, with designated teaching areas for each level. Teachers would be rated according to their qualifications and assigned to the appropriate teaching zones. These initiatives were, of course, instigated by Gong Yu, as he aimed to relocate the training of the information network to the academy. In the future, after Gong Lan and the others took action, the children they rescued would essentially be brought to the Academy of Gods for nurturing. After the assembly concluded, Gong Yu pressed the dean's seal and completed the enrollment procedures for himself, Nar, and the others. He then returned home with Nar, entrusting the academy's affairs to Inshu, promoting him to vice dean. With a salary increase and a higher position, Inshu was more than willing to manage the Academy of Gods. Days passed swiftly, with Gong Yu and the others alternating between the academy and their home for training. One day, without realizing it, Gong Yu's level had risen again, reaching level 45. He concluded his training, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "It is time to prepare for the matters at the ice and fire yin-yang eye." Gong Yu rose to her feet, summoning all the women present. "We have a mission ahead of us. We are to venture into the sunset forest," she announced, her tone calm and composed. "However, this time our purpose is not to hunt soul beasts, but to retrieve certain items. What exactly are we to collect?" It was Gong Shui who interjected first, a habit everyone had grown accustomed to. Gong Yu remarked, "Take some items that may prove beneficial to you, though they hold little value for Nar and me. However, these items can profoundly enhance your innate qualities." The mere suggestion of something capable of fundamentally transforming their attributes stirred even the typically composed Gong Lan, who, upon hearing Gong Yu's words, became somewhat animated. Yet, after her martial soul evolved into the Blue Silver King, her innate qualities had already surpassed those of most individuals on the continent. "Indeed, there are such items. Let us converse as we proceed," Gong Yu replied with a gentle smile. With an effortless motion, he retrieved a booklet from his soul guide, its cover boldly emblazoned with the words "Catalog of Notable Herbs." This catalog was a relic from Gong Yu's years in Gengxin City, acquired at a certain cost from a member of the Peji clan, who provided a copy of their family's esteemed record of herbs. Aside from Tang San, it is likely that only the individuals from Juhua Pass and the Peji clan possess knowledge of the celestial herbs surrounding the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Juhua Pass, of course, is well versed in such matters, given its own possession of the wondrous Yao Tong Tian Ju martial soul. As for the Peji clan, originating from a lineage of pharmacists, they have conducted extensive research on various herbs across the continent. Consequently, their family maintains a catalog specifically documenting the properties, toxicities, and effects of numerous medicinal plants, each accompanied by corresponding illustrations for easy comparison. Gong Yu, accompanied by a group of women, set forth from Heaven-Do City. Approximately an hour later, they arrived at the outskirts of the Twilight Forest. Before entering the forest, Gong Yu approached Nar and inquired, "Nar, we cannot ascertain whether we will be under the watchful gaze of the gods within. Are you certain you wish to accompany us?" Nar nodded affirmatively and replied, "It matters not. I am human now." In truth, she is already split away and is currently resting beneath the lake of life. Gong Yu expressed his surprise, asking, "Has she split? When did this occur? Why was I not informed?" Nar replied, "It happened just yesterday. Knowing you would come here, she decided to temporarily separate from me, intending to reunite upon our return." "I see. Then there is no cause for concern," Gong Yu said with a faint smile. He then turned to the women and declared, "Let us proceed into the forest." As the group entered the forest, their clear purpose drove them forward without pause. Gong Yu directly tapped into the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King to sense their path, steering them towards the location of the ice and fire duality eye. After approximately an hour, they finally arrived at a toxic area. At that moment, Bai Ji and Ziji suddenly appeared. Ziji stepped forward and remarked, "I sense a powerful summoning." Gong Yu remarked, "Your intuition is not misplaced. Within lies the final resting place of 2 Dragon Kings." "Dragon Kings?" Ziji interjected, placing particular emphasis on the word kings. Gong Yu nodded, comprehending the implications of Ziji's words, and replied, "Indeed. The first Dragon King was one of the 2 among the 9 great Dragon Kings who followed the Dragon God. As a member of the Dragon lineage and the leader of her clan, Ziji inherently understood the significance of the Dragon King. However, upon hearing Gong Yu's statement, her breath quickened with a blend of anticipation and an undercurrent of melancholy for the 2 Dragon Kings. "Let us proceed. I shall guide you," Bai Ji suddenly interjected. As a formidable healing spirit beast, the poison array set by Douluo was for her as trivial as a child's play. In an instant, she led the group through the poison array, with ZG following closely behind. Onward, it is not far now, Gong Yu remarked casually, sensing the pulsations of his bloodline intensifying. The others nodded in agreement, while ZG forged ahead, confident in her ability to locate the Eye of Ice and Fire through the summons of her bloodline. Ascending a hill approximately 500 meters high, they continued toward a steep cliff. Gong Yu, equipped with an external soul bone, soared effortlessly into the air, eliciting admiration from the women, particularly from Gong Shui, whose eyes sparkled with a glimmer of envy. Gong Lan extended the 8 spider spears behind her, effortlessly navigating the steep cliffs that posed no challenge for her. Beside her, Bai Ji could only smile wryly and shake her head, observing the envious gazes of the other girls. She was at a loss for words. It was not as if she could simply tell them to hasten their cultivation to the tidal level so they too could soar through the skies. She beckoned, lifting the remaining girls to join her in flight. However, Gong Yu swiftly swooped in, scooping up Naer and flying away. This sight caused Gong Shui to puff her cheeks in irritation. Once they traversed the cliffs, the group arrived at a small valley, where the unmistakable scent of sulfur wafted through the air, reminiscent of a hot spring. As they ventured deeper into the valley, they soon discovered a hot spring. Though modest in size, it was divided into 2 distinct sections, with the spring water displaying hues of milky white and crimson. Remarkably, despite being within the same pool, the 2 colors remained sharply delineated, each maintaining its own territory without encroachment. The rising steam was a product of the juxtaposition of the 2 springs, ascending until it dissipated at the mountain's edge. The ice and fire duality was indeed a magnificent sight. Young master, what is the ice and fire duality? Gong Lan inquired, her curiosity piqued, echoing the sentiments of the other girls. How could one explain it? Gong Yu pondered briefly before responding. The ice and fire duality is a sacred land where ordinary plants cannot thrive due to the unique climate. However, it is a haven for rare and precious flora, as well as a favored habitat for plant-based spirit beasts. Furthermore, the growth cycle of these extraordinary plants is exponentially accelerated. For instance, if one were to plant a blue silvergrass here, it would mature into a 10,000-year spirit beast within a year. Hiss! Bai Ji gasped upon hearing Gong Yu's words. If the king of all demons were to stay here for 10,000 years, would he not ascend from a 50,000-year level to 60,000-year level? Indeed, Gong Yu affirmed, but similarly, his 60,000-year tribulation would also arrive prematurely. Thus, there are always pros and cons. Rapid advancement in cultivation comes at a price. Should one fail to endure the tribulation, the consequence would be death. Bai Ji nodded in agreement, a wave of sorrow washing over her. The long lifespan of spirit beasts was often accompanied by the jealousy of the heavens. Very well. I shall begin gathering herbs now, Gong Yu declared, turning to the other girls. Be cautious and do not approach the spring. Falling in could be fatal. Additionally, there are many toxic plants around. Refrain from touching anything unfamiliar, especially you, Xiao Shui. At this, Gong Yu pointedly addressed Gong Shui, knowing her recklessness could lead to trouble. I understand, but you don't have to single me out every time, Gong Shui retorted, her frustration evident. Higi, what do you know? Last time in Soto City, you were unaware of the mischief you caused. Gong Yu's words hinted at Gong Shui's involvement in a prank against the Shrek 7 monsters. However, Gong Yu was oblivious to the full extent of Gong Shui's antics. All he knew was that after instructing her to prank the Shrek 7, he received an influx of simulation notifications, attributing their actions to him. Later, when he inquired if they had engaged in any wrongdoing, Gong Shui and the others kept silent, leaving him unaware of the incident involving the Shrek 7 and Yu Shao gang in the plaza. Upon hearing this, Gong Shui, Gong Shir, and Gong Miao Miao exchanged guilty glances, reflecting on their excessive actions that day. While the boys and Shao were manageable, the reputations of the remaining 2 girls had suffered significantly. Humph. Just make sure you don't cause any trouble, Gong Yu reiterated, then picked up the herbal compendium. Beginning to compare each plant one by one, Gong Yu first set her sights upon a magnificent, fluffy chrysanthemum. The flower displayed a resplendent shade of purple, and intriguingly, each petal appeared adorably fuzzy, creating a harmonious whole, yet it emitted no fragrance. The central stamen rose above the petals by over half a foot, its tip shimmering with a delicate golden glow. After comparing it with the herbal compendium in her hand, a faint smile graced the corners of Gong Yu's lips as she remarked, "This is the fluffy celestial chrysanthemum." Chapter 68, The Distribution of Celestial Herbs. Following the harvesting method recorded in the herbal compendium, Gong Yu plucked the fluffy celestial chrysanthemum and subsequently made her way to stand beside Gong Miao Miao. Gong Yu remarked, "Miao Miao, your martial spirit is the chrysanthemum, thus this wondrous mushroom, the celestial chrysanthemum, is perfectly suited for you. Young master, what purpose does this celestial chrysanthemum serve?" Gong Miao Miao inquired first, as others were equally captivated by the plant that Gong Yu had brought forth. Gong Yu smiled faintly and explained, "This wondrous mushroom. The celestial chrysanthemum is a neutral-grade celestial herb. Consuming it invigorates the limbs and enhances the flow of blood through the 8 meridians, potentially allowing one to cultivate an indestructible body. However, this is not the primary focus. The main reason lies in the fact that your martial spirit is a chrysanthemum. Partaking of this herb may facilitate the evolution of your martial spirit." At this moment, Gong Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "What will my martial spirit evolve into?" Yet, Gong Shui interjected sharply, "What sort of foolish question is that, seventh sister? Your martial spirit is a chrysanthemum. Even if it evolves, it would still belong to the chrysanthemum family. Surely, it cannot transform into a beast martial spirit." "Silence. Allow the young master to speak." Gong Lan chided, gently pulling Gong Shui aside, prompting her to comply. With Gong Shui's interruptions quelled, Gong Yu resumed, "As for what your martial spirit might evolve into, I cannot say for certain. Nevertheless, I concur with Xiao Shui. Even if it were to evolve, it would likely remain within the chrysanthemum family." Upon hearing this, Gong Shui pouted slightly, feeling a sense of pride. However, Gong Yu promptly delivered a light tap to her head, causing her to tear up and stand aside. Looking quite aggrieved, Gong Yu continued, "On the continent, the most renowned chrysanthemum martial soul undoubtedly belongs to the elder chrysanthemum Douluo of the Spirit Hall, whose martial soul is the extraordinary Qirong Tangtianju. It is a supreme martial soul, and perhaps your martial soul may evolve into the Qirong Tangtianju, though that is not guaranteed." Qirong Tangtianju. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Gong Yunyo's eyes, and she inquired further, "How should I consume it?" Gong Yu remarked, "First consume the celestial flower's core, then proceed to eat each petal one by one, but refrain from partaking of the roots and stems. Once you have completed this, commence your cultivation immediately." "Understood, my lord," Gong Yunyo replied with a nod, promptly assuming a seated position and beginning to ingest the wondrous celestial chrysanthemum as instructed by Gong Yu. Gong Yu cast a glance at the woeful Gong Shui beside her and couldn't help but shake her head, saying, "Oh Yu, just wait." Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Gong Shui instantly broke into a joyful smile. Gong Yu approached a vibrant, quivering plant, its softness reminiscent of delicate cotton. This seemingly simple flora, composed solely of crimson grass blades, featured tips resembling a coxcomb. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern its uniqueness. The leaf veins shimmered with a golden hue, and the temperature in its vicinity was noticeably elevated. Following the method recorded in the Compendium of Notable Plants, Gong Yu carefully harvested the specimen and returned to Gong Shui's side. Presenting the plant to Gong Shui, Gong Yu remarked, "This is known as the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. It must not be chewed or swallowed. Channeling soul energy through it is a painful process, yet you must endure the suffering. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. The effects of this plant are remarkably potent and should significantly enhance your soul power and flame efficacy. Should you falter midway, the medicinal benefits will diminish greatly." Gong Shui felt a pang of insecurity, realizing she was currently the least gifted among her sisters. Previously, she had the support of the third sister, Gong Yu, who had fallen behind, but ever since Gong Yu received the offering of the Emerald Swan and her martial soul evolved, her talents had surged, and her cultivation speed had markedly increased. Resolutely, Gong Shui clenched her teeth and vowed, "I will succeed, no matter how painful it may be. I will endure." Upon hearing this, Gong Yu smiled with satisfaction. Subsequently, Gong Yu retrieved the 8-petal immortal orchid for Gong Yu. This plant's properties fortified the foundation and dispelled impurities within the body, addressing the slow cultivation speed typical for food-type soul masters. Its effects could sustain cultivation up to level 70, making it perfectly suited for Gong Yu. Then, Gong Yu procured the ink jade divine bamboo for the second sister, Gong Xiao. As a bamboo-type martial soul, the ink jade divine bamboo was undoubtedly the most fitting choice for her. Lastly, she selected the Qilua tulip for the sixth sister, Gong Yonyo. Gong Yu remarked, "Yonyo, your martial spirit possesses the ultimate attributes of fire and light. Thus I find it quite impossible to discover a celestial herb that could further enhance your innate qualities. However, your 9-colored amethyst lantern is indeed a treasure of sorts, making this Qilua tulip the most suitable for you." Consuming it will allow you to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the brilliance of the sun and moon. Given that your 9-colored amethyst lantern is a treasure-class martial spirit, the aid of this Douluo tulip will undoubtedly yield a complementary effect. There is a secret you may not be aware of. This celestial herb can facilitate the evolution of the 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower. I wonder if consuming the Douluo tulip will allow your martial spirit to ascend further. Upon hearing the words 7 treasures glazed tower, Nyo involuntarily shuddered, and a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashed in her eyes. Though it was momentary, it did not escape Gong Yu's notice. It appears that Nyo's background may be connected to the 7 treasures glazed sect. However, I sincerely hope that the 7 treasures glazed sect is not her foe. Otherwise, should the spirit hall not eradicate you, I will certainly take matters into my own hands. Reflecting on this, Gong Yu instinctively turned to Gong Sierra, only to realize that her expression was somewhat amiss. Sierra, what troubles you? Gong Yu inquired. Gong Sierra raised her hand, pointing towards a large blossom of delicate pink hue. Gong Yu gazed over and discovered that the magnificent flower bore no leaves. Its stem reached approximately 3 feet in height, while the bloom itself was extraordinarily large, measuring a full foot in diameter. Each petal appeared as if crafted from crystal, resplendent and translucent, while the stamen shimmered in a delicate shade of lavender, resembling a cluster of purple diamonds embedded within. Gong Sierra remarked, I sense a wave of excitement emanating from the pink rose martial soul, as if it is beckoning me. Very well, please wait a moment, responded Gong Yu. He then turned his attention to Gong Nyo, saying, Nyo. The method of consuming the enchanted tulip is to gently inhale its stamen, allowing the essence to gradually enter your body. Subsequently, you must cultivate your soul power, allowing the effects to permeate throughout your limbs and bones. It is imperative that you do not swallow it. Upon hearing this, Gong Nyo nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Gong Yu led Gong Sierra directly to the delicate pink flower she had previously indicated. This blossom is known as the Douluo fragrant fairy blossom. Gong Yu introduced to Gong Sierra that this flower is the nemesis of all poisons. It possesses the ability to neutralize all toxins, though it does not itself detoxify. It can counteract poison effectively. Gong Sierra extended her right hand, yearning to caress the exquisite Douluo fragrant immortal product. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded upon her hand. The pink rose martial spirit, unbidden, emerged as if it possessed consciousness of its own, radiating a brilliant light. Although it was indeed a resplendent glow, the pink luminescence was remarkably gentle, evoking no sense of harshness. A wave of enchanting fragrance emanated from Gong Sierra's pink rose martial spirit, imbuing the air with a refreshing essence. At that instant, another miraculous occurrence transpired. The petals of the Douluo fragrant immortal product fluttered open and closed several times, seemingly responding to the presence of Gong Sierra's pink rose martial spirit. Soon after, a violet aroma began to waft from the Douluo fragrant immortal product, intertwining and merging with the fragrance of the pink rose, ultimately coalescing into a singular essence. In a fleeting moment, the ethereal Douluo immortal product detached itself from its stem and fused with Gong Sierra's pink rose martial spirit. At that juncture, Gong Sierra instinctively seated herself, entering a state of cultivation. Gong Yu refrained from further interruption, choosing instead to walk slowly towards the remaining 3 young women, Gong Lan, Gong Chanshan, and Nar, who had yet to acquire the celestial herb. Approaching Gong Chanshan, Gong Yu remarked, Chanshan, your martial soul possesses an extraordinary power. The chill it emanates is not merely a sensation, but a manifestation of celestial phenomena and the very laws of nature. Thus, it is evident that your martial soul is exceptionally formidable. Consequently, selecting a celestial herb for you proves to be quite the challenge, as I find that none of the herbs here seem worthy of your prowess. Therefore, I have a few options for you to consider. Please take a moment to listen. Gong Chanshan merely smiled gracefully and nodded. Subsequently, Luo Han opened the Mingxiao collection right beside her, elaborating on several esteemed herbs he had selected. The first was the water fairy boneflower, renowned for its ability to nourish tendons and strengthen bones, as well as to invigorate the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. Upon consumption, it is anticipated that your soul power could increase by approximately 7 levels. As you currently stand at level 33, this means that by taking this flower, you might very well be poised to hunt for your 4th soul ring today. Gong Yu merely speculated, for in the annals of his previous life as novel, it was recorded that Zhu Zhuqing had also consumed the water fairy jade skin bone, which subsequently elevated her soul power by 7 levels. Gong Yu firmly believed that should Gong Chanshan ingest the water fairy jade skin bone, the enhancement she would procure would be no less than that of Zhu Zhuqing. The second option is the Hunyuan immortal herb. Renowned for its ability to elevate a soul master's soul power while also assisting in compressing soul energy and condensing the soul core. The increase in soul power it promises should be substantial. The third option, the Xinglua spirit pearl, is a mystical entity associated with celestial bodies. Upon merging with a soul master, it has the potential to transform into the very soul core of a human soul master in the future. Your martial soul embodies a celestial phenomenon, and the occurrence of such phenomena is invariably intertwined with astral influences. Thus you should grasp the essence of my words. If the octagonal profound ice grass could be consumed independently, it would indeed be suitable for Gong Chanqian. However, regrettably, it necessitates the simultaneous consumption of the blazing fire apricot blossom. Furthermore, given that Gong Chanqian's martial soul is already at its zenith, the significance of consuming the octagonal profound ice grass would be negligible, rendering it an unnecessary choice. Having presented these three varieties of immortal herbs to Gong Chanqian, Gong Yu urged her to contemplate her decision, recognizing the uniqueness of her martial soul which left him unable to provide ample counsel. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Gong Chanqian declared, "I choose the Xinglua spirit pearl. Are you not going to consider it at all?" Gong Yu inquired, astonished. Gong Chanqian smiled gently and said, "I trust you, my lord. If what you say is indeed true, then the starry spirit pearl should complement me perfectly, hence I need not deliberate further." Gong Yu nodded with a smile and replied, "Very well. Come with me. The starry spirit pearl must be harvested by your own hand." Gong Yu guided Gong Chanqian to a plant, and both of them came to a halt. He pointed at the plant and said, "Behold, it is the starry spirit pearl." Gong Chanqian followed Gong Yu's and was immediately captivated by the enchanting starry spirit pearl. This exquisite spiritual entity boasts an exceptionally rare black trunk, while at its pinnacle, it bears a golden fruit, as large as a palm. This golden orb gleams like an enormous pearl, yet upon closer inspection, one discovers that its brilliance is composed of myriad golden specks, rendering it truly extraordinary. Gong Chanqian approached, manifesting her martial soul at her feet. As if treading upon ethereal essence, she extended her right hand to gently caress the golden fruit. Instantly, the fruit quivered slightly, and then its surface erupted with a myriad of starlights, shattering the multicolored poison miasma that enveloped the valley, soaring skyward to mirror the celestial bodies above. In that fleeting moment, the heavens, previously obscured by the vibrant miasma, were suddenly plunged into darkness, as if day had abruptly transformed into night. At once, beams of starlight cascaded from the sky, enveloping Gong Chanqian in their luminous embrace. Beneath this celestial canopy, the chill beneath her feet morphed into a nebulous formation, gradually unfurling across the ground. Countless stars adorned the night sky, and brilliant rays of starlight descended, landing upon both the starry spirit pearl and Gong Chanqian herself. At this juncture, a wondrous phenomenon unfolded. Within the vast, nebulous chill at her feet, flecks of luminescence began to emerge, resembling stars, as if within that frigid expanse, new celestial bodies were being birthed. Gong Chanqian closed her eyes, seemingly attuned to some sensation, while the starry spirit pearl trembled gently, emanating concentric circles of golden radiance. In a mere moment, Gong Yu discerned that the starry spirit pearl appeared to be vying with Gong Chanqian for the descending starlight. Gong Chanqian let out a cold snort, and then the three soul rings beneath her feet shimmered to life, joining the fray for the coveted starlight. In an instant, the previously trembling Douluo spirit pearl became still, its golden aura retracting abruptly, unable to continue its radiant release. Observing the newfound compliance of the Douluo spirit pearl, a faint smile graced the corners of Gong Chanqian's lips as she retracted her soul rings, allowing a portion of the scattered starlight to cascade upon the pearl. It appeared as though the Douluo spirit pearl had gained consciousness, swaying playfully as if it were a child at play, expressing its joy through its movements. Becoming even more affectionate towards Gong Chanqian, sensing the pearl's endearment, she extended her hand beside it, and to her astonishment, the spirit pearl rolled down on its own, landing gently in her palm. Gong Chanqian, filled with exuberance, cradled the starry spiritual pearl in her embrace, reveling in its pure celestial energy, her face illuminating with joy. Before she could fully savor this moment of delight, the starry spiritual pearl in her grasp suddenly shimmered with golden light, swiftly diminished in size, and transformed into a golden beam that vanished into her mouth. Gong Chanqian stumbled momentarily, and in the next instant, her entire being radiated with a resplendent brilliance. Beneath her feet, the chilling celestial nebula illuminated every star to its fullest intensity. She swiftly settled into a lotus position, and in a vague yet profound transformation, The entire frigid nebula seemed to morph into a vast expanse of starlit sky, while Gong Qian appeared as a colossal figure meditating within that celestial realm. Gong Yu smiled gently, choosing not to disturb Gong Qian, and instead sauntered away, approaching Gong Lan and Nar. Chapter 70, Celestial Spirit Herb. Gong Yu first addressed Gong Lan, saying, "Laner, your martial soul is blue silvergrass, which makes the selection of celestial herbs rather simple. I have chosen for you the 8-star ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, as consuming either alone would yield potent toxins, thus, they must be taken together. While these celestial herbs are indeed suitable for me as well, I have ultimately decided to bestow them upon you, allowing you to undergo the ice and fire tempering, thereby acquiring immunity to both frost and flame. Young master, as your martial soul is also blue silvergrass, what is fitting for Lana is likewise fitting for you. Thus, it would be prudent for you to partake of them yourself." Though touched by Gong Yu's selection of celestial herbs for her, Gong Lan respectfully declined. For her martial soul was already on the path to evolving into the blue-silver emperor, which she deemed sufficient. Gong Yu chuckled heartily and said, "Laner, rest assured. I have prepared celestial herbs for myself, and my blue-silver grass contains the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. Even if your martial soul were to evolve into the blue-silver emperor, it would still pale in comparison to mine, so do not refuse." Well then. I will follow your lead." Gong Lan nodded in agreement. Gong Yu continued, "However, that is not sufficient. The octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom merely serve to temper your physique. They do not enhance your soul power. You must consume another type of celestial herb to elevate your soul power, or you will fall far behind your sisters." With that, Gong Yu walked directly to a patch of grass nearby, which emitted a gentle white mist reminiscent of moonlight. He plucked it and returned, presenting it to Gong Lan. "This is the celestial spirit grass. Consuming it will significantly enhance your constitution, attributes, and potential, including your soul power. There exists a legend about the celestial spirit grass. One that is indeed true and connected to the king of all demons, the demon eye tree, one of the 10 fearsome beasts. The king of all demons was once feeble, but fortune smiled upon it when a celestial spirit grass sprouted beside it. After devouring the grass, it gradually grew stronger, becoming the mightiest plant-type soul beast, ruling over more than 1/3 of the soul beast territory surrounding the Star Dough Forest. The demon eye tree lineage was merely a rare class of advanced plant-type soul beasts, not among the top tier. Had it not been for the king of all demons consuming and merging with a celestial spirit grass, thereby significantly enhancing its constitution, attributes, and potential to the level of a top-tier plant-type soul beast, it would have lacked the qualifications to be considered among the 10 fearsome beasts. Noticing Gong Lan's hesitation to reach out, Gong Yu encouraged, "Take it. Consume it. I hope you can walk further with me in the future, instead of limiting yourself to being merely a soul master. The Douluo Continent is too small. You should broaden your horizons and look towards the vast stars and oceans." Upon hearing this, Gong Lan gazed intently at the sky, as if resolutely deciding something. She took the celestial spirit grass from Gong Yu's hand and sat down to begin consuming it. Subsequently, Gong Yu approached Nar with a gentle smile and said, "Nar, it is your turn." Nar stood with her legs crossed, her hands clasped behind her back, and her head slightly bowed, appearing somewhat bashful yet shy. With a faint blush on her cheeks, she softly murmured, "I'm actually fine with anything. It doesn't matter to me." Gong Yu let out a sigh. When a woman casually claims that it does not matter, it is often the most challenging response to formulate. In that moment, Gong Yu asserted, "How can it not matter? Just wait and see." Gong Yu stepped into the midst of the vibrant flora, approaching a flower that blossomed atop a dark stone. It was an unassuming white bloom, roughly the size of a palm, resembling a peony, devoid of any foliage, with its stem anchored to a large, jet-black rock. Upon this white flower were several striking crimson petals, as vivid as blood, evoking a sense of breathtaking astonishment. As Gong Yu grasped the stone, it became evident that its weight was extraordinarily formidable. This flower was known as the Xiangxi Duanchang. Approaching Nar, Gong Yu remarked, "This flower is a divine treasure among the celestial medicinal herbs. It is accompanied by a legendary tale. Long ago, there was a youth of serene disposition who cherished the nurturing of flowers and trees, filling his garden with verdant lotuses and lotus roots." As Nar quietly listened to Gong Yu recount the story of the Xiangxi Duanchang, she found herself utterly captivated. Gong Yu solemnly declared, "The extraordinary flower serves only its chosen master. When plucking it, one must focus on the beloved with utmost sincerity, even to the point of shedding one's own blood upon its petals. Should there be the slightest hesitation or doubt, even if one were to bleed to death. The flower shall not be plucked. Once removed, as long as it remains beside its master, it shall never wither. Beneath the flower lies the stone of Wuju. Should one forcefully destroy it, the power of the heartbroken red blossom will equally be lost. Consuming this flower grants one the ability to achieve immortality alongside the heavens, greatly alleviating your wounds. Not just yours, but her wounds as well. No, it should be said that it benefits both of your afflictions immensely, though first, you must successfully pluck it. Nara gazed at the heartbroken red blossom and shyly smiled, saying, "Brother Yu, are you testing my feelings for you? Whether I can pluck it or not is up to you. Regardless, I certainly cannot." Gong Yu wore an expression of undeniable confidence, not denying his intention to gauge Nara's feelings. If, after all these years, Nara still harbored no affection for him, merely fulfilling the task of bearing his offspring, then surely she would be unable to pluck the heartbroken red blossom. If that were the case, once the seeds were sown in the future, he would not linger on Nara but would devote himself entirely to Gong Wan and the others, allowing Nara to return to her slumber. I will succeed," Nara proclaimed defiantly, pouting at Gong Yu in a show of determination. "I sincerely hope you do," Gong Yu replied earnestly. Yet Nara continued, however, "I am somewhat skeptical of your method for plucking the flower, so you must demonstrate it first, brother Yu." "Very well. In truth, I am also not entirely convinced. Let us give it a try." With that, Gong Yu spat a mouthful of blood onto the heartbroken red blossom. As his blood fell upon the petals, the flower trembled slightly, and both Gong Yu and Nara fixed their gazes upon it, waiting in silence. However, the flower's quivering gradually ceased, showing no signs of falling. "You see? It truly chooses its master. Unfortunately, it does not recognize me," Gong Yu said with an awkward smile. Who told you to be so sentimental?" "Brother Yu," Nara teased, sticking out her pink tongue at him. "Watch me. I will surely succeed because my heart belongs solely to you." With that, Nara imitated Gong Yu's actions, spraying her own blood upon the heartbroken red blossom. This time, the flower did not even quiver. Instead, it quietly detached from Wuju's stone and fell into Nara's delicate hands. "See? I told you, my feelings for you are genuine," Nara proclaimed once more, puffing up her cheeks in pride. Gong Yu's mood instantly brightened, and with a joyful smile, he remarked, "All right, it is now my turn." In Chapter 71, Dragon's Soul, the selection of celestial treasures available to Gong Yu was limited. The octagonal xianbing grass and the fire apricot blossom were intended for Gong Lan's use, and he would not partake in them again. However, he could consume the fiery resin from the fire apricot blossom. Similarly, the octagonal xianbing grass possessed a crystalline substance akin to the fiery resin, though Gong Yu was uncertain about its name and would refer to it as frost crystal for the time being. Consuming both the fiery resin and frost crystal simultaneously would yield effects comparable to ingesting the octagonal xianbing grass and fire apricot blossom. Yet, that was a matter for later. He did not intend to consume those items just yet. He first approached the primordial celestial herb, a plant as pure and white as jade. He intended to consume the primordial celestial herb, as he planned to attempt to condense his first soul core upon reaching level 50. While this herb lacked any extraordinary properties, it could assist a soul master in compressing soul power and forming a soul core, making it precisely what Gong Yu urgently needed at the moment. Moreover, this herb was a treasure for enhancing a soul master's soul power. Gong Yu estimated that after consuming the primordial celestial herb, his soul power would likely increase by at least 5 levels. However, obtaining the primordial celestial herb was not a simple task. He needed to earn its favor first. As he stood before the primordial celestial herb, Gong Yu extended his right hand, reaching out to touch the jade-like plant. The herb trembled gently, and a powerful white light surged forth from it. The dense energy pushed outward, causing Gong Yu to stagger backward a few steps. Yet, before him, the radiant white light coalesced and did not dissipate. In an instant, it transformed into a figure remarkably similar to him, at least in terms of bodily outline, forming an identical white light form. With a swift motion, Gong Yu clapped his hands, and the robust primordial energy immediately surged toward him. Gong Yu smiled faintly, refusing to retreat. He stood firm with his feet apart, forming a stance reminiscent of an internal 8. As he channeled the power of the dragon and elephant prajna, he too struck out with both palms. When the hands of the primordial immortal herb approached him, their palms collided, and in that moment, the radiant light caused Gong Yu to be propelled backward. However, after being launched back, he swiftly transformed into a cascade of white light, returning to hover above the primordial immortal herb. Yet soon after, the herb erupted with brilliance, unleashing a torrent of over a dozen beams of white light that surged forth, hurtling towards Gong Yu's form. Gong Yu let out a cold snort, and in an instant, his entire body was enveloped in battle armor. Empowered by this armor, his strength soared to the level of a soul emperor. Subsequently, he unleashed the potent aura of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, scattering the dozens of white lights that surged towards him. Without granting the primordial immortal grass the opportunity to launch another attack, he pressed one hand upon it. And the aura that symbolized destruction emanating from the Golden Dragon King's bloodline caused the primordial immortal grass to tremble uncontrollably. Observing this, Gong Yu revealed a hint of a smile, then raised his hand to retract his battle armor and subdued the aura of the Golden Dragon King. At that moment, the primordial immortal grass fell away on its own, leaving behind a small sprout in its place, akin to the previously encountered starry ling pearl. Its seeds would once again take root here, continuing the cycle of life. Gong Yu returned to Naur, holding the primordial immortal grass, only to witness two dragon souls, one red and one blue, joyfully soaring around her. Naur, with a beaming expression, played along with them. Could they be the dragon souls of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King? Gong Yu pondered, recalling how, during the harvesting of the primordial immortal grass, he had unleashed the aura of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, thereby attracting the attention of the two Dragon Kings. As they drew closer, they sensed Naur's Silver Dragon King bloodline, compelling them to pursue her. Although both the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King are incarnations of the fallen dragon god, the Silver Dragon King inherited the powers of the 7 elemental aspects of the dragon god, while the Golden Dragon King represented the lineage of the Golden Dragon and the Mountain Dragon. Consequently, the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings naturally felt a profound affinity towards the Silver Dragon King, akin to children reuniting with their mother, swiftly disregarding the presence of the Golden Dragon King's aura. Indeed, Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong are the dragon souls of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Naur nodded with a smile, affirming to Gong Yu. Gong Yu also raised his hand, a surge of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline aura enveloping his palm. Upon sensing this, the two dragon souls circled around him twice, yet ultimately, they did not approach him with the same intimacy as they did with Naur. Gong Yu immediately set his sights on the two Dragon King's soul bones. He glanced at Naur and said, "Naur, the soul bones situated beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire are likely of little value. Perhaps you could request them to bring the soul bones to me for fusion." Upon hearing this, Naur's expression suddenly turned peculiar, leaving one to ponder what thoughts occupied her mind. Gong Yu, feeling somewhat displeased, elucidated, "Once I merge with the soul bones, they will inhabit within them, nourished by my soul power and the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. Furthermore, when I reach that pivotal moment in the future, they may be revived through this connection. Otherwise, if they linger here indefinitely, they will inevitably dissipate." Na nodded in understanding and replied, "Let me first communicate with them to ascertain their wishes." "Very well," Gong Yu acquiesced. He then observed as Naur engaged in a seemingly cryptic dialogue with the two dragon souls, likely conversing in their ancient tongue, which he could not comprehend. Moments later, Naur approached Gong Yu and remarked, "They have consented. However, dear brother Yu, which part of the soul bone do you wish to select?" Gong Yu's countenance brightened with delight, realizing that divine-grade entities were indeed remarkable, as the soul bones were not allocated at random. Naur continued, "Since the dragon souls of the Ice Fire Dragon King retain consciousness, they're able to offer you a choice. Had they been in a dormant state, the selection would likely have been arbitrary." Gong Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. "Then, let us proceed with the left leg bone of Fire attribute and the right arm bone of Ice attribute." "All right." Naur responded, then began to engage in animated conversation with the two dragon souls. Subsequently, the two dragon souls, one red and one blue, plunged into the Eye of Ice and Fire with a splash. Moments later, they returned, each carrying a piece of soul bone, which they placed before Luo Han. "Wonderful!" exclaimed Gong Yu. "I wonder how much my soul power will increase with these two soul bones." However, before his excitement could fully dissipate, he heard Naur's voice. "Brother Yu, do not harbor illusions. There will be no increase in soul power. Both Dragon Kings are divine-level beings, and their soul bones do not contain soul power, only remnants of divine power. Unfortunately, you are not yet capable of absorbing divine power, so your level cannot be elevated. Nevertheless, through the nurturing of the dragon souls of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, your mental strength will see a substantial enhancement." "An enhancement in mental strength, you say? That is indeed promising," Gong Yu replied nonchalantly. "In a recent assessment, His mental strength had reached 2,000 points, indicating he was at the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm, though that was 2 months ago. If he were to merge the soul bones of the 2 dragon kings and receive the nurturing from their dragon souls, while it may not elevate him to the spiritual abyss realm, he could certainly reach the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm. If he truly attains the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm and consumes the autumn water elixir, then advancing to the spiritual abyss realm would be a foregone conclusion. Chapter 72. Merging the soul bones of the ice and fire dragon kings after placing the harvested primordial celestial herb into a jade box. Gong Yu casually picked up the left leg bone of the fire dragon king. As he prepared to absorb it, he glanced over at Bai Ji and Ziji, who were not far away, and said, "Sisters Ziji and Bai Ji, I must trouble you to protect everyone. If a feeble green-haired tidal Douluo appears, seize him immediately. But do exercise caution. Although he is the weakest tidal Douluo on the continent, he wields a potent poison. We must prevent him from resorting to desperate measures and unleashing his toxins upon us." Ziji nodded in acknowledgement from a distance, while Bai Ji smiled calmly and replied, "Do not worry. I can neutralize even the poison of the king of 10,000 beasts. A mere tidal Douluo's poison will pose no challenge for me." Gong Yu managed an awkward smile, realizing that his worries had been unfounded. He then settled into a cross-legged position, placing the left leg bone of the fire dragon king upon his own left leg and began the absorption process. Since the soul bone was of ice and willingly given by the fire dragon king, it almost seamlessly fused with Gong Yu, requiring little time. Within merely 5 minutes, the fusion was complete. He then picked up the right arm bone of the Ice Dragon King and began to merge with it as well. Much like the previous soul bone, the Ice Dragon King's essence actively engaged with Gong Yu, resulting in a similar duration for the fusion. Once both soul bones had successfully merged, Gong Yu suddenly felt his consciousness extend outward, with the entire external world vividly imprinting itself upon his mind. There was no need for sight. He could perceive everything with remarkable clarity. This suggested that his mental prowess had ascended to a new echelon, albeit hindered by an invisible barrier that prevented him from fully entering this heightened state. At that moment, Gong Yu rose and walked among the flowers and plants, approaching a seemingly unremarkable herb. The herb was a vibrant green, with 3 pristine white leaves at its center, adorned with droplets of water reminiscent of morning dew. "The dew of autumn's gaze, it must be you," he murmured, squatting down to carefully harvest the herb according to the method recorded in the compendium of notable herbs. After returning to his previous position, he resumed his meditation. The dew of autumn's gaze, when consumed, could enhance one's vision and allow for the perception of extraordinary phenomena. Whispering a phrase, Gong Yu lifted the dew to his lips, tilting it slightly, and a few drops of the transparent liquid fell into his mouth. As the last drop departed from the leaves, the entire herb withered in his grasp, disintegrating into dust in an instant. He then assumed a 5-pointed star posture and quietly began his cultivation. Seeing Gong Yu in meditation, Nar, feeling bored as the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings had already settled into their soul bones, also sat down, holding the bittersweet red herb. She initially hesitated but eventually steeled herself and began to consume it piece by piece. After finishing, she too commenced her own cultivation. Time passed gradually, and before long, 6 hours had elapsed. As the effects of the divine herb took hold, noticeable changes began to manifest among the group of girls. The sky darkened, and it was at this moment that an elderly man with green hair appeared near the eye of ice and fire, none other than the poisoned Douluo. Upon noticing the children, who were of a similar size to his granddaughter, seated among the flowers, he was on the verge of erupting in anger. However, before he could unleash his fury, he was subdued by Ziji, who swiftly sealed his soul power. Shortly thereafter, she produced 2 vines from seemingly nowhere, binding Douluo tightly and hanging him from a tree, stuffing grass into his mouth. The look of resentment in Douluo's eyes directed at Ziji was palpable, yet she paid him no heed. After approximately half an hour, Gong Miao Miao was the first to awaken. Her chrysanthemum martial soul materialized autonomously from her right palm, and the 3 soul rings adorning her body began to shine with a dazzling brilliance at an astonishing speed. Gong Yu sat there in serene silence. Yet she emanated a distinctive fragrance that belonged solely to the 8 immortal orchid. A delicate white mist wafted from her skin, enveloping her form in an ethereal haze. Although she had always been the most unremarkable in looks among her sisters, the backdrop of this white mist accentuated her otherworldly grace. There is no need to elaborate on Gong Shui, for due to her absorption of the majestic phoenix flower, her entire being radiated a brilliant crimson. After a few breaths, a melodious bird call resonated, echoing through the heavens. It was akin to the song of a phoenix, yet equally resonant and magnificent. Subsequently, a resplendent, multicolored bird soared skyward from Gong Shui, circling twice in the air before gracefully returning to nestle within her. At that moment, Gong Shui languidly opened her eyes, while Gong Yu, sensing the intense fiery energy emanating from Gong Shui, gently awoke as well. The transformation of Gong Yu is the most resplendent, a luminous 9-colored amethyst lamp. Shimmering with 9 radiant halos, gracefully floats before her, its brilliance accentuated by a rich golden glow. This golden light emanates from Gong Yu herself. Infused with the heady fragrance of tulips, and as the crystalline light dances, she resembles a celestial being descending to earth. With each surge of the golden glow, the 9-colored amethyst lamp appears even more dazzling. Nearby, Gong Xiao stretches lazily, her entire body cracking with the sound of bones. Upon hearing her movement, Gong Yu, not far away, raises her right hand, placing her index finger to her lips in a shushing gesture, urging Gong Xiao to remain silent. Unfortunately, her action seems slightly delayed, as Gong Chanxian, approximately 5 or 6 meters away, slowly opens her eyes. Following her, Gong Xier and Gong Yonyo also awaken in succession. Moments later, after about 10 minutes, Gong Lan stirs as well. Noticing the evident changes in her younger sisters and their significantly enhanced auras, a sweet smile graces Gong Lan's face. She glances back, realizing that Gong Yu and Nar have yet to awaken, prompting her to make a shushing gesture to her sisters. After another 10 minutes, Na awakens, exuding a distinct aura that is difficult to describe but evokes an inexplicable desire for closeness. A few minutes later, Gong Yu, still in meditation, suddenly unleashes 2 beams of light from his eyes, startling everyone around him. One beam is red and the other blue, instinctively fired without his control, striking a stone wall about 20 meters away. Chapter 73, Left Eye of Flame, Right Eye of Ice. The wall shatters upon impact, breaking into fragments. However, the debris is peculiar. The stones struck by the blue light are encased in ice, while those hit by the red light are reduced to ash. Slowly, Gong Yu opens his eyes, revealing patterns of fire and ice within his irises, his left eye ablaze with flame, the right encased in frost. Glancing around, he realizes he is the last to awaken. Rising, he approaches the girls with a gentle smile and inquires, "How were your experiences?" At this moment, the most vivacious among them, Gong Shui, eagerly jumps forward, exclaiming, "Let me go first, let me go first." The others are accustomed to Gong Shui's eagerness, so Gong Yu nods for her to continue. She proclaims, "Firstly, my soul power has reached level 38, and my martial spirit has evolved. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess with my martial spirit manifest." Before her arrival, Gong Shui had already attained level 33. After consuming the coxcomb phoenix flower, she ascended 5 levels, directly reaching level 38. As her words faded, Gong Shui focused her thoughts, and instantly a magnificent giant bird resembling a phoenix, yet distinct from it, soared into the sky with a resounding cry. After circling the heavens twice, it returned to her, merging with her being. Following this fusion, the vibrant bird's form vanished, leaving behind a pair of iridescent wings upon Gong Shui's back. "Your martial spirit has evolved into a phoenix, yet why does it resemble a mere chicken?" inquired Gong Miao Miao, somewhat perplexed by the fact that Gong Shui's martial spirit was colorful yet bore no resemblance to a phoenix, instead resembling an unfamiliar multicolored long-tailed chicken, or perhaps a long-tailed bird of many hues. Upon hearing this, Gong Shui was filled with indignation and retorted, "You are the chicken. Your martial spirit is the true chicken." Miao Miao's face, however, was adorned with a disdainful expression. She immediately diverted the topic, remarking, "I wonder who the foolish one is." During the day while traversing the cliff, they forgot they possessed a flying martial soul, resulting in Sister Bai Ji having to carry them, and to claim their martial soul isn't akin to that of a chicken. Chickens are certainly superior to you. You. Gong Shui was at a loss for words, her indignation bubbling within her as she angrily reiterated her previous statement. "You are a chicken, you are indeed a chicken, and your entire family." Before she could finish her sentence, the moment she uttered the words entire family, Gong Lan shot her a glare. If you dare to utter the term entire family again, I shall give you a beating." I want to say it then." With that, Gong Shui cast a somewhat aggrieved glance at Gong Yu. Gong Yu, with an awkward smile, found himself in a delicate position. It was difficult to take sides, so he opted to mediate the situation by saying, "All right, let us focus on the matter of martial souls and set aside other topics for now." He then continued, "As for Xiao Shui's martial soul, it has not evolved into a phoenix, but rather into a wand bird." "What is a wand bird?" Gong Shui asked, her face filled with curiosity, as she herself was unaware of the nature of her martial soul. The other young women, upon hearing this, turned their attention to Gong Yu, eager for further clarification. Gong Yu was suddenly reminded of the descriptions of the Luan bird found in the ancient text Shanhai Jing. 300 miles southwest lies the mountain of Inchuang, where the sun is rich in red copper and the shade abounds with stone and mud, home to many tigers, leopards, rhinoceroses, and mythical beasts. There is a bird resembling a pheasant adorned with 5 colorful patterns, known as the Luan bird. Its appearance heralds peace across the realm. He then addressed the gathered women, stating, the Luan bird is a harbinger of good fortune, its presence a sign of tranquility for the world. Upon hearing Gong Yu's narration, Nar interjected, isn't the Luan bird akin to a celestial beast, comparable to the emperor of the soul beast realm, the 3-eyed golden lion? One could indeed make such a comparison. Gong Yu continued, the Luan bird resembles a long-tailed wild chicken, yet is embellished with vibrant patterns. The Luan bird shares numerous connections with the phoenix. Some say it is an immature phoenix, others claim it is merely another name for the phoenix. While yet another perspective posits that the Luan and the phoenix are distinct varieties of auspicious birds. At this moment, Gong Shui inquired, but which is more powerful, the phoenix or the Luan bird? Without having engaged in battle, who can say? Gong Yu replied with a glance at Gong Shui, before continuing. There exists an intriguing tale regarding the Luan bird. Upon hearing this, the women perked up, eager for the story to unfold. Gong Yu then recounted. Legend has it that a king once captured a Luan bird, which he cherished dearly. However, ever since its capture, the bird remained silent. The king and those around him exhausted every possible means, even crafting a cage of gold and providing delicacies from land and sea, yet after 3 years, the Luan bird still did not sing. Eventually, the queen suggested that the bird might vocalize upon seeing its own kind, recommending they place it before a mirror. Heeding the queen's advice, the king was astonished when the Luan bird beheld its reflection and let out a mournful cry that echoed to the heavens, ultimately succumbing to its sorrow. Upon hearing this tale, the women could not help but feel a wave of sorrow wash over them. Gong Shui, feeling a wave of melancholy, remarked, those are birds, yearning to dance with their companions, aspiring to soar high in the sky, longing for freedom. To confine them within a cage, even if it is gilded, holds no significance for them. As a possessor of a bird spirit, Gong Shui felt an empathetic connection to the mythical Luanio in the tale. However, that is merely a story. Let us return to the matter at hand. Gong Yu continued, Xiaxue's spirit, to be precise, cannot truly be classified as a genuine Luanio. It has evolved from a fire kite and can at best be considered a Luan kite. Nevertheless, its flames are exceptionally powerful, rivaling even those of the phoenix. Then, in comparison to the ultimate fire of Sixth Sister, whose flames are superior, Gong Shui always had a knack for posing inappropriate questions at inopportune moments. Such inquiries should not be made in the presence of the Sixth Sister. It was utterly vexatious. Moreover, faced with both parties, Gong Yu found himself in a precarious position. If he claimed one was stronger, the other might take offense, and vice versa. Fortunately, the Sixth Sister, Gong Nyonyo, quickly discerned Gong Yu's awkward predicament and spoke up first. I am currently at level 40. If you wish to know whose flames are more formidable, we can simply compare them. A faint, disdainful smile graced the corners of Gong Nyonyo's lips. After sensing the fiery aura emanating from Gong Shui, she was confident that her own flames surpassed those of Gong Shui. However, out of consideration for Gong Shui's spotlight, she chose not to reveal her strength. Yet, with Gong Shui initiating the provocation, she felt no obligation to hold back. With a graceful turn in place, a kaleidoscope of colors began to swirl around her feet. She twisted her right palm in the air, bringing it back to her chest, and soon a violet crystal lamp, bathed in a radiant spectrum of colors, materialized in her palm. Wait, something's amiss. Gong Lan, ever perceptive, exclaimed upon noticing the subtle changes in Gong Nyonyo. What is it? Gong Xiao inquired, glancing towards Gong Lan. Have you all not noticed? Gong Lan questioned, her gaze shifting between her sisters and then to Gong Yu. Gong Yu nodded slightly and turned to Nar. The two exchanged a knowing smile and simultaneously uttered the words, 10 colors. Chapter 74. The 10-color amethyst lamp. Following Gong Yu and Nar's simultaneous declaration, aside from Gong Lan's faint smile, the other girls were left in astonishment. Gong Shui stood up and circled around Gong Nyonyo, exclaiming, yellow, green, blue, purple, orange, red, white, gold, or perhaps a splendid 9 colors. You were colorblind, Gong Miao Miao retorted. Having discerned the changes in Gong Nyonyo, and her martial spirit after hearing the reminders from Gong Yu and Nar. You are the one who is colorblind. Gong Shui shot back, though a hint of embarrassment crossed her face, for she genuinely had not noticed any change in Gong Yuanyo. Enough, you two, cease this bickering. Gong Lan interjected, unable to bear the squabbling of her younger sisters. The gap between the red and white is evidently quite wide, ample enough to accommodate another color. However, in the reflection of the red, that color appears somewhat subdued. Upon hearing this, Gong Shui leaned in for a closer inspection and finally discerned the clue, exclaiming, Yes, 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 it's pink. Not too dull, I suppose, Gong Miao Miao remarked nonchalantly. Umph. Gong Shui huffed, then turned her head away. The others paid no mind to the siblings' petty quarrel, knowing they would soon reconcile. Then Gong Yu stated, Now, Nyonyo's martial spirit is no longer a mere 9 colors. It has transformed into a 10-colored entity, and from now on, it should rightly be called the 10-colored amethyst lamp. Immediately, Gong Nyonyo addressed Gong Shui, saying, Come on. Didn't you want to know whose flame is more potent? Let us have a contest, and afterward, you shall see. However, Gong Shui appeared as wilted as a frost-bitten eggplant, and weakly replied, There's no need for a competition. From the moment I sensed the fiery aura emanating from your lamp, I knew my flames could not compare. Having self-awareness is indeed commendable, Gong Miao Miao quipped unexpectedly. Yet, this time, Gong Shui surprisingly refrained from retaliating. Gong Yu smiled gently, and then said to Gong Shui, Little Shui, unleash your flames for everyone to behold. Gong Shui nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with the intensity of 2 flickering flames. As her thoughts ignited, a fierce fire blazed around her, transforming her into a figure reminiscent of a fiery being adorned with vibrant, resplendent wings, each wing exuding a faint aura of flames. Though your martial spirit has evolved and your flames have undergone a degree of purification, the effects of the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower appear insufficient for a complete refinement. Leaving traces of impurities within your fire, Gong Yu remarked softly, then summoned the domain of fire that emanated from beneath his feet. Such potent fire attributes. This must be a domain, Gong Shui thought, as her eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance upon sensing Gong Yu's domain. Indeed, it is the domain of fire, which signifies that I too wield the ultimate flames, Gong Yu stated calmly, exchanging a knowing glance with Nar, both understanding the origin of this fiery domain. This domain was bestowed upon Gong Yu by the left leg bone of the Fire Dragon King, while the Ice Dragon King had similarly granted him the domain of ice. These 2 mighty dragon kings had once attained the rank of lesser deities, approaching the level of divine kings, and thus possessed their unique domains. It would be quite abnormal to absorb their soul bones without acquiring their domains. Concerned that his fiery domain might harm the surrounding flora, Gong Yu kept the area of influence limited, ensuring it enveloped only those present. Gong Shui instinctively sighed, lamenting, Alas, even my elder brother, who possesses a plant martial soul, has mastered the essence of fire attributes, while I, who inherently wield fire, find my flames rather mediocre. I scarcely know what to say. Observing her sister's ungrateful demeanor, Gong Lan shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, Your flames are no less than those of the phoenix. To call them mediocre is absurd. The majority of fire attribute soul masters possess only mixed flames. If everyone were as discontented as you, it would be better if they simply ceased to exist. However, Gong Yu merely smiled faintly and remarked, It matters not. I have a means to elevate your flames further, so be patient. With that, Gong Yu rose and made his way towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon reaching the sunny side, he paused a couple of meters away from a plant that resembled a cabbage, yet was entirely crimson. It was not that he wished to halt, but the intense heat emanating from the plant rendered it impossible for him to approach in his ordinary state. In an instant, the domain of fire manifested beneath his feet, and the heat radiating from the plant seemed to dissipate, no longer overwhelming him. The fire apricot plant, while toxic when consumed alone, had a non-toxic resin that, when ingested, could similarly enhance one's flames. Murmuring softly, Gong Yu extended his right hand, infused with the essence of ultimate fire, and carefully peeled away several resinous crystalline fragments from the fire apricot. Turning back, he approached the others, presenting 2 pieces of the resin to Gong Shui. Consume these 2 pieces and meditate. They should help eliminate the impurities within your flames, allowing them to evolve into ultimate fire. All right, Gong Shui replied, her face alight with joy as she took the resin and retreated to a corner to sit in meditation. In this moment, Gong Yu presented 2 pieces of blazing gel to Gong Yu, saying, "Yu, your attributes have already reached their zenith. So I am uncertain whether these 2 pieces of blazing gel will still be of any benefit to you. Nevertheless, do give it a try, who knows? It might indeed prove useful." "All right, thank you, young master," Gong Yu replied as she accepted the 2 pieces of blazing gel. Subsequently, she departed from the group and settled into a quiet corner, assuming a meditative posture. Gong Yu gazed at the 2 remaining fire crystals in her hand, casting a glance at the other women present. With a gentle shake of her head and a smile, she remarked, "You are not of the fire attribute, so these would serve little purpose for you. I shall search for something more beneficial for you shortly." However, Gong Xiege interjected, "I no longer desire them. What I possess is already sufficient for me. Even if I were to consume another type of celestial herb, its utility would be minimal. Moreover, I have reached level 40 but have yet to acquire my 4th spirit ring. Thus my precise level remains unmanifested." Gong Yu turned his gaze towards Gong Xier, only to discover a golden mark adorning her brow. In that instant, understanding dawned upon him. Na seemed to have noticed it as well. Exchanging a knowing smile with Gong Yu, both aware of the significance. Beside them, Gong Xiao, Gong Yu, and Gong Miao echoed similar sentiments, indicating they, too, felt no need for further explanation. Gong Yu and Na directed their attention to the trio's foreheads, where they too found golden marks. Once again, Gong Yu and Na shared a smile of mutual understanding. At that moment, Gong Qianqian raised her hand, akin to a student seeking to pose a question in class, and said, I believe I also require nothing further." Before she could finish her sentence, Gong Yu noticed a mark on Gong Qianqian's brow, albeit a blue-golden one. With a contented smile, Gong Yu remarked, "Excellent. I am aware that all of you have gained something. There is no need to disclose it to me, but remember, do not reveal your secrets lightly until you have matured." Chapter 75. The Blessing of the Gods from Gong Yu's words. Gong Xiao, Gong Yu, Gong Miao, Gong Yunyo, and Gong Qianqian comprehended that Gong Yu was indeed aware of their newfound acquisitions. However, some individuals found it burdensome to harbor secrets within, feeling a sense of discomfort unless they could vocalize the hidden truths of their hearts, which would bring them relief. Miao, evidently such a person, immediately raised her hand and expressed, "However, I feel a suffocating discomfort. Would it be possible for you, my lord, to allow me to divulge this secret? I shall speak it only here, and once uttered, it will no longer remain a secret, thus alleviating the burden upon my heart." The corners of Gong Yu's mouth involuntarily twitched as his mind suddenly recalled Lu Ziqiao's aunt, Tang Yu. Tang Yu, having discovered Hu Yifei's secret, was torn between the desire to speak and the necessity of silence, which left her in a state of distress. Glancing around, he noticed that Biji and Ziji were quite distant, and that Digyabo was suspended from a tree, also far removed from him. Initially taken aback by the sight of Digyabo, Gong Yu quickly regained his composure. Gong Yu lifted his foot slightly off the ground, and a wave of spiritual energy radiated outward, forming a soundproof barrier that enveloped them all. At that moment, he spoke. "Very well, you may begin. Since we are sharing, each of you should reveal which deity has taken an interest in you." "Deity?" Gong Lan, standing nearby, was taken aback. For her, the concept of a deity had always been an ethereal notion, something she had never fathomed to be real. So it turns out that the young master truly possesses knowledge of such matters. Gong Xier offered an awkward smile in response. Gong Yu nodded and said, "All right. Then please share. I am quite curious about which deity has favored you." Miao, you go first. I can see that you are eager to speak." Miao nodded vigorously, her face alight with joy. "I have been favored by the god of autumn from the deities of the seasons." "The god of autumn, you say?" Gong Yu nodded in acknowledgement, for Miao's martial spirit was a chrysanthemum, and he felt it was quite fitting for her to be associated with the god of autumn. However, a sense of curiosity lingered within him, prompting him to inquire further, does the Douluo god realm truly have deities of the seasons? It seems that Douluo Continent lacks even a winter. Even if there were deities for the seasons, I doubt they would encompass all 4. Miao shook her head and replied, "I am uncertain. However, from the information I have gathered, it appears that the autumn deity is not a god of the Douluo divine realm. Moreover, what she bestowed upon me was merely a legacy, not a divine position. She possesses no divine rank." From her tone, I sensed a certain disdain towards the Douluo divine realm. She expressed that divine rank is merely a grotesque creation. To put it more eloquently, while it may be referred to as a divine position, in reality, it serves only as a constraint. Understood. So, The autumn deity is an external deity, Gong Yu remarked nonchalantly, then turned to the others and inquired, "What about you all?" Gong Xiao raised her hand and declared, "I have received the legacy of the summer deity, and I am also one of the gods of seasons." Gong Yu remarked, "I have inherited the legacy of the spring deity. I too am one of the gods of the seasons." Gong Xiao, whose martial soul embodies bamboo, aligns perfectly with the summer season. Thus it is fitting that he has received the inheritance of the summer deity. Gong Yu smiled faintly and teased, "However, Gong Yu, your martial soul is cabbage, which seems rather unrelated to spring. How is it that you have caught the attention of the spring deity?" Gong Yu's face flushed immediately, and then she jested, "I don't really know. Perhaps she felt a bit shy upon seeing her two sisters receive their legacies. Or maybe she was captivated by the vibrant emerald hue of my cabbage, which is bursting with the essence of spring, and thus chose to bestow her legacy upon me. Hiki. Regardless of the circumstances, receiving a legacy is undoubtedly a fortuitous event." Luo Han remarked indifferently, then turned to Gong Qianqian and inquired, "Now it is your turn, Qianqian. The winter deity's choice should be you, correct?" Gong Qianqian shook her head and said, "No. What I have received is the legacy of the god of the starry sky. Similarly, the god of the starry sky is not a deity of the Douluo divine realm. Once again, we encounter an external divine being. Is it a collective outing for the external deities today?" Gong Yu displayed a look of surprise on her face and then turned to Gong Xier, inquiring, "Could it be that the god of winter has chosen you, Xier? However, I believe that Qianqian's attributes should be more compatible with the god of winter." However, Gong Xier shook her head and replied, "No. What I have obtained is the inheritance of the flower goddess, as well as the divine essence from the outside world." Gong Yu shrugged her shoulders and, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Well, it seems the winter deity has chosen not to accompany those few gods on their excursion today." "Perhaps so." Gong Lan chuckled softly beside her, feeling elated for her several sisters, yet a tinge of regret lingered within her. The regret stemmed from the fact that she and the remaining sisters had not received the inheritance. However, her greater sorrow was for Gong Yu, for in her eyes, it was Gong Yu who truly deserved the inheritance among them all. Gong Yu was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Gong Lan's mind. He turned to the several young women who had received the inheritance and inquired, "What levels have you all attained now? Has your martial spirit undergone any transformation?" "I am at level 40, but my martial spirit remains unchanged," replied Gong Xier. Gong Qianqian then raised her hand and said, "I too have reached level 40, and my martial spirit has changed. It now resembles a murky cloud. It no longer exudes the same chilling aura as before, yet the attributes it carries remain unaltered." After speaking, Gong Qianqian manifested her martial spirit, and a vast expanse of murky, cloud-like substance appeared beneath her feet. Although it still emanated an intense coldness, it no longer resembled the foggy state it once had. Upon closer inspection, one could discern faint, twinkling points of light within the cloud, reminiscent of stars. "Qianqian, are you certain your martial spirit is truly cold in nature?" Gong Yu asked, regarding Gong Qianqian with a peculiar expression. Gong Qianqian awkwardly remarked, "In truth, I am also uncertain. When I awakened my martial soul, the attendant from the spirit hall, upon sensing the chilling aura emanating from my martial soul and unable to discern its true nature, declared that my martial soul was merely cold air. Thus, I have held this belief ever since." Gong Yu's expression stiffened, and then he covered his mouth and chuckled. "The spirit hall dispatches attendants for awakening spirit abilities. Yet they possess insufficient knowledge. What do they truly understand? In Nodding City, there is a person known as Su Yuntao, nicknamed the Blind Douluo. He awakened Tang San's innate full spirit power of blue silver grass, only to declare it a useless spirit." "So what is my spirit?" Gong Qianqian inquired. "I cannot say for certain," Gong Yu replied, shaking his head. "However, I believe your spirit resembles a nebula in the vastness of the void." "What is a nebula?" Gong Qianqian asked again, piquing the curiosity of the other girls. Their intrigue is understandable, as Douluo Continent is still a good 30,000 years away from entering the interstellar era, making it challenging for them to comprehend anything beyond Douluo Star. Upon hearing Gong Qianqian's question, Luo Han was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to continue explaining. In his memory, a nebula was merely a concept, something he had glimpsed in images online in his past life. However, an idea struck him, and he countered, "You received the legacy from the god of the starry sky. Logically, he should have imparted some knowledge about the cosmos to you. Did he not explain what a nebula is?" "No. It seems he did not." Gong Qianqian stammered, her voice tinged with nervousness. Really? Gong Yu regarded her with a skeptical gaze and remarked, Qian, you wouldn't lie, for you stutter when you do. Well, I did receive a wealth of knowledge, but I haven't had the chance to digest it all, so I'm unsure if there's any information regarding nebulae, Gong Qian sighed, confessing honestly. Then, with curiosity, she asked Gong Yu, but how do you know so much? Everyone has their own secrets, and I am no exception. Some secrets can be shared, while others must remain unspoken. Gong Yu's expression grew awkward, thinking to himself that he certainly could not disclose that he is a time traveler. The peculiar expressions on the faces of the girls, including Nar, indicated their intrigue. Nar had also been curious about Gong Yu's origins, as his background seemed rather simple. Yet he possessed an abundance of knowledge that was difficult to reconcile with his unassuming past. However, the girls had grown accustomed to the mystery. If it couldn't be explained, then so be it. Feeling increasingly embarrassed by their expressions, Gong Yu swiftly shifted the topic, asking, what about the others? Meow meow, you heir. Have your spirits undergone any changes? Gong Yu remarked, my martial soul remains unchanged. It is still the emerald cabbage. However, my soul power has now reached level 39. Gong Yu nodded thoughtfully and said, where? You were previously at level 34 of soul power, and after consuming the 8-petaled Xianlan, you have ascended by 5 levels. Wait, the 8-petaled Xianlan, that is to say, the orchid. Orchids symbolize the arrival of spring. Now it makes sense why the spring deity chose you. It is a pity that we do not have the plum blossom, which represents winter. Hence, the winter deity passing through Douluo Continent did not bestow a legacy. This reasoning seemed quite plausible, and Gong Lan beside her also found merit in Gong Yu's words. Gong Yu smiled gently and turned her gaze towards Gong Miao Miao. My soul power has reached level 40, and my martial spirit has evolved, Gong Miao Miao announced, preparing to unleash her martial spirit. With a thought, a flurry of golden petals cascaded from the air around her, gradually carpeting the ground beneath her feet. In an instant, a subtle and elegant fragrance of chrysanthemums wafted through the air, refreshing and invigorating. After this enchanting aroma enveloped the surroundings. The petals that had settled at Gong Miao Miao's feet suddenly began to dance, as if stirred by an unseen breeze, swirling around her in a mesmerizing display akin to a rain of blossoms. Subsequently, she gestured with her right palm, causing the floating petals to gracefully converge into her hand, ultimately merging into a flower resembling a golden crown of chrysanthemums. The manner in which she summons her martial spirit is truly impressive. If old 8 were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be envious, remarked Gong Xier, who stood nearby. The others around nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her statement. For besides engaging in banter with Gong Miao Miao, Gong Shui enjoyed competing with her as well. Gong Miao Miao remarked, my lord, my martial spirit has not evolved into the extraordinary Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. Although it remains a type of chrysanthemum, I am truly unaware of its name. Gong Yu let out a light chuckle and remarked, fortunately, your martial soul has not evolved into the extraordinary Qirong Tong Tian Ju. Otherwise, the autumn deity might not even deem you worthy. What do you mean? Gong Miao Miao inquired, puzzled. Gong Yu remarked, for there exists an individual on the continent who possesses the extraordinary Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum martial soul, a being of the esteemed rank of a 95th level title Douluo. Yet, the autumn deity has not taken a liking to him. Do you truly believe that should you bear the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum martial soul, the autumn deity would favor you? The answer is likely in the negative. Gong Miao Miao, with a shy smile, inquired further, then, what variety does my chrysanthemum belong to? That it captivates more than the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum? Observing the splendid bloom in Gong Miao Miao's hand, Gong Yu replied nonchalantly, like a golden crown, it exudes nobility and grandeur. Your chrysanthemum is indeed a rare gem among flowers, the Golden Queen. The Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum pales in comparison to the Golden Queen. Is this chrysanthemum truly named Golden Queen? Gong Miao Miao nodded, stating, the name is indeed fitting. It resembles a golden crown. However, I am utterly vexed as to how I should design the incantation for my soul skills. Gong Miao Miao displayed a countenance full of melancholy. Gong Yu, intrigued by her demeanor, inquired, wasn't your soul technique previously devoid of incantations? Why is it necessary now? It is indeed possible to forego the incantation, replied Gong Miao Miao. However, I find that without the incantation, there is a certain essence lacking. Each time I employ my soul technique, it feels somewhat diminished. Gong Yu's lips parted slightly, and his expression momentarily froze in surprise. He had initially thought that Gong Miao Miao had taken on the persona of a certain character, perhaps even expecting a dramatic turn of events. However, since a spell was required, it was a trivial matter. Such incantations are often employed for ostentation. As a traveler from Earth's Huaxia, he possessed an abundance of grandiose verses to draw upon. Thus, Gong Yu leaned closer to Gong Miao Miao's ear and whispered a few words. Upon hearing them, her face lit up with joy, indicating that her spell had indeed worked. After clarifying the situations of Gong Xiao, Gong Yu, Gong Chanqian, Gong Xier, and Gong Miao Miao, Gong Yu turned his gaze to Gong Lan and inquired, "Lan what of your situation?" Gong Lan revealed a faint smile and slowly spoke. "My soul power has reached a bottleneck at level 40. But I feel as if I cannot progress further. I only sense that my condition has improved tremendously. The effects of the celestial spirit grass will gradually manifest in the future, so it is entirely normal that you do not perceive any changes." Upon understanding the situation, Gong Yu said, "Now, let us proceed to the next step. It is inevitable that your 5 younger sisters will ascend to divinity, and as their elder sister, you must not fall behind." At these words, Gong Lan gasped in astonishment, her face etched with disbelief, and for a moment, she was left speechless. She inquired, "Do you mean to say that I, too, can become a deity?" "Indeed, why not?" Gong Yu nodded affirmatively. "Let us not set our sights too high. While becoming a deity from the outer realms may be unattainable, securing a divine position within the Douluo divine realm should not pose a significant challenge." "And what about you?" Gong Lan's concern shifted to Gong Yu. If you were unable to achieve divinity, then the divine position would hold little meaning for her. Seeing her display such concern, Gong Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and he reassured her, "Do not worry about me, Lan. I too shall ascend to divinity in due time. None of us shall be left behind." Comforted by Gong Yu's words, Gong Lan smiled and said, "Then let us begin. I shall not lag behind." "What do you propose we do?" "Follow me," Gong Yu replied, nodding as he rose swiftly, taking Gong Lan by the hand and leading her toward the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon reaching the vicinity of the eye, Gong Yu set Gong Lan aside and approached the octagonal ice crystal. He carefully removed several crystalline formations resembling the octagonal shape, which possessed properties entirely opposite to that of the blazing gel, akin to the fiery apricot flower. Returning to Gong Lan, he explained, shortly, "I will combine the octagonal ice crystal with the fiery apricot flower essence into a cohesive mixture for you to consume. However, be forewarned, the experience will be excruciating, and you will need to immerse yourself in the spring to neutralize the medicinal properties. Prepare yourself mentally." Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Gong Lan instinctively glanced at the Eye of Ice and Fire and swallowed hard. "Must I truly enter the spring?" she stammered, momentarily lost in thought. Feeling a sense of trepidation at merely gazing upon the eye, Gong Yu remarked, "You need not enter if you choose not to. Having consumed the celestial spirit herb, your potential is already remarkable. However, your physical strength remains insufficient. Many deities, in addition to valuing a soul master's potential, also consider whether the soul master's physical constitution can adequately bear their divine power. It is evident that your physical strength falls short. Yet, I shall not pressure you. Whatever decision you make, I will support you." Gong Lan gazed at Gong Yu, casting a glance at the Eye of Ice and Fire, clearly grappling with her inner turmoil. Gong Yu then remarked, "Given your current potential, should you catch the eye of a secondary deity, you might be chosen. However, to put it plainly, secondary deities are merely errand runners. Only by ascending to the rank of a primary deity does one find true significance. Achieving such a status grants the privilege to bring 2 individuals into the divine realm, even if they are but ordinary mortals. Upon arrival in the divine realm, they would attain eternal life. Yet, to inherit the position of a primary deity or even a deity king, one must possess exceptional qualities. Only through exceptional merit can one be favored. Regrettably, you currently fall short of that excellence. Thus it is imperative to strive for self-improvement." Upon hearing these words, Gong Lan felt a spark of clarity, initially hesitant. The notion that Gong Yu could potentially become a deity and that she could ascend to the rank of a primary deity, thereby bringing Gong Yu into the divine realm, solidified her resolve. "Come on, my lord." Gong Lan exhaled deeply and declared, "I will persevere." "Have you made up your mind?" Gong Yu inquired once more. Seeking confirmation from Gong Lan nodded resolutely, declaring, "I have made up my mind." "Very well, then wait here," replied Gong Yu, who swiftly unleashed his speed, leaving behind mere phantoms upon the ground, while he himself had already arrived beside the octagonal ice grass. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the icy aura bestowed by the ice dragon soulbone, directly plucking the octagonal ice grass. In a flash, he dashed to the side of the fiery apricot blossom, where similarly, the fiery essence enveloped his left hand, allowing him to harvest the fiery apricot blossom. Under the influence of these two elemental auras, neither of the celestial herbs sustained any damage to his hands. What was even more astonishing was that, enveloped by the two elemental auras, neither herb showed any signs of losing efficacy. Under normal circumstances, once harvested, these celestial herbs would only remain potent for 10 breaths. If not consumed within that time, their effects would be entirely lost. Gong Yu approached Gong Lan, holding two ethereal herbs, one white and one red. She spoke. The white one is the 8-pointed ice crystal herb, a rare flower of extraordinary coldness that could chill the heart and freeze the central nervous system. Within a 10-meter radius, it emanates a piercing cold. Lingering nearby for too long may result in a heart afflicted by frost poison, which is beyond remedy. The red one, conversely, is the fiery apricot blossom, a highly toxic celestial herb endowed with potent fire venom, possessing attributes that stand in stark contrast to those of the 8-pointed ice crystal herb. Gong Yu placed the two celestial herbs together, allowing their energies to intertwine. Strangely, at the moment of their convergence, both the scorching heat and frigid cold energies vanished simultaneously. At that instant, a faint red glow enveloped the 8-angled xianbing grass, while a delicate white mist shrouded the fierce fire apricot blossom. It appeared that I had long misinterpreted. The term 10 breaths referred to the fleeting moment when the two medicinal effects merged, thus there was no time to waste. After silently reminding himself, Gong Yu promptly kneaded the two herbs into a swirling orb of blue and white energy. Opening his mouth, Gong Yu called out to Gong Lan, who instinctively responded by parting her lips. He then flicked his finger, sending the intertwined blue and white energy soaring into her mouth, which she swallowed with a soft gulp. Channel your energy, then leap into the ice and fire duality, Gong Yu instructed. However, just as they were about to jump, Gong Lan hesitated momentarily. In merely a few breaths, her body began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a layer of icy blue energy surged up from beneath her feet. And in the blink of an eye, she was transformed entirely into a blue figure. Following that, a layer of red energy emerged, rendering Gong Lan reminiscent of a freshly boiled shrimp. The blue and red hues alternated on her visage, creating an extraordinarily peculiar sight. Gong Yu continued. Now you have no choice but to dance. After consuming the two types of celestial herbs, if you do not enter the Eye of Ice and Fire to balance their powers, it won't be long before you are utterly ravaged by their effects and meet a tragic end. Gong Lan gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and then with a decisive leap, plunged into the depths below. Clothing? It mattered little now. Gong Yu sighed nearby, lamenting her lack of fortune in witnessing the spectacle. However, with such a plunge, it was certain that her garments would have disintegrated upon her ascent, along with the soul guide device in her grasp, which would also succumb to dissolution. At this moment, ensconced within the Eyes of Ice and Fire, Gong Lan felt little of her surroundings. For the sensations induced by the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom had rendered her perception of the external world utterly void. The unique properties of the Eyes of Ice and Fire significantly amplified the effects of the two potent herbs she had consumed, accelerating her absorption of their energies and facilitating their transformation within her being. Yet, the terrifying potency of the celestial grade herbs was formidable. The opposing forces of ice and fire erupted violently, overwhelming her with a surge of energy so intense that she had no opportunity to resist with her willpower. In mere moments of her immersion within the chaotic realm of ice and fire, Gong Lan succumbed to unconsciousness. As she plunged into the waters of the Eyes of Ice and Fire, the spring churned momentarily before settling into tranquility once more. The milky white and crimson waters remained distinctly separate, with vapor lingering in the air, returning everything to silence. At this juncture, Gong Yu seated himself upon the ground, retrieving a box containing the primordial celestial grass from his soul guide device. He extracted the herb, plucked a leaf, and began to chew it, subsequently channeling his energy to absorb its medicinal properties. The method of consuming the primordial celestial grass involved ingesting leaf after leaf, progressively enhancing one's soul power through meditation. Gong Yu consumed the leaves of the mixed yuan celestial herb one by one. With 7 leaves in total, he dedicated an entire 7 hours to completely refine the herb, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of level 50 in his soul power. Observing that Gong Lan had yet to emerge from the Eye of Ice and Fire, Gong Yu enveloped his body with the Ice-Fire domain and leapt into the eye. The Eye of Ice and Fire was formed by the divine powers of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Given that Gong Yu possessed both Ice and Fire domains, Neither the yang spring nor the cold spring could inflict harm upon him. Once submerged in the eye, Gong Yu swiftly located Gong Lan, though she appeared utterly white, devoid of any color, as all that could melt had been dissolved by the eye. Lanner, awaken, Gong Yu swam beside Gong Lan, casting aside his reservations. He embraced her and expanded the ice-fire domain to envelop her. Under the dual hues of red and blue, Gong Lan seemed to don a new garment, finally shedding her pallid appearance. Master Gong Lan stirred, her voice weak and breathless. I nearly thought I could not endure. Holding Gong Lan close, Gong Yu whispered in her ear, "The potency of 2 supreme celestial herbs is indeed overwhelming for you, my dear. Yet you have persevered. However, the medicinal force within you has yet to be fully refined. Thus, I am here to assist you." With that, Gong Yu expanded the ice-fire domain further, creating a shimmering shield of red and blue that enveloped them both. Inside the shield, the world felt distinctly separate from the outside. Gong Yu shed what needed to be shed, preparing for the refining process. The method of refining the 2 medicinal forces, aside from utilizing the eye for neutralization, could also involve the harmonious interplay of yin and yang, as the goal was simply to refine the essence. Moreover, at the tender age of 13, she was indeed ready for this. Unbeknownst to them, dawn began to break, casting a pale light across the horizon. The women above grew increasingly anxious. Since last night, Gong Lan had leapt into the eye first, and when dawn approached, Gong Yu followed suit. Neither had emerged, and one would expect that if something had gone awry, there would be some sign of struggle in the spring. Yet, they exhibited no signs of distress, leaving the others bewildered. Fortunately, it was not long before Gong Yu resurfaced, his body entirely intact beneath the protective ice-fire domain, his garments unscathed. In contrast, Gong Lan was not so fortunate. As Gong Yu emerged, Gong Lan soon followed, but her clothing had been completely dissolved. Thus, he had no choice but to carry her out, shrouding her with the ice-fire domain for modesty. After placing Gong Lan in a secluded corner, Gong Yu requested Gong Shi to bring a clean set of clothing for her, as their figures were similar, allowing for a suitable exchange. The remaining young women were then compelled by Gong Yu to cultivate the purple extreme demon eyes, for it was the perfect time with the dawn just breaking. After changing into a new outfit, Gong Lan joined Gong Shi in their cultivation. However, when she glanced at Gong Yu, a hint of shyness overcame her. Her cheeks flushed like 2 ripe apples. More than an hour later, dawn broke, bringing an end to their training. It was then that Gong Yu turned his gaze towards the suspended figure of Du Gubo, an old rascal whose spiritual power had been sealed and who had hung there all night. One could only wonder how he endured the affliction of his own poison last night. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of Bai Ji, Gong Yu soon understood. Her unwavering attention was fixed on Du Gubo, suggesting that her kind heart had compelled her to intervene during his moment of crisis. Du Gubo, what gives you the audacity to occupy my family's medicinal garden? Gong Yu shamelessly claimed the ice and fire yin yang eye as his own while removing the grass stuffed in Du Gubo's mouth. The old man hanging there widened his eyes in disbelief. However, reflecting on the myriad of Gong Yu's actions over the past day and night, he began to suspect that perhaps this place truly belonged to Gong Yu. After all, when he first stumbled upon it, he had no certainty of its ownership. Yet, as a titled Douluo, how could he admit to forcibly seizing someone else's territory? Thus, he retorted, "How can you prove that this place is yours? Is proof even necessary?" Gong Yu replied, somewhat unreasonable, "I recognize all the herbs surrounding the ice and fire yin-yang eye. They are cultivated by my family. I can also utilize the chilling and fiery spring water. Do you think I would possess the ability to interact with that spring water if it were not my family's? If you have the capability, by all means, give it a try." Du Gubo was immediately left speechless. He had neither the strength nor the inclination to test the spring water, lest he invite his own demise. Thus, he conceded. "So this hot spring is called the ice and fire yin-yang eye. When I discovered this place years ago, I was unaware that it had an owner. I thought it was a natural formation." Natural formation? The ice and fire yin-yang eye was constructed using 2 divine dragons of extreme attributes, one ice and one fire. It is a man-made marvel. Gong Yu bellowed vehemently. Du Gubo stammered, Then, I shall vacate this place from now on. As long as you release me, I promise never to set foot here again." Gong Yu let out a derisive laugh and said, "If you do not step foot in this place, how can you suppress the poison coursing through your veins? Without the restraint of the ice and fire duality eyes, you shall succumb to the poison within a few years. Your demise may not concern me, but I have heard of your granddaughter, Du Guyan. The toxic essence of your martial soul can indeed be inherited by your progeny. I find it hard to believe that she shall remain unscathed. Even if she is not yet gravely affected, what of the future? At the mention of Dugu Yin, Dugu Bo instantly wilted. Since the death of his son, she had become his sole companion, and he cherished her more than his own life. Thus, Dugu Bo replied, "Very well, what is it that you wish me to do?" Seeing Dugu Bo relent, Gong Yu stated, "I can instruct you on how to control the poison within you, but under the condition that you serve as my gardener here and protect this place. It will not take long, merely 10 years. What do you think?" In astonishment, Dugu Bo exclaimed, "You possess a method to control the poison within me?" "Indeed," Gong Yu assured him firmly. It seemed as though Dugu Bo had made a monumental decision. He exhaled heavily and said, "Very well. As long as you can assist me in managing the poison, I swear by my martial soul that I will remain here not just for 10 years, but for a lifetime if need be. However, the task of gardening shall be solely mine, with no involvement from my granddaughter." Pleased by Dugu Bo's willingness to cooperate, Gong Yu smiled and responded, "That is entirely up to you. My only requirement is 10 years. Should you wish to continue staying here after that, you are free to do so." Dugu Bo then inquired, "How do you intend to help me control the poison within me?" Gong Yu smiled faintly, first unleashing a wave of soul energy that severed the rope binding Dugu Bo, causing him to tumble to the ground with a thud. "Sister ZG, please release the soul energy seal on this old man." Gong Yu called out to ZG, who stood a short distance away. ZG nodded, approached, and, after a series of chaotic gestures over Dugu Bo, he finally regained his soul energy. Following this, Gong Yu addressed Dugu Bo. "There are 3 methods to control the toxins within your body. One is a temporary remedy, while the other 2 are more fundamental solutions. Which one will you choose? However, I must forewarn you, regardless of the choice, there will be a corresponding cost." Chapter 79, Methods of Detoxification. Please, do share your thoughts. Dugu Bo replied, fully aware that the poison coursing through him was no ordinary toxin. The notion that he could control it without any sacrifice seemed rather implausible. Gong Yu nodded and said, "Let me first discuss the palliative method, which is rather simple. You merely need to find a soul bone to absorb, and then gradually channel the toxins within your body into the soul bone. As for utilizing the poison in the future, you can simply draw it from the soul bone." Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo immediately slapped his thigh, exclaiming with excitement, "What a splendid method! How could I have not thought of it all these years? Alas, had I realized it sooner, my unfortunate son would not have met his untimely demise." He then turned to Gong Yu and inquired, "This method is quite commendable. Why is it merely a palliative approach?" Gong Yu sighed and remarked, "Alas, if you cannot even comprehend this, it is no wonder you are regarded as merely mediocre among the soul masters of the Douluo Continent." This statement provoked a strong reaction from Dugu Bo, who retorted indignantly, "How can that be? I dare assert that if anyone on this continent were to claim the second position in the art of poison, none would dare to claim the first." Yet, Gong Yu pointed to a small pit not far ahead and said to Dugu Bo, "There lies a pit. Go relieve yourself there, and then gaze upon your own reflection. How can you have the audacity to declare yourself the world's foremost poison master? A frog at the bottom of a well can only perceive the sky as being the size of the well's opening." Dugu Bo, further incensed by Gong Yu's admonishment, challenged, "I cannot believe my skill in poison is so lacking that I cannot even rank among the top 5. Pray tell, who surpasses me in mastery of poison?" "Very well. If you wish to know, I shall enlighten you," Gong Yu replied with a slight smile. "The foremost is undoubtedly Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. She possesses the soul-eating Spider Emperor spirit, with toxins that have reached the pinnacle of potency, far beyond your mere 91st level green scale Serpent Emperor poison. Indeed, Bibi Dong had attained the utmost level of power. However, due to the trials of the Rakshasa god, she could only wield strength equivalent to that of a 98th level master. Nonetheless, her toxins were indisputably of the highest caliber." Gong Yu continued, "In second place is Yang Wudi, the current patriarch of the Pa family. The Yang clan has its roots in pharmacology and is renowned as a family of poison masters, a feat you cannot rival. Third place is held by Yang Wudi's younger brother, Yang Wushuang. In the past, the Haotian sect had to retreat after Tang Hao killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall, resulting in the 4 major attribute families being forsaken as subordinate sects of the Haotian sect. Nevertheless, they continued to resist the Spirit Hall, and ultimately, Yang Wushuang was captured and pledged his allegiance to them. Yang Wushuang's expertise in poison was evident in the legacy of the Snow Knight Emperor, and it was only through Yang Wudi's intervention that the poison was resolved, thus illustrating that Yang Wudi's mastery of poison surpassed that of Yang Wushuang. Upon hearing this, Dougalbo muttered, "So, this is how the Haotian sect chose to retreat. I never imagined that Tang Hao would dare to slay the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Humph. It is evident that those who wield a hammer as their martial spirit lack common sense." Gong Yu continued, stating, "In fourth place is the son of Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, Tang San. This individual possesses the body of Tang San, yet his soul belongs to a man in his 30s. Although he bears the same name, he is not the original. He has forcibly occupied the flesh of Tang Hao's son. Consequently, as he is not the true progeny of Tang Hao, he retains memories from his previous life, where he dedicated himself to the study of poison. Now, with the fusion of 2 lifetimes, his mastery of toxic arts has undoubtedly ascended to greater heights, enabling him to control the poison within you. Tang San ranks after Yang Wushuang in the domain of poison, primarily because he was unable to assist Shui Yi in detoxification, ultimately relying on Yang Wudi instead. Is it truly possible for someone to forcibly seize another's flesh? Dougalbo's eyes widened in shock, as if he had stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret. Suddenly, Gong Yu heard a chime resonate in his mind. He surmised that this was due to the revelation of Tang San's identity, granting him additional simulation attempts. However, having grown accustomed to life without the simulator over the past few years, he felt disinclined to examine its data. Indeed, that is Tang San, Gong Yu remarked, a knowing smile gracing his face. However, our current discourse pertains to the art of poison, so there is no need to delve into irrelevant matters. He continued. In fifth place is the porcupine Douluo from the Spirit Hall. The porcupine Douluo? Dougalbo furrowed his brow, having never heard of such an epithet prior, leaving him unfamiliar with the abilities of this title Douluo. Indeed, it is the porcupine Douluo, Gong Yu clarified. While his proficiency in poison is not particularly formidable, his porcupine spirit inherently possesses potent toxins, specifically designed to counteract your emerald scale serpent emperor's venom. His poison is weaker than yours, yet he can absorb it at will without harm, thus naturally ranking above you, relegating you to the position of 6th. Dougalbo's expression soured. Though he was unaware of the connotations of 6th place, he recognized it was not a commendable title, and he was taken aback by the realization of his own inferiority. You have yet to explain why one would use soul bones to store toxins. This is merely a palliative solution. Dougalbo, unwilling to continue the discourse on poison, promptly redirected the conversation. Nodding, Gong Yu replied, the capacity of soul bones is ultimately limited. Even if you gather a complete set of soul bones, there will come a day when they become saturated with toxins, at which point the toxins will inevitably encroach upon your own being. Unless you can find an external soul bone with growth potential to serve as a vessel, that does seem to hold some merit, Dougalbo conceded, albeit reluctantly. However, he remained oblivious to this acknowledgement, his face flushing with embarrassment as he inquired further, what then is the fundamental solution? There are 2 fundamental solutions, Gong Yu responded. The first entails providing you with a rare medicinal herb capable of purging all toxins from your body. Upon consumption, all the poison within you will be eradicated, relieving you of the daily torment caused by toxic eruptions. And the cost? Dougalbo inquired, fully aware that no solution comes without a price. Gong Yu remarked. The price you must pay is that once the toxins within your body are thoroughly cleansed, your poison techniques will inevitably be dismantled. Furthermore, this disruption will result in a certain regression of your strength, necessitating a gradual process of cultivation to regain your former prowess. Dougalbo shook his head, clearly unwilling to accept such a method, and replied, please, present me with an alternative approach. However, Gong Yu responded, not yet. Let us first discuss your granddaughter. I believe she is particularly suited for this method. Dougalbo inquired, why is that? Gong Yu sighed. Oh, you old fool, why not engage your mind? Consider this. Your granddaughter is merely a 3-ring soul master. The impact of cleansing her toxins would be minimal, especially since she is still young. The significance of using poison holds little weight for her. Moreover, once her martial soul's toxins are eradicated, they will not be passed on to the next generation. Henceforth, your descendants will no longer suffer from the afflictions of the emerald scale serpent's poison. However, this is contingent upon the continuation of the emerald scale serpent martial soul, which seems unlikely beyond your granddaughter. Chapter 80. The method of poison pills. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Dougalbo fell into contemplation. Yet, upon reflecting on the latter part of Gong Yu's statement, he immediately pressed further. What do you mean by that? Why will the emerald scale serpent martial soul cease to exist after my granddaughter? Old man, Are you truly foolish? Gong Yu replied with a hint of mockery, then continued. Let me first ask you, what is your opinion on the theory of the 10 core competitive strengths of the great master Yu's martial soul? Douluo, displaying disinterest, responded. What of it? It is nothing but the theory of a clown. It is clear that he is merely a jester. Gong Yu raised his thumb in agreement with Douluo's words, expressing a profound resonance. However, he remarked, that fellow is indeed a master of folly. Yet, one must concede that he has accurately replicated certain truths, such as the notion that the martial spirit is inherited from the stronger and more exceptional parent. This notion, I must admit, finds my concurrence. Douluo replied nonchalantly, yet, this is not his original theory. Gong Yu remarked, let us not dwell on the validity of his theory. Since you concede, let us discuss your granddaughter's circumstances. Your granddaughter, Dou San, has become involved with Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If they were to have children in the future, which lineage do you think the child would inherit in terms of martial spirit? Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a question that hardly required asking. Although that theory may not be entirely accurate, he had to concede that if his granddaughter, Dou San, were to unite with Yu Tianheng, the likelihood of their offspring awakening the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit would undoubtedly surpass that of inheriting the Green Scale Serpent martial spirit. After all, the quality of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is superior to that of the Green Scale Serpent. For the Green Scale Serpent martial spirit to be passed down, Dou San would have to bear many children to increase the odds. Or perhaps one day she might betray Yu Tianheng and seek out a partner with a lesser martial spirit for procreation. Only then might a child awaken the Green Scale Serpent martial spirit. Douluo's gaze turned fierce as he grimly declared, no, Yin must not be with Yu Tianheng. I shall intervene and separate them, and if necessary, I will poison Yu Tianheng to render him incapable. Upon hearing this, Gong Yu silently cursed. Acknowledging the ruthless nature of Douluo, who so readily spoke of resorting to poison. Very well, that is your personal matter to handle as you see fit, he said. Now, let us return to the topic of poison control. Douluo quickly regained his focus, realizing that dealing with the poison was of utmost importance. As for Yu Tianheng, if all else failed, he would devise a way to eliminate him discreetly. Noticing Douluo had quieted down, Gong Yu continued, the second fundamental method requires minimal cost. And while addressing the toxins within your body, it can also preserve your poison mastery intact. However, should you wish to know, you must offer something in exchange. Douluo was taken aback once more and then confirmed, there truly exists a method to preserve my poison mastery while resolving the toxins within me? Indeed, Gong Yu nodded. Very well, tell me what you seek in return, Douluo replied earnestly. I shall not refuse anything within my capacity to provide. Gong Yu remarked, this is not of great significance to you, yet I am aware that you have successfully condensed an inner elixir. Therefore, I seek the method by which you achieved this inner elixir. Although Douluo may possess somewhat lacking strength, he embodies numerous commendable qualities, particularly in regard to this technique of condensation. The substance he has produced is not merely a condensed soul core, but rather an inner elixir. Douluo's inner elixir fundamentally differs from the soul core, bearing a closer resemblance to the inner elixir of Taoist tradition. Gong Yu diligently practiced the Song of the Complete Truth, a cultivation technique that, upon reaching a certain level, naturally aligned with the Taoist pursuit of refining the inner alchemical elixir. However, the Song of the Complete Truth did not explicitly delineate the method for achieving this inner elixir. Fortunately, the old man, Douluo, possessed such knowledge. Albeit it seemed he may have inadvertently discovered the method while refining his own soul core to attain the title of Douluo. This technique for condensing the inner elixir was precisely what Gong Yu sought. Douluo, initially anticipating a significant sacrifice for this knowledge, soon realized that the method for condensing the inner elixir was not something of great value in his eyes. Thus, he readily consented, stating, very well. It is merely the method for condensing the inner elixir. I can provide it to you right now. He then retrieved the tome from his soul guide device and handed it to Gong Yu, saying, I have documented my life as cultivation experiences in this book. And you may take it. The method for condensing the inner elixir is also recorded within. Thank you, Gong Yu replied, not one to feign politeness. As he accepted the tome, although Douluo's cultivation insights may not directly benefit him, possessing the book could only be advantageous. And what of the method for toxin control? Douluo inquired. Gong Yu nodded and said, in truth, this method of detoxification is closely related to your inner elixir, which I refer to as the poison elixir technique. You may condense all toxins into your inner elixir, creating a poison elixir. When the need arises, you can simply draw upon the toxins directly from the inner elixir. Is this truly feasible? Dou inquired with a hint of skepticism. Gong Yu smiled and remarked, why not? You could first attempt to infuse a trace of poison into your inner core. That will reveal the truth. After all, the poison is inherently yours. As is the inner core, so there will be no rejection. This reasoning resonated with him, and the elder nodded. Very well, I shall give it a try. He then began to experiment right there, and after his endeavor, he was struck by a moment of clarity. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. I never imagined that the key to cultivating my lineage's azure scale serpent martial soul lies within the inner core. Upon hearing this, Gong Yu continued, in truth, your approach to cultivation has been fundamentally flawed. You have separated the poison from the soul power in your practice, which is utterly inadvisable. Your martial soul inherently possesses poison. Yet you have confined the toxin within your body while concentrating the soul power in the inner core. This will only cause you to expend double the effort on both poison and soul power. Therefore, it is imperative to fuse the poison with the soul power in your cultivation, ultimately transforming it into toxic soul power and directly condensing it into a toxic core. Gong Yu's words once again captivated Dou's attention. Had someone offered him such counsel back in the day, he might have successfully condensed his poison elixir long ago, thus avoiding the current state of his poisoned body. However, he now faced a pressing dilemma and turned to Gong Yu once more, inquiring, but what of my granddaughter? If one does not reach the rank of title Douluo, the concentration of soul power within one's body is simply insufficient to form an inner elixir. Must she too wait until she becomes a title Douluo to condense her poison elixir? Gong Yu offered a faint smile and remarked, while your granddaughter is not a title Douluo, I have provided you with a solution. You may either employ the fundamental method I suggested or combine it with the current approach. The combination of both symptomatic and fundamental treatments is indeed remarkable. As Doubo clapped his palms together, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Gong Yu continued, you must also integrate both methods, for the toxins have permeated your very bones and can only be expelled gradually. To prevent a violent reaction within your body, it would be prudent to first channel some of the toxins into your soul bone, thereby alleviating part of the burden, and then proceed to merge with the inner elixir. Chapter 81. Na or departs. The old man understood. The toxins within him were overwhelmingly potent, and recklessly transferring too much posed a genuine risk of upheaval. Should the toxins erupt, it would herald his demise, thus he would never jest with his life, Doubo said with a wry smile. Gong Yu nodded and said, it is good that you understand. Moreover, your poison can no longer be entirely eradicated, as it has seeped deep into your very bones. To extract it would necessitate enduring the excruciating agony of marrow extraction. Under such circumstances, it is questionable whether you can still concentrate on controlling the poison. If you lose control for even a moment and the toxins surge, it would spell your doom. Doubo nodded in agreement and replied, indeed. This body of mine is laden with toxins. Achieving complete mastery over them is not a task that can be accomplished in a single day. Therefore, we must proceed with caution. However, now that I am aware of the methods to regulate the poison, taking our time is of little consequence. As long as we can alleviate the suffering during relapses, I shall find contentment. Gong Yu smiled softly and remarked, have you not noticed the changes within yourself? What changes could I possibly have? Doubo replied, his expression filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend Gong Yu's words. Last night, when the poison took hold, were you not treated by my esteemed sister? The term sister undoubtedly referred to Bai Ji, and Gong Yu feigned curiosity, though he was already aware of the situation from Bai Ji's earlier telepathic communication. Doubo turned his gaze towards Bai Ji, his eyes brimming with reverence, and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, last night I was treated by that illustrious lady. I have never encountered a healing soul master of such formidable prowess. Should she make her presence known to the world, the title of the foremost support would surely belong to her, eclipsing even that of the 7 treasures glazed Tao Pagoda. Gong Yu merely chuckled lightly and remarked, what significance does the 7 treasures glazed tower hold? It is merely a collection of refuse that can never surpass level 79. My sister, on the other hand, is a pinnacle level 99 healing spirit master, incomparable to such a trifling entity as the 7 treasures glazed tower. Given Biki's years of cultivation, if translated into the realm of human spirit masters, she ought to reach level 99. Even if she falls short, she would at least stand at the zenith of level 98. Thus, Gong Yu felt no hesitation in indulging in fanciful claims before Doubo Extreme. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Doubo's eyes widened for the 3rd time that day, as he silently constructed a narrative around Gong Yu's background in his mind. He even entertained the notion of matchmaking his granddaughter with Gong Yu. However, a glance at the nearby group of girls made him shake his head. Although Du Guyan's beauty would not place her at the bottom among the girls, she certainly did not rank among the foremost. Furthermore, in terms of aptitude, Du Guyan lagged considerably behind the other girls present, rendering any hopes of pairing her with Gong Yu virtually impossible. Gong Yu was uncertain about what Diggybo was contemplating. Yet at that moment, he spoke again. "You have been treated by my sister, thus there should be no risk of toxic onset within the next month. This is indicative of the changes in your body." The notion of no onset for a month startled Diggybo once more, who mused to himself that a level 99 healing soul master was indeed formidable. Indeed, Gong Yu nodded, recalling the communication he had received from Baiji, which detailed all the circumstances. He continued, "With this month at your disposal, you can take the opportunity to transfer a portion of the toxins into your soul bone, thereby alleviating some of the burden. As for the toxins that must be transferred to the inner core, that requires a more gradual approach. For the transfer is not merely a relocation, it must subsequently integrate with your soul power. Therefore, haste is ill-advised. Had you initially practiced your soul power and toxins separately, this predicament would not be so convoluted." Diggybo sighed. "Given the situation, what recourse do I have? I can only proceed slowly. However, having learned my lesson, I shall ensure that Yin Yin does not continue down this misguided path. Upon my return, I will adjust her training regimen." Observing that Diggybo's matter was nearly resolved and that the remaining issues relied on Diggybo himself, Gong Yu stated, "Now that I have shared with you the method to control the toxins, our agreement is fulfilled. I trust you will not renege on it. Guard the medicinal garden for 10 years. Should you dare to break your word, do not blame me for being merciless." Diggybo replied, "Rest assured. While I may not be a virtuous man, I have always upheld my promises. Unless I am dead, I shall certainly fulfill what I have pledged." Gong Yu remarked, "All right. You may leave now. We shall continue our training here for the next 2 months, so do return in 2 months' time." Diggybo rose from his seat, offered a subtle nod to Baiji, and then turned to depart. He dared not cast a glance at Ziji at this moment. He felt a lingering dread towards her. How could a dignified titled Douluo be so effortlessly subdued from behind by Ziji? Such strength must surely be of an extraordinary caliber, perhaps even at the pinnacle of power. Gong Yu was oblivious to the myriad of thoughts that Du Gubo had conjured after his departure. Were he to be aware, he might well laugh until doubled over. Ziji, elusive and enigmatic, thrived in the shadows, her mastery over the most profound elements of darkness enabling her to operate undetected. Yet she had not attained the pinnacle of her potential. Following Du Gubo's exit, Na approached Gong Yu's side. Upon observing her demeanor, Gong Yu immediately discerned that she had something to convey, prompting him to inquire first, "Nar, what troubles you?" Nar replied, "Brother Yu, I must take my leave." "Take your leave?" Gong Yu was taken aback and asked, "Where are you going?" Nar responded, "I must return to the Star Doe Great Forest. I need to go back to slumber." Gong Yu felt somewhat taken aback and inquired once more, "Why must you return to slumber so abruptly?" Nar, with a hint of playful reproach, responded, "Oh, Brother Yu, how naive you are. It is, of course, due to the effects of that herb. I had no idea its potency would be so profound, hence I must merge with it swiftly and then enter a deep sleep to assimilate its healing properties." Gong Yu inquired, "How long will you slumber this time? It won't be for several millennia again, will it?" "No, with Brother Yu by my side in this world. How could I possibly succumb to a slumber lasting eons?" Na replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her eyes glimmering with affection. "Shortly, a year at most. And at longest, 2, I shall fully assimilate the medicinal powers. Once I have completely absorbed them, my wounds will recover by at least 30%. So it is merely a matter of 1 or 2 years." Gong Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart finding solace. If Nar truly intended to sleep for a millennium, he could not endure such a protracted wait. With a smile, he said, "Then go in peace. I shall await your return." Nar nodded and added, "I shall leave Baiji behind. Ziji will escort me home, and then return to watch over you, brother." Gong Yu remarked, "Very well, there is no cause for concern. You may proceed with confidence, for I should be free from danger for the time being. My most formidable adversary, Tang Hao, is likely preoccupied with safeguarding his son and will not appear in Tiando City. Even if he were to arrive, he would only seek to evade us, thus I deem myself safe." Soon after, Nara took a moment to brief Biji before departing with Ziji. Turning back, Gong Yu joined the group of girls, who inquired about Nara's whereabouts. Gong Yu casually fabricated an excuse to deflect their curiosity. In the days that followed, The group immersed themselves in a regimen of cultivation. Chapter 82. Attracting soul beasts among the girls. Only Gong Shui and Gong Yu remained below level 40. But they were not far from reaching that milestone. Gong Yu has now reached level 39. Since her previous sacrifice to the Emerald Swan, her aptitude has surpassed that of Gong Shui, resulting in a significantly accelerated cultivation pace. Consequently, she has overtaken Gong Shui in terms of soul power level as well. After consuming the 8-petal immortal orchid, her level increased by 5, propelling her directly to level 39. Although Gong Shui also ascended 5 soul power levels due to the consumption of the Rooster Crown Phoenix Sunflower, she was already 1 level below Gong Yu, leaving her soul power at merely level 38. However, Gong Shui's level 38 soul power is nearing its full capacity, and it is anticipated that she will soon achieve another upgrade. Indeed, after 7 days of cultivation around the Eye of Ice and Fire, Gong Shui broke through to level 39. Everyone eagerly awaited the moment when both Gong Yu and Gong Shui would reach level 40, so they could collectively obtain their soul rings. Cultivating near the Eye of Ice and Fire would ordinarily be unsuitable for others, particularly for soul masters without plant-type martial souls. Yet, the group led by Gong Yu is an exception. Firstly, they have all consumed the surrounding immortal herbs. Secondly, many among them possess plant martial souls, such as bamboo, cabbage, blue-silver grass, chrysanthemum, and rose. Among the remaining 3, although not plant martial souls, one wields the tin-color purple crystal lamp, which possesses the ultimate attributes of light and fire, while another harbors the nebula martial soul, embodying the essence of extreme cold. These 2 can cultivate effectively around the Yang Spring and the cold spring of the Eye of Ice and Fire. The last is Gong Shui's beast martial soul, which has also evolved into a top-tier martial soul. After consuming the blaze gel, any impurities within her flames have been eradicated, allowing her fire to reach an ultimate level, thus enabling her to cultivate near the Yang Spring without issue. Moreover, as the entire group can adapt to the Eye of Ice and Fire, their cultivation in the vicinity proves beneficial, particularly for those with plant martial souls, as the eye provides a subtle acceleration effect on their training. In the days that followed, the group dedicated themselves to cultivation. Gong Yu, having reached the bottleneck of level 50 soul power, found his level significantly higher than the others and thus focused on training the dragon elephant prajna rather than furthering his soul power. While the ladies diligently cultivated their soul power, he traversed in and out of the Eye of Ice and Fire, harnessing its energy to enhance his dragon elephant prajna. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. One day, while cultivating in the Eye of Ice and Fire, Gong Yu suddenly sensed a barrier within him shatter. Subsequently, a powerful aura surged forth, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. Haha, I have finally broken through to the 6th layer of dragon elephant prajna. Feeling the newfound strength of his body, Gong Yu unfurled his wings and soared out of the Eye of Ice and Fire. He joined the ladies, who had been waiting for him. They had previously agreed that today would be the day to hunt soul beasts and procure their soul rings. Gong Yu had reached level 40 half a month ago, and Gong Shui had just achieved the same 3 days prior. However, Gong Yu felt the urge to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough just before their departure, which delayed them for half a day. All right, now we can set off, Gong Yu remarked, glancing at the ladies. But we need not venture far. We can attract the soul beast right within the poison formation. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged peculiar looks, including Bai Ji and Du Gubo. 2 months had passed, and Du Gubo had indeed arrived as promised. However, his hair had turned black, and even the green in his eyes had faded, indicating that his poison control had yielded some effect. Moreover, his soul power had risen by 1 level after the detoxification. Among the group, only Gong Shi understood Gong Yu's intention. What the young master means by attracting soul beasts refers to me. However, I need not personally attract them. My martial soul will suffice. At this moment, the usually lively Gong Shui expressed her curiosity. Your martial soul can attract soul beasts? Why have you never mentioned this before? Gong Sierra remarked, in the past, it was certainly impossible. However, ever since my pink rose merged with the ethereal fragrance of the exquisite celestial product, my martial soul has inherently possessed the enchanting aroma of that divine blossom. It is precisely this exquisite fragrance that most soul beasts find irresistible, drawing them in with an unrelenting allure. Gong Shuexian understood the situation and remarked, so that's how it is. From now on, hunting soul beasts will be much more convenient. Upon hearing her words, everyone realized that her numerous inquiries stemmed from her desire for ease and convenience in the future. Before long, they arrived at the vicinity of the poison formation. At that moment, Gong Sierra summoned her own martial spirit, which emanated a delicate fragrance. The purple mist released by her spirit swiftly dispelled the surrounding toxins. Witnessing this, Douluo was utterly astonished and immediately exclaimed, "Stop! Your fragrance can eliminate the poison. If this continues, the entire poison formation will be destroyed. We need to preserve this formation to protect the medicinal garden. It must not be ruined." Upon hearing this, Gong Yu's face immediately betrayed a hint of embarrassment. She nodded slightly, and with a flicker of thought, she commanded the pink rose to cease its fragrant emanation. Turning her gaze towards Gong Yu, she inquired, "Young master, what shall we do now?" Gong Yu approached Gong Yu and retorted, "Can the energy-type rose you created using your first soul skill emit such a fragrance?" Gong Yu nodded in agreement. Gong Yu, fully aware of the situation, spoke, "Very well, create an energy rose and place it outside the poison formation. It need not explode. Merely releasing its fragrance gradually will suffice. This way, your soul power used to maintain the soul skill will not deplete too swiftly." "I understand, my lord," Gong Yu replied, nodding her head as her first soul ring illuminated. She promptly unleashed her first soul skill. In no time, a pink energy rose was materialized, which she deftly maneuvered with her thoughts, casting it beyond the poison formation, where it began to release its subtle scent, as a gentle breeze wafted by. The purple fragrance was carried far away, soon attracting several small soul beasts. The first to respond was a king of the earth, approximately 500 years old. However, it was evident that the others deemed it unsuitable. A soul beast of such a low age was only fit for becoming the third soul ring of the ladies. Yet they had all already acquired theirs. To prevent the king of the earth from becoming a nuisance, Gong Yu instructed Douluo to send it flying. Whether it survived the fall remained uncertain. Over the past 2 months, Gong Yu had gathered numerous potent herbs for the ladies to consume, assisting in their cultivation of the dragon-elephant prajna. Consequently, even the laziest, Gong Shui, had attained the 4th level of perfection in her training, and absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring posed no challenge. Thus, the soul beast they sought to hunt this time was no longer confined to those of merely 1,000 years. Moments after Douluo had sent the king of the earth soaring, another soul beast was drawn in. It was a faced demon spider, aged between 5 and 6,000 years, still unsuitable for a soul ring. Nevertheless, Gong Yu addressed Douluo, "Old poison master, please capture this faced demon spider for me. But remember to remove its legs and fangs." With a slight nod, Douluo soared out of the poison formation and descended. Upon landing, he unleashed a formidable aura, which caused the faced demon spider to be thrown onto its back. Douluo leaped again, executing no unnecessary movements. His right hand transformed into a blade, swiftly slashing out 2 soul power blades that severed all 8 legs of the spider in an instant. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he sent several waves of soul power against the spider's fangs, and in the blink of an eye, the creature's teeth were completely knocked out. Douluo then, for 2 months ago, due to her entry into the Eye of Ice and Fire, Gong Lan's 8 spider lances underwent a remarkable evolution, transforming into a strikingly vibrant hue, adorned with a radiant halo of red and white. Gong Yu recalled that the novel had depicted a scene where Tang San devoured a man-faced demon spider at this very location, coincidentally similar in age to the present one. After Tang San consumed the man-faced demon spider, his 8 spider lances underwent a remarkable evolution. Creatures such as the man-faced demon spider are largely despised in the realm of soul beasts, resulting in a near extinction. Thus, they are seldom encountered. Although Ling Yun could not be entirely certain that the current man-faced demon spider was the very one devoured by Tang San, the likelihood was exceedingly high. Therefore, allowing Gong Lan to utilize the 8 spider lances to consume it posed no significant risk. Even if it were not the same, there would be no considerable loss. Upon hearing Gong Yu's instructions, Gong Lan immediately nodded and stepped forward. The 8 spider spears gradually extended from the opening in her back, allowing her to traverse the ground as though they were her legs. At that moment, Gong Lan resembled a humanoid spider. Those with limited experience might truly mistake her for a transformed spider soul beast. Douluo observed quietly from the side, feeling an immense shock within. With his extensive knowledge, he recognized that the 8 spider-like appendages on Gong Lan's back were, in fact, external soul bones. However, he was baffled by the fact that such a precious item was bestowed upon a mere girl, while Gong Yu appeared utterly indifferent, as if the external soul bone held no value in his eyes. Little did Douluo know that Gong Yu already possessed an external soul bone. Where, then, would he accommodate the 8 spider spears? Gong Lan descended beside the faceless demon spider, and with the 8 spider lances, she pierced its body, beginning to absorb its essence. Beneath her, the faceless demon spider quivered continuously, powerful energy coursing through the 8 spider lances into her being. At that moment, Gong Yu communicated telepathically, "Lana, remember? The energy you consume must follow the path of your technique. Circulate it for one complete cycle before returning it to the 8 spider lances. Otherwise, the ferocity of the faceless demon spider will affect you." Hearing this, Gong Lan, who had been lost in the ecstasy of absorption, snapped back to awareness. Indeed, she had felt the influence, as she was consumed by the desire to devour energy. Now, with her senses restored, she exhaled, then followed Gong Yu's guidance. To her astonishment, the energy, once filled with violent energy, transformed into tranquility after circulating through her body for a complete cycle, as if the malevolence had vanished. It was then returned to the 8 spider lances, coalescing along her spine. The bones of her spine and the 8 ribs to which the 8 spider lances were attached suddenly radiated an intense heat, akin to an abyss absorbing the energy. This was the first time Gong Lan utilized the absorption skill of the 8 spider lances, and the target was a faceless demon spider. Typically, the absorption skill of the 8 spider lances could only temporarily channel the consumed energy into her body, dissipating after a short time. However, since both the 8 spider lances and the target were faceless demon spiders, the lances reacted autonomously, undergoing a transformation or perhaps even a form of evolution. The energy drawn from the faceless demon spider was absorbed and converted by her external spirit bone, morphing into the energy required for its evolution. The evolution of the external spirit bone is contingent upon serendipity. If Gong Lan had not reached level 40, no matter how much energy her 8 spider lances absorbed, evolution would not occur. The uniqueness of the external spirit bone lies in its progression alongside the soul master, not merely in ascending minor ranks, but in advancing to a higher realm. Only after a soul master ascends to a new major realm, and with sufficient energy, can the external spirit bone evolve again. The conditions for evolution are akin to those required for obtaining a soul ring. The soul master must elevate their strength to the next level. Thus, under the premise that Gong Lan had surpassed level 40 and her 8 spider lances had absorbed the most suitable energy, there was no hesitation. At that moment, the originally 3-meter-long 8 spider lances gradually extended to 4 meters, sprouting a neat row of barbed spikes, identical to those of the faceless demon spider beneath her. However, Gong Lan's 8 spider lances now exhibited a pale hue of devastation, with red and white auras adding a layer of dazzling patterns. Lana, remember, if the soul ring of the faceless demon spider appears, do not absorb it. Its age is too low and unsuitable for you. While Gong Lan's endeavors progressed smoothly and no danger loomed, Gong Yu turned his attention back to the outside of the poison array. At that moment, an ant-like soul beast emerged from beneath the ground, not from an open environment. Is that a 1,000-gene ant? Gong Yu widened his eyes, examining it carefully. It was his first encounter with the soul beast, having only seen related images in the soul beast compendium. Nevertheless, the compendium offered little information about the 1,000-gene ant, providing only brief introductions. According to the compendium, a 10-year-old 1,000-gene ant measures about 3 inches, possessing a pair of saber-like mandibles capable of severing hard substances. A 100-year-old 1,000-gene ant does not exceed 6 inches in length, and it is only at the 1,000-year mark that it might reach a foot long. A 1,000-year 1,000-gene ant is already quite rare, as they lack formidable survival strategies and often face internal conflicts within their species. While the compendium does not cover 10,000-year soul beasts, there are speculations in the writings of Yu Shaojiang regarding 1,000-gene ants reaching that level. If a 1,000-gene ant could attain 10,000 years, its length might extend to about 2 feet, with 3,000-year ones potentially exceeding 1 meter. The 1,000-gene ant before them was evidently mutated, measuring slightly over 2 feet, adorned with a pair of transparent wings, and its saber-like mandibles were particularly prominent, all covered in golden armor. Additionally, it possessed 2 robust front limbs resembling scorpion pincers, albeit not identical, but rather akin to 3 pointed spikes fused together, waving on either side, shimmering with golden light and a layer of pale green. At this moment, Bai Ji spoke softly. This should be classified as a 1,000-gene ant king. Its age is approximately 12,000 years. However, since ants are social creatures, it is curious why this particular 1,000-gene ant king is alone here. She then turned to Gong Xiao, saying, I believe this soul beast would be quite suitable for you. Why is it suitable for me, and why add quite? Gong Xiao retorted. As far as I know, 1,000-gene ants lack any special abilities. What soul skills could they offer me? Her disdain for the 1,000-gene ant was evident. However, Gong Yu explained, the 1,000-gene ant possesses remarkable vitality, exceptional defensive capabilities, and immense strength, far exceeding its size. Since you excel in strength, the 1,000 gene ant would greatly enhance your power. Is that so? Gong Xiao pondered. Then I shall absorb its soul ring. I prefer to strike decisively. A single blow to subdue 10 opponents is far more efficient. Upon hearing Gong Xiao's words, Douluo smirked, thinking the girl exuded a rather intense aura of aggression. Nevertheless, he refrained from commenting and stepped out of the poison array, swiftly engaging with the 1,000 gene ant. Yet, despite being a titled Douluo, Douluo found himself somewhat outmatched against the 10,000-year 1,000 gene ant king. While its strength was not extraordinary, its defenses were formidable, and it withstood attacks well. Douluo, who specialized in poison, was somewhat weaker in raw power, ultimately resorting to using poison to incapacitate the 1,000 gene ant, rendering it unable to resist. He then kicked the 2-foot-long 1,000 gene ant king into the inner part of the poison array. Gong Yu pointed at the already motionless king of the 1,000 ants and said to Gong Xiao, Xiao, proceed. Your third spirit ring has absorbed approximately 5,000 years of soul energy, and with the addition of the celestial herb, your physique has become stronger. Furthermore, your dragon elephant prajna has attained the 4th level of perfection, thus absorbing this 12,000-year-old 1,000 ant will pose no challenge for you. Gong Xiao nodded slightly, then stepped forward to lift the incapacitated ant king, proceeding to a secluded corner to absorb the soul ring in solitude. After Gong Xiao departed with the ant king, Gong Lan finally completed the consumption process. A faint halo began to emanate from the face spider, and if she so desired, she could now absorb the soul ring. However, recalling Gong Yu's earlier instructions to refrain from absorbing such a low-aged soul ring, she chose not to do so. Instead, she retracted the 8 spider lances into her being and swiftly approached Gong Yu. With tender affection shimmering in her eyes, Gong Lan gazed at Gong Yu and spoke softly. Young master, my assimilation is complete. Excellent, Gong Yu replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then raised his hand and gently wiped away a trace of emerald-hued liquid from Gong Lan's cheek, likely the splattered blood of the human-faced demon spider, inadvertently staining her flawless skin after its fatal piercing. The intimate gesture from Gong Yu caused a faint blush to rise on Gong Lan's cheeks, prompting her to lower her gaze. At that moment, 2 soul beasts approached, one a white tiger and the other the death spider king. Bai Ji, observing from the side, cast a disdainful glance at the death spider king outside the poison array. Even she, usually amiable, could not help but exclaim in frustration, another detestable spider. How annoying. Bai Ji harbored an intense aversion to spiders. No sooner had she uttered those words than she flickered with remarkable speed, exiting the poison array. She then lifted her right foot and stomped the ground, unleashing a formidable aura that rendered both the white tiger and the subterranean demon spider unconscious. Douluo stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, his mouth agape. He had intended to exit the poison array to capture the 2 soul beasts, but was taken aback by Bai Ji's preemptive strike. Observing her fierce actions and recalling her earlier remarks, Douluo pondered the depth of her enmity towards spiders. Bai Ji delivered a swift kick to both the white tiger and the death spider king, sending them into the poison array, each landing approximately 15 meters apart. Once inside the poison array, Bai Ji addressed Gong Lan. The death spider king is 2,000 years old. Consider whether you wish to absorb its soul ring. The others are not suitable. As for the white tiger, approximately 13,000 years in age, you may distribute that as you see fit. However, before she could finish her sentence, another soul beast appeared, a ghost tiger, also around 2,000 years old. Bai Ji remarked, another tiger has arrived. It seems distribution is unnecessary this time. This time, Bai Ji refrained from intervening. She cast a glance at Douluo, who sighed and stepped out of the poison array. Moments later, Douluo returned, having nearly poisoned the ghost tiger to death. Gong Yu glanced at the 3 soul beasts and then turned his gaze towards Gong Lan, Gong Yu, and Gong Miao Miao. He first addressed Gong Lan, saying, Laner, I believe you are capable of absorbing that death spider king. The death magic spider, upon reaching the age of 10,000 years, is referred to as the death spider king, and upon reaching 100,000 years, it is known as the death spider emperor. The martial soul of the death spider emperor is also one of the martial souls possessed by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bi Dong. With the young master's assurance, Gong Lan resolved to absorb the soul ring of the death spider king, for she had always held unwavering trust in Gong Yu during their confrontations. Gong Yu chuckled softly and remarked, when I say you are capable, it is based on solid reasoning. You have already cultivated the dragon elephant prajna to the 5th level, and you have tempered your body in the eye of ice and fire. Furthermore, the blue-silver emperor's soul bone enhances your physique. And you also possess an external soul bone to alleviate pressure. Most importantly, your spiritual power has reached 3,000 points, placing you in the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm, surpassing the spiritual prowess of many soul saints. Thus, absorbing that 2,000-year soul ring is merely a trivial matter. I understand, my lord. Gong Lan nodded and said, I shall take my leave. Very well, go ahead, Gong Yu replied. Should you experience any discomfort during the absorption process, simply channel the soul pressure to the external soul bone to share the burden. Gong Lan turned to face the deceased Spider King, while Gong Yu directed his gaze towards Gong Yu and Gong Miao Miao, saying, Yuer, Miao Miao, come here. Gong Yu and Gong Miao Miao, upon hearing the sound, swiftly approached Gong Yu. Chapter 85, The Fire Dragon Bear. Gong Yu first turned to Gong Yu and inquired, Yuer, to what level has the seal of your third ring been unlocked? After the Emerald Swan offered a sacrifice to Gong Yu, she was unable to withstand the overwhelming soul power, resulting in a tumultuous surge within her. Ultimately, Bai Ji intervened and imposed several layers of seals upon her. These seals would automatically dissolve as Gong Yu's physical strength increased. With each layer that was unlocked, the lifespan of her soul ring would extend by 10,000 years. And so forth. Gong Yu revealed a faint smile upon her face and remarked, Young master, several days ago, while I was cultivating the 5th layer of the dragon elephant prajna, I successfully unlocked the 2nd seal of my 3rd soul ring. Her physique had undergone a remarkable transformation following the 60,000-year sacrifice of the Emerald Swan, and, coupled with the enhancement of the dragon elephant prajna, she was able to swiftly break free from the 2nd seal. Gong Yu, with a clear understanding, spoke softly, Have you already unraveled the 2nd layer? This implies that you can now withstand the soul pressure emanating from a 20,000-year soul ring, making the absorption of such a soul ring entirely feasible. Thus, the distribution of the 2 soul beasts is as follows. Miao Miao shall absorb the luminous white tiger, while Yuer will take in the ghostly tiger. Miao Miao's martial spirit is particularly suited for the absorption of a luminous attribute soul beast, and she should have no difficulty enduring a 13,000-year soul ring. Gong Yu and Gong Miao Miao nodded incessantly, expressing their agreement with Gong Yu's allocation of the soul beasts. Gong Miao Miao possesses a keen self-awareness. Despite bearing the legacy of the autumn deity, this inheritance currently offers her little assistance and cannot facilitate her forceful transcendence across such vast time spans for soul ring absorption. Thus, she does not harbor expectations of absorbing a 2,000-year soul ring. Satisfied with the demeanor of the two, Gong Yu nodded approvingly and remarked, Very well. Proceed with the absorption of your soul rings. Should you encounter the spiritual impact of the soul beasts during the process, remember to activate the purple extreme demon eye to counteract it. Gong Wei, Very well, my lord. Gong Miao Miao, Indeed, I am aware, my lord. Gong Yu and Gong Miao Miao responded with a brief acknowledgement before turning to pursue the soul beast they intended to absorb. Gong Yu redirected his attention beyond the poison formation, leaving only Gong Sierra, Gong Nyonyo, Gong Chanqian, and Gong Shui, along with himself, without a soul ring. Before long, a few more soul beasts arrived. However, none were suitable for the others. There was, nonetheless, a ghost fox approximately 15,000 years old that would be fitting for Gong Sierra, though its age slightly exceeded the ideal threshold. Gong Yu turned to Gong Shier and inquired, Shis, the lifespan of the demon fox may extend beyond 1,000 or 2. Are you certain you can endure it? If so, we shall choose it. Given the characteristics of this demon fox's abilities, it aligns remarkably well with you, as it is inherently a spirit-type soul beast and excels in creating illusions to confound its adversaries. Gong Xie said, Young master, rest assured. After the enhancement of the ethereal fragrance and exquisite celestial product on my body, I am confident that I can absorb this 15,000-year-old ghost fox. Very well. Then it shall be chosen. Gong Yu lightly nodded and then turned to Douluo Bo, saying, Old poison master, I must trouble you once more. No trouble at all. Merely a trifling matter. Douluo Bo replied, then stepped out of the poison array. Before long, he brought in a ghost fox, nearly incapacitated by poison, into the inner circle of the array. At this moment, Gong Yu addressed Gong Sierra once more, saying, Sierra, have you ignited the energy-type rose outside the poison array? Let the fragrance waft freely. Whether it can attract soul beasts is secondary. First, take a moment to adjust your breath. Once you have regained your state, proceed to absorb the soul ring. Gong Sierra nodded slightly, and then detonated the energy rose crafted with soul techniques. Instantly, the surrounding fragrance became even more intense, and as a gentle breeze passed by, it carried a portion of the aroma away, gradually drifting into the distance. Gong Yu waited for a while. Yet no suitable soul beasts were drawn in. Only a few millennium soul beasts appeared. However, as the surrounding fragrance gradually faded, those soul beasts slowly dispersed. Subsequently, Gong Yu addressed the remaining few, stating, "It seems we cannot attract any soul beasts for the time being. I shall first check on their progress." With that, Gong Yu turned and sought out Gong Zhao's aura, for she was the first to absorb a soul ring. Now, nearly 2 hours had elapsed, and if all went smoothly, she should be nearing completion. Upon finding Gong Xiao, Gong Yu discovered that she had indeed finished her absorption. At this moment, she was meditating to consolidate her realm and adapt to her newly acquired soul ring. He then proceeded to seek out Gong Lan, who was absorbing the 2,000-year Death Spider King soul ring, which would likely take longer. As anticipated, upon arriving beside Gong Lan, Gong Yu found her still engaged in a struggle against the soul pressure emanating from the Death Spider King soul ring. At that moment, the 8 spider spears behind her had been unleashed. These 8 appendages, resembling spider legs, were firmly embedded in the earth, supporting Gong Lan's body like a brace. It was evident that Gong Lan was already diverting the soul pressure, transferring a portion to her external soul bones to bear the burden. Seeing that Gong Lan displayed no signs of distress on her face, Gong Yu understood that the soul ring from 2 millennia posed no threat to her. He then took his leave. He cast a glance at Gong Yu and Gong Miao Miao, who were also methodically engaged in the absorption of their soul rings. Gong Yu's condition appeared not only superior to that of Gong Miao Miao, but also more favorable than that of Gong Lan, who was similarly absorbing a 20,000-year soul ring. This can be readily explained. After all, her 3rd ring had already been unsealed from 2 layers of restriction, so she had previously endured the intensity of a 20,000-year soul ring. Therefore, absorbing another such ring would naturally not impose significant pressure on her. Noticing that Gong Miao Miao was also absorbing her soul ring with ease, Gong Yu returned to the crowd. However, upon his return, he discovered a half-dead fire dragon bear, afflicted by poison, positioned not far from the onlookers. As Gong Yu turned to observe the situation of others, the fire dragon bear was drawn to him. But it was merely a solitary creature, and soon after, the surrounding fragrant aroma dissipated entirely. The fire dragon bear is a sub-dragon class soul beast, possessing the bloodline of a fire dragon, which endows it with the ability to wield flames, classifying it as a power-type fire attribute soul beast. Upon seeing Gong Yu's return, Gong Shui hurried over with excitement, exclaiming, "Big brother, may I absorb that fire dragon bear?" Gong Yu pondered while gently resting her chin on her hand. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded and remarked, "Indeed, based on the faint crimson marking at the center of this flame dragon bear's brow, it appears to be merely a single line, and given its pale red hue, it likely exceeds a mere 10,000 years by a slight margin. I would estimate its age to be around 12 to 13,000 years, so absorbing its essence should pose no difficulty." However, Gong Shui interjected, "Yet, the attack patterns of the flame dragon bear are rather limited, and I am concerned that it may not yield a sufficiently potent soul skill." Gong Shui spoke a truth. The attacks of bears are indeed somewhat limited, primarily consisting of tearing and biting. This is precisely why Gong Shui hesitated, for her martial soul is of the flying type. It would hardly be appropriate for her to engage in combat by emulating a bear's ferocity. However, Gong Yu smiled and remarked, "On the contrary, I believe this flame dragon bear is exceptionally suited for you." Gong Shui inquired, "Why?" In response, Gong Yu elaborated, "Firstly, the flame dragon bear possesses a fire attribute. Secondly, it has claws, and since your martial soul also features claws, I deduce that if you were to absorb the soul ring of the flame dragon bear, the soul skill would manifest through the claws of your martial soul." "Claws?" Gong Shui murmured, lifting her hand to transform it into a claw, even attempting to grasp the air a few times. Observing this, Gong Yu chuckled softly and continued, "Moreover, whenever the flame dragon bear strikes with its claws, it is accompanied by the searing heat of flames. Just imagine, if you were to soar through the air, and your enemies believed you were about to unleash fire, only for you to strike them with a claw from a distance, what an astounding effect that would create." Gong Shui attempted to envision such a scenario, and it seemed quite pleasant, prompting her to nod instinctively. However, as a thought crossed her mind, she added, "But what if the soul technique does not manifest in the claws?" Gong Yu remarked, "What does it matter? If the soul skill does not manifest in the form of claws, then it simply does not. At most, you will merely lack a claw-based soul skill. However, your primary intention in absorbing the flame dragon bear is to amplify your flames, not to acquire some so-called claw soul skill." I understood. The flames are my essence, while the other so-called soul skills are merely auxiliary means. Although Gong Shui is somewhat indolent, she possesses considerable intelligence and grasped the concept instantly. She continued, moreover, that bear possesses great strength and should also enhance my power. The young girl, Gong Shui, has always yearned for the thrill of close combat. Should she obtain a power enhancement and master a claw technique, her aspirations might very well be fulfilled. Upon hearing Gong Shui's words, Gong Yu nodded with satisfaction and replied, then go ahead and absorb the soul ring of that flame dragon bear. Yes, I shall. Gong Shui said with a hint of a smile before turning to approach the formidable beast. Observing Gong Shui as she successfully subdued the flame dragon bear and began the process of absorbing its soul ring, Gong Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. He then settled down into a meditative posture, awaiting the completion of the absorption by the others. At this juncture, only Gong Yu himself, along with Gong Qianqian and Gong Nyonyo, had yet to acquire their soul rings. The soul rings for Gong Qianqian and Gong Nyonyo were particularly elusive. Given the uniqueness of their martial spirits, finding a compatible essence would prove to be quite challenging. However, Gong Yu's own soul ring was more readily attainable. In fact, if circumstances permitted, there existed a blue-silver king within the Sunset Forest from which he could directly procure his destined soul ring. Gong Yu believed that with the oppressive power of his Golden Dragon King bloodline, seizing the throne of the blue-silver grass clan would be a trivial endeavor. However, should he acquire the fated spirit ring, Gongland's martial spirit would lose its qualification to evolve into the blue-silver emperor. For there can only be one blue-silver emperor. Never mind, my current Golden Dragon King bloodline surpasses that of the blue-silver emperor by countless degrees. I might as well leave the title to Lanner. Gong Yu sighed, for his desire for the fated spirit ring was merely to awaken the blue-silver domain. Nonetheless, he already possessed the domains of ice and fire, both of which were divine-level domains, gradually intensifying in power as Gong Yu ascended in rank. If Gong Yu were to reach divine status, these two domains would evolve accordingly, and it was even possible that by the time he approached semi-divine status, both domains could attain divine level. Time flowed inexorably, and with nothing to occupy themselves, Gong Yu and his companions found themselves in a state of boredom. An hour earlier, however, Dougalbo had brought in the flame dragon bear for Gong Shui and, citing matters of importance, departed. Meanwhile, the Tiando Royal Academy welcomed a group of individuals. Had Gong Yu been present, he would have immediately recognized them as the students and faculty of Shrek Academy. The weary travelers, having journeyed for several days, finally arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy. Notably, though Tang San did not acquire the 8 spider lances, he utilized various tactics during the battle against the Tiando battle team and ultimately led the other 6 from Shrek to victory. Thus, under the auspices of Yu Xiaojiang, the Shrek group staged their bid to join the Tiando Royal Academy. However, they encountered an obstacle in the form of a snowstorm. After enduring a beating, the Shrek students were welcomed into the Tiando Royal Academy. A similar scene unfolded within the academy, where Tang San once again became the subject of evaluation. Ultimately, through adversity, he fortuitously opened one of his meridians. Yet, a familiar tragedy repeated itself as Prince Xuexing arrived with Dougalbo. Under Prince Xuexing's intimidating presence, the Shrek group ultimately departed in disgruntlement. They first traveled to Tiando City before arriving at the All Gods Academy, led by Flander and his troop. At last, Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang reunited. After repeated requests from Lu Erlong and feigned refusals from Flander, tensions escalated until Flander finally consented to retain the group, though Lu Erlong was no longer in a position to relinquish the academy. At this juncture, sensing the moment was ripe, Flander spoke. It is certainly agreeable for us to remain, but I have one condition you must absolutely accept. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to depart. After years apart, Lu Erlong, forthright as ever, would not dismiss Flander's condition without hearing it. So she responded, Flander, what is there between us that cannot be discussed? State your condition, and I shall agree to it, provided I am able to fulfill it. Very well, Lu Erlong, Flander replied with a cunning smile. We may join the All Gods Academy, but the candidates for this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition must be selected from my Shrek students, as I happen to have a team of 7 talented individuals. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's expression faltered, for she had promised Gong Yu not to interfere in the competition. Thus, when it came to the selection of participants, she truly had no authority. Observing her hesitation, Flander quickly added, Lu Erlong, it is not that I insist on including my Shrek students, rather, they are genuinely talented. Just take a look. He then turned to the 7 Shrek students, urging them to reveal their martial spirits and announce their respective ranks. One by one, they showcased their martial spirits. evil-eyed white tiger, sausage, blue silvergrass, soft-bone charm rabbit, evil fire herb chicken, seven-treasured glazed tile pagoda, and nether cat. None of them were exceptional. Subsequently, they reported their levels: Daimu Bai at level 38, Oscar at level 31, Tang San at level 32, Xiaowu at level 32, and the remaining 3 at level 29. Lu Erlong nodded discreetly, and Flander, mistaking her demeanor for agreement, was caught off guard when Lu Erlong did not immediately acquiesce. She explained, "Flander, it is not that I am unwilling to accept your students as candidates. I acknowledge their talent, but I truly lack the authority to decide. Currently, I am merely the vice principal, while the principal is a title Douluo, and I hold no sway in this matter. However, I believe the principal is a reasonable person. And if you genuinely wish to secure a spot in the competition, you must demonstrate your abilities against the candidates selected by the principal. If you can indeed prevail over the team chosen by the principal, I believe you will have a fair chance." Upon hearing this, Flanders stroked his chin in contemplation, glancing at Yu Xiaojiang, who nodded confidently in response. Thus, Flander conceded, "Very well, we shall remain for now and compete against the principal's candidates. If we succeed, then obtaining a spot in the competition will be entirely justified, and I doubt anyone will raise objections." Gong Yu was unaware that the individuals from Shilai Ku had already enrolled in the Academy of the Gods. At this moment, he was patiently waiting for the women to absorb their spirit rings, while racking his brain over the type of spirit beast he should hunt for his 5th spirit ring. Additionally, he had to consider the spirit rings needed by Gong Qianqian and Gong Yu as well. As he pondered, Gong Yu quietly resolved, "So far, my first 4 spirit rings have been derived from spirit beasts embodying the elements of thunder, ice, fire, and darkness. I might as well continue gathering elemental attributes, as I am not lacking in offensive techniques." With a plan forming in his mind, the search for spirit beasts became considerably easier. If he were to continue with elemental alignment, Gong Yu would prioritize seeking spirit beasts of the light or wind attributes, as these were the most readily available at present. As for Gong Qianqian and Gong Yu, if necessary, they might have to venture into the starred Dou Great Forest to find their spirit beasts. In fact, if Gong Qianqian's required spirit beast remained elusive, they would need to travel to the frozen forests of the extreme north. With these thoughts in mind, Gong Yu turned to Gong Qianqian and inquired, "Qianqian, is your nebula martial soul truly solely of the cold attribute, or does it possess other attributes as well?" Gong Qianqian's complexion flushed slightly as she remarked, "It is merely of the ice attribute, and an extreme form of it at that. Even the utmost ice pales in comparison before me. Ice, after all, is merely water, which only solidifies into ice upon encountering frigid conditions." She was acutely aware that Gong Yu's inquiry was intended to challenge her regarding the selection of a suitable soul beast. However, she found herself at an impasse due to the nature of her martial spirit. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she added, "Young master, if it proves difficult to find a suitable soul beast, one might consider those of the wind or psychic attributes. I could seamlessly absorb the spirit rings from either wind or psychic attributes." Gong Yu mused while stroking his chin, murmuring, "The amalgamation of cold and wind could indeed generate a chilling tempest or even a frigid current. It is certainly an intriguing option. As for the psychic attribute, mastering a cold essence more formidable than the utmost ice would undeniably necessitate formidable mental fortitude." At that moment, Gong Yu interjected, "Young master, my martial spirit also permits the selection of wind or psychic attribute soul beasts, and additionally, I possess the light attribute." Gong Yu nodded and said, "Indeed, Nyonyo, the soul beasts you seek are relatively easy to find, particularly those of the fire element, which are abundant. However, your mention of wind presents an intriguing pairing, as wind indeed bolsters the flames. Yet, I aspire for you to elevate beyond mere elemental singularity to a higher echelon. But what higher realm can we possibly attain when we have already mastered our elements to their utmost?" Gong Qianqian inquired. Her confusion mirrored in the expression of Gong Yu beside her. Observing their bewilderment, Gong Yu elucidated, "When a particular element reaches its pinnacle, advancing to the next level transcends into a domain. With the continuous ascension of that domain, once it achieves its zenith, the next step is the law." At that moment, Gong Yu's eyes lit up with realization. "Now I understand. No wonder after absorbing the flame gel bestowed by the young master, I acquired a fire domain. It seems that my flames evolved into a domain after reaching their utmost potential." Hearing this, both Gong Yu and Gong Qianqian gazed at Gong Yu in astonishment. Your flames have truly evolved into a domain? Gong Yu queried. Indeed. I initially intended to reveal it during our next encounter to surprise everyone, but I accidentally let it slip. Gong Yu replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Rising to her feet, she concentrated her thoughts, and immediately, a vibrant crimson domain infused with the essence of fire enveloped an area of approximately 5 meters around her. Gong Yu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, indeed, while it may be somewhat weaker than my domain of fire, it will undoubtedly strengthen in due course, given that your flames have already manifested a domain. If the light attribute can also reach its pinnacle, it might very well evolve into a domain of its own. Upon hearing this, Gong Yu inquired, should I continue to absorb the soul rings of fire attribute soul beasts, or should I focus on those of the light attribute? Gong Yu remarked, there is no issue. You inherently possess 2 extreme attributes. However, if compelled to choose one, I would naturally advise you to pursue the path of flames, as you have already taken a step in that direction. Yet, should you encounter a soul beast that aligns perfectly with your luminous attribute, we can certainly consider that option as well. I understand, my lord, Gong Yu replied. Then I shall continue to advance towards the realm of flames, striving to further deepen my mastery of this element. Gong Yu nodded in agreement and then turned to Gong Chanxian, saying, Chanxian, since Nyonyo has made progress by absorbing the fiery resin, why don't you try taking the cold crystal of the star anise ice grass to see if you can advance your domain further as well? With that, Gong Yu retrieved 2 cold crystals from the soul guiding device and handed them to Gong Chanxian. All right, my lord, Gong Chanxian replied, nodding as she accepted the cold crystals. She then sat cross-legged to the side, quickly placing the 2 crystals into her mouth and swallowing them with a swift motion, before beginning to circulate her cultivation method. Before long, Gong Chanxian entered a state of deep meditation, a clear indication of her fruitful endeavor. A faint smile appeared on Gong Yu's face, and as he turned to look, he noticed Gong Xiao approaching, her face adorned with a joyful expression, signifying her substantial gains. As Gong Xiao reached Gong Yu's side and prepared to share her findings, Gong Yu gently placed a finger on her lips, stopping her. Not yet. Wait for your sisters to gather, otherwise you'll have to recount it all over again. Oh, Gong Xiao pouted, for she merely wished to share her discoveries with Gong Yu privately. She did not mind recounting them later to her sisters, but alas, Gong Yu did not grasp her intentions. Time swiftly passed, and after another 3 hours, Douluo returned, mentioning the arrival of the Shirlai-Ke group in Tiando City, which surprised Gong Yu slightly, though he expected it eventually. Shortly thereafter, Gong Lan returned after absorbing her soul ring. Soon after, Gong Yu and Gong Miao also completed their absorption and rejoined the group, leaving only Gong Sierra and Gong Shui remaining. An hour passed, and as dusk settled in, Gong Lan proceeded to roast the corpse of the white tiger. The ghost tiger, tainted by Douluo's poison, was inedible, just like the flame dragon bear. Considering Gong Yu's substantial appetite, Gong Lan requested Douluo to procure another bear, which was soon placed over the fire to roast. An hour later, both soul beasts were perfectly cooked, and just as everyone was preparing to feast, Gong Sierra completed her absorption of the soul ring. As the group began to eat, about half an hour later, Gong Shui finally finished absorbing her soul ring and joined the others in their meal. At that moment, only Gong Chanxian remained seated a short distance away, deep in meditation, unable to partake in the festivities. While enjoying their meal, Gong Yu remarked, now that everyone is eating, let us share our respective gains while we dine. I'll go first. I'll go first. Gong Shui exclaimed, her usual exuberance intact. Just settling down. She grabbed a piece of tiger leg meat and began to gnaw on it, her mouth full yet remarkably clear in her speech, which left Gong Yu in awe. The other women were used to it and chose not to compete with Gong Shui, allowing her to take the lead and show off her excitement. Gong Yu smiled and said, all right, you go first. After all, it's always you who goes first. With a playful giggle, she continued, I'm now at level 41, and this time I shall surprise everyone. As she spoke, Gong Shui handed over the tiger leg meat she was holding. Noticing the grease on her hands, she wiped them directly on her clothes and then stepped outside, observing her younger sister's antics. Gong Lan couldn't help but cover her forehead, feeling a pang of embarrassment. At her age, to have grease on her hands and wipe it on her clothes, one would think that as a fire attribute user, a simple flame could cleanse it away. Everyone, take note. The phoenix spirit is about to manifest. As her words fell, Gong Shui activated her martial soul. For soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, began to pulse around her. Then, her 4th soul ring glowed, and she called out, Fourth soul skill, Flame Phoenix Claw. Her right hand curled into a claw shape, and the phantom of the phoenix's talon enveloped her hand, transforming it into something resembling a genuine claw. Without hesitation, she thrust her hand toward a large stone several meters away, unleashing a claw strike. A phantom claw shot forth from her hand, striking the stone with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered into fragments. After showcasing her skill, Gong Shui turned back with a triumphant smile, declaring, impressive, isn't it? I can now engage in close combat as well. My fourth soul skill is effective for both ranged and close attacks. At that moment, Gong Miao Miao, who often opposed Gong Shui, rolled her eyes and, with a tone of disdain, remarked, "Is that all? Don't tell me your 10,000-year soul skill has such meager power. And you still have the audacity to show off?" Gong Shui retorted, slightly irritated, "What do you mean? This is merely a demonstration. I only use 10% of my soul power." Frustrated by Gong Miao Miao's belittling, she added, "If I unleash my claw technique at full strength, its power will far exceed this, and it also possesses the searing intensity of ultimate fire." Gong Miao Miao stuck out her tongue at Gong Shui and made a face. And soon the two of them began to bicker amongst themselves. Gong Yu, dismissing these two individuals, spoke up, "Who will be next?" At that moment, Gong Xia set aside her food and replied, "Allow me to take my turn. However, I shall forego the demonstration and merely describe it. I am currently at level 42, and my fourth soul skill allows me to conjure an illusion. Those ensnared within my illusion will encounter a replica that bears an uncanny resemblance to the original person. This replica is under my command. Whoever I instruct it to attack, it shall do so, and it can even infiltrate the ranks of the enemy." Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but murmur in astonishment, as this soul skill appeared to possess extraordinary capabilities. If a replica were to be planted within the enemy's formation, it could incite chaos among their ranks. While everyone was impressed, Gong Yu inquired, "Does your soul skill possess any weaknesses?" Gong Sierra nodded and remarked, "Indeed. The replica can only be created within the confines of my illusion, and it cannot venture beyond this realm. Moreover, the creation of the replica consumes my soul energy, approximately 1% of it." Upon hearing Gong Sierra's words, the crowd sighed in unison, realizing that the replica had its limitations, rendering it less formidable than they had initially perceived. Gong Yu inquired further, "What is the extent of your current illusion? Additionally, how many replicas are you capable of producing?" Gong Sierra remarked, "My illusion can encompass a foundational diameter of 15 meters. However, with each advancement in my level, the diameter expands by an additional meter. Currently, it stands at 17 meters, as I have ascended 2 levels. As for the replicas, I am presently capable of creating 4, and with each added ring, an additional replica will be generated." Gong Yu nodded and remarked, "Quite impressive. The illusion, with a diameter of 15 meters, has already enveloped a substantial portion of the arena, proving to be invaluable in the Soul Master Elite competition. Furthermore, its range can expand in tandem with your level, and the number of replicas will similarly increase." Upon finishing, a sly smile crept across Gong Yu's lips as he contemplated the delightful prospects that awaited in the future, particularly for the enigmatic Tang San. Upon witnessing the smile that graced Gong Yu's face, Gong Lan immediately surmised that he was likely contemplating some mischief. She then lifted her gaze to Gong Xia, noticing that she seemed to harbor something further to express, yet hesitated. Thus, Gong Yu interjected, inquiring, "Is there something on your mind? Do not hesitate. Please, do share." Gong Xia nodded and remarked, "Another weakness is that those with stronger mental prowess than mine can discern the authenticity of the real person from the replica." Gong Yusen understood the situation and spoke again. "This scenario is quite normal. However, I believe it is a fortuitous circumstance. The ability of someone with stronger mental prowess to discern the replica enhances the significance of your illusion." Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, everyone appeared even more bewildered. What sort of reasoning was this? Was it truly advantageous to have flaws? "What do you mean?" Gong Xia inquired. Meanwhile, Gong Lan seemed to possess an intuitive understanding and had already grasped Gong Yu's intent. She then articulated, "What the young master implies is that your illusion is designed to confuse the enemy. If someone can identify the replica, it will instill greater fear and uncertainty among the adversaries. Once their minds are in disarray, they will be preoccupied with the possibility of those around them turning treacherous, thus diverting their focus from engaging the actual foe. Conversely, if your replica bears no discernible flaws, it may only allow you to eliminate a few enemies, ultimately diminishing its effectiveness." After listening to Gong Lan's explanation, Gong Yu nodded in appreciation, thinking to herself that Gong Lan truly embodied the role of a wise and supportive companion. The others, too, began to grasp the concept. I comprehend now. Thank you, elder sister. And thank you, young master. Gong Sierra beamed with joy, reflecting on her sister's perceptiveness. She mused, elder sister is indeed remarkable. As soon as the young master spoke, she grasped his meaning, and I can't help but feel a twinge of envy. Once Gong Sierra finished recounting her situation, Gong Yu turned to Gong Lan, who was seated to her right, offering a gentle smile. Lanner, it is your turn now. You have absorbed a soul ring of the 2,000-year caliber, and I am eager to learn what abilities you have acquired. Gong Lan smiled gently, then rose to her feet and softly remarked, my current soul power stands at level 43, excluding the additional level gained from absorbing the soul ring. The effects of the celestial herb continue to manifest after my assimilation of the soul ring, ultimately bestowing upon me a total enhancement of 6 levels in soul power. Gong Lan consumes the celestial spirit herb, which, although an excellent enhancer of potential, is somewhat redundant for her, as her martial soul has already ascended to the Blue-Silver King. Her potential is already remarkably high, thus. The herb's effects are predominantly manifested in amplifying her soul power and enhancing all attributes. Chapter 89, Gong Xiao, my cabbage has turned into cooked food. Gong Yu silently nodded beside her. In truth, everyone was quite similar. The efficacy of the medicinal herb would continue to manifest after acquiring a soul ring, albeit some manifestations might not be as pronounced. Following this, Gong Lan elaborated. The 4th soul skill I acquired is called Blood-Sucking Stab. This soul skill enhances the resilience of my blue-silver grass, enabling me to thrust at my adversaries, with the added effect of siphoning their vitality. This skill can be utilized for solitary assaults, group attacks, or even coordinated strikes, and can be combined with other skills. For instance, when I ensnare an enemy with my first soul skill, my blue-silver grass tendrils can sprout blood-sucking thorns to launch an attack. Upon hearing Gong Lan's explanation, Gong Yu nodded and remarked, in this way, until you acquire your 5th ring, it indeed compensates for the inadequacy of the blue-silver grass's offensive capabilities. Surprised by this, Gong Lan inquired, does this mean that the blue-silver grass martial soul can rectify its offensive shortcomings after obtaining the 5th ring? Gong Yu, however, smiled faintly, and then said, of course, not all blue-silver grass martial souls, but rather your own blue-silver grass martial soul. Once you reach level 50, I shall guide you to undergo the 2nd awakening of your martial soul, allowing it to evolve into the Blue-Silver Emperor. At that moment, you will acquire a life-bound soul ring, which will bestow upon you the ability to attain offensive capabilities. I understand, young master, Gong Lan replied. A subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Gong Yu picked up a piece of meat, placed it in her mouth, and chewed slowly for a while before swallowing it with a gulp. She then glanced around the room before finally fixing her gaze upon Gong Yu and said, It's your turn now. Tell us about your situation. Gong Yu placed the food in her hands down and rose to her feet, proclaiming, my soul power has now reached level 42. As for the soul skills, you shall have to experience them for yourselves. Upon finishing her statement, a sly smile crept upon her lips, though none dared to voice it aloud. She was acutely aware that her companions were none too fond of consuming her soul skill. The cabbage, in its raw form, for it was notoriously unpalatable. At her words, the audience collectively furrowed their brows, each one recoiling at the thought of eating raw cabbage, causing them to inch backwards. Meanwhile, Douluo, who was munching on some food nearby, found himself perplexed. It was merely a matter of consuming food transformed by soul skills. Yet they all reacted as if confronted by a specter. He chose not to intrude and instead observed in silence. As the ladies continued to retreat, Gong Yu felt a surge of frustration, though she found solace in the fact that Gong Yu remained seated with composure, with narrowed eyes and a mischievous grin. She turned her gaze to him, suggesting, why not, young master, you give it a try and sample the cabbage produced by my 4th soul skill? Startled by her invitation, Gong Yu glanced at the women and noted that even Gong Lan, who always had his best interests at heart, had withdrawn to the side. A wry smile formed on his lips as he reluctantly nodded in agreement, stating, very well, I shall give it a try. Excellent. Then it is settled. Gong Yu exclaimed joyfully. With a flicker of her thoughts, she chanted a spell, you bunch of vegetables. As her voice echoed, her right palm opened, and a cabbage, seemingly carved from emerald, materialized within her grasp, adorned by 4 soul rings in shades of yellow, purple, and black that pulsated rhythmically. Following this, the 4th soul ring illuminated. And Gong Yu declared, fourth soul skill, cabbage wrap with tiger meat. As her words resonated once more, a culinary creation emerged in her hand, a spring roll-like dish wrapped in the emerald cabbage leaves. With a swift motion, she extended it toward Gong Yu. Gong Yu cautiously accepted the verdant vegetable roll and inquired, this cabbage wrapping tiger meat, could it possibly be raw within? You shall know once you partake, Gong Yu replied enigmatically, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. Very well. Gong Yu sighed, steeling himself. He opened his mouth and took a generous bite of the roll, chewing thoughtfully. Immediately, his eyes lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, lo and behold, it is indeed cooked, and quite delectable. Unlike before, when your vegetable leaves were truly unpalatable. With that, he stuffed the remaining half of the roll into his mouth and resumed chewing. Gong Yu proudly curled her lips and glanced at her sisters, proclaiming, after my martial spirit evolved into the emerald cabbage, my soul abilities have transformed. You no longer need to consume mere cabbage leaves. Instead, you shall feast on cabbage rolls. For instance, my first soul ability has now become a rabbit meat cabbage roll, a dish fully prepared. The surrounding women were both astonished and delighted, realizing they would no longer have to endure Gong Yu's unpalatable cabbage leaves. However, upon reflecting on their previous performances, their expressions turned somewhat awkward. At that moment, after Gong Yu consumed a cabbage roll, the effects of Gong Yu's soul technique finally manifested. Instantly, Gong Yu's figure appeared to blur, as if several shadows were overlapping behind him. Then, with a swift motion, he dashed forward, transforming into multiple figures. Among these apparitions, only one was the true Gong Yu. The others were mere replicas, indistinguishable to the naked eye, yet each possessed the capability to attack. Only after executing an attack would the replicas vanish. Wow, how impressive. Is this the creation of clones? Gong Shui exclaimed in excitement as she witnessed Gong Yu multiply. However, upon glancing at Gong Xier, she remarked, it seems somewhat reminiscent of the effects of the fifth soul technique. At that moment, after the clones had executed their attacks, they dissipated. And Gong Yu returned to his original position, stating, although this resembles Xier's soul technique, there are distinctions, for the clones I create can also unleash soul abilities. Each of my 4 clones earlier possessed one of my soul techniques. With that, Gong Yu turned to Gong Xier and inquired, if I am not mistaken, your soul technique allows us to generate a number of clones equivalent to the number of our soul techniques, with each clone wielding the power of one soul ring's ability without affecting the original's usage, correct? Indeed, just as you have articulated. Gong Yu nodded vigorously, adding, however, each clone's soul technique attack is only half as potent as that of the original, and the cabbage rolls produced by my technique consume a significant amount of my soul power, depleting a full 20% of it. Gong Yu smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned, and remarked, the more formidable the soul technique, the greater the consumption of soul power it naturally entails. This is quite a commonplace occurrence. Once your level ascends and your strength burgeons, expending 20% of your soul power will be of little consequence. How many vegetable rolls can you create at present? Gong Wei remarked, I can produce 10 at a time, with no limit on the frequency, until my soul power is completely depleted. The shelf life of the vegetable rolls is 1 month. However, as my level increases, the quantity of vegetable rolls I can create at once also grows. Gong Yu nodded in satisfaction. By creating 10 at once, with 10 tidal Douluos consuming this item, they could produce 90 avatars, and along with the main body, that would amount to 100 beings. This was truly remarkable. After discussing the situation of Gong Yu turned to Gong Xiao and said, Xiao, please share your circumstances. Chapter 90. The city adorned in golden armor. Gong Xiao's complexion flushed slightly as she stood up, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She spoke slowly. My soul power has reached level 42, yet my soul skills are rather unremarkable. The King of Ants has granted me a soul skill called Force Break, which merely amplifies my strength. Under the influence of this skill, my power increases by approximately 35%. Not far away, Douluo finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that among these children, there was finally one who seemed somewhat normal, albeit with only a 35% enhancement in strength. However, the ensuing dialogue between Gong Yu and Gong Xiao left Douluo choking on his food in disbelief. Gong Yu inquired of Gong Xiao, a 35% success rate is quite commendable. Furthermore, with the indomitable staff technique I have imparted to you, once you master the 5th form, those soul techniques will hold little significance for you. In fact, many soul techniques pale in comparison to the indomitable staff technique. Moreover, as your strength increases, so too shall the might of your staff techniques. Gong Xiao nodded slightly. In truth, she had become quite adept at employing the unyielding staff technique, resulting in a diminished reliance on her soul skills. Moreover, she had successfully mastered the second form of the technique and was now delving into the third form's training. With no more than a year's time, she was confident she could perfect the third form. Then Gong Xiao remarked, "My current strength is nearing 30,000 G. If I were to amplify it by 35% using my fourth soul skill, my strength could reach an astounding 40,000 G. I am at a loss as to what soul ring to choose next." Nearby, Douluo, having overheard her words, suddenly began to hiccup incessantly, clearly choking on his food. To grasp the magnitude of 40,000 gene of strength possessed by a 13 or 14-year-old girl was unfathomable, especially when she did not appear to be of the robust physique typically associated with such power. Rather, she was quite delicate in appearance. Douluo found it difficult to reconcile the image of this graceful girl with that of an extraordinary powerhouse. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he murmured to himself, "This won't do. I must inform Yen that should she ever encounter this girl with the golden bamboo staff martial soul, she must absolutely avoid engaging her in a contest of strength, for it could be fatal." Gong Xiao did not believe she had any ulterior motives. She merely mentioned it casually. However, after hearing her words, everyone else perceived it as a blatant display of bragging. "Monster, you are a true behemoth." Gong Shui could not help but interject, while the other young women instinctively nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. Gong Yu, with a serene smile, remarked, "You need not worry about your future soul ring choices. The Douluo forest is abundant with power-type soul beasts, such as elephants, apes, rhinoceroses, and bears. Even the sub-dragon or true dragon species can be acquired. I can assure you that should you reach the 70th level and are capable of withstanding a 100,000-year soul ring, I will assist you in hunting down the 100,000-year Titan Great Ape in the Douluo forest." Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Bai Ji, a short distance away, froze momentarily. 100,000-year soul beasts are scarce. The prospect of Gong Yu hunting one made her uneasy, for such a long cultivation of 100,000 years is no small feat nevertheless. She refrained from voicing her concerns, as she held high hopes for these children. If they were to ascend to divinity in the future, becoming their soul rings would ultimately benefit the soul beast even more. 100,000-year Titan Great Ape? Gong Xiao's eyes narrowed into slits, a sense of excitement bubbling within. "Indeed. I speak no falsehood." Gong Yu smiled, adding, "However, I believe that should you desire to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring for your seventh ring, you must cultivate the Dragon Elephant Prajna to the 8th level of perfection, or even the 9th level, to make it possible." Gong Yu assessed his current state of cultivation. Having reached the 6th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna, his 4th soul ring seal had been unbound for approximately 48,000 years, while at the 5th level, he was only capable of withstanding soul pressure equivalent to 23,000 years. Upon reaching the 6th level, his capacity had surged by an additional 25,000 years. This implies that since ascending to the 5th level, each subsequent level allows for an increase in the absorbable soul ring's foundational age of at least 25,000 years. Theoretically, if this trend continues, the 7th level would correspond to 73,000 years, while the 8th level would be 98,000 years. However, this estimation is merely based on the increase in foundational years, as Gong Yu has never actually attained such heights. Moreover, with the enhancement of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, his personal circumstances render such calculations unfeasible. Upon hearing this, Gong Xiao instantly deflated, lamenting, "The Dragon Elephant Prajna is incredibly difficult to cultivate. I have only reached the 4th level, and to aspire to the 8th or 9th level seems a distant dream. Furthermore, you mentioned that as one advances in the Dragon Elephant Prajna, the demands on mental fortitude also escalate, necessitating a concurrent focus on mental cultivation. Additionally, we must also cultivate soul power, and I have the added burden of mastering the indomitable staff technique, leaving me with little time. Thus," he urged, "you must double your efforts, for you have yet to consider." Gong Yu hesitated, choosing not to elaborate on Gong Xiao's obligation to balance the legacy of the summer god, deeming it inappropriate to discuss in such a crowded setting. Those who had received divine legacies understood Gong Yu's intent, while the others remained perplexed. The ever-enthusiastic Gong Shui began to inquire why Gong Yu had stopped, only to be silenced by Gong Lan, who comprehended that the time was not right for such disclosures. Once Gong Lan covered her mouth, Gong Shui seemed to grasp the situation and refrained from pressing further. Gong Xiao nodded and replied, "I understand, and I will exert myself even more." "Yes, just take care of yourself. It is best to find a balance between work and rest," Gong Yu said with a smile, then turned her gaze to Gong Miao Miao. Of the 6 girls who had absorbed the soul rings, only she remained. Meow meow, it is your turn now. Please share your insights. Gong Meow Meow nodded slightly. Stepping forward to declare, my soul power has reached level 42, and the healing ability of my martial soul has been further enhanced. As for my soul skills, I shall let you witness them for yourselves. She advanced, and after a rather impressive display of martial soul summoning that elicited envy from Gong Shui, a magnificent, crown-shaped golden chrysanthemum materialized in her right hand. Following this, for soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, began to pulsate rhythmically. Shortly thereafter, Gong Meow Meow's 4th soul ring illuminated, and she recited her grand incantation, 4th soul skill, golden armor gracing the city. This incantation not only served as the name of her soul skill, but also as the phrase she had agonized over 2 months prior for a more ostentatious effect. A suggestion given to her by Gong Yu. Now, she found it in use. As Gong Meow Meow's voice echoed, the petals of the chrysanthemum in her hand began to fall, transforming into beams of golden light that penetrated the bodies of Gong Yu and the others. Instantly, an awe-inspiring golden radiance enveloped them. Chapter 91. Collective Defense Skill. The golden light flickered and vanished, revealing the forms of Gong Yu and the others. At that moment, a layer of golden armor adorned their bodies, rendering them striking and gallant in appearance. Yes, this is the skill, Gong Meow Meow remarked slowly. The luminous white tiger soul ring granted me a protective skill, which, under the assimilation of my martial soul, has transformed into a collective defense skill. Thus, I can provide everyone with a suit of armor, enhancing each person's defense by 30. Gong Yu, resting her chin in contemplation, gradually spoke, among us, we are proficient only in offense. There is not a single individual capable of providing defense. Your defensive skills have indeed alleviated our concerns. The other women nodded in agreement. They were accustomed to engaging in combat and lacked understanding of defensive strategies. While it is often said that the best offense is a good defense, the truth remains that offense cannot truly replace defense. Their previous encounters had always been against those weaker than themselves, and once the battle concluded, it was over. However, should they face opponents of superior strength, the outcome would be uncertain. There is little to elucidate regarding Gong Meow Meow's soul skill. Thus the conversation gradually meandered into diverse topics among the group. Gong Yu turned to glance at Gong Qian, who was still in a meditative state, uncertain of when she would awaken. The nuances of deep meditation were difficult to gauge. Some individuals would rouse after merely a few hours, while others might take a day or 2, or even stretch to 3 or 4 days, with some capable of remaining in that state for as long as 7 days. However, such instances predominantly pertained to those experiencing deep meditation for the first time. As Gong Qian was no novice to this practice, the outcome remained unpredictable. Soon, their meal came to an end, and after a brief period of digestion, Gong Yu instructed them to engage in their own meditations, while she remained by Gong Qian's side. The night passed swiftly. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon with a pale hue, Gong Yu commenced her training in the purple extreme demon eyes. Among the techniques of the Tang sect, this method of eye training was relatively acceptable, while the other formidable skills had seen little of her attention since her own training had begun. The other girls had similarly cultivated the habit of rising early to practice the purple extreme demon eyes, and thus, as Gong Yu delved into her training, they too gradually immersed themselves in their own exercises. The effective practice of the purple extreme demon eyes was confined to a mere hour or 2 in the morning. Beyond that, once the purple energy dissipated, any further practice would be of little significance unless aided by extraordinary treasures that could enhance spiritual power. As the girls concluded their training, it wasn't long before Gong Qian finally emerged from her deep meditation. The 4th sister undoubtedly had garnered substantial gains this time. Upon seeing Gong Qian awaken, everyone gathered around her, with Gong Shui, as usual, being the first to speak, though her tone bore an unmistakable hint of envy. Are you feeling envious? Gong Meow Meow, who often sparred verbally with Gong Shui, immediately seized the opportunity to tease her. I admit, I am envious. Aren't you? Gong Shui retorted. For that was deep meditation, something many soul masters would seek in vain throughout their lives. Well, I suppose I am envious as well. Gong Meow Meow found herself at a loss for words in the face of Gong Shui's comeback. Gong Shui was utterly delighted, as it was her first time gaining the upper hand in a verbal spar with Gong Meow Meow. Both of you should rein it in. Haven't you realized that you are not the protagonist here? Gong Lan interjected, directly interrupting their banter. After exchanging playful grimaces, Gong Shui and Gong Meow Meow fell silent. Even the elder sister had spoken, and they felt compelled to show her some respect. Qian, how are you faring? Gong Yu inquired. noting that she had entered a deep meditation, and it was now the second morning. Oh, so it is the second day, Qianqian realized, understanding that she had meditated through the night. I have indeed gained some insights after absorbing the frost crystal from the octagonal ice grass bestowed by the young master. My domain has experienced an evolution, albeit a modest one. Any gain is commendable, Gong Yu replied. The frost crystal from the octagonal ice grass holds limited efficacy for you. Hence the modest results. However, in the future, I shall take you to a place where you will find things that will be beneficial. Very well, young master. Qianqian nodded, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. If the young master claims such a place exists, it surely does. Now, Lanner, please prepare some food for Qianqian. She has been hungry all night, Gong Yu remarked, glancing at Gong Lan. We shall continue to draw the soul beasts here. Understood, young master. Gong Lan acknowledged before turning to prepare the meal. Gong Yu then turned to Gong Xie and said, Xie, I must trouble you once more. Gong Xie nodded subtly, then stepped forward to summon her martial spirit. With the activation of her first soul skill, she projected an energy rose beyond the poisonous formation. As the delicate fragrance of the rose wafted away on the gentle breeze, it gradually attracted several soul beasts. Alas, none were suitable for Gong Yu, Gong Qianqian, and Gong Yunyo. As time continued to elapse, the morning slipped away in this manner. During this period, higher-ranked soul beasts did make an appearance. Yet none were deemed appropriate for the trio. Gong Yu now seeks a soul beast with an age of approximately 4,800 years, though he is willing to extend this range up to 55,000 years. He believes that as long as it does not exceed 55,000 years, he should be able to endure it. If necessary, he can utilize an external spirit bone to alleviate the soul pressure. As for Gong Qianqian and Gong Yunyo, their third rings, like Gong Yu's, are black soul rings, seemingly around 10,000 years old. Therefore, for their fourth soul ring, they require one within the range of 20 to 25,000 years. Afternoon had passed, yet they still had not acquired the desired soul beast. Gong Yu turned his attention to Douluo. He inquired, Old Poison, you frequently roam the sunset forest. Have you discovered any soul beasts within that possess formidable fire or ice attributes? Upon hearing this, Douluo paused for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts. After a brief interval, he responded, I recall a three-legged fire crow located in the southwest of the sunset forest. Its flames are quite powerful, and its age is approximately 20,000 years, which should meet your requirements. As for ice attribute soul beasts, they are rare in the sunset forest. Even if a few exist, they do not meet the age criteria. To hunt ice attribute soul beasts, one must venture to the extreme north's frozen forest. In this era, the Sun and Moon continent had not yet merged with the Douluo Continent, and the expanse of the extreme north was only as large as the frozen forest. Hence the name had yet to be changed. Upon hearing this, Gong Yu's eyes sparkled with interest as he remarked, the three-legged fire crow, also known as the sunbird, is said to have emerged from the sun, harboring the true fire of the sun within, a flame rivaling the most exquisite fire. It is indeed an excellent option. Nyonyo's soul ring will be secured. With a faint smile adorning his face, Gong Yu rose and surveyed the group, stating, It seems we may not attract any suitable soul beasts, so let us proceed. Old Poison, lead the way. We shall hunt that three-legged fire crow. Chapter 92. The Call of the Blue-Silver King under Douluo's guidance. The group made their way directly to the southwest of the sunset forest. After approximately an hour of travel, Gong Yu began to sense a response from his blue-silver grass martial soul, as if something were summoning him. Gong Lan, walking to Gong Yu's right, also felt a faint call, causing her expression to shift slightly. Laner, did you sense it as well? Gong Yu asked, noticing the change in Gong Lan's demeanor. Gong Lan nodded and said, Indeed, I sense a profound familiarity. Rather, it is my martial spirit that perceives this sense of closeness. Gong Yu offered a faint smile and remarked, It seems the Blue-Silver King is summoning us. He then turned to the others and stated, We must first visit a certain place. It appears my soul ring has come to seek me. Should the Blue-Silver King indeed be calling, Gong Yu would not mind acquiring an additional Blue-Silver King soul ring. While the Blue-Silver grass predominantly belongs to the wood attribute, there exist variants, like Ain, that embody the essence of life. Naturally, obtaining a soul ring of the life attribute would be ideal. However, he would also accept one of the wood attribute, as he was in the process of collecting various attributes. If he could harness the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King and unify the attributes of the 9 great dragon kings, it might even lead to the emergence of a new dragon god. As for the idea proposed by the Silver Dragon King to create a dragon god bloodline, who could say when that would come to fruition? What if the Silver Dragon King were unable to conceive? Thus, Gong Yu believed that if he could ascend to the status of a dragon god himself, he would have no reason to consider allowing his offspring to take on that role. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, none among them voiced dissent, and so he led the group directly toward the direction of the summons. After an estimated hour of travel, they arrived at a small grove rarely frequented by beasts. The grove was lush and vibrant, filled with the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. The trees stood tall and dense, and beneath them, fragile blue-silver grass sprouted in abundance. Upon reaching this place, Gong Lan felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as if she had returned home. "Young master, the summoning emanates from this grove," Gong Lan said with barely concealed delight, addressing Gong Yu softly. Gong Yu nodded slightly and then said, "Laner, please utilize the blue-silver perspective to assess the situation in the forest." "Certainly, my lord," Gong Lan responded, settling into a meditative posture to commence her use of the blue-silver perspective. This so-called blue-silver perspective was, in essence, the nascent form of her blue-silver domain, yet to evolve into its true state. Moments later, Gong Lan rose and declared, "My lord, there is no danger in the forest. In fact, there are very few soul beasts, predominantly some 10 to 100-year-old avian soul beasts, which possess little aggression and are primarily nesting within the woods." "Very well, let us proceed." Gong Yu replied to Gong Lan before addressing the others behind him. "You all should remain here. We shall enter without encountering any peril." "Really no danger? I find that hard to believe. I insist on accompanying you," Gong Shui interjected skeptically, fully aware that they were in the Sunset Forest and doubting the absence of danger. The remaining young ladies shared her sentiment, holding similar doubts and concerns. "Truly, there is no danger," Gong Yu said with a bittersweet smile, explaining. "This is the territory of the Blue-Silver Grass clan, and a Blue-Silver King is summoning Laner and me. There truly is no peril. Furthermore, should danger arise, I can simply unleash my fire domain, incinerating this small forest in an instant." Gong Lan then added, "Indeed, there is no danger. You may rest assured. We are merely going to meet the Blue-Silver King. The presence of too many individuals may even be counterproductive, so please remain here. There is no real threat. Besides, if danger were to present itself, having more people would only be a burden." Upon hearing Gong Lan's reasoning, the others found her arguments quite persuasive and thus ceased their insistence on joining the expedition. Gong Yu turned to Bai Ji and Du Gubo, saying, "Sister Bai Ji, and you, Old Poison, I entrust you with their protection. Laner and I shall return shortly." Bai Ji nodded, expressing her concern. "Go ahead, but do take care." Du Gubo added, "Rest assured, their safety is in my hands." With that, Gong Yu and Gong Lan ventured deeper into the small forest. After approximately 10 minutes, they stumbled upon a towering tree, its trunk entwined with numerous vines. This ancient tree appeared distinct from the others, resembling a living entity made entirely of vines. The trunk bore a visage reminiscent of an elderly face, complete with intricate folds, a beard, a mouth, a nose, and eyes, as well as a pair of eyebrows formed by roots cascading downward. However, the eyes were tightly shut. "You have arrived." Sensing the approach of Gong Yu and Gong Lan, the ancient tree suddenly transformed, manifesting an ethereal figure of an elder before them. "Are you the Blue-Silver King?" Gong Yu inquired, gazing at the spectral elder. "Did you summon us?" The elder nodded slowly, stroking his beard, and gazed at Gong Lan, saying softly, "Indeed, I sensed the aura surrounding you. This young lady possesses the essence of royal lineage, likely belonging to our Blue-Silver Grass clan." He then turned his attention to Gong Yu, stating, "As for you, there appears to be an even more potent essence about you than that of royal blood. If I am not mistaken, it is the aura of a deity." He continued, "Your Blue-Silver Grass martial spirit may be ordinary, yet due to the divine essence you bear, it has manifested as more formidable than the royal bloodline of the Blue-Silver clan." Gong Yu nodded, not denying that his Blue-Silver Grass was indeed quite ordinary. However, due to his own fusion with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, the Blue-Silver Grass had consequently undergone a mutation. "Then, what have you summoned us here for?" Gong Yu inquired. The elder replied, "I sense the aura of a clan sovereign emanating from the young girl, and thus, I wish to meet her and see if she required any assistance." "So, I am merely an afterthought?" Gong Yu said with an awkward smile. He continued, "At present, she doesn't require any help. She has yet to reach level 50 and does not need to awaken her innate soul ring. However, I am in need of assistance. Since you have summoned me as well, it would be remiss to allow me to leave empty-handed." The elder smiled kindly and stated, "Rest assured, you shall not depart empty-handed. After all, your blue-silver grass has been touched by divinity, and it may one day reach heights previously unattainable by our clan. Therefore, on behalf of the clan, I am willing to bestow upon you a gift, with the hope that should you indeed reach such a pinnacle, you might offer protection to our lineage. Protection is certainly not an issue, Gong Yu nodded, thinking to himself that it was wise to secure the gift first. As for the notion of providing protection, it was merely talk. After all, had Ain ever offered protection to the so-called clan after attaining divinity? It seemed she allowed the blue-silver grass clan to flourish or perish on their own, which was, in fact, the most suitable mode of existence for a plant species. Chapter 93. The blue-silver domain with Gong Yu's consent. The elder nodded, though in truth, he had only mentioned it casually. He did not hold high hopes for a single human to protect the clan. Glancing at Gong Lan beside him, the elder remarked, I observe that the young girl's blue-silver domain has already begun to take form. In that case, I shall lend her a hand. Upon finishing his words, the elder raised his right hand, and in an instant, countless branches from the great tree behind him extended forth, slowly reaching the feet of Gong Lan, encircling her in a vortex of vines with Gong Lan at its center. The vortex gradually expanded, halting when it reached a radius of approximately 5 meters. Following this, the vines began to emit a phosphorescent glow, akin to glow sticks, and then the end connected to the great tree trembled slightly. With a series of soft pops, the glowing vines snapped one by one, and the entire vortex of vines erupted into a brilliant green light. Gong Lan's martial soul involuntarily manifested, followed by a tremor, as the verdant light was absorbed at a visibly rapid pace. Approximately 5 minutes later, all traces of the green luminescence had been completely consumed, after which Gong Lan instinctively shuddered. The surrounding air vibrated with a low hum, and an intangible aura emanated from her, creating a domain uniquely her own. Within this exclusive realm, though she stood right before them, she seemed to vanish, her essence transformed, blending seamlessly with the scent of the blue-silver grass on the ground. Gong Lan gathered her domain and approached with a beaming smile, addressing Gong Yu. Young master, I have successfully awakened my domain. Gong Yu nodded slightly, having witnessed the events that transpired earlier. He then inquired, what skills has that domain bestowed upon you? Gong Lan remarked, primarily focusing on camouflage, the color of the soul ring. The essence of disguise. Even within the forest, I can conceal myself by harnessing the essence of flowers, grasses, and trees. Furthermore, I can integrate this with my soul skills, such as intertwining with the first soul skill to create a collective binding or combining with the fourth soul skill for a wide-reaching thrust. Quite impressive. Gong Yu nodded in agreement, stating that should this ability manifest on the arena, within a mere minute, all adversaries would be ensnared. On the battlefield, a singular wide-ranging thrust would undoubtedly decimate a substantial number of foes. As long as my lord finds it commendable, then that is sufficient. Gong Lan smiled faintly and turned to the elder, inquiring, is it now time for my lord? The elder, with a warm smile, nodded in affirmation, saying, indeed. We had intended to bestow a gift upon him. Then let us proceed. Please unveil your blue-silver grass martial soul. Casting a glance at Gong Yu, who nodded in acknowledgement, Gong Yu concentrated, and in an instant, a golden blue-silver vine, as thick as an arm, unfurled from his right hand, slithering forth like a serpent. Once the golden vine ceased its extension, the elder smiled gently and raised his hand, prompting a vine from the large tree behind him to stretch forth and lightly touch the ground beneath Gong Yu's feet. It was as if a tranquil lake had been disturbed by a single drop of water, and immediately, a glimmering green light appeared at the spot where the vine had made contact. The green light trembled, causing the air to ripple outward in transparent circular waves, emanating from the point of light. The circular waves expanded progressively until they reached a size comparable to the soul rings formed by soul beasts before finally coming to a halt. At this moment, the elder raised his hand once more, this time pointing towards the sky, and proclaimed, come forth, my subjects, offer your strength, even if just a fragment. We shall create a deity, a god for our blue-silver clan. Hearing the elder's words, Gong Yu couldn't help but smirk, thinking the blue-silver king somewhat lacking in self-awareness. Did he not realize the absurdity of his ambitions? One might worry that a bolt of lightning could descend from the heavens and reduce him to ashes. As the elder's voice echoed, every blue-silver grass in the small grove shimmered with a soft light, some brighter than others, gradually detaching from their leaves and converging towards the elder's fingertips. A spectacular scene unfolding before them. As the luminous particles collected in increasing numbers, the elder's fingertip formed a colossal orb of light. This resplendent sphere radiated a gentle glow, and if observed at night, one might easily mistake it for a full moon. Subsequently, the elder pointed to the transparent circular wave beneath Gong Yu's feet, and the luminous orb began to descend slowly into it, merging seamlessly with the circular ripples. Gong Yu meticulously observed every nuance of the unfolding scene, etching each detail and emotion into his memory. This was a method of conjuring a soul ring out of thin air, which might prove invaluable in the not-so-distant future. He then cast his gaze upon the circular ripples beneath his feet, which, after merging with the luminous sphere, had taken on color and form, resembling a soul ring framework perfectly. However, this soul ring was currently white, and as the energy from the sphere gradually integrated, it began to change hue. Initially a stark white, the soul ring slowly transformed into a pale yellow, then a vibrant yellow, and eventually a deep yellow. A surge of yellow radiance erupted, only to retract almost instantaneously. As the flooding yellow light receded into the soul ring, a faint purple hue began to emerge, swiftly replacing the deep yellow. With the passage of time, the light purple deepened into a rich purple, which then darkened to a deep violet, gradually intensifying into a grayish black. On the verge of becoming true black. Before long, the energy of the luminous sphere completely merged with the circle, ultimately forming a jet black soul ring. However, upon sensing the strength of the soul ring, Gong Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Old man, is this so-called gift merely a soul ring of approximately 25,000 years?" The elder, looking somewhat sheepish, replied, "I sincerely apologize. My territory consists of only this small grove, and with few subjects, the energy provided has reached its limit. Nonetheless, I do intend to take a gamble." With that, the elder raised his hand once more, causing the myriad vines of the towering tree behind him to stir and extend towards Gong Yu's soul ring. The vines then pierced into the soul ring, initiating the transfer of the blue-silver king's intrinsic energy. As the age of the soul ring became apparent, the infusion of the blue-silver king's energy caused it to swell. Gong Yu, who had been standing, immediately settled into a meditative position, allowing the entirety of his being to align with the true path song, gradually entering a state of tranquility. Observing Gong Yu's condition, the blue-silver king revealed a sly smile and began to murmur, "Child, is a growth-type soul ring not enough for you? Clearly, your soul ring's age is insufficient. Thus, I shall bestow upon you the essence of my near 80,000-year cultivation. Once my energy is fused with yours, the age of your soul ring will undoubtedly reach at least 100,000 years. However, your body shall belong to me." "What do you mean?" Gong Lan, overhearing the elder, felt a jolt of alarm and immediately adopted a defensive stance while questioning the elder. "What do I mean?" The elder's face broke into a triumphant grin. "Ha ha ha. It is quite literal, of course. Did you think I summoned you with such good intentions merely to selflessly offer my gifts? What I covet is simply this boy's physical form. I let him see some advantages to lower his guard. Now that he is in a meditative state, he is but a lamb ready for slaughter, incapable of resisting any of my actions." The elder's expression turned maniacal. "Hasten the fusion. Once your soul ring has absorbed my primordial energy, I shall enter your body, devouring your soul, and then I will be the true master of this vessel. Ha ha ha. The heavens have indeed favored me, gifting me a host tainted with divinity, destined to elevate me to godhood. Naturally, I shall be the god created from this endeavor. I will not allow you to succeed," Gong Lan declared, stepping forward as her blue-silver king martial spirit unfurled, sending vines toward the great tree behind the elder. Simultaneously, she activated her blue-silver domain, her fourth soul ring illuminating, and combined the domain with her fourth soul skill, causing spikes to erupt from the ground, racing towards the blue-silver king's corporeal form, namely, the elder's tree. Yet the elder merely scoffed. "Your domain was perfected by me. With your fledgling domain, how dare you attempt to showcase it before me?" As his words fell, he casually waved his hand, and the blue-silver king's form erupted with an overwhelming aura, sending Gong Lan flying. This potent force established a shimmering green barrier around them, akin to the protective shield formed during a soul beast sacrifice. Once the barrier was in place, the flung Gong Lan rushed back, only to be halted by the barrier, leading her to frantically assault it. However, no matter her efforts, the barrier remained unshattered, and despair began to creep into her heart. What should I do? Gong Lan thought rapidly, recalling Bai Ji. Yes, Sister Bai Ji would undoubtedly have a solution. I must seek her out. But just as she turned to leave, she received a telepathic message from Gong Yu. Lanner, remain calm and listen to me. I am unscathed. I am merely feigning. The old man appeared out of nowhere, offering us gifts without any demands. Such fortuity is dubious. I have been on guard against him from the start. This old fool cannot devour me. Rather, you will unwittingly aid me. Thus, carry on as usual, but feign despair more convincingly. Yes, that is all for now. Continue to act as if you are hopeless, and do not let him discern any signs of suspicion. How could Gong Yu possibly be possessed? Setting aside his possession of the system, the very essence of the elder's soul would dare not act recklessly in the face of the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Golden Dragon King's bloodline within him. Furthermore, the will of the breaking evil dragon within him serves as an additional safeguard. Upon receiving the transmission, Gong Lan let out a sigh of relief, murmuring to herself, "So the young master had a plan all along. Very well, I shall continue my assault and work in harmony with him." Thus, Gong Lan resumed her relentless attack, launching a vigorous offensive for approximately half an hour before collapsing to the ground in tears, portraying a scene of utter despair. The elder, witnessing her display, nodded in satisfaction, convinced of the success of his scheme. At that moment, the energy of the Blue-Silver King had already been integrated with more than a third of Gong Yu's spirit ring, combining with the previously assimilated energy. His spirit ring had now reached an age of around 53,000 years. However, at this level, Gong Yu seemed to be struggling. Consequently, the external spirit bone on his back, the wind and thunder wings, unfurled dramatically, beginning to share the burden of the soul pressure generated by the continued fusion of energy. Simultaneously, the excess energy that was dissipating was absorbed by the wings, which gradually began to evolve after consuming the surplus. The external spirit bone revealed that this young man possessed quite an array of treasures, yet ultimately, all these assets would belong to me. Observing the wings behind Gong Yu, the elder nodded with renewed satisfaction. As time slowly passed, the color of the spirit ring deepened, reaching 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, and 90,000 years. The surface of the jet-black spirit ring began to shimmer with a faint red hue, finally crossing the threshold of 100,000 years. Just one step away. The elder chuckled. Though much energy is dissipated, I have nevertheless reached this stage. Excitement gleamed in the elder's eyes, intermingled with a hint of madness. The final step remained. All that was needed was a soul. Once I enter the spirit ring with my soul form and merge my essence with the soul, I shall attain 100,000 years, and then I will devour this young man's soul. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. The elder transformed into a wisp of light, diving into Gong Yu's spirit ring. At the moment the elder penetrated the ring, Gong Yu's spirit ring underwent a complete metamorphosis, evolving into a 100,000-year spirit ring. The crimson ring radiated a blood-red glow, tinting the surroundings in shades of red. As the red spirit ring illuminated her, Gong Lan, who had been feigning despair, lifted her head. Noticing the absence of the elder's figure, a smile crept onto her face. Finally, she no longer needed to pretend. Meanwhile, the elder, having ascended the spirit ring to 100,000 years, directly flowed into Gong Yu's spiritual sea. However, what awaited him was Gong Yu's triumphant smile. "Old fool, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Were you not in meditation? How is it that you are awake?" Surprised by Gong Yu's consciousness within his spiritual sea, the elder remarked, "Yet, even if you are awake, what of it? As a mere soul king, devouring you will be as effortless as child's play." Gong Yu let out a cold snort and remarked, "Do you dare to covet my body? How can you, a mere blade of grass, be worthy?" He challenged. "If you wish to devour me, very well, let us see who shall consume whom." Spiritual black hole, swallow. As Gong Yu's words echoed, a rapidly spinning black hole materialized within the sea of his consciousness. The moment the black hole emerged, it began to voraciously suck and tear at the old man's soul, causing the elder to freeze momentarily, attempting to resist. Yet, Gong Yu let out another disdainful snort and intensified the black hole suction. This spiritual black hole was a result of Gong Yu's fusion with the soul ring of the dark demon evil god Tiger. Having absorbed dark attributes and awakened a soul skill beyond mere technique, specifically designed for dealing with souls or spiritual attacks, proving to be remarkably effective. At this moment, employing this skill against the Blue-Silver King's soul was indeed most fitting. Chapter 95, Devouring the Soul of the Blue-Silver King. Old fool, enter. Gong Yu once more amplified the black hole's suction, swiftly drawing half of the Blue-Silver King's soul into its depths. How can this be? You, a mere soul king, possess such formidable mental power? Realizing that half of his soul had already been obliterated within the spiritual black hole, the blue-silver king was engulfed in terror. However, with the other half still intact, he struggled desperately, convinced that as long as part of his soul remained, he would not be annihilated. Gong Yu scoffed coldly. Old fool, did you truly believe I would not guard against you? I merely played along with your scheme. As it stands, your primordial energy and spiritual essence now belong to me. I must express my gratitude with my current strength. Absorbing a soul ring of 100,000 years would have been somewhat beyond my reach. However, your voluntary fusion of primordial energy changes everything. Thank you indeed. To demonstrate my sincere appreciation, I shall send you to your demise. With that, Gong Yu unleashed all of his mental energy from the spirit abyss realm. Achieving this level of spiritual power signified that he had reached the threshold of becoming a titled Douluo. Thus, how could the Blue-Silver King, with less than 80,000 years of cultivation, possibly hope to devour his soul? As Gong Yu's mental energy surged forth, the gravitational pull of the spiritual black hole intensified severalfold, and soon, what remained of the Blue-Silver King's soul was completely drawn in. Torn apart by the black hole's chaotic forces, the remnants of the Blue-Silver King's soul were utterly shattered, transforming entirely into spiritual essence, which was absorbed by Gong Yu. As time continued to flow, half an hour had passed in the outside world, and Gong Lan began to feel anxious. However, seeing that Gong Yu's condition had stabilized offered her some solace. After another half hour, Bai Ji and the others grew increasingly concerned for Gong Yu and Gong Lan's safety, prompting them to gather everyone in search of answers. Upon their arrival, Gong Lan swiftly pulled Bai Ji aside and recounted all that had transpired. After listening, Bai Ji merely smiled gently and reassured her, rest easy. For Xiaoyu's mental energy has reached the title Douluo level. The Blue-Silver King is no threat to him, given his current state. It won't be long before he awakens. Upon hearing Bai Ji's words, Gong Lan's previously anxious heart finally found some tranquility. Moments later, as Gong Yu sat in meditation, he slowly opened his eyes. The instant he did, Gong Lan immediately focused her energy into a line and transmitted to him. Speak of a matter that proves you are indeed my lord. Upon receiving the transmission, Gong Yu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the caution exhibited by the young lady. A subtle smile graced his lips as he conveyed, you sustained injuries within the Eye of Ice and Fire, yet upon your return, you discreetly employed the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone technique for your restoration. I believe in you, my lady. However, before Gong Yu could finish his thought, Gong Lan interrupted him with another transmission, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. The matter of her soul bone technique's repair was known solely to her. Yet she had not anticipated that Gong Yu would take note of it. Rising slowly to his feet, Gong Yu first approached the withered trunk of the Blue-Silver King, which had been drained of its energy source, and struck it a few times. To his surprise, he uncovered a fragment of a right leg bone, which he promptly stored within his soul guide. He had no intention of utilizing the soul bone himself, nor of gifting it to the young ladies, for it was merely of a grade below 80,000 years, a tenure he found unworthy. Moreover, he had already devised plans for the soul bones, ensuring that all the young women would eventually receive superior ones. Glancing back at the group and noting the encroaching twilight, Gong Yu offered a gentle smile and addressed them. The day has grown late. Let us take refuge in this grove for the night, and venture into the territory of the three-legged firecrow come morning. I shall procure some game. Just as he was about to set off, Gong Lan chimed in, my lord, I shall accompany you and test my new soul technique. Her desire to try the new technique was but a pretext. Her true intention was to spend time alone with Gong Yu. Meanwhile, Gong Shui also wished to join but was preempted by her sister. In that moment, Gong Yu swiftly interjected, very well. You two shall gather firewood within the grove while Lanner and I hunt for some game. Gong Shui had no choice but to swallow her words and obediently accompany her sisters to gather firewood. Before long, Gong Yu and Gong Lan had hunted down a family of wild boars a couple of miles away. After processing the boars, Gong Lan unexpectedly remarked, young master, I've been thinking. Upon grasping the meaning behind Gong Lan's words, Gong Yu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, what are you pondering at such a time? We are in the wilderness. Such thoughts can wait until we return. Young master, there are too many sisters back home. It's rare to have you all to myself. Gong Lan's tone carried a hint of melancholy, yet her cheeks flushed instantly. That is not permissible. We are in the Sunset Forest, where soul beasts could pass by at any moment, making it too perilous. Gong Yu firmly declined once more. However, Gong Lan persisted, young master. I possess the blue-silver domain, which allows us to conceal ourselves. Even if a soul beast were to pass right by, it would not detect us. Gong Yu's expression first stiffened, followed by a flicker of joy. Glancing around, he found himself in the wilderness, which, surprisingly, felt rather pleasant. What was there to wait for? With a charming smile, Gong Yu thought that having turned down the offer twice already, a third refusal might indeed render him lacking in romantic sensibility. Soon after, Gong Lan also experienced a moment of delight. As her blue-silver domain unfurled, the two appeared to become half invisible, vanishing from sight. 2 hours later, Gong Yu and Gong Lan leisurely returned with their prey. Having already processed it, they were ready to roast it over a fire. In her eagerness to hasten the meal, Gong Shui employed an intense flame, but unfortunately, she ruined a smaller piece in the process. Observing this, the culinary duo of Gong Lan and Gong Yu promptly shooed Gong Shui aside to prevent further mishaps, fearing that if she continued, no one would enjoy a meal that day. After a considerable amount of time, the food was finally prepared, and the group sat down to enjoy a hearty feast before each retreated to meditate and cultivate. As dawn broke the next day, Gong Yu and the ladies resumed their training with the purple extreme demon eye, followed by a casual breakfast before setting out. Their journey was smooth, and shortly after entering the territory of the three-legged fire crow, they located the creature, which had reached an age of 23,000 years, perfect for Gong Yu to absorb. With the assistance of Dugabo, Gong Yu successfully hunted the three-legged fire crow, and the process of absorbing the soul ring went seamlessly. Thus, their expedition came to a close, though they still needed a soul ring for Gong Qian. However, upon exiting the sunset forest, they fortuitously encountered Ziji, who had returned. Gong Yu led Gong Qian under her guidance, splitting into two groups. Bai Ji took the others back to the God Academy, while Ziji accompanied Gong Yu and Gong Qian to the frozen forest. Their journey to the frozen forest was also uneventful. After a few days, they arrived and, within half a day of entering the forest, encountered a 20,000-year-old blizzard queen. This soul beast, a hybrid of human and tiger, bore a feminine upper body and a feline lower body, embodying both wind and ice attributes. Though not the utmost extremes, they were nonetheless formidable. Upon successfully acquiring the Blizzard Queen's soul ring, the trio made their way back to Heaven-Do City. A few days later, Gong Yu, Gong Qian, and Ziji returned to Heaven-Do City. Shortly after entering the God Academy, Bai Ji dispatched someone to summon Gong Yu to the dean's office. Unaware of the circumstances, Gong Yu promptly complied. Upon reaching the office, he was taken aback to find the Shrek's 7 devils lined up outside. Approaching them, he greeted them with a teasing tone. "Ah, little beggars, we meet again. What brings you to our humble academy? Surely, you're not hoping to enroll." "That's impossible, as we only accept commoners, and only 2 of you would qualify." Tang San remained silent, his teeth clenched as he glared at Gong Yu, as if he wished to devour him whole. What have I done to deserve such a menacing stare? Gong Yu thought, amused by Tang San's fierce demeanor. A glance at the Shrek's 7 devils revealed Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong standing together. Oscar and Zhu Shiqing paired off, with Ma Hongjun beside Xiao Wu, while Tang San stood to her left. However, Ma Hongjun was acting like an eager puppy, fawning over Xiao Wu, who appeared indifferent, intent on winning Tang San's favor, which he seemed to relish. What was going on? Gong Yu felt even more confused, pondering whether something had transpired that he was unaware of. Little did he know that it was all due to Gong Shui, Gong Miao Miao, and Gong Xier, whose antics had led to the Shrek's 7 devils being reconfigured. Disregarding Tang San and the others, Gong Yu entered the dean's office. Inside, Bai Ji, Lu Erlong, Flinder, and Yu Xiaojiang awaited him. Bai Ji instructed him to take a seat, stating, "There are matters that require your consent." Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang exchanged bewildered glances, questioning why a mere teenager needed to approve of anything. Flinder began to speculate about Gong Yu's identity, while Yu Xiaojiang's mind raced, as he recognized Gong Yu as the very child who had once challenged his theories, the same one who had left him questioning his own origins. Gong Yu was unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang. She settled into the vacant seat beside Lu Erlong and inquired, "What is it that necessitates my input?" At that moment, Bai Ji replied, "Vice-Dean Lu Erlong wishes to reclaim her authority over the selection of participants for the Soul Master Elite competition. What is your stance on this matter?" Gong Yu cast a glance at Flandra and Yu Xiaojiang, and immediately comprehended that Lu Erlong's actions were likely incited by either Flandra or Yu Xiaojiang. He then spoke up. "Very well, let us adhere to the agreement we originally signed. If one wishes to reclaim her rights, she must pay a tenfold price. In other words, we invested 2 million to acquire 75% of her shares, thus she must remit 20 million to redeem her shares." Flandra, standing by, was utterly bewildered. 20 million was an astronomical sum, one he would need a lifetime to earn, and even then, it was uncertain if he could achieve it. Setting aside that amount, even the 2 million was enough to make him envious. That is not my intention, Liu Erlong hastily clarified. I merely wish to reclaim the authority to select participants for this year's Soul Master Elite competition, Gong Yu remarked, Vice Dean Liu. It seems you have forgotten our earlier agreement. Apart from the matter concerning the participants of this year's Soul Master Elite competition, you shall not interfere. Beyond that, you may conduct yourself as you wish. This is all stipulated in our contract, which has been officially notarized. Thus, should you wish to reclaim your rights, it is entirely feasible. You may compensate us, and we shall withdraw our investment, parting ways amicably. How straightforward is that? Is it necessary to consult me on this? Upon hearing the mention of withdrawal and the compensation of 20 million, Flandre felt a surge of anxiety. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang's misguided scheme, Liu Erlong would not have foolishly engaged in such matters. Consequently, Flandre attempted to mediate, saying, No. Erlong did not intend to reclaim her rights. Her actions are simply for our benefit. All the blame lies with us, as we have just joined the Academy of the Gods and brought along a talented team. Erlong merely wishes to secure a competition spot for us. This team is indeed extraordinary. Just over 10 days ago, they triumphed over this year's Tiando team. While Flandre ostensibly apologized, he was subtly redirecting the conversation to introduce the Shrek team. However, Gong Yu responded once more, What do you mean by a talented team? Those 7 mismatched individuals outside? For soul sages and 3 great soul masters, and you dare to label them as geniuses? Nonsense. At 13 or 14 years old, still lingering at the soul sage level, they can hardly be deemed geniuses. Do you think my soul sect team is stagnant? Perhaps you are unaware that all the participants from the Wuhuan Temple this year are already soul sages, with 3 nearing the rank of Soul King. With over a year remaining, those 3 will undoubtedly achieve the rank of Soul King. So do you truly believe I would allow a group of soul sages to compete against Soul Kings? What an absurd notion. Upon hearing this, Flandre was visibly astonished. He had previously discussed matters with Liu Erlong, but she was unaware that the team selected by the Academy of the Gods consisted of all soul sages. However, Flandre was even more taken aback by the information he gleaned from Gong Yu regarding the Wuhuan Temple's team nearing the Soul King rank. Consequently, his hopes for the Shrek 7 monsters diminished significantly. Gong Yu turned to Liu Erlong and remarked, Vice Dean Liu Erlong, have you perhaps forgotten the mission of the Academy of Gods? Liu Erlong was taken aback and replied with confusion, How could I forget the mission of the Academy? It was I who proposed it. Then why do you still casually arrange for individuals to enter our Academy? Gong Yu retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Those 7 at the entrance, a substantial portion of them, are nobles and clansmen. Our Academy exclusively admits commoners. You initiated this principle, yet you are the first to undermine it. If every teacher in the Academy were to disregard it, would there be any purpose in continuing the institution? Liu Erlong's inquiry was directed towards Flandre and Yu Xiaojiang. However, upon the arrival of the Shrek 7 devils, her spirits lifted upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang, and without further ado, she invited the entire group of Shrek teachers and students to join the Academy of Gods. Flandre appeared somewhat embarrassed, yet before he could speak, Gong Yu interjected to provide an answer. Among them, only 2 are commoners, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, she stated. The others, Dai Mubai is a prince of the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing hails from the Zhu family of Star Luo and is also Dai Mubai's fiancé, while Ning Ronron is the young master of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. Tang San belongs to the Haotian school, and as for Xiao Wu, she harbors an even greater secret. You may investigate at your leisure. Thus, out of the entire 7-member team, only 2 meet our Academy's admission criteria. Pausing for a moment, Gong Yu continued, If the teachers from Shrek wish to remain, it is permissible, but they must pass an assessment to meet the standards. Moreover, they will be assigned according to their levels and distributed across the primary, intermediate, and advanced teaching zones. Yu Xiaojiang is exempt from the assessment as I am acquainted with him, though he is merely at level 29, which qualifies him only to teach in the primary zone. However, I must make it clear, the teaching of that so-called 10 core competencies of martial souls theory is strictly prohibited within the Academy. Therefore, whether you choose to stay or leave is entirely up to you. Chapter 97. The Shrek 7 Devils in Disarray. Xiao Gang's theory is not a false theory. Liu Erlong countered after Gong Yu's final statement. Gong Yu smiled nonchalantly and remarked, Whether it is true or not, he is well aware of it himself. I am disinclined to engage in a debate with you. Suffice it to say that such material cannot be included in the curriculum. However, as soon as Gong Yu finished speaking, Yu Xiaojiang interjected, There is no need to stay. since we cannot secure a spot in the Soul Master Elite competition. Remaining here serves no purpose, so we have decided to depart. Following this, Flander added, I will discuss this with the other teachers who accompanied us. If they choose to stay, I shall respect their decision, for indeed, this place is quite suitable for retirement. May I inquire? How are the salaries for the faculty members who have passed their evaluations? Gong Yu felt somewhat perplexed. Flander should have been at the Academy of Gods for several days by now, given his avaricious nature. It was indeed surprising that he had not inquired about the salary and benefits. Before Gong Yu could respond, Lu Erlong interjected, the monthly salary for a junior teacher is 200 gold soul coins, while a mid-level teacher earns 200 gold soul coins, and a senior teacher receives 200 gold soul coins. Additionally, there is a double salary at the year's end, and staff accommodations are provided, including meals and lodging. For those not residing on campus, there is an extra monthly allowance of 300. At this moment, Gong Yu added, furthermore, we do not accept those who have been wanted by the Spirit Hall or the two great empires due to illegal retaliation. I sincerely hope that the teachers at your academy are of sound character. The corners of Flander's mouth twitched, realizing that Zhao Wujie had no chance. However, this salary was already on par with that of the Heavenly Dou Imperial Academy, which piqued Flander's interest. Yet, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Yu Xiaojiang, only to find him unmoved, prompting a sigh from Flander. To be honest, Flander believed that the Shrek 7 monsters were still quite young. If they missed this opportunity, they could wait for the next. Yet, he could not fathom why Yu Xiaojiang was so insistent on participating in this particular session. At this point, Gong Yu turned his gaze toward Lu Erlong and casually inquired, and what about you, Vice Dean Erlong? What are your intentions? Will you accompany them, or will you remain? If you choose to leave, I shall gladly acquire your remaining shares. Yu Xiaojiang's determination to depart visibly unsettled Lu Erlong, who replied, I shall contemplate it further. Gong Yu chuckled softly and remarked, there is truly no need to ponder over it any longer. My suggestion is that you should accompany them. If I were to acquire the remaining shares at a premium, you would possess nearly 3 million in assets. They desire a spot in the competition, so establishing another academy would suffice. After all, with such wealth at your disposal, it would take but 2 years of funding that academy to secure your participation in this prestigious elite competition. As for what follows, having already partaken in the contest, the academy's fate thereafter becomes inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Flander's eyes lit up. He relished the idea of living off the prosperity of others, especially if it meant benefiting from the fortune of Lu Erlong. He deemed it a worthy endeavor. However, Yu Xiaojiang felt a sense of pride that prevented him from acquiescing. If Gong Yu had not broached the subject, he might have turned a blind eye and let the matter pass. But since Gong Yu had addressed it so directly, he could not bring himself to allow Lu Erlong to support him. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang declared, there is no need for that. We will not take Lu Erlong with us. Upon hearing this, Flander was tempted to scold him, thinking, You Xiaojiang, are so self-righteous. You may think yourself noble, but you cannot make decisions for Lu Erlong. While you may refuse the benefits, I certainly would not. Could you not simply hold your tongue? Initially, Lu Erlong had been swayed by Gong Yu's words and considered accompanying Shrek, but Yu Xiaojiang's statement shattered her hopes, causing a pang of disappointment in her heart. She inwardly cursed, Yu Xiaojiang, you scoundrel, are you so eager to distance yourself from me? Angered, Lu Erlong confronted Gong Yu with feigned indignation. The academy has weathered its crisis and is now on an upward trajectory. You think you can purchase my remaining shares? Not a chance. I intend to keep them for my future. If you wish to drive me away, I shall simply refuse to leave. With Lu Erlong's words, Flander realized that the prospect of living off others had vanished. He sighed inwardly, contemplating whether to depart with Yu Xiaojiang, that pretentious figure. After all, with Lu Erlong present, Yu Xiaojiang's departure would provide him the opportunity to be alone with her. Moreover, his disciple Ma Hongjun was a commoner, fitting the academy's enrollment criteria, as was Oscar. As for Dai Mubai, the playboy, he could thrive without anyone. However, reflecting further, Flander sighed again. His disciple was utterly infatuated with Xiao Wu and would likely not remain. While Oscar's relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had also progressed, yet Zhu Zhuqing did not meet the admission standards, making Oscar's departure with her quite probable. Conceding to the circumstances, Flander deemed it best to take his leave. With negotiations unresolved, everyone rose to depart. Upon exiting the dean's office, Flander recounted the events to the Shrek 7 devils. At that moment, Gong Yu emerged, and upon seeing him, not only Tang San but also Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu and Ma Hongjun joined in expressing their ire towards him, while Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing remained notably unaffected. Gong Yu stepped forward and teased, "Oh, look who it is. The little rascal. Why do you wear that expression again, leading this group to give me such disdainful looks? But fret not, for you all must depart. So, if you wish to harbor resentment, do so for a while longer. After all, there may not be many opportunities for us to meet again." Tang San remained silent, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing approached and inquired, "May I remain?" She believed that following the likes of Shylik had lost its significance, and it would be wiser to seek shelter elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Gong Yu was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the girl had lost her senses. Yet, he decided it prudent to hear her reasoning first, thus he asked, "Why?" Zhu Zhuqing did not respond to the question directly. Instead, she turned to Oscar and asked, "If I choose to stay, would you be willing to remain as well? If you are, then I shall never waver in my commitment to you. However, if you decline, let us pretend that nothing ever transpired between us and part ways amicably." Concerning her intimate encounter with Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing felt no regret in her eyes. Oscar was far more desirable than Dai Mubai. After all, Dai Mubai could cavort with others freely, so losing her virtue was hardly a significant concern. Gong Yu remained perplexed, pondering the events that had transpired among the Shrek 7 monsters, utterly unaware that it was the handiwork of Gong Shui and her companions. Oscar glanced at the rest of the Shrek members with a tinge of reluctance, but upon shifting his gaze to Dai Mubai, who wore a fierce expression, he made his decision. Since the Shrek 7 monsters had effectively ceased to exist, why should he endure their constant ire? The menacing visage of Dai Mubai was precisely what Ning Rongrong happened to witness, leading her to swiftly twist his ear, causing him to immediately wilt. Witnessing this scene, Gong Yu grew even more bewildered. When had Dai Mubai succumbed to Ning Rongrong in such a manner, especially considering his previous disdain for her? At that moment, Oscar spoke up, stating, "As long as Zhuqing remains, I shall stay by your side." Little Ao, Ma Hongjun was on the verge of reprimanding Oscar, yet was interrupted by Flander, who proclaimed, "Very well, little Ao, let us part on good terms, and I wish you a prosperous future." Oscar nodded in acknowledgement, expressing, "Thank you, Dean Flander." At that juncture, Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze back to Gong Yu and inquired, "May Oscar and I remain?" Chapter 98. The departure and stay of the Shrek members. Gong Yu spoke with measured composure. "Certainly, Oscar is a commoner and inherently meets the admission criteria. As for you, should you wish to remain, you must renounce your identity as a scion of the Zhu family from Star Luo. If you are willing to relinquish this status, the Academy shall accept you. Moreover, the Divine Academy can assure you that once you forsake your lineage, Star Luo will not pursue any grievances against you." At this, Dai Mubai immediately curled his lips into a sneer and retorted, "How dare a mere insignificant academy guarantee that Star Luo won't seek retribution? Such arrogance, aren't you afraid your teeth might shatter from the sheer audacity? On what grounds, you ask? Then let me enlighten you now." Gong Yu countered with equal derision. "On the grounds that the Divine Academy possesses 7 titled Douluos, 4 of whom are 99th rank pinnacle powerhouses, 2 at the 98th rank apex, and the remaining 1 a standard titled Douluo. Is that sufficient? Should we so desire, we could annihilate the entire Star Luo imperial family within an hour. Does that satisfy your skepticism? Were we inclined, we could obliterate any one of the upper 3 sects in the same span. Does that suffice?" The 7 titled Douluos naturally referred to the savage beasts of the Star Do Great Forest, augmented by Dugabo Di Tian, by Ji, Xiangjun, and Wan Yao Wang could all be considered pinnacle existences, while Ziji and Qi Wang were reasonably classified as 98th rank elites, though Yao Ling was omitted, as his whereabouts remained unknown. As for Dugabo, he now stood as Gong Yu's subordinate. Should Gong Yu issue the command, Dugabo would undoubtedly lend his aid. Hearing Gong Yu's staggering declaration, the members of Shrek were visibly shaken, including Lu Erlong, who had been unaware of the sheer magnitude of Gong Yu's influence. There has never been word of such a force on the continent. This man must hail from some reclusive sect, Lu Erlong silently surmised, her mind racing with conjecture. Meanwhile, Flinder's desire to remain affiliated with the Academy burned fiercer than ever. Anyone can boast. Ning Rongrong interjected icily the moment Dai Mubai fell speechless. Gong Yu immediately scoffed, "If you doubt, feel free to let the 7 treasures glazed tile school test it out. Let us see if your esteemed sect can withstand the might of a 96th level sword Douluo and a 95th level bone Douluo. However, once your sect is obliterated, we shall see if you still possess the audacity to act as the little demoness." Ning Rongrong felt a surge of indignation but found herself at a loss for words. The challenge had been laid bare before her. Could she truly provoke a bone Douluo or a sword Douluo over such trivial matters? At that moment, Zhu Xing interjected. Very well, I am willing to renounce my ties to the Zhu family and will promptly issue a public letter severing all connections. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's resolute decision, Dai Mubai felt a surge of anger. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that Zhu Xing was already tainted, and thus, she was no longer desirable to him, rendering his feelings moot. As soon as Dai Mubai's words slipped from his lips, he retracted them, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong. He mused that gaining the support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would far outweigh the Zhu family's backing, and until the situation was resolved, the Zhu family might not even support him. However, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was a different matter. Ning Rongrong was their cherished jewel, deeply adored by two titled Douluos. Should he marry Ning Rongrong, the throne would practically be his for the taking. Even if, in a hypothetical scenario, the throne were to fall into another's hands, as long as he had the backing of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he would not suffer a fate of imprisonment or demise. Gong Yu nodded and said, very well, you may stay. As for tuition fees, there is no need for you to worry. Apart from the monthly subsidies you receive from the Spirit Hall, our academy also offers scholarships and financial aid. You may inquire about the specifics later. Additionally, if you're willing, you may participate in work-study programs, serving as substitute teachers in the primary districts during your leisure time. With one of you being a great spirit master and the other a spirit venerable, you are more than qualified to take on the role of a primary educator. And you may look into the remuneration at your convenience. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened. For he realized that if he were to apply for a position, he could only attain the title of a junior teacher at best, while these two, still students, had already surpassed him. With a grim countenance, Yu Xiaojiang could only utter, let us depart. At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted. Belonging to Ma Hongjun, can I stay too? I am also a commoner. Having heard of the scholarships and financial assistance the academy offered, he saw it as a wonderful opportunity to win over some female students, especially since Xiao Wu had been indifferent to him and had not helped him with his issues. It would be better to pursue a few schoolmates instead. Yes, your status as a commoner makes you eligible to remain. Gong Yu nodded, though he was not pleased internally. Even if Ma Hongjun stayed, he would find a way to drive him away. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of excitement and turned to Xiao Wu, asking, Xiao Wu, should we stay? Xiao Wu had no intention of remaining. Ever since she learned that the academy's headmaster was a titled Douluo, she had been cautious and anxious about her identity being discovered. Furthermore, after hearing Gong Yu mention that there were several titled Douluo supporting the academy, she was utterly terrified. The thought of the Shrek team remaining sent her mind racing with the idea of secretly fleeing. Her life was at stake. Thus, Xiao Wu declared, if Tang San stays, then I will stay. She knew that if Yu Xiaojing left, Tang San would undoubtedly follow suit, so she deliberately used Tang San as an excuse. Before Tang San could voice his thoughts, Gong Yu interjected, Tang San cannot remain. He is a disciple of the Haotian sect, and our Shrek Academy is too small to accommodate such a grand sect. As soon as these words left Gong Yu's lips, he immediately heard a chime in his mind, likely indicating that he had inadvertently revealed Tang San's background, earning himself another simulation attempt, though he was too apathetic to check. However, upon hearing Gong Yu's statement, everyone from the Shrek team, including Tang San, was left bewildered, save for Yu Xiaojiang and Flender. What is this Haotian sect? I have never even heard of it. Tang San retorted, for he was currently unaware of his own origins. Gong Yu let out a derisive laugh, saying, you possess the blue silver grass and the Haotian hammer, a pair of twin martial souls. Do not tell me that after so many years of studying under Yu Xiaogang, you remain oblivious to the identity of the hammer in your left hand. Even if Yu Xiaogang did not instruct you, you surely must have encountered its image in the tutorial. At this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed never compared the images in the tutorial with his own Haotian hammer. Reflecting on it now, he realized the folly of never having sought to discover the nature of his hammer martial soul over the years. How do you know I possess twin martial souls? As soon as the words escaped his lips, Tang San mentally berated himself for his foolishness, for this was, in effect, an admission of his true origins. Gong Yu scoffed once more, remarking that even a pretentious theorist like Yu Xiaojiang had managed to deduce that he possessed twin martial souls. There was no way she could be inferior to him. Xiao Wu, aware that Tang San could not remain, let out a sigh of relief. Genuinely worried that he might choose to stay. Then I shall not stay either, she declared. Ma Hongjun recognized that Xiao Wu would not choose to linger. Yet he found it difficult to part with her. Ultimately, he resolved to accompany her, for no matter how admirable the junior sister might be, she could never compare to the beauty of Xiao Wu. Besides, he was acutely aware that the junior sister might not reciprocate his feelings. Nevertheless, he felt that by following Xiao Wu and with the weight of their shared past, there might still be a chance in the future. Chapter 99, Spirit Forging Flander. Overhearing Ma Hongjun's abrupt decision not to stay, felt a surge of frustration. He thought to himself that if only the lad could make a decisive choice to remain, it might resolve his own lifelong dilemma. Yet, the young man was clearly infatuated, and Xiao Wu would never harbor feelings for him. Since you have all made your decisions, I shall not keep you, Gong Yu said with a smile, indicating that their departure was of little consequence to him. However, given their evident discord, it was prudent to prevent them from lingering and becoming an eyesore. Afterward, the Shrek team departed entirely. Though two teachers chose to stay behind, one possessing a sweet bean martial soul, the other of uncertain lineage. They were both of an age that sought tranquility and wished to avoid further turmoil with Flander. Initially, the Tiando Royal Academy seemed a suitable choice. But following Dai Mubai's avalanche incident, they were reluctant to remain there and thus left with Flander. However, with the Academy of Gods now willing to accept them, and having no enmity with that institution, it appeared to be the best option. Flander did not press the matter. After all, he had once considered staying himself. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojing and Ma Hongjun, he might have truly remained. Upon their departure, Lu Erlong discreetly handed Flander a gold card, a secret kept from Yu Xiaojing, stemming from her patronage of him. Flander was elated, insisting it was merely a loan that he would repay in the future. Lu Erlong, however, waved her hand dismissively, indicating she was unconcerned and merely requested that he keep in touch and occasionally update her on Yu Xiaojing's situation. Mentioning Yu Xiaojing made Flander somewhat uncomfortable, but he ultimately agreed. With the Shrek matters reaching a conclusion, Gong Yu granted himself a brief respite. This so-called vacation was, in fact, a period during which he engaged professional architects to construct a forge for himself. One day, he entered the forge accompanied by Gong Xiao. After igniting the furnace and ensuring all necessary preparations were complete, Gong Yu commenced the forging process, intent on attempting spirit forging. Spirit forging metals were essential for the creation of two character battle armors, making this a crucial step for Gong Yu. Without it, his armor could never advance. His one character battle armor, tailor-made for him, had achieved the black level, crafted from alloys of spirit metals reaching the pinnacle of 1,000 refinements. Thus, upgrading to a two-character battle armor did not necessitate a complete remake. It merely required the integration of suitable spirit-forged metals and a redesign to automatically elevate its status. Of course, he also needed to supplement any missing components to complete the two-character battle armor, such as adding wing components. Observing Gong Xiao beside him, Gong Yu extracted a piece of heated dark silver from the forge. As he hammered away with the forging hammer, he remarked, to elevate to spirit forging, it is ideal to reach the pinnacle of 1,000 refinements for the next step that would enhance the outcome, but it is not imperative to achieve perfection. At that moment, Gong Xiao inquired, how can one determine if they have reached 1,000 refinements? In truth, Gong Xiao's forging skills had already attained that level. She simply had never inquired about what constituted 1,000 refinements, having relied on Gong Yu's assessments in the past. Gong Yu continued to strike the forging hammer while elucidating. This is rather simple. Generally speaking, 1,000-fold forging possesses spirit. Once it reaches this threshold, a brilliant radiance will ascend. A typical 1,000-fold forging with spirit that rises to 5 feet is already quite astonishing, yet 5 feet is not the pinnacle. Gong Xiao reminisced about her forging process, recalling moments when brilliance soared magnificently, though she did not pay much attention to the precise height it reached. The fact that it had occurred signified that she had indeed attained the essence of 1,000 forges imbued with spirit. She then inquired of Gong Yu, what degree of brilliance must one achieve to be considered the pinnacle of 1,000 forges? Gong Yu smiled gently and remarked, when the radiant light soars upwards, reaching a height of over 10 feet, it is considered the pinnacle of forging, much like the present moment. As his words resonated through the air, his right hand, grasping the forging hammer, became enveloped in golden scales. With a single strike, a resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the forge, and a brilliance surged forth like a soaring dragon, ascending to a height of over 10 feet before it finally subsided. Gong Xiao widened her eyes. While she might be capable of forging 1,000-fold metal, she was utterly certain that she could never attain the remarkable feats achieved by Gong Yu at this moment. After reaching the pinnacle of his craft, Gong Yu did not cease his endeavors. Instead, he continued to hammer the slab of deep silver, stating, "I shall now commence the forging of spiritual metal. As this is my first attempt, I must not be distracted by conversation. You may observe quietly, and any inquiries can be posed later." "Understood, my lord. I shall attentively watch," Gong Xiao replied, nodding, aware of the importance of the task at hand. Gong Yu took a deep breath, and as the radiant light ascended, the forging hammer in his hand unfolded on either side of his body, causing his eyes to brighten. The hammer arced gracefully through the air, and before the silver light descended, he swung the forging hammer once more. A brilliant beam of light struck the refined silver, producing a sound far more resonant than before. Upon closer inspection, the silver now bore a layer of intricate cloud patterns, radiating a dazzling luminescence, swirling with an ethereal glow, as if it had transformed into a different metal altogether. Through the meticulous process of 1,000 forges, the internal structure of this silver had been thoroughly refined. Its hardness magnified exponentially, now capable of withstanding Gong Yu's formidable strength. With brightened eyes and a fully awakened mental realm, Gong Yu's spiritual energy began to surge forth, gently infusing the silver alongside the forging hammer. The fusion of spiritual energy and vitality resulted in a subtle dragon's roar emitted from the silver with each strike, while the cloud patterns above underwent delicate shifts. The infusion of spiritual and soul energy marked the commencement of the most crucial phase of spiritual forging, life's enlightenment. The primary distinction between spiritual forging and 1,000 forges lies in the essence. Undoubtedly, the more inherent spirit a rare metal possesses, the greater its value. While the infusion of soul energy was expected, the sheer volume of spiritual energy he released seemed excessive. Under normal circumstances, such a quantity was unnecessary, clearly indicating that Gong Yu had infused a portion of his own essence into the process. The dragon's roar served as testimony, for such a distinctive sound should not ordinarily manifest at this stage. Gong Yu wielded his forging hammer with remarkable steadiness, no longer as delicate as before, yet not appearing excessively burdensome either. It was merely a regular strike, landing upon the heavy silver. The silvery cloud patterns on the silver gradually morphed, transforming from smoothness to distortion. Faintly, with the infusion of Gong Yu's spiritual energy, it began to oscillate in a rhythmic manner. This was a manifestation of the metal acquiring sentience. In approximately 5 minutes, he transitioned into the realm of spiritual forging, an astonishing process that ordinary individuals could not achieve. Even the renowned 3 great masters of the current era, the 3 great masters, Tang Hao, Titan, and Lu Gao, were not truly divine blacksmiths. They merely lingered at the 1,000 forging stage. Having spent 5 years in Gingxin City, Gong Yu had learned forging from Lu Gao for a time. Yet Lu Gao could only forge rare metals to a luminosity of less than 10 feet, indicating he had not even reached the pinnacle of 1,000 forging. Moreover, Lu Gao's finest creation served as the best testament to his limitations. The most formidable armor he crafted could merely withstand a single strike from a soul sage. According to Lu Gao, Titan was comparable to him, with Titan's luminosity during metal forging slightly surpassing his own. As for Tang Hao, he was stronger still. For the metals he forged radiated brilliance exceeding 10 feet during the process, signifying that his forging technique had attained the pinnacle of 1,000 forging. Logically, the 3 great masters of this era should have at least reached the level of spiritual forging, yet due to the constraints of the times, the status of blacksmiths was low, and the lack of technological innovation resulted in forging techniques remaining in their infancy. Thus, blacksmiths, even the so-called 3 great masters, had never contemplated the possibility of harmonizing their mental and spiritual energies with the metal during the forging process to inspire life within it. They merely struck the metal, satisfied to achieve the sentience of 1,000 forging. Consequently, no spiritual forging masters had emerged on the continent of Douluo to date. Recognizing the limitations of forging in this era, Gong Yu ceased his studies with Lu Gao after reaching the 1,000 forging stage, as further learning held no significance. Lu Gao had hoped to include Gong Yu's name among the divine blacksmiths, but Gong Yu declined. At this moment, in the forging chamber, after achieving spiritual forging with the metal in hand, Gong Yu did not pause but continued to strike, eager to discover the extent of his limits. The transition from spiritual forging to soul forging represented an insurmountable chasm, a barrier that countless blacksmiths had failed to cross even 2 millennia hence. Gong Yu wished to test whether he could directly attain soul forging in one fell swoop. Logically, his strength was sufficient to support reaching the soul forging level, and his mental prowess in the Lingyuan realm was already adequate. What he lacked was merely the support of soul power, culminating in the infusion of spiritual energy. In the forging chamber, The rhythmic clanging of the forging hammer striking the metal echoed through the space. Suddenly, a faint hum emanated from the piece of deep silver. Almost instantly, the deep silver itself quivered gently, and the swirling cloud patterns appeared to come alive, shifting and transforming, with the vague semblance of a dragon. The previously subtle sound of Dragon's roar became distinctly pronounced, and an exuberant emotion erupted from the deep silver, signifying the completion of the spiritual forging in a mere 8 minutes. The swiftness of this accomplishment was entirely attributed to the advantages bestowed by his bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. However, Gong Yu paused, though this did not signify an end to his forging endeavors. A gentle smile graced his lips, as if he were listening to the jubilant celebration of the deep silver, akin to a newborn life proudly showcasing itself to its father. In the next moment, Gong Yu's aura shifted dramatically. A powerful wave of vitality surged forth, revealing diamond-shaped scales that adorned his body, imbuing him with a formidable presence. The visible skin was limited to his neck and arms, with scales densely covering his neck up to his jawline. His hands were entirely cloaked in golden scales, yet the claws of the golden dragon did not manifest. The intensity of his vitality astonished Gong Xiao, who stood nearby. While Gong Xiao was capable of channeling vitality, and her sisters could do so as well, having cultivated the dragon-elephant prajna and utilizing the blood of sub-dragon species and elephant blood for assistance, this was merely a basic operation for them. However, in the face of Gong Yu's overwhelming vitality, she sensed a potency that far surpassed her own and her sisters by several magnitudes. The formidable pressure of his bloodline directly stimulated Gong Xiao's martial spirit, causing rings of soul energy to rise from her feet. Just as she was attempting to recover from her astonishment, a scene even more astonishing unfolded before her eyes. As Gong Yu's aura continued to escalate, she beheld golden rings ascending around his feet, 5 in total. These 5 golden rings represented Gong Yu's vitality soul rings. Following the integration of the Golden Dragon King bloodline, the system had placed 9 seals upon him. It was not due to any reluctance to impose more seals. Rather, it was because the Golden Dragon King bloodline he acquired was incomplete, permitting only 9 seals. Each time Gong Yu obtained a soul ring, 1 seal would be released. And now, with 5 seals unbound, he would gain a corresponding skill from the Golden Dragon King with each release. Gong Xiao, witnessing Gong Yu's blood and soul ring for the first time, felt her astonishment deepen, particularly due to its golden hue. She had heard Gong Yu mention that gold represents a million-year soul ring, leaving her both awestruck and incredulous. With arms outstretched, Gong Yu gave a slight tremor, causing the fluctuations of his vital energy to intensify, enveloped in a golden mist that swirled around him, his eyes transforming into a brilliant gold. The chunk of heavy silver seemed to sense Gong Yu's energy fluctuations, its previous exuberance now replaced by curiosity. At that moment, Gong Yu's forging hammer moved. And with its activation, the hammer had been imbued with the power of his vital energy, taking on a golden sheen. He brought it down with ferocity. No longer the lightness of before, but now imbued with immense weight. Each strike reverberated through the entire forge, producing a deep rumble akin to cannon fire. The spirit-forged silver emitted a mournful groan with each blow, as if experiencing a paradoxical blend of pain and pleasure. Gong Xiao observed as Gong Yu's hammer struck, momentarily transforming the silver into a golden hue. Though it would soon fade, yet it was indisputable that it had been touched by Gong Yu's forging hammer. The fundamental difference between spirit forging and soul forging lies in the former bestowing life, while the latter imparts one's legacy onto the metal, akin to a soul's inheritance. At this juncture, Gong Yu had undoubtedly embarked on the journey from spirit forging to soul forging, pouring his bloodline's essence into the heavy silver, simultaneously infusing it with his soul and vital energy. Forging is not merely an external manipulation of the metal, it is also an internal process, wherein one's essence, soul power, and mental strength are injected into the very core of the metal. Through the connection with the metal itself, an internal forging occurs, combining both internal and external forces, fully awakening the metal's intrinsic properties. This process also enriches it with one's own soul power, akin to creating a doppelganger. Once the soul forging commenced, Gong Yu became markedly more cautious. Each strike resonated with gravity. His potent bloodline fluctuations were infused without reservation, yet showed no signs of diminishing. As time flowed on, at a certain moment, a sound echoed once more. When, ding, a crisp sound reverberated from within the silver. Chapter 101, Soul Forging Failure. This reverberation may seem ordinary, Yet in this era of limitations, it bore epoch-making significance. Gong Yu comprehended the profound implications of this revelation. The arduousness of soul forging was immense, and the resonance signified a pivotal triumph in the soul forging process. This indicated that the diverse energies infused within the metal had been harmoniously unified, allowing for internal assistance in the forging. The significance of this effect was truly monumental. The resonance of soul forging also reflected the forger's profound understanding of rare metals, signifying that all prior preparations had not been in vain. Gong Yu's expression remained unchanged as she continued her forging. Indeed, with each strike of the hammer, a resonant echo emerged, growing ever more distinct. Gong Xiao widened her eyes in astonishment. She could not comprehend why there would be an echo in the realm of metal forging at such an advanced level. The sound resonated in her ears, evoking a sensation of exquisite beauty. Each individual's vital energy and spiritual power are inherently distinct, as is their mental acuity. Thus, the resonance of soul forging can only convey a feeling devoid of any specific technique, requiring the artisan to grasp it through personal experience. Consequently, Gong Yu was unable to impart any insights to Gong Xiao. Following the resonance of soul forging comes the solidification process. Once solidification is achieved, the forging is deemed to be 70% complete. The final stage is the summoning of the soul. Upon the successful completion of this summoning, the soul forging is rendered triumphant. As Gong Yu's hammering speed began to accelerate, his vitality and strength remained remarkably potent, showing no signs of waning. The golden mist surrounding his body grew ever denser. Under the relentless strikes of his hammer, the once dull silver had transformed entirely into gold. Resonating with the powerful roars of dragons, accompanied by the clear echoes of soul forging, all indicating that events were unfolding favorably. Suddenly, the gold and silver quivered violently and, astonishingly, leapt from the anvil. Xiao Xiao, be cautious. This is a life tremor. It has gained sentience and seeks to flee. Secure the doors and windows. Then summon your martial spirit. If it escapes, aim and strike it back. I will explain later. Gong Yu swiftly conveyed these instructions to Gong Xiao to prevent any distraction. Indeed, scarcely had he finished speaking when the little creature attempted to flee before Gong Xiao could act. Yet, Gong Yu remained unperturbed, exclaiming, "Humph, you wish to escape? Return here at once." As he uttered this command, a third golden halo around him flashed brilliantly, causing the gold and silver to tremble before it clanged back onto the anvil. The silver was now imbued with Gong Yu's bloodline aura, and the formidable essence of the Golden Dragon King compelled it to yield, returning to its place. Taking a deep breath, Gong Yu raised his heavy hammer once more, resolutely initiating the next phase, soul solidification. His eyes transformed from gold to a rich purple-gold hue. With each strike, the release of his bloodline aura diminished, yet his mental fortitude surged. 2 violet golden beams shot forth from his eyes, directly channeling the power of the purple extreme demon eye into the metal. Instantly, the oscillations of the gold and silver began to subside. Under the dual influence of mental pressure and forging, the gold retracted inward, revealing intricate patterns that morphed into lifelike diamond-shaped scales, indistinguishable from those adorning Gong Yu himself. Nearby, Gong Xiao's breathing grew heavy. Though much remained unclear to her, she sensed that Gong Yu's forging had reached a critical juncture. The soul solidification appeared to progress smoothly, and if this trend continued, Gong Yu might indeed achieve soul forging. If successful, he would become the first and only soul forging master in this era. However, Gong Yu tread carefully, for he had no formal teacher. He had not opted for the forging master inheritance during his initial simulations, relying instead on fragmented knowledge gleaned from novels of his past life. Success would be ideal, but failure might lead him to revisit the long-forgotten simulations, hoping for some insight. Undoubtedly, he had succeeded in the soul forging process, becoming the first in this era to navigate this path. Each emergence of a first is accompanied by phenomena of celestial significance, indicating the universe's acknowledgement. Following Gong Yu's completion of soul forging, a vibrant rainbow rain fell upon Tendo City, unbeknownst to him and Gong Xiao as they remained indoors. After this spectacle, it seemed that blacksmiths across the industry sensed a shift. The renowned blacksmith Lu Gao quietly removed his name and that of Tang San Titan from the divine blacksmith list. Every blacksmith who had ascended recognized the potential for further advancement in forging, and those once deemed divine blacksmiths no longer held their titles. Lu Gao voluntarily demoted himself, along with the names of Tang San Titan, clearing the ranks of divine blacksmiths. Gong Yu continued to diligently strike the piece of dark silver, despite the growing strain he felt in his efforts. He persevered, For with the completion of this soul forging, he would ascend from a level 6 blacksmith to a level 7. The golden dragon scales emerged in increasing abundance, ultimately enveloping the entire piece of dark silver. A golden aura began to condense, while the inherent brilliance of the dark silver flickered rhythmically. This signified the successful solidification. Yet it was merely the first step in the process. Gong Yu continued his forging, steadfastly solidifying his efforts, yet the fluctuations of his vital energy began to wane. At this juncture, he dared not pause, for if he were to halt, his vital force would cease to flow, and the soul forging would inevitably culminate in failure. This was an inescapable reality, as his soul power was insufficient to sustain the entirety of the soul forging process. Thus, he relied on his robust vital energy to substitute for the required soul power. Under normal circumstances, the entire process of soul forging necessitated at least a cultivation level of 7 rings to be accomplished successfully. Gong Yu evidently possesses no such capability. After acquiring the 5th spirit ring, although he assimilated the energy essence of the Blue Silver King, elevating his spirit ring to a 100,000-year grade, it only augmented his spirit power by a mere 4 levels. Furthermore, with the complete unsealing of the energy from the 4th spirit ring, his rank ascended by 1 additional level, rendering him merely a level 55 spirit king. His vitality cannot be compared with the strength of a 7-ringed spirit. Yet his bloodline is that of the Golden Dragon King, a lineage of considerable elevation. During the process of spirit forging, vitality is more readily fused and controlled than spirit power. For instance, in the step of soul forging resonance, had he relied solely on spirit power, Gong Yu would still be unable to achieve it. However, by employing his vitality, he has already succeeded. This is the distinction. The forging hammer continued its descent. With a crisp clang, radiant golden light suddenly erupted from the dense silver, within which a dragon-shaped aura subtly spiraled around the metal. Gong Yu felt a surge of joy within, and at that moment, his first golden halo radiated brilliantly. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed around him. This was a call to the soul. Gong Yu was uncertain if he should proceed to this stage, yet an inner voice urged him forward, compelling him to initiate the summoning. The essence of summoning the soul lies in invoking the energy imbued during forging to resonate with the soul-infused metal, awakening its true spirit. Thus, the soul within the metal could be genuinely activated. A lifeless spirit-forged metal resembles mere flora, while a soul-forged metal transcends to embody the essence of a soul beast. This is the quintessence of soul forging. The fervent dragon's roar reverberated within the forge, while the metal emitted a continuous hum. However, at a certain moment, the gold and silver suddenly vibrated and then fell silent. It had failed. Chapter 102, Words for the Lofty. Gong Yu let out a sigh of relief and set aside the forging hammer. Although the soul forging had failed, he had merely been attempting spiritual forging today. And to his delight, that endeavor had proven successful. Thus, his objective was achieved. What is it, young master? Upon witnessing Gong Yu conclude his forging, Gong Shao, perplexed, immediately inquired. Gong Yu smiled faintly and remarked, "The spirit forging has been successful. However, I initially intended to attempt the next stage of soul forging. Regrettably, I faltered at the final step of the soul forging process. Thus, I have merely attained the pinnacle of spirit forging, which can scarcely be considered a half-step into soul forging." Gong Shao, with a visage full of admiration, remarked, "I understand that you, my lord, are also navigating uncharted waters. Therefore, you have already performed admirably. I firmly believe that you shall surely achieve success in your next endeavor." Gong Yu nodded and remarked, "Perhaps when we attain the 6th ring, it will be possible. Do you not have any questions to ask?" "Indeed." Gong Shao nodded vigorously. "I wish to inquire, what level must one reach in 1,000 temperings before attempting spiritual tempering?" "This is quite simple," Gong Yu replied with a smile. "As I previously mentioned, when 1,000 temperings possesses spirit, a brilliant radiance will ascend. A typical 1,000 temperings with spirit can rise to 5 feet, which is already quite remarkable. Therefore, if one can elevate the radiance to a height of 5 feet, they qualify to proceed to the next step. However, I would advise reaching the pinnacle of 1,000 temperings before attempting the subsequent stage, as this will significantly enhance the likelihood of success in spiritual tempering." "Why?" Gong Shao inquired once more. Gong Yu, after undergoing the process of 1,000 forges and exquisite refinement, the internal structure of the metal is entirely unraveled, allowing for a more precise mastery over its properties. Gong Shao silently nodded, committing Gong Yu's words to memory, and then inquired, "How should one proceed with spirit forging?" Gong Yu remarked, "The so-called spiritual forging is the process of infusing soul power and mental energy into a metal that has been refined 1,000 times. merging them together to awaken life. To illustrate, while a thousand-fold refinement can endow a metal with spirituality, it remains an inanimate object. Spiritual forging, on the other hand, is the means by which this inanimate substance is endowed with sentience, transforming it into a living entity. This is precisely why the piece of dark silver fled earlier. It gained consciousness and became alive. As he spoke, Gong Yu gestured towards a piece of spiritually forged metal before him, which had attained the stage of half-step soul forging. Adding, "This is something that can only be comprehended intuitively and cannot be articulated. I cannot teach it directly, which is why I have shown it to you, allowing you to experience it for yourself." Gong Yu then proceeded to explain various concepts to Gong Xiao. Subsequently, he guided her in undertaking a thousand-fold refinement, with Gong Xiao personally engaging in the task while Gong Yu provided assistance. Fortunately, they were able to ascertain the extent of Gong Xiao's refinement. However, it was regrettable that her refined metal only emanated a radiance of approximately 4 zhang, indicating that she still had a considerable distance to cover before she could engage in spiritual forging. At that moment, Gong Yu smiled gently, saying, "Your thousand-fold refinement has reached a commendable level, and this stage signifies that you have qualified to forge your own character armor." Really? Gong Xiao's face lit up with excitement. She had witnessed Gong Yu's character armor, which, when activated, could enhance one's strength by 2 great realms, leaving her envious each time. Yet, Gong Yu mentioned that the character armor had its flaws, and once he was able to perform spiritual forging, he would directly craft 2 character armors for everyone. Possessing a 2-character armor would also grant the ability to fly, thus stirring a sense of anticipation among them. Indeed, Gong Yu affirmed, "If you genuinely wish to create your own armor, I will assist you in its design and crafting. However, the forging of spiritually infused metal is something you must undertake on your own." I will diligently work on forging spiritually infused metal," Gong Xiao exclaimed, nearly bursting with excitement. Then Gong Yu added, "However, I still recommend that you first learn the art of fusion forging." "What is fusion forging?" Gong Xiao inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Gong Yu stated, "Fusion forging involves the melding of various sentient metals. By utilizing these fused metals, one can craft a single character battle armor, which, when upgraded to a 2-character version, requires no reworking. One merely needs to integrate suitable spirit-forged metals and redesign it accordingly." "Understood. I shall heed your words." Gong Xiao nodded in agreement. At that moment, Gong Yu demonstrated the fusion forging process in front of Gong Xiao, successfully melding 5 types of metals, leaving her utterly astonished. Following the demonstration, Gong Xiao attempted it herself and succeeded, albeit with only 2 metals. Generally speaking, fusion forging can amalgamate up to 7 types of metals. But this is not the pinnacle. The ultimate achievement is the fusion of 9, as 9 is the number of extremes. Thus, Gong Yu recognized that he still had a long way to go. After concluding the demonstration, Gong Yu departed from the forging chamber, leaving Gong Xiao to continue her practice. Once outside the forge, he visited the blacksmith's guild in Tiando City to deliver the spirit-forged metals he had obtained to Lu Gao. Accompanying the metals was a brief letter that read, "A divine craftsman should not be confined by definitions, for such constraints only lead to stagnation and a severed path forward. True forging should breathe life and imbue a soul into creation." Having learned from Lu Gao for several years, their ideological differences had increasingly widened over time. This divergence was the primary reason Gong Yu ceased his studies under Lu Gao. While it was true that Lu Gao had little left to teach him, the fundamental issue lay in their contrasting philosophies. Gong Yu could not effectively communicate an advanced ideology to such a stubborn traditionalist. Indeed, Lu Gao was quite the obstinate individual. He would spend months studying an intricate object, fixated on deciphering it to the point of neglecting his own needs and forbidding interruptions. Thus, it would be more accurate to label Lu Gao as a creator rather than merely a blacksmith. In his eyes, all crafted items were ultimately mere tools. They were not alive. If the tools were imbued with life, the question arose, would they be controlled by humans, or would they control humans instead? This line of thought plagued Lu Gao for 3 solid months, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Ultimately, their differing philosophies led to their parting of ways. Lu Gao chose not to delve deeper into the intricacies of forging, instead continuing his pursuits in the creation of intricate artifacts. After entrusting the transported items to the guild's personnel for delivery to Lu Gao, Gong Yu could already envision the expression that would cross Lu Gao's face upon seeing the metal. Subsequently, Gong Yu requested assistance from the blacksmith guild to procure a batch of metals he required. Presenting Lu Gao's blacksmith token, he received substantial discounts on his purchases. Fortunately, this time he managed to acquire all the necessary metals from the guild, eliminating the need to wait for the next procurement trip to Gangshin City. Once he had secured everything he needed, Gong Yu departed from the blacksmith guild and returned to his residence. He then resolved to proceed with his next plan. Chapter 103. The Pursuit of the Peculiar Tang Hao. Upon returning home, Gong Yu summoned everyone to announce an important matter. Once they had all gathered, he spoke. I need to retreat to a certain location for an extended period, approximately 6 months to a year. Hearing this, Gong Shui raised her hand and inquired, May we accompany you? This time, she had learned to be more astute, phrasing her question to ask if it was permissible to join him. Gong Yu shook her head and said, No, it's impossible. You are far too weak to accompany me. If you were all soul kings like myself, I might consider it. The women could not help but lower their heads, clenching their fists, filled with self-loathing for their own inadequacy. The destination that Gong Yu is set to visit is the city of slaughter. Among the women, perhaps only Gong Xiao is truly suited for this journey, given her immense strength and a repertoire of other skills. The city of slaughter would indeed provide her with an ideal environment to hone her combat abilities. However, after some contemplation, Gong Yu ultimately decided against bringing Gong Xiao along. After all, it would be unfair to show favoritism. Moreover, with Gong Xiao being the bearer of the Summer God's legacy, even if she were to acquire the Shura's artifacts within the city of slaughter, their utility for her would likely be minimal. As for the other young ladies, it would be best to exclude them. They would struggle to navigate the treacherous environment of the city of slaughter. Are you certain you will return within a year? Gong Lan inquired. Sensing a vague unease within her that Gong Yu might not return in such a time frame, though it could merely be a figment of her imagination. I assure you, I will return before the Soul Master Elite competition, Gong Yu vowed. Gong Yu believed that a year should suffice, as long as the city of slaughter could accommodate him. He could certainly engage in a battle each day. However, it was evident that the city of slaughter could not arrange it that way. Thus he set a deadline of 1 year for himself. Casting a glance at the women present, Gong Yu continued, After my departure, you must not neglect your training. Lana, you are to oversee them diligently. Gong Lan nodded, her heart heavy with reluctance, yet she refrained from voicing her sentiments. It was time for Xiao Shui to learn the virtues of maturity and to shed her mischievous ways. Gong Yu then imparted a few instructions to Xiao Shui, followed by additional guidance to the other young ladies. As the moment of departure approached, Gong Yu offered his final counsel. I hope that by the time I return, you shall have all reached level 50. When that day arrives, I will take you to acquire the 5th spirit ring. Xiao Shui, Sister ZG has already prepared your 5th soul ring, so there is no need for haste once you reach level 50. As for Lan Air, you must not hastily absorb your 5th soul ring. It holds great significance for you. Should you find yourself in urgent need of a soul ring, venture into the blue-silver forest, but do ensure that you have fully absorbed the blue-silver emperor beforehand. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope you can wait for my return before seeking your soul ring. Gong Lan nodded slightly, remaining silent. Gong Yu then spoke, stating that his departure served as a test for them, to observe whether they could adeptly manage various affairs without relying on him, for in the future, they could not always depend on him. After conveying his instructions, they shared a meal together, enjoying a hearty feast before Gong Yu took his leave. Feeling the lingering gazes of the women, he dared not look back, fearing that a moment of weakness might compel him to take them along. Yet the city of slaughter was no place for them. The exact location of this city was unknown, but heading northward from the blue-silver forest was the right direction. Along the way, Gong Yu sensed that someone had been trailing him for several days, yet he feigned ignorance. On this particular day, having wandered deep into desolate mountains, he deliberately revealed a flaw, finally drawing out the person following him. Tang Hao? Upon seeing the hooded figure emerge, with one sleeve conspicuously empty, Gong Yu immediately thought of Tang Hao. Since the departure of the individuals from Shilik after leaving the Academy of Gods, Tang Hao had been monitoring Gong Yu, his sworn enemy, eager to eliminate him but finding no opportunity until he spotted Gong Yu leaving alone a few days prior, seizing what he believed to be his chance. Ultimately, he had been recognized, but that mattered little. Tang Hao discarded his disguise, revealing his true identity, confident that no one could save Gong Yu this time. Indeed, Gong Yu had not brought any protectors along. Bai Ji and ZG were both in Dou City. However, Gong Yu merely scoffed, asserting that he did not require saving this time. Without further ado, he activated his complete set of battle armor, instantly elevating his power by 20 levels to reach the Soul Sage rank. A complete set of soul bones. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, as he was unfamiliar with battle armor, initially mistaking it for soul bones. However, he quickly shook his head, realizing it was not soul bones. for he could not sense any trace of soul beast within Gong Yu's armor. At that moment, Gong Yu trembled, 5 golden soul rings pulsating forth, while golden scales enveloped his hands and neck. Without waiting for Tang Hao to utter a word, he struck first. What in the world are golden soul rings? The limitations of this era left Tang Hao unaware of what the golden soul rings truly represented. Gong Yu, without engaging in idle chatter with Tang Hao, launched a formidable golden dragon claw attack from a distance, leaving Tang Hao momentarily stunned. Although Tang Hao had suffered the loss of an arm and his prowess had diminished to that of a soul Douluo in a life-and-death struggle, Gong Yu would undeniably find himself at a disadvantage. However, the advanced soul-guiding devices he possessed, some reaching level 6, were not to be underestimated. Moreover, without his titled strength, Tang Hao could no longer soar into the skies, while Gong Yu, equipped with a pair of external soul-bone wings, had the audacity to confront him head-on. If the battle turned unfavorable, he could simply take flight, for Tang Hao, in his current state, was unable to follow. As Gong Yu's golden dragon claw approached, Tang Hao did not dare to underestimate it. He swiftly retreated several steps while summoning the Haotian hammer, preparing to swing it. The chaotic hammer technique unleashed its first strike, colliding with the golden dragon claw in a thunderous clash. The sound reverberated through the air, causing a tumultuous disturbance, and Tang Hao was pushed back 5 or 6 steps before he could regain his footing, his hand numbed by the impact. Indeed, the attack reached an impressive power level of no less than 75, yet ultimately, it was somewhat lacking. Steadying himself, Tang Hao fixed his gaze on Ling Yun and coldly declared, "If this is all you are capable of, then today shall mark the site of your eternal rest." Gong Yu scoffed once more, asserting, "It remains uncertain whose final resting place this is." With a thunderous roar, the golden dragon surged forth. He summoned the power of the golden dragon King's bloodline, unleashing a formidable roar that left Tang Hao momentarily bewildered. The adversary remained beyond his reach, rendering his hammer ineffective. Tang Hao swung his mighty hammer in a flurry, creating a resonant hum in the air to disrupt the echoing roar of Gong Yu. Yet, in doing so, he was also harnessing the chaotic energy of the wandering wind hammer technique to gather strength. Gong Yu discerned Tang Hao's intentions and, with a mere touch of her fingers on the soul-guiding device, summoned 5 fifth-level soul-guiding bombs into her grasp. Without hesitation, she flung the 5 bombs towards Tang Hao, unleashing a barrage upon him. "Tang Hao, I am presently occupied and cannot indulge you in play. Await your turn. In a few years, I shall take great pleasure in settling the score with you. Until we meet again." After leaving behind such a remark, Gong Yu unfurled his external soul-bone wings and took flight. Since Tang Hao had yet to unleash his full power, it was prudent to make a hasty retreat, for he was undeniably outmatched by that cripple. Meanwhile, Tang Hao found himself disoriented by Gong Yu's relentless barrage, as this was the first time he had encountered such a fighting style. Though the 5th-level soul guide bombs could not inflict serious harm on someone of Tang Hao's caliber, they were effective in momentarily restraining him through sheer surprise. Once the explosion subsided, Tang Hao could no longer discern Gong Yu's presence. With a sigh, he chose to retrace his steps to safeguard his son, only to discover bloodstains on his hand upon touching his chest. Evidently, the 5 soul guide bombs had indeed inflicted some minor injury. Chapter 104, City of Slaughter. After enduring 10 days of hardship, a small town finally emerged on the horizon. This sight stirred a peculiar sensation within Gong Yu. He had anticipated a more prolonged search, especially since this was his inaugural visit. The map of Douluo Continent bore no indication of the City of Slaughter. Prior to his arrival, Gong Yu had only known that the City of Slaughter was a small town located to the north of the Tiando Empire, approximately 10 days to half a month's journey from the blue-silver forest. Nevertheless, he had ultimately succeeded in locating it. The town appeared modest in size, yet upon entering, Gong Yu sensed an unsettling atmosphere enveloping him. Though he could not articulate the reason, he felt an unusual chill emanating from the townsfolk. Approaching a dilapidated tavern, he noted its decor was predominantly black, and the air was thick and murky, reminiscent of the unpleasant ambience found in internet cafes of his past life. Despite it being daytime, a pervasive chill pervaded the tavern. It was not large, yet it was not small either, and roughly 30% of the seats were occupied by boisterous men, some bare-chested, while others stood upon their chairs, one-footed, to assert their dominance. The arrival of Gong Yu captivated the attention of many, some even gazing at him and licking their lips, as if they had encountered a tantalizing plaything. Ignoring their stares, Gong Yu proceeded directly to a vacant table in the corner and took a seat. "What would you like to order?" A service attendant with an indifferent expression approached him. Can we begin? Gong Yu refrained from ordering anything, dismissing the notion of a Bloody Mary, a drink he found unpalatable. However, he was more than capable of eliminating those around him. After all, gaining entry into the city of slaughter was his primary objective. The attendant, perceiving Gong Yu's lack of interest, turned to leave. What a rookie, unable to even place an order, grumbled a burly man with a face full of excess flesh as he approached Gong Yu, preparing to place a heavy hand on his shoulder. Gong Yu would never permit such a stranger to lay hands upon her so casually. Without uttering a word, she swiftly seized a pair of chopsticks from the table and, with astonishing speed, thrust them into the right eye of the burly man before her. The swiftness and unexpectedness of her actions left the man no time to react, resulting in a pair of chopsticks embedded in his eye. He collapsed, blood oozing from the vicinity of his right eye, accompanied by what appeared to be a substance resembling the white of an eye, reminiscent of brain matter, though it was certainly not. The man screamed in agony, struggling as the chopsticks remained lodged in his eye. In a moment of determination, he took a deep breath and yanked them out with great force, inadvertently extracting his eyeball along with them. "Kill him," the man shouted to his companions nearby. The atmosphere turned electric with impending violence. His allies brandished daggers, lunging toward Gong Yu with calculated precision, their angles of attack revealing a wealth of experience. As the confrontation erupted, chaos ensued within the tavern, with multiple factions engaging in fierce struggles. Gong Yu, with his agile movements, deftly evaded several attacks, countering with lethal precision that resulted in the swift demise of his assailants. His actions were succinct, targeting vital points for an instant kill as he sought to conserve his energy. This was a trial, a rigorous test imposed by the City of Carnage. To slay him was the key to entering this realm of bloodshed. Suddenly, a voice cried out, igniting a fervor among the crowd, their eyes ablaze with madness as they surged toward Gong Yu. A cold smile played upon Gong Yu's lips as he refrained from summoning his martial spirit. Instead, he retrieved a long staff crafted in imitation of the spiral dragon staff from his soul guide. With his uncanny agility and the formidable prowess of the unyielding staff technique, he dispatched nearly one person with each strike, leaving no more than a fleeting moment before over 20 individuals lay lifeless. "May I enter now?" he inquired indifferently, approaching the previously mentioned attendant after the slaughter had ensued. Gong Yu did not order a Bloody Mary, a fact that the server was reluctant to acknowledge, yet ultimately nodded in agreement. For whether one chose to indulge in a Bloody Mary was not the crux of the challenge. Rather, it was the last person standing who would earn the right to enter the City of Slaughter. The server nudged the tavern's bar aside, revealing a gaping chasm in the floor. A chilling gust of wind surged upwards from the depths below. Without a moment's hesitation, Gong Yu leapt into the abyss, his form instantly enveloped by an impenetrable darkness. As he descended a mere few meters into the obscurity, his feet found solid ground. There was no need for illumination. The purple extreme demon eyes, a remarkable gift from the Tang sect, allowed him to perceive everything with clarity even in the pitch-black surroundings. Before him lay a long corridor, slanted downward, with a chilling breeze brushing against his body. Undeterred, he strode forward confidently. Shortly thereafter, a frigid voice echoed from all directions, "Welcome to the City of Slaughter. This is the infernal metropolis, a realm steeped in bloodshed. Here, you may acquire anything your heart desires, but the price is your life." After a brief passage, a flicker of light expanded before his eyes. It was an open portal, beyond which pulsated the essence of life. With purposeful strides, the cacophony of sounds reached his ears, and soon he beheld a group of individuals clad entirely in black armor. Their faces were obscured by helmets, each wielding a formidable sword. Only one figure sat majestically upon a towering warhorse, its steed also sheathed in robust black armor. "You comply with the rules, you may pass," the mounted warrior declared. To Gong Yu's surprise, the figure did not accuse him of violating any regulations. He had anticipated another battle. In truth, the external trial dictated that only the last survivor could enter the City of Slaughter, and that survivor must have vanquished all others without resorting to martial souls or soul techniques to be deemed compliant with the rules. By sheer happenstance, Gong Yu had unwittingly tread the fine line of these stipulations. "This is your identification tag. Keep it safe. Henceforth, within the City of Slaughter, you shall possess no name, only a number," the armored soldier said indifferently, presenting a black plate before Gong Yu. Gong Yu casually took the plaque and glanced at it, noticing a skull intricately carved upon its surface, accompanied by a number, 9527. The sight of this number momentarily stunned Gong Yu, as it evoked a profound nostalgia for the films of the past from the harbor city. After all, this number was undeniably familiar. The armored figure on horseback spoke again. Go forth. The identification plaque is your testament in the city of slaughter. Please enter. Someone will be there to guide you at the city gate. Grasping the plaque firmly, Gong Yu strode forward, never uttering a word to the black-clad knight or casting another glance at the fearsome rider. As he gazed ahead, he beheld a city shrouded in darkness. The thick, black city walls loomed wide, confirming that this was indeed a city, and above it hung a violet moon. The moon was unusually low, seemingly only a few hundred meters from the ground, while everything else above was engulfed in blackness, akin to the depths of night. Chapter 105. The hellish arena of slaughter. Approaching the pitch-black city gate, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped him, as the massive gate bore the ominous inscription, City of Slaughter. Before him stood 2 rows of black-armored warriors, silently waiting. Before Gong Yu could present his identification plaque, a woman veiled in black lace emerged from within. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter," she said, her voice melodious, stepping aside to gesture him in. Following the woman through the gate, he was not hindered, as his identification plaque signified his status as a newcomer, affording him a period of protection. Once inside, Gong Yu was greeted by a world bathed in shades of blue and purple. Illuminated lamps lining the streets emitted only these 2 hues. To his surprise, there were quite a number of people present, none of whom seemed to notice the newcomer. Despite the pervasive darkness, at first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary city. "I am your guide. Feel free to inquire about anything you do not understand. Within 12 hours, I shall answer all your questions. After 12 hours, this will become your home, and you will officially become a member of the City of Slaughter," the woman continued. "Very well, I understand the rules. There's no need for extensive introductions. Take me directly to the hellish arena of slaughter," Gong Yu replied nonchalantly, considering her lengthy explanations a mere waste of time. "You are aware of the hell, I presume? But are you certain? The number of those who emerge alive from there is less than 1 in 10. Each individual is required to enter the hellish arena once a year. Surviving a single battle grants you another year of life in the City of Slaughter." The black-clad girl paused, taken aback by the newcomer's unexpected knowledge. Gong Yu spoke softly. "I am certain. Let us proceed at once." With that, the girl in black gauze led the way into the inner city, maintaining a steady pace, trailing just half a step ahead of Gong Yu. Before long, they arrived at the inner city, a place steeped in decadence, which could more aptly be described as a realm of beasts rather than a paradise of sin. Come, ahead lies the Hell Arena, the very heart of the City of Slaughter. Under the guidance of the girl in black gauze, Gong Yu beheld a remarkable structure. The edifice was circular, or more precisely, an irregular cone, with its widest base tapering as it ascended. It reached a height of roughly 30 meters before maintaining the same diameter, extending upwards to 50 meters. The expanse of this hell arena was indeed considerable, though it was somewhat smaller in comparison to various grand fighting arenas Gong Yu had previously visited. The somber black architecture evoked a sense of oppression, and the girl in black gauze elaborated that this arena was situated at the very center of the City of Slaughter, underscoring its paramount significance within this realm of carnage. Gong Yu inquired, "Please elaborate on the combat rules here." The girl in the black veil replied, "It is quite straightforward. Upon entry, you must register with your identity card and then await the commencement of the competition. During this waiting period, no hostilities are permitted. Each group entering the arena consists of 10 participants, regardless of the means employed. The sole objective is to emerge alive, a survival ratio of 1 in 10. May one attend as an observer?" Gong Yu asked. The girl in the black veil responded, "Certainly, but it is not complimentary. You must provide a Bloody Mary, either your own or someone else's. However, you are currently under a newcomer protection period. Should you resort to taking from another, it will be regarded as an act of provocation, thus nullifying your protection status." Gong Yu offered a faint smile, uttering a nonchalant "it doesn't matter." With that, he strode directly towards a bald giant, engaging in no idle chatter, swiftly seizing the Bloody Mary from the man's grasp. The giant put up a struggle, but within moments, nearly all of his joints had been dislocated by Gong Yu. He chose not to kill the man, leaving him to await his fate, rendered immobile with dislocated joints. He would hardly survive a minute in this inner city. "Let us depart," Gong Yu said, holding the Bloody Mary, addressing the somewhat dazed girl in a black veil. This was the first instance she had witnessed Gong Yu in action, and the scene left her somewhat shaken. If her memory served her correctly, the bald giant had been the sole survivor from several brutal matches, yet he had proven utterly defenseless against Gong Yu. Before long, the girl in the black veil led Gong Yu into the arena of slaughter. After a cursory glance, she found it uninteresting. "Take me to register. I wish to participate in the next match," Gong Yu declared. The girl regarded him with intrigue, noting the rare arrival of such an interesting newcomer, who even expressed dissatisfaction with the duration of his novice protection period. However, recalling Gong Yu's earlier display of prowess instilled within her a flicker of fear, prompting her to nod without hesitation as she took the identification badge he offered. 10 minutes later, Gong Yu found himself at the commencement of the first match in the City of Slaughter. The battle itself was unremarkable. In mere moments, he dispatched all 9 opponents, emerging as the sole survivor of the contest. A month swiftly passed, during which Gong Yu's victories in the hellish arena escalated to 30. Adhering to his initial plan of participating in 1 match per day, in the beginning, some had attempted to ambush him covertly, but the number of those daring enough to do so dwindled significantly. However, the remaining challengers were increasingly formidable. With the rise in his victories, he became aware of another rule. Each new opponent faced in the arena must have participated in at least 5 more matches than himself. Unless all competitors fell below this threshold, it would become nearly impossible for him to maintain his daily participation. Since this was unattainable, Gong Yu resolved to move on. After each match, he would promptly register for the next, awaiting notification for his arrangement. With time to spare and nothing pressing to occupy him, he turned to his own pursuits. In the City of Slaughter, what else was there to engage in besides killing? While others may have found themselves idle, Gong Yu had different plans. He took up the long-neglected practice of simulation. 3 days prior, he had completed a simulation, successfully mastering the inheritance of the 1 to 4 character combat armor masters. Thus, during his leisure, he began to elevate his 1 character combat armor. Curiously, while others came to the City of Slaughter for relentless bloodshed, Gong Yu busied himself with forging in his abode. His residence was devoid of any neighboring souls, having eliminated all within the vicinity, leaving him the sole occupant of that entire area, which others dared not enter. Some bold individuals had attempted to trespass, but they emerged soon after, missing limbs. Without Gong Yu needing to lift a finger, the paths were laden with trigger-based soul-guided explosives. In this era, people were unaware of the perils these posed, hence anyone who dared to enter never returned unscathed. As the number of harmed individuals grew, the slaughterers ceased their foolish attempts to invade Gong Yu's domain. There were plenty of other territories to target. With the absence of such intruders, Gong Yu found peace, allowing him to pursue his endeavors without hindrance. System, commence simulation. Please select a profession. No need, a random simulation will suffice. In the recesses of his mind, Gong Yu responded faintly. Ever since the successful upgrade of the system, the available choices had increased. Yet his reliance on it had diminished due to the long absence of its use. The desire to engage in simulation arose from 2 motivations: to pass the time and to explore the possibility of acquiring new techniques or other gains. The simulation commenced. At the age of 0, you were born. At 6, you awakened your martial soul, the Breaking Cloud Spear, with innate full soul power. By the age of 12, your soul power reached level 35, and you entered the Shilik Academy, where you caught the attention of Yun Ming, who took you as a disciple. At 13, your soul power advanced to level 40, and your second spirit ring was formed, elevating you to level 41, while Yun Ming imparted the sky-piercing spear technique to you. 3 months later, Yun Ming introduced you to a junior sister named Nar, a year your junior, with striking silver hair. At 14, your level stood at 45 while Nar remained at 35. You both spent your days either training or sparring. The Yun couple believed that you two would make an excellent pair in the future, though you were aware that Nar had someone in her heart. Nonetheless, you chose not to pursue her, believing that a woman would hinder your speed in drawing the spear. At 15, your soul power reached level 49. By 16, it advanced to level 54, with your soul power compressed to nearly 70%. At 17, with a level of 59, you were dispatched to participate in the so-called Devil Island military training. Upon turning 18, after a year spent on Devil Island, you and your companions endured relentless torment from several old demons, yet ultimately fulfilled your mission. Throughout the year, your soul power increased slowly, but you eventually reached level 60. Under the deliberate guidance of the old demons, you forcibly absorbed the power of destruction, condensing the seed of annihilation within. The tide of life on Devil Island began to stir. You absorbed the life force it brought, coalescing the seed of life within you. Both the seeds of life and destruction took root inside you. However, due to your lack of experience, you failed to maintain a balance between the 2 powers. Ultimately, the power of destruction grew unbalanced, leading to your demise at its hands. You have perished. Simulation complete. This simulation yielded the following items: 1. Sky-piercing spear technique 2. Method of soul power compression 3. Seed of life 4. Seed of destruction 5. A record of simulated memories 6. 1/10 of simulated cultivation. Select one from the 6 options available. Note: additional exchanges can be made using simulation attempts. 10 simulation attempts can be exchanged for 1 reward. Gong Yu cast a fleeting glance at the remaining number of simulations, noting there were still 26 left. This represented the cumulative results of the times he had bested either himself or his teammates over the years. As for the monthly free reward, that had already been claimed by the system. With no further hesitation, Gong Yu decisively declared, "I choose item 3. And I will spend an additional 10 simulation attempts to exchange for item 4. Originally, option 1 was also a viable choice, especially considering that once Gong Lan acquired her 5th soul ring, she would likely obtain the blue-silver tyrant spear. However, having the spear without the accompanying techniques would be of little significance. By opting for item 1, he would have alleviated concerns about lacking the necessary skills. Nevertheless, Gong Yu contemplated that it would not be long before he could unlock his 6th Vitality Soul Ring, at which point the Golden Dragon Spear would emerge, accompanied by its inherent divine techniques. Thus, the need for the sky-piercing spear techniques would become obsolete. The rewards were dispensed. In the next moment, Gong Yu felt a strange addition within his being. Upon introspection, he discovered 2 seeds, one green and one purple, implanted within him. The radiance emitted by the 2 seeds intertwined harmoniously, achieving a state of equilibrium, forming the shape of dual fish entwined, the seeds transforming into 2 fish eyes. He had never anticipated such a fruitful outcome from this simulation. He had unexpectedly acquired the seeds of life and destruction, which he had long coveted. Having obtained them prematurely would certainly simplify many future endeavors. The power of the Golden Dragon bloodline, the forces of life and destruction, and the will of the evil dragon converged within a single human vessel. When the god of slaughter domain was attained, the Azura would undoubtedly be intrigued by the multitude of powers residing within Gong Yu. Enough for today, he concluded, allowing his thoughts to settle without further contemplation. Gong Yu activated the soul-guided bombs in the surrounding area and promptly succumbed to slumber. He might very well be the only outsider capable of enjoying restful sleep in the city of slaughter, as his soul-guided bombs had wreaked havoc, ensuring no one would dare to provoke him again. 2 months swiftly passed, and on this day, Gong Yu had participated in 62 matches in the slaughter competition. Having spent over 3 months in the city of slaughter and achieving 62 victories, his reputation gradually grew. However, he remained indifferent to such accolades, continuing to pursue his own path. A month later, Gong Yu's soul power ascended to level 56, having participated in 10 more matches, bringing his total to 72. Yet, as time progressed, he encountered increasingly formidable opponents. On 2 occasions, he sustained significant injuries, but fortunately, with the seed of life within him, those wounds healed swiftly. Another month passed, and he accumulated 10 more victories, bringing his total to 82. He was merely 18 matches away from liberation from this cursed place. On this day, he completed the final component of his 2-character battle armor, the wing section. The refined spiritual metal necessary for upgrading the 1-character battle armor had also been prepared in advance, making it an opportune moment for the upgrade. Without further ado, Gong Yu commenced the fusion of the prepared metal with his 1-character battle armor. Given that he had utilized spiritual metals for the 1-character armor's creation, upgrading it posed no difficulty. The integration of the refined spiritual metal merely required some design adjustments. There was no need for a complete overhaul. The redesign primarily involved inscribing the necessary runes for the 2-character battle armor. For someone like Gong Yu, who possessed the complete legacy of the 1 to 4-character battle armor masters, inscribing the required runes was hardly a challenge. After several days of diligent effort, he successfully upgraded his 1-character battle armor to a 2-character battle armor, thus earning the title of a legitimate 2-character battle armor master. Wearing the 2-character battle armor imposed certain demands on a soul master's soul power and mental fortitude. Fortunately, Gong Yu was well equipped in both areas. His mental strength had already reached the Spirit Abyss realm, and with a title-level mental capacity, he was more than capable of wielding the 2-character battle armor. Since consuming the primordial immortal herb, his soul power had begun to condense, currently stabilizing around 65. Thus, the robustness of his soul power rivaled that of a soul sage, making the burden of the 2-character battle armor easily manageable. Chapter 107. 100 victories savoring the enhancements afforded by the two-character battle armor, Gong Yu wore a satisfied smile. Should he encounter Tang Hao again, he would not flee in such a disheveled manner. With the completion of the two-character battle armor, it was time to conclude his stay here and see if he could secure a match today. If possible, he would engage in another battle. After tidying up, Gong Yu departed his quarters and made his way to the arena. Those he encountered along the way either regarded him with fear, reverence, or admiration. Their gazes varied in nature. Upon reaching the heart of the arena and inquiring about match schedules, he discovered he was temporarily unable to secure a slot. Having signed up immediately after his last battle, several days had elapsed without a match. It was evident that beyond 80 victories, finding an opponent became increasingly challenging. Unable to secure a match, he observed another slaughter competition before returning to his quarters. Patience was required. At this rate, once he completed 18 more battles, it would be no less than 3 months before he could depart this wretched place. Gong Yu felt a touch of helplessness, and thus seated himself in a meditative posture, continuing to compress the soul power within him. The City of Slaughter is not an ideal locale for cultivating soul power levels. However, it serves as an excellent venue for compressing soul energy. Each battle participates in the tempering of one's own soul power. Without the ability to utilize soul techniques, one can only strive to master every fragment of soul energy, minimizing waste during combat, and preparing to confront potential life and death crises with the least expenditure possible. This approach ensures absolute control over one's soul power, representing the finest method of honing it. The more solidly the soul power is tempered, the easier it becomes to compress, thus facilitating the future condensation of a soul core. In the blink of an eye, another day has passed. On this day, news arrived. After several days of waiting, he finally secured a spot in the arena. However, such contests are predominantly one-sided pursuits, lacking in significance. With Gong Yu's victory declared mere minutes into the match, after winning, he disdainfully curled his lip and returned to his quarters. Were it not for the regulations of the hellish slaughter arena, which prevent fallen beings with over 50 victories from encountering each other in the same match, he feared he would have already concluded his battles long ago. Nevertheless, he resolved to return and continue compressing his soul power. That said, while the City of Slaughter may not be conducive to cultivating soul power levels, it significantly aids in the enhancement of mental fortitude. This may be linked to the purifying dragon will within him, or perhaps the Buddhistic dragon elephant prajna, which is innately repelled by malevolent forces. The purifying dragon, embodying the righteousness of heaven and earth, is specifically designed to combat all forms of evil. And the atmosphere of the City of Slaughter is perfectly suited to counteract such forces. Thus, each day Gong Yu finds himself immersed in the baptism of the purifying dragon will. As for the dragon elephant prajna, being a Buddhist technique, it also possesses the power to subdue malevolent entities. In a place as tainted as the City of Slaughter, so foul it could easily be deemed hell, practicing the dragon elephant prajna amidst this mutual suppression allows for even swifter progress. In a flash, 3 months had elapsed. On this day, Gong Yu encountered his 100th slaughter match. After hastily concluding the final battle, the person he had been awaiting finally made their appearance. Congratulations, 9527. A low, piercing voice suddenly resonated from all directions. Gong Yu, enamored with his designation, has consistently asserted his identity as that very number, leading others to refrain from bestowing upon him any nickname, and instead, they have continued to address him solely by his numeral. As a voice resonated from all directions, the atmosphere within the arena of slaughter surged to its zenith. For in the air, a blood-red figure was descending from the heavens. The cries of King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter rendered the fallen hoarse. Yet they showed no inclination to cease their fervent calls. In her heart, Gong Yu felt a chill as her gaze fell upon the crimson figure suspended in midair. It was a man of towering stature, enveloped in a massive scarlet cloak. His pallid visage and blood-red eyes descended slowly, seemingly unbound by the constraints of gravity. Halting 5 meters above the ground, the King of Slaughter looked down upon Gong Yu. "I am delighted to witness the emergence of a formidable contender in the arena of slaughter," he proclaimed. After decades, the phenomenon of 100 victories has manifested in this young man. With your overwhelming prowess and terrifying aura, you instill fear in all, do you not, my subjects? There existed an undeniable allure about the King of Slaughter, compelling all fallen beings to succumb to a near-manic reverence upon encountering him. The king then lowered his gaze to Gong Yu and declared, 9527, you have achieved 100 victories, which is commendable. In recognition of your accomplishments, I shall bestow upon you the title of God of Slaughter. Henceforth, You may freely enter and exit the city of slaughter and will be honored as a guest under my command. No need for that. I wish to challenge the path of hell. You lack the authority to confer upon me the title of God of Slaughter. The moment those words escaped her lips, Gong Yu felt a throbbing pain in her head, the brashness of the broken evil dragons while stirring within her, just as the confrontation neared its conclusion. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Was this truly how a slayer ought to address the king of slaughter? The onlookers, all slayers, awaited the king's next move, eager for him to eliminate the audacious 9527. The king's expression hardened, and although a flash of murderous intent erupted, he suppressed it, revealing no sign of anger. Instead, he spoke in a measured tone. You may not comprehend the terrors of the path of hell, 9527. I hope you realize that a human life is singular. However, the audacity of the broken evil dragon surged once more, prompting Gong Yu to retort instinctively, you are merely a warden, in essence, a guard dog. Fulfill your duties and refrain from bestowing titles you are unqualified to grant. Once the words left her mouth, Gong Yu felt a jolt of fear. She hadn't intended to speak so defiantly. It was the will of the broken evil dragon at play. The king of slaughter's eyes instantly glowed a fierce red, an ominous light radiating from him, as if he were on the brink of unleashing his wrath upon Gong Yu. Yet, for reasons unknown, he held back, as though compelled by unseen instructions to refrain from engaging her. At that moment, Gong Yu sensed a voice within her. Worthless. Taken aback, she initially thought she had misheard, only to recall that in the simulator, she had succumbed to the broken evil dragon's will and perished. A frown creased her brow. Could she also follow the same path? No, she had to devise a means to rid herself of the broken evil dragon's influence. After a silent lament, Gong Yu turned her attention back to the king of slaughter. His demeanor was unexpectedly serene as he stated, since you, 9527, wish to traverse the path of hell and have met the necessary criteria, then go forth. Chapter 108. The path of hell unveiled a halo of faint crimson light emanated from the king of slaughter. Had it not been for the divine directive he had just received, he would have effortlessly obliterated the individual before him. To the king, Gong Yu's current strength was akin to that of an insignificant insect. However, he could not act upon his impulse, for the divine instruction forbade him from harming Gong Yu. Should he do so, the entire city of slaughter would face annihilation, not due to Gong Yu's might, but because of the extraordinary essence residing within her, which even the divine would prefer to avoid. It was wise to maintain distance, especially from malevolent deities such as the Asura and Rakshasa, who would shy away from the broken evil dragon, born of righteous essence. It was well known that even the dragon god dared not provoke the broken evil dragon, making the Asura and Rakshasa insignificant in comparison. A thick, scarlet mist suddenly poured forth from the king of slaughter, his immense presence compelling Gong Yu to retreat. Yet, the will of the broken evil dragon forbade any retreat. The aura released by the king was not merely murderous, it was imbued with a chilling malevolence that rendered the very marrow of one's bones rigid with fear. The sinister, frigid red waves slowly expanded, and in mere moments, they enveloped the entire arena. The fallen beings seated in the audience grew inexplicably exhilarated, eager to witness the opening of the path of hell. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their lives were drawing to a close. Aside from the god of slaughter and the king of slaughter, no one had ever witnessed the opening of the path of hell. Those who had perished, or had become sacrifices to its inception. Although the crimson light emanating from the king exerted immense pressure on Gong Yu, it was not directed at her. Instead, it surged toward the surrounding spectators. The once boisterous cries of the fallen gradually subsided as the crimson light descended upon the viewing platform. Each fallen being's gaze transformed from a daze to one of engorged crimson. Soon, as the red light formed a colossal barrier over the arena, anguished screams erupted from those first touched by its glow. Under the influence of the red light, the fallen appeared to descend into madness, desperately clawing at their faces and bodies. They exerted every ounce of strength upon themselves, their screams mingled with an ecstatic thrill, as if they derived infinite pleasure from their self-inflicted torment. Skin tore, blood sprayed, and they even disemboweled themselves, continuing in their frenzy until life itself ebbed away. The blood of the fallen pooled upon the ground, coalescing into rivulets that flowed through inconspicuous channels toward the center of the slaughter arena. Clearly visible, countless serpentine streams of crimson liquid slithered into the arena. The blood did not spread in a straight line, rather, grooves appeared upon the ground, and the blood flowed into these channels, gradually forming a massive scarlet design. To Gong Yu's astonishment, the blood coalesced into a shape reminiscent of a bird, albeit peculiar and more akin to a bat. Finally, Gong Yu discerned that it was indeed a bat. Rakshasa, she murmured softly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, the bat's eyes ignited, and a colossal surge of red light shot skyward, enveloping Gong Yu and drawing her into an unknown realm. The surrounding perceptions blurred, with only the king of slaughter's low, sharp snort echoing in her ears. "Humph, I hope you do not perish within." After a dizzying whirlwind, Gong Yu found himself on a circular platform. This platform, measuring merely 5 meters in diameter, was rather small, and he lay prone upon its surface, rising from the ground. He first took a moment to regulate his breath. Once he had steadied his inner energy, he stood up and began to scrutinize his surroundings. Everything around him was suffused with a faint blood-red hue, and beyond the 5-meter circular platform lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. Merely gazing upon such a scene caused Gong Yu to draw several sharp breaths. Before him stretched a narrow path, less than half a foot wide, barely wide enough for both feet to stand upon simultaneously, leading into the unknown darkness. This was the sole route connecting him to the outside world. Never mind. Let us move forward. He glanced once more at the crimson abyss below, aware that it was the very core of the city of slaughter, the place that supplied the energy blood pool essential for its normal operation. However, descending into that abyss was beyond his current capabilities. Perhaps in the future, should he encounter a bottleneck like a dragon or elephant, he might utilize the energy of the blood pool to propel himself forward. Lost in thought, Gong Yu hastened along the path. The further he advanced, the warmer the air became, a clear indication that he was drawing nearer to the blood pool. Before long, he could discern a buzzing noise resonating in the air. With the aid of his purple extreme demon eye, he could faintly see some red shadows rapidly approaching. Are they here? A faint smile curled at the corners of Gong Yu's mouth. It was obvious what was coming, just a swarm of bats. As they drew closer, he could clearly see that each bat was about a foot long, with wings extending over a meter. As for their numbers, Gong Yu didn't bother to count. There were certainly hundreds, if not thousands. Gong Yu immediately harnessed his vital energy and unleashed a resounding roar reminiscent of the Golden Dragon King. In an instant, the swarm of bats withered, paralyzed by fear, neither daring to advance nor retreat. As Gong Yu advanced, the creatures mirrored his every step. With each retreat, they followed suit, their movements as synchronized as those of soldiers rigorously trained. Yet, the bats appeared to be bidding him a hasty farewell. With a heavy sigh, Gong Yu realized that the large bat was unlikely to emerge. The reckless ferocity of the evil dragon had thwarted his enjoyment, and he hoped the creatures ahead would present themselves. Otherwise, this journey would have been in vain. Regarding the great bat, Gong Yu felt indifferent about its fate. Yet he was determined to slay the 10-headed solar serpent, for its inner core was essential to him, intended as the 7th soul ring for Gong Shui, pivotal for the evolution of her martial spirit. As anticipated, he breezed through the first challenge, the large bat never appearing as if orchestrated by fate. With no other option, he pressed onward. The air around him grew increasingly oppressive, prompting Gong Yu to shed his shirt, revealing his glistening skin, with beads of sweat cascading down. At that moment, a gust of hot wind swept past, awakening his senses to the impending danger. This realization brought him a flicker of joy. Having traversed much of the treacherous path without encountering peril had left him discontent. Chapter 109. The 10-headed solar serpent ahead, amidst a rustling sound. A pair of fiery crimson eyes glimmered like lanterns. Upon closer inspection, Gong Yu discerned a dark red body coiled within the narrow path. The enormity of the serpent was obscured, yet it was unmistakably a snake, its form entwined within the confines of the passage. "I've been waiting for you. Fortunate you have shown yourself," Gong Yu thought, a smile gracing his lips, having initially feared the 10-headed solar serpent would remain hidden like the bat. Accompanied by the rustling, the dark red serpent began to glide forward. As it drew nearer, Gong Yu finally beheld its true visage. The serpent's head and back bore 9 protrusions, each resembling a vivid red mushroom, seemingly pulsating with lifeblood. Its abdomen was particularly large, bulging within the narrow way, its length exceeding 10 meters. The serpent, now aware of Gong Yu's presence, raised its tongue, and its golden red eyes shone brightly like lanterns. As it continued to slither, an invisible pressure filled the air. The path ahead was completely obstructed, and to pass, it must be vanquished. "Perfect. I have my sights set on your inner core as well," Gong Yu murmured, his lips parting slightly, a cold glint igniting in his eyes. He stepped forward, and as the distance closed, he heard the serpent emit croaking sounds, reminiscent of an infant's cries. At approximately 20 meters away, the creature launched its attack. A torrent of fiery red light erupted from its maw, carrying a pungent odor. Racing toward Gong Yu, the flames surged along the narrow path, leaving no room for evasion. The red light fluctuated violently, crackling as it scorched the rocks. And even more terrifying was the thin red mist enveloping the flames, infused with potent toxins. As Gong Yu tread lightly, an aura of flames enveloped him. and the fiery tendrils along with the crimson mist instinctively receded as they neared him. He charged towards the monstrous serpent, yet after merely 3 strides. Upon the completion of his 3rd step, a long staff materialized in his grasp. With a powerful push of his foot, he leapt into the air. Gong Yu gripped the long staff with both hands, her body twisting halfway as she descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful strike. The serpent, displaying its cunning, executed a tail whip in an attempt to use the force of its tail to fling Gong Yu away. At this moment, Gong Yu found himself suspended in midair, akin to a living target. Should he fail to take appropriate measures, his strike would not only prove futile, but could also ensnare him in dire straits. Observing the colossal serpent's massive tail lashing out, Gong Yu made a swift decision, abandoning his half-executed attack. His soulbone wings unfurled instantaneously, and with a deft inclination of his body, he narrowly evaded the serpent's tail. In the very act of evasion, he plunged the long staff in his grasp deep into the serpent's flesh, then flapped his wings with utmost speed, soaring along the serpent's length. He maintained his grip on the staff, which carved a gaping wound several meters long into the serpent's body. Vivid crimson blood erupted from the gash, splattering down into the molten rock below, where it evaporated with a hissing sound. The serpent, enraged, whipped its massive form around, its 9 golden red growths glowing ever more brightly. After emitting a series of furious roars, it arched its body along the narrow path, aligning the 9 growths directly towards Gong Yu. Suddenly, all 9 growths shattered simultaneously, unleashing 9 streams of golden red liquid that surged towards him. As these streams converged midair, they momentarily paused before contracting into a fist-sized orb of golden red radiance, hurtling towards Gong Yu. Recognizing this as his opportunity, Gong Yu observed the orb and once again beat his wings with great fervor, leaving behind several afterimages in the air. As his form solidified, he transformed the long staff into a dazzling phantom, striking down upon the golden red orb. Upon impact, the orb quivered for a moment before soaring skyward. Attempting to flee. Where can you escape to? Gong Yu thought, disregarding the fleeing orb as he turned to launch an assault on the serpent. Employing the same technique, he unleashed a tremendous strike, seemingly unnoticed by the serpent, which remained fixated on the orb. This time, the colossal creature made no attempt to evade the impending blow, allowing the strike to descend unimpeded. In an instant, the serpent's massive body stilled, and the strike vanished into the silent darkness, devoid of any grandiose sound. Before long, the portion of the serpent above the narrow path quietly disintegrated into fine particles, cascading downwards. Meanwhile, the remaining segments, bereft of their upper support, shattered and plummeted into the abyss below. Gong Yu lifted his head and gazed upward. There, a glimmer of golden red descended from the heavens. With a flick of his right hand, drawn by an invisible force, the radiant orb of golden red light landed gracefully in his palm. It was, indeed, the small sphere formed from the liquid exuded by the 9 fleshy tumors of the strange serpent. The inner elixir was finally within his grasp. Gong Yu murmured softly, unable to conceal the joy that illuminated his face, and casually placed the inner elixir into his soul guide device. He then seated himself upon the ground to rest for a moment, and upon regaining his strength, he resumed his journey. The path ahead was as effortless as during the first trial, leading him to suspect that it was orchestrated once more by the Rakshasa or the Asura, who seemed eager for Gong Yu to depart swiftly. As for the second trial, the 10 fiery sun serpents, it was likely that the colossal serpent was merely trapped and not under the control of the Rakshasa or Asura, thus it had attacked Gong Yu of its own volition. Had the serpent been as ensnared as the great bat, the inner elixir might have never been his to claim. Before long, Gong Yu arrived at the end of the narrow passage. Here, he found himself enveloped by a vast expanse of molten lava, leaving no path forward. Gong Yu lifted his gaze towards the sky above, where he could faintly discern a dark opening, approximately 200 meters in height. In that moment, Gong Yu once again contemplated the external soulbone wings. With a powerful push from his feet, he propelled himself diagonally towards the opening. After a few breaths, Gong Yu's figure emerged from a cave in the mountain gorge. Chapter 110, The Disdained Domain of Slaughter. Wait, why do I feel that something is amiss? After emerging from the cave, Gong Yu couldn't shake the feeling that something was not quite right. Upon reflection, he suddenly realized. Shouldn't I have felt dizzy for a while after exiting? Wasn't I supposed to feel disoriented? Gong Yu was uncertain. However, as soon as his words fell, a wave of dizziness enveloped him, causing him to tilt backward and lose consciousness. As his body succumbed, Gong Yu felt his awareness plunge into a vast, white expanse. where the only sensation was an overwhelming chill. Countless frigid entities coalesced around him, while yet more icy forces were expelled from within his being, mercilessly tormenting his body and spirit in that blank void, time and again. This coldness was none other than the purest essence of murderous intent, which, with each assault on Gong Yu's psyche and physique, coalesced further within him. This relentless ordeal stretched on for an indeterminate duration, until a domain, forged from the sheer force of slaughter, materialized before him, and at that moment of its formation, Gong Yu regained consciousness. Was this the realm of the god of killing? Gong Yu murmured softly, and upon awakening, his first instinct was to summon the realm of the god of killing to inspect. He felt rather disheartened. It was far less formidable than his realms of fire and ice. After surveying the so-called realm of the god of killing, Gong Yu inexplicably harbored a sense of disdain towards it. This sentiment stemmed from the presence of the illustrious realms of ice and fire preceding it, rendering the acquisition of this rudimentary realm rather underwhelming. However, it was understandable, as Shura cast a wide net in search of a successor. What could one expect in terms of valuable gifts? A mere basic realm was already a generous offering. At that moment, Gong Yu consoled himself and further assessed his soul power, discovering it had risen by one level, reaching level 57. Just before he fainted, he sensed his soul power breaking free from its constraints, experiencing an explosive surge, a clear indication of an impending elevation in rank. However, after losing consciousness, he was oblivious to the specifics. He resolved to return to Dou City, dismissing any other thoughts, and proceeded southward. The map was of no use, as Gong Yu was unsure of his current location, but he knew heading south was the correct direction. After 10 days, he finally encountered a small town. Using the town as a reference, he discerned the direction of Dou City and journeyed for another 2 days before finally returning home. Upon entering, he immediately stumbled upon Gong Shui. "Hey, you beggar. Trespassing is against the law. Here's a gold soul coin. Take it and buy yourself something to eat. I won't report you." Upon seeing the sharply dressed Gong Yu enter, Gong Shui did not hastily chase him away. Instead, she proactively offered him gold coins. "Shui." Gong Yu spoke lightly. "Oh my, who are you?" Gong Shui exclaimed, startled. "How do you know my name?" "It's me," Gong Yu replied once more. The voice struck a familiar chord, and Gong Shui paused. "Big brother?" "Yes," Gong Yu nodded. "How did you end up looking like this?" Gong Shui rubbed her eyes, her mouth agape in disbelief at the sight before her. "I have returned," Gong Yu declared, raising his hand to stroke her hair, only to remember his grimy state and let it fall back down. "Please prepare some water for bathing, and also some food." "Oh." Gong Shui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. "I'll go do that right away, and I need to inform my sisters too." An hour later, after a cleansing bath, Gong Yu emerged in fresh attire. The women present exhaled in relief upon seeing him, thankful that he had not become disfigured. "What's with all your expressions?" Gong Yu remarked, slightly taken aback by their stares. "Is there something on my face?" Gong Lan intervened gracefully, saying, "There is nothing amiss. It has simply been a while since we last beheld the young master, and thus everyone wishes to gaze upon him a little longer. By the way, the feast is prepared. Please take your seat, young master." Gong Yu nodded in acknowledgement. "Could you share what you have been engaged in over the past year?" As she observed Gong Yu hurriedly stuffing food into his mouth, Gong Shui poured him a glass of beverage and softly inquired. "I acquired something," Gong Yu replied, continuing to fill his mouth with food. "What is it?" Gong Lan asked, and the other ladies also cast curious glances in his direction. Gong Yu set down the food in her hands and declared, "Please step back a little. I shall demonstrate something for you." The girls nodded in agreement and created some distance. At that moment, Gong Yu unleashed the domain of the god of death, enveloping the young women in a chilling expanse that left them with an overwhelming sense of suffocation. "A domain?" someone exclaimed, as the girls recognized it at once. It was not their first encounter with such a phenomenon. Gong Yu nodded slightly, then resumed her seat and continued to eat. Was the young master away for an entire year merely to acquire this? Gong Lan picked up her chopsticks and placed a large piece of pork knuckle into Gong Yu's bowl. Gong Yu did not conceal anything. As she ate, she recounted. "I ventured to a place known as the City of Slaughter, where the use of any soul techniques is prohibited." Thereupon, she shared all her experiences from her journey to the City of Slaughter and back, captivating the attention of the other ladies. However, as she concluded her tale, Gong Lan let out a cold snort, saying, "I never expected that wretched Tang How would follow the young master." Thankfully, He did not inflict any harm upon him, otherwise. Gong Yu waved his hand and remarked, Tang Hao is no longer a cause for concern. The next time we meet, I shall be able to deal with him. Gong Lan then inquired, will the young master not be leaving again this time? The other young ladies, upon hearing this, turned their attention towards them. Gong Yu shook her head and said, where would I go if I leave? Besides, there isn't much time left until the Soul Master Elite competition. That's good to hear. Regardless, when you leave in the future, you must take us with you. Gong Lan remarked. The other girls nearby nodded in agreement. Hee, I will indeed. Gong Yu smiled and added, however, I may not be able to accompany you all in training for a while. Gong Lan then remarked, did you not say you would not leave, my lord? I have no intention of departing. Gong Yu released an aura of lethal intent for the women to sense, and then clarified, I must suppress this killing intent. However, I shall not vacate Heavendou City and will return daily. It remained uncertain whether it was the will of the broken evil dragon sustaining him. But despite the intensity of his murderous aura, he did not succumb to a berserk state, which allowed him to dine peacefully with the ladies. Nonetheless, he occasionally felt the urge to rein in his killing intent, leading him to conclude that it would be prudent to seek knowledge at the Moon Pavilion. Consequently, Gong Yu disclosed his intention to visit the Moon Pavilion, and upon hearing this, the women understood the situation and felt reassured. Thus, the following day, Gong Yu made his way directly to the Moon Pavilion. Chapter 111. Tangwa the Moon Pavilion, a quaint 5-story building, exuded an air of antiquity, imparting an elegant impression at first glance. The foot traffic was sparse, yet it was evident that those who traversed its thresholds were individuals of opulence or remarkable grace, both men and women alike. However, upon entering, Gong Yu was intercepted. This was not due to his attire, which was indeed presentable and comparable to that of the esteemed patrons within, but rather because he had deliberately refrained from suppressing the palpable aura of killing intent surrounding him. The staff at the Moon Pavilion were concerned that he might inadvertently frighten the affluent clientele, as those within were predominantly of noble birth or considerable wealth. Gong Yu, without engaging in idle chatter with the attendants, emanated a palpable aura of menace that caused those obstructing his path to stagger back and retreat. The two young servants, having been repelled, dared not hinder him further and hastily fled, presumably to summon assistance. However, Gong Yu paid them no heed and continued his advance inward. Shortly thereafter, the two attendants returned, escorting a middle-aged man in his 40s. It was Steward Ode. The attendants addressed the man, yet the steward furrowed his brow. Recognizing that Gong Yu's opulent attire evidently met the standards required by Yu Xian. Why then were the gatekeepers preventing entry? Casting an inquiring glance toward the two young servants, Steward Ode sought clarification. Steward, it truly was not like this before. One of the attendants spoke up. At this moment, Gong Yu's intimidating presence had subsided, appearing more composed than earlier. However, just as the attendant finished speaking, Gong Yu's menacing aura surged once more. Steward Ode, see, this is how he is. In such a state, we simply cannot allow him to enter. Merely standing beside him sends chills down our spines. The attendant exclaimed, visibly agitated. Steward Ode nodded, stepping forward to intercept Gong Yu. Young sir, I kindly ask that you temper your aura. Otherwise, I cannot grant you entry. Gong Yu paid no heed to Chief Aoda, continuing her ascent to the upper floors of Changwei Pavilion. In response, Chief Aoda gestured to the two middle-aged men behind him, signaling them to take action. The two men advanced towards Gong Yu, and with each step they took, the aura of soul power emanating from them intensified, creating an almost palpable pressure in the air. Gong Yu immediately discerned that the two middle-aged men were at the level of the soul sect. As they approached him, each raised a hand to grasp him. Yet just half a meter away, their hands could advance no further. In that moment, Gong Yu's gaze flickered, and it seemed as though two crimson beams ignited within his eyes. The next instant, an aura of murderous intent radiated from him, sending the two men hurtling backwards, unable to rise again for several meters. If you obstruct my path again, I shall not hesitate to take lethal action, Gong Yu declared, resuming his ascent up the stairs. Meanwhile, Chief Auditor Odd's brows furrowed into a tight knot, preparing to intervene personally, for he was a 6-ring Soul Emperor, surpassing the strength of the previous two men. However, before he could act, a chilling voice resonated around them. Stand down. Gong Yu gazed up the staircase, where a resplendent and elegant matron descended gracefully, accompanied by two exquisite young ladies. The matron was none other than Tang Yuehua, the mistress of Yue Xian and the sister of Tang Hao, presumably in her 30s or 40s. Yet, at first glance, she appeared to be merely in her late 20s, her eyes, however, seemed to possess a profound wisdom that transcended the youthful visage of a woman in her 20s. Steward Aodu approached her side and spoke softly, "Mistress, I can handle him." Yuexin shook her head and replied, "You cannot manage him. I am saving your life." The aura of lethal intent emanating from Gong Yu was all too familiar to her, which emboldened her to speak so assertively. "Xian Master, you hold this young man in far too high regard." The supervisor, Aoda, clearly felt a twinge of discontent as a Soul Emperor. He did not believe that someone as young as Gong Yu could pose any threat to him. "I am genuinely trying to save your life," Tang Yuehua remarked with a calm demeanor, offering no further elaboration. Aoda sighed inwardly, conceding, "Very well, you are the master of Yuxian. Your word is final." Observing that Aoda had fallen silent, Tang Yuehua chose not to elaborate further. She stood on the second-floor corridor, gazing at Gong Yu, and remarked, "The lethal aura surrounding you is quite pronounced." When Tang Yuehua made her appearance, Gong Yu had already halted his steps. At that moment, upon her inquiry, he replied, "Since you have discerned the situation, you should know how to resolve it." Tang Yuehua responded, "There is indeed a way. If you study here with me for a year, I guarantee that the murderous aura surrounding you can be subdued." However, Gong Yu shook his head, stating, "I will only grant you 3 months. Furthermore, I shall not learn anything from you, and I demand to see results every day. If my murderous aura erupts even for a single day, I shall take a life here for each day it occurs, 10 lives in 10 days. You may handle it as you see fit." With that, he ascended the stairs without awaiting Tang Yuehua's response. "Can you tolerate this, Lord Xian?" The supervisor beside her could hardly contain himself. "Let him be," Tang Yuehua replied calmly. "I have my own methods. Nothing will go awry." Her demeanor remained composed. It was not that she feared provoking Gong Yu, for she was unfamiliar with him. Rather, she sensed a nostalgic essence in him. The murderous aura he exuded bore a striking resemblance to that of Tang Hao, whom she had long cherished in her thoughts, despite their being siblings. "Very well, you are the Lord Xian. Your word is final." The chief steward, Aoda, chose to remain silent thereafter. Tang Yuehua then turned and ascended the stairs as well, concerned that Gong Yu's reckless behavior might disturb others. Before long, Tang Yuehua led Gong Yu into her own chamber. "Please, have a seat," she instructed, casually pulling a nearby Guzheng closer. "I can assist you in suppressing your murderous aura, but during this time, I hope you will refrain from any reckless actions. Any life you take here will bring you considerable trouble. Does the Haotian sect truly value human life?" Gong Yu retorted with a cold smile. "Or do they only care for the lives of the noble around them?" Caught off guard by his words, Tang Yuehua's expression stiffened as she inquired, "Who are you? And how do you know this?" A trace of disdain flickered across Gong Yu's face as she remarked, "Do you truly believe that I am here to seek vengeance against your Haotian sect?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua appeared considerably more composed. After all, there were countless adversaries of the Haotian sect, yet few could truly challenge them. She then replied, "I am unaware of the circumstances that have befallen you. If the Haotian sect has wronged you, I offer an apology on behalf of the sect. I merely hope that you can relinquish your hatred, for as an individual, you cannot contend with our sect." Chapter 112. Suppression of Killing Intent. Relinquish hatred? Gong Yu scoffed, yet the killing intent emanating from her surged unexpectedly once more. She coldly retorted, "Do you comprehend the depth of the enmity I bear?" Observing this, Tang Yuehua promptly unleashed her domain, the Noble Ring, emitting a gentle aura that swiftly purified the raging killing intent surrounding Gong Yu. Once tranquility was restored, Tang Yuehua spoke, "To suppress your killing intent, you must maintain a tranquil heart." The cold voice of Gong Yu resounded once more. "You do not even comprehend the essence of my hatred. Yet you expect me to let it go and remain calm?" Tang Yuehua replied with a hint of indifference, "No matter how great the enmity, it can always be resolved." "Is that so?" Gong Yu inquired, her gaze devoid of warmth as she regarded Tang Yuehua. "What if this enmity involves the lives of hundreds? Do you believe that can be reconciled? Hundreds of lives? How could the Haotian sect owe you such a debt?" Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing. Over the years, the Haotian sect had retreated and remained dormant for quite some time. How had they attracted such a profound enmity involving countless lives? Perhaps I was not clear enough. "In truth, I bear no animosity towards the Haotian sect," Gong Yu continued coldly. "However, the lives of those hundreds are debts owed by Tang Hao. Since Tang Hao hails from the Haotian sect, I vowed to him that I would utterly destroy his beloved sect, allowing him to experience the agony of losing his kin." As she spoke, Gong Yu raised her hand, summoning Tang Yuehua through the air. applying an overwhelming aura of menace that pressed her down against the table. Tang Yuehua attempted to break free, but her weakness rendered her powerless to escape. I have heard that you have fallen in love with your own brother, Tang Hao. Perhaps it is for him that you remain unmarried at this age? Gong Yu whispered softly into Tang Yuehua's ear. TSK. Your three great sects truly know how to indulge. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has their cousin pair, while your Haotian sect boasts a pair of siblings. Truly, you are the paragon of sects across the realm. Tang Yuehua lay quietly on the table, fully aware that resisting was futile, and thus chose to abandon her struggle. However, the murderous aura exuded by Gong Yu caused her entire body to tremble. At that moment, a tearing sound echoed from behind, as if Gong Yu's murderous intent had materialized and shredded the curtain. You are Tang Hao's sister. Demanding some interest on the debt he owes should not be considered excessive. Moreover, since you love him, you surely wouldn't mind repaying some of his debts. Gong Yu continued, the pressure emanating from him unabated and even intensifying. At that juncture, Tang Yuehua felt enveloped by a suffocating sensation, bound by Gong Yu's presence, rendering her incapable of uttering a word. 2 hours later, Gong Yu's aura finally stabilized, and Tang Yuehua was no longer constrained. This method is quite effective. I shall return every night until the 3 months are over, until my murderous intent is thoroughly controlled. Gong Yu remarked nonchalantly. Tang Yuehua gritted her teeth, yet her expression betrayed a deeper sorrow. She had never anticipated that what began as a kind gesture would lead to inviting a wolf into the fold, forcing her into a game of cards. At that moment, she felt an emptiness within her heart, even a sense of guilt towards her elder brother. Subsequently, Gong Yu took his leave. Having played cards with Tang Yuehua for over 3 hours, it was time for him to rest, for staying up late was unwise. Playing cards was merely a pastime, not a way to live life. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 3 months had elapsed. Over these 3 months, what began as reluctant participation in the card games gradually transformed into an obsession for Tang Yuehua. In fact, as they played, she found herself developing inexplicable feelings for Gong Yu. Of course, Gong Yu was oblivious to this, viewing Tang Yuehua merely as a fellow card player. Good card players never entwined emotions with the game, for cards were simply cards. Will you not come after tonight? Tang Yuehua felt a twinge of unease. Initially, she harbored a strong dislike for Gong Yu, yet now, in his presence, she was overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. Human emotions often defy logic. I shall not return. After 3 months, I have indeed managed to control my murderous intent, Gong Yu replied, his tone still indifferent, just as it had been on the first day he arrived. Given my unwavering dedication over these 3 months, may I request a favor from you? Tang Yuehua suddenly shifted her demeanor as if transformed. Gong Yu declared, if you are suggesting that I abandon my quest for vengeance against Tang Hao, then there is no need for discussion. I am resolutely determined to eliminate him. However, Tang Yuehua interjected, no, that is not my intention. I merely wish to implore you not to vent your wrath upon the Haotian sect. My second brother has already been expelled from the sect, and his transgressions are truly unrelated to them. The Haotian sect is far more complex than you perceive. Tang Yuehua was concerned that Gong Yu's conflict with the Haotian sect might culminate in his demise, for in her estimation, the sect's profound heritage was beyond Gong Yu's ability to contend with. She could not fathom why she was expressing these sentiments to him. She ought to harbor animosity towards Gong Yu, yet after 3 months, that hatred had dissipated. Perhaps this was fate, she mused inwardly. That will depend on whether the Haotian sect dares to interfere. Should they ever have the audacity to impede my affairs, I would not hesitate to obliterate them. For unlike Qian Douluo, I have no agreements with your grandfather, Tang Chen. With this remark, Gong Yu turned and departed. As she watched him walk away, Tang Yuehua felt a pang of desolation. Did he truly possess no lingering affection? 3 months, a mere stone would have left some warmth behind. Shaking her head and sighing, she rose to meticulously adorn herself, transforming back into the enchanting Moon Pavilion master, whose allure captivated countless men. Just as she prepared to exit the Moon Pavilion, she encountered the approaching Prince Xueqinghe, accompanied by a young girl, the illustrious Princess Xueku. Gong Yu harbored no interest in Xueku, nor did he show any inclination towards Xueqinghe. However, he found himself somewhat intrigued by Qian Renxue, who lay beneath the facade of the so-called siblings. Casting a fleeting glance at the pair, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced the corners of Gong Yu's lips. Upon sensing Gong Yu's gaze, Xueqinghe turned his attention towards him, their eyes colliding in a silent confrontation. Xueqinghe inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, his demeanor and conduct exuding the poise befitting a prince of the realm. Gong Yu slightly raised the corners of his mouth, moving his lips from a distance as if uttering something inaudible. Observing the shape of Gong Yu's lips, Xueqing furrowed his brow. While others might not discern Gong Yu's words, he clearly understood three characters, Qi and family. Nevertheless, Xueqing could not be entirely certain that he was not mistaken. Yet he harbored an unsettling sense of having his identity exposed. He casually beckoned a nearby attendant, instructing him, "I require all information regarding him." "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately," the attendant replied before departing. Upon exiting the Yuxian, Gong Yu sensed he was being followed, raising an eyebrow with the instinctive knowledge of the identity of his pursuer. "Qian Rinxue, perhaps it is time for your father's debts to be settled through you. Just as Tang Yuehua paid her brother's debts, it should be no trouble for you to repay your father's." Ignoring the intent of his follower, Gong Yu took a turn, heading directly toward the Academy of Gods. Chapter 113. Yu Xiaojiang in action. The individual trailing Gong Yu hesitated upon witnessing him enter the Academy of Gods. Realizing the gravity of the situation, for the Academy was no ordinary place. Over the past year, the Academy of Gods had flourished, surpassing the Tiandou Royal Academy and establishing its own soul guide industry, which had spread throughout the major cities of the two empires. Even the Snow Knight Emperor felt compelled to forge an alliance with the Academy. Although the Emperor ultimately failed in his attempts, he maintained a cordial relationship with the Academy, especially considering the presence of a limit Douluo, which was no longer a secret. Thus, only a fool would dare to provoke the Academy lightly. Upon entering the Academy, Gong Yu made his way directly to the private training grounds designated for Gong Lan and her companions, which was specifically constructed for the competing participants. Within the training grounds, aside from Gong Lan and her 8 sisters, 2 substitutes had also been added, while their inclusion was unnecessary. It adhered to the uniform requirements of the Elite Soul Master Competition, 7 official competitors alongside 4 substitutes. The 2 substitutes were familiar faces, Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon first seeing Gong Lan and her sisters, Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing exhibited complex expressions, having surmised that the troubles encountered by the Shrek 7 monsters in Soto City were orchestrated by Gong Sierra. However, with matters as they were, Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar had little cause for grievance, especially since they had formed a bond. Oscar, having once harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong, dismissed those sentiments as youthful folly, and upon learning of the rules of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, he no longer entertained any notions regarding her. At this juncture, Oscar felt a sense of gratitude towards Gong Sierra. Had it not been for her tumultuous actions, he and Zhu Zhuqing might never have crossed paths. As he glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar instinctively swallowed hard, overwhelmed by her striking presence. He had never imagined that a girl like Zhu Zhuqing, capable of fulfilling many of a man's fantasies, would choose to steadfastly accompany him, a mere commoner. When Gong Yu entered, the women paused their training and gathered around him, with Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing trailing behind. Once everyone had congregated, Gong Lan slowly addressed Gong Yu. "Young master, all the sisters have reached level 50. In 3 months, the Elite Soul Master competition will commence. When shall you take us to obtain our 5th spirit ring?" "You have all reached level 50? Gong Yu inquired, somewhat surprised yet anticipating this outcome, considering that Gong Lan and her sisters had consumed celestial herbs. A year ago, their average level had already approached 45, thus, it would have been rather unusual had they not reached level 50 by now. "Indeed, we have all attained level 50, Gong Lan confirmed, with the others nodding in agreement. Gong Yu then turned his attention to Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing, who were approaching, and asked, "And what of you? What level are you at now?" Though the absence of celestial herbs would have slowed their progress, Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing had been introduced to the Xiantian Gong since joining the substitute team, which had facilitated their cultivation, albeit at a slower pace. The Xiantian Gong, a technique from the Tang sect, was not practiced by Gong Yu and his companions but was suitable for others to learn, albeit limited to 5 levels, beyond which one needed to accrue merits to advance. Oscar replied, "I am at level 39. Zhu Zhuqing added, "I am at level 37. "I see," Gong Yu mused. "Let us plan to obtain spirit rings in a month's time." After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "In a month, if Oscar can advance to level 40. It would be opportune for him to acquire his 4th spirit ring. As for you, Zhu Zhuqing, it seems you may require a bit more time. Gong Yu still possesses several precious herbs. However, he is no philanthropist and will not readily bestow them upon Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing. Without these herbs, it is likely that Zhu Zhuqing will never attain divinity in her lifetime. Oscar, on the other hand, may still have a chance, provided he encounters the god of food." Oscar first caught the attention of the god of food on Sea God Island, yet in this lifetime, he has not associated with Tang San, leaving uncertain whether he will return to Sea God Island. Very well, I shall strive harder, declared Oscar. So shall I, echoed Zhu Zhuqing, perfectly in harmony with him. Gong Yu remarked, Zhu Zhuqing is currently at level 37. I estimate she will reach level 40 before the finals of the Soul Master Elite competition. At that point, we can assess the situation and perhaps embark on a hunt for soul beasts together. Turning to Oscar, Gong Yu continued. Though Oscar's sausage martial soul is classified as a food type, it possesses the potential for offensive capabilities. Having entered the team, Gong Yu felt it prudent to share some insights with Oscar. Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes lit up. Really? My sausage martial soul can acquire offensive power? Indeed. Gong Yu replied, gradually elaborating. In the frozen forests of the Northern Empire, there exists a soul beast known as the Mirror Shadow Beast. This creature possesses the unique ability to replicate itself using its blood. If you were to obtain a soul ring from such a beast, it could endow your sausage with replication capabilities. Replication? Oscar silently committed Gong Yu's words to memory. Gong Yu remarked, indeed. It's akin to a metaphor. If you were to create a replica sausage using Zhu Zhuqing's blood, consuming that sausage would instantly yield a doppelganger of Zhu Zhuqing to engage in battle. It seems to be something along those lines. Oscar nodded in agreement. However, Gong Yu continued, I would advise you to venture into the frozen forest only upon reaching level 60, for it is an environment of extreme harshness, and a lower level would render survival there quite precarious. I understand, Oscar replied. I shall not proceed recklessly. After conversing with the others at the training grounds for a while, Gong Yu departed. As he meandered through the campus, he unwittingly found himself near Lu Erlong's humble abode. From a distance, he faintly discerned the voice of Yu Xiaojiang emanating from within. Erlong, have you unearthed any information? If you have, please do not withhold it from me. Yu Xiaojiang inquired, his tone suggesting a sense of urgency, as if Lu Erlong owed him a debt. Gong Yu was somewhat intrigued about what Yu Xiaojiang required Lu Erlong's assistance with, prompting him to extend his spiritual awareness and eavesdrop from a distance. Lu Erlong remarked, Xiaojiang, it's not that I am unwilling to help you investigate. Rather, I truly cannot uncover anything. I have subtly probed 8 girls, and they genuinely possess no special methods for absorbing spirit rings beyond their years. It is implausible. If it were just 1 or 2, it might be conceivable. But it is utterly impossible for so many to have exceeded the age limit for spirit ring absorption. They must have some unique approach. Yu Xiaojiang expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, could it be that they are your students, and thus you are reluctant to divulge their secrets to me? Lu Erlong reiterated, they truly have no secrets. They all told me that to absorb spirit rings beyond their years, one must enhance their physical training. As long as one's physical condition is sufficiently robust, it is possible to absorb spirit rings beyond their limit. However, Yu Xiaojiang shook his head, countering, you assert that as long as one's physical condition is strong enough. Yet even the most robust body cannot absorb spirit rings after so many years. If it were merely a few decades, or even hundreds of years, it might be acceptable. Yet the 3rd and 4th spirit rings of those girls exceed thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Erlong, I feel you have forgotten the bond we share within our golden triangle of friendship, forgetting the sentiments between us. Otherwise, even if you were unwilling to disclose the secrets, you need not treat me so dismissively. Upon hearing this part, Gong Yu nearly burst into laughter, thinking, Yu Xiaojiang, dare to speak of emotions with Lu Erlong? You fled for over a decade, even if you could not be together due to being cousins, at the very least. Offering an explanation in person would not have been too much to ask, a matter that could be resolved with a single sentence. You avoided for over 10 years, leaving a young woman to waste her youth waiting for you. Now you have the audacity to bring up feelings. How shameless. Lu Erlong, having reached the limits of her patience, sighed and stated, Xiaojiang, I have said all that I can. They truly have no secrets. If you remain unconvinced, there is little I can do. Sensing that a firm approach was futile, Yu Xiaojiang opted for a softer tone, saying, Erlong, I was wrong earlier. I should not have vented my frustrations on you. However, you know I have a disciple named Tang San, who possesses extraordinary talent. If he could acquire spirit rings beyond their years, his future achievements would be boundless. Therefore, Erlong, I implore you, please share any secrets you know. I swear I will not disclose them to anyone. My sole intention is for my disciple Tang San to also absorb spirit rings beyond their years. Xiaojiang, I have stated numerous times that they genuinely have no secrets. I truly cannot assist you. Although Lu Erlong's heart softened at Yu Xiaojiang's plea. She had not uncovered any secrets from Gong Lan and the others, rendering her unable to help even if she wished to. Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to speak further, Gong Yu's voice resonated from a distance. Is Vice Dean Lu Erlong present? Upon hearing Gong Yu's familiar voice, Yu Xiaojiang felt a pang of alarm and thought to himself that this was not good. He turned to Lu Erlong, saying, "It's Gong Yu. He must not see me here. Erlong, is there anywhere to hide?" Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, aware that Gong Yu did not hold Yu Xiaojiang in high regard. However, her small room offered little space. She typically cooked outside, with only a bed and a table inside, leaving no suitable hiding places. After glancing around, her gaze settled on the bed, and she said, "Hide under the bed. It's south the only place available. Quickly, hide, and I will go outside to intercept him." "All right. You hurry," Yu Xiaojiang replied, hastily crawling under the bed. Lu Erlong shook her head, sighed once more, and stepped outside. What brings our esteemed boss Gong here? Such a rare visitor." As she exited, Lu Erlong playfully teased Gong Yu. Gong Yu's mental energy permeated the room, sweeping across it before he discovered that Yu Xiaojiang was hiding beneath the bed. A plan began to form in his mind. Sister Erlong. There is no need for such teasing," Gong Yu said with a faint smile. "Is it all right if I call you Sister Erlong?" "Oh, what could possibly be the issue? Since you've called me sister, I'll accept you as my younger brother," Lu Erlong replied boisterously. Though her mind was racing with thoughts of how to quickly send Gong Yu away, lest Xiaojiang under the bed suffer the consequences. "Very well, Sister Erlong. I have something to discuss with you." Gong Yu grinned widely. Lu Erlong's expression stiffened momentarily, feigning displeasure as she retorted. "So you're only trying to get close because you have something to say?" "Not at all. I genuinely mean it when I call you sister," Gong Yu replied earnestly. "That's more like it." Lu Erlong pretended to temper her mood, saying, "All right then, what is it you wish to discuss?" "It's nothing too serious," Gong Yu began. "I merely wish for Sister Erlong to engage in a friendly spar with me. No soul weapons or techniques, just fists." "Oh, so you're here to seek a fight?" "That's perfectly fine. I relish the opportunity to spar." Lu Erlong, having vented her frustrations on Xiaojiang, was eager to find an outlet for her pent-up energy. With Gong Yu willing to engage, she welcomed the chance, knowing his strength was adequate to withstand her ferocity, making him an ideal sparring partner. "All right, let us begin." Gong Yu smiled softly and stepped back to create some distance. In an instant, the atmosphere in the small room shifted dramatically. Both individuals moved with remarkable speed, their fists colliding with one another. The sound of their punches echoed through the air, and the surrounding trees and flowers succumbed to the force of their strikes, littering the ground in disarray, resembling a garbage dump. After approximately half an hour of combat, the two finally paused. With their frustrations seemingly released, Lu Erlong felt considerably lighter in spirit, even forgetting about Xiaojiang still hiding beneath the bed. "Sister Erlong, let us continue." Gong Yu leaned against a crooked tree, retrieving 2 flasks of wine from his soul guide and tossing one to Lu Erlong. "You're so young and already drinking. Be careful not to become a drunkard," Lu Erlong quipped as she caught the flask. "I'm 15. Mind you, Flanders' disciples are already frequenting taverns at 12. What is wrong with me drinking at 15? Gong Yu smirked, adding, "This wine is my own special brew. With only 5 bottles in existence, it is truly exquisite. If you don't enjoy it, you may return it to me. Once it's in my possession. Do you think I'll give it back? Dream on." Lu Erlong scoffed, uncorking the flask. Instantly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, awakening her cravings. Without hesitation, she tilted the flask to her lips. Lu Erlong, a fierce woman, had a strong affinity for potent spirits, though Gong Yu was unaware of her tolerance. "Sister Erlong, do take care not to drink too recklessly. This wine is specially brewed and can easily intoxicate. Even a titled Douluo might find it overwhelming," Gong Yu cautioned. "Delightful." After several hearty gulps, Lu Erlong burped audibly, disregarding her image as she recalled Gong Yu's earlier words. "You mentioned this wine can intoxicate, correct?" Chapter 115, The Game of Drinking Commands. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's inquiry, it initially seemed peculiar, yet upon reflection, it made sense. For ordinary individuals, wine can indeed lead to intoxication. However, few wines possess the potency to inebriate soul masters, unless one is like Tang Hao, who deliberately indulges in becoming a drunkard. Yet even someone like Tang Hao finds it difficult to become truly intoxicated, needing to consume vast quantities to feel any effects. Gong Yu responded, "My wine can certainly intoxicate soul masters. Even a titled Douluo would find themselves inebriated after a single flask." Should one wish to dispel the effects using soul power, it would take at least 2 hours. Lu Erlong, full of bravado, declared, "Perfect. It has been ages since I've been truly intoxicated. After our delightful spar, you shall join me in an indulgent revelry." "No problem, there is plenty of wine," Gong Yu smirked subtly, thinking to himself that if he didn't wish for her to drink deeply, she would never have access to his brew. "Plenty of wine? Didn't you just say you only have 5 bottles? Lu Erlong exclaimed, taking a swig before swallowing. Gong Yu took a sip and then remarked, "Indeed. I require only 5 jars of this particular wine. However, I never claimed that there aren't other types of wine available. It was you who stated that there would be an abundance of wine, so don't be surprised if we find ourselves halfway through and run out." Lu Erlong sought confirmation from Gong Yu once more. "What I meant is that the wine will be plentiful. Sister Erlong, rest assured and drink to your heart's content." Gong Yu replied with a shy smile. The liquor contained within his soul guide, if poured into a pool, would fill several cubic meters. Even Lu Erlong, the strongest of oxen, would find it impossible to consume it all today. "Very well, let us make a toast." Lu Erlong approached directly, raised her jar of wine to clink with Gong Yu's, and then seated herself on the ground, indulging in a hearty drink. Gong Yu also took a seat, and the two began to engage in a drinking contest. However, Lu Erlong was merely a lightweight. After just 1 can, she became thoroughly intoxicated, and her drunkenness manifested in incoherent ramblings. Once inebriated, she commenced berating Yu Xiaojiang, enumerating his various faults. Yu Xiaojiang remained hidden beneath Lu Erlong's bed. Although her tirade was directed outside, her loud and erratic speech made it abundantly clear to him, even from his concealed position. "Erlong, you are drunk," Gong Yu ventured, testing whether Lu Erlong was feigning her inebriation. "I am not drunk. How could I possibly be? I can drink 1,000 cups without faltering." Lu Erlong waved her hand dismissively, her body swaying precariously. "Unlikely. You are undoubtedly intoxicated," Gong Yu probed once more. "I am not drunk." Lu Erlong shook her head and let out a burp. "I don't believe you, unless you can prove it," Gong Yu insisted. You say? How shall I prove it?" Lu Erlong responded, burping again. "Come now, give me a kiss, and I shall believe you." Gong Yu, in a bold move, made such a request. However, if Lu Erlong were indeed sober, her unwavering loyalty to Yu Xiaojiang would surely prevent her from kissing Gong Yu. With a grin, Lu Erlong stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Gong Yu's head, and pressed her lips against his, leaving Gong Yu momentarily stunned, his mind blank, clearly indicating that Lu Erlong was indeed intoxicated. Gong Yu exerted considerable effort in pushing, and only after a while did Lu Erlong finally release her hands, granting her the freedom she sought. Once liberated, Lu Erlong remained in a state of blissful foolishness, smiling vacantly. Gong Yu gasped for breath, as Lu Erlong's lung capacity seemed rather formidable. "Sister Erlong, you are truly intoxicated," Gong Yu remarked, grasping Lu Erlong's hand. "Come, let me escort you back to your room. You might catch a chill out here." "I am not drunk. Let us continue to drink." Lu Erlong protested momentarily, freeing her hand from his grasp. All right. If we are to continue drinking, let us return to the room." Gong Yu seized Lu Erlong's hand once more, and this time, she did not resist. She raised her other hand, pointing a finger at Gong Yu, her words slightly slurred. "This is what you said. We shall return to the room and continue drinking." Hee. With that, she took the initiative, leading Gong Yu into the house. Once inside, Gong Yu suggested, "Sister Erlong, merely drinking is rather mundane. Let us engage in a drinking game. The loser must not only drink as a penalty but also face a small punishment. Are you brave enough to play?" "Humph. There is nothing in this world that I, Lu Erlong, would shy away from. Speak, how shall we play?" Lu Erlong, equally inebriated, was more than willing to acquiesce to Gong Yu's proposal. "You have said it. You cannot back out." A mischievous grin spread across Gong Yu's face, as if she had successfully plotted something. Lu Erlong, her chest heaving with enthusiasm, declared, "I shall never back down. Whoever backs out is nothing but a despicable creature." Hidden beneath the bed, Yu Xiaojiang winced upon hearing Lu Erlong's proclamation. Indeed, anyone who reneged on their word would be akin to that wretched animal, Luo Sanpao. Gong Yu chuckled heartily, eager to witness the expression of Yu Xiaojiang lurking beneath the bed. "Now, tell me, how shall we play?" Lu Erlong lunged toward Gong Yu's collar, playfully pushing him down onto the bed. Gong Yu remarked, "This game is quite simple. The loser of the drinking game must not only endure a drink penalty but also remove a piece of clothing." Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang beneath the bed felt a surge of anxiety, yet he dared not voice his concerns. He could only silently pray, "Erlong, please do not fall for this trick." He is trying to ensnare you. Well then, let us begin. You are destined to lose. I shall strip you bare. Gong Yu declared. Once intoxicated, Lu Erlong became audacious, unafraid to utter any brazen words. Thus, the game commenced. A sober Lu Erlong was formidable, but once inebriated, she became rather easy to manipulate. Throughout the course of their drinking game, Gong Yu first ensured Lu Erlong lost several rounds. Once the situation seemed favorable, he intentionally allowed Lu Erlong to win a few times. Back and forth they went, until their garments had greatly diminished. At this juncture, Gong Yu interjected. Sister Erlong, that should suffice. Let's engage in another game. Another game? Splendid. Pray tell, what is it? Lu Erlong, increasingly muddled from the drinks, readily acquiesced. This game is even simpler, and it requires just 2 participants. We shall pretend to be a married couple, Gong Yu stated casually. Pretending to be married? Splendid. Lu Erlong chuckled foolishly and continued. Let me tell you, I too was married once, but that scoundrel Yu Xiaojing fled on our wedding day. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, eventually breaking into sobs, revealing her profound sense of grievance. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Gong Yu gently caressed Lu Erlong's face and comforted her. It matters not, Sister Erlong. This evening, we shall complete what was left unfinished that day. Come, tonight I shall take on the role of Yu Xiaojing, while you shall embody the bride, Lu Erlong. Let us grant our bride, Lu Erlong, a perfect conclusion. Very well, I shall play Lu Erlong, and you shall portray Yu Xiaojing. Lu Erlong shyly nodded, then took hold of Gong Yu's hand. Do not rush. Let us extinguish the lights and draw the bed curtains. Gong Yu felt a twinge of excitement within, for Yu Xiaojing was hidden beneath the bed. Soon, the lights were extinguished, and the bed curtains were drawn by Gong Yu, enveloping the room in darkness. Yet, amidst the inky blackness, Lu Erlong's gaze became entranced. As dawn broke, in the early hours when the sky was just beginning to lighten, Yu Xiaojing stealthily emerged from beneath the bed while Gong Yu was momentarily absent. Of course, Gong Yu was aware of Yu Xiaojing's departure through his senses, but having fulfilled his purpose the previous night, he chose to disregard Yu Xiaojing's whereabouts. As he wandered through the Academy of the Gods, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Devoid of any passers-by, Yu Xiaojing walked slowly, lost in contemplation of the sounds he had heard throughout the night. He had remained huddled beneath the bed, too frightened to make a sound or move, lest he disturb the 2 above him. Gong Yu, you have humiliated me beyond measure. And you, Lu Erlong, you wretched creature, the spawn of a harlot, truly, you are both despicable. Can you not discern that the person with you is not me? Yu Xiaojing clenched his fists as he walked, consumed by fury. However, vivid memories of the previous night continued to replay in his mind. Xiaojing, exert yourself a bit more. Xiaojing, you are remarkable. Xiaojing, you are simply incredible. Lu Erlong, you treacherous wretch, how dare you betray me? In a fit of rage, Yu Xiaojing shouted towards the heavens within the Academy of the Gods. Yet, as soon as he did, voices erupted from the surrounding dormitory area in response. What are you shouting about at this hour? Have you lost your mind? That scoundrel is already hollering at this hour? What time is it? Has he suffered a heartbreak? Or does he not allow others to sleep? Yu Xiaojing's outburst triggered a chain reaction, awakening the entire dormitory area. However, he himself was startled and quickly closed his mouth, hastening his departure, fearful of any repercussions that might follow. As time progressed, the sun finally ascended. The first rays of morning light filtered through the window and illuminated Lu Erlong's face. She felt a gentle warmth on her skin, and her sleep-laden eyes slowly opened, only to shut again momentarily, relishing in the comfort of her slumber, something she hadn't experienced in quite some time. Yet something stirred in her mind, prompting her to awaken abruptly. Wait, when did I lie down on the bed? Yesterday, Xiaojing came to find me, then he hid beneath the bed. Gong Yu came, and we had a quarrel, followed by drinks together. As she shifted her position, a sudden pain erupted from below, jolting her fully awake. Where are my clothes? Lu Erlong felt over her body, but found nothing. Glancing to the other side of the bed, she noticed someone still lying there. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the figure. Was it not Gong Yu? You scoundrel, what are you doing in my bed? Lu Erlong exclaimed in anger, delivering a kick to Gong Yu's rear, sending him tumbling off the bed. Gong Yu, in pain, awakened, his body equally bare. Unfazed by his vulnerability, he stood boldly within Lu Erlong's line of sight, cursing. You foul woman, what madness has seized you? At that moment, Lu Erlong, indifferent to Gong Yu's outburst, glanced at the bedsheets. where a patch of bright red blood caught her attention. Memories of last night flooded her mind, recalling how Yu Xiaojiang had been crouched beneath the bed, silently witnessing everything unfold. "You scoundrel, you have ruined my relationship with Xiaojiang. I will ensure your demise." The fury of the female behemoth surged forth, disregarding her state of undress, as she summoned her martial soul. Not content with mere summons, she activated her martial soul's true form. Her seventh spirit ring illuminating with a brilliant glow, and with a commanding shout declared, "Seventh soul skill, true form of the Crimson Dragon." In an instant, she transformed into an immense fire dragon, her strength, speed, attack power, defense, and elemental resistance all experiencing a remarkable enhancement. Without hesitation, she launched a sphere of energy hurtling towards Gong Yu. "You dare challenge me with a dragon martial soul? You truly are oblivious." Gong Yu, enraged, unleashed the aura of the Golden Dragon King, a thunderous roar erupting from within him. The overwhelming energy from his presence shattered a significant portion of Lu Erlong's humble abode. The fierce aura of the Golden Dragon King left Lu Erlong momentarily paralyzed, unable to move an inch. "Dare to employ a dragon martial soul before me? Go on. I shall remain here for you to strike. Can you truly bring yourself to do so?" Gong Yu let out a cold snort, her gaze fixated upon Lu Erlong. Under the overwhelming presence of the Golden Dragon King, Lu Erlong's martial soul manifestation was involuntarily dispelled. At this moment, she stood frozen in place, her bare form resembling that of a jade figure. The oppressive aura of the Golden Dragon King made it difficult for her to breathe. She gritted her teeth to endure. Yet her legs trembled uncontrollably, and glistening beads of sweat trickled down from her temples. Gong Yu's lips curved into a smirk, though it bore a hint of malice. He approached slowly, the pressure emanating from him undiminished. Raising his right hand, he gently caressed Lu Erlong's face with the back of his hand, gazing at her, reminiscent of jade. Instinctively, Gong Yu swallowed hard. "Humph, you foolish woman, having benefited from the nourishment of my bloodline, your martial soul has evolved. Yet, despite your advantages, you choose to vent your frustrations on me. Do you truly believe me to be weak and easily manipulated?" He pressed his hand against Lu Erlong's body and whispered softly in her ear. After being touched twice by Gong Yu, Lu Erlong let out a couple of whimpers. "Given your unwarranted aggression towards me, a punishment is in order." Gong Yu grinned cunningly, lifting the bare Lu Erlong into his arms and carrying her to the bed. Lu Erlong dared not resist, fully aware of what Gong Yu intended to do next. Despite her deep reluctance, the suppression of his bloodline instilled in her an unavoidable sense of submission. "Humph, madwoman, brace yourself for the consequences." After 2 hours of punishment, Gong Yu finally ceased. Lu Erlong lay limply on the bed, crystalline tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, feeling a profound sense of loss, as if she had betrayed her own desires. "Madwoman, I hear you are the cousin of Yu Xiaojiang." Gong Yu adjusted her attire beside him, simultaneously commenting, "Your Yu family certainly knows how to indulge in playful antics. The ambiguous relationship between cousins is rather intriguing, though I must say, you still fall short of the Haotian sect. In the Haotian sect, Tang Hao's situation is far more scandalous, as it involves direct siblings entangled in such ambiguity." Sigh. "At times, I genuinely admire those from the upper three sects. They seem to live carefree lives, unburdened by the consequences of their actions. However, now that you are mine, dear you needn't dwell on such notions any longer. It's best to keep your thoughts to yourself, or I may not hesitate to eliminate that level 29 waste." Lu Erlong offered no response, remaining languidly sprawled upon the bed, seemingly indifferent. Gong Yu swiftly donned his attire, and before departing, he playfully slapped Lu Erlong's ample backside. "Sister Erlong, you are truly remarkable, far superior to Tang Yuewa of the Haotian sect. I shall return to seek you out later." With these parting words, he took his leave. Chapter 117, Consuming the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Pearl. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Gong Yu has already informed everyone that she will lead them on a hunt for soul beasts tomorrow to acquire the 5th soul ring. Oscar, that fellow, reached level 43 days ago, just in time for the occasion. Gong Yu's soul power has now reached level 58, just 2 levels shy of the coveted level 60. With his soul power compressed to 80. Soon, within a mere 2 months, he anticipates achieving a complete compression of his soul power to 100. At which point he will be able to condense his first soul core. In his room, Gong Yu sits cross-legged on the bed, his mind wholly concentrated on compressing his soul power. Ever since he resolved to condense his soul core ahead of schedule, he has been diligently compressing his soul power. Once he attains a full compression, his total soul power will equate to that of an ordinary title Douluo, thus enabling him to form his first soul core. After approximately half an hour, Gong Yu concluded his practice, assessing the progress of his soul power compression and noting a slight advancement. Tomorrow, he is set to venture into the Star Dou Forest, so he decided against playing cards with Liu Erlong tonight, instead focusing on elevating his soul power to level 60. Once in the Star Dou Forest, he aims to see if he can deal with the Sky Blue Bull Python and procure a 10,000-year soul ring. For the past month, unless Liu Erlong's relatives were visiting, preventing him from receiving guests, Gong Yu has been visiting Liu Erlong nightly for card games, winning each time and thoroughly besting her. Thus, it is likely that Liu Erlong will accompany the team tomorrow. At this moment, Gong Yu dismissed all other thoughts and retrieved the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Orb he had acquired earlier from his storage space. With only 2 levels of soul power remaining to reach level 60, he realized that he needed to take a shortcut. Currently, he could think of 2 methods, either absorb the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Orb or the inner core of the 10-headed Fierce Sun Serpent. However, absorbing the inner core of the 10-headed Fierce Sun Serpent was out of the question, as he intended to reserve it for Gong Shueth, allowing her to absorb it as her 7th soul ring when she reached level 70, thus facilitating the evolution of her martial soul. Hence, he was left with no option but to refine the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Orb. Gazing at the dark orb, resembling a pellet of sheep dung, Gong Yu couldn't help but frown. After consuming this, I hope it grants me abilities related to time and space. Were it not for the significant benefits of this shortcut, he would not consider ingesting such a thing. Steeling himself, he bit the bullet and placed the orb in his mouth, swallowing it whole. Subsequently, he activated the True Dao Song, beginning the refinement of the orb. As he channeled his energy, the energy emanating from the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Orb was gradually absorbed by Gong Yu, and after circulating through his cultivation pathway, it was completely transformed into his own soul power. Time passed slowly, and Gong Yu's aura expanded as he continued to absorb the orb's energy. Before long, it was 6 in the morning, and he slowly opened his eyes. Assessing his soul power, a satisfied smile graced his face. I've hit the bottleneck at level 60. But the soul power provided by the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Orb is certainly more than just 2 levels. Once I acquire my 6th soul ring, it should become evident. Curiosity piqued about the abilities granted by the orb, he decided to test them. With a mere thought, a wormhole materialized beside him. Is this a wormhole? Could it possibly be a dimensional teleportation portal? Surprised by the sudden appearance of the wormhole, Gong Yu was momentarily taken aback. This ability resembled the vibration powers of Cisco from the Flash, though he could not sense the position of objects through touch as Cisco did. He wondered where this wormhole led and hesitated to enter, fearing he might not return. Ultimately, Gong Yu decided to take the plunge. He left a trace of his spiritual imprint in his room as a marker for his return. Otherwise, he would find himself in a predicament upon trying to navigate back. Stepping through the portal, he soon found himself in Gong Lan's room, startling her. At that moment, Gong Lan was enjoying a bath. Having developed the habit of bathing in the mornings after preparing breakfast for everyone, she was taken aback by Gong Yu's sudden appearance. I was merely testing my new skill. It seems I thought of you while using it, so. He hesitated, opting not to explain further, acknowledging that he simply missed her. Without further ado, Gong Yu swiftly removed his clothing and joined her in the bath. I'll take a bath too, he said with a mischievous grin, causing Gong Lan to blush. Make it quick. We have plans to head to the Star Dou Forest today. And if we take too long, I fear the others will complain, Gong Lan said shyly. How long can a bath take? Why do you insist I hurry? Gong Yu replied with a playful smirk. You know exactly what I mean, yet you choose to ask. How infuriating. Gong Lan feigned anger, diving underwater, seemingly feeling something. Gong Yu inhaled sharply, grinning as he said, All right then, I'll wash quickly. Indeed, the bath concluded in just an hour, and by the time they finished, the once hazy sky was just beginning to brighten. After donning his garments with a sense of mental clarity and comfort, Gong Yu's thoughts sparked an idea, causing a wormhole to materialize once more. He stepped through it, returning directly to his chamber. It appears that the initial ability bestowed upon me by the Dark Demon Evil God, Tiger Pearl, pertains to spatial manipulation, specifically the creation of teleportation wormholes. However, I remain curious about the maximum distance of such teleportation and intend to experiment with it at an opportune moment. Yet, it seems there must be additional abilities as well. I shall investigate further. Murmuring to himself, in the next instant, his figure appeared to split into several shadows that radiated outward, only to converge once again. While he found himself standing at the threshold of his room, with no alterations to his surroundings. What exactly is this power? Gong Yu pondered. a flicker of realization igniting in his mind. No, it cannot be. I traversed from the bedside to the door, which should ordinarily take at least 2 seconds. Yet, the second hand of the wall clock did not advance. I have delayed time by 2 seconds. This must be a temporal ability. I wonder if this time dilation is confined to my room or extends over a broader area. The thought of delaying time across the vast expanse of Douluo Continent is beyond my imagination. I am not capable of such feats. However, I believe I can manage to slow time within the confines of this room. Enough of this contemplation. In any case, the dark demon evil god, Tiger Pearl, has granted me the 2 abilities I desired. As for the other capabilities, I already possess them, rendering further experimentation unnecessary. The first soul ring of Gong Yu bestowed upon him the attribute of lightning. Subsequently, the external soul bone, the wind and thunder wings, conferred upon him both wind and lightning attributes. The soul ring from the dark devil evil god Tiger granted him the attribute of darkness. Thus he had long acquired these 3 attributes. The dark devil evil god Tiger's orb encapsulated 6 attributes: evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space. The malevolent attribute was swiftly dispelled by the will of the anti-evil dragon, leaving only the attributes of time and space for Gong Yu. Upon thoroughly refining the orb, Gong Yu naturally garnered the attributes of time and space as well. Chapter 118, The Blue-Silver Forest. After approximately an hour, the gentle sunlight bathed the earth. After having breakfast, Gong Yu and his companions hired several horse-drawn carriages and set off for the Douluo Forest. Oscar and Zhu Shiqing were also part of the group, as Oscar needed his 4th soul ring, and it was only natural to bring Zhu Shiqing along instead of leaving her alone at the academy. This would serve as a practice in teamwork. Before their departure, Gong Yu received an envelope from the dark web containing the information he sought. The dark web was a rebranded version of the information network that Gong Yu had originally established, and it had since expanded to encompass the major cities of the 2 great empires as well as various kingdoms and principalities. The dark web operatives regularly organized actions to eliminate human trafficking rings in different cities, instilling a sense of fear among traffickers, who now lived in constant dread of being assassinated in the dead of night. At that moment, Gong Yu climbed into the carriage and opened the envelope. After reading its contents, a smile graced his face. "What is it that brings you such joy?" asked Gong Lan, noticing his beaming expression. The other girls in the carriage also became curious. "Indeed, there is something to be happy about," Gong Yu replied with a smile. "This trip to the Douluo Forest will likely yield us 2 soul rings from 10,000-year soul beasts." 10,000-year soul beasts? Gong Shui exclaimed, rising in surprise. However, Ling Yun pressed her back down and said, "Do not entertain thoughts of a 10,000-year soul ring. You cannot absorb it. Even as a sacrifice, it would likely require sealing your soul power, and those 2 soul beasts are not suited for you. Moreover, Sister ZG has already prepared a true dragon for your sacrifice." "A true dragon?" Gong Shui replied with a sweet smile. "A true dragon is quite splendid. True dragon soul beasts are far superior to ordinary ones." Gong Yu nodded in acknowledgement, stating that indeed, although the Hellfire Dragon had only a cultivation of over 50,000 years, as a true dragon, its strength was comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Upon receiving Gong Yu's affirmation, Gong Shui's smile blossomed even brighter. "Hee hee. Sister ZG is truly wonderful. I must express my gratitude to her properly." "You wish to thank her properly?" Gong Yu shot Gong Shui an exasperated glance and retorted, "Your so-called proper gratitude will likely involve pilfering my wine to present to her. How dare you speak of thanking her?" Upon the utterance of Gong Yu's words, the occupants of the vehicle were rendered into fits of laughter. Gong Shui, eager to learn close combat from ZG, understood her fondness for the wine brewed by Gong Yu. Thus, she occasionally pilfered some from Gong Yu to curry favor with ZG. "Big brother, don't be so concerned. What's yours is also mine. It's only fitting that I offer a token of gratitude to Sister ZG," Gong Shui remarked nonchalantly, her expression reflecting a mischievous defiance. Ling Yun, exasperated by Gong Shui's antics, let out a cold huff. "Humph. Just wait. I shall deal with you properly." After 2 days of travel, the carriage finally reached the outskirts of the starry forest. Upon disembarking, everyone proceeded ahead to summon the infernal flame dragon from within the clan. Gong Yu led the group towards the direction of the blue-silver forest. In pursuit of soul rings, it was only logical to first acquire those that were easily accessible. Gong Lan's soul ring was readily available, leaving no reason to delay its acquisition. A few days prior, Gong Lan had thoroughly refined the blue-silver emperor, resulting in a complete transformation of her bloodline into that of the blue-silver emperor. After approximately 2 hours of journeying towards the blue-silver forest, they finally reached their destination. Gong Yu approached Gong Lan and said, "Lanner, unleash your blue-silver king martial soul and your blue-silver domain. Then, with your heart, perceive the surroundings. With your current spiritual strength, you should be able to sense it." Upon hearing these words, Gong Lan did not hesitate. She quickly closed her eyes, allowing her martial soul and domain to emerge naturally. The martial soul enveloped her body, gradually emanating as her spiritual energy coalesced and dispersed into the surroundings. Soon, she felt as if the blue-silver grass around her was calling out to her. The significant enhancement of her spiritual strength rendered this sensation exceptionally vivid, enabling her to discern the emotions of each individual blade of blue-silver grass. As her perception expanded with the gradual release of her spiritual power, the essence of the blue-silver grass she sensed grew increasingly profound. Gradually, she became immersed in this feeling, quickly realizing that all the blue-silver grass seemed to exude a nurturing emotion, akin to that of children eagerly confiding in their mother. This was an emotion Gong Lan had never experienced before. Gradually, she found she did not need to exert excessive spiritual energy. Each blade of blue-silver grass in the forest emitted faint spiritual fluctuations, although each individual plant was not particularly strong. The vast expanse of interconnected blue-silver grass formed a remarkably immense spiritual field, merging seamlessly with her released spiritual energy. Through this bond, the range of her perception was instantly multiplied exponentially. Each blade of blue-silver grass appeared to become Gong Lan's eyes and ears, probing the external world with her spiritual energy. While she had previously been capable of this, she could never have expanded her vision to such an extensive scope. At that moment, an unexpected voice suddenly resonated within Gong Lan's heart. "My emperor, the great emperor, is it truly you? You have finally come to me. I thank the heavens." A profound astonishment enveloped Gong Lan as a voice resonated within her mental realm. Such occurrences had transpired over a year ago when she and Gong Yu encountered a similar phenomenon in the Sunset Forest. At this very moment, Gong Yu stood beside her, a subtle smile gracing his features, his mental prowess ever vigilant. "Young master, shall we proceed this time?" Gong Lan inquired, her uncertainty palpable. The lessons learned from the previous encounter had instilled a measure of trepidation within her. She feared for her own safety, but was even more concerned about Gong Yu's well-being. "Indeed, we must go," Gong Yu replied softly, "for this is your opportunity. Should you decline, you would inadvertently afford Tang San an advantage, as he too possesses the blue-silver royal bloodline." Though the mention of Tang San cast a shadow over Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions, Gong Yu remained undeterred. As his words faded, the summons beckoning Gong Lan echoed once more. "My empress, may I implore you to come to me?" Upon reflecting on Gong Yu's counsel, Gong Lan's resolve solidified. "Understood, I shall go." Gong Yu nodded and assured, "Rest assured, I shall remain by your side." However, Gong Shui, standing nearby, expressed her discontent. "No, I must accompany you. I care not for the rest. You shall wait here while I take Lanner to acquire her soul ring, which is of utmost significance as it is her fated soul ring and must not be disrupted. Therefore, you need not come along." After a brief discussion with the others, Gong Yu disregarded their preferences and, accompanied by Gong Lan, set forth towards the direction that beckoned her. Chapter 117. Consuming the dark demon evil god Tiger Pearl. Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed once more. Gong Yu has already informed everyone that she will take them to hunt soul beasts tomorrow to obtain their 5th soul ring. Oscar, that fellow, also reached level 43 days ago, perfectly in time for the occasion. Gong Yu's soul power has reached level 58, just 2 levels shy of the coveted 60. He has compressed his soul power to 80. Soon, within a couple of months, he believes he will achieve a complete compression of 100. At which point he will be able to condense his soul core. In his room, Gong Yu sits cross-legged on his bed, entirely focused on compressing his soul power. Since deciding to condense his soul core ahead of schedule, he has been persistently compressing his soul power. Once it reaches full compression, his total soul power will equate to that of an ordinary tidal Douluo, enabling him to form his first soul core. After approximately half an hour, Gong Yu concluded his meditation, noting a slight advancement in the progress of his soul power compression. Tomorrow he would venture into the Stardow Forest, so he decided to forego playing Pai Gao with Lu Erlong tonight, and instead focus on elevating his soul power to level 60. Once in the Stardow Forest, he hoped to confront the Sky Blue Bull Python and acquire a 100,000 your soul ring for nearly a month, unless Lu Erlong's relatives were visiting. Preventing him from entertaining guests, Gong Yu had visited Lu Erlong every night for a game of Pai Gao. His consistent victories had led Lu Erlong to submit to him. It was likely that Lu Erlong would accompany the team tomorrow. At this moment, Gong Yu dismissed all other thoughts and retrieved the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Orb he had previously acquired from his storage space. With just 2 levels remaining to reach level 60, he needed to find a shortcut for rapid enhancement. Currently, he could think of only 2 methods: absorbing the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Orb or the inner core of the Tin-Headed Sun Serpent. However, absorbing the inner core of the Tin-Headed Sun Serpent was out of the question, as he intended to reserve it for Gong Shui, allowing her to absorb it as her 7th soul ring at level 70, facilitating the evolution of her martial spirit. Thus, the only remaining option was to refine the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Orb. Gazing at the dark orb, resembling sheep droppings, Gong Yu furrowed his brow, pondering whether consuming it would grant him powers of time and space. Were it not for the significant benefits of the shortcut, he would not have considered ingesting such a thing. With a determined resolve, he bit down and swallowed the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Orb. He then activated the complete Truth Dao Song, beginning the process of refining the orb. As he channeled his energy, the power emitted by the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Orb was gradually absorbed, circulating through his meridians until it was fully transformed into his own soul power. Time passed incrementally, and as Gong Yu absorbed the orb's energy, his aura began to swell. Before long, it was 6 in the morning, and he slowly opened his eyes. After assessing his soul power, a satisfied smile graced his face, though he had hit the level 60 bottleneck. The energy provided by the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Orb would undoubtedly exceed 2 levels. Once he acquired his 6th soul ring, its true benefits would likely manifest. Curious about the abilities granted by the orb, he decided to test them. With a mere thought, a wormhole materialized beside him. This wormhole, could it possibly be a dimensional portal? Stunned by its sudden appearance, Gong Yu realized that this ability bore resemblance to Cisco's vibrational powers from the Flash. Though he could not sense the location of objects through touch as Cisco could. Uncertain of where the wormhole led, he contemplated entering, albeit with trepidation about potentially being unable to return. Ultimately, Gong Yu resolved to venture through. First, he left a trace of his mental imprint in the room as a means of navigation for his return. Otherwise, he might find himself lost upon trying to come back. Stepping into the wormhole, he found himself instantaneously transported into Gong Lan's room, startling her in the process. At that moment, Gong Lan was enjoying a bath. Having developed a routine of bathing in the morning after preparing breakfast for everyone, which left her covered in sweat. Surprised to see Gong Yu emerge from the wormhole, she felt a rush of embarrassment. I was merely testing my new skill," he stammered, realizing that the thought of her had inadvertently triggered the skill's activation. "Never mind the explanation. I just wanted to see you." Without further ado, he quickly shed his clothes and jumped into the bath beside her, a mischievous grin on his face that caused Gong Lan to blush deeply. "Hurry up, we have a scheduled departure for the Stardow Forest today. If we take too long, the others might become impatient," Gong Lan said shyly. "How long could a bath possibly take? Why do you insist on urging me to hurry?" Gong Yu replied with a playful smirk. "Why must you feign ignorance? It's truly vexing," Gong Lan retorted, pretending to be annoyed. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Gong Yu inhaled sharply, then grinned widely. "All right, then let's make it quick." Indeed, their bath was brief, lasting just an hour, and as they finished, the once-dim sky began to brighten. Gong Yu, feeling invigorated and refreshed after donning his garments, stepped out of the bathtub. With a mere thought, a wormhole materialized once more, and he stepped through it, finding himself back in his own room. It seemed that the first ability bestowed upon him by the Dark Demon Evil God, Tiger Pearl, was of a spatial nature, specifically the creation of teleportation wormholes. However, he was uncertain about the maximum distance for such transportation and resolved to explore it further at a later time. Yet, he suspected there must be additional abilities to discover. Murmuring softly to himself, he suddenly noticed several shadows of his form diverging and then converging again. In an instant, he found himself at the door of his room, while the surroundings remained unchanged. What could this ability be? Gong Yu pondered, a flicker of realization sparking in his mind. No, it was not right. I walked from the bedside to the door, which should ordinarily take at least 2 seconds. Yet, the second hand of the clock on the wall had not moved. I have delayed time by 2 seconds. This must be a temporal skill. He wondered whether this time dilation was confined solely to his room or extended over a broader area. The idea of slowing time by 2 seconds across the entire Douluo Continent was beyond his capabilities, but he believed he could manage it within the confines of his room. Setting aside these thoughts, he concluded that the dark demon evil god, Tiger Pearl, had granted him the two abilities he desired. As for any other powers, he considered that he already possessed those, rendering further experimentation unnecessary. The first soul ring of Gong Yu granted him the attribute of lightning. Subsequently, the external soul bone, Wind Thunder Wings, bestowed upon him both wind and lightning attributes. The soul ring from the dark demon evil god Tiger conferred upon him the attribute of darkness. Thus, he had long since acquired these three attributes. The orb of the dark demon evil god Tiger contained 6 attributes: evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space. The evil attribute was swiftly dispelled by the will of the evil-breaking dragon, leaving only the attributes of time and space for Gong Yu. Upon completely refining that orb, Gong Yu naturally obtained the attributes of time and space as well. Chapter 119, The Innate Soul Ring, Part 1. Gong Yu and Gong Lan swiftly navigated through the forest. The menacing presence of the soul beast within seemed to have notably diminished, as if the hidden creatures of the woods had graciously parted a path for the two. As they traversed, the blue-silver grass beneath their feet appeared to exult, gently swaying in rhythmic delight, as though dancing joyfully to celebrate their arrival. The flora in this ancient grove bore a timeless quality, having witnessed the passage of countless years. Towering trees loomed overhead, their canopies so dense that sunlight struggled to penetrate down to the forest floor. Throughout their journey, they encountered no hindrance from any soul beast, advancing with remarkable ease. After about half an hour of rapid movement, Gong Lan sensed a distinct clarity in the spiritual connection she shared. "Your Majesty, I am here." The mental summons resonated around her, causing her steps to falter momentarily. As they navigated past 2 ancient trees, each requiring several people to embrace, Gong Yu focused his spiritual energy, honing in on a nearby plant. Although the call was directed at Gong Lan, he could also sense that the source of her summons emanated from this very plant. A slender vine climbed upwards, intertwining until it reached approximately 10 meters into the air. Resembling a peculiar plant formed from countless vines coalescing into one, its entire being shimmered in a crystalline azure hue. Surrounding it, the blue-silver grass flourished abundantly. Each vine was as thick as a person's waist, with a diameter exceeding a foot. At that moment, it swayed gently. In the center of the vines, a visage resembling a human face materialized, wearing an expression that seemed to smile. "Are you the one calling for me?" Gong Lan gazed intently at the colossal vine. Despite sensing no malice from it, her past encounters in the sunset forest instilled a heightened sense of caution within her. "Indeed, my esteemed sovereign. It is I who has summoned you," the vine replied, its central face displaying a remarkably human-like expression, its mouth opening to articulate words, transcending mere mental communication. Neither Gong Yu nor Gong Lan was surprised that a plant could speak. They had encountered similar phenomena before. However, the previous blue-silver king had not communicated as a plant, but rather manifested a spiritual projection to converse with them. "Have you mistaken me? Why do you refer to me as sovereign?" Gong Lan inquired softly. The vine smiled. "Because the blood that courses through your veins is of a nobility surpassing my own. If I am the king of blue-silver grass, then you are the emperor among them." Listening to the vine's words, Gong Lan recalled the advice Gong Yu had imparted during their journey, that should she encounter the blue-silver king, she must neither affirm nor deny its claims, but instead provide ambiguous responses. Before Gong Lan could speak, the blue-silver king continued, "To reach the realm of your bloodline, I require at least another 15,000 years of cultivation. To meet you and sense the essence of your lineage, I feel I have discovered the path to a more noble bloodline." "Thank you, my sovereign." Gong Lan spoke. "I apologize, but perhaps you have mistaken me. I am not your sovereign. I am merely a human, possessing the martial soul of the blue-silver grass." No, the blue-silver king replied with urgency. "Great sovereign, it is impossible for me to be mistaken. The aura surrounding you is unmistakably that of the blue-silver empress. If you are merely a human with the blue-silver grass martial soul, do you believe you could have cultivated to such a level? You possess the bloodline of the blue-silver royalty. I do not comprehend your words, yet my current achievements are solely due to the favor of the young master. Without him, I would not be who I am today," Gong Lan remarked, casting a tender glance at Gong Yu. The blue-silver king also fixed its gaze upon Gong Yu, yet it could not discern his cultivation level. Furthermore, it sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from him. The immense vine continued, "Blue-silver sovereign, in this world, the lineage is eternally passed down. Only upon the death of the previous blue-silver sovereign does the next emerge. Although you are human, you are the sole individual of this generation to possess the bloodline of the blue-silver sovereign. Perhaps this young master has aided you greatly. But this is inextricably linked to your royal bloodline. If your aptitude were lacking, even with this young master's capabilities, nurturing you would be futile. Believe what you wish. Gong Yu interjected. Perhaps it is indeed due to Lanar's unique bloodline that you, as a plant soul beast, would conspire against her. We encountered a blue-silver king in the Sunset Forest who plotted against us, and I ended up slaying it for its soul ring. What did you say? The blue-silver king in the Sunset Forest conspired against you? The vine's voice elongated, tinged with shock and anger. You heard correctly. It plotted against us, desiring to abandon its soul beast form and seize a human body. Gong Yu's voice resonated coldly. And what about you? You summoned us here. Surely you do not harbor similar intentions? Though Gong Yu merely inquired, the blue-silver king could perceive the palpable threat in his tone. No. I would never entertain such thoughts. The blue-silver king fervently explained. I summoned the sovereign merely to assist her in completing her final awakening. Though she bears the bloodline of the blue-silver sovereign, she has not fully awakened. We still require one final step. Gong Yu nodded, expressing her hope that the words spoken were indeed true. However, she added with a fierce determination, should you dare to play any tricks, I would not hesitate to lay waste to this entire forest and claim your soul ring directly. As she spoke, a potent aura of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline surged forth from her, causing all soul beasts within several miles to tremble in fear. This presence, could it be the essence of a deity? The Silver Emperor was once again taken aback and cast a glance at Gong Lan, feeling a surge of excitement. The thought occurred to it that if the sovereign of the Silver Grass clan were to unite with a divine being, the future of their lineage would be boundless. Then, the Silver Emperor continued, rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives towards the sovereign. My sole intention is to assist in the final step of awakening. You may observe from the sidelines, and should I pose any threat to the sovereign, you are welcome to strike first and end me. The Silver Emperor's tone shifted from one of authority to one of humility, addressing Gong Yu with the respectful you transformed into the formal Your Excellency. Excellent. Then let us commence. I will stand guard nearby, Gong Yu affirmed, nodding for the Silver Emperor to proceed swiftly with the final awakening, enabling Gong Lan to acquire her destined soul ring so they could depart without delay. Very well, let us begin. The Silver Emperor responded, redirecting its gaze towards Gong Lan. My sovereign, come forth. Allow me to guide you through this final awakening. I shall crown you, elevating you to the true sovereign of our Silver Grass clan. Chapter 120. The Destiny Soul Ring, Part 2. Gong Lan cast a glance at Gong Yu, who returned her gaze with a nod before opening the way for her. She took a few steps forward, creating some distance between them. Sensing Gong Lan's thoughts, the Silver King patiently spoke. Great Majesty, I am one of the oldest silver grasses on this continent, hence the title Silver King. As your eternal subordinate, we shall always safeguard you. Do you wish to forever protect your subjects? Gong Lan gazed intently at the blue-silver king, nodding as she declared, I am willing. At that moment, 2 droplets of azure liquid began to flow from the eyes of the blue-silver king's human visage. It has been nearly 20 years since we last felt the majesty of your highness. Today, we are no longer children bereft of a mother. Your highness, please perceive the reverence of your subjects. As her words echoed, an overwhelming aura surged forth not from the blue-silver king before her, but from the entire forest. A shimmering cerulean light emerged from each blade of blue-silver grass, while each individual grass may have emitted merely a tiny blue glimmer. When the myriad of blue-silver grass united their luminous essence, it transformed into an ocean of blue. Gong Lan immediately sensed that she had become the very core of this vast ocean. Her body resembled an immense maw, voraciously consuming the rapidly advancing blue waves from the outside world. An unprecedented surge of warmth ascended from the depths of her being. In that moment, Gong Lan neither felt the impact and pressure brought forth by the colossal energy nor the expansion within her body. To her astonishment, she discovered that as this warmth surged within her, an extraordinarily gentle aura caressed her entire form. The magnificent blue light surged forth, enveloping Gong Lan's body in an exquisitely soft ocean, allowing her to drift effortlessly without any pain. Subsequently, her soul rings began to manifest, one after another. The first soul ring was the Mamba Silver Ring Snake, followed by the second, the Ogre Flower, the third, the Face-Devouring Spider, and the fourth, the Death Spider King. The 4 soul rings, colored yellow, purple, and black, emerged silently, aligning themselves in an orderly fashion upon Gong Lan. Countless vast blue light points swiftly penetrated these 4 soul rings, bestowing upon each a luminous blue halo. Simultaneously, the blue-silver grass surrounding Gong Lan began to undergo a transformation. This change was not a gift from the condensed blue ocean outside, but rather emanated from Gong Lan herself. Under the influence of the halo she radiated, the originally crystalline blue-silver grass became even more transparent, gradually transforming into a dazzling, sapphire-like clarity. Amidst the crystalline blue, a golden pattern extended from the roots of each blue-silver grass all the way to the tips of their leaves. In an instant, under the spread of the blue-golden radiance emanating from Gong Lan, the blue light in the air visibly expanded in magnitude. On the ground, every blade of blue-silver grass began to grow crystal clear, thriving with fervor. Even the blue-silver king before Gong Lan became translucent under the influence of the blue-golden aura she projected, its expression revealing a sense of satisfaction. The 4 soul rings adorning Gong Lan emanated a resplendent blue-gold radiance, which swiftly reabsorbed into the rings themselves. Gong Lan's figure appears to have elongated, rendering her overall presence more harmonious. Her once light blue hair has gradually deepened into a rich azure, interspersed with delicate golden glimmers. The crystalline strands of her long hair radiate with resplendent brilliance, and in this moment, Gong Lan seems to experience an intangible elevation of her entire essence. Unrelated to soul power, it is a transformation born of her martial spirit awakening, reshaping her very being. A vibrant aura of life emanates from her, embodying an unimaginable special attribute, exclusive to sovereigns among all blue-silver grasses. Soon, the surrounding azure light begins to converge. The original 4 soul rings fade one after another into her being, while countless blue luminescences swiftly coalesce, enveloping her form. A colossal blue halo gathers around Gong Lan, contracting in size while its hue deepens into an increasingly profound shade. Gong Lan was unaware of the nature of the sensation coursing through her. She merely felt the fervent surge of energy within her, fully unleashed. At last, all the azure hues coalesced around her, forming a halo equal in size to her soul ring, and the myriad layers of blue ultimately transformed into a profound black. This newly formed black halo began to rhythmically encircle Gong Lan's body with a gentle cadence as the surrounding world fell into a serene silence. On the ground, the once wildly thriving blue-silver grass soared to at least 3 times its former height, their crystalline sheen gradually fading as the blue light dissipated. However, the vitality emanating from them grew noticeably more potent. This was the effect of the blue-silver emperor's aura, which, under its influence, catalyzed a qualitative leap in all the blue-silver grass. Observing the wondrous transformation of the surroundings, the blue-silver king exclaimed with palpable excitement. Beside him, Gong Yu cast a glance at the blue-silver king's animated visage, but suddenly interjected. A soul ring with a mere 50,000 years of age is insufficient. The blue-silver emperor replied, however, the age of my emperor's soul ring is already at the limit of what her body can endure. Should it increase further, I fear the majesty may not withstand it. Moreover, the soul ring I bestowed upon her is of a growth type, destined to extend in age as her strength gradually ascends. Gong Yu replied, no, this is insufficient. She can endure further. After saying this, he turned to Gong Lan, who was still merging her spirit rings, and urged, Lanner, exert all your strength to assimilate the spirit rings, striving to breach the 100,000-year threshold. Allow the external spirit bone and the blue-silver emperor spirit bone to share the burden of your spiritual pressure. He then advised her to also activate the dragon elephant prajna, stating that since her body could not withstand such immense spiritual power, she should harness this energy to propel herself to the next level of her cultivation. Gong Lan was originally immersed in the sensations of the soul ring, feeling as though she could no longer endure. Just when she was on the verge of surrender, she heard Gong Yu's voice, which jolted her back to awareness. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately acted upon Gong Yu's instructions. Thus, Gong Lan persevered for an additional hour, and her dragon elephant prajna finally ascended to the next level. With this breakthrough in her cultivation, her physical prowess was further enhanced. As her physical capabilities grew, the soul ring that was merging with her began to pulsate once more, its inky depths becoming increasingly profound. When a faint blush began to manifest, Gong Lan's forehead was drenched in sweat, indicating that she was truly nearing her limits this time. Just a little more, Gong Yu murmured, realizing that he must intervene. With that thought, he focused his mind, and from within the intertwined green and purple yin-yang dual fish, the green fish's eye flickered. Subsequently, a radiant light of life emanated from his being and enveloped Gong Lan. In the next moment, Gong Lan's life force surged with renewed vigor, and her blue-silver domain instinctively erupted forth. Chapter 121. A day of dual sacrifices as the blue-silver domain expanded. The surrounding flora, no longer limited to just blue-silver grass, began to thrive, enlivened by the encompassing energy of the domain. The green light emitted by Gong Yu is the radiance of the seed of life, which houses the vital essence of the life god king. After absorbing such profound life force, Gonglan's blue-silver domain commenced a further evolution. It transcended its previous limitation of merely controlling blue-silver grass and now possesses the ability to command all forms of flora, reaching a state of omnipotence. With this evolution of her domain, Gonglan's expression softened considerably, alleviating the immense pressure she had previously felt. The soul ring she was merging with began to pulse once more. The color of the soul ring shifted, the original black gradually faded, while a deepening crimson hue emerged, slowly merging into the ring, replacing the black in a harmonious exchange. Approximately 10 minutes later, the black had vanished entirely, leaving the soul ring completely enveloped in a rich red. At this moment, Gonglan's breath finally calmed. At a certain instant, the once pulsating soul ring gradually came to a halt, subsequently contracting and ultimately merging into Gonglan's body. Following this, her blue-silver Emperor Martial soul also entered her being after the soul ring vanished. However, Gonglan remained in a state of slumber, engaged in her final consolidation and adaptation. After half an hour had elapsed, Gonglan gently opened her eyes, casting a glance at Gong Yu, her face adorned with a serene smile, before slowly rising to her feet. "My lord, I am well now," she softly spoke, approaching Gong Yu. "Indeed, splendid." Gong Yu nodded approvingly, raising his hand to tenderly stroke Gonglan's flowing blue hair. Gonglan closed her eyes in bliss, relishing the affection bestowed upon her. Yet, as if suddenly aware of something, they both turned their heads to see the vine-covered plant, recalling that there was still a blue-silver king nearby. The complexion of Gonglan flushed momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and addressed the blue-silver king with gratitude, saying, "Thank you." At least this blue-silver king did not possess the malevolent nature of the one encountered previously in the Sunset Forest, so expressing her thanks felt entirely appropriate. "It is we who ought to express our gratitude to you. It is your presence that has awakened within us a stronger vitality." The blue-silver king spoke, carefully omitting any mention of the soul ring's age, for it was uncertain how to articulate its thoughts. Initially, it had believed that Gonglan could only endure a soul ring of 50,000 years, yet she had ultimately reached 100,000. The blue-silver king continued. "The soul ring you have acquired does not originate from the external world. Rather, it stems from within yourself. It will evolve in tandem with your growing capabilities. Whenever you are within your realm, it will adapt to your physical being." "I understand," Gonglan replied with a slight smile. At that moment, Gong Yu seemed to have an epiphany and spoke up. "What about you? Do you intend to remain in the blue-silver forest? Or have you considered a different way of living?" The blue-silver king, perplexed, glanced between Gonglan and Gong Yu, asking, "What do you mean? Have you ever contemplated ascending to divinity?" Gong Yu inquired slowly, nearly rendering the blue-silver king speechless with astonishment. "Even if I were to advance further, it would merely entail the elevation of my lineage, evolving into the blue-silver emperor. The thought of becoming a deity is beyond my wildest dreams." The blue-silver king responded, its expression one of deep respect. It had not dared to contemplate such distant aspirations, let alone hope for the day it could attain divinity. As a plant-soul beast, it was too frail, rather than fixating on the elusive notion of godhood. It would be wiser to consider how to navigate the tribulations of the heavens when it someday reached 100,000 years. "There is an opportunity before you. Would you be willing to seize it?" Gong Yu spoke again. Upon hearing this, the blue-silver king was taken aback and inquired, "What opportunity do you refer to? Please, do enlighten me." Gong Yu remarked, "Offer a sacrifice from among our companions to become her soul ring. She has already received the divine inheritance. Within 20 years, she shall ascend to divinity. After your sacrifice, you will reside within the soul ring, and when she achieves godhood, you too shall attain the immortal divine soul. At that time, you will be reborn and transformed into a deity." The group led by Gong Yu need not wait for 2 decades to attain divinity. Within a mere 10 years, it is likely that each of them will ascend to godhood. The blue-silver king furrowed its brow. For the blue-silver grass clan's knowledge and heritage are limited, rendering it unaware of this peculiar method of achieving divinity where one individual's enlightenment elevates all around them. It glanced at Gonglan, who also nodded in tacit agreement. "After my sacrifice, will I truly attain divinity?" Although Gonglan's affirmation provided some reassurance to the blue-silver king, it remained skeptical, for the act of sacrifice is intrinsically linked to its very existence. Gong Yu spoke once more. "If you truly wish to offer your sacrifice, once my companions ascend to divinity, whether it be for my sake or for Lano's, They shall undoubtedly reconstruct your form. Your ascension is a certainty. However, the act of sacrifice must be consensual. Thus, we shall not coerce you. Should you choose to seize this opportunity, we will, of course, grant you the chance to attain divinity. Yet, if you prefer to decline, let us consider it merely a light-hearted jest. Gong Lan also remarked, if there truly exists an opportunity to attain divinity, it ultimately depends on your willingness to seize it. The Blue-Silver King fell into deep contemplation, and after a considerable pause, it seemed to have made a resolute decision. It turned to Gong Yu and Gong Lan, declaring, I am willing to take the risk. I hope you will grant me this chance. Excellent, Gong Yu responded with a nod of approval. Are you capable of movement? If so, I will take you to find our companions. If you are unable to move, I shall fetch her myself. The Blue-Silver King replied, Indeed. Upon reaching a millennium, the blue-silver grass gains the ability to move. Lacking formidable power, we must rely on our occasional shifts in position to conceal ourselves. Very well. I shall take my leave now, Gong Yu stated. They are just outside the blue-silver forest. The two then hastened directly to the outskirts of the forest. Before long, Gong Yu and Gong Lan returned to their group, but the assembly was taken aback to see a massive tree, entwined with vines, following behind them. After listening to Gong Yu and Gong Lan's explanation, the crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Meanwhile, ZG had already brought the Hellfire Dragon well in advance. During Gong Yu's time in the blue-silver forest with Gong Lan, the Hellfire Dragon, under ZG's guidance, had performed a sacrifice for Gong Shui. The ritual was complete. Yet Gong Shui remained in a deep slumber, undergoing further consolidation and adaptation. Gong Yu then turned to Gong Yu, stating, Come now, you heir. The Blue-Silver King is about to perform a sacrifice for you. Another sacrifice for me? Perhaps it would be better to share this with my other sisters. Gong Yu did not dismiss the Blue-Silver King's intentions. Rather, she felt that her third soul ring had already been obtained through a sacrifice. She believed she had already benefited greatly and thought it only fair that her sisters partake in such fortune as well. Chapter 122. The Pink Empress remains. Gong Yu waved his hand and remarked, The soul ring of the Blue-Silver King is solely suited for you. It holds little significance for your sisters. Others, such as Gong Xiao, Gong Xier, and Gong Miao Miao, could indeed absorb the Blue-Silver King's soul ring, as they all possess plant-based martial souls. However, the compatibility of attributes would not be ideal. Additionally, Oscar could also absorb it. Upon encountering Gong Lan's aura, the Blue-Silver King has already perceived a path to ascension, indicating that it has awakened its life attribute, though its cultivation level has yet to suffice for a bloodline elevation. Should Oscar absorb the Blue-Silver King's soul ring, he might acquire soul skills related to the life attribute. Nevertheless, it is out of the question for Oscar to absorb it, as our own members still lack soul rings. And it is not appropriate to prioritize an outsider. Among our own, Gong Yu is evidently the most compatible with the Blue-Silver King. For since her martial soul evolved into the Emerald Cabbage, she has inherited the life attribute of the Emerald Swan. Absorbing the Blue-Silver King's soul ring would likely further enhance her life attribute. I understand now. I shall absorb it. Gong Yu nodded, recognizing that it is unavoidable since it is indeed most suited for her. Subsequently, under Gong Yu's direction, the Blue-Silver King was offered in sacrifice to Gong Yu. Thus, within a single day, the group acquired 3 soul rings. At that moment, Gong Yu surveyed the remaining individuals, his gaze lingering upon Oscar. He then turned to Gong Lan and said, Laner, please use the perspective of the blue-silver grass to search the vicinity for a suitable soul beast for Oscar. He is seeking his 4th ring, which should make it relatively easier to locate a soul beast. Gong Lan nodded slightly and then activated the perspective of the blue-silver grass. Within a radius of 5 miles, she observed numerous soul beasts, many of which were quite suitable for Oscar. At that moment, Gong Lan withdrew her blue-silver perspective and glanced at Gong Yu, followed by a look at Oscar. Gong Yu comprehended Gong Lan's intent and thus beckoned to Oscar, saying, Oscar, come here for a moment. Upon hearing this, Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing approached together. Gong Lan then declared, within a radius of 5 miles, I have discovered several soul beasts that are suitable for you to choose from. Please, select whichever you desire. All right, Captain, I'm all ears. Oscar nodded eagerly, for such an opportunity was indeed a rare blessing. Gong Lan continued, the first is the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, approximately 5,000 years old. The second is the pink empress, also around the same age. The third is the mammoth rhinoceros, roughly 4,000 years old. And the fourth is the golden demon ape, about 4,500 years old. Which one do you wish to choose? Upon hearing Gong Lan's words, Oscar fell into deep contemplation. To be honest, the myriad of choices overwhelmed him, leaving him with a case of decision paralysis. As a support-type soul master, he had never encountered such a multitude of options before, making it quite challenging for him to make a choice. Beside him, Gong Yu smiled and began to analyze, logically. The 5,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake should align best with you, considering that your third soul ring was absorbed from the same species. However, absorbing another soul ring from a similar creature might result in overlapping soul skills, so I wouldn't recommend it. Since Oscar and Zhu Ziqing had joined the substitute team, everyone had naturally familiarized themselves with their soul skills, rendering them no longer a secret, especially in front of Gong Yu, a time traveler. After hearing Gong Yu's analysis, the others nodded in agreement. Gong Yu continued, among the remaining 3 soul beasts, the mammoth rhinoceros belongs to the defensive category. Absorbing its soul ring should grant you enhanced defensive auxiliary skills. The golden demon ape is a strength-type soul beast, which I believe would provide you with skills that increase your power. As for the pink empress, it is a variant of the pink lady soul beast, known to release a euphoric toxin. If you absorb its soul ring, you should gain auxiliary skills related to euphoria. Euphoria? What kind of skills would that bring me? Oscar didn't mention the other 2 soul beasts. He had a strong intuition that the pink empress was the most suitable for him. I cannot say for certain, but I can offer some analysis, Gong Yu replied calmly. Euphoria signifies extreme excitement. If a person experiences such exhilaration, their combat capabilities could surge instantaneously. Therefore, I believe that if you absorb the pink empress's soul ring, you may acquire an ability that enhances all attributes. I choose the pink empress, Oscar declared without a moment's hesitation, making his choice resolutely. Aren't you going to reconsider? Gong Yu sighed inwardly, lamenting that Oscar ultimately could not escape the allure of the pink empress. No second thoughts. I truly feel that the pink empress is the right fit for me, Oscar stated earnestly. Gong Yu nodded and said, very well, we shall escort you to hunt the pink lady. He then addressed the group. I, along with Vice Dean Liu Erlong, will take Oscar to procure the soul ring. You all shall remain here and await the awakening of the 2. Liu Erlong, having been thoroughly subdued by Gong Yu, now accompanied them on this expedition to hunt the soul beast. The others unanimously agreed, recognizing that their mission to hunt a mere 5,000-year soul beast posed little danger. As for Zhu Ziqing, she initially intended to join them, but upon reflection, she feared becoming a burden and thus chose to remain behind. After Gong Yu clarified the location of the pink empress from Gong Lan, he set off with Liu Erlong and Oscar. With Bai Ji and Ziji guarding the women, he felt no concern for their safety. The journey was rather smooth. After approximately half an hour of searching, the trio found the pink empress. Under Liu Erlong's ferocious assault, the pink empress quickly fell into a state of near defeat. Subsequently, Oscar delivered the final blow, and a purple soul ring soon materialized. Oscar immediately sat down in place, beginning to absorb the soul ring, swiftly entering a state of meditation. Gong Yu and Liu Erlong stood guard nearby. Glancing at Liu Erlong, Gong Yu raised an eyebrow and then pulled her into an embrace, gently blowing into her ear, causing her to shudder involuntarily. With a mischievous smile, Gong Yu said, Sister Erlong, since we're merely idling, why not partake in something amusing? What do you think? Liu Erlong instinctively swallowed and inquired, what amusing endeavor do you have in mind? Gong Yu whispered something into Liu Erlong's ear, her voice barely audible to anyone but the 2 of them, causing Liu Erlong's face to flush instantly. This is rather inappropriate, considering we are outdoors, he stammered. Though he did not outright refuse her suggestion, it is precisely because we are in the wild that the opportunity is rare. Do you not wish to experience what it feels like in such an environment? Gong Yu continued. Liu Erlong felt a flicker of excitement within, yet he feigned restraint. But we must watch over Oscar, and he is just nearby. What would happen to my reputation if he were to discover us? He won't awaken so soon. Gong Yu replied, and before he could protest further, she silenced him with a kiss, leaving no room for further words. Before long, enchanting sounds filled the air around them. Chapter 123. Two Realms. The game between Gong Yu and Liu Erlong spanned over 3 hours before finally reaching its conclusion. The 2 tidied up and stood, casting a glance towards Oscar, only to find him still laboriously absorbing the soul ring. Judging by the situation, it seemed uncertain whether he would succeed even after another 2 hours. Gong Yu then looked at Liu Erlong, whose body trembled slightly under the alluring gaze of Gong Yu. Before long, the pair delved into the next round of their game. Another 2 hours slipped by, and upon concluding the second round, they turned their attention back to Oscar, discovering that his breath had finally stabilized. It appeared that a third round of play would not be feasible. Gong Yu smiled broadly at Lu Erlong, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. After waiting for a full half-hour, Oscar finally awakened. Glancing at Gong Yu and Lu Erlong with a lingering suspicion that something had transpired between them. He vaguely recalled hearing faint sounds during the process of absorbing the soul ring, reminiscent of the sounds he had often heard from Zhu Xing. However, upon observing the two, he found them remarkably casual, leaving him without any evidence of their possible involvement. Subsequently, Gong Yu inquired about the soul ring status, and Oscar's response confirmed Gong Yu's suspicions. He could not escape the fate of acquiring the euphoric pink intestines. With matters resolved, the trio swiftly returned to their team. Upon their return, they discovered that the sacrifice of the Blue-Silver King had long been completed, resulting in Gong Yu obtaining a fifth soul ring of 85,000 years, elevating her to level 53. Moreover, the fusion of the life attributes from the Blue-Silver King and the Emerald Swan awakened a rudimentary talent domain of life for Gong Yu. While it was merely a nascent form of the life domain and not yet complete, this was of little concern. As Gong Yu's understanding deepened, the domain would naturally evolve. Furthermore, with Gong Lan and Gong Yu by her side, both wielding the power of life, even if Gong Yu struggled to perfect her domain alone, assistance from either Gong Yu or Gong Lan would facilitate the enhancement of her rudimentary domain. Notably, it wasn't solely Gong Yu who benefited. Gong Shui also received a boon. Following the sacrifice from the Hellfire Dragon, her flame intensity surged, augmenting her already formidable fire to a new level of excellence. This transformation gave birth to a domain, which Gong Shui named the True Fire Domain. The Hellfire Dragon also bestowed upon her an external soul bone, specifically a palm bone, which came with a claw-type soul bone skill. Speaking of soul bones, the 85,000-year-old Blue-Silver King similarly provided Gong Yu with a cranial bone, a wisdom skull that enhances mental acuity, akin to those awarded by the Spirit Hall in elite competitions, yet this particular piece was of significantly superior quality. Although the mental-type soul bone did not reach the 10,000-year mark, Gong Yu did not impede Gong Yu's absorption of it. Recognizing the rarity of a skull that could augment mental strength, after absorbing the skull, Gong Yu's mastery of the purple extreme demon eye transcended into the realm of the subatomic stage, not merely entering it, but reaching its zenith. A further progression would elevate her to the vast realm. In terms of mental prowess, Gong Yu's spirit strength now stands at the pinnacle of the spirit sea, with the next leap leading to the spirit abyss. As dusk descended, the group chose to linger beside the blue-silver forest for the night. The night passed swiftly. At dawn, after a modest repast of provisions, they departed the blue-silver forest and ventured once more into the Star-Dou forest. Currently, Gong Lan, Gong Yu, Gong Shui, and Oscar had all acquired their spirit rings, leaving only Gong Yu, Gong Xiao, Gong Chanxian, Gong Xier, Gong Nyonyo, and Gong Miao Miao yet to obtain theirs. With 6 spirit rings remaining, Gong Yu and Gong Xiao had already earmarked their rings, specifically those of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Prior to their journey, Gong Yu had devised a strategy, hoping for fortunate circumstances to seize an opportunity. As the group progressed, shortly after entering the mixed zone and nearing the core area, they encountered a 30,000-year-old illusory mink, ideally suited for Gong Xier. Gong Xier's 4th soul ring reached an impressive age of 15,000 years, thus the absorption of a 30,000-year soul ring for her 5th was undoubtedly within her capabilities. After dedicating 2 hours to the task, she successfully absorbed the soul ring of the demon eye illusion mantis, acquiring a chilling soul skill. Her 5th soul skill conjured a myriad of eyes within the illusion created by her martial spirit, each eye blinking incessantly, instilling terror that could easily frighten many. Gazing into those eyes would magnify the deepest fears harbored within one's heart. Furthermore, within her illusion, when utilizing this 5th soul skill, her martial spirit would emanate a peculiar fragrance laced with the toxins of the demon eye illusion mantis. Under extreme fear, alongside the assault of this toxin, few would be capable of enduring such an onslaught. After Gong Xier completed the absorption of her soul ring, the group continued their journey. Subsequently, they spent half a day locating a 28,000-year-old golden blade mantis for Gong Miao Miao, a soul beast possessing attributes of light and gold, renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities. Gong Miao Miao smoothly absorbed the soul ring of the golden flame rock. However, after the completion of her absorption, a day passed, and the group sought a suitable location for camping. At this juncture, only the soul rings of Gong Yu, Gong Xiao, Gong Chanxian, and Gong Nyonyo remained. Another night swiftly elapsed. The following morning, the group advanced as needed, soon stepping into the core area. The Dou forest is divided into several zones: the fringe area, the outer circle, the mixed circle, the core circle, and the perilous land. In this era, scarcely anyone has ventured into the depths of the perilous land. Even the titled Douluo documented in the Spirit Hall's records, who dared to enter the core region, never reached the perilous land. This titled Douluo merely ventured to the center of the core region, arriving at the mirror lake where the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python resided. Without even reaching the lake of life, before being frightened away by the sky blue bull python. Thus, his claim of reaching the center of the Dou forest was merely a misperception. Had he truly reached the genuine center, he would have likely met his demise at the hands of the Emperor Tian and his ilk. In the core area, they soon encountered a nearly 50,000-year-old golden flame rock. A majestic bird imbued with golden flames of considerable intensity. Should its age reach 100,000 years, the strength of its flames would rival that of the most extreme fire. The golden flame rock was indeed a fitting match for Gong Yu. Yet its age raised concerns for Gong Yu regarding her ability to withstand it. Nevertheless, Gong Yu ultimately opted for this soul beast. Given that Nyonyo's fourth soul ring had already surpassed 2,000 years, it was reasonable to assume that the age of her fifth soul ring would gradually double that of the fourth, alleviating potential issues. Consequently, Gong Yu consented to Nyonyo's attempt to absorb the soul ring of the golden flame rock, and with her 10-color purple crystal lamp providing automatic protection, Gong Yu's apprehension was somewhat diminished. Chapter 124. The Pursuit of Daming and Erming. The absorption of the golden flame rock's soul ring by Gong Yu did not unfold as effortlessly as one might imagine. In fact, she encountered a predicament reminiscent of the challenges faced by Gong Qianqian during her own initial soul ring absorption. Just as Nyonyo was on the brink of succumbing, the host function of the 10-colored purple crystal lantern activated once more, ultimately allowing her to succeed. See, this is the consequence of defiance. She has learned her lesson this time. After Gong Yu successfully absorbed the golden flame rock's soul ring, Gong Yu approached her directly, producing a cloth to gently wipe the bloodstains from her face. During the most arduous phase of the absorption, Nyonyo had bled from her 7 orifices, causing great concern among those present. I understand my mistake, young master. I shall be obedient in the future. Nyonyo playfully stuck out her tongue, though the truth was she would find it hard to comply. Should she encounter another soul ring that exceeds her years yet suits her perfectly, she would undoubtedly disregard everyone's admonitions and insist on absorbing it. Her nature is fiercely tenacious, tinged with a hint of stubbornness. If it is suitable for her, she will never let it slip away. Let us hope, though I do not dare to expect your true obedience, Gong Yu remarked with the faintest of smiles, his hands continuing to tenderly wipe away the bloodstains on Nyonyo's face. Experiencing such affectionate care from Gong Yu for the first time, Nyonyo felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. In that moment, she forgot her words, simply allowing Gong Yu to tend to her in silence. The soul ring of Gong Nyonyo has been resolved, yet her absorption of the soul ring took an extensive amount of time. From yesterday until now, it has stretched into the early hours of the second day, consuming nearly a full day and night. Concerned for Gong Nyonyo's condition, everyone remained vigilant and did not rest throughout the night. Thus, Gong Yu decided to allow everyone a half-day of respite before continuing their journey. Around midday, they first partook in lunch. After the meal, they intended to press onward, but just as they were about to depart, 2 formidable auras approached their location. Although still a great distance away, the overwhelming presence was palpable to all. One of the auras felt somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the Titan giant ape. Gong Yu was the first to speak, glancing at Ziji and Baiji, who both nodded in agreement. This revelation sparked a sense of excitement within Gong Yu. If one aura belonged to the Titan giant ape, the other, being even more potent, was likely the sky blue bull python. Ultimately, they had awaited their arrival. After a moment of contemplation, Gong Yu turned to Lu Erlong and said, "Sister Erlong, please take Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing and leave at once. 200,000-year-old soul beasts are approaching, accompanied by a large group of individuals who seem to belong to the Spirit Hall. This place is no longer safe." Lu Erlong, slightly displeased, retorted, "Are you suggesting I flee in the face of danger? Moreover, how do you know that individuals from the Spirit Hall are following?" Gong Yu, however, remarked, "What do you mean by fleeing at the critical moment? Allow you to depart first? My concern lies with my sisters, Ziji and Baiji, as they may be overwhelmed and unable to tend to so many individuals. You must escort Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing away first. I trust in your ability to safeguard their well-being. Simply wait for us outside for a few days." As for how he knew that the Spirit Hall was pursuing them, He refrained from elaborating, yet he was aware of the reason. It was he who had leaked the information from the very beginning, revealing the location of the 200,000-year soul beast to Bibi Dong. Everything had unfolded according to his design. Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, glancing at Oscar and Zhu Zhiqing. The two young ones were indeed at a low level, proving to be a burden. Should they become embroiled in battle, their chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. Consequently, she found herself with no alternative but to nod in agreement. Very well. I shall take Oscar and Zhu Zhiqing away first. We shall linger outside for a few days, awaiting your return. Gong Yu nodded and said, Go ahead, rest assured, we shall be fine. Subsequently, Lu Erlong departed with Oscar and Zhu Zhiqing. After their departure, Gong Yu instructed Gong Lan to observe the 200,000-year soul beasts through the blue-silver perspective, while also checking the whereabouts of the Spirit Hall members. Shortly thereafter, Gong Lan concluded her observation and informed Gong Yu, Young Master, the Spirit Hall members are approximately 3 to 5 miles away from the 200,000-year soul beasts. However, it seems the soul beasts are afflicted by a potent poison and may not endure for long. Potent poison? Gong Yu smiled thoughtfully. A toxin capable of incapacitating a 100,000-year soul beast in such a brief period must originate from her. Even Sister Bai Ji would struggle to neutralize it. Curious. Bai Ji interjected, whose poison is so formidable? The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, Gong Yu replied slowly. Bibi Dong possesses dual martial spirits, namely the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, with her soul power reaching level 99. She is also the inheritor of the Rakshasa God. However, due to the trials imposed by the Rakshasa God, she can only exert power equivalent to level 98. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji nodded in agreement, acknowledging, if she has attained such a level, her spider poison may indeed be beyond my capability to resolve, though I might mitigate its effects. We shall have to test it for a precise comparison. After Bai Ji spoke, Gong Lan smiled charmingly and remarked, Young Master, your analysis is remarkably astute. Among the members of the Spirit Hall, the Pope is indeed present, accompanied by 2 titled Douluo. Upon learning of the 2 titled Douluo, Gong Yu's expression sharpened, and he inquired, are one of those titled Douluo rather effeminate while the other is elusive like a specter? Indeed, Gong Lan replied earnestly, her gaze suggesting she had surmised the identities of Gong Yu's adversaries. Very well, we shall spare their lives for now. Next time, when they are isolated, we shall eliminate them. Gong Yu sighed, suppressing the hatred swelling within him, recognizing that the moment to confront Zhu Hua and Gui Mei was not yet ripe. Gong Yu turned to Gong Lan and inquired, Lanner, can you communicate with those 2 soul beasts through the blue-silver domain? Indeed, Gong Lan affirmed with a nod. Since the evolution of the blue-silver domain, she had discovered numerous remarkable applications, one of which was precisely what Gong Yu had just mentioned. Pleased by her positive response, Gong Yu continued, Excellent. Then convey a message to them via the blue-silver domain, instructing them to come in our direction. If they are skeptical, mention your acquaintance with Xiao Wu. That should convince them. Furthermore, utilize your control over the plants to redirect the traces of the 2 soul beasts, thereby confounding the pursuit of the Spirit Hall. Understood, my lord, Gong Lan nodded again, and then began guiding the 200,000-year-old soul beasts towards them as per Gong Yu's instructions. Approximately half an hour later, Gong Lan successfully brought the 2 soul beasts to their side. Simultaneously, she had effectively disrupted the tracking routes of the Spirit Hall's personnel. However, such an ability would not remain concealed for long, as Bibi Dong would soon detect the anomaly. Nonetheless, for Gong Yu, it sufficed to evade detection for the time being, for he had contingencies in place. Chapter 125, a substitute for the peach. Upon reaching Gong Yu and the others, De Ming and Er Ming were on the brink of collapse. The poison had infiltrated their hearts, leaving them teetering on the edge of life. Was it you who led us here? The Azure Bull Python, De Ming, scanned Rohan and the others before fixing his gaze upon Gong Lan. Yes, Gong Lan replied with a nod. Despite the formidable size and menacing appearance of the 2 soul beasts, she exhibited no trace of fear. Do you know Xiao Wu? De Ming inquired once more. This time, Gong Lan shook her head. Although she had seen Xiao Wu, she could not claim to know her, nor had she ever interacted with her. At that moment, Gong Yu interjected, she does not know Xiao Wu. Rather, I am acquainted with her. We were classmates at the same academy, and I am even aware that Xiao Wu is a transformed soul beast. Upon hearing this, both De Ming and Er Ming were taken aback, their immediate thoughts racing to the danger Xiao Wu might be in. What have you done to Xiao Wu? Gong Yu, With a faint smile, remarked, I have not harmed Xiaowu in any manner, nor have I divulged her secret. Thus, it is evident that I harbor no ulterior motives towards her. Your existence was revealed to me by her. Upon hearing this, Deming and Erming felt a slight sense of relief, for Xiaowu was indeed unharmed. Had any misfortune befallen her, they would have sensed it to some extent. Without further ado, I shall first divert the attention of the Spirit Hall personnel, and once they are led away, I will proceed to assist you, Gong Yu stated slowly. However, the notion of assistance was merely a pretense. These two were already afflicted to the core, beyond salvation. Even if there were a possibility of rescue, Gong Yu would not extend his aid to them. Gong Yu remarked, I require a drop of blood from each of you. What do you need our blood for? Deming inquired, perplexed, while Erming, possessing a rather simple mind, was even more bewildered by Gong Yu's intentions. I needed to divert the attention of the Spirit Hall personnel, Gong Yu elucidated. Exchanging glances, Deming and Erming nodded in mutual understanding. Then each pricked their fingers, allowing their blood to coalesce and float before Gong Yu. Excellent, Gong Yu said as he received the 2 droplets of blood. Then stepped aside to unveil his spirit. As he did so, 5 soul rings, purple, black, and red, undulated beneath his feet, causing all present, except for Gong Lan, to gasp in astonishment. The 5th soul ring of Gong Yu was a sight unseen by all but Gong Lan. None of the others could have anticipated that his 5th soul ring was, in fact, a 100,000-year soul ring. Upon witnessing the configuration of Gong Yu's soul ring, the 2 soul beasts displayed expressions of astonishment, yet remained silent. In the next moment, Gong Yu's 5th soul ring began to shimmer. He flicked his fingers, causing the blood of Deming and Erming to leap onto the soul ring, and then proclaimed, 5th soul skill, Li Dai Tao Jiang. Instantly, 2 beams of light spiraled forth, lifting the droplets of blood to the ground nearby. The droplets then radiated a brilliant golden light, within which the silhouettes of the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python gradually took form. Deming and Erming stared wide-eyed at this spectacle, rendered utterly speechless. The other girls were similarly captivated, some instinctively swallowing hard. How did you accomplish this? Deming eventually managed to inquire, regaining his composure and directing his question towards Gong Yu. Gong Yu remarked, that is my soul skill. The technique of Li Dai Tao Jiang is a form of disguise, capable of blurring the lines between reality and illusion. By utilizing your blood, I can create substitutes to replace you, embodying your full power in a single strike. However, it is merely one strike, and it should suffice to divert the attention of the Spirit Hall. He then commanded the 2 bionic soul beasts to lead the Spirit Hall personnel in another direction. Yet, this was not adequate. An additional layer of precaution was necessary. As he spoke, Gong Yu retrieved the frozen arm of Tang Hao from the soul guide, extracting a single drop of blood. He proceeded to replicate that drop, and soon, the figure of Tang Hao materialized before everyone. Go, locate the personnel from the Spirit Hall, and detonate among them, Gong Yu instructed the bionic Tang Hao, designating him as a living bomb. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but they felt that this method was quite ingenious. Now, let us address your situation. How do we resolve the poison? After all operations were completed, Gong Yu turned his gaze once more to Deming and Erming, while simultaneously channeling his internal energy to recuperate, having previously employed his 5th soul skill twice. The use of a 10,000-year soul skill on 2 occasions had depleted 80% of his soul power. We have already poisoned your hearts. There is no hope. Deming stated, since there is no hope, then you might as well offer yourselves as a sacrifice. Gong Yu responded directly. Regardless of whether those 2 chose to sacrifice themselves, he was prepared to take action and eliminate them to obtain their soul rings and bones. You brought my brothers here precisely for my soul rings, did you not? Deming slowly articulated. Gong Yu nodded in acknowledgement, stating, initially, our purpose was merely to hunt for soul rings, and our encounter with you is purely coincidental. However, given your dire circumstances, rather than perish in such a manner, it would be more prudent for you to offer yourselves as a sacrifice. Moreover, your souls could potentially be preserved, allowing for the possibility of resurrection in the future. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Deming and Erming fell into deep contemplation. Erming, feeling somewhat tempted, inquired, are you certain that you will resurrect us in the future? Indeed, Gong Yu replied without hesitation, yet he harbored doubts about the feasibility of such a resurrection. Dreaming of revival after death was a mere fantasy. He then added, what are your thoughts? Make a decision swiftly. We must not delay until the Spirit Hall discovers something amiss and pursues us, for that would lead to complications. Deming and Erming exchanged glances once more. Although they remained skeptical of Gong Yu's trustworthiness, they felt they had little choice. Given their impending demise, they resolved to take a risk. While the hope Gong Yu offered seemed faint, it was at least a glimmer of possibility. However, it seems you can currently absorb only one soul ring, Deming remarked, having sensed that Gong Yu's soul power had merely reached a level 60 bottleneck. In response, Gong Yu beckoned to Gong Xiao and declared, "Xiao Xiao, come here. The soul ring of the Titan Great Ape is yours." Gong Xiaoxian was taken aback. She never anticipated that her fifth soul ring would be one of 100,000 years. She then proceeded forward. "Well, now neither of your soul rings will go to waste, so what are your thoughts? If you wish to offer a sacrifice, now is the time." Gong Yu urged Deming and Erming once more. Alas, it is a pity. How wonderful it would be to see Xiaowu once more. Deming had already resolved to make the sacrifice, and with a sigh, he mused that it would be his final regret. Both of them cherished Xiaowu. And after Deming's lament, Erming also began to sigh heavily. However, Gong Yu laughed and said, "At least Deming is single. His lament is understandable. But you, Erming, are already settled with a family and children. Why do you sigh? Are you contemplating an affair?" "Nonsense. When have I ever had a family or children?" Erming's lips trembled slightly, bewildered by Gong Yu's unexpected remark. Gong Yu smiled gently and said, "Hee, how could you possibly be without descendants? Your son is named Yuan Nc Tai, and he is still alive." Chapter 126. Erming also has his springtime upon hearing Gong Yu's words. Erming was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall who Yuan Nc Tai was, as this name did not exist in its memory. Yet, the mere mention of this name stirred an unfamiliar sensation within Erming, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of affection. Deming widened his eyes, gazing intently at Erming. As if questioning, "Are you not going to explain how you suddenly have a son? Who is Yuan Nc Tai?" Erming inquired of Gong Yu, scouring its memories yet finding no trace of this individual. Nevertheless, an intense curiosity about Yuan Nc Tai welled up within it. Gong Yu smiled and said, "Erming, do you still remember the summer rain lotus by the shores of Daming Lake?" "Oh, I misspoke. Do you remember the girl, Xiong Xiaoling, who used to gather mushrooms beside the little wooden cabin?" The phrases little wooden cabin, girl, gathering mushrooms, and Xiong Xiaoling echoed in Erming's mind, gradually pulling it into a reverie. Those days were among the most beautiful of its life. A few minutes later, it snapped back to reality and asked again, "Do you know where Xiong Xiaoling is?" "Haha, you finally admit it." Gong Yu laughed, revealing a grin. "Back then, you transformed into a monkey and seduced a young maiden, yet you fled. Xiong Xiaoling searched for you tirelessly but couldn't find you, so she left the little cabin. Later, she discovered she was carrying your child, you scoundrel, or rather, you beast, who abandoned Xiong Xiaoling and the child, all the while pining for Xiaowu." Upon hearing this, Erming dismissed Gong Yu's scorn, its emotions surging with excitement as it asked, "Are you saying that Xiaoling is pregnant with my child? How dare you, you heartless beast? How can you even mention Xiong Xiaoling and her child? She was just a young girl, alone after the village was burned down. Do you know how she has managed all these years, raising a child all by herself?" Gong Yu shot Erming a disdainful look once more. At this, Erming felt a pang in its heart, envisioning the scene of Xiong Xiaoling struggling to raise her child alone, without any kin or support. Meanwhile, Deming cast a scornful glance at Erming and remarked, "So, Erming, you are such a beast. I truly feel ashamed to associate with you. You used to compete with me for Xiaowu. If Xiaowu had truly ended up with you, what kind of life would that be for her, with such an irresponsible beast? I." Erming attempted to retort but found itself at a loss for words. It was true that it had acted as such in the past, however. It had returned to the wooden cabin in search of Xiong Xiaoling, only to find that she had already departed, and no matter how hard it tried, it could not locate her again. With a sigh, Erming conceded, realizing it was in no position to defend itself. It turned to Gong Yu and said, "I am willing to make a sacrifice, but could you promise me to deliver my soul bone to my child? My spirit will reside within the soul bone to protect him. It is my duty." Gong Yu nodded and said, "It is indeed possible. But after bestowing the soul bone upon the child, how do you intend to resurrect yourself? If he absorbs your soul bone, I cannot simply detach it from him later. Can I? Transferring the soul bone to the Yuan family is not particularly challenging. I have already ascertained their location in Shangling City. This city is rather ordinary, yet its name has remained unchanged for the past 20,000 years. As for the soul bone of Erming, I do not regard it highly. It is merely a soul bone of a mere 100,000 years. Should he venture into the Dragon Valley in the future, He will find an abundance of true dragon soul bones awaiting his selection. Ming shook his head and replied, if my child absorbs my soul bone, there will be no need for my resurrection. Ming, Ming attempted to interject, but was interrupted by Ming. Ming, please refrain from persuading me. My mind is made up. I wish to protect my child. Ming sighed and said, but you could very well revive yourself and then protect your child. No, Ming responded. It has nearly been a century since I met Xiaoling. If my child were still alive, he would be close to 100 years old. Yet, he is human, and I do not know how much longer he can endure. What if he does not live to see my resurrection? Therefore, I have resolved to safeguard him. With that, Ming turned directly to Gong Xiao and said, come forth. Young lady, I shall offer my sacrifice for you. Ming then led Gong Xiao aside to commence the sacrificial ritual. At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed from a considerable distance away, drawing the attention of all present. The corners of Gong Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. If I am not mistaken, it seems that Tang Hao's avatar has self-destructed. Observing that the sacrificial offering of Ming has commenced, Ming let out another sigh and said to Gong Yu, let us begin as well. Gong Yu nodded slightly before settling into a meditative posture, summoning forth his blue-silver grass martial soul. In the ensuing moment, the sacrificial rite of daming commenced. The sacrifice of the two soul beasts was completed in a brief span, approximately 2 hours, culminating in swift succession. Upon absorbing the soul ring of the celestial blue bull python, Gong Yu's soul power ascended directly to level 65. This increase also included a fraction of soul power derived from the dark demon evil god Tiger's orb, though this contribution amounted to no more than a single level. The remaining 4 levels were undoubtedly provided by daming. Daming also granted 2 soul abilities, yet Gong Yu chose not to delve into their intricacies. However, the innate attributes of the celestial blue bull python, specifically the annihilating thunder in the Douluo domain, when fused with the lightning attribute of Gong Yu's first soul ring, the thunder dragon bestowed upon him the nascent form of a thunder domain. Additionally, the celestial blue bull python yielded a fragment of a left arm bone, which Gong Yu deemed unworthy of his attention and chose to retain for the time being. Although he had no need for it, he considered it a fitting reward for his subordinates. As for Daming's soul, at the conclusion of its sacrificial rite, Gong Yu consumed it within a mental black hole. Dismissing any thoughts of resurrection, the notion of reviving a mere little loach held no allure for him. After the sacrificial ceremony conducted by the Titan giant ape, Ming, Gong Zhao's soul power ascended to level 54. Ming directly enhanced her soul power by 4 levels, albeit at the cost of imposing several seals upon her. Ultimately, Gong Xiao could not withstand the immense pressure of 10,000 years of soul energy. The remaining soul power would gradually be released when she became capable of bearing it. She also acquired 2 soul skills, the Titan's Shocking Staff and the Power of the Earth. The Titan's Shocking Staff is a formidable offensive skill, and a full-force strike from Gong Xiao could surpass the explosive force of the Great Samurai Hammer. However, its substantial energy consumption prevents continuous usage. The Power of the Earth allows Gong Xiao to wield the forces of the Earth to her advantage, functioning as a domain skill inherited from Ming's gravity control domain, albeit one that cannot be upgraded. Once Gong Yu and Gong Xiao had both obtained their soul rings, only Gong Qianqian remained. Finding a suitable soul beast for Gong Qianqian in the Douluo forest proved to be quite challenging. There was a million-year-old dream ice silkworm amidst the fierce beasts, yet Gong Yu hesitated to approach them for it. Even if he did muster the courage to ask, the ferocious beasts might not acquiesce, given that the dream ice was a vital source of sustenance for them. Thus, with the Douluo forest being unsuitable for locating a soul beast for Gong Qianqian, he redirected his focus to the frozen forest. Consequently, the group departed from the Douluo forest and encountered Lu Erlong and her companions outside. They then split into 2 factions. Gong Yu led Gong Qianqian towards the frozen forest, while the others returned to the Academy of the Gods. There was no need for the protection of Ziji and Biji at this stage, bolstered by the enhancement of his battle armor. Gong Yu was no longer concerned about his safety. Chapter 127. Another summoning. The frozen forest, located at the northernmost tip of the Tiando Empire, is a region most conducive to the growth of coniferous trees in frigid climates, remaining largely untouched by human presence. Despite its harsh conditions and low temperatures, the frozen forest stands as the second largest habitat for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. Only soul masters with cold attribute martial souls dare venture there to hunt for the soul beasts they require. Though seldom visited, The frozen forest's severe environment is particularly advantageous for soul masters seeking to hone their skills. Many have been known to find suitable soul beasts in this extreme northern landscape. At that moment, at the northern edge of the frozen forest, the air suddenly became chaotic, and a wormhole-like phenomenon materialized out of thin air. The wormhole expanded from the size of a fist until it reached the dimensions of an archway large enough for two individuals to pass through, at which point it stabilized. Two figures emerged from the wormhole, a man and a woman, strikingly well matched. Upon closer inspection, the man was none other than Gong Yu, with Gong Qianqian accompanying him. It appeared they had slightly miscalculated their destination. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, Gong Yu offered an awkward smile. Having traversed such a long distance for the first time without prior experience, resulting in an imprecise teleportation. This doesn't seem to be the frozen forest, he remarked. And Gong Qianqian echoed his sentiments. No, this is indeed part of the frozen forest, but we must be at the northern fringes. Gong Yu observed a cluster of coniferous pines nearby, a distinctive emblem of the frozen forest, rare in other locales, allowing him to deduce their location. Further north. Has anyone been here before? Gong Qianqian inquired curiously. Gong Yu shook his head and remarked, perhaps someone has ventured here, but it is uncertain. The environment within the frozen forest has become exceedingly harsh, and the conditions further north are scarcely imaginable. Moreover, on the continent, ice attribute soul masters are ultimately a rarity. The soul beasts within the frozen forest provide them with ample choices, so whether they would choose to journey further north remains a matter of speculation. What lies further north? Gong Qianqian inquired once more, but as the words escaped her lips, she inwardly chastised herself for her folly, realizing that Gong Yu had never been there himself, rendering her question somewhat futile. The region further north, I would refer to as the land of extreme north. Gong Yu chuckled awkwardly. For it was the only appellation he could muster, it would be rather absurd to bestow it another name. Furthermore, according to his calculations, the frozen forest is indeed a part of this land of extreme north. He continued, if I am not mistaken, within this land of extreme north, there should exist three sovereigns. What are the three sovereigns? Gong Qianqian queried, much like an eager student thirsting for knowledge, as she sought further enlightenment from Gong Yu. Gong Yu remarked, it is indeed the three great soul beast kings. However, this is merely my conjecture. Gong Qianqian gazed at Gong Yu and inquired about the 100,000-year soul beasts, her envy palpable upon witnessing the 100,000-year soul rings of Gong Shao and Gong Lan. She refrained from questioning how Gong Yu had acquired such knowledge, as the sisters collectively regarded Gong Yu's origins as enigmatic, making it entirely reasonable for him to harbor certain undisclosed secrets. Gong Yu smiled and remarked, the three great kings of the extreme north are far more than mere 10,000-year soul beasts. They are of ferocious beast caliber. The most formidable among them, the Ice Empress, self-styled as the Snow Emperor, has cultivated for an astonishing 690,000 years. By the era of Hui Yuhao, a millennium hence, the Snow Emperor would ascend to the rank of 700,000 years, thus her current assertion of 690,000 years is likely quite accurate. Gong Yu continued, stating, the second sovereign is an ice-blue scorpion soul beast, revered as the emperor of the ice-blue scorpion lineage, hence referred to as the Ice Emperor, boasting an age of approximately 390,000 years. By the time of Hui Yuhao, the Ice Emperor's cultivation had reached an impressive 399,900 years, suggesting that its current age is nearing the 390,000 year mark. The third sovereign is the Titan Snow Demon King, a descendant of the ancient ice god, said to have been bestowed upon the Titan giants. Amongst its kind, the Titan Snow Demon clan undoubtedly reigns supreme in the frigid realms. When they gather, they become an indomitable force in these icy expanses. The cultivation of the Titan Snow Demon King is estimated to be around 200,000 years. Gong Qianqian felt a tinge of disappointment. Initially, she had harbored hopes of acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring in this northern land. However, upon hearing Gong Yu's words regarding the formidable three kings of the extreme north, she realized that even if one were to hunt them down, she lacked the capacity to absorb such a soul ring. Yet, as if struck by a thought, she inquired, young master, are there any other 100,000-year soul beasts in the extreme north? At her words, Gong Yu paused momentarily, swiftly grasping that Gong Qianqian too yearned for a 100,000-year soul ring. He replied, there exists a frost bear king, a pet nurtured by the Snow Emperor. Although it is referred to as a pet, the Snow Emperor regards it as his own son. As for its cultivation, it is approximately around 290,000 years. In the era of Huayu Hao, a decade after its awakening, the Frostbear King Xiaobai faced its third tribulation, so at present, its cultivation should be around 290,000 years. The young master's statement was akin to saying nothing at all. Gong Chanqian pouted, her tone tinged with a hint of sulkiness. Gong Yu gently pinched Gong Chanqian's jade-like face, smiling as he said, I understand you're yearning to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring, but such matters are governed by fate. If a suitable opportunity presents itself, I shall certainly do everything in my power to assist you. However, if the opportunity does not arise, we cannot force it. All right. Gong Chanqian sighed, acknowledging that some things cannot be compelled. She also understood that given her current physical condition, even if she were to hunt a 100,000-year spirit beast, she would be unable to absorb the spirit ring, unless a spirit beast was willing to sacrifice itself. But how many spirit beasts in the world would willingly offer themselves to human spirit masters? Let us first search and see if we can find a suitable spirit beast for you, Gong Yu said, gazing toward the northern horizon. If nothing suitable is found, we shall continue our journey northward. Perhaps your destined opportunity lies ahead. As these words left his lips, he noticed that Gong Chanqian had become rooted to the spot, her expression seemingly lost in a daze. Gong Yu approached and gently grasped Gong Chanqian's hand, softly inquiring, Chanqian, what troubles you? Gong Chanqian shook her head gently, her lips parting slightly as she spoke. Young master, I feel as though I am being summoned. Another summons. Gong Yu found himself pondering the frequency of these occurrences. Just a year prior, there was a summons in the Sunset Forest, and a few days ago in the Blue-Silver Forest. Now, here in this frigid landscape, another summons awaited. The previous two summons had yielded mixed results, one favorable and one unfavorable. It remained uncertain whether this new summons would bring fortune or misfortune. In which direction? Gong Yu inquired. Gong Chanqian gestured towards the north and said, further to the north, it seems rather distant, for I sense that summons is quite faint. My lord, shall we venture forth? Gong Yu now harbors a twinge of regret for not bringing either Ziji or Baiji along. Had she brought one of them, she could traverse the northern lands with ease, venturing further north without a care. Chapter 128. The Dual Armor of Gong Chanqian. Since there is a summoning, let us proceed. After careful consideration, Gong Yu ultimately decided to take Gong Chanqian with him to explore the source of the mysterious summons. He reasoned that it could potentially be her destiny, and if they did not seize the opportunity, it would be a regretful loss. Furthermore, he reflected on his current capabilities. With the augmentation of the dual spirit armor, his power had reached at least the level of a soul Douluo, which should afford him a modicum of self-protection in these northern lands. Should they encounter a formidable foe, he could invoke his second martial soul, allowing the break evil dragon will to unleash its wrath. That entity was known for its audacity, even daring to confront divine beings within the simulator, so vanquishing a few soul beasts should pose no challenge. Moreover, if the situation became dire, he possessed the ability to create spatial wormholes for swift escape. At that moment, Gong Yu turned to Gong Chanqian and said, however, before we venture deeper into the north, there is one more task to attend to. What task? Gong Chanqian inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Gong Yu smiled softly, then retrieved 11 pieces resembling armor from his soul guide device, placing them upon the ground. You must first merge with the battle armor. This is the customized battle armor I have crafted specifically for you. Ever since he forged his own battle armor in the City of Slaughter, Gong Yu dedicated himself to forging spirit-forged metals for his sisters, including Gong Lan. By the time they departed from the City of Slaughter, he had already crafted numerous suitable metals for them, awaiting design and manufacture to complete the battle armor process. Upon returning to the Academy of the Gods, Gong Yu made it a point to tailor designs for the ladies during his spare time. However, after 2 months, he had only managed to produce 2 sets, one for Gong Lan and another for Gong Chanqian, while the others remained incomplete. My battle armor? Gong Chanqian gazed at the exquisite components on the ground, adorned with intricate snowflake patterns, her favorite. The delicate icy blue hue within the snowflakes deeply moved her. Yes, it is for you. Your attributes are unique, so I prioritized your armor. Gong Yu picked up a piece for the head and gently placed it upon her, encouraging her. Now, let us commence the merging. Channel your soul power and mental force into the battle armor, akin to the process of absorbing a soul bone. I have never absorbed a soul bone before. Gong Chanqian's cheeks flushed as the intimate proximity to Gong Yu quickened her heartbeat, rendering her speech somewhat stammered. Gong Yu smiled and said, just follow my instructions. Input your soul power and mental energy into the armor components to achieve fusion. Ordinarily, when absorbing armor for the first time, it requires a period of nurturing before it can be utilized properly. However, fortunate for you, I possess an exceptional ice attribute. With the support of my ice domain, I have crafted a metal that resonates with you at over 85. Thus, upon fusing with this armor, you should be able to use it immediately, though fully unleashing its power may not be feasible. At most, you can activate 60% of its potential. Oh, I understand now. Thank you, my lord. Gong Qianqian beamed, her heart swelling with joy, especially since this armor was the first crafted by Gong Yu, which delighted her even more. She promptly began to fuse the helmet component, followed by each subsequent piece, until all 11 components were seamlessly integrated. As she stood there in the complete armor, radiating a striking presence, Gong Yu was momentarily taken aback. My lord, do I look beautiful? Gong Qianqian asked, her cheeks flushing under his gaze, yet her heart danced with happiness. Gong Yu came to his senses, instinctively swallowing hard, feeling somewhat out of sorts. His cheeks flushed slightly as he smiled and nodded, saying, "It is indeed beautiful. But you mustn't pose questions such as who among my sisters and I is more beautiful." Upon hearing this, Gong Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle softly. She leaned closer to Gong Yu and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, saying, "I would never ask you such thoughtless questions that might put you in a predicament. I am content knowing that you hold me dear in your heart." Indeed, Gong Yu nodded, taking Gong Qianqian's hand. "Let us proceed. You should don your battle armor and experience the sensation of flight. We shall soar together." With that, Gong Yu unfurled his own battle armor and ascended into the sky. Observing him, Gong Qianqian followed suit and took to the air as well, and together they ventured deeper into the northern expanse. After approximately an hour of flight, Gong Qianqian found herself struggling to maintain her endurance. Despite the high compatibility of the metal in her newly merged armor, it had not yet fully integrated, making prolonged flight a considerable strain on her. Consequently, they paused to rest and recuperate, allowing their energies to replenish. After about an hour of recuperation, both felt revitalized. At this juncture, Gong Yu inquired, "Qianqian, do you still sense the call?" Gong Qianqian nodded and remarked, "I can sense it. And the summoning appears to be significantly stronger than before. It should be arriving shortly." Gong Yusin was acutely aware of the situation. However, as they ventured deeper, he sensed the formidable presence of soul beasts nearby, indicating that they had entered a perilous zone. He then stated, "Let us proceed, but we must exercise caution. We have now penetrated the depths of the far north, where danger lurks in every corner, and we can no longer continue flying. Otherwise, we risk being attacked by airborne soul beasts." "Indeed, I shall heed your words," Gong Qianqian responded, nodding frequently. She was equally reluctant to continue flying. The northern sky was harsh, with biting winds that felt like daggers. Although her innate attributes rendered her impervious to the cold, the frigid gusts striking her face were undeniably painful. "Allow me to lead the way," Gong Qianqian added. Gong Yu nodded and remarked, "Very well, let us proceed." After traversing for a considerable duration, the two had yet to arrive at the place of summoning. As dusk approached, they had little choice but to seek a secure location to spend the night. The landscape was blanketed in a sea of snow, yet both were undeterred by the cold. In this northernmost realm, they managed to survive quite well, although it seemed that as they ventured further north, the air grew increasingly thin, making each breath a tad laborious. However, for individuals of their caliber, struggling for breath was hardly a significant concern, as they could endure long periods of breath-holding without difficulty. As night deepened, Gong Yu was originally on watch, but Gong Qianqian found herself tossing and turning within the tent, unable to find slumber. How utterly useless, she thought, to squander such a splendid opportunity to be alone with the young master. After a moment of contemplation, she chastised herself and promptly rose to exit the tent. Approaching Gong Yu, she gazed at him with a hint of melancholy, reflecting on the rare chance they had and lamenting his indifference while keeping watch. It seemed the initiative fell to her. "Young master," she pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, "are you still awake? You should rest. I can keep watch." Gong Yu glanced up at her, grasping a piece of firewood to stoke the flames, urging them to burn brighter. "No," Gong Qianqian replied, settling beside him, her arms entwined around his. "Would it be agreeable for us to share a sleep? I cannot rest alone in the wilderness. Or perhaps you might take me, young master. I am aware that you and elder sister have already." Gong Yu instinctively swallowed, feeling a surge of emotion. However, after some contemplation, he realized that the extreme northern territory was fraught with peril, making it an unwise moment for such indulgences. Thus, he resolutely declined, stating, "No. It is far too dangerous here. we must not court death. For the sake of our lives, I shall keep watch tonight. The young master could summon a doppelganger using his fifth soul skill to take over the watch. Gong Qianqian puffed her cheeks, sensing that Gong Yu was merely fabricating excuses. Yet, upon hearing his suggestion, Gong Yu's eyes lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "Why did I not think of this sooner? Very well, let us conjure a manifestation of Tang Hao for the night watch. Is that true? Does the young master agree?" Gong Qianqian could not contain her joy, having initially thought the night held no promise, but now it seemed fortunes had shifted. "You are being so proactive. If I were to refuse again, it would be rather unromantic." Gong Yu smiled slightly. Using his fifth soul skill to create a doppelganger of Tang Hao to keep watch, while he took Gong Qianqian by the hand and led her into the tent. Before long, enchanting sounds emanated from within the tent. Chapter 129, The Secret Realm. By morning, the two awakened from their slumber. As Gong Yu stepped out of the tent, he noticed that the doppelganger of Tang Hao had mysteriously vanished. However, this was within his expectations. For the doppelganger created with his fifth soul skill could only endure for 3 hours in the air. Thus, the fact that it managed to keep watch for that duration was already remarkable, reflecting on the latter half of the night when no one kept watch. Gong Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, no mishaps had occurred. Had anything happened, both of them would have perished. He silently admonished himself that such recklessness could not be repeated. Engaging in card games and other amusements could be reserved for safer locales, but in these treacherous lands, it was truly unwise to gamble with their lives lest they face dire consequences. At this moment, noticing Gong Qianqian stirring within the tent, Gong Yu entered and gently pressed her back down, saying, "Qianqian, you worked hard last night. Sleep a little longer. It is perfectly fine for us to depart later." Gong Qianqian tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time last night. Although as a soul master she wouldn't feel discomfort like ordinary women the next day, Gong Yu still let her rest more out of respect for her. "Young master, I'm fine," Gong Qianqian said, her cheeks involuntarily flushing red as she spoke. Gong Yu feigned an authoritative tone and declared, "I don't care whether you have matters to attend to or not. All I ask is that you lie down a little longer. I will prepare something to eat, and once it is ready, I shall call you to rise." Sensing the commanding tone in Gong Yu's voice, Gong Qianqian bit her lip and obediently nodded. This was precisely the response Gong Yu sought. With a faint smile, she tenderly caressed Gong Qianqian's face and said, "Just rest well. I will come to fetch you shortly." Having spoken, Gong Yu turned to prepare the meal. After more than an hour, the two had satisfied their hunger and thirst before continuing their journey. As noon approached, they reached a certain point where Gong Lan abruptly halted. Noticing Gong Lan's pause, Gong Yu also came to a stop and inquired, "What is it, Qianqian? Have we arrived at our destination?" "It seems we have," Gong Qianqian nodded, responding, "I sense the call is nearby." "Then we must search diligently," Gong Yu acknowledged, surveying the vast expanse of white snow surrounding them. Yet unable to discern what might be emanating the summons to Gong Qianqian, she added, "Rely on your intuition to locate its approximate position. It may very well lie beneath the ground." "Understood, my lord," Gong Qianqian replied with a slight nod, then began to move slowly, guided by her instincts, while Gong Yu stood quietly, observing her. However, to Gong Yu's astonishment, after Gong Qianqian had taken 7 or 8 steps, a vortex inexplicably materialized in the air, drawing Gong Qianqian into its depths. "My lord." Gong Qianqian struggled against the force, reluctant to be consumed, calling out for Gong Yu. Yet, her voice barely escaped her lips before she was entirely engulfed, leaving only half of her arm exposed. "Qianqian." Gong Yu rushed forward, attempting to grasp Gong Qianqian's arm to pull her back. But alas, she was a fraction too late. Unable to seize Gong Qianqian's hand, the vortex completely absorbed her and vanished without a trace. Gong Yu collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by frustration. How could such a calamity occur? He pounded the snow beneath him with his fists, though it resembled more of a futile rage. Why was there a spatial vortex in this vicinity? A sense of confusion enveloped him as he pondered how to retrieve Qianqian. It must have been that object summoning her that was causing this chaos. If he was not mistaken, there ought to be a hidden realm nearby, into which Qianqian had been drawn. Yes, he needed to locate this hidden realm. Perhaps therein lay the key to finding her. Yet, how is one to find such a place? At this moment, a wave of helplessness washed over Gong Yu. If only he were powerful enough, he would not have to contend with such complications. Suddenly, he recalled the simulator and wondered if it might offer assistance. Regardless, he felt compelled to inquire. Gong Yu engaged in a conversation with the simulator, articulating his desires with fervor. He even professed a willingness to dedicate all the simulations of his lifetime in exchange for a single act of assistance. Yet, the simulator remained utterly indifferent to his pleas. Its apathy incited a profound anger within Gong Yu, yet he found himself powerless against this contraption, which offered no aid, leaving him with no recourse. However, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, leading him to murmur thoughtfully, "In 20,000 years, when the divine realm is swept away, humanity will seek to explore the hidden realms. Surely, we cannot wait for the deities to guide us. Might there exist a soul-guiding device for probing these secret domains?" Gong Yu gently pinched his chin, pacing back and forth for a moment in contemplation, before seemingly arriving at a decision. Regardless, he hoped that in the future, there would indeed exist a realm detector. He needed to simulate and see if he could acquire something beneficial for himself. At once, Gong Yu re-engaged with the simulator. System. Initiate simulation. The simulator responded promptly. Please select a related character. Before the prompts could be completed, Gong Yu interjected, "Random simulation." The simulation commenced. At the age of 0, you were born. Ignoring the simulation process, he focused solely on the outcome. Gong Yu was impatient. He had no interest in the simulation's intricacies. He only sought results. The simulator then presented the final prompt. Simulation complete. Beginning settlement. The items obtained from this simulation are as follows. 1. Method for acquiring soul spirits. 2. Lifelong memories from the simulated life. 3. 1/10 of cultivation from the simulated life. Please choose one. Can random simulations yield such valuable treasures? It's a pity, though, that nothing immediately useful had been acquired. After reflecting on a lifetime, Gong Yu decisively chose option 1. Once he made his selection, a warm current surged through him, and a wealth of knowledge regarding the acquisition of soul spirits flooded his mind. The vast expanse of information was overwhelming. Soul contracts, indomitable soul spirits, ancestral soul spirits, orange golden soul spirits, companion soul spirits, and even methods for creating artificial inferior soul spirits. Alas, I will continue to pursue a realm detector. While the other items hold potential utility, they are not immediately applicable to my current needs. So let us simulate again. Gong Yu communicated once more with the simulator. System. Begin simulation. Please select a related character. 1. The son of the blacksmith Asler. 2. The sister of the armor master Kuntai. 3. A flea on the beggar boss. What nonsense are these options? It's as if they want me to become a crossdresser or a flea. Whatever, I have little choice. I choose option 1. With no better alternatives, he opted for the first choice, having already acquired the Armor Master's legacy. Even considering becoming a crossdresser seemed futile. And option 3 was utterly unnecessary. The simulation began. At the age of 0, you were born. Again, he ignored the process, fixated on the conclusion. Simulation complete. Beginning settlement. The items obtained from this simulation are as follows. 1. The forging legacy of Asler. 2. Lifelong memories from the simulated life. 3. 1/10 of cultivation from the simulated life. Please choose one. Damn it. Without a random simulation, I'm left with a heap of rubbish. I choose option 2. Chapter 130. Heart of the Ice God. Still, the choices were not promising. Asler's forging legacy was of little consequence to Gong Yu, for in his memories, it seemed that the third generation had never encountered such a figure as Asler, suggesting he was an inconspicuous character, thus his legacy likely lacked merit. The third option, 1/10 of cultivation, was unnecessary. Insights gained through direct impartation bore little significance for Gong Yu. Hence, he ultimately selected option 2. Soon, a vast reservoir of memories materialized in Gong Yu's mind. After a cursory glance at these memories, he was taken aback. There were indeed elements that could aid him, at the very least providing insights into advancing his soul forging. It's unfortunate, however, that it still did not furnish me with the urgently needed resources. Time to simulate once more. System. Initiate simulation. Random selection. Ignoring the simulation process, he awaited the result. The simulation began. The simulation concluded, and the settlement commenced. The items obtained from this simulation were as follows. 1. Method for crafting the Ascension Platform. 2. Lifelong memories from the simulated life. 3. 1/10 of cultivation from the simulated life. What is the meaning of this? It offers me promising items, yet fails to provide what I urgently require at this moment. I select option 1. Gong Yu decisively opted for option 1. Initially, he had contemplated selecting option 2. Yet he harbored uncertainties regarding the duration of life experienced in the simulator. Should that existence have been prolonged, it might have bestowed upon him invaluable insights into the creation of the 3 tiers of ascension platforms. Conversely, if that life had been abruptly cut short, the resulting memories would hold little significance for him, leading him to choose the first option instead. Before long, A wealth of knowledge pertaining to the fabrication of ascension platforms manifested in Gong Yu's mind. He then continued, System, initiate another simulation. As time elapsed, Gong Yu engaged in 9 additional simulations, acquiring a plethora of treasures along the way. Among these were the Yution Divine Spear, remnants of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, memories from a past life, the method of condensing demigod status imparted by Yun Ming, the seed of nature, the 7-colored lotus fire, and the self-created soul technique. The Crimson Dragon 9 styles, from the turbulent world. The Yution Divine Spear is a divine artifact, a relic from 20,000 years hence, containing the legacy of the god of Yution's divine skill, instant bloom. The remnants of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline primarily derived from a past life where Gong Yu, once again, assumed the role of an evil soul master, ultimately seeking to consume Tang Wulin's bloodline. However, this time, he absorbed the bloodline sealed by the 16th seal. Notably, the simulator did not provide him with the overlapping portions of the bloodline from his previous life, only granting him access to the bloodlines from the 10th to 16th seals. Upon merging the bloodlines from the 10th to 16th seals, his own Golden Dragon King bloodline was nearly complete, lacking only the final 2 sealed bloodlines. Other rewards, such as the memories from a past life in the simulator, were significant as he had not engaged in random simulations during that existence, which involved entering the Dragon Valley. Thus, he chose related memories, knowing they would be beneficial for future explorations of the Dragon Valley. The other prizes obtained from the simulations, including the method of condensing demigod status imparted by Yun Ming, the seed of nature, the 7-colored lotus fire, and the self-created soul technique, the Crimson Dragon 9 styles, were equally vital for Gong Yu. However, the most crucial of all was the heart of the ice god. Gong Yu had initially presumed he would need to continue simulating, as his desire was for a mystic realm detector. Yet, upon extracting the heart of the ice god, he sensed an unexpected response emanating from it. Given his current cultivation level, presenting the heart of the ice god would have normally resulted in his freezing demise. Fortunately, possessing the domain of ice, coupled with the System S processing, had allowed the heart of the ice god to recognize him as its master, thus sparing him from peril. The moment the heart of the ice god materialized in the air, it reacted in a peculiar manner, ultimately creating a swirling vortex in the atmosphere. This elicited joy within Gong Yu, prompting him to stow away the heart of the ice god and unhesitatingly dive into the vortex. A buzzing sound filled his ears. In the next instant, Gong Yu found himself transported into a mystic realm. While the realm was not particularly vast, approximately the size of 2 football fields, it starkly contrasted with the outside world. Instead of being enveloped in snow, it presented itself as an ice cavern, adorned with crystalline formations and ice columns. Gong Yu surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted an altar not far ahead. Upon the altar sat Gong Qianqian, motionless, yet she emanated a continuous stream of white, chilling aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Gong Yu dashed towards the altar. In no time, he ascended the platform and approached Gong Qianqian. Qianqian, what has happened to you? Please awaken, he called out, shaking her gently by the shoulder. However, upon making contact, he was met with an intense, bone-chilling cold. It was noteworthy that since acquiring the realm of ice, he had not felt the bite of cold for quite some time. Even during his recent travels through frigid landscapes, he had remained impervious to the chill. Yet, the frigid aura radiating from Gong Qianqian at this moment was palpable, revealing just how formidable her icy essence truly was. Gong Yu, undeterred by the piercing cold, shook Gong Qianqian a few more times, but she remained unresponsive. His anxiety began to mount, as he was uncertain of her condition. In desperation, he resolved to drive away the chill. With a heavy sigh, he resorted to hasty measures. He unleashed the domain of fire, enveloping Gong Qianqian in its warmth. It appeared to have a slight effect, as he noticed her delicate brows twitching, yet she still did not awaken. Without hesitation, Gong Yu embraced her, and the fiery aura surrounded Liang Ran as well. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and gradually, Gong Qianqian, cradled in his arms, slowly opened her eyes. In that very moment, as her gaze met the world, she sensed Gong Yu's presence and weakly murmured, "Young master?" Hearing her voice, Gong Yu's face brightened. Her awakening signified hope. He inquired, "Qianqian, what has happened to you?" Gong Qianqian, with a voice still laced with weakness, remarked, "My lord, that entity has infiltrated my consciousness. It seeks to usurp control over my body. What must I do to assist you?" Gong Yu, feeling a sense of urgency, found himself inwardly cursing his misfortune, as he realized they were once again entangled in the relentless cycle of possession. However, Gong Qianqian's predicament was beyond mere spiritual consumption. and he felt ill-equipped to aid her. I require the formidable power of fire, Gong Qian declared. The power of fire, you say? Gong Yu scratched his head, deep in thought. When suddenly he recalled the treasures he had acquired during several simulations, including the rainbow lotus flame, a fire reputed to incinerate all matter in existence. Reaching a level of divine supremacy, Gong Yu believed that the seven-colored lotus fire would prove beneficial, and he hesitated no longer. After all, it had recognized him as its master through the simulation system, granting him the liberty to wield it as he pleased. At that moment, he summoned the seven-colored lotus fire, and instantly, vibrant flames enveloped him, transforming him into a figure akin to a being of fire. Were any of the fiery tribe to behold him now, they might well mistake him for a member of their royal lineage. Chapter 131, The Spirit of the Ice God Pearl with the fiery aura surrounding him. Gong Yu embraced Gong Qian from behind. As the seven-colored lotus fire made contact with her, it incinerated her garments in an instant. Fortunately, the fire's brilliant hues enveloped her like a resplendent new attire. Despite the ferocity of the seven-colored lotus fire, under Gong Yu's deft control, it consumed her clothing without inflicting any harm upon her. As he directed the flames, their power surged into Gong Qian's being. Gong Qian inherently possessed an exquisite cold attribute, which clashed violently with the formidable flames surging within her. This intense conflict seemed to awaken a certain restriction within her being. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Gong Qian, effortlessly propelling Gong Yu away, but this was entirely unintentional. After being flung away, Gong Yu landed 5 meters away, feeling a brief pang of pain but emerged unscathed. Shortly after the surge of energy dissipated, Gong Qian fully regained her senses, her complexion swiftly returning to normal. Young master, thank you. Gong Qian approached Gong Yu and embraced him. Gently stroking her silky long hair, Gong Yu inquired, could you enlighten me on how you found yourself in that predicament? Releasing herself from Gong Yu's embrace, Gong Qian replied, we are in the secret realm of the ancient ice god. Since the fall of the ice god, this place has remained as a site of legacy. However, the divine essence of the ice god dissipated long ago. Yet, before its dissolution, it entrusted its legacy within the ice god pearl to the spirit of the pearl, tasking it with finding a suitable heir in the future. As she spoke, Gong Qian retrieved the ice god pearl from the mark on her forehead and handed it to Gong Yu. This ice god pearl is a divine artifact. It seems to have recognized you as its master, thus it belongs to you. Please keep it. Gong Yu replied nonchalantly, refraining from taking the ice god pearl. Nevertheless, at the moment the pearl appeared, he distinctly felt the ice god heart within him quiver. Oh, then I shall keep it myself. Gong Qian nodded. Gong Yu then urged, please continue. What transpired thereafter? Gong Qian remarked, that spirit is truly despicable, and its temperament is exceedingly peculiar. It guided me into the secret realm, insisting that I accept some form of ice god inheritance, claiming that my attributes align remarkably well with the divine essence of the ice deity. Isn't that a fortunate occurrence? Gong Yu responded, and indeed it was a stroke of luck. How many individuals yearn for a divine position, yet find themselves unable to obtain one? In Gong Qian's case, however, it was as if the opportunity had been presented to her on a silver platter. Gong Qian awkwardly remarked, however, I have already acquired a legacy, one that far surpasses the so-called ice god legacy. Therefore, I cannot possibly accept it. At this juncture, Gong Qian could not help but express her frustration, stating, the spirit of the artifact seems to have developed an erratic temperament from its prolonged solitude in this secret realm. When I refused the ice god legacy, it began to entertain other notions. Since I was unwilling to assume the role of the ice god, it sought to possess my body and accept the legacy in my stead. She continued, it then infiltrated my sea of consciousness, and I found myself in a fierce struggle against it, nearly succumbing to its influence. But fortunately, my esteemed companion arrived just in time. You are already aware of the subsequent events. Upon hearing this, Gong Yu chuckled softly, saying, it would not succeed. If I am not mistaken, when the god of the starry sky bestowed upon you your legacy, it left behind protective measures within your being, did it not? Gong Qian, feeling somewhat guilty, nodded slightly, for she had not disclosed this matter to Gong Yu previously. Gong Yu, with a hint of irritation, remarked, could one not discern it? That earlier force propelled me away, and I still feel a twinge of pain from the fall. This revelation made Gong Qian even more flustered, to the point where her speech became stammered. I did not do it intentionally. I am well aware that your intentions were not malicious, Gong Yu replied with a faint smile. gently pinching the tip of Gong Qianshan's nose in an affectionate manner. He continued, however, "Is it truly wise to squander the measures left upon you by the god of the starry sky? If I am not mistaken, that spirit could not inflict fatal harm upon you. Otherwise, the goddess' intervention would have been activated long ago. You manipulated the clash of my flame's power, leading the god of the starry sky's mechanism to mistakenly perceive that the danger you faced had reached a life-threatening level, thus prompting its activation. Once again, you have seen through me," Gong Qianshan said, covering her face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a brief moment, she murmured, "I had no other choice. I did not wish to remain in a stalemate with that spirit for too long. If I were to wear it down slowly, who could say how long that might take? If it required 10 or even 8 years, I certainly could not endure such prolonged confrontation. Moreover, the measures left by the god of the starry sky are not one time only. They will gradually restore, so it is not entirely a waste. In that case, I am relieved," Gong Yu sighed. He then inquired, "How shall we depart now? With your control over the ice god pearl, you must possess a means to do so?" After Gong Qianshan had vanquished the spirit of the ice god pearl, she absorbed its memories, thereby gaining the ability to command the pearl. Gong Qianshan nodded. "I can activate the teleportation portal." As she spoke, Gong Qianshan raised her hand, preparing to summon the ice divine pearl, but was interrupted by Gong Yu. He said, "Hold on, I need to retrieve something first." Gong Qianshan, with a look of curiosity, inquired, "What does young master wish to obtain?" Gong Yu gestured towards the surrounding ice crystals and remarked, "Those are the ice extreme divine crystals, excellent materials for crafting soul-guided devices and battle armor. They will undoubtedly be useful when we upgrade your 4-character battle armor in the future, so we must collect some." After surveying the area once more, Gong Yu sighed and added, "It is a pity that there is no eternal ice essence here. This ice goddess' secret realm is somewhat lacking. Despite the abundance of ice extreme divine crystals, it fails to provide the inheritors with any eternal ice essence." What is eternal ice essence? Upon hearing this intriguing term, Gong Qianshan's curiosity was once again piqued. Gong Yu elucidated. The eternal ice essence is an exceptional treasure of ice element. Once in the far northern land, there existed a soul beast known as the Heavenly Dream, which initially appeared quite ordinary. However, through the accumulation of vast amounts of eternal ice essence, it cultivated to an extraordinary age of 1 million years. A million-year soul beast? Gong Qianshan was utterly astonished, pondering the immense strength it must possess. Upon hearing her inquiry, Gong Yu couldn't help but chuckle, responding, "Not at all formidable. That ice silkworm is hardly powerful. The ice silkworm race primarily cultivates mental strength and ice attributes, lacking any remarkable abilities, existing merely as a natural food source. Presently, that ice silkworm has been captured by the ferocious beasts of the Star Dou Forest, who siphon its soul power daily. When the opportunity arises, I shall take you to acquire it as your 9th spirit ring." Chapter 132, The Ice and Snow Emperors. "Is it true, my lord? What you say is indeed true." Gong Qianshan's joy was unrestrained, her spirit soaring like that of a lively little sprite. Gong Yu was momentarily mesmerized, and after a while, he regained his composure and stammered, "Truly, I assure you, I have long harbored this intention to bestow upon you the soul ring of that ice silkworm in the future." "Indeed, I trust you, my lord," Gong Qianshan responded, nodding earnestly, for she had always held faith in Gong Yu's words. The two then indulged in a tender moment together before commencing the collection of the ice extreme divine crystals within the realm of the ice god. They amassed a considerable quantity, filling both of their soul-guiding devices to the brim. Although numerous ice extreme divine crystals remained in their vicinity, they found themselves lacking further containers. Thus, Gong Yu declared, "Very well, it is time for us to depart. Once we are outside, we must also procure your soul ring." Gong Qianshan nodded and said, "All right. My lord, let us depart." With that, she activated the ice divine pearl, and a spatial vortex suddenly manifested in the air. Hand in hand, the two stepped inside. When they re-emerged, they found themselves in the outside world. However, upon closer inspection of their surroundings, it became apparent that this location was not where they had been prior to entering the secret realm. "Qianshan, did you open a random teleportation portal?" Gong Yu inquired, gazing around at the unfamiliar environment with a perplexed expression. Gong Qianshan said with an embarrassed expression, "I am unsure as well. But this vast expanse of snow suggests that we must still be in the far northern region." Gong Yu nodded and remarked, "Indeed. We find ourselves in the far northern realm, yet it is challenging to discern our direction at this moment. as the two engaged in conversation. They remained oblivious to the presence of two individuals kneeling respectfully in the snow behind them, who were paying homage to the pair. After a brief interval, Gong Yu turned around, startled by the sight. "Oh my, who are you? How did you silently approach us from behind? You nearly gave me a fright." Upon noticing the two worshippers, he saw that they were both strikingly beautiful women. While Gong Yu maintained his composure, Gong Qianqian immediately adopted a defensive stance. "The Snow Maiden pays her respects to the Ice Deity," one of the women declared, representing the Ice Sky Snow Maiden clan. "Bing Air pays her respects to the Ice Deity," the other announced, representing the Ice Blue Scorpion clan. The two women bowed once more, leaving Gong Yu momentarily taken aback, pondering that if they were to pay homage to the Ice Deity, it would be more fitting to honor Qianqian, for he could hardly consider himself a deity of ice. However, he refrained from voicing this thought. Upon hearing their self-identifications, Gong Yu suddenly realized something and inquired, "Are you the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor?" At this question, Gong Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that these two were indeed two of the three great monarchs of the far north. "Please, just call me Snow Maiden. I do not dare to claim the title of Empress in the presence of the Ice Deity," the Snow Empress replied modestly. "You may call me Bing Air, or simply Ice or Little Ice. I too do not presume to call myself Emperor before the Ice Deity," the Ice Emperor added. Gong Yu coughed awkwardly twice before speaking. "It seems that both of you have misunderstood. I am not the Ice God. If you truly wish to pay homage to the Ice God, you may do so to my companion. Do not jest. The Ice God is male." The Snow Empress chuckled lightly. "In the far northern lands, any soul beast possessing intelligence would be well aware that the Ice God is indeed male. The Titan Snow Demon clan is merely a descendant left behind by a Titan giant favored by the Ice God." This created a rather awkward situation. Yet Gong Yu was indeed not the Ice God, nor was Gong Qianqian. However, Gong Yu considered that this identity could be of some advantage. He then inquired, "Is this all the evidence you have to believe I am the Ice God? The Ice God is male, and you emerged from the Ice God's secret realm. Is that not sufficient?" The Snow Empress replied calmly, "You must understand that outsiders cannot enter the Ice God's secret realm without the Ice God's permission." Gong Yu inquired, "How do you know we emerged from the Ice Mystic realm?" "It could very well be that we stumbled upon this place from elsewhere." The Snow Empress replied, "We witnessed your exit from the Ice Mystic realm. I can sense when the realm is activated, for I essentially serve as its guardian. To be frank, I am not the Ice Goddess." Gong Yu slowly continued, "In truth, it is my companion who is the inheritor of the Ice Goddess's legacy. If you seek to pay homage, it would be wise to honor her." Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Gong Qianqian chose not to refute them, sensing that Gong Yu might have a scheme in mind. At this, both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor furrowed their brows, and the Snow Empress questioned, "You are truly not the Ice Goddess?" Gong Yu shook his head and replied, "I am indeed not the Ice God. Perhaps you are unaware, but the Ice God has long since fallen. My companion and I inadvertently ventured into a hidden realm, where she received the legacy of the Ice God." After speaking, he turned to Gong Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, please present the Ice God Pearl to validate your identity." Gong Qianqian nodded gently, raising her hand to touch the mark on her brow. In that instant, a luminous orb emerged from the imprint. As the Ice God Pearl manifested, a tempest of frigid winds enveloped the surroundings. Despite the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress possessing unparalleled ice attributes, they found themselves momentarily overwhelmed by the chilling aura emanating from the Ice God Pearl. This orb was a sacred artifact of the Ice God. The Snow Empress instantly recognized the Ice God Pearl, and at that moment, she finally believed what Gong Yu had said. Gong Qianqian was indeed the inheritor of the Ice God's legacy. She then bowed deeply to Gong Qianqian, proclaiming, "Snow Maiden pays homage to the Divine Maiden." Following her lead, the Ice Emperor also bowed in reverence. Although Gong Qianqian felt somewhat unaccustomed to being addressed as a Divine Maiden, she chose to accept the title to avoid disrupting Gong Yu's plans. She then addressed the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress, saying, "Sister Snow Maiden, Sister Binger, I am Gong Qianqian. You may simply call me Qianqian." "I dare not," replied the Snow Empress. However, Gong Qianqian reassured them, "It is quite all right. I prefer a modest demeanor." "Well, if that is your wish." The Snow Empress eventually acquiesced. Observing that events were unfolding more smoothly than anticipated, Gong Yu inquired, "Would you, dear sisters, be willing to serve as Qianqian's guardians?" "What guardianship?" It was evident there were ulterior motives at play, as they seemed to be securing a soul ring for Gong Qianqian. Before the Snow Empress could respond, the Ice Emperor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Gong Yu remarked, "Indeed, Qianqian has matured. If you both could share your thoughts with her, she would no longer need to worry about her safety. Beside her, Gong Qianxian nodded in agreement, saying, if you two sisters are willing, I assure you that in the future, I shall not treat you poorly. The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress exchanged a glance, clearly intrigued. They were not far from their next calamity, yet they felt little confidence in overcoming it. However, should they receive Gong Qianxian's assistance, perhaps they could navigate through it successfully. Unfortunately, they remained unaware that their next trial would never come once they transformed into soul rings and were resurrected. They would have ascended to divinity, rendering any need for tribulations obsolete. Are you willing, dear sisters? Gong Qianxian inquired once more. Very well, we agree. The Snow Empress nodded, and the Ice Empress did likewise. Gong Qianxian smiled and said, that's wonderful. Thank you, dear sisters. Gong Yu displayed a hint of pride as the Snow Empress acquiesced. Should the Snow Empress be inclined to create a soul ring in the future, the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, would inevitably follow suit. Chapter 133, the Icefield Wolf Sovereign having secured the agreement of both the Ice and Snow Empresses. Gong Yu felt assured that venturing into this far northern realm to procure a soul ring would pose no threat to his safety. He then spoke, esteemed sisters, I intend to accompany Qianxian to acquire her 5th soul ring. I am aware that discussing the hunting of soul beasts in your presence may be inappropriate. However, Qianxian genuinely requires a soul ring. Might you have any recommendations? Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, the expressions of the Ice and Snow Empresses stiffened. To suggest hunting a soul beast was one matter, but to solicit their recommendations was akin to stabbing a knife into their hearts. Nevertheless, upon recalling Gong Qianxian's esteemed status, their demeanor softened considerably. Observing the Ice and Snow Empresses refrain from expressing their displeasure due to Qianxian's reputation, Gong Yu seized the moment to press on, stating, Sisters, I wish to inquire if there are any soul beasts of 10,000 years or more in this frigid expanse. However, before Gong Yu could finish his thought, the temperamental Ice Empress could no longer contain herself and interjected with barely concealed fury. You have already mentioned hunting soul beasts before us without incurring my ire, and I have chosen to overlook your request for recommendations. But to now propose hunting a 10,000-year soul beast is rather excessive. Do you truly believe that a soul beast can cultivate for 10,000 years so effortlessly? Despite the Ice Empress's anger, Gong Yu maintained his composure, replying, Sister Bing-er, you are being rather hasty, not allowing me to finish my statement. Might you exercise a little patience and hear me out? I assure you, once you have heard the entirety of my words, your anger will dissipate. The Snow Empress, upon hearing Gong Yu's plea, intervened to calm the Ice Empress, saying, Bing-er, please compose yourself and listen to what he has to say. Very well. I am curious to hear what you have to offer, the Ice Empress replied, suppressing her frustration. Gong Yu smiled faintly and remarked, the matter is as follows. Since Qianxian bears the legacy of the divine, her ascension to divinity is inevitable. Should any soul beast be willing to offer a sacrifice to her, upon her eventual deification, she would have the opportunity to elevate the sacrificial soul beast alongside her, achieving an immortal divine essence. In other words, if the soul of the sacrificed beast is preserved, it may serve as one of Qianxian's attendants post-ascension. Although the attendants are not considered high-ranking deities, they nonetheless hold the status of divine beings. Thus, I wish to inquire whether there are any soul beasts in the extreme north whose lifespan is nearing its end or who feel incapable of enduring the next heavenly tribulation. If so, it would be prudent to contemplate offering a sacrifice to Qianxian, for it would not only allow them to evade the tribulation but also facilitate their eventual ascension to divinity, a truly advantageous arrangement. Upon hearing this, both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor were somewhat moved. The Ice Emperor's cheeks flushed with embarrassment for having misjudged Gong Yu. Yet the prospect of her apologizing was entirely out of the question. A faint, elusive smile graced the corners of Gong Yu's lips. He had never considered seeking an apology from the Ice Emperor. With such haughty pride, how could the Ice Emperor possibly lower himself to offer an apology? The Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor exchanged a glance, seemingly attuned to each other's thoughts, as true sisters often are, both contemplating their respective impending tribulations, with little confidence in their ability to overcome them. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, both were inevitably stirred, yet they hesitated to test the waters themselves. Despite having heard of such matters, they had never witnessed them firsthand, leaving them with a lingering doubt. However, their reluctance to experiment did not preclude the possibility of other soul beasts attempting it. Thus, the Snow Empress spoke, to the west, there lies an Ice Wolf King. Though it has survived its first tribulation, The experience has left it with indelible scars, and its lifespan is now limited, likely only a decade or two remaining. I could persuade it to offer a sacrifice for Qian Qian. Upon hearing this, both Gong Yu and Gong Qian's eyes brightened with hope. It seemed there was a chance. In a moment of excitement, Gong Qian exclaimed, "If we can indeed convince the Ice Wolf King to make a sacrifice, that would be splendid. Rest assured, my dear sisters, I shall keep my word. When I ascend to divinity, I will ensure it accompanies me, so I must trouble you." Sister Snow, to approach it. "Very well, I shall return shortly," the Snow Empress replied with a nod before turning westward. Approximately half an hour later, the Snow Empress returned, accompanied by a majestic Ice Wolf King. In its transformation, the Ice Wolf King shifted into its werewolf form, having attained a cultivation of 100,000 years. It could briefly assume human shape without fully transforming, and the Ice Wolf species was particularly unique in its ability to morph into werewolf form. Approaching Gong Yu and Gong Qian, the Ice Wolf King inquired of the Snow Empress, "Are these the two? Is this one the heir of the Ice God?" The Snow Empress affirmed, "Indeed, it is the young lady beside me." The Ice Wolf King nodded and turned its gaze to Gong Qian, stating, "I can offer you a sacrifice, but you must first prove that you are the heir of the Ice God." Gong Qian nodded, having nothing further to say. She once again produced the Ice Divine Pearl, and soon, the Icefield Wolf Emperor was subdued, his spirit dimmed. The Icefield Wolf Emperor then yielded, stating, "Enough, I believe. And I am willing to offer my sacrifice." Upon hearing this, Gong Qian stowed the Ice Divine Pearl and smiled. "Since you are willing to sacrifice, rest assured, I will not treat you unfairly. Once I ascend to divinity, I shall ensure you do as well." "Thank you, Divine Lady," the Icefield Wolf Emperor replied respectfully. "No need for gratitude. Your willingness to sacrifice merits my thanks," Gong Qian replied serenely. "Now, I will take a moment to adjust my condition. Once I am fully prepared, you may begin your offering. In the meantime, you may return to your clan to settle some matters." Gong Qian then sat cross-legged, commencing her state adjustment. Approximately an hour later, all was ready, and thus, the Icefield Wolf Emperor's sacrifice began. The process unfolded smoothly, concluding after 2 hours. The over 100,000 years of soul rings granted Qian a 4-level enhancement in soul power. It should have been greater. Yet due to the seals placed upon the soul rings, the full potential of the 100,000-year soul rings could not be realized. Qian's fourth soul ring was 2,000 years old, and she could currently endure a soul pressure of around 50,000 years, hence the necessity for the seals. With the acquisition of her fifth soul ring, Qian's journey in this frigid expanse came to an end. At that moment, Gong Yu addressed the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. "Sisters, do you have any matters to convey to your clan? If not, we shall set off." Both the Ice Empress and Snow Empress nodded, with the Ice Empress returning directly to the Ice Scorpion clan's territory to relay certain matters. The Snow Empress, having nothing urgent to report, sought out her adopted son, the Ice Bear King Xiaobai, to discuss a few things. Upon their return, the Ice Empress arrived alone, while the Snow Empress accompanied a large white bear, none other than the Ice Bear King Xiaobai. Xiaobai had learned of the Snow Empress's intention to offer a sacrifice to the inheritor of the Ice God, prompting him to join her. After hearing the Snow Empress's account, Gong Qian naturally did not object. She sought Gong Yu's opinion, who readily agreed, secretly pleased that Xiaobai would accompany them. Chapter 134, The Perils of Gain and Loss. The Snow Empress bringing Xiaobai along clearly indicated her intentions. She wished to offer a sacrifice and had communicated her thoughts to Xiaobai, which was why he had chosen to accompany her. Though Xiaobai was a spirit beast, he was wholly devoted to his mother. Given that his mother was to make a sacrifice, it was only natural for him to follow suit. Truly a filial little ice bear. He then transformed into human form, now, having reached the level of a 30,000-year ferocious beast. It was effortless for him to temporarily assume a human guise, taking on the appearance of a chubby teenager to resemble the Snow Empress's child. With everyone gathered, Gong Yu spoke, "Please, everyone, come a bit closer. I will lead you away. However, we must adhere to the human world's requirements. So you two sisters and Xiaobai must refrain from revealing your spirit beast aura, as it could incite chaos." "Humph, what is there to fear? I do not believe anyone in the human realm can defeat us," the Ice Empress scoffed, clearly dismissing Gong Yu's words. Gong Yu, however, shook his head and smiled wryly. "There are indeed those who can contend with you. They hail from the 3 divine legacies and serve as messengers of the deities." Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor expressed their surprise. The Snow Emperor then inquired, "Please tell us which of these we should avoid, so we do not inadvertently provoke them." Very well, I shall enlighten you, Gong Yu nodded. The three factions are the Sea God Island, the Spirit Hall, and the City of Slaughter. The Sea God Island is of little concern. They reside on a small island in the ocean, safeguarding the legacy of the Sea God, and seldom venture onto the mainland. The Spirit Hall protects the legacy of the Angel God, but it also conceals the legacy of the Rakshasa God. As for the City of Slaughter, it guards the legacy of the Asura God. Each of these factions is home to extreme powerhouses at the pinnacle level of 99, particularly the Spirit Hall, which boasts two such individuals. Thus, it is advisable to avoid unnecessary confrontation. However, should you be wronged, do not suffer in silence. The Snow Emperor nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, I will keep a watchful eye on those two. Her nature was such that she preferred to avoid conflict, and she would not instigate trouble. Moreover, both the Ice Emperor and Xiaobai heeded her counsel, making her vigilance over them quite convenient. With the Snow Emperor's assurance, Gong Yu felt considerably at ease. Now let us depart. Please gather closer. I shall lead you away. The group drew near to Gong Yu, who then made a gesture, causing a spatial wormhole capable of accommodating 5 or 6 individuals to materialize before them. He promptly guided everyone through it. When they emerged, they found themselves in the city of Tiando. After returning home, Gong Yu arranged rooms for the Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, and Xiaobai. Before long, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor encountered Bai Ji and ZG, and they quickly engaged in conversation, as they were already acquainted. Through discussions with Bai Ji and ZG, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor became even more resolute in their determination to make a sacrifice. The following day, Bai Ji directly assigned the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor positions at the Academy of Divine Beings, where they both became vice presidents and revered offerings. Time passed swiftly, and a month and a half later, the Elite Soul Master competition was set to commence in just half a month. On this day, Zhu Zhuqing finally broke through to level 40. Oscar then took Zhu Zhuqing to seek out Gong Yu, hoping he would assist in acquiring a soul ring for her. Sensing that Zhu Zhuqing's soul power had indeed reached level 40, Gong Yu remarked, Zhu Zhuqing requires her 4th soul ring, and there is no need to venture into the Star Dou Forest. The Sunset Forest, the closest to Tiando City, is home to suitable soul beasts for her. The Sunset Forest, you say? I have heard of it, but have yet to visit. Oscar smiled slightly. Then let us proceed to the Sunset Forest. Gong Yu shook his head and remarked that it was merely a matter of obtaining a soul ring, and there was no need for such a large company. He suggested that he would take Zhu Zhuqing along, as it was only a matter of 1 or 2 days, and having too many people would only be a burden. Upon hearing this, Oscar hesitated slightly. He was reluctant to allow Zhu Zhuqing, a girl, to accompany Gong Yu into the Sunset Forest. Yet, he did not dare to express his concerns directly to Gong Yu, as he was currently in need of his assistance. Noticing Oscar's troubled demeanor, Gong Yu mistakenly assumed that he was worried about Zhu Zhuqing's safety. Thus, he reassured Oscar, saying, Rest assured, Oscar. Dugu Bo, the poison Douluo, resides in the Sunset Forest, and I am quite well acquainted with him. Should we need to venture deeper, I will certainly call upon him, so you need not fret about Zhu Zhuqing's safety. Is it the same Dugu Bo who is the grandfather of Dugu Yan? They had heard about Dugu Yan's background from Yu Shaojiang when Shrek was still in Soto City. Prior to their encounter with the Heavenly Duel Team, Gong Yu nodded and said, Indeed, he is the grandfather of Dugu Yan. Rest assured, whatever I desire, he shall grant. Thus, you need not worry about Zhu Zhuqing's safety. Moreover, as a food system soul master, your presence would offer little assistance. In Oscar's heart, it felt as though countless grass mud horses were trampling through, for his concern was not merely for Zhu Zhuqing's safety, but rather that her heart might be swayed away. Although Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing were together, he held a clear perception of his own position. He harbored a slight inferiority complex, often feeling unworthy of her affection. Consequently, he frequently experienced anxiety, fearing that one day, Zhu Zhuqing might be captivated by someone more outstanding. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing bestowed upon Oscar a reassuring glance, allowing him to finally find some semblance of calm. Very well, I shall not accompany you. Please take care of yourselves. Oscar ultimately relinquished his intention to join them. Gong Yu let out a hearty laugh and, gently patting Oscar on the shoulder, said, Oscar, your relationships may be in disarray, but fear not. As the Soul Emperor, acquiring a mere 4th soul ring is no arduous task. I shall undoubtedly return your girlfriend safe and sound. Oscar managed a faint smile, nodding in response. After conversing for a while longer, the group dispersed. The following morning, Gong Yu set off with Zhu Zhuqing towards the Sunset Forest, accompanied by Xiaobai as well. Gong Yu felt that Xiaobai, who spent his days in idle pursuits, could accompany him to guard the Eye of Ice and Fire. After receiving the Snow Empress's consent, Xiaobai joined him on this journey. As Gong Yu set off for the Sunset Forest on another front, the individuals from Shrek Academy also embarked towards the same destination. Thanks to funding provided by Lu Erlong, Fran was able to purchase a nearly defunct academy, which he renamed Shrek Academy, and secured the qualifications to participate in the Soul Master Elite competition. Chapter 135. When Zhu Xing discovers Xiao Wu's secret, the group from Shrek was heading to the Sunset Forest to procure the fourth spirit ring for Tang San and Xiao Wu. As for Xiao Wu, it was no secret that she would likely seek an opportunity to sneak away, only to reappear later with yet another spirit ring. A tactic she had employed many times, which had become second nature to her. However, she had managed to rise to level 40 earlier than in the original timeline, when she was supposed to have ascended on her way to Wuhuan City. As for Tang San, without the assistance of Douluo's inner core, he found himself entangled in various mundane matters, such as concocting poisons and crafting hidden weapons, which caused him to squander much of his training time. Consequently, his cultivation progress lagged behind that of Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar. After obtaining the Xian Tiangong, Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar dedicated themselves to their training with remarkable diligence. Apart from occasional card games, their time was consumed entirely by cultivation, even sacrificing sleep for the sake of practice. This intense regimen allowed them to surpass their peers, with Oscar reaching level 40 before Tang San, while Zhu Zhuqing ascended to the same level around the same time as Tang San. As for the other members of Shrek, Daimubai took over 2 years to reach level 42, of which 1 level was gained from absorbing his 4th spirit ring. This meant that he had only managed to cultivate 4 levels in a little over 2 years, averaging 2 levels per year. Although an average of 2 levels per year is commendable, sustaining such progress was unlikely, given that the energy required for each subsequent level increased exponentially. Beyond Daimubai, Tang San and Xiao Wu, the remaining members, Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong, lagged behind. Ning Rongrong was currently only at level 36, and the two of them fared similarly, having advanced nearly 10 levels over the past 2 years without the aid of the celestial herb, which was quite impressive nonetheless. Approximately 2 hours later, Gong Yu arrived at the Sunset Forest with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaobai. The first encounter with the Soul Beast Forest beyond the extreme north excited Xiaobai. The pair, one a soul beast and the other a soul master, searched for suitable soul beasts while making their way to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Regrettably, they did not find an appropriate soul beast for Zhu Zhuqing until they reached their destination. Upon arriving at the Eye of Ice and Fire, Gong Yu assigned Xiaobai the role of guardian. Xiaobai was quite content, as he greatly enjoyed the Yin Spring there. As soon as he arrived, he leaped directly into the Yin Spring, leaving Douluo, who had been guarding the area, utterly astonished, for Xiaobai's transformation into a plump little figure was exceedingly deceptive. Douluo mistakenly believed him to be merely a child. Seeing Douluo's incredulous expression, Gong Yu smiled and said, "Do not underestimate him. He is an ancient being, with cultivation around level 97, not the child you presume him to be." To reassure Douluo, Gong Yu resorted to a little fib, asserting that Xiaobai, being a 290,000-year-old ferocious beast, could indeed be considered at least level 97, if not level 98. No wonder he could enter that pool. It turns out he was so powerful. After hearing Gong Yu's account, Douluo mentally noted this information and silently reminded himself not to provoke the little chubby figure, who was far stronger than he initially thought. He would be guarding the herb garden alongside Gong Yu from now on, and it would be wise not to disturb him, lest he find himself on the receiving end of a beating. After providing these instructions, Gong Yu added, "We shall take our leave now. If anyone intrudes upon the herb garden, do not hesitate to give them a sound thrashing, especially those with the surname Tang. As long as they are not killed, you should beat them mercilessly." Understood. The surname Tang, right? Very well. Douluo had already deduced to whom Gong Yu was referring. Gong Yu nodded and said, "Indeed. If you encounter an opponent you cannot overcome, seek out Xiaobai." After imparting this advice, he promptly led Zhu Zhuqing away from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Continuing their quest for soul beasts, the duo wandered through the Sunset Forest for the better part of a day, yet they found nothing suitable. However, as they meandered, Gong Yu suddenly halted. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing, who trailed behind, also came to a stop. Initially, she assumed Gong Yu had stumbled upon something noteworthy. Little did she realize that he had indeed made a discovery, albeit not the soul beast Zhu Zhuqing sought. After pausing, Gong Yu pointed in a particular direction and said to Zhu Zhuqing, "I shall take you to witness an extraordinary spectacle." An extraordinary spectacle? Zhu Zhuqing felt perplexed. unable to fathom Gong Yu's meaning. She pondered to herself, in this desolate wilderness, what could possibly constitute an extraordinary spectacle? Could it be that there were individuals engaging in treachery within the dark confines of the forest? Gong Yu, however, chose not to elaborate. Instead, revealing a smile that was both enigmatic and profound, he remarked, "Once you go there, you will understand. It is approximately 200 meters away, and we must approach stealthily without making too much noise." Although 200 meters is not an extensive distance, the two of them moved cautiously, which took several minutes. Upon nearing their destination, roughly 50 meters away, Gong Yu and Zhu Qing crouched behind a thicket of grass. Gong Yu carefully parted the grass and gazed ahead, where a stunning beauty clad in pink attire captured his attention. At that moment, the enchanting woman was pressing her hands against the ground, gathering her soul rings. Recently, having frequently exchanged insights with Gong Lan, they had mutually validated their knowledge, leading Gong Yu to awaken a nascent form of the blue-silver domain. He continuously utilized the blue-silver perspective to observe the surroundings within a radius of 500 meters, which allowed him to detect Xiao Wu's presence long ago. "Look." Gong Yu pointed towards the front and said to Zhu Qing. Upon following Gong Yu's gesture, Zhu Qing, taken aback, exclaimed, "It's Xiao Wu. What brings her to the sunset forest all alone? And what is she doing now?" On her face, Gong Yu wore a smile, yet refrained from laughing aloud, fearing it might alert Xiao Wu. She spoke softly, "You were once one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Have you not observed anything extraordinary about Xiao Wu during your interactions with her? Is there anything particularly special about her?" Zhu Qing, still perplexed by Gong Yu's inquiry, recalled her past encounters with Xiao Wu and remarked, "If we are to speak of the extraordinary, Xiao Wu was once considered unattractive, but after enduring a beating, she transformed into a beauty that even I find myself envious of. Would that not qualify as special? What you deem special pales in comparison. It was I who disfigured her facial bones, resulting in her former unattractiveness." Gong Yu replied with a subtle smile, continuing, "What I refer to as special is Xiao Wu's ability to independently condense soul rings. Her several soul rings were not acquired through the hunting of soul beasts." Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing expressed her disbelief. How is that possible? How could a person possibly condense? However, before she could finish her sentence, she noticed that beneath Xiao Wu's feet, which originally bore 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, a white circle suddenly emerged around the outermost of the 3. The hue of the white circle gradually deepened, transitioning to a yellow that slowly replaced it. The yellow continued to intensify, shifting towards purple, until it was ultimately supplanted by a faint purple color, which continued to darken until it reached a normal deep purple shade before coming to a halt. Chapter 136. Tang San's devious intentions. Zhu Qing was left astounded, even questioning her own perception. A glance at Gong Yu revealed a triumphant smile on her face, causing Zhu Qing to feel a sense of embarrassment. Initially, she had intended to counter Gong Yu's assertions, yet she found herself swiftly contradicted. Gong Yu smiled and said, "As you mentioned, how could one possibly condense a soul ring by oneself? What if Xiao Wu is not human?" "Not human?" Zhu Qing was once again astonished by Gong Yu's astonishing words. However, observing Xiao Wu's various behaviors before her, she found herself compelled to believe in Gong Yu's assertion. Gong Yu remarked, "Do you recall 2 or 3 years ago when I encountered you in the Stardow Forest? At that time, you were also there hunting soul beasts. Subsequently, Xiao Wu was abducted by a Titan Great Ape, but she eventually returned, claiming to have ascended to the rank of Soul Master. However, did you ever harbor doubts regarding the veracity of her fabricated excuse? We never questioned her. Upon her return, she recounted that during her abduction, she heard a bellow from a cow, after which the Titan Great Ape released her. By sheer coincidence, she even came across a dying soul beast that was suitable for her, which she subsequently killed to obtain its soul ring." Zhu Qing shook her head as she reflected on Xiao Wu's words from that time, feeling that they were riddled with inconsistencies. "Ha ha," Gong Yu teased with a smile. "Being captured by a soul beast and expecting to be released? How absurd. That Titan Great Ape is merely a friend of Xiao Wu's. As for the bellowing, if it could be heard from such a distance, why couldn't you hear it? Look at the route she took back. It wasn't particularly far from you. Otherwise, how could she have found you so easily? Do you think the vast Stardow Forest is akin to the narrow streets of Swoto City, where one can simply stroll a few steps and stumble upon someone? Yet, despite the proximity, you failed to hear the bellow. Moreover, I was the one who informed you about Xiao Wu's situation later on, and I was nearby at the time, but I did not hear any so-called bellowing." Of course, this latter statement from Gong Yu was somewhat superfluous, After all, the members of Shilik had no way of knowing whether he had heard the bellow, thus making it impossible to ascertain the truth of Xiao Wu's words based on his account. What is Xiao Wu then? Is she a soul beast? Zhu Shiqing inquired. Gong Yu nodded and said, it is a spirit beast, and moreover, 100,000-year spirit beast. 100,000-year spirit beast? Zhu Shiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the most astonishing revelation she had encountered that day. She had never imagined that she had cohabited with a 100,000-year spirit beast for several months in the same dormitory. Observing the look of astonishment on Zhu Shiqing's face, Gong Yu surmised that her knowledge on the subject was rather limited. He mused that Yu Xiaojiang might also be unaware of much regarding 100,000-year spirit beasts, which explained why he had not enlightened his students about them. Thus, he succinctly provided Zhu Shiqing with a brief overview. When a spirit beast reaches the cultivation of 100,000 years, a heavenly tribulation will descend upon it. At this juncture, it faces two choices. One is to forcibly endure the tribulation. If it succeeds, it can continue cultivating for another 100,000 years. If it fails, it meets its demise. Should it succeed, another heavenly tribulation will arrive upon reaching 200,000 years of cultivation, and this pattern continues. For every additional 100,000 years of cultivation, a tribulation must be faced. If one can endure through 10 tribulations, it can ascend to the status of a beast god. Zhu Shiqing listened intently. This was information she was hearing for the first time, prompting her to recognize her own lack of knowledge. Internally, she resolved to study diligently upon her return. Just as she was absorbing this information, she noticed Gong Yu pause, prompting her to inquire, what about the second choice? Gong Yu smiled faintly, pointing to Xiao Wu, who was approximately 50 meters away, and said, there, the second option resembles her. Knowing that she cannot survive the tribulation, she chooses to transform into a human. Zhu Shiqing nodded in acknowledgement, yet her curiosity was piqued by another matter. She inquired, after transforming into a human, can killing her still yield a soul ring? This question momentarily stunned Gong Yu, who thought to himself, surely Zhu Shiqing does not covet Xiao Wu's soul ring? He contemplated seriously. Xiao Wu was a rabbit, while Zhu Shiqing's martial spirit was a cat. Logically, a cat's martial spirit absorbing a rabbit's soul ring would align in speed. Yet they were incompatible in attributes. Xiao Wu's attributes were exceedingly diverse. Her teleportation ability indicated a spatial attribute. Her invincible golden body suggested a metallic attribute, and her charm hinted at a mental attribute. However, she lacked a specialization, implying that her attributes were rather incongruous. Perhaps it was precisely due to Xiao Wu's absence of specialization that she lacked a domain. After all, the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python each possess their respective domains of gravity control and lethargy, yet Xiao Wu, having attained 100,000 years of cultivation, had none. In the original text, Xiao Wu indeed possesses no domain. Seeing Gong Yu remain silent for an extended period, Zhu Shiqing assumed he was ignorant of the answer as well. However, at that moment, Gong Yu replied, naturally. Killing her would still result in the birth of a soul ring. Regardless of her transformation, her essence as a soul beast remains unchanged. As long as she retains her essence as a soul beast, killing her will yield a soul ring. Ah, I see, Zhu Shiqing responded, though her eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts. Observing that Xiao Wu's soul ring had gradually stabilized, Gong Yu spoke again, let us depart. Her soul ring has taken shape. There is little left to observe. We should proceed to locate the soul beast you require, so we can return after acquiring the soul ring. Understood. Zhu Shiqing nodded in agreement. The two continued searching the vicinity for 2 more hours until they finally encountered a shadow leopard, a dark attribute beast nearing 5,000 years of age, perfectly suited to serve as Zhu Shiqing's soul ring. With Gong Yu's assistance, Zhu Shiqing successfully hunted the shadow leopard. Subsequently, Zhu Shiqing commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Time flew swiftly, and after approximately 2 hours, she had absorbed the soul ring, yet remained in a state of deep consolidation. At that moment, Gong Yu sensed an approaching presence. He activated his blue-silver time to observe the surrounding area within a 500-meter radius and discovered an intriguing individual stealthily approaching. No, rather, one could say he was sneaking about, moving with the stealth of a thief. Indeed, it was no exaggeration to call him a thief, for the individual was Tang San, a notorious figure known for pilfering secrets from the Tang sect. Observing Tang San's furtive approach left Gong Yu momentarily taken aback. What brings Tang San to this desolate place? After a brief moment of reflection, recalling his earlier encounter with Xiao Wu, he quickly pieced together the situation. Presumably, Xiao Wu's departure had caused Tang San to feel anxious, prompting him to leave the group in search of her. However, it seemed he had failed to find Xiaowu and had instead stumbled upon Gong Yu, leading him to follow. Maintaining his composure, Gong Yu feigned ignorance of Tang San's presence, curious to see what he intended to do. Chapter 137. The Ambush. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Tang San halted at a distance of 50 meters from Gong Yu, concealing himself behind a clump of grass. Reminiscent of the earlier scene where Gong Yu and Zhu Zhuqing had hidden, he parted the grass and peered out, only to discover that Gong Yu had vanished. This revelation startled Tang San, and he thought, could it be that I have been discovered? Impossible. I am no mere petty thief. During my infiltration of the Tang sect scripture repository, I was not discovered until the very last level. In such a situation, I successfully stole the Xiantian treasure record. So how could a mere Gong Yu detect me? After reassuring himself with these thoughts, Tang San regained his confidence. However, in the next moment, he heard a voice behind him. So, little thief, what exactly do you intend to do? Do you aspire to be a dragon knight? But even if you wish to be a dragon knight, there are no dragons here. Perhaps you aim to become a cat knight? That voice was all too familiar. It could only belong to Gong Yu. Gong Yu was reluctant to allow Tang San to approach. It was not that he feared Tang San, but rather that the latter was an utterly shameless and cunning individual. The stealthy following indicated malicious intent. If he were to launch a surprise attack with concealed weapons at Zhu Zhuqing, who was currently solidifying her cultivation, it would be a grave misfortune. Upon hearing Gong Yu's voice, Tang San broke out in a cold sweat. How had he been discovered? At that moment, Tang San discreetly retrieved the Zhuge crossbow from the moonlit night of the 20 stones and unexpectedly turned around, raising the crossbow to shoot at Gong Yu while simultaneously activating his ghost shadow misty step and fleeing. Seeking death. Gong Yu had already anticipated this move from Tang San, so when a dozen short arrows shot toward him from the Zhuge crossbow, he did not evade. Instead, he charged forward, unleashing the roar of the golden dragon, which caused the surrounding air to ripple. The barrage of arrows was neutralized by the undulating air and fell harmlessly to the ground, producing a series of metallic clinks. However, the roar of the golden dragon did not cease. It surged toward the fleeing Tang San. Despite the enhancement of speed granted by the ghost shadow misty step, it paled in comparison to the velocity of sound, and in the next instant, he was struck by the roar. Tang San felt a deafening thunder in his ears, nearly rendering him senseless, blood oozing from his ears. Nevertheless, he persisted in employing the ghost shadow misty step, determined to escape. Yet, in the next moment, he seemed to come to a realization and redirected his course toward Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, though a traitor, he had no desire to harm her. After all, they had once been comrades. However, to ensure his own escape, he was left with no choice but to sacrifice her for the greater good. As he activated the ghost shadow misty step, he murmured to himself, closing the 50-meter gap to a mere 20 in the blink of an eye. He then raised his right hand, launching silent wrist arrows at Zhu Zhuqing. Puff, puff, puff. Several steel needles shot from Tang San's wrist. And with Gong Yu's current mental strength, he could clearly perceive the trajectory of the needles. After firing a few, Tang San promptly turned to flee. Damn, I miscalculated. Gong Yu pursued closely behind, but he had only commenced his chase after unleashing the roar of the golden dragon, thus falling a step behind. Seeing Tang San aim the silent wrist arrows at Zhu Zhuqing startled Gong Yu. At this moment, she remained unconscious. If she were to awaken, with her soul sect strength, she would have no need to fear such trivial projectiles. However, in her current state, she was entirely defenseless, unable to either withstand or evade the attack. Cursing under his breath, Gong Yu decided to employ a different strategy. With a flicker of thought, he activated the power of time. However, the area of effect seemed rather extensive, and he was still 30 to 50 meters away from Zhu Zhuqing, causing the time dilation to merely delay events by 0.1 seconds. What could be accomplished in 0.1 seconds? Not much, as it could not allow Gong Yu to reach Zhu Zhuqing in time to shield her from the arrows. Instead, he opted for an alternative method. He activated a 6th-level soul guide. This device possessed magnetic properties, akin to a magnet, but its strength far surpassed that of ordinary magnets. Upon activating the soul guide, he hurled it forward just as the 0.1 seconds of time dilation concluded. At that moment, the steel needles, which were on the verge of piercing Zhu Zhuqing, slowed and then reversed course, drawn back to the soul guide. Seeing the steel needles being absorbed by the soul guide, Gong Yu breathed a sigh of relief, believing Zhu Zhuqing was finally safe. Yet, in that instant, Zhu Zhuqing coughed up a mouthful of blood. This Gong Yu's mind replayed the earlier events and realized that although the 6th-level soul guide had successfully attracted most of the steel needles, one had still managed to elude capture. The overwhelming magnetic force merely reduced the velocity of that needle, which ultimately penetrated Zhu Zhuqing's body by 2 or 3 centimeters, insufficient to be fatal. However, the attack did inadvertently injure her foundation as she was consolidating her cultivation, causing her to spit blood. Gong Yu, filled with indignation, gazed towards the direction in which Tang San had fled, now over 100 meters away. Damn it, that wretched little rascal, do you think you can escape? I possess a tracking soul-guided missile. Just watch as I obliterate you, he declared. With that, Gong Yu retrieved a 5th-level soul-guided missile equipped with tracking capabilities from his storage soul guide and locked onto his target, Tang San, preparing to launch. In the next moment, Tang San, who had already escaped to a distance of 150 meters, suddenly sensed an ominous presence of imminent death, causing his heart to race with alarm. With no other option, he intensified the use of his ghost shadow illusion, feeling a slight increase in his speed. Yet, despite this, the sense of impending doom did not wane. He felt something pursuing him but dared not look back, fearing that a mere glance might hinder his escape. In an instant, the 5th-level soul-guided missile launched by Gong Yu descended upon him. A tremendous explosion erupted, resonating with a deafening roar that echoed through the air, the shockwave enveloping a 30-meter radius. Within the tumult of the blast, Tang San remained obscured, rendering Gong Yu unable to ascertain his fate. Nevertheless, the probability of his demise seemed high, for despite Tang San's strength, he was still merely a quasi-soul master yet to absorb his 4th soul ring. However, if someone were to intervene and lend assistance, the outcome might differ. Gong Yu, uninterested in waiting for the shockwave of the explosion to dissipate, turned directly to observe Zhu Zhuqing's condition. Chapter 138. Zhu Zhuqing poisoning. Zhu Zhuqing, are you all right? Gong Yu inquired with genuine concern as he approached her. He feared that she might have been poisoned, that despicable little rascal had coated his hidden weapons with toxins. If she were to be struck by one of his projectiles and not receive timely treatment, she could very well face dire consequences. Could you help me remove that thing from my back? Zhu Zhuqing said weakly, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, appearing extremely disoriented. Gong Yu nodded, then withdrew the steel needle from Zhu Zhuqing's back. Observing the fresh crimson stains on the needle, he exhaled in relief, remarking, "It is not black," which indicates the absence of poison. Thank goodness. He then handed the needle back to Zhu Zhuqing, who took a glance at it and felt a sense of familiarity. Her brows furrowed in concern as she inquired, "This is Tang San's hidden weapon. Is he nearby? Why would he attack me? I harbor no enmity towards him." Gong Yu nodded lightly, then turned his gaze towards the side of the explosion caused by the soul-guided artillery shell. Zhu Zhuqing followed the direction of Gong Yu's eyes. There, the remnants of the explosion had dissipated, leaving behind a substantial crater with a radius of approximately 15 meters. Within that crater lay 2 individuals. Tang San was one, and the other was Tang Hao, clad in a black cloak with a hood. At this moment, Tang San was shielded beneath Tang Hao, yet despite this protection, he had lost half of one of his legs due to the blast. Tang Hao fared better, although his cultivation had regressed to the Soul Douluo level. The 5th-level soul-guided artillery shell, met with Tang Hao's full defensive stance, could inflict no significant harm upon him, merely causing superficial injuries. As if sensing the gaze of Gong Yu and Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Hao glanced back briefly, but it was merely a fleeting look. He then hoisted Tang San onto his back and swiftly took flight, departing the scene with great haste. Gong Yu, disinterested in pursuing the matter further, turned to address Zhu Zhuqing's earlier inquiry. "You were likely ensnared by my involvement. While you were absorbing the soul ring, I noticed Tang San lurking in the shadows, skulking at a distance of 50 meters, peering at you. I could not fathom his intentions. Given your experience with Shilek, you should be aware of the treachery inherent in the hidden weapons wielded by Tang San. At that distance, he could not harm me. Yet I was concerned for your safety, prompting me to confront him. In truth, I had no intention of inflicting harm upon him. My sole aim was to thwart his potential use of hidden weapons. However, he appeared to perceive me as a formidable threat, immediately unleashing his concealed armaments upon my approach before fleeing. He understood that mere evasion would not suffice, thus he redirected his aggression towards you, knowing I would inevitably rush to your aid, abandoning the pursuit of him." As he spoke, Gong Yu picked up a magnetic soul guide from the ground, presenting it to Zhu Zhuqing, where several steel needles were affixed to its surface. Upon examining the magnetic soul guide, Zhu Zhuqing's brow furrowed in concern. Gong Yu spoke again. Tang San's hidden weapon flew with such swiftness that, due to the distance between us, I was unable to provide immediate assistance. I had no choice but to adopt an alternative approach, utilizing this soul-guiding device to absorb Tang San's steel needles. Alas, one managed to slip through, and thus you were struck. Fortunately, thanks to the soul-guiding device, the needle that pierced you was mitigated, sparing you from fatal harm. I would have preferred to perish under that steel needle. Zhu Zhiqing lamented with a sorrowful expression. I have been rendered useless. Although the steel needle did not inflict a fatal injury, its sudden interference disrupted my focus, resulting in a backlash of soul power. My foundation has been compromised, and I fear that my cultivation will struggle to advance in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Gong Yu felt a sense of difficulty. He possessed a remedy capable of restoring Zhu Zhiqing's foundational strength, specifically the 9th grade purple Ganoderma, yet he was reluctant to offer it to her, as she was not his to claim. Let us first tend to your wounds. We can discuss other matters later, Gong Yu stated calmly. However, your injury is on your back, and to treat it, you will need to remove your clothing, so I must first seek your consent. Zhu Zhiqing nodded, though her face displayed a hint of discomfort, as aside from Oscar, no other man had laid eyes upon her form. Call me once you are ready, she said. As Zhu Zhiqing removed her upper garment, Gong Yu turned away, deliberately avoiding looking at her. Observing this, Zhu Zhiqing's expression softened somewhat. Before long, her voice broke the silence again. I am ready. Very well, Gong Yu replied, turning back. He first retrieved a flask of clean water from the soul-guiding device and gently cleaned the wound. Once it was properly sanitized, he applied healing medicine and affixed a medicinal patch directly onto the injury, concluding the treatment. Subsequently, Zhu Zhiqing procured a clean garment from her own soul-guiding device, preparing to change, when suddenly she sensed a peculiar reaction within her body. I think I have been poisoned. Quickly donning her outer clothing, Zhu Zhiqing's face flushed as she turned to Gong Yu, revealing her distress. Gong Yu, however, denied this assertion, stating, "It is impossible. I just examined that steel needle, and it is devoid of poison." Yet, Zhu Zhiqing interjected, "But my entire body is ablaze, and my blood is surging. I feel as though I have been poisoned. It shouldn't be the case." Gong Yu furrowed his brow, then once more picked up the steel needle from the ground, inhaling its scent before declaring, "There is indeed a medicinal aroma. However, I am certain it is not poison." "Ah, wait a moment," he continued, after inhaling that medicinal scent. "I too feel a slight surge of blood, albeit faint. Though I am not significantly affected, it certainly stirred my vitality momentarily. Nonetheless, it is indeed not poison." After detecting the fragrance emanating from the steel needle, Gong Yu sensed something amiss. If it is not poison, then why am I experiencing this? Zhu Zhiqing spoke again. At that moment, upon glancing at Zhu Zhiqing, he noticed her wide, watery eyes, her face radiating allure, though she still retained a semblance of clarity. This is troubling. Gong Yu appeared to grasp the situation and suddenly exclaimed, "The coating on that steel needle is not poison at all, but rather an aphrodisiac. It is not toxic in nature." Aphrodisiac? Zhu Zhiqing felt a chill of sweat trickle down her back, her mind racing with thoughts on how to navigate such a predicament. Did this mean she would have to engage in intimate relations with Gong Yu? The mere notion filled her with trepidation. To do so would equate to betraying Oscar, a betrayal she could not fathom. What should I do? In her desperation, Zhu Zhiqing found herself seeking Gong Yu's counsel. Gong Yu remarked, "Well, it seems that the aphrodisiac concocted by Tang San is rather potent. Even I, a soul emperor, find its effects overwhelming upon merely catching a whiff. As a member of the Soul Clan, you undoubtedly cannot endure it for long. However, we are too far from the academy, and it is likely that we will not make it back in time to seek Oscar's assistance." Gong Yu herself was taken aback, pondering how that little rascal had deviated from his usual methods of poison to resort to such an aphrodisiac. One could only wonder what had spurred him on. What am I to do? Zhu Zhiqing was on the verge of tears, feeling her consciousness slipping away. Realizing that it would not be long before she could no longer maintain her composure and would succumb to irrationality. Gong Yu's eyebrows twitched involuntarily as he remarked, "Perhaps it is time for you to find a soul beast, perhaps a monkey or an ape." Chapter 139. No offense intended. Are you out of your mind? Zhu Zhiqing scolded Gong Yu playfully, fully aware that his comment stemmed from a mischievous sense of humor rather than any genuine intent. However, at that moment, such jesting was profoundly inappropriate. "Oh, it was merely a jest." Gong Yu chuckled, yet upon observing Zhu Zhiqing's distressed expression, he realized she was truly at her limit. Therefore, he adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Now, it falls upon me to assist you. So, while you are still coherent, Please express your wishes, for you are, after all, Oscar's beloved. Gong Yu managed to return to the Academy of the Gods just in time, by utilizing a wormhole. It would only take an instant to get back. However, he had no intention of doing so. Firstly, he did not wish to expose such a method, and secondly, opportunities to exploit others' misfortunes were rare. Therefore, why should he take Zhu Zhuqing back? I am willing. Please help me. Zhu Zhuqing stammered, struggling against the effects of the potion while feeling embarrassed. Let me confirm, is this what you say while still conscious? Gong Yu asked with a serious expression. I am still conscious, Zhu Zhuqing nodded repeatedly. Well then, let us proceed. A slight smile appeared on Gong Yu's face. As the phrase no courtesy to a friend's wife popped into his mind, a jest made by Oscar to Tang San back in Soto City. As his words fell, Gong Yu drew Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace. 3 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing lay limply on the ground. Gong Yu retrieved a large bucket of water from his soul guide and placed it beside her, allowing her to clean herself. How do you feel now? Has the effect of the potion subsided? Gong Yu asked casually. It has subsided, Zhu Zhuqing replied feebly, recalling earlier events and blushing as she added. How do you know so many tricks? Hearing this, Gong Yu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. It was quite normal to possess various tricks. After all, who hadn't he watched a few films from the island nation in their past life? Thanks to those films, he could never forget the tricks he had learned, even if he lived another life. You are quite impressive as well. No wonder you have received courtly education. I assume the women of the Zhu family must often be instructed by palace matrons. Otherwise, how could you know so much? After receiving praise, Gong Yu felt compelled to return the compliment. It was a matter of reciprocity. It's all right. The women of the Zhu family begin learning court etiquette at the age of 3 or 4, as we are destined for marriage into the Xinglua royal family. By the age of 10, we start receiving teachings from the matrons regarding such matters. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing rose to her feet and began washing herself by the bucket. That sounds about right, but living in the Zhu family must be exhausting. While other children at 3 or 4 are still playing in the mud, you are already learning etiquette, Gong Yu remarked with a sigh. Since the Zhu family is destined to produce emperors and empresses, it is necessary to cultivate the girls from a young age. Otherwise, sending an ignorant empress into the palace would be a laughingstock. Zhu Zhuqing sighed as well, understanding her family's actions, but she was simply unwilling to accept such a fate. That is true, Gong Yu nodded, but suddenly the image of Oscar flashed in his mind, prompting him to ask, by the way, now that we have done this, what will you do with Oscar? I don't know, Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly, feeling that Gong Yu had touched a sensitive subject. She sighed again and said, let's keep it a secret for now. What else could she do but keep it hidden? After all, this was ultimately her betrayal of Oscar. Though she harbored resentment towards Tang San, if not for him, none of this would have transpired. I have no objections. Since your heart belongs to Oscar, I will not force you to be my woman, Gong Yu said nonchalantly. Then, recalling something, he asked, how did you and Oscar end up together? Weren't you Dai Mubai's fiancé? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression stiffened. You don't know? What should I know? Gong Yu was bewildered. He genuinely had no idea what had transpired. The machinations of Gong Shui, Gong Xier, and Gong Miao Miao had remained hidden from him until now. You actually don't know. Seeing Gong Yu's confused expression, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of frustration. Thanks to you all, that day outside the Soul Arena in Soto City. She then recounted the events of that day, although what she shared was merely speculation from Shailik and the others, as they had not witnessed who had initiated the actions against them. Now Gong Yu understood completely. No wonder Gong Shui, Gong Xier, and Gong Miao Miao had kept silent. They had indeed crossed the line and were too afraid to speak out. However, since so much time had passed, he had no intention of blaming them. Yet, their decision to keep it from him was wrong. He felt he would need to have a serious talk with those 3 girls later. What you've said is merely speculation and is somewhat hard to believe. Moreover, at that time, my people were busy preparing to venture into the Stardow Forest, so they likely had no time to do such things to you. Gong Yu knew it was his own people who had acted, but he could never admit it, not in a million years. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing they indeed lacked evidence to substantiate their initial conjectures. Thus, she had nothing further to say. Since the events had already transpired, all she could do was accept them. Gong Yu gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and felt a twinge of sympathy for her. She would never ascend to the rank of empress, and her cultivation foundation had been irreparably damaged by Tang San. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to extend a gesture of compensation to her. Thus, he spoke again, By the way, I can resolve the issue with your damaged cultivation foundation. With that, he retrieved a small rectangular jade box from his soul guide and opened it. Inside lay a purple spirit mushroom, the illustrious 9-pin purple mushroom. Presenting the vibrant mushroom to Zhu Zhuqing, Gong Yu remarked, "This is the 9-pin purple mushroom, known for its ability to solidify one's foundation and enhance vital energy. Consuming it should help restore your cultivation base. Is it truly effective?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld the emerald-stemmed mushroom adorned with 9 leaves. A flicker of desire ignited within her, yet she refrained from reaching out to take it. She found herself perplexed as to why Gong Yu would bestow such a precious item upon her. If it were merely compensation for their previous encounter, he needn't have gone to such lengths, and she had never anticipated seeking any form of recompense from him. "Take it," Gong Yu urged. "Surely, you do not wish to remain stagnant at the Soul Sect for eternity. Restoring your foundation is of utmost importance." Noting her hesitation, he continued, "Do not overthink it. I consider you a member of the Divine Battle Team. Your current predicament could hinder the team's progress, so I am merely providing you with a means of support." In order to assuage Zhu Zhuqing's doubts and encourage her acceptance of the 9-pin purple mushroom, Gong Yu felt compelled to articulate his rationale in this manner. Zhu Zhuqing recognized that Gong Yu was deliberately framing his words to facilitate her acceptance of the mushroom. After a moment of contemplation, she eventually raised her hand and accepted the 9-pin purple mushroom, inquiring, "How should I consume it?" Chapter 140. The Auction of Tang How Soul Bone. Gong Yu let out a sigh of relief. It was a comfort to know that Zhu Zhuqing was willing to accept the 9-piece purple Ganoderma, which could be regarded as a form of compensation for her. He then remarked, "The 9-piece purple Ganoderma is one of the finest varieties among the spiritual fungi. Its medicinal properties are gentle, and there are no particular intricacies in its consumption. Simply ingest it and then meditate to absorb its healing essence." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was about to place the 9-piece purple Ganoderma into her mouth to chew, but Gong Yu interrupted her. "Are there any other precautions to consider?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, thinking that Gong Yu had further instructions to impart. Gong Yu shook his head, yet with an awkward smile, he remarked, "You should first put on your clothes. Do you intend to meditate and absorb the essence of the medicine in such a state of undress?" As he concluded his statement, he pinched his chin and added, "Though, I must say, you are quite impressive. Compared to Gong Lan, yours is at least a third larger." Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed a deep crimson, and although words lingered on the tip of her tongue, she refrained from speaking further. Instead, she retrieved her garments from the ground and donned them. Only after this did Zhu Zhuqing settle into a cross-legged position, beginning to consume the 9-grade purple Ganoderma and subsequently meditating to absorb its medicinal potency. As time trickled by, 3 hours swiftly elapsed. At a certain moment, Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of divine light shimmering within them. However, at that moment, she appeared quite disheveled, her body smeared with dirt. Gong Yu smiled gently and retrieved a large bucket of water from the soul guide device, placing it beside Zhu Zhuqing. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, but she soon nodded and began to cleanse the dirt from her visage. "What level has your soul power reached now?" Gong Yu inquired once Zhu Zhuqing had finished her task. "My soul power has attained level 43, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a faint smile, addressing Gong Yu. Gong Yu nodded and remarked, "It is not as much as I had anticipated. The 9-rank purple Ji, after all, merely attains the level of excellence, yet does not qualify as an immortal grade, given that Zhu Zhuqing has now ascended to the Soul Sect. The consumption of the 9-rank purple Ji will not only restore her foundational strength but also grant an unexpected enhancement of 2 levels in soul power, surpassing Gong Yu's expectations." Upon his words, Zhu Zhuqing gently expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." "There is no need for thanks," Gong Yu replied with a wandering gaze. "I have stated that this is not solely for you, but for the entire team." Zhu Zhuqing smiled subtly, remarking, "If you say it is not, then it is not." To preserve mutual dignity, it was best left unspoken. She then seamlessly shifted the topic, inquiring, "Shall we prepare to return now?" Gong Yu glanced at the time and then at the darkening sky, shaking his head as he remarked, "It will soon be dark. I fear we won't make it back in time. I shall find a safe place to camp for the night and return at dawn." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, expressing no objections. Night swiftly descended upon them. During the night, Gong Yu utilized his 5th soul skill to conjure a Tang Hao avatar to keep watch. He also set an alarm on his soul guide watch, which would sound every 3 hours. He then released the 5th soul skill again to create another Tang Hao avatar for their vigil, thus alleviating any concerns regarding safety. The two occupied separate tents. Yet in the latter half of the night, Zhu Qing stealthily crept into Gong Yu's tent. "What brings you here?" Upon sensing Zhu Qing's presence, Gong Yu felt a flicker of excitement within him, though he was perplexed as to why she would come to him. He had always perceived Zhu Qing as a devoted girl. Despite the day's events, he believed that was merely a matter of necessity, after which they would likely not have further interactions of that nature. "I don't know. I just couldn't sleep, so I came over." Zhu Qing offered no excuses as she tossed and turned inside the tent, the day's occurrences lingering in her mind. She found herself somewhat enamored with Gong Yu's various charms. Believing that Oscar would never be able to learn such nuances, he would only ever possess a singular attribute, which had begun to bore her. "I am no saint. If you truly feel this way, I shall not hold back." Gong Yu spoke with a mischievous glint in his voice. Though his fervent gaze was obscured by the night, the heat emanating from him made his intentions unmistakable. "I have little left to lose, having erred once. What harm is there in erring again? Besides, once we return to the academy, there may be no further opportunities to stray." Zhu Qing's words were laden with significance as she nestled into the blankets. Soon, the tent was filled with delightful sounds. The night passed swiftly. In the morning, they emerged from their tents, refreshed, and after a quick wash, they consumed some dry rations for breakfast before embarking on their journey back to the academy. By midday, they finally returned to Tiando City. After escorting Zhu Qing to the academy, Gong Yu had no intention of entering. Instead, he headed straight home. Time passed, and the day before the commencement of the Soul Master Elite competition arrived. On this day, Tiando City was to host a grand auction, strategically timed to coincide with the buzz surrounding the upcoming competition. The Tiando auction house, being quite astute, aimed to attract various powers by organizing a large auction on this day. Among the items to be auctioned was a soul bone that Gong Yu intended to sell, specifically that of Tang Hao. 5 days prior, when he had taken the soul bone for appraisal, he had explicitly stated that it was a fragment from Tang Hao's arm and that the purchase would include the arm itself. Initially, the appraiser at the Tiando auction house was taken aback by Gong Yu's claim, hesitating to accept it. Ultimately, they had to summon their supervisor. The supervisor, unfazed by the situation, understood the complex forces backing the Tiando auction house and showed no fear regarding the so-called Tang Hao. Thus, they complied with Gong Yu's request and accepted the soul bone along with Tang Hao's arm. This also served as an excellent publicity stunt. Once the news broke, it would undoubtedly draw greater interest from powerful factions. The supervisor would have been foolish not to seize such an opportunity. Indeed, once the announcement of Tang Hao's soul bone being auctioned spread, it sent ripples throughout the continent. Who was Tang Hao? He had once set the record as the youngest titled Douluo, a feat that, though soon surpassed by BB Dawn, still held significance. To acquire a soul bone from Tang Hao, one would have to cause him to lose a hand or a leg, leading many to be more intrigued by the identity of the individual capable of such an extraordinary feat than the soul bone itself. Following the sensational news, various factions hastened to Tiando City to partake in this unprecedented auction. On this day, outside the Tiando auction house, Gong Yu, accompanied by his 9 sisters, entered through the exclusive VIP passage. Indeed, it was 9 sisters, as Nar had returned 3 days prior. After 2 years of slumber, she had finally absorbed the effects of the heartbreak red medicine, and her injuries had improved by 30% from the initial prognosis. However, Nar still bore significant injuries, prompting Gong Yu to devise a plan, this time setting his sights on the crystal blood dragon ginseng held by the Min clan. Gong Yu and the ladies swiftly entered a private room, the esteemed Room 1. This room was exceedingly expensive. The detestable Tiando auction house truly knows how to extort money. No sooner had they entered than Gong Lan began to voice her grievances vociferously. Gong Yu, with a faint smile, remarked, "We are not lacking in funds. Matters that can be resolved with money are hardly matters at all." Indeed, they were in no shortage of wealth. The soul guide industry under Gong Yu's name had developed into a comprehensive industrial chain, generating nearly 10 million gold soul coins in pure profit each month, leaving them untroubled by financial concerns. However, Gong Yu harbored a discontent towards the Tiando auction house. While they were willing to spend, they refused to be taken advantage of. Gong Lan, serving as the family's financial overseer, meticulously accounted for every expenditure, leaving no ambiguity. It's merely a one-time expense. Thereafter, they shall never receive another coin from us." A subtle smile graced Gong Yu's lips, clearly hinting at something deeper. "What does the young master imply?" Gong Lan inquired, somewhat perplexed. It was evident that even the other ladies nearby shared her confusion. Gong Yu smiled and inquired, "Do you know why I brought you here today? Isn't it for the auction?" Gong Shui, who typically shunned intellectual engagement, seemed to have fallen back into her old habit and was the first to speak, seeking a retort. As anticipated, when her voice faded, Gong Miao Miao chimed in. "Old 8, you are about to turn 15. Can't you exercise your brain before speaking? We have attended auctions before. Does young master really need to go through all this trouble to bring everyone here? Surely, there must be another reason." "You chatterbox, old 7, Gong Shui huffed, turning her head away in displeasure. It had been a while since these two had exchanged banter, and Gong Yu found amusement in their playful rivalry, quietly listening to their exchange. Once the two fell silent, Gong Yu continued, "Indeed, we are here for the auction, but it is not solely for that purpose. The main reason is to unveil the true nature of the Tiando auction house." "What do you mean by the true nature of the Tiando auction house?" Gong Lan asked. Her confusion mirrored in the eyes of the other girls. Gong Yu patiently elucidated, "To speak of the true nature of the Tiando auction house, it is, in fact, the largest human trafficking organization within the Tiando Empire. You will understand once the auction commences." As soon as Gong Yu's words fell, a knock resonated from outside the door. An immediate wave of murderous intent surged forth. After all, what Gong Yu had just uttered would not bode well if overheard by those beyond the threshold. Observing the concern among the women, Gong Yu smiled gently and gestured with his hand, saying, "Lanner, please open the door. It is someone we know." With Gong Yu's formidable mental acuity, he had long since discerned the identity of the person outside, which was why he felt at ease. Gong Lan nodded slightly, then proceeded to open the door, only to find that the person outside merely handed her a letter before departing. A glance at the envelope, adorned with the emblem of the dark web, confirmed her belief that the individual mentioned by Gong Yu was indeed an ally, allowing her to finally relax. She walked back and handed the letter to Gong Yu. Gong Yu took the envelope and, upon opening it, revealed a hint of satisfaction in his smile. Nair, who had been quietly observing from the side, noticed Gong Yu's beaming expression and teasingly remarked, "Brother Yu, your smile seems rather sinister. Is there some delightful news?" "How could my smile be sinister?" Gong Yu retorted, pursing his lips as his gaze fell upon Nair. A burgeoning desire to pluck the delicate flower before him blossomed within him. Now 2 years older, Nair had blossomed into a graceful figure with alluring curves. "Hiki, brother Yu, this is not a matter for jest." Nair playfully stuck out a rosy tongue. "Who said it was not a matter for jest?" Gong Yu affectionately pinched Nair's delicate nose and handed her the letter, saying, "Here, take a look for yourself." Nair accepted the note and glanced at it. Curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Crystal blood dragon ginseng? What does brother Yu need that for? What purpose does it serve?" Gong Yu, however, shook his head and replied, "It is not for my use, but rather for yours." Nair, raising an eyebrow in confusion, responded, "I appreciate your kind intentions, brother Yu, but it seems that ordinary ginseng holds little value for me. One might even say it is of no use at all. Why then would you go to the trouble of acquiring such a thing for me? For Nair, or rather for the Silver Dragon King, only items of divine quality would suffice. Anything less, even if it were a celestial herb, would need to reach the exalted status of something like the Heartbreak Red to hold any significance for her." Gong Yu remarked, "Nair, the injuries you bear cannot be healed by mere mundane remedies. However, the crystal blood dragon ginseng is distinct. It complements the effects of the Heartbreak Red. Since you have already consumed the Heartbreak Red, the crystal blood dragon ginseng must undoubtedly follow." The other young ladies, upon hearing of Nair's injuries, were taken aback, yet they refrained from probing further. They were not oblivious. Recognizing that Nair required such an extraordinary remedy, as the Heartbreak Red indicated that her wounds were far from ordinary. Thus, inquiring would likely yield no clarity. "Very well. I shall heed brother Yu's advice," Nair replied, nodding with a sweet warmth in her heart. After a brief exchange, the auction finally commenced. Gong Lan approached the grand window, facing the auction hall, drawing back the curtains. With a press of a nearby button, the soundproof barrier on the window automatically lifted. As the curtains parted, the entire scene of the auction hall unfolded before her eyes. The hall resembled a grand auditorium, its arrangement akin to the central arena of a large spirit fighting venue, featuring a circular dais at its center, surrounded by concentric rings of seats radiating outward. The seating was divided into 5 distinct sections. The 3 rows closest to the dais were adorned in crimson, radiating outward in succession through black, purple, yellow, and finally white, evidently designated according to the status of the bidders. The innermost red seats were accessed through a special passage and were guarded by dedicated security personnel. This was the so-called million-level VIP area, reserved solely for individuals of significant standing. The surrounding black seats constituted the ordinary million-level VIP section, accessible to anyone with wealth, thus classified as secondary black VIPs. Further out, the purple seats represented the 500,000 level purple VIPs, while the yellow seats were for the 100,000 level ordinary VIPs. The outermost white seats, the most expansive in area, were designated for the most common VIPs. However, this title was somewhat misleading, as entry merely required a modicum of wealth, with some individuals attending merely for the sake of spectacle. Naturally, some, like Gong Yu and her companions, preferred not to sit among other bidders and opted for private boxes instead. Yet, there were also affluent individuals who deliberately chose to occupy the white section, such as Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, who enjoyed flaunting his presence in that area. Beside her, Gong Yu seemed to have noticed Ning Fengji's presence, instinctively clenching her fist. Gong Yu observed this detail about Gong Yu, yet he refrained from inquiring. He trusted that when the time was right to speak, Gong Yu would naturally confide in him. Chapter 142. Cat Girl Gong Shui observed the 5 distinct areas, noting the varied attitudes of the female attendants toward the guests. Curiosity got the better of her as she inquired, "Dear brother, why is there such a stark contrast in the demeanor of the attendants across each section?" Some appeared decidedly unwelcoming, lacking even a professional smile, while others seemed to delight in flirtation. However, before Gong Yu could respond, Gong Miao interjected sharply, "You truly are naive. Is this a question that needs asking? Just look at their provocative attire. It's clearly designed to allure the affluent. As for those with poor attitudes, they are merely assigned the less favorable areas. Can you expect kindness from someone who looks down on others?" Gong Yu smiled softly and remarked, "Those attendants are inherently part of the auction house, including their very lives. They were purchased at a tender age, raised to serve this establishment. Not only do they function as service personnel here, but they are also integral to the auction process. If someone is willing to pay, they can be bought and sold." Once again, we are confronted with the abhorrent reality of human trafficking. Gong Xiao clenched his fists, his face etched with fury. This is nothing short of slavery. Yet the 2 great empires explicitly prohibit the trade of slaves. The other women nodded in agreement, sharing his indignation. Gong Yu, with a disdainful smile, remarked, "How can one place faith in the decrees of 2 great empires? Such edicts are merely for show, perpetually serving the interests of the nobility. Moreover, this is the Tiandou auction house, where the influence of the Tiandou royal family looms large. Thus, it is not only slaves that are sold here. There exists nothing that this place dares not trade." The varying attitudes of those young women towards the guests stem from the fact that they have long since relinquished their hearts and are powerless to determine their own fates. All they can do is submit. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, the expressions on several young girls' faces gradually shifted, their hearts swelling with sympathy. Yet, they simultaneously felt a sense of relief for their own circumstances. Reflecting on their past, they pondered whether, had they not been purchased by Gong Yu, they might have ended up akin to the auction house attendants, perhaps even faring worse than them. "Can we buy them all?" At this juncture, the kind-hearted Gong Lan inquired. "Buying them is certainly feasible. After all, we are not lacking in funds," Gong Yu replied nonchalantly, "but acquiring them would ultimately be a tragedy for them." "How so?" Gong Lan asked, puzzled. Gong Yu spoke with a hint of helplessness, stating that these waitresses possessed no survival skills beyond serving men. Even if one were to purchase them, their beauty would ultimately compel them to rely on seeking refuge in the arms of men for survival, with some even facing a fate more tragic than others. Gong Lan remarked, "We can impart skills to them. With so many enterprises under our banner, we can directly teach them the necessary techniques to guide them into the industry." Gong Yu slowly responded, "Lanner, your perspective remains rather superficial. Although these individuals lack souls in their own worlds, they never suffer from deprivation. In fact, they often lead more fulfilling lives than the majority of commoners. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is simple, yet the reverse is arduous. Teaching them skills may not elicit gratitude. Then what should we do? Shall we not save them?" Gong Lan asked, casting her gaze toward the other children present, feeling a pang of compassion. While the two conversed, an auctioneer emerged at the front of the auction house. After introducing himself, he took out a microphone and, with a beaming smile, announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall commence today's first auction item. To create an inviting atmosphere, we have decided to present this unique item as our first auction piece." As he spoke, He gestured for 3 burly men to bring forth a cart covered in red cloth. The cart concealed something within, which appeared to be a large, square box. All eyes in the room were drawn to the large box beneath the red cloth, and conversations ceased. It carries the essence of a living being, Nara in box 1 remarked, furrowing her brow. From a distance, she could already sense that the box contained a living person. You could smell it from that far away. Gong Shui responded with a hint of envy for Nara's ability, oblivious to the fact that it stemmed from the characteristics of a soul beast. I say, old 8. That should not be the focus of our attention. Gong Xiu interjected. Did you not hear the essence of her words? The key point is the essence of a living being, meaning that the cage holds a living person, which is an auction item. Upon hearing Gong Xiu's words, Gong Shui finally grasped the implication and instinctively furrowed her brow. They had attended numerous auctions in Gingxin City, yet they had never witnessed the auctioning of a living individual. The crowd's attention shifted back to the auctioneer, who mysteriously queried, "Can anyone guess what this is?" Allow me to reveal to you, esteemed guests, that the starting bid for this item is 100,000 gold soul coins, with increments of no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. This is truly a premium item. As an auctioneer, he was adept at stirring the atmosphere and igniting the bidders' enthusiasm, successfully capturing their attention. Now, dear guests, please observe closely, he continued, pulling the red cloth away with a flourish. In a flash of red light, what was revealed was not a box, but rather a massive iron cage, within which curled a young girl. Her body was mostly exposed, with only her essential parts obscured by shells. As she curled up, her face remained somewhat obscured. Yet her figure was nearly perfect. Her fair skin resembled lustrous jade, and her short, light green hair was enchanting. Almost immediately, the auctioneer produced a stick from somewhere and gently prodded the girl's ear, revealing her unique features. A cat girl? Gong Lan exclaimed in surprise from box 1. It was clear that the girl possessed ears not belonging to a human, but rather the pointed ears of a feline. Under the gentle touch of the auctioneer's stick, her ears flushed a shade of pink. The auctioneer then explained, "Dear guests, you have not misjudged. This is a rare cat girl. During her martial spirit awakening, her body underwent a transformation, granting her some feline traits. Her eyes are mismatched, one blue and one green, exuding charm, and she even has a long tail." He punctuated his words by striking the girl's rear with the stick. Startled by the pain, she twisted her body, revealing a white cat tail that had been hidden behind her. The auctioneer continued, "She is likely one of a kind on this continent. To possess such a beautiful cat girl as a companion is a tremendous fortune. Imagine the scene if one were to grasp her tail while attending to matters." His expression turned suggestive as he spoke. Chapter 143, Tang San's auction item. Esteemed guests, the auction has commenced. You may begin bidding. The auctioneer scanned the bidding area and noted the impatience of several eager bidders, prompting him to declare the bidding open. What a bunch of scoundrels. Gong Shui could hardly contain her indignation, but was restrained by Gong Miao Miao beside her. "Patience," Gong Miao Miao advised. "Our master has his own plans." Upon hearing this, Gong Shui reluctantly suppressed her frustration, pondering how this time they had not engaged in their usual banter. The bidding soon escalated to a staggering 170,000 gold soul coins. When the price reached 200,000 gold soul coins, Gong Yu boldly called out, "400,000. At this declaration, the room erupted in astonishment. The notion of spending 400,000 on a cat girl seemed imprudent. She could hardly be worth more than 200,000 at most. Many in the audience speculated that the person in box 1 must be a fool for doubling the bid. Is Big Brother perhaps like those scoundrels? Gong Shui thought to herself, feeling a twinge of disappointment at Gong Yu's bidding. What nonsense are you spouting? Gong Lan could not help but chastise her sister. Our master has his reasons. Gong Shui turned her face away, evidently still feeling a sense of defiance within her. At that moment, Gong Yu smiled and remarked, "The cat girl still has a chance. Observe her gaze. It differs from that of the female attendants. She has not yet descended to the level of a mere profit-generating machine in the auction house, which is precisely why I made my bid. However, Xiao Shui, do you truly perceive me as so despicable that I have lost even the slightest bit of your trust?" Gong Shui was momentarily at a loss for words. Her earlier outburst had been driven by her straightforward nature and a tinge of indignation. "All right, you should take a moment to reflect. When will you learn to control your temper? You are no longer a child," Gong Lan admonished Gong Shui once more. With her sister's words hanging in the air, Gong Shui could only acquiesce and fall silent. At that juncture, the auctioneer's voice echoed once again. 400,000. The super VIP in box 1 bids 400,000 gold soul coins. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? A hush fell over the crowd. At such a price, it seemed implausible that anyone would dare to raise their offer. Even the most reckless of individuals would hesitate to spend such a sum on a cat girl, especially when this was merely the first item up for auction, with many more precious items yet to be contested. Seeing that no one was inclined to raise the bid, the auctioneer was not disheartened, for the price achieved for this initial item had already far exceeded its intrinsic value multiple times over, resulting in a significant profit. 40 gold soul coins once. 40 gold soul coins twice. 40 gold soul coins thrice sold. This cat girl now belongs to the super VIP of Box 1. With a smile, the auctioneer struck the gavel on the auction table, declaring the transaction successful. Once the deal was finalized, Gong Lan voiced her confusion. I understand that you have your reasons for acquiring the cat girl, but I am perplexed as to why you chose to bid such a high price when it was entirely unnecessary. It was not just Gong Lan. The other young women present in the box shared similar sentiments. Gong Yu smiled gently and remarked, we are not in want of money. I find it tedious to haggle with that group of misers, so I prefer to raise the price all at once for the sake of convenience. Upon hearing this, Gong Lan furrowed her brow and replied, however, such an approach is excessively wasteful, and it merely hands over a substantial sum of money to the Tiando auction house, which is hardly justifiable. With a light chuckle, Gong Yu responded, it seems you perceive a hint of extravagance, do you not? Lanner, do you truly think my wealth is so easily acquired? Gong Lan shook her head. Although she did not fully comprehend the meaning behind Gong Yu's words, she sensed that there was a deeper significance to what he was saying. Gong Yu continued, do you recall what I mentioned earlier? The young master spoke many words. Which one do you specifically refer to? Gong Lan inquired, somewhat puzzled. Gong Yu remarked, from the very beginning, I stated that they shall no longer receive our financial support. I was not jesting. Upon hearing this, Gong Lan's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had grasped the implication of Gong Yu's words. She then inquired, are you planning to uproot the influence of the Tiando auction house? You have remained dormant for a year or two. Gong Yu, with a serene demeanor, responded, it appears that without your actions, the trafficking of people has resurfaced. Do you not wish to undertake a significant endeavor to instill fear in those unscrupulous opportunists? Thus, you intend to take action against the Tiando auction house, an entity with profound connections, in order to instill trepidation throughout the realm. In an instant, Gong Lan discerned Gong Yu's intentions. Gong Yu, however, shook his head and replied, it is not I who have acted, but rather it is you who have taken action. Gong Lan nodded and gazed at her companions, stating, sisters, it appears our moment to act has arrived once more. This time, we must uproot that damned auction house entirely. Upon hearing her words, the girls nearby became visibly excited. However, a sense of bitterness welled up within Gong Yu. It seemed rather fanciful to believe they could dismantle the intricately woven power of the Tiando auction house with a single endeavor. Nevertheless, since they were determined to uproot it, she would naturally assist them. In truth, she had already gathered information about the influences linked to the Tiando auction house through the dark web. It was feasible to coordinate actions across various branches of the dark web to eliminate the known factions. Albeit these factions were merely a portion of those associated with the Tiando auction house. Observing the girl's fervent expressions, Gong Yu smiled and declared, very well. We shall leave this matter here. Once the auction concludes, prepare yourselves for action tonight. Riding on the fervor of the Soul Master Elite competition, let us create a sensational event across the continent just before the competition begins. The girls nodded in agreement and settled down to continue watching the auction. Soon, another item was presented, a mere small cart, with its contents uncovered by a red cloth. The auctioneer began his introduction. This item has been hailed by our auctioneer as the most exquisite weapon, named Shadow of Sand. Esteemed guests, do not be deceived by its diminutive size. Its power is truly astonishing. As he spoke, the auctioneer lifted the Shadow of Sand from its tray. Our appraisers are baffled by the method of its creation. Once deployed, this weapon can instantaneously shoot out 36 steel needles, capable of piercing a steel plate 1 centimeter thick within a 15-meter range. And each needle is coated with a paralyzing toxin. Additionally, a cloud of mist will shroud the shot. This is an extraordinary defensive weapon with a total of 3 shots. If utilized wisely, it can easily incapacitate an opponent in battle. After hearing the auctioneer's introduction, Gong Yu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated the presence of Tang San at the auction. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. As the Tiando auction house's auction of Tang House Soul Bone had spread throughout the continent, making it quite normal for Tang San, as Tang House son, to be here. Yet, Gong Yu was puzzled. Had Tang San recovered from the injury he sustained when half of his leg was blown off a fortnight ago? In box number 1. Upon catching sight of the shadow of sand, Gong Xiao felt an urge to bid for it. As a forger, encountering such a delicate item naturally sparked her desire to purchase it for further study. However, after scrutinizing it for a while longer, she refrained from calling out a bid. In her view, despite the exquisite craftsmanship, the forging technique was lamentably crude, failing to even reach the level of 1,000-fold forging. Such a poorly made object was not worth her while, even if offered for free. Are you not planning to purchase it for study? Gong Yu inquired. Having noticed Gong Xiao's initial interest, yet unaware that Gong Xiao had dismissed the idea due to her disdain for the weapon's inferior craftsmanship, Gong Xiao shook her head and remarked, "Young master, I am a spirit-forging blacksmith. How could I possibly be enamored with such crude trinkets?" After acquiring her 5th spirit ring, Gong Xiao's strength ascended once more, and with her formidable prowess as a foundation, her forging skills evolved into spirit forging. Gong Yu smiled gently and remarked, "It's just as well that we won't be photographing it. While it appears exquisite, the craftsmanship of its creator leaves much to be desired. I must confide in you that this item was, in fact, forged by Tang San." Upon hearing this, Gong Xiao scoffed derisively and replied, "No wonder it is such an eyesore. Had it been crafted using spiritual forging techniques, its power would undoubtedly have increased manifold." Gong Yu was amused by Gong Xiao, who remarked, "Currently, it seems that you and I are the only 2 spirit forging masters in this world. There may be many who meet the criteria for spirit forging, yet they remain oblivious to how to transcend into it. Therefore, even if Tang San wishes to engage in spirit forging, it is an unattainable endeavor for him. Furthermore, is it truly worthwhile to forge something of little practical use?" The young master spoke of his travels. Gong Xiao nodded, feeling he had perhaps been too earnest in his musings. The crowd then turned their attention back to the stage, where the shadow of sand had quickly been auctioned off. Once again purchased by Ning Fengji for the sum of 10,000 gold soul coins, Ning Fengji contemplated taking it back to the sect, to the blacksmith shop under the 7-treasure glazed tile school, to study it and devise a means for mass production. However, he was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts, as he remained unaware that the concealed weapon crafted by Tang San was designed to thwart imitation. Thus, it was impossible for anyone to study it. Following the sale of the shadow of sand, another item was brought forth for auction, a small cart, which, like the previous item, was not covered with a red cloth. "Young master, it is your 6th-level soul-guiding device," exclaimed Gong Lan, her excitement palpable as she spotted the item being presented on stage. At this moment, Gong Xiao interjected, "Are you not concerned about a potential leak of techniques by auctioning off that soul-guiding device?" Gong Yu shook her head and said, Xiao, what are you thinking? A technical leak is impossible. The soul guide devices I create are equipped with self-destruction arrays. If anyone attempts to dismantle them for research, the array will activate and the device will be destroyed instantly." At this point, Gong Yu smugly pursed her lips, adding, "Furthermore, even if those blacksmiths were to study them, they would not yield any results. The intricacies of such arrays are not understood by just anyone, and even if someone did comprehend them, they would still be incapable of forging spirit-forged metals." "All right, perhaps I was overthinking it," acknowledged Gong Xiao, tapping her head, realizing her concerns were somewhat unwarranted. As they conversed, the auctioneer's voice resonated once more in the auction hall, introducing a particular soul guide device. This is an attack-type soul guide. The user can channel their soul power into it, launching a concentrated beam of attack. Any soul master below the rank of Soul Emperor struck by this beam is assuredly doomed, while those of the Soul Emperor rank may also find themselves fatally wounded if their defenses are inadequate. Even if they survive, they will undoubtedly be gravely injured. The lethality diminishes significantly against Soul Sage-level opponents, yet it can still inflict substantial harm. Against higher-ranked Soul Masters, the damage will be further reduced, but not entirely negligible. Upon hearing the auctioneer's description, the crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs, as individuals began to exchange thoughts on the true value of this item. Within the white zone, Ning Fengji gazed fervently at the soul guide on the auction stage, as if it were already within his grasp. Beside him, Sword Douluo shared the same intense gaze, albeit with simpler intentions. He turned to Ning Fengji and asserted, "Fengji, we must secure that soul guide. It would provide Rongrong with a true means of self-defense." Ning Fengji nodded in agreement but had his own thoughts. "Uncle Jian, I have no objections to giving that soul guide to Rongrong. However, we should first take it back for further study. Perhaps we could mass-produce it, allowing us to equip all the direct descendants of the 7-treasure glazed tile school." Ning Fengji's presumptions were rather naive, but fortunately, Gong Yu was unaware. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly find it laughable. Sword Douluo Continent nodded, recognizing Ning Fengji's foresight. If they could indeed equip all direct descendants of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, they would no longer need to support so many useless guest elders. Many guest elders within the school merely enjoyed the benefits without contributing, causing Sword Douluo to look upon them unfavorably. Yet, the school was compelled to maintain their presence, as these individuals provided a semblance of deterrence to outsiders. Ning Fengji continued, however, I believe we should first locate the individual who crafted that soul guide. It would be ideal to have him join our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If that is not feasible, we should at least negotiate to acquire the technology for creating soul guides. Even if our research fails, possessing the technology would enable us to produce them. Sword Douluo found Ning Fengji's reasoning sound, yet he harbored a lingering doubt. But what if that person refuses to sell the technology? Ning Fengji paused for a moment, then replied confidently, if he won't sell the technology, we can still negotiate to purchase a batch of finished soul guides. I believe that as long as we can meet his price, there is no deal that cannot be struck. With the financial resources of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even the highest prices for finished soul guides would be manageable. Furthermore, acquiring a batch would allow us to continue our research, and I am certain we will uncover something valuable. As their discussion unfolded, the auctioneer concluded his introduction and announced the starting bid. The opening price for this item is 500,000 gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid to be no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. This is a one-of-a-kind attack-type soul guide, and esteemed guests should not miss this opportunity. Upon hearing the price, the audience collectively gasped. Many who had initially intended to bid reconsidered, deterred by the exorbitance. Typically, those who balked at the price appeared affluent but lacked liquid assets, while genuine wealth would not deem 500,000 gold soul coins exorbitant. Thus, despite some withdrawing, numerous others vied for the item, driven by intentions akin to Ning Fengji's desire to acquire it for research purposes. Should they decipher its manufacturing process, mass production would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. 510,000. A voice rang out as the auctioneer concluded his words. 550,000. Came the immediate response, and the bidding escalated swiftly. Within moments, the price soared to an astounding 1,030,000. Although Ning Fengji's expression was one of excitement, he refrained from immediately placing a bid, instead closing his eyes to await the commotion of lesser bidders to subside. After a brief interval, the bidding quieted, and a middle-aged man in the red zone, who had remained silent until now, spoke nonchalantly, 1,200,000. As his bid echoed, the atmosphere in the hall fell silent, with many glancing at the expressionless elder. Disheartened to retreat, they lacked the strength to contend with those from the red zone. Haha, Tobashi, your holy dragon sect is hardly in need of more offensive power. Why pursue such an item? Planning to hatch dragon eggs? Teased a middle-aged man, turning with a forced grin. Huyenjun, spare me your sarcasm. As if you didn't covet that item yourself. Tobashi retorted coldly. There are not many here who lack offensive capability. They are merely drawn to the value behind the soul guide. Indeed, amongst those bidding, how many were not motivated by the desire to acquire the item for research? With a dismissive smile, Huyenjun boldly declared, 1,300,000. 1,400,000. 1,500,000. In under 10 minutes, to the astonished gazes of those present, Huyenjun and Toba, she escalated the bidding to an astounding 1,800,000. 2,000,000. Ning Fengji suddenly interjected from the white VIP area, breaking his prior silence. The trash from the white zone dares to compete with us for scraps. Huyenjun sneered, his voice not loud, yet unmistakable. Afterward, he cast a glance toward the white zone, only to meet the cold, murderous gaze of Sword Douluo. Oh. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Continent, Huyenjun realized, his surprise evident as he recognized the individual seated in the white VIP area. Realizing his earlier remarks had been hasty. Soon after, Sword Douluo's icy voice pierced the air. Huyenjun, if you dare to utter another word, I will personally ensure your demise, and none will dare to speak against it. The people around naturally heard the voice of the sword duelist, turning their gazes toward Huyenjun, who appeared flushed and choked with indignation, yet dared not utter another word. How infuriating! That useless Ning Fengji, who could never break through to level 80, actually had the audacity to masquerade as a pig to eat the tiger in the white zone. Hu Yinjun silently cursed in his heart, but lacked the spirit to continue bidding. After all, when it came to financial resources, how could the Xiangjia sect possibly compete with the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? Each and every one of the forces present combined would likely not equal even half of the financial might possessed by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. As Hu Yinjun's voice fell into silence, Tuoba, she from the Holy Dragon sect, also ceased speaking, knowing well that he lacked the means to rival Ning Fengji's wealth. Likewise, those who had initially intended to bid were disheartened upon witnessing Ning Fengji's offer, retreating from the competition. In the private box numbered 1, Gong Shui fumed, exclaiming, "That detestable Ning Fengji is cutting off our financial lifeline. With his bid, who would dare continue? Not to mention that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is already wealthy. Their status as one of the top 3 sects alone intimidates many." The other women nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that Ning Fengji was indeed quite despicable. Meanwhile, upon hearing Ning Fengji's voice, Gong Nyonyo's eyes sparkled with murderous intent, her hands clenched into fists, cracking her knuckles ominously. Gong Yu turned his head to glance at Gong Nyonyo. Initially reluctant to inquire, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern upon seeing her state. Thus, he ventured to ask, "Nyonyo, do you harbor a grudge against that Ning Fengji?" As Gong Yu's voice faded, the other girls turned their gazes towards Gong Nyonyo. Gong Nyonyo silently nodded, yet refrained from speaking. "Could you share with us?" Gong Yu inquired once more. "Young master, may I choose not to disclose?" Gong Nyonyo was reluctant to divulge, not out of distrust towards Gong Yu and the others, but rather due to her desire for personal vengeance. "Very well. If you prefer silence, then remain so. However, I implore you not to seek trouble with Ning Fengji until you have truly grown formidable. And when you find yourself in need of our assistance, you must certainly inform us." Gong Yu nodded, understanding that since Gong Nyonyo was still unwilling to speak, he would not press her. "Understood. Thank you, young master." Gong Nyonyo also nodded in acknowledgement. Gong Yu smiled faintly, as if a thought had crossed her mind, and said, "Since Nyonyo has a grudge against Ning Fengji, that soul-guiding device should not be easily obtained by him. Nyonyo, you should bid against him. I will provide you with a budget of 10 million. Take this opportunity to teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, Gong Nyonyo immediately beamed and nodded in agreement. However, just as her words fell, another voice rang out from a private room. 210,000. It was a woman's voice emanating from within. The attendees were momentarily taken aback, and Jian Douluo, seated beside Ning Fengji, instinctively released his spiritual power to ascertain the identity of the person in the box. Yet, he was met with a sudden backlash that forced his spiritual energy to recoil, causing him to spit a trickle of blood from his mouth. "Jian Shu, are you all right?" Ning Fengji asked with concern in his eyes. "I am fine," Jian Douluo replied, wiping the corner of his mouth before adding, "The one inside is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong." Though shaken by the spiritual backlash, Jian Douluo clearly identified the occupant of the room. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow with a hint of worry, since it is a member of the Spirit Hall. "We must ensure that they do not acquire that soul-guiding device. If they manage to research it and equip their own, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to contend with them." Jian Douluo nodded in agreement, choosing instead to close his eyes and quietly circulate his soul power to recover. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji raised his voice. 230,000. Chapter 146. What is the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? In the first private room. Upon hearing the confrontation between Ning Fengji and the occupant of another box, Gong Yu promptly interrupted Gong Nyonyo, who was preparing to bid. "Nyonyo, hold your bid for now. Let them tear each other apart first." Although she had not seen the woman in the other box, Gong Yu had a strong suspicion of her identity. After all, very few dared to stand against Ning Fengji, especially a woman. Given her inclination to oppose him, Gong Yu had no qualms about observing the unfolding drama. After a brief moment, the price of the soul-guiding device had soared to 3 million gold soul coins. Bibi Dong and Ning Fengji seemed to find the previous pace of bidding too slow, and thus the increments surged from 20,000 to 50,000 per bid. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, acknowledging that these two were indeed figures of immense power, capable of driving the price of a single soul-guiding device to such dizzying heights, a feat not easily accomplished. However, the bidding war was far from over, as both parties continued to escalate the price. Moments later, the figure reached 5 million gold soul coins. At this juncture, Bibi Dong revealed a smirk within the private room. Having never intended to actually purchase the soul-guiding device, her goal was merely to inflate the price and toy with Ning Fengji. Consequently, once Ning Fengji declared 5 million, she decisively withdrew from the bidding. A hush fell over the crowd as no one dared to raise the price further. With silence prevailing, the auctioneer prepared to conclude the sale. 6 million. Just then, a cold snort emanated from the first private room. Huh? You think you can buy that soul-guiding device for a mere 5 million? What a joke. The gathered dignitaries were taken aback, surprised to hear the youthful voice of a girl from the first box. Ning Fengji frowned once more, sensing an ill omen as adversaries continued to surface. While the spirit hall was formidable, he pondered who the occupants of the first private room could be, daring to challenge him in such a manner. At that moment, Douluo Continent slowly opened his eyes and once again extended his spiritual power towards the first private room. Sensing something amiss, Gong Yu immediately unleashed a spiritual black hole, causing Qinshin's spiritual energy to be drawn in like a torrent. With a spurt of blood, Douluo found himself reeling. The backlash far more severe than the previous encounter with Bibi Dong. Heh, Qinshin, did you enjoy that? Dare to pry into my private room again, and I assure you, not a single creature will remain in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Gong Yu threatened openly before all present. The crowd was left in shock. Speculating the identity of the occupants of the Gong Yu has resolved to take decisive action. In the past, he might have hesitated, but now he feels no need for restraint. With an abundance of bodyguards surrounding him, Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, Bai Ji, Ziji, alongside Little Bai and the formidable Du Gubo, that could easily annihilate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School if they so wished. Thus, he harbors no fear. Moreover, Gong Yu has already attained the strength of a soul Douluo upon unlocking his second character armor and is now capable of soul forging. Given a little time, he will soon produce a third character armor, which will elevate his power to the rank of a title Douluo. Consequently, he remains untroubled by the prospect of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School seeking retribution. In fact, he secretly anticipates their approach. The crowd gasped in astonishment, murmuring amongst themselves as they speculated on the identity of those in the private box who could render Tang Hao incapacitated. Did they not fear the retribution of the Haoyan school? Amidst the whispers of the guests, someone in the earth box exuded a murderous intent. It was none other than Tang Xiao, the master of the Haoyan school, who had come to this auction with the expectation of acquiring Tang Hao's soul bone. In the white VIP section, another person also emitted a murderous aura, Tang San, who had disguised himself to attend the auction. Presently, Tang San sported a prosthetic left leg, crafted by Tang Hao himself. The prosthetic, forged to the level of 1,000 temperings with spiritual properties, functioned seamlessly, rendering it indistinguishable from a natural limb. You. Very well then. Let the bidding commence, each relying on their own prowess. Ning Fengji, clearly infuriated by Gong Yu's scorn, raised his bidding paddle with indignation. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had never suffered such humiliation in such a setting. If this continued, they would surely be looked down upon by smaller sections. With a grimace, he called out, 7 million. In the heaven box, Gong Yu countered, 8 million, 9 million, 10 million, 11 million. Ning Fengji gritted his teeth and ultimately declared his final bid, fully prepared to concede if the opposing party raised the stakes again. However, the anticipated counterbid did not materialize. Instead, Gong Yu's voice rang out once more. Very well, your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is financially robust, so we'll gift you that soul tool. Humph. My Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School never fears provocation by wealth. Ning Fengji managed a cold smile, though his heart felt as though it were bleeding. For a soul tool costing 10 million gold soul coins was indeed a significant expense. He silently hoped that upon returning, they would uncover something valuable from it. At that moment, the auctioneer, eager to dispel the tense atmosphere, declared, since no one else wishes to bid, the item shall be acquired by our esteemed guest, the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As the words left his lips, he clapped his hands, and someone from backstage appeared, carrying a silver platter. Ladies and gentlemen, now we present the highlight of this auction, the soul bone. The auctioneer waved his hand, dimming the lights above the stage, and gently removed the red cloth covering the item from the silver platter. As the cloth fell away, a profound silence enveloped the venue, revealing a soul bone that captivated every attendee's gaze. In comparison to previous items, the excitement generated by the soul bone was undeniably more electrifying. A soul bone could be utilized throughout one's lifetime and even passed down to future generations, inciting madness in many for the sake of such a treasure. Feeling the unique energy emanating from the soul bone, numerous esteemed guests fixated their fervent eyes on the silver platter. The auctioneer continued, You are correct. This soul bone originates from the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. After losing his left arm, this arm bone, an enhancement-type soul bone, dates back no less than 40,000 years. The mention of Tang Hao's name once again stirred commotion among the crowd. Guests began to whisper amongst themselves, some occasionally glancing toward the heaven box. Yet, others wore expressions filled with murderous intent, such as Tang San in the white section and Tang Xiao in the earth box, both casting lethal glares toward the heaven box. Conversely, some reveled in schadenfreude, like Bibi Dong, who took pleasure in the misfortunes of the Haotian school, even lamenting that Tang Hao had merely lost an arm and not his life. Ning Fingji similarly found satisfaction in the plight of his rival. Despite the facade of unity among the three great schools, there were underlying rivalries, and Tang Hao's downfall represented a notable weakening of the Haotian school. The auctioneer then pointed at the soul bone on the silver platter, stating, "The seller has declared that whoever wins this soul bone will also receive one of Tang Hao's severed arms. Furthermore, he has provided an intriguing piece of information. Following the loss of his left arm, Tang Hao's strength has diminished from level 95 to that of a soul Douluo. As such, any powerful factions need not fear his retaliation. While he remains formidable, he is no longer capable of single-handedly confronting great powers." After a brief pause, the auctioneer added, "Moreover, the seller has reassured you that you need not worry about the Haotian school seeking retribution. Tang Hao once cohabited with a 100,000-year-old soul beast, resulting in a son named Tang San. Should Tang Hao or the Haotian school pursue you, you are encouraged to eliminate his son, who currently resides in a so-called academy known as Shrek Academy." Upon hearing this, those who were initially concerned about potential retaliation from Tang Hao or the Haotian school felt a wave of relief wash over them. If Tang Hao dared to retaliate, he would have to consider whether his son might face retribution. However, many were more curious about why Tang Hao had chosen to cohabit with a soul beast. In the white section, Tang San was equally alarmed. If so many factions sought to trouble him, he would be at a severe disadvantage. He glanced up again toward the heaven box, his eyes now filled with even greater murderous intent. Meanwhile, in a certain box, Bibi Dong wore a radiant smile and turned to Zhu Douluo, instructing, "You Guan, I require all available information on those within the heaven box." Bibi Dong's interest in Gong Yu and his companions was intensifying, though unfortunately, Zhu Douluo was unlikely to uncover anything substantial. "Yes, Your Holiness." Zhu Douluo responded respectfully before exiting the box to gather intelligence on Gong Yu and his associates. Within the earth box, Tang Xiao clenched his fists, shifting from anger to elation. His anger stemmed from his brother Tang Hao's unfortunate fate, while his joy was rooted in the revelation of information regarding his brother's son. The murmurs among the guests grew increasingly raucous, prompting the auctioneer to interject, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed with the auction." "Hold on." As the auctioneer was about to conclude his statement, he was abruptly interrupted. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, only to discover that it belonged to Hu Yinjin, the master of the Xiangjia sect. He directed his gaze at the auctioneer and inquired, "I have a question. After we acquire the soul bone, even if we can capture Tang Hao's son to threaten him, can that truly pose a threat to the Haotian sect?" The auctioneer was momentarily taken aback. His previous comments merely echoed the original words of Gong Yu, and he was genuinely uncertain about how to respond to this new inquiry, as Gong Yu had not provided any related information. He glanced up towards the VIP box number 1 but hesitated to speak, as it would be quite inappropriate for an auctioneer to directly address the esteemed guest present. Sensing the auctioneer's glance, Gong Yu smiled faintly and nodded. What better opportunity to tarnish Tang Hao's reputation in the eyes of the world? Thus, Gong Yu stood up from his seat and, without revealing himself, proclaimed from the box, "I can address that question for you. There is no need to worry about the Haotian sect retaliating against you, for they dare not do so. Should they choose to emerge, the only fate awaiting them would be annihilation." Upon hearing the term annihilation, the crowd erupted into a clamor. What had the Haotian sect done to warrant such a threat? After all, this was the Haotian sect. Gong Yu continued, "You must be curious about why the Haotian sect faces such a peril. And if you wish to hear the tale, please quiet down, for this is an auction, and it would be quite unethical to occupy others' time with storytelling." "No problem. We too wish to hear these secrets," came the murmurs from the audience. As Gong Yu's words settled, the auctioneer waved his hand. Having received instructions from the manager that Gong Yu was permitted to elaborate, the attendees in various sections of the venue, upon hearing the auctioneer's cue, gradually fell silent. Gong Yu's voice resonated once more. "To understand why the Haotian sect is in danger of extermination, we must begin with Tang Hao. For he is the architect of his own misfortune. Allow me to explain. Approximately 14 or 15 years ago, Tang Hao engaged in an illicit liaison with a transformed soul beast, which subsequently became pregnant. That transformed soul beast was a blue silvergrass. Thus you may henceforth refer to Tang Hao as the sungrass Douluo, for he is no longer worthy of the title Haoyan. Following Gong Yu's declaration, the audience erupted in laughter. Sungrass Douluo, indeed, it was a fitting moniker for Tang Hao. Chapter 148, The Mystery of the Haoyan Sect's Withdrawal. Hearing Gong Yu's words, Tang San and Tang Xiao gritted their teeth in fury, their fists clenched so tightly that their knuckles cracked. As the laughter subsided, Gong Yu resumed, "Now, let us return to the main topic. Earlier, I mentioned that Tang Hao's liaison with a century-old soul beast resulted in the creature's pregnancy. It is common knowledge that a soul beast over 100,000 years can transform into a human, so I will not elaborate further. Now, let us discuss Tang Hao's machinations concerning his wife's soul rings. One detail you may not be aware of is that transformed soul beasts are generally categorized into 3 stages: the juvenile stage, equivalent to human levels 10 to 69, the mature stage, corresponding to levels 70 to 89, and the divine transformation stage, which is equivalent to level 90 and above. A transformed soul beast can only go unnoticed by soul masters once it reaches maturity. If it has not, then soul masters of rank Soul Douluo and above can detect them. Tang Hao exploited this to orchestrate his wife's fate. At that time, his wife, Ayin, had yet to reach maturity and was already pregnant. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Tang Hao, as her husband, have sought a safe and stable place for her to carry their child? However, Tang Hao, on the verge of ascending to level 90, prioritized obtaining his wife's soul ring and took her on a journey through various cities, including the Spirit City, hoping to attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. He intended for Ayin, in her juvenile state, to be discovered, thus enticing the Spirit Hall to pursue them. As fate would have it, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, soon learned of Ayin's existence and initiated a relentless pursuit, culminating in a fateful confrontation outside of Notting City, which led to the tragic incident in Blue Silver Village. Lacking the rank of a titled Douluo, Tang Hao was ill-equipped to contend with the formidable forces of the Spirit Hall. In a desperate bid, Ayin sacrificed herself to enable Tang Hao, who was on the cusp of reaching level 90, to acquire a 100,000-year soul ring, propelling him to level 92. This was Tang Hao's cunning design. Unable to bear the thought of killing his wife himself, he manipulated circumstances to force the Spirit Hall's hand, transforming his betrayal into a tragic narrative. He had his way with the woman, fathered a child, acquired the soul ring, and shifted the blame onto the Spirit Hall. The audience gasped collectively, horrified at the revelation of their once-admired idol, Tang Hao. Outrage erupted among them, as the realization of his true character sank in. "I cannot believe Tang Hao is such a person." One voice led to another, and soon a chorus of disillusionment filled the space. "I had always regarded Tang Hao as my idol. I must have been blind." The clamor grew increasingly loud, prompting Gong Yu to feign a cough and interject. "Do you wish to continue listening? We have already taken up a considerable amount of time from the auction, although they have expressed no objection. We cannot be so brazen as to prolong this any further." After Gong Yu's voice resonated, the crowd fell silent once more. He continued, "Tang Hao has ascended to the rank of title Douluo, achieving level 92 and possessing a 100,000-year soul ring. In his explosive moment, he deflected his own faults and directed his anger towards the Spirit Hall. Consequently, he wielded one of Haoyan Sect's self-created soul skills, the Great Subtlety Hammer, and decimated a significant portion of the Spirit Hall personnel, even leaving the Pope of the Spirit Hall on the brink of death. Shortly after his return to the Spirit Hall, Pope Qian Xuanji met his demise. Everyone understands the responsibilities of the Spirit Hall, although Qian Xuanji harbored his own ulterior motives. From the Spirit Hall's perspective, pursuing soul beasts that had transformed and entered the human realm was justifiable. Yet, Tang Hao's actions led to Qian Xuanji's death. As a result, enmity was forged between the Haoyan Sect and the Spirit Hall. Following Qian Xuanji's passing, the Spirit Hall sought revenge against the Haoyan Sect, ultimately forcing them into seclusion. Tang Hao's father, the previous leader of the Haoyan Sect, even succumbed to anger over the turmoil caused by Tang Hao. Thus, the Haoyan Sect retreated and expelled Tang Hao from their ranks. The Spirit Hall's grand offering, the 99th level ultimate Doa Qiandaolu, honored a prior agreement with Tang Hao's grandfather, allowing them a chance to survive after the Haoyan Sect's retreat. Otherwise, the sect would have been annihilated long ago. This is the crux of the matter, so there is no need for concern regarding potential trouble from the Haoyan Sect when acquiring soul bones. They dare not interfere with the world. Although the Haotian sect has now gained 6 additional titled Douluos, they remain restrained. For emerging into the world would invite their annihilation by the Spirit Hall. The news of their 6 new titled Douluos caused ripples of intrigue among many. How could they possibly know the internal affairs of our Haotian sect? Tang Zhao's gaze turned icy as he directed his attention to box number 1. A surge of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. It was alarming how a well-concealed secret could be so easily exposed in such a setting. Ning Fengji's eyes reflected a complex emotion. He had initially believed the Haotian sect's strength would wane after Tang Hao's incapacitation. Yet he was taken aback to find their power had not diminished, but rather increased. However, as he glanced toward box number 1, a sly smile crept onto his face. Gong Yu's revelation of the Haotian sect's secrets had undoubtedly incurred their wrath, presenting numerous opportunities for scheming. In another box, Bibi Dong's eyes glimmered with a hint of malice as she coldly remarked, "At least 6 titled Douluos? The Haotian sect is an obstacle that must be eliminated." At that moment, Gong Yu conceived a clever idea, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he declared, "Lastly, I have some delightful news to share. Tang Hao is currently designing a 100,000-year soul beast for his son, Tang San. You must be curious about the identity of this soul beast, so pay close attention. If anyone can seize this opportunity, they may acquire a 100,000-year soul ring or soul bone." As Gong Yu's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the venue, with many attendees scarcely daring to breathe. They feared that even the sound of their own breathing might cause them to miss some crucial detail of Gong Yu's announcement. Observing the audience's keen awareness, a subtle smile graced Gong Yu's face as he finally revealed, "It is a 100,000-year soft-boned rabbit." Gong Yu deliberately paused for a moment, tantalizing the audience's appetite. Alarmed, Tang San felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing Gong Yu's words. Having already deduced which 10,000-year soul beast Gong Yu was referring to, he immediately rose from his seat and hurried out of the auction hall. At that moment, Bibi Dong clenched her fists tightly within her private box, striving to regulate her breath to the bare minimum as she awaited Gong Yu to continue. Yet, after a prolonged silence, she still heard no further words from him. Turning to glance at Ghost Douluo, she noticed him shudder slightly. To be frank, both Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo were fearful of Bibi Dong. As the most loyal servant of Qian Xuanji, they were privy to certain details surrounding his demise, and thus, they lived in constant trepidation before her. Had it not been for the absence of other title Douluo-level powerhouses willing to pledge allegiance to her, she might have already eliminated Zhu and Ghost. "Ghost, once the news breaks, you are to lead a team to capture that 10,000-year soul beast," Bibi Dong commanded coldly. "Yes, Your Holiness," Ghost replied respectfully, daring not to utter another word. The audience below seemed to grow increasingly impatient as they awaited Gong Yu to elaborate. Observing their eagerness from box number 1, Gong Yu felt he had sufficiently piqued their curiosity and decided to continue. "The soft-bone charm rabbit is a 10,000-year transformed soul beast, and it has taken this form to exact vengeance upon humanity." He paused momentarily, then continued. "As for its target of vengeance, it is none other than Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Years ago, Bibi Dong slaughtered a 10,000-year transformed rabbit to obtain its soul ring, which was the mother of this very rabbit." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's gaze turned icy, murmuring to herself, "Indeed, it is that elusive prey from years past. This time, she shall not escape." A sinister smile, capable of enchanting all, graced her lips as she continued to listen intently to Gong Yu's narrative. However, her curiosity was piqued regarding how Gong Yu had acquired such secrets. It was well known that the information of major sects and the Spirit Hall, as well as her personal matters, were strictly confidential, impervious to outsiders. Moreover, some truths could only be known by those who had experienced them firsthand, yet it was evident that Gong Yu was not one of them. Meanwhile, Gong Yu continued his discourse. "The rabbit is named Xiao Wu. In order to ensure his son could one day possess a 10,000-year soul ring and soul bone, Tang Hao has kept that rabbit for 8 years without interference. His son, Tang San, has spent those 8 years in close companionship with the rabbit, akin to childhood sweethearts. They have even developed mutual affections, similar to the previous scheme where Tang Hao deceived the precious herb, now compelling his son to win the rabbit's heart. Once the rabbit is hopelessly enamored, they will orchestrate a plan to lure the Spirit Hall into action, leaving the rabbit with no escape. At that juncture, not wishing to benefit the Spirit Hall, what choice do you think it will make? Naturally, it would sacrifice itself for the man it loves." The crowd, upon hearing Gong Yu's words, could not help but commend Tang Hao inwardly, recognizing the brilliance of his old tactics. which remained ever effective. Gong Yu then added, I nearly forgot to mention that 10,000-year rabbit is currently enrolled at Shrek Academy, one of the so-called Shrek 7 monsters. That is all I shall disclose. As Gong Yu's words echoed in the hall, many individuals promptly departed. Although the auction of soul bones was significant, the 10,000-year soul beast held far greater importance. Nevertheless, those who left did not all exit. Some remained to continue bidding, as the pursuit of the soul beast and the auction progressed simultaneously. In box number 1, Nara wore a troubled expression, appearing somewhat discontented, as if she had something to convey. She glanced at Gong Yu, choosing not to voice her thoughts publicly but instead relayed her message telepathically. Brother Yu, it is exceedingly difficult for a soul beast to cultivate to 10,000 years. If you encounter those 10,000-year soul beasts that pose no threat, would you consider sparing them? Gong Yu understood that Nara felt a twinge of compassion for the rabbit. So he conveyed telepathically, Nara, I am aware of your sympathy for that little creature, which is why you express such sentiments. You may find it hard to believe, but I possess the ability to glimpse fragments of the future. My earnest efforts against that rabbit are aimed at safeguarding you. Nara, somewhat perplexed, wondered how such a diminutive creature could possibly pose a threat to her, the sovereign of soul beasts. Gong Yu conveyed through thought, I glimpsed a fragment of the future. That rabbit will eventually wed Tang San. Through the power of his twin martial souls, he shall inherit the divine positions of both the sea god and the Shura god. Yet their ascension will cast a shadow over the Douluo Continent for 2 millennia. 2,000 years hence, the Soul Beast clan will teeter on the brink of extinction under their oppression. While I am indifferent to the fate of the Soul Beasts, I am deeply concerned for your well-being. For after 2 millennia, Tang San and Xiao Wu will have a son named Tang Wulin, who, due to external circumstances, will inherit the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. Tang San will exploit his son's bloodline to usurp the Dragon God's divine position for the Tang family. They will employ their old tricks, orchestrating for you to fall in love with Tang Wulin, thereby ensuring the continuation of the Dragon God bloodline through your progeny, who will ultimately inherit the Dragon God's authority. With a snap, Nara, upon hearing Gong Yu's words, felt a surge of murderous intent, shattering the armrest of her chair. The surrounding girls were left bewildered, questioning what had transpired with Jamei. Brother Yu, is what you speak of truly factual? Nara communicated once more with Gong Yu. I could never deceive you, replied Gong Yu. It vexes me greatly that lowly rabbit aspires to be your mother-in-law. You are countless times her elder. Yet you would be forced to address her as mother. How absurd. Brother Yu, cease your words. I consent to your plan to eradicate them. I shall no longer oppose your methods. Nara transmitted back to Gong Yu. Her icy demeanor revealed that her murderous intent was genuine. Gong Yu transmitted a message, reassuring, do not worry, Nara. I shall not let them escape. Nara nodded in response, and their communication came to a close as they feigned nonchalance, continuing to observe the auction. The atmosphere had grown considerably quieter due to the overwhelming number of participants earlier. Nevertheless, the auction proceeded as usual. Tang Hao Soul Bone ultimately fetched a price of 8 million gold soul coins, acquired by Ning Fengji, though this figure paled in comparison to the earlier Soul Guide's price. As the auction progressed, the end was finally in sight. When the final item was being auctioned, Gong Yu utilized a wormhole, escorting the group of women from box number 1 to the backstage for settlement. After concluding the transactions, they returned to their quaint courtyard using the wormhole conjured by Gong Yu, bringing along the cat girl. After instructing Gong Lan to make arrangements for the cat girl, they dispersed to their respective chambers. Chapter 150. The Blood Incident and the Opening Ceremony in the early morning. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Gong Yu languidly opened his eyes. Glancing at the adorable figure still nestled beside him, a faint smile graced his lips. He gently nudged her shoulder and spoke, Nara. It is time to rise. Although Nara possessed her own room, she preferred to seek solace in Gong Yu's quarters. Drawn by the allure of the bloodline aura of the Golden Dragon King that enveloped him, Gong Yu remained unfazed, for she was destined to become his woman eventually. So she indulged her. No, please, brother Yu, let me sleep a little longer. Nara's delicate voice rang out, causing Gong Yu to involuntarily shiver. Gong Yu playfully nudged her again, saying, if you don't get up soon, everyone will leave. Today is the opening ceremony of the Soul Master Elite Competition. Is it really that early? Can I sleep a little longer? Nara pouted, slowly rising from her slumber, clearly still groggy, muttering, what is so interesting about that silly competition? It's just a bunch of kids playing house. Observing Nara's adorably sleepy demeanor, Gong Yu couldn't help but pinch her cheek, teasing, you silly girl. Haven't you only been asleep for a little over 2 years? Why are you still so fond of your slumber? Isn't it tiresome? It's not the same at all, Nar replied, pouting her lips, which were as red as cherries. Casting a glance at Luo Han's face, she sweetly remarked, lazing in bed is an indescribable pleasure. A life without indulging in such laziness is truly imperfect. You should try it next time. It's really quite delightful. Gong Yu, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself, having lived 2 lifetimes, would I be unaware of the feeling of indulging in bed? In my previous life, I had far more experiences of lingering in bed than you do now. All right, I shall accompany you next time for a cozy morning in bed. But for now, we must hurry. If everyone departs before us, it would be quite embarrassing if we lag behind. Gently stroking Nara's silvery hair, Gong Yu squatted down and helped her put on her shoes. Brother Yu, I can do it myself. At this gesture, Na's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, feeling a flutter of emotion within her. What's wrong with helping my beloved put on her shoes? Gong Yu pouted defiantly. Yet he still held on to Nara's silver high heels. Hearing his words, Nara blushed even deeper, but her heart swelled with sweetness. Moments later, Gong Yu stood up and declared, all right, let us go. With that, he reached out and effortlessly pulled Nara up from the bed. After freshening up, the two of them set off hand in hand. Following breakfast, Gong Yu, Nara, and the sisters, including Gong Lan, made their way to the Academy of Gods. Not long after they stepped outside, they caught snippets of scattered discussions along the street. Have you heard? The Tiando auction house was destroyed last night. There were numerous casualties, and all the higher-ups perished. The authorities have classified it as a tragic incident. You're a bit behind on the news. My great-uncle's grandmother's grandson's ninth aunt's uncle's illegitimate child's nephew is a prominent member of the Tiando patrol team. I received the information from him that the Tiando auction house fell into ruin due to human trafficking activities. I've heard that too. The ones responsible for the destruction of the Tiando auction house are the very folk that the two empires have been hunting for years. They left their distinctive mark at the scene, having frequently targeted human trafficking operations across the two empires in the past, eliminating countless traffickers. Upon hearing the discussions, Gong Yu exchanged glances with Gong Lan and the others, sharing a knowing smile before continuing towards the Academy of Gods. Last night, it was Gong Lan who led the operation to eliminate the Tiando auction house, ensuring that those deserving of punishment met their end. However, Gong Yu was aware that such events had not only transpired in Tiando City. It was part of a coordinated operation orchestrated by the dark web. In every city across the two empires and various kingdoms and principalities that housed dark web branches, similar actions were taken. In short, anyone implicated in human trafficking was eradicated during the events of last night. Yet, due to the swift nature of these occurrences, the news had yet to spread widely. Nonetheless, Tiando City had been placed under martial law. With the prestigious Soul Master Elite competition approaching, the streets were rife with patrolling squads, causing an atmosphere of unease among the populace. Gong Yu and her companions remained indifferent to any potential actions from the authorities. After all, when Gong Lan and her team made their move, they left behind only a unique mark to prove their identity, without providing any useful clues. No matter the extent of the officials' capabilities, they would ultimately be unable to trace them. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the Academy of the Gods. They gathered at the Academy and, under the guidance of their team leader Lu Erlong, proceeded directly to the opening ceremony venue. The ceremony was held at the newly renovated Tiando Great Soul Arena. As the most grandiose competition in the Spirit Master community, it attracted attention not only from Spirit Masters, but also from the royal family, nobility, and commoners alike. Every citizen of Tiando City regarded this event as a momentous festival. Consequently, the tickets for the opening ceremony had been sold out a month in advance. As the main competition venue for the Tiando division, the Tiando Great Soul Arena had ceased all soul battles a month prior to undergo internal renovations, merging the sub-arenas with the main Soul Battle Center to create a colossal competition space. Aside from the VIP area, which remained on the northern side of the arena, the revamped Great Soul Arena could accommodate 80,000 spectators simultaneously. Over the following period, all preliminary rounds for the Tiando division would take place here. Given the distance from the academy to the arena, Lu Erlong took the opportunity to explain the rules of the competition as they walked. The Continental Senior Spirit Master Academy competition, initiated and hosted by the royal families of the Tiando and Xinglua empires, with assistance from the Spirit Hall, represents the most prestigious martial spirit competition in the Spirit Master community, second only to the elite selection of the Spirit Hall. Participants from the competing academies must be under the age of 25 and ensure that each match includes 7 members. Furthermore, the competition is designed to promote friendship, with a strong emphasis on avoiding serious injuries or fatalities among opponents. During the competition, the use of any non-food and non-healing substances manufactured by spirit masters is prohibited. Only food or healing spirit masters present on the field are permitted to provide sustenance to their teammates. As Lu Erlong spoke, she glanced at Gong Yu and Oscar. However, Oscar's face flushed with embarrassment as he interjected, "I'm merely here to fill in. I doubt my sausages will be needed." Beside him, Gong Yu chimed in, "Indeed. They 1 TB necessary. Even my cabbage is 1 TB of use. Each team from the 2 empires is formidable. Any one of us sisters could resolve a battle in under a minute, even me, a food-type spirit master." Gong Yu now exudes an extraordinary confidence. 5 days prior, she had successfully ascended the dragon elephant prajna to its 6th level. With her formidable physical strength, she could easily contend with a soul emperor. Coupled with her ghostly shadow and elusive steps, annihilating a 7-member soul sect team within a minute was child's play. Chapter 151. Entering the arena as Gong Yu's voice faded, Gong Miao Miao chimed in. "In truth, I could also serve as a support, and my martial spirit's effects surpass yours. For I can ensure that our adversaries do not perish without consequence." With a smile, she revealed her innate healing ability. As long as she drew breath, she could heal, rivaling even the 9-heart begonia martial spirit in efficacy. The sisters understood her implication and chuckled in unison, for when they engaged in battle, their ferocity was unmatched. Any opponent would either face death or severe injury. Meanwhile, Gong Lan calmly remarked, "If we are to discuss abilities, my support capabilities are equally formidable. And as long as my soul power remains intact, it would be challenging for you to meet your demise." Upon awakening the blue-silver Emperor martial soul, Gong Lan truly exhibited extraordinary prowess, particularly after absorbing a fragment of the life force bestowed by the seed of life within Gong Yu, which belonged to the life god. The vitality infused within her blue-silver domain became unimaginably powerful. Haha. Following Gong Lan's remarks, a hearty laughter erupted among the crowd. Despite being a group of bloodthirsty individuals, they were now contemplating how to ensure their opponents remained unharmed, which indeed posed a considerable challenge for them. Oscar, standing nearby, discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, genuinely feeling somewhat superfluous within the divine battle team, as he struggled to find any sense of belonging. However, reassured by the thought that he was merely a substitute, he felt a bit more at ease. Though he suspected he might never even have the chance to step onto the battlefield. Gong Yu observed Oscar's actions and comforted him, saying, "Oscar, your role is indeed significant. I estimate you will be called upon for every match." I am just a substitute, so I probably won't be needed on the field. Right? Besides, what can I possibly contribute if I do play?" Oscar was momentarily taken aback, expressing his confusion. Gong Yu smiled faintly and said, "Your role is quite significant. You must take the stage to rescue others." Oscar, still bewildered, inquired, "Rescue others? Surely, we, the divine team, are strong enough that no one could harm us." However, Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly from the side, explaining, "Little Oscar, you silly child, what Yuga means is that you are to assist our opponents. Think about it. After we have defeated them, they will undoubtedly be injured. Once the referee declares the match concluded, it will be your duty to provide aid with your sausages." "Oh, so that's what it means." Oscar wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that his role was merely of significance post-match. Still, he acknowledged that during the competition, he had little to contribute. At that moment, Gong Shui, with a beaming smile, chimed in, "Oscar, you should feel fortunate to be given such an opportunity." "Ah, fortunate? How so?" Oscar was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how he was engaged in what seemed like a cleanup task, yet it was framed as a blessing. It was only Oscar's lack of insight that obscured the fact that cleaning up after a battle often leads to fortune. Although the match's conclusion did not literally entail a battlefield cleanup, Gong Shui's words clearly held deeper implications. Gong Shui continued, "You might not yet be aware of something, but let me enlighten you. Among all the participating teams, there are several all-female squads, such as the Tianshui team, composed entirely of stunning beauties. Do you grasp what this signifies?" "What does it signify?" Oscar sensed that his mental faculties were somewhat lacking today, struggling to answer many inquiries. Yet, Gong Shui, with a playful smile, replied, "You foolish boy, it means they will all be left in a state of disarray after our victory. Once they are incapacitated, they will surely be in need of your assistance." You will then have the chance to offer each of them a sausage, performing a deed of kindness that will undoubtedly make countless boys in the audience envious of you. The reference to sausage by Gong Shui is a clever double entendre, emphasized by her deliberately weighted tone when uttering the word. Naturally, everyone recognized the innuendo, and laughter erupted among the crowd. Oscar, standing nearby, felt his face grow warmer and discreetly glanced at Zhu Shiqing, only to find her unperturbed, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He began to indulge in a daydream about the scene, and a sense of anticipation stirred within him, while Oscar was lost in his thoughts. He remained unaware that Zhu Shiqing was covertly observing Gong Yu. She reminisced about that day and night in the Sunset Forest, recalling Gong Yu's remarkable skills, abilities that Oscar could not replicate, especially considering his inability to endure for more than 3 minutes in such endeavors. A group of jovial individuals strolled along the path, and before long, they arrived at the venue for the grand competition. The opening ceremony commenced, followed by the entrance of various academies. Teams entered the arena, guided by designated personnel to their respective positions. Each team donned their academy uniforms, adorned with vibrant decorations, patterns, and emblems, exuding an air of youthful vigor and confidence. Among the participants, 2 teams stood out distinctly, the Divine Team and the Shrek Team. The former wore the beautiful uniforms of the Divine Academy, which required no customization due to their inherent elegance. In contrast, the Shrek Team was inevitably clad in their signature green, each member sporting a rather large monster Shrek emblem that dominated their chests, vividly colored in a dripping emerald hue. The Team's uniforms bore the blatant inscription of sponsorship advertisement, starkly embroidered on the backs of each member. Beneath this proclamation, a smaller line read, "For advertising inquiries, please consult Mr. Flander, the head of Shrek Academy." The avaricious Flander lived up to his reputation, never missing a chance to profit. As the Shrek Team made their entrance, they attracted considerable attention. What academy is that? Good heavens, did they just crawl out of a cesspool? Hilarious. Their green monster emblem is quite endearing. Look at those ears, resembling trumpets. And what is this? They're advertising on their backs? Is there truly such a prestigious Soul Master Academy? How could they possibly compete in the elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies? It's utterly ridiculous. Truly, the larger the forest, the more varied the birds. No. I suppose it should be the larger the forest, the more varied the creatures. Keep it down, they are still Soul Masters, after all. But I suspect they are merely here for the spectacle. Just look at that rotund fellow. He resembles a ball. Amidst the murmurings, Gong Yu turned his gaze towards the Shrek Team, noting the absence of Xiaowu. Hearing no news of her capture, it seemed she had received word in advance and made her escape. After musing on this, Gong Yu shifted his attention to teasing Nahar. In the Heaven Dou region, over 30 teams participated in the preliminary rounds, gradually entering the arena over the span of more than an hour until the process was complete. Chapter 152. The first match as the focus shifted to the VIP section. Seated in the second row were Prince Xuexing and the 3 commissioners from the Heaven Dou Royal Academy. The front row of the VIP area was occupied by only 3 individuals. In the center sat Emperor Shui of the Heaven Dou Empire, clad in a gold and crimson robe, adorned with a crown of diamonds. His countenance bore a resemblance to the moon, and he shared a few similarities with Prince Xuexing. However, the Emperor's regal demeanor surpassed that of the prince, as he sat with an air that commanded the attention of all around him. To the right of Emperor Shui was Ning Fengxi, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, who had been confronted by Gong Yu at the auction the previous day. Today, he wore a white robe and the 7 Treasures purple gold crown, fully deserving of his position as one of the top leaders among the 7 sections. To the left of the Emperor sat a man in a red robe, crowned with a pentagonal platinum tiara, whom Gong Yu deduced to be the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. Soon after, the host on the side of the VIP area announced in a loud voice, "Now, let us welcome His Majesty, Emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire." To declare the opening of this competition, the applause thundered. Subsequently, Emperor Shui, dressed in a crimson gold robe, slowly rose amidst the roaring applause. He raised his right hand, gracefully waving to the audience and the participating Soul Masters below, and the applause gradually subsided, leaving the vast square in silence. His deep and resonant voice echoed through the amplification soul guide. "I, Shui, Emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire, representing both the Empire and the organizers of this competition, hereby declare the opening of the elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent." The applause erupted once more, accompanied by cheers that reverberated throughout the venue. Once the applause quieted again, the Emperor continued, "Here, I hope that all participating Soul Masters can fully showcase their abilities and achieve remarkable results. You are the pride of the Heaven Dou Empire. Let your brilliance shine for the glory of the Empire." As he concluded, applause erupted again. And Emperor Shuiyu resumed his seat. The host then called upon Ning Fengji to deliver a speech. Ning Fengji rambled on, naturally eliciting waves of applause. After Ning Fengji's remarks, the host smiled and announced, "Next, we invite the master of the Spirit Hall in Heaven Dou City, Lord Platinum Bishop Salas, to conduct the draw for the first round of the preliminary matches. Following the draw, the vice team of the Heaven Dou Royal Academy will compete against their opponent drawn for the first round, marking today's only match." Platinum Bishop Salas rose slowly, guided by court maidens to the host's side, where he began the drawing. He seemed reluctant to speak, handing each pair of opponents to the host for announcement. First round of the preliminary matches, Songhui Academy versus Zixing Academy. First round of the preliminary matches, Oakland Academy versus Shrek Academy. First round of the preliminary matches, Heaven Dou Royal Academy versus Divine Academy. After the draw, a subtle smile graced Salas's face. It appeared that fortune favored him, as the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy was set to face the Academy of Gods. Initially, the vice-captain of the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy did not seem remarkable. However, an ill-conceived idea had emerged, proposing a swap between the original captain and vice-captain. Consequently, the former vice-captain was directly sent to the finals, while the original captain was relegated to the vice-captain position. With their skills, they could easily reach the finals, allowing both teams to compete in the end. The brain behind this idea was none other than Gong Yu, who discreetly suggested it beside the Avalanche. The Avalanche deemed it sensible and relayed the suggestion to Prince Xuexing. Although the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy was overseen by 3 major committees, it was Prince Xuexing who truly held sway. When he presented this recommendation to the committees, they found it agreeable, leading to the swap between the two teams. As the draw concluded, the Platinum Bishop Salas surveyed the audience and calmly declared, "In the name of the honor of the Spirit Hall, vow that this draw is devoid of deceit. Furthermore, I announce that any participating Soul Master who reaches the final round shall be granted exceptional permission to join the Spirit Hall directly." Upon hearing these words, the audience remained relatively composed, but the Soul Masters present erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. The Spirit Hall, aside from the Pope's Palace and the Douluo Palace, represented the highest echelon of the Spirit Hall, with one established in each of the 2 imperial capitals. The Pope's Palace was solely for the Pope's use, while the Douluo Palace held symbolic significance. Thus, the Spirit Hall occupied the pinnacle of institutions within the Spirit Hall. For a Soul Master, gaining direct entry to the Spirit Hall was a shortcut to elevating their prowess, offering the finest treatment, various training methodologies, and the esteemed recognition of the Spirit Hall, an irresistible allure for ordinary Soul Masters. Salas's proclamation invigorated the Soul Masters present, yet the Night Emperor's countenance darkened upon hearing it. Fortunately, with Ning Fengji by his side, the Night Emperor's expression softened somewhat, thanks to Ning Fengji's subtle head shake. Soon after, the announcer's voice resonated once more. The first match of the preliminary round will feature the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy against the Academy of Gods. All participating academies, please exit the stage, and the 2 competing academies prepare for the match, which will commence in half an hour. Below the stage, Gong Yu remarked with interest, "For this first match, I shall take to the field alone. Merely bullying others is sufficient for me, and I shall refrain from participating again before the preliminary round concludes." This statement from Gong Yu took everyone by surprise. Many had assumed he was disinterested in this so-called competition. Observing the astonished expressions around him, Gong Yu awkwardly smiled and said, "What? Am I not allowed to make an appearance? Brother, you just wants to show off," Nar giggled, covering her mouth. A group nearby nodded in agreement with Na's sentiment. Before long, the designated personnel arrived to escort Gong Yu onto the stage, leaving the guide visibly embarrassed. Yet there was no alternative. The Academy of Gods was represented solely by Gong Yu. How could only one person step forward? On the royal fighting team's side, their captain, Yu Tianheng, grew increasingly dismayed upon seeing Gong Yu alone from the Academy of Gods, feeling deeply insulted. His teammates shared his indignation. In the audience, thousands of spectators were equally astonished, many speculating that the Academy of Gods believed the royal fighting team too formidable, hence opting to send just one individual to handle the matter casually. Chapter 153. Domain of the God of Death. Gong Yu stood upon the arena, his visage adorned with a serene smile, yet he uttered not a single sound. In the esteemed guest section, the snowy night emperor gazed at the stage with a smile. Addressing his companion Ning Fingji, Master Ning, it appears this first match will be devoid of suspense. However, Ning Fingji furrowed his brow and replied, "Your Majesty. When you say there is no suspense, do you imply that the Heavenly Duel Emperor team will emerge victorious?" "That is indeed the case," nodded the snowy night emperor. "Although I hold the Divine Academy in high regard, as you have observed, even they have chosen to concede. Otherwise, they would not have sent but a single participant." "Your Majesty, that participant is far from ordinary," Ning Fengji countered, his expression grave as he scrutinized Gong Yu on the stage, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint where he had encountered him before. So even Master Ning perceives his exceptional nature. At that moment, the Platinum Bishop Salas interjected from the other side, "Does Master Ning believe that individual will triumph?" With a smile, Ning Fengji responded, "There is a chance of victory." Upon hearing this, Salas inwardly scoffed at Ning Fengji. What does a chance of victory mean? 100% is a chance, as is a 1 in a billion chance. Master Ning is merely offering platitudes. It seems Master Ning does not hold that individual in high regard. Salas smirked, "However, I, for one, have faith in him. I believe he will achieve victory with ease." "Haha, I do not believe that individual can win." The snowy night emperor chuckled heartily, his confidence in the Heavenly Duel team unwavering, eagerly anticipating the moment Salas would be proven wrong. Salas shot a glance at the snowy night emperor and replied coolly, "Then let us await the outcome." While Salas could not discern Gong Yu's true strength, he recognized that Gong Yu was indeed formidable, and for reasons unknown. He felt certain that victory would belong to him. In the second row, Prince Xuesheng and the 3 esteemed committee members of the Heavenly Duel Royal Academy displayed their own confidence, viewing this as a match devoid of uncertainty, with the Heavenly Duel team destined to win. Shortly after, at the referee's signal, the first preliminary match of this Continental Elite Soul Master competition commenced. "You have 1 minute to summon your martial souls," instructed the referee to both contestants. Yet, Gong Yu remained steadfast, his demeanor unperturbed. The more he stood there, the more incensed the Heavenly Duel team became. Their teeth gritted in indignation, for they had never been so openly disdained. Yu Qianheng, coldly fixating on Gong Yu, declared to his teammates, "Brothers, do not move. Allow me to confront him alone." In response, Gong Yu offered a scornful smile, saying, "I advise you to summon your martial souls promptly. Otherwise, you may find yourselves unable to retaliate and be cast off the stage." Apart from Dou Yin, the others dismissed his words. Dou Yin, however, wore a grave expression, for her grandfather had warned her before the competition never to engage the Divine Team head-on, as the Heavenly Duel team possessed no hope of victory and could be swiftly eliminated. "Tianheng, everyone, heed my words. Summon your martial souls quickly. He speaks the truth." Dou Yin attempted to urge her comrades to prepare earnestly, but before she could finish, Yu Tianheng had already charged at Gong Yu. "Tianheng, do not act rashly," Dou Yin shouted, but it was too late. At that moment, Gong Yu's gaze sharpened as he regarded Yu Tianheng, coldly stating, "I urged you to summon your martial souls. Yet you chose not to. Very well, I shall now send you from the stage." He had long grown weary of the Heavenly Duel team's arrogance, their inflated egos belied by their mediocre abilities. As his words fell, Gong Yu lightly tapped the ground, and in an instant, a frigid aura of murderous intent surged forth from him. This presence lacked explosive force, yet when it enveloped the arena, every member of the Heavenly Duel team felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Cold, sinister, malevolent, and terrifying, a formidable aura emanating like a fearsome beast approached. Yu Tianheng, who had been charging at Gong Yu, could distinctly sense that everything around him slowed within this overwhelming aura. He found even the simplest movements laborious. It was not only Yu Tianheng. The entire Heavenly Duel team shared this experience, each struggling to advance. In the guest section, Ning Fengji and Platinum Bishop Salas stood in astonishment at the unfolding scene. "Domain," they exclaimed in unison, their expressions of shock remarkably synchronized. The snowy night emperor, caught between the two, felt an acute sense of embarrassment, yet he remained oblivious to the significance of this so-called domain, rendering him speechless. Prince Xuesheng and the 3 committee members seated in the second row were equally astounded. Who would have thought such a young student would possess a domain? The audience, numbering in the tens of thousands, remained unaware of the intricacies at play, yet they sensed the extraordinary energy emanating from Gong Yu. Observing the reactions of Ning Fengji and Salas, Ning Fengji, however, took his seat once more, offering a wry smile as he remarked, "There is no need for further competition. with such an individual in this year's Elite Soul Master Tournament. Unless he chooses not to participate further, the championship title is already secured. Platinum Bishop Salas nodded in agreement, settling back into his seat without further comment. On the arena floor, Yu Tianheng struggled to channel his soul power, resisting the oppressive force of Gong Yu's God of Death domain. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he stammered, "Martial soul, attach." To Gong Yu, there was no need to feign the color of his soul rings. Thus, he opted not to summon his martial soul. Instead, he chose the most direct approach, unleashing his domain, which, though the weakest of his offensive domains, was nonetheless a formidable force. Had he unleashed the ice domain or fire domain, a single misstep could spell disaster for the entire Heavenly Duel team. Observing Yu Tianheng's labored utterance, Gong Yu chuckled mockingly, saying, "You had your chance to summon your martial souls, yet you hesitated. Now, the opportunity has slipped away. You all have no chance left." As his words echoed, Gong Yu, maintaining the domain, advanced steadily toward the struggling Yu Tianheng. Upon reaching him, he lifted his hand and grasped Yu Tianheng's shoulder, effortlessly flinging him from the arena, sending him soaring toward the audience. Gong Yu, feeling indifferent, cast a final glance at the discarded Yu Tianheng before striding towards the other members of the Imperial battle team, unceremoniously tossing the remaining boys aside. As for the two girls left behind, Gong Yu, with a touch of tenderness, scooped up Yi Lingling and a princess Carrie and gently set her down outside the arena. Chapter 155. The Crown Prince's Invitation. This is actually Chapter 154. I merely filled in the number incorrectly, but as it is a VIP chapter, I lack the authority to amend it. After placing Yi Lingling down from the arena, Gong Yu chose silence, recognizing that in such circumstances, words were superfluous. His reticence proved to be more effective. Watching Gong Yu turn away, the aloof Yi Lingling felt her heart flutter, a blush blossoming on her cheeks, her mind racing with a flurry of thoughts, seemingly indulging in various fantasies. Yet, in an instant, she sensed that such musings were somewhat ill-timed, prompting her to pivot and make her way back to her team's position. Gong Yu turned to face the last contender on the arena, none other than Dou San. At this moment, Gong Yu deliberately tempered the intensity of the God of Death's domain, which significantly alleviated the pressure Dou San was experiencing. Her limbs could now move freely, though taking a step remained somewhat challenging. As she watched Gong Yu approach, an unexpected fear gripped Dou San's heart. She dreaded the thought of being carried off the stage like Yi Lingling, which might lead to misunderstandings with Yu Tianheng. "Come here. If you come closer, I will scream." In her flustered state, Dou San's words tumbled out in disarray. Such utterances bewildered Gong Yu, who thought to himself that this girl must be out of her mind to say such things in this situation. It would have been more straightforward for her to simply concede defeat. Gong Yu approached with a smile, tempted to utter the words, "No amount of shouting will summon anyone to your aid," yet he refrained from speaking. Once he reached her, disregarding the throngs of spectators, he raised his hand and playfully struck Dou San's pert backside twice, leaving her momentarily frozen in disbelief. How dare he? How could he dare to touch me in front of so many people? A whirlwind of thoughts coursed through Dou San's mind, and her delicate, angered visage flushed a deep crimson. Gong Yu laughed heartily a few times before saying, "In light of your grandfather's service to me, I shall spare you this time." Having spoken, he playfully patted Dou San's pert backside twice, then swept her up in a princess carry, gently placing her down at the edge of the arena. As Dou San was set down, she felt an intense warmth flooding her cheeks. The flush was unmistakable. Embarrassed at the attention, she hastily retreated, though her movements betrayed a hint of shyness. Damn it. Yu Tianheng clenched his fists tightly upon witnessing this scene from the Royal Battle Team section. According to the natural course of events, he and Dou San should have been a couple. However, due to Gong Yu's prior intervention and Dougabo's forceful meddling, their relationship had been reduced to that of mere classmates. The awkwardness was further compounded by the fact that after Yu Tianheng had confessed his feelings, Dou San, adhering to her grandfather's wishes, had rejected him, rendering their camaraderie even more uncomfortable. In the area of the Divine Team, several girls pouted in unison. "Brother Yu is at it again, enticing other girls," they murmured, sensing that they would soon succumb to his charm. Nar, standing nearby, voiced her thoughts with a hint of jealousy. The other girls nodded in agreement, feeling a twinge of possessiveness. Yet, it was a mild sentiment, for after all, Gong Yu already had 9 of them, and the addition of a few more hardly seemed a cause for concern. Gong Lan cast a furtive glance at Lu Erlong, fully aware of the somewhat improper relationship between Gong Yu and Lu Erlong. On one occasion, she even witnessed Gong Yu engaging in intimate activities with Lu Erlong. Despite Lu's assertive demeanor, there was an alluring charm during their encounter that left Gong Lan feeling inadequate. Furthermore, Gong Yu frequented the Moon Pavilion every 10 to 15 days, returning each time with a subtle fragrance of a woman, which piqued Gong Lan's curiosity, prompting her to investigate. She discovered that Gong Yu appeared to share a questionable connection with Tang Yuehua as well. However, Gong Lan remained oblivious to the improper relationship between Gong Yu and Zhu Xing, primarily because, after their return from the Sunset Forest, interactions between Zhu Xuqing and Gong Yu had significantly diminished, resulting in only brief and casual exchanges when they did meet. Gong Lan sighed, finding solace within herself as she mused. It matters not. As long as the young master is pleased, I shall accept it all. After all, we are his closest allies. Turning her gaze back to the arena, she observed that Gong Yu had completely retracted the domain of the god of death. He glanced at the dazed referee standing nearby and, somewhat irked, remarked, "Why are you just standing there as a referee? Given the circumstances, shouldn't you announce the result of the match?" The referee, jolted from his stupor by Gong Yu's admonition, first exhibited an expression of embarrassment and then announced loudly, "In the first round of the preliminary match, the Academy of the Gods emerges victorious." Instantaneously, a cacophony of discourse erupted from the audience, a mixture of skepticism, admiration, and predominantly astonishment. The illustrious Royal Combat Team had been vanquished by a single individual from the Academy of the Gods, and what was more, they had been rendered incapable of any form of resistance, resulting in a defeat that left an indelible impact. The nature of the Royal Combat Team's loss cast a pall over the VIP area, where figures ranging from the Snow Knight Emperor to Prince Snowstar, not to mention the 3 esteemed committee members, wore expressions of discontent. "Is this the talented contender you have nurtured?" The Snow Knight Emperor, his face ashen, rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the dazed Prince Snowstar, and with a cold huff, he swept away. The Royal Combat Team, hailing from the Royal Academy of Tiandou, largely represented the dignity of the Tiandou Empire. And such a humiliating defeat was bound to provoke the ire of the Snow Knight Emperor. Ning Ziyuan, smiling, followed closely behind the Snow Knight Emperor as he exited the VIP area, while the Platinum Bishop Salas remained in his seat, deep in contemplation, pondering whether there might be a way to entice Gong Yu to align with the Spirit Hall. Gong Yu descended from the arena and soon returned to the resting area. Shortly thereafter, the team from the Academy of Gods prepared to leave the Great Soul Arena. However, just as they exited the arena, they were halted by an individual clad in a guard's attire. The guard first announced his identity as a close attendant of the Crown Prince, then expressed his purpose. The Crown Prince wished to meet with Gong Yu. The members of the Academy of Gods initially had no intention of acknowledging the guard. In their eyes, the so-called Crown Prince was hardly worth their notice. Nevertheless, Gong Yu was intrigued to discover what this so-called Crown Prince desired. Moreover, Gong Yu felt it was about time to confront Qian Renxue, especially since Tang Yuehua had already taken it upon herself to settle her brother's debts. It seemed only fitting that the debts owed by Qian Xuanji should also be addressed with Qian Renxue. Subsequently, Gong Yu followed the guard directly to a tea house, entering a private room. Inside the room sat 3 individuals. One, disguised as Xue Qinghe, was Qian Renxue. The second was Ning Fengji. And beside Ning Fengji sat a girl of similar age to Gong Yu, who was none other than Ning Rongrong. Upon Gong Yu's arrival, both Xue Qinghe and Ning Fengji wore faint smiles. Chapter 155. Gong Yu. I do not have the habit of casually acknowledging uncles. Gong Yu was unaware that the Ning father and daughter had also arrived. He had never held a favorable opinion of them. Had he known they were present, he would not have come at all. Ning Fengji's gaze shifted to Gong Yu, and with a congenial demeanor, he smiled and said, "You must be the young brother Gong Yu. I watched your previous match. You were truly remarkable. The Emperor Dou team stood no chance against you." "Too kind." Gong Yu replied with a slight nod, forcing a smile. "Haha, the young brother is too modest." Ning Fengji continued with his ever-present smile. "Allow me to introduce you. This is His Highness, the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiandou Empire. As for myself, I gave a speech at the opening ceremony, so I need not introduce myself further. And this next to me is my daughter, Ning Rongrong. I see you are of similar age. You two should get to know each other." However, just as Ning Fengji finished his introduction, Ning Rongrong let out a cold huff. Observing the little witch's haughty demeanor, Gong Yu curled his lips in disdain, but chose to remain silent and took a seat nearby. "Do Rongrong and young brother Gong Yu know each other?" Ning Fengji was slightly surprised by his daughter's attitude. He was not well informed about the events involving the Shrek 7 monsters and Gong Yu. "Not acquainted. Ning Rongrong turned her face away. Earlier, she had insisted on accompanying her father to meet this so-called genius, only to discover that the genius was none other than Gong Yu. Seeing his daughter behave this way, Ning Fengji was beginning to realize that she must have had some prior encounter with Gong Yu, possibly even an embarrassing one, which explained her disdain. He glanced at Gong Yu, who smiled and nodded, saying, "We have crossed paths a few times." Shui Qinghe appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, refraining from interrupting the conversation between Ning Fengji and Gong Yu, knowing that Ning Fengji intended to promote his daughter. The incident where Ning Rongrong had lost her heart to Dai Mubai was still concealed, and neither Ning Fengji nor the Douluo Jian and Gu had any knowledge of it. The events that transpired outside the plaza of the Soto City Seoul Arena had been silenced, as those sent to protect Ning Rongrong had all been eliminated by ZG, leaving no information to reach the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji, upon learning that his daughter had a boyfriend named Dai Mubai, had investigated his background but held no favorable opinion of the Star Luo prince. In his view, if his daughter were to marry into royalty, it would be better for her to wed Shui Qinghe as the crown princess than to seek a distant connection with the Star Luo royal family. At this moment, in Ning Fengji's eyes, Gong Yu was the true treasure. If he could bring Gong Yu into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would far surpass any advantage Dai Mubai could offer. A talent like Gong Yu was the son-in-law Ning Fengji desired. Hearing Gong Yu mention a previous acquaintance with Ning Rongrong only made Ning Fengji happier. "Since you and my daughter are acquainted, let us not stand on ceremony. If you don't mind, you may call me Uncle Ning. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School always welcomes you as a guest." At this, Gong Yu's lips twitched, thinking to himself that he had only exchanged a couple of words since entering, yet this opportunistic merchant was already trying to forge a connection with him. Was he so brazen? Of course, Gong Yu kept his thoughts to himself, replying with a smile. "I'm afraid I do not have the habit of casually calling strangers uncle." This statement bore a double meaning. The term for uncle phonetically resembled to concede, implying that Gong Yu was not interested in establishing a relationship with Ning Fengji, nor was he one to concede defeat easily. Ning Fengji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled in response. "You truly have a distinct personality. It seems I have overstepped." At this moment, Ning Rongrong interjected with disdain. "At least you have the self-awareness to know you cannot reach such heights. Haha, how inflated must your ego be to think so highly of yourself." Gong Yu retorted scornfully. "I have no intention of elevating myself to a schemer-s level. I simply do not lower myself to such standards." Ning Fengji was indeed a schemer, the most prominent one in the Tiando Empire. As the Crown Princess teacher, he was thriving, using his position to amass wealth for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Hearing the term schemer made Ning Fengji slightly displeased. However, with Shui Qinghe present, he refrained from expressing his anger. Instead, he shot an irritated glance at his daughter. Realizing how foolish she was in contrast to his own sharp intellect, Gong Yu then turned to Shui Qinghe, inquiring, "Might I ask what business the Crown Prince has in summoning me? If it is merely to witness the expressions of this father-daughter duo, then I must apologize. I am quite busy and shall take my leave." Upon hearing Gong Yu's intention to depart, Shui Qinghe felt somewhat displeased. He had invited Gong Yu over, and they had barely settled down before the latter expressed his wish to leave. However, Shui Qinghe found no reasonable grounds to retain Gong Yu, especially since he had not anticipated Ning Rongrong's antagonism upon his arrival. Ning Fengji noticed the discomfort on Shui Qinghe's face and decided to intervene. He stood up, taking Ning Rongrong with him, and said to Shui Qinghe, "Your Highness, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Please, continue your conversation at your leisure." "Very well, then. Please take care, teacher," Shui Qinghe replied, also standing to escort the Ning father and daughter to the door of the private room. After seeing them off, Shui Qinghe resumed his previous demeanor. Now with a playful spirit, he deliberately teased, "What business does the princess have in summoning me?" By emphasizing the term princess, he indicated that he was aware of Shui Qinghe's true identity. However, upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Shui Qinghe's heart sank. How could he possibly admit to being anything but a prince? He feigned a laugh and said, "Brother Gong Yu, you have a rather playful sense of humor. I am the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. How could I possibly be a princess? Do you think I am jesting?" Gong Yu's gaze fixed intently on Shui Qinghe, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Should I address you as Princess Shui? Or perhaps as the little angel of the Qian family? Regardless, I certainly cannot call you the crown prince." Shui Qinghe's expression hardened at these words, and he could no longer maintain his facade. He looked at Gong Yu and asked, "How did you discover my true identity? Are you suggesting that now that I know your identity, you should eliminate me to silence me?" Gong Yu scoffed disdainfully. He was not afraid of Qian Rinxue. With her current strength, she could not possibly defeat him, although there were two titled Douluos outside. They would not arrive in time to save her if Gong Yu decided to act. Hearing Gong Yu's question, Qian Rinxue smiled instead. You think too highly of yourself. Killing you is not necessary. Qian Rinxue exuded confidence, bordering on arrogance. In her eyes, Gong Yu merely qualified as a potential recruit, or perhaps an investment. Yet she did not perceive him as a threat worthy of her attention, let alone her wrath. Thus, she dismissed the notion of eliminating Gong Yu entirely. Humph. Such excessive self-assurance in a woman can lead to peril. Even if you intend to kill me, you must possess the capability to do so. A faint smirk of disdain reappeared at the corner of Gong Yu's mouth. Upon hearing his words, Qian Rinxue's expression froze once more, before she coldly retorted. Do you genuinely wish for me to take your life? You summoned me here merely to gauge whether I am aware of your secrets. If I were privy to them, you would undoubtedly seek to silence me. Gong Yu replied with indifference. Qian Rinxue had invited him, primarily stirred by the peculiar behavior he exhibited during their previous encounter at the Moon Pavilion, which led her to suspect that her own secrets had been compromised. Consequently, she sought to test him. However, she found herself lacking a credible excuse to confront Gong Yu until this fortuitous occasion arose. For he had showcased his formidable prowess in the Soul Master competition, single-handedly vanquishing the Emperor battle team. As the false crown prince, her meeting with Gong Yu appeared to outsiders as merely an olive branch extended to recruit him. Knowing all this, you still dare to come? Qian Rinxue's icy voice resonated once again. Gong Yu smiled faintly, then casually took out a soul guide and tossed it behind her. In an instant, a radiant beam of light emanated from the soul guide, enveloping the entire private room and ultimately forming a soundproof barrier that isolated the sounds from within and outside the room. Observing Gong Yu's actions, Qian Rinxue immediately grew somewhat vigilant. Gong Yu turned to Qian Rinxue and smiled once more, saying, Do not misunderstand. I simply wish to prevent our conversation from being overheard by those two old codgers outside. However, speaking of which, the two elders you brought along are likely the weakest among the titled Douluo. The two titled Douluos mentioned by Gong Yu naturally refer to the serpent spear and the porcupine. Initially, Douluo Bo was considered the weakest titled Douluo. But now that he has managed to control his poison and completely refine the poison pill, he has reached level 93, nearly attaining level 94. No longer holding the title of the weakest titled Douluo. You can actually sense their presence? Qian Rinxue was taken aback by this revelation. Is it difficult to perceive their existence? Gong Yu replied with a calm smile, raising his right hand and playfully beckoning with his index finger. To her astonishment, the teacup in front of Qian Rinxue gently floated up, slowly gliding to him, after which he took it and began to sip. That was the cup I had used. Upon witnessing Gong Yu's actions, Qian Rinxue felt a flush of crimson creep onto her cheeks. She raised her hand, intending to stop him. But it was too late. Gong Yu had already consumed the tea within the cup. As she watched him drink, Qian Rinxue's mind swirled with thoughts. The technique Gong Yu employed to retrieve the teacup from a distance was achieved through mental force, a feat requiring an exceptionally high level of spiritual power, one that many titled Douluos could not even accomplish. Thus, Qian Rinxue deduced that Gong Yu's mental strength must be at least on par with that of a titled Douluo, perhaps even surpassing the majority of them. After finishing the tea, Gong Yu teased, I do not mind drinking from what you have sipped. But your hospitality as a false crown prince leaves much to be desired. I have been here for quite some time, yet you have not even offered me a cup of tea. Qian Rinxue's face flushed once more as she silently rebuked him in her heart. Of course. You wouldn't mind, being a man, but I certainly do. Noticing her silence, Gong Yu continued, You invited me here, and the probing has already been done. Since you lack the capability to kill me, I am quite curious about your next intentions. To recruit you. Qian Rinxue arched her brows. Since the matter had been laid bare, she decided to speak frankly. Gong Yu was taken aback, unable to fathom that Qian Rinxue would be so direct. However, he smiled and remarked, So you intend to convey this proposition to me while wearing that false facade? Gong Yu was eager to behold the true beauty of Qian Rinxue and to compare it with that of Nar. Qian Rinxue, momentarily taken aback, replied, well, I suppose I might have been a tad rude. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, she focused her thoughts, and a radiant golden light enveloped her. In an instant, the brilliance faded, revealing a stunning blonde beauty before him. You are truly beautiful, Gong Yu remarked with an air of indifference, his expression betraying no emotion. Yet within, a tempest of feeling stirred, concealed beneath a facade of calmness. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow slightly. her doubts creeping in as she pondered whether her allure was indeed insufficient to captivate even this seemingly insignificant man. Nevertheless, she responded with confidence, "Thank you. I am well aware of my beauty." Gong Yu lifted her hand and waved it dismissively, saying, "No, no, I have yet to finish my words. I once heard a saying, and now I bestow it upon you. You are beautiful, so do not think too highly of yourself. It is impossible for you to win me over, and I shall reveal this to you. We are enemies. To be precise, I have enmity with Qian Xuanji. Do you truly believe you can sway me? What grievance could you have with my father?" Qian Renxue furrowed her brow at this remark. "My father has been deceased for over a decade. Regardless of how great your grudge may be, you should have let it go by now. Qian Xuanji's demise is well-deserved." Gong Yu's voice grew increasingly frigid. "You, to so shamelessly defile your own father." Qian Renxue could not help but feel a surge of wrath, her murderous intent flaring once more. "Murderous intent?" Gong Yu let out a cold laugh. "At last, you harbor intentions of killing me. But do you know what has become of those who have unleashed their murderous intent upon me? The grass upon their graves has grown to nearly waist height." With that, Gong Yu swiftly appeared before Qian Renxue, reaching out to grasp her. However, Qian Renxue's reflexes were not to be underestimated. Upon sensing imminent danger, she immediately rose to her feet and struck towards Gong Yu. Unexpectedly, a multitude of golden vines erupted from the ground, entwining her arms and pulling them in opposite directions. Simultaneously, her feet were ensnared by an unknown chill that had frozen them to the ground, rendering her unable to lift them. In that instant, she sought to summon her martial soul, but Gong Yu appeared behind her, forcing her to bend over, her upper body pressed against the table. Under the pressure exerted by Gong Yu, she felt her soul power and mental energy solidify, leaving her voiceless and unable to channel her martial soul, thus rendering her aspirations futile. "You did not even inquire about the nature of your father's debts, yet you wish to kill me based solely on my words. Since that is the case, it is only fitting that you, as his heir, should repay the debts your father incurred." As the icy words escaped Gong Yu's lips, he lifted the hem of Qian Ruoshue's skirt from behind her. At this moment, she was utterly immobilized. Yet the sensation of Gong Yu's actions sent crystalline tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. "No," the weeping beauty internally lamented, regretting her decision to test Gong Yu, to summon him forth, which had ultimately ensnared her in this predicament. She cast her gaze towards the window, yearning to call upon the spirit Douluo, Shi Miao and Si Tun, for salvation, but her voice failed her. Her neck was ensnared by golden vines, leaving her with the barest ability to breathe, rendering her voiceless. Even if she could cry out, it would be futile, for the soul-guiding device Gong Yu had previously cast had silenced the surroundings. As for summoning aid through her spiritual power, that was beyond her reach, under Gong Yu's suppression. Both her soul and mental energies were temporarily sealed, rendering her no different from an ordinary person, unable to wield her soul power, unable to use her mental prowess. Even the celestial domain bestowed upon her was inaccessible. "Do you know that wretched father of yours? He led a battle against Tang Hao outside of Blue Silver Village, nearly annihilating the entire village. 90% of the population perished due to their actions, including my parents," Gong Yu stated, his actions unwavering. "I am but one of the remaining survivors, and I have been contemplating whether to transfer my hatred for Qian Xinji onto you. Yet, you have harbored murderous intent towards me, truly wishing to take my life. Thus, anything I do to you is justified, for your family owes me. Your family owes Blue Silver Village, and your family owes the more than 100 innocent lives that were lost." Upon hearing Gong Yu's revelation, Qian Ruoshui was taken aback. She had never anticipated that by merely inviting Gong Yu, she would uncover such a hidden truth. Is this the cycle of celestial justice, where a daughter pays the debts of her father? Qian Ruoshui pondered silently, unsure whether it was the halo of an angel that stirred her compassionate heart, or if she felt that resistance was now futile, leading her to abandon any thoughts of defiance. Behind her, Gong Yu's grip tightened further, causing the table to tremble ominously. Gong Yu's movements remained unwavering. Yet he cast a playful glance around and remarked to Qian Ruoshui, "This place bears quite a resemblance to a secret chamber. Are you familiar with the meaning of a secret chamber?" Qian Ruoshui offered no reply, for she was unable to respond, as Gong Yu's oppressive hold on her persisted. "I almost forgot. You are currently incapable of speech." Gong Yu raised his hand and lightly tapped his own head, continuing, "In that case, I shall speak, and you need only listen." Gong Yu smiled and continued, "To speak of the term secret chamber, it bears a significant connection to your deceased father. I would willingly become the secret chamber Douluo for your late father. Do you know why your father, Qian Xuanji, was bestowed with such a moniker? It is, of course, due to an incident that transpired in the secret chamber involving your mother, Bibi Dong. Just as we find ourselves in this confined space now. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's eyes widened, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Could it be that her father had forced himself upon her mother back then? Qian Rinxue could not help but entertain such notions, but as she pondered, she dismissed the idea, believing that her noble father could never engage in such acts. However, Gong Yu's subsequent words not only struck a blow to her beliefs, but also left her profoundly shaken. Gong Yu continued, in those years, your mother was ensnared by the deceitful words of the discarded heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the worthless master Yu Xiaojiang. She disregarded the gratitude owed to the Spirit Hall for their nurturing and guidance over the years, and sought to elope with Yu Xiaojiang, an act tantamount to treachery. Ultimately, your late father intervened. In a bid to retain your mother, Bibi Dong, he resorted to threatening Yu Xiaojiang's life. In a concealed chamber, he even resorted to force against your mother, resulting in your conception. Over the years, you must have endured your mother's disdain, for in her eyes, you are likely a wretched spawn who ought not to exist. Even though you are her flesh and blood, you remain a cursed being in her heart. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue trembled uncontrollably. She had long been perplexed by her mother's aversion, only to discover that there was indeed a reason behind it. To think that in her mother's eyes she was a wretched spawn, that her existence was unwarranted. Why must it be this way? Qian Rinxue cried out in her heart, unwilling to accept such a harsh reality. Gong Yu remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling within Qian Rinxue's heart as he continued. By the way, there is something you may not yet know. Your father's demise may be closely linked to Tang Hao, but the true perpetrator behind your father's death was, in fact, your mother. Years ago, your father was gravely injured and left on the brink of death by Tang Hao just outside of Blue Silver Village, which inadvertently created an opportunity for your mother. After your father was transported to the Spirit Hall, your mother was preparing to accept the legacy of the Rakshasa god. Under the influence of the Rakshasa, her hatred was magnified to an extreme, and she utilized her soul-devouring spider emperor martial spirit to consume your father. It was precisely through this act of consumption that your mother earned the Rakshasa god's acknowledgement and obtained the inheritance. Your grandfather is also aware of the true cause of your father's death, yet regrettably, he will not divulge it to you. But now you know, Does it pain your heart? A fleeting hour passed. Once affairs were concluded, Gong Yu finally released his hold over Qian Rinxue. He then tidied himself up, turned to her, and uttered, the debts owed by your father are merely what I collect in interest today. In the days to come, I shall seek you out again. Do not entertain thoughts of playing tricks or seeking death. Otherwise, I shall take the life of your grandfather. Do not be deceived by the notion that your grandfather, as a limit Douluo, is particularly formidable. In our Academy of the Gods, we have no shortage of limit-level powerhouses, so eliminating him is not a daunting task. With that, Gong Yu lifted the tips of his toes and lightly tapped the floor, causing a wormhole to materialize. He then stepped into the wormhole, and his figure vanished as the portal dissipated. After Gong Yu's departure, the restraints surrounding Qian Rinxue were lifted, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Her heart filled with confusion and despondency. However, she quickly rose, straightened her wrinkled attire, and tidied her appearance, feigning nonchalance. She intended to investigate the claims made by Gong Yu, for they were merely one perspective. Should she ultimately uncover the truth in Gong Yu's words, she would have to resign herself to fate. Yet, if they proved false, she would certainly devise a means to eliminate Gong Yu, who had forcibly taken over her body. Like mother, like daughter, Qian Rinxue's temperament could be described as extreme. Once she succumbed to darkness, she could commit any act imaginable. Meanwhile, Gong Yu had just returned to the Academy of Gods when she encountered the Titan clan, led by the formidable trio of Titan, Tainuo, and Tai Long, who were intent on causing trouble. Chapter 158, The Claw of the Golden Dragon. The members of the Titan clan were largely inept, particularly the elder Titan, who, enamored with the role of a dog, insisted that his descendants follow suit. Upon returning to the Academy of the Gods, Gong Yu was immediately informed of a commotion instigated by the Titan family spanning 3 generations. Uncertain of the reasons behind this disturbance, he hastened to the playground to ascertain the situation. Upon arrival, he discovered that the Titans had come to confront Gong Lan and her sisters. At that moment, Titan was locked in a standoff with Gong Xiao, who, relying on her extraordinary strength and without the aid of her martial spirit, was engaging Titan in a fierce exchange. Effectively preventing the elder Titan from advancing even a single step, Gong Yu approached, joining Gong Lan and the others, and inquired, "Lanner, what transpired?" Upon witnessing Gong Yu's return, Gong Lan felt the weight on her heart finally lift. She promptly elaborated, "It was that fellow named Talon. He first sought to covet the beauty of Ninth Sister, attempting to provoke her, but we intervened. However, upon seeing the eight of us, he then set his sights on us as well, and consequently, he was thoroughly beaten by the second brother. It turned out that after suffering a sound thrashing, Talon returned home to seek his father's aid. The Li family is fiercely protective of their own, and a son who has been wronged prompts a father's wrath. Following this, Talon sought out his father, Tyren, who, unable to contain his anger, decided to accompany Talon to stir up further trouble. Yet, Tyren was merely a soul king, relying on his martial spirit, the great strength star. And while he often bullied the weak with his greater strength, he too was met with a severe beating from Gong Xiao, resulting in a shattering fracture of his right hand. This only escalated the situation. Upon their return home, Tyren and Talon were confronted by Titan, who discovered the predicament. True to form, Titan, protective of his kin, rallied his descendants to join him. Just as Titan and his 3 grandchildren arrived, Gong Yu returned, perfectly timing his entrance to witness the unfolding chaos. However, upon hearing that Talon had set his sights on Gong Lan and the others, a murderous intent flickered in Gong Yu's eyes. That wretched scoundrel, Talon, had not been able to pursue Xiao Wu due to her absence from the academy. And now he dared to covet my woman. He truly did not understand the peril he faced. With a frosty gaze, Gong Yu had already condemned Talon to death in his heart. After muttering a curse under his breath, he advanced towards Gong Xiao, who, upon his arrival, beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Young master, you have returned." Gong Yu raised her hand and gently caressed Gong Xiao's face, softly inquiring, "How are you? That old dog didn't harm you, did he?" Gong Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shook her head, saying, "No, they are too weak to harm me. That old man, however, is quite formidable, yet he did not employ his martial soul, thus he could not pose a threat to me. Nevertheless, I too refrained from using my martial soul. Had we both unleashed our powers, perhaps I would not have been able to defeat him, but I can assure you that before that old man could strike me, I would have taken the lives of that father and son." Gong Yu nodded and remarked, "That old man has attained an impressive cultivation level of 86, possessing astonishing strength that could rival yours. However, his family follows an extreme path, endowing him with immense power but lacking in speed. If it comes to a life and death struggle, your advantages would be even more pronounced. With the aid of Thunder Flash, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to defeat him." As Gong Yu and Gong Xiao engaged in conversation, they completely disregarded Titan, leaving him feeling rather inconsequential. At that moment, Titan stepped forward and pointed at Gong Yu, declaring, "You must be the young master that little girl spoke of, correct? Speak up, how much? I shall purchase your maid. Her extraordinary strength makes her perfectly suited to be the granddaughter-in-law of my clan. It would be a grave injustice for her to serve you." However, before Titan could finish his sentence, Gong Yu unleashed a strike with the Golden Dragon Claw. In an instant, a massive Golden Dragon Claw materialized, hurtling towards the crown of Titan's head. Yet, Titan reacted swiftly, summoning his martial spirit, causing his first soul ring to illuminate as he bellowed, "First soul skill, Rock Shield." As his voice echoed, a colossal stone apparition enveloped him, making Titan resemble a stone gorilla rather than a mere monkey. Just as the stone apparition manifested, the Golden Dragon Claw crashed down upon it. The collision between the Golden Claw and the stone apparition unleashed a powerful shockwave, disrupting the air around them and uprooting patches of grass. Under the assault of the Golden Claw, the stone apparition shattered, effectively neutralizing the attack. Nevertheless, the force emanating from the Golden Claw still impacted Titan, propelling him back several paces before he could regain his footing. "Not a bad kid. Your strength is commendable," Titan remarked as he strode back, acknowledging Gong Yu's prowess with newfound respect. Gong Yu was disinclined to engage in futile conversation with Tang Hao's lackey. He stepped forward, his voice icy as he declared, "Tang Hao's hound, your grandson covets my woman, and you both dare to disrupt my academy once more. Speak. How do you wish to meet your demise?" Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Titan was momentarily taken aback, but a smug smile soon crept across his face, seemingly pleased with the moniker of Tang Hao's hound. However, the threat of annihilation directed at his family left him somewhat displeased. "You wish to kill my grandfather and me? How audacious. Today, I shall take on the role of your parents and mentors to teach you a lesson," Titan retorted coldly, resolved to discipline Gong Yu. Though he refrained from harboring any genuine intent to kill, He was wary of the powerful figures from the Academy of Gods intervening, especially since he was already bullying the weak, and causing a ruckus at the school had crossed the institution's boundaries. Yet, he was puzzled as to why the Academy's powerful entities remained passive. In truth, whether it was BG, ZG, or the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress, all had contemplated intervening. However, they were dissuaded by Nar, who urged them not to act impulsively. Titan, after all, was an ideal candidate for Gong Xiao to hone her skills against. Nonetheless, Gong Yu returned earlier than anticipated, leaving little opportunity for Gong Xiao to participate. With the upcoming competition in mind, he preferred to keep Gong Xiao's capabilities concealed and decided that it was better for him to take action himself. Upon hearing Titan's words, Gong Yu's fury intensified. "You dare mention my parents before me? My parents were killed by your master, Tang Hao, since you were his hound. I shall eradicate your family today and claim some interest in return." Saying this, Gong Yu stepped forward, each stride accompanied by the manifestation of a soul ring. Upon taking 6 steps, 6 soul rings, purple, black, and red, vibrantly pulsed beneath his feet. Chapter 159, Battle with Titan Impossible. How could this be? Titan watched in disbelief as Gong Yu advanced, the red soul ring casting a crimson hue across a portion of the playground. The surrounding students gasped collectively, then began to murmur amongst themselves, transforming the arena into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Did I see that correctly? Those are 10,000-year soul rings. And there are 2 10,000-year soul rings. I have made my decision. This senior shall be my idol, without question. This senior possesses 10,000-year soul rings as a soul emperor. No wonder he single-handedly obliterated the royal battle team this morning. Gong Yu paid no heed to the myriad glances from the surrounding students and continued his approach towards Titan. As all his soul rings manifested, it became evident that with each step he took, an overwhelming expanse of vines spread forth beneath him. "Speak, old fool. How do you wish to meet your demise?" Gong Yu reiterated, his tone laced with disdain. Titan's expression grew grave. Individuals from the Strength clan had long been accustomed to bullying the weak, with others tolerating their arrogance due to the presence of soul masters within their ranks. Those who could endure would do so, while those who could not, like Zhao Wujia, would flee after a brief confrontation, never daring to engage the Strength clan for an extended period. It seemed that the clan's formidable legacy had only emboldened their insolence. Taking what they desired by any means necessary, if unable to seize it themselves, they would summon their parents for assistance, and if that proved insufficient, they would resort to calling upon their grandparents, eager to mobilize their entire lineage. However, on this occasion, they unexpectedly encountered formidable resistance. "Young friend, this is a misunderstanding. Why don't we calm down and discuss this matter rationally?" Titan began to show signs of concession. Although he, as a soul master, harbored no fear of Gong Yu, he equally wished to avoid a protracted conflict, for the assault of a 10,000-year soul skill was not something to be taken lightly. "A misunderstanding? First, your grandson covets my women, and then you, old fool, brazenly propose to purchase them before me. Now that you realize I am not to be trifled with, you think a mere misunderstanding will suffice? Who do you think you are?" Gong Yu remarked, casting a scornful glance at Titan and then at Talon. Titan, acutely aware of his own culpability, attempted to salvage the situation. "Young friend, we are willing to offer compensation." Yet, before he could complete his sentence, Gong Yu interrupted sharply. "Compensate? How dare you? As Tang Hao's dog, if you wish to compensate, then offer your life instead." Gong Yu, unwilling to continue the pointless banter with Titan, was taken aback as he saw Titan raise a finger. Without the need to invoke a soul skill, he observed vines surging toward Titan like a tidal wave. "Humph, since reasoning has failed, do not blame me for using my strength against the weak." Titan, too, felt anger rise within him. He had initially intended to step back. If Gong Yu had offered a way out, he would have taken his son and grandson and left. However, Gong Yu's refusal to relent left no room for dialogue. Although Gong Yu possessed 2 soul rings of 100,000 years, Titan, being an 86th level soul Douluo, was confident that he could easily eliminate a soul emperor. In that moment, the vines, like a rushing tide, enveloped Titan's feet, some even wrapping around his calves. Yet Titan, with a surge of energy, stomped down heavily, shaking off the vines that clung to him. Immediately, those vines transformed into thick, sharp thorns that erupted from the ground, relentlessly piercing towards Titan. At that moment, Titan's 3rd soul ring began to shimmer as he bellowed, "Third soul skill. Golden body of the demon ape." As his voice echoed, a colossal phantom of a metallic ape, towering over 3 meters, enveloped Titan, creating a formidable defensive barrier around him. The thorns aimed at Titan struck the giant ape's silhouette, yet Titan remained steadfast, impervious to any assault. This situation elicited a smirk of satisfaction from Titan. However, as he reveled in his triumph, the onslaught of the vines did not dwindle. Instead, they grew more ravenous, swarming ferociously towards the giant ape. With a series of muffled thuds, thick, sharp tendrils emerged from the earth, striking the giant ape's form, producing a cacophony of sounds. Each impact delivered a considerable force against the giant ape's silhouette, causing it to gradually dissipate under the relentless barrage until it vanished entirely. Yet, the vines continued their relentless assault toward Titan, inciting a sense of panic within him. As if that were not enough, new vines sprouted at Titan's feet, this time not forming into sharp points, but instead coiling upwards around his legs. Realizing he could no longer remain passive, Titan stomped down, activating his second soul ring, and roared, second soul skill, explosive power. With this command, Titan mimicked an ape, pounding his chest and emitting guttural cries. The sound of his strikes reverberated through the air, creating shockwaves that surged towards the encroaching vines. Upon contact, the airwaves detonated, shattering the vines into countless fragments that fell to the ground. However, since these vines were manifestations of Gong Yu's martial soul, they disintegrated into luminous particles upon hitting the earth. The destruction of the vines provided Titan a moment of reprieve. Yet, as a battle-hardened soul master, he quickly seized the opportunity. What a chance, he thought. With the vines dispersed, and before Gong Yu could replenish them, Titan charged towards him, shouting, "You refuse my offer? Then face your demise." Fourth soul skill. Fist of the Giant Spirit. As Titan barreled forward, he swung his right fist, which was now enveloped by a fist-sized phantom. Just as the massive fist was about to collide with Gong Yu, he stood motionless, seemingly paralyzed with fear, which startled the surrounding students. Should that strike connect? It would surely incapacitate or even kill him. However, those who truly understood Gong Yu knew he was not intimidated. Rather, he dismissed Titan's attack entirely. At that moment, a mischievous smile crept across Gong Yu's lips as he taunted, "You wish to compare fists? Very well, I shall end you with my own." With that, he shifted his right foot slightly, preparing to exert force. His right arm shimmered with golden scales, and he clenched his fist, launching it towards Titan's incoming blow. From the outset of their conflict, Titan had been on the defensive, a result of Gong Yu's strategic distancing, which prevented Titan from closing in. As a wielder of a beast martial soul, being unable to engage in close combat rendered him significantly disadvantaged. Now, having finally discerned a deliberate opening from Gong Yu, Titan should have seized the moment to attack with all his might. With the support of his eighth soul skill, he might have been able to contend with Gong Yu for at least a few exchanges. It is noteworthy that Titan's eighth soul ring derived from a 30,000-year-old and of heavy strength, which would greatly amplify his power. However, Titan was also mindful of the potential intervention from the titled Douluos of the Academy. He feared that should they intervene, his chances of survival would diminish drastically, and his son and grandson would be left vulnerable. Thus, despite having the opportunity to unleash his full strength against Gong Yu, he hesitated, believing his raw physical prowess alone could secure victory without the aid of any soul skills. Little did he know, if there was anyone on the continent with unparalleled physical strength, it was Gong Yu, while others merely lagged behind. At that moment, Gong Yu's arm, adorned with golden scales, met Titan's incoming fist head-on. It was a straightforward clash, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. The two fists collided, and a gust of wind surged forth, causing Titan's skin to ripple. A sound akin to shattering bones echoed as Titan let out a pained cry, and his entire body was sent hurtling backward. Gong Yu's punch was delivered with immense force, approximately weighing around 150,000 pounds. Even before acquiring his fifth soul ring, his strength had already reached an impressive 100,000 pounds. Upon receiving the sixth soul ring, the seal of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline within him was further unlocked, granting him access to a portion of the Golden Dragon King's power, thereby augmenting his strength to an astonishing 160,000 pounds. Consequently, a punch weighing 150,000 pounds was, in fact, within the realm of what the Titan could endure. Gong Yu had even made a rough calculation, concluding that even the most formidable defender, Hu Yinjin, could not withstand the full force of Tang San's Sea God Trident, which weighed a staggering 180,000 pounds outside the Jiaoling Pass. In comparison, the Titan's defense was likely several magnitudes weaker. How could it possibly endure Gong Yu's punch, which was charged with a weight of 150,000 pounds? With a single blow, the Titan was sent flying, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground 30 meters away, creating a crater approximately 20 centimeters deep. Grandfather. Father. Tai Long and Tai Nuo gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the Titan being launched through the air. They hobbled over, their awkward gait appearing rather comical. Meanwhile, Gong Yu approached the Titan step by step. Though he had dispatched the Titan with ease, his intent to kill remained unyielding. As the Titan's previous actions had crossed a line for him, the onlooking students followed Gong Yu as he advanced toward the Titan. Soon, he stood beside the Titan, who lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly on the brink of death after enduring Gong Yu's devastating punch. It was a stroke of fortune that he had not perished. Gong Yu raised his hand, curling his fingers into a claw-like shape, preparing to deliver a final blow to the Titan's head, intending to end his life completely. At that moment, Tai Nuo and Tai Long finally arrived, albeit limping. Upon seeing Gong Yu poised to strike the Titan, Tai Long shouted, "Do not kill my grandfather. It is all my fault. The root of all errors lies with me. Take my life instead. I beg you, spare my grandfather." As his voice faded, Tai Long lunged forward, but his speed was no match for Gong Yu's swift action. Gong Yu remained resolute, unwilling to heed Tai Long's plea and ready to carry out his intent. Just as Gong Yu's claw was about to descend upon the Titan's head, a voice resonated from a distance. "Young friend Gong Yu, please pause for a moment. Allow me to speak." The sudden interruption halted Gong Yu mid-action. Recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar, he turned toward its source and saw an elderly man hastily approaching. As the figure drew nearer, Gong Yu realized it was none other than President Liu Gao of the Blacksmith Association. Liu Gao approached, catching his breath before addressing Gong Yu. "Young friend, might you spare the life of old Titan for my sake?" Upon hearing this, Gong Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Given Liu Gao's request, he felt compelled to respond. After all, he had studied forging under Liu Gao for several years and owed him a debt of gratitude. Despite their previous disagreements, Gong Yu had promised Liu Gao that should the day come when he needed something from him, he would grant one condition in return for the knowledge imparted to him. Gong Yu refrained from questioning Liu Gao's motives for saving the Titan, instead seeking clarification. "Are you certain you wish for me to spare him? If I do, it would mean I have fulfilled the condition I promised you long ago." Without hesitation, Liu Gao nodded affirmatively. "I am certain. I will use that condition to ensure you spare old Titan's life." Gong Yu took a moment to compose her emotions, then nodded and said, "Very well, take him away." However, the sycophants of the Li Ji clan, particularly Tang Hao's lackeys, had best not appear before me again. Otherwise, their fortunes will not be so favorable. With that remark, Gong Yu turned and walked towards Gong Lan and the others, leading the group of women back home. Time swiftly passed, and the third day arrived. In the preceding 2 days, all the Soul Master Academies had completed their first round of preliminary matches. Today, which marks the third day of the prestigious Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, the second round of preliminaries was set to commence. As the members of the Academy of Gods approached the exterior of the Tian-Do Great Soul Arena, they were met with an atmosphere of solemnity. The news of Gong Yu's devastating defeat of the Titan had spread throughout the city of Tian-Do over the course of 2 days, and nearly everyone was aware of the formidable Soul Emperor from the Academy of Gods, who possessed 2 soul rings of 100,000 years. Gong Yu achieved fame almost overnight, which placed considerable pressure upon him. Subsequently, he publicly announced that he would refrain from participating in any battles prior to the confrontation with the seed team of the Spirit Hall. The revelation of this news brought a sense of relief to the competing teams from various academies. Moreover, the tournament found it challenging to exclude Gong Yu, as he fulfilled all the necessary criteria for participation. Fortunately, he chose to withdraw to the background, temporarily abstaining from combat, thereby alleviating a significant amount of trouble for the tournament. Chapter 161. Blaze Academy. Although Gong Yu has gained considerable fame, drawing significant attention to the Divine Team, the spotlight has diminished significantly since he announced his retreat behind the scenes. Consequently, the attention on the Divine Academy has waned, and even the betting odds have placed them 5th. After all, the other members of the team have yet to showcase their abilities, leaving their true strength shrouded in mystery. The members of the Divine Team, however, seem indifferent to this. The lesser the attention, the more they relish their tranquility. As the group gradually entered the Heavenly Do Great Spirit Arena, Gong Yu turned to Liu Erlong and inquired, "Master Erlong, who are our opponents today?" Liu Erlong replied, "Today's adversaries are the Blazing Fire Academy, one of the 5 elemental academies. Unlike those that pursue extreme strategies, the Blazing Fire Academy boasts formidable fire-based offense, crowd control, agility, and support. However, They have chosen not to reveal these capabilities against weaker opponents, renowned for their overwhelming offensive power. The Blazing Fire Academy has even managed to overwhelm the renowned defensive prowess of the Elephant Armor Academy, indicating that our academy's opponent this time is indeed quite formidable. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Gong Shui, standing nearby, voiced her dissent. Is the Blazing Fire Academy merely playing with fire? Very well. I shall see if their prowess surpasses mine. Just as Gong Shui finished speaking, Gong Yu interjected, Xiao Shui, you are not to engage this time. Let Qianqian take the lead. You may all advance as 7, but only Qianqian is permitted to act. Ah, how dull. Gong Shui protested, glancing at Gong Lan, hoping she would advocate on her behalf for an opportunity to participate, but Gong Lan merely shook her head, frustrated by the lack of support from her sister. Gong Shui puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. Gong Yu raised both hands and vigorously rubbed Gong Shui's cheeks on either side, then said, if you behave, I will grant you the opportunity to single-handedly eliminate other teams next time. Really? Upon hearing this, Gong Shui instantly burst into laughter. Gong Yu nodded and said, I will leave you to deal with the Botanical Academy. However, upon hearing about the Botanical Academy, Gong Shui immediately wilted, exclaiming, What? The Botanical Academy is far too weak. My elder brother sends someone specialized in countering them to confront them. It lacks any challenge. Very well, then shall I assign you to the Elephant Armor Academy as well? Gong Yu suggested. Although the Elephant Armor sect ranks last among the 5 elements Xianyuan, it remains formidable compared to other academies. Gong Yu felt a sense of helplessness. If her arrangements did not satisfy Gong Shui, she would remain unhappy throughout the day. Gong Yu has already devised a plan, instructing Gong Shui to confront the Elephant Armor Academy by directly emulating the tactics of the Blaze Academy, unleashing a barrage of relentless attacks. He then turned to Gong Qianqian and said, Qianqian, once you take the stage, be straightforward. There is no need for excessive dialogue with the Blaze Academy. Resolve the battle with utmost swiftness. Gong Qianqian possesses an extraordinary mastery of the ice element. Although the members of the Blaze Academy all wield fire attributes, none have attained such a pinnacle of power. Thus, if Gong Qianqian were to unleash a tempest of frigid air, the battle would likely conclude in under a minute. After listening to Gong Yu, Gong Qianqian initially nodded in agreement but then shook her head, clearly torn by uncertainty regarding Gong Yu's suggestion. Observing her indecisiveness, Gong Shui expressed her displeasure, saying, Fourth sister, your nodding and shaking of the head is rather perplexing. If you are unwilling to take action, then allow me to step in. Gong Qianqian spoke up. No, I believe that if we resolve the battle at the fastest speed, everyone in the Blaze Academy would be annihilated, and thus I cannot proceed in that manner. Upon hearing this, Gong Yu awkwardly smiled and replied, I meant for you to resolve the battle swiftly, not to exert all your strength. You could create a storm and freeze them into ice sculptures. And once their leader concedes, you may release them. All right then. Gong Qianqian nodded, adding, please be clearer next time. I thought you wanted me to go all out. In that case, I could unleash my domain and turn them all into minced meat within 10 seconds. At that moment, Gong Yu, standing nearby, chuckled and chided, hee hee. Fourth sister, you are quite foolish. The tournament rules prohibit killing, so if you use your brain, you would understand that he wants you to resolve the battle swiftly within the rules, yet you still think of other options. Gong Qianqian's face flushed with embarrassment at Gong Yu's remark. Upon reaching the resting area designated for the divine team, Lu Erlong interjected, All right, everyone, stop the bickering. Prepare yourselves. Your turn to compete is approaching. Shortly thereafter, designated personnel arrived to escort the divine team to the arena. The members participating in this round included Gong Lan, Gong Xiao, Gong Yu, Gong Qianqian, Gong Shui, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar. The others were merely spectators. Only Gong Qianqian and Oscar would truly engage, with Oscar handling the aftermath, a task he readily accepted, knowing that a stunning beauty named Huo Wu was on the Blaze team. Imagine the scene, if Huo Wu were to be injured, and Oscar produced a restorative sausage from his martial soul for her to consume. One could only envy the throngs of onlookers. The members of the divine team were all debuting on such a stage, drawing immense attention upon their arrival at the arena. In one corner of the resting area, the members of the Shrek Academy observed Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar taking the stage, their expressions filled with envy and resentment. Though the tournament had only commenced a few days prior, the champion was practically a foregone conclusion. As long as the Divine Academy remained, all other academies, including the Spirit Hall, could only vie for second place. Daimubai gritted his teeth, cursing Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar as a couple, only to be swiftly reprimanded by Ning Rongrong, who yanked his ear, causing him to wilt immediately. This little sorceress would not tolerate Daimubai's dalliances with multiple women, and under the threat of sword Douluo and bone Douluo, he found himself subservient to her whims. Tang San, meanwhile, clenched his fists in frustration. Previously, he had harbored resentment towards Gong Yu for tarnishing Xiaowu's purity. Since then, Tang San had undergone a transformation, abandoning his studies of poisons in favor of aphrodisiacs, plotting to use them against the divine team during the tournament. He paid no heed to the rules forbidding external substances, eagerly anticipating the moment to unleash his concoction, envisioning the members of the divine team engaging in a scandalous spectacle before thousands. Thus, Tang San's animosity towards the divine team reached a boiling point. Initially, he had targeted Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing, but now Zhu Zhuqing had also become an object of his ire. After a failed ambush on Zhu Zhuqing, intending to confront Gong Yu, he found himself grievously injured, and he laid the blame squarely on Zhu Zhuqing. Do not inquire why Tang San rationalized such a twisted logic. His thought process was indeed unconventional, attributing his own provocations to others. As the seventh member of the Blaze team strode confidently onto the arena, the leader, Huo Wushuang, was of average height and possessed an unremarkable appearance, with eyes shimmering with fervor and clad in a gold-red team uniform that accentuated his features. Although not conventionally handsome, his imposing presence was undeniable. Huo Wushuang was a level 42 assault-type soul master, his martial soul being a fire dragon. Unlike Lu Erlong's fire dragon, which emitted a more passive flame, Huo Wushuang's dragon was an explosive, singular fire dragon, making him the strongest defensive player of this Blaze team. Following him was a level 38 assault-type soul master, whose martial soul was a fire leopard, though he bore no remarkable traits. Two identical, cold-faced twins followed, both possessing the martial soul of a fire crane and reaching level 39 as agile attack-type soul masters. Bringing up the rear were two muscular men with a martial soul known as fire sparks, not to be confused with the celestial body, but rather the sparks produced when striking flint. They served as support-type soul masters. The lone female of the group, Huo Wushuang's sister, was strikingly beautiful, her golden red uniform complementing her dark red hair, making her appear as a flame capable of captivating any man. Notably, however, her hairline suggested she might face the prospect of baldness in the future. Huo Wu, a level 43 control-type soul master, was the soul of the Blaze team, her martial soul being a shadow of herself, akin to a primary martial soul but distinct, referred to as Fire Shadow. At that moment, the referee stepped into the arena and announced, "Both sides, take your positions and salute." The 14 participants arranged themselves in two lines, bowing to each other. Huo Wushuang's gaze locked onto Gong Lan, whose blue hair framed her striking features, leaving him momentarily entranced until a teammate nudged him back to reality. Meanwhile, Gong Shue's voice rang out, "Stop staring. Someone like you is not worthy of my sister. Not to mention her, you wouldn't qualify for any of us. And by the way, we are all taken. If you truly seek companionship, we can offer you Oscar." Oscar, upon hearing this, waved his hands, his expression resembling one who had just ingested something foul. Huo Wu, known for her fiery temper, recognized Oscar's dismissive gesture and immediately grew furious, exclaiming, "You're asking for trouble." Even before the match commenced, the tension between them crackled like gunpowder. Huo Wu glared at Gong Shui, and their eyes clashed fiercely as she warned, "I will make you regret this encounter." Gong Shui, standing nearby, let out a disdainful scoff. "Humph. With your mere 43rd level soul master, you lack the qualification to engage in combat with me." Just then, the referee's voice resounded once more. "Both sides, please release your martial spirits." As the referee's words fell, the members of the Blazing Fire team began to radiate a brilliant glow, their powerful soul rings illuminating half of the arena. Undoubtedly, the members of the Blazing Fire team boasted the most optimal soul ring configurations. Meanwhile, on the side of the Divine team, apart from Gong Chanshan and Oscar, who remained stationary, the others all turned to make their way toward the edge of the arena. Gong Chanshan stood there, not releasing her soul ring. Meanwhile, Oscar summoned his martial spirit beside her, with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings pulsating around him, while somewhat lewdly chanting a spell, "I possess a grand sausage." How infuriating. They hold us in such contempt, leaving only 2 to battle, one of whom is a food-type soul master. I must teach them a lesson. On the side of the Blazing Fire team, Huo Wu was seething with rage upon witnessing the behavior of the Divine team. Among those retreating, Gong Shui seemed to have heard Huo Wu's voice. She raised a middle finger behind her back and provocatively taunted Huo Wu, saying, "You seem to be mistaken. We do not look down on you. We simply cannot be bothered to regard you." The implication? The blazing fire team is beneath notice. Huo Wu instantly grasped Gong Shui's meaning, her fury reaching a boiling point. "You all shall perish." With those words, Huo Wu unleashed her wrath. Once she became the embodiment of the fire shadow, her aura surged, flames engulfing her as she resembled a figure of fire. She raised her hand, conjuring a fireball to launch at them. Yet, at that moment, the referee's voice interjected, "I have yet to announce the start of the match. Do you intend to violate the rules?" At the referee's words, Huo Wu's ire only intensified. She shouted back, "Then hurry up and declare the match." The referee, now irritated, retorted, "When the match begins is for me to decide, not you, a mere contestant. Consider this a warning. If you continue to misbehave, I will disqualify you." Observing the situation, Gong Shui couldn't help but laugh heartily, gleefully taunting the blazing fire team. "Are you all fools? Why provoke the referee? Truly uncouth." The referee nodded in agreement, appreciating the young girl's sensibility. Huo Wu gritted her teeth, wanting to respond, but a teammate gently tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to restrain herself. Finally, the referee declared, "The match begins." As his words echoed, all participants sprang into action. Meanwhile, Gong Qian remained stationary, while Oscar continued to chant, "Super recovery sausage." It was only after conjuring 7 super sausages that he ceased. On the side of the blazing fire team, all 7 members ignited with flames, their fiery glow filling half the arena with intense heat, each of them radiating the brilliance of their first soul rings. The 2 support-type soul masters emitted sparks, and from the air, countless red specks converged toward those sparks, rapidly expanding above their heads. Huo Wuxuan let out a resounding dragon roar, flames enveloping him in a dragon-like silhouette as his martial spirit manifested, causing his body to swell slightly, covered in a layer of hot, dark red scales. The agile attack-type soul masters, Hui Yun and Hui Yu, took flight, each unfurling a pair of dazzling wings, gliding in an unusual arc toward Gong Qian and Oscar. Huo Wu's face twisted into a maniacal grin, ready to strike. However, at that moment, Gong Qian merely tapped her foot on the ground. Instantly, an extreme chill, like mist, spread across the half of the arena occupied by the blazing fire team. Within moments, they could visibly see the ice creeping beneath their feet, rapidly ascending. "How arrogant! You dare let an ice-type martial spirit face us? Have you lost your wits, unaware that we are all fire-type soul masters? Burn!" Huo Wu scoffed, flames swelling around her as she attempted to melt the ice forming at her feet. Yet, to her dismay, she realized the ice showed no signs of melting. "You fools! While you may play with fire, you will never comprehend the essence of extreme attributes." Gong Qian coldly remarked, "With your feeble flames, you think to melt my ice? Truly ignorant." As her words fell, the ice had already ascended to the necks of the 7 members of the blazing fire team, encasing even their flames within. The transparent ice, adorned with radiant red flames, created a stunning visual, enhancing the ice's beauty. Gong Qian then addressed Huo Wu, "Let me correct you. I am of the cold attribute, the extreme cold attribute, not merely the ice attribute." After her statement, every member of the blazing fire team was completely frozen into ice sculptures. In less than half a minute, they had lost all combat capability. Witnessing this spectacle, the thousands of spectators were left speechless, an unusual silence enveloping them. Moments later, silence transformed into an uproar. "How is she so powerful?" The Snow Knight Emperor, seated in the front row, suddenly spoke. "Extreme attributes?" Ning Fengji murmured, falling silent as he contemplated something. In this era, soul masters often emphasized the strength of soul skills, with many focusing solely on hunting powerful soul beasts to acquire formidable soul skills. Yet, most skills they obtained were merely flamboyant, lacking true utility. Many on the continent, although they pursued elemental paths, did not consciously refine their elements to the extreme, rendering the term extreme attributes unfamiliar to them. The Platinum Bishop, Salus, remained quiet, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. In various resting areas, those with a modicum of insight pondered the term extreme attributes. In the Shrek team's resting area, Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Why was I unaware that such a thing as extreme attributes existed? Damn it. That wretched Bibi Dong must have concealed the true secrets of the Spirit Hall from me, depriving me of such crucial knowledge. I refuse to believe the Spirit Hall is oblivious to the concept of extreme attributes. As Yu Xiaojiang's voice faded, far away in the Spirit City, seated on the papal throne of the Spirit Hall, Bibidong inexplicably felt a pang of heartache, a sense of unexplainable sorrow washing over her, leaving her bewildered. If Bibidong were aware that Yu Xiaojiang was speaking ill of her, she would surely retort, "Yu Xiaojiang, do you not feel any guilt when you speak those words?" Returning the focus to the arena, Gong Qianqian addressed the still-dazed referee. "Are you not going to announce the match results?" "Oh, very well. Let us now announce the results." The judge, regaining composure, awkwardly smiled and declared, in light of the fact that the Blaze Academy team has lost their fighting capability, "This match is hereby awarded to the Divine Academy team." As the judge pronounced the verdict, Gong Qianqian snapped her fingers, and the ice encasing all members of the Blaze team began to melt at a visibly rapid pace. Moments later, all the ice had completely thawed. Yet the members of the Blaze team were left shivering uncontrollably, slumped on the arena, utterly devoid of combat strength. At that moment, Oscar rushed over. Holding the restorative sausages he had prepared earlier, distributing them to each member of the Blaze team, he said, Come, though our two academies are rivals. Our teachers instructed us before the match that if my teammates inadvertently injure you, I am to use these sausages to restore you afterward, lest you bear lasting injuries." Oscar's intentions, though noble, were akin to adding insult to injury. It was as if he was implying that prior to the match, they had anticipated the Blaze team's weakness and feared inflicting harm upon them, hence the preparations of restorative sausages, friendship above all, competition secondary, no need for formality. Huo Wu, not known for her magnanimity, found Oscar's words exceedingly aggravating, leading her to spit out a mouthful of blood in frustration. "Oh dear, miss. You must take care." Oscar feigned concern upon witnessing Huo Wu's distress, urging her, "Quickly, eat the sausages. They are imbued with my soul power and possess restorative properties. Consuming them will ensure that any injuries you have will vanish." Regardless of whether the Blaze team accepted the offer, Oscar unceremoniously thrust the sausages into their hands, then approached Huo Wu, saying, "Beautiful lady, you should have one too. You see, you're injured. Take a bite, and you'll recover instantly. Otherwise, if this lingers, it may affect your foundation." Upon hearing the mention of her foundation being compromised, Huo Wu shot Oscar a fierce glare, snatching the sausage from his grasp. Yet, recalling the distasteful incantations he had recited at the onset of the match, she hesitated to take a bite. Oscar, however, extended his hand expectantly, insisting, "Do eat. My sausages are quite flavorful. Consuming one will surely restore your vitality." With gritted teeth and a furrowed brow, Huo Wu closed her eyes. Gong Qianqian was merely a petite woman, albeit one prone to exaggeration. Her sole desire was to safeguard her modest domain. What belonged to her was undeniably hers, and her secrets ought to remain within the confines of her own sanctuary. Once divulged, how could they still be deemed secrets? As for notions of contributing knowledge for the betterment of the spirit master community, she scoffed at such pretentiousness. What concern was it of hers, a humble woman, to engage with the affairs of the spirit master realm? Thus, with a countenance of displeasure, she retorted curtly, "No comment." As her words echoed, she promptly descended the arena alongside her comrades. Yet, her brief utterance incited a wave of murmurs among the thousands of spectators. Some admired her audacity, reveling in her refusal even to the emperor, while others deemed her foolish for squandering such a golden opportunity to showcase herself. However, for Gong Qianqian, it mattered little. She cared only for Gong Yu's thoughts, and the opinions of others were of no consequence to her. Gong Qianqian's disregard for others left Shui's countenance in a most dismal state. With a disdainful huff, the Emperor of the Snowy Night swept out of the venue, showing no inclination to remain for the subsequent match. However, once Shui departed, a sinister smile crept across Ning Fengji's face. Just days prior, Gong Yu had treated him with contempt, and today, Gong Qianqian had shown the same disrespect to the Emperor of the Snowy Night. To provoke Ning Fengji might yield little consequence, but to cross the Emperor would undoubtedly bring tumult upon the Divine Academy, as he would surely impose restrictions under various pretexts. Indeed, scarcely had half a day passed after the Emperor's return when a flurry of decrees were issued, mandating a thorough investigation into the tax compliance of the soul guide industry affiliated with the Divine Academy. Following the issuance of these decrees, a host of petty instigators emerged to create turmoil, resorting to slander and sabotage. Numerous soul guide enterprises within various provinces associated with the Divine Academy were seized and confiscated, with some even transforming into the private property of certain individuals. The response from Gong Yu was rather straightforward. He unleashed the dark web to commence a slaughter. Consequently, within the Tiandou Empire's various provinces, over 100 officials were slain overnight. Those who engaged in framing, backstabbing, or opportunistically seizing assets were swiftly exterminated. As for the imperial family, Luo Han merely ordered the heads of several royal relatives to be severed and displayed in the emperor's chamber. When the Snow Knight Emperor awoke to find bloodied heads hanging from his bed frame, he was understandably horrified. Although he recognized the orchestrators to be from the Academy of the Gods, he found himself powerless to retaliate. Subsequently, the Snow Knight Emperor became considerably more restrained, rescinding certain decrees and returning confiscated properties. Unfortunately, the hundreds of deceased officials could not be resurrected, and appointing new officials became an arduous task. Ning Fengji had initially seized the opportunity for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to acquire the foundational soul engineering industries of the Academy of the Gods. However, upon the Snow Knight Emperor's revocation of the decrees and demands for property restitution, Ning Fengji's hopes of reclaiming those assets were dashed, leading him to brood in frustration for several days. Nonetheless, during the restitution process, Ning Fengji discreetly concealed a batch of soul tools from the Academy of the Gods, only returning the empty shells. This act irrevocably positioned the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in direct opposition to the Academy of the Gods. Yet, Gong Yu was not one to shy away from losses. Before long, he activated the dark web once more, cleansing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's assets across the provinces. Anyone affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was systematically exterminated, although the members of the dark web were predominantly great soul masters and soul lords. With a few soul ancestors among them, there existed a tangible gap in power compared to those of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, this disparity was easily mitigated. Despite the differences in cultivation levels, the dark web members wielded soul tools, employing soul bombs to attack, then retreating without engaging in direct confrontation. Their tactics involved minor disturbances that culminated in significant explosions, resulting in widespread casualties. Consequently, the assets of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in various provinces were steadily diminishing, leading to a substantial decrease in their revenue. Only Ning Fengji was privy to the extent of this decline. Nevertheless, given the school's financial resources, even with reduced income, Ning Fengji refrained from returning the stash of concealed soul tools. He intended to exploit these tools to decipher the underlying technology, yet Gong Yu remained unperturbed. Ignoring the fact that most soul tools possess self-destruct mechanisms, the intricate crafting process of soul tools was also highly demanding. Should the metals used in forging fail to meet standards, even with Ning Fengji's technical knowledge, he would struggle to inscribe the necessary formations. The clandestine turmoil involving the Academy of the Gods, the Tian-Do Empire, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School became the subject of widespread speculation. However, once the situation had largely been resolved, Gong Yu chose to disregard the matter. He directed the women to diligently prepare for the upcoming competition while he embarked on the process of condensing his soul core. One night, a tumultuous surge of energy enveloped Gong Yu's chamber, signifying a disturbance in the natural energies. Within, he commenced the condensation of his soul core. Seated in meditation, he turned his focus inward to his dantian, where he observed the previously stagnant vortex of soul power beginning to shift, surrounded by flickering arcs of white lightning. Enduring the excruciating pain akin to tearing within his dantian, he inhaled deeply, striving to stabilize his emotions. As time passed, his emotional turbulence gradually subsided. However, the sensation of pain within his dantian intensified, gradually becoming akin to being sliced by a blade. Gong Yu refrained from utilizing his own life force to intervene, instead remaining serenely seated, silently perceiving the fluctuations within the vortex of soul power in his dantian. Among soul masters, those capable of cultivating a soul core are exceedingly rare. A mere 1 in 100. Achieving the rank of a 7-ring soul sage signifies a true entrance into the higher echelons of soul masters, with the soul core being the emblem of such a rank. Only with the soul core can one develop more effectively towards the true manifestation of their martial soul. This, of course, represents the standard of a soul sage 2 millennia hence. In the present era, few possess the ability to condense a soul core, with many only achieving this upon ascending to the rank of a titled Douluo. Moreover, the concept of a soul core remains somewhat of a secret in this age, documented solely by factions or families that have produced titled Douluos. Individuals like Dugubo, lacking familial experience, unexpectedly condensed their soul core into an internal elixir during their ascension to titled Douluo. Even the great scholar of the Spirit Hall, who pilfered vast amounts of knowledge, remained oblivious to the existence of soul cores, resulting in Tang San never having condensed one upon his own ascension. Ordinary soul masters seeking knowledge about soul core condensation would have to wait until the spirit hall's downfall and the subsequent release of most of the information, at which point the soul masters of the continent would finally become aware of the soul core's existence. However, with Gong Yu present in this era, the question of whether the spirit hall will face obliteration remains uncertain. In Chapter 165, titled The Emergence of Tian, Gong Yu sat quietly in a meditative posture, his hands continuously shifting through intricate gestures. Despite the escalating, excruciating pain within his Tian, he managed to maintain composure, silently attuning to the transformations of his soul power. The original vortex of soul power morphed into ribbons of luminescent energy, spiraling inward as if a black hole had emerged within his Tian, incessantly absorbing all from the external world. Within the vortex, the processes of contraction and expansion repeated cyclically, each iteration inflicting immense suffering upon Gong Yu. He could distinctly sense the cosmic energy from the environment surging towards him, with each wave generating a profound fluctuation in soul power. The currents around him twisted violently under his command, each distortion attracting vast quantities of celestial energy. Outside the chamber, Naur wore a gentle smile. Shortly thereafter, she gestured, and a fissure appeared in the air, through which a figure clad in black and gold armor emerged, complete with a pair of blazing black dragon wings and a pair of formidable horns atop his head. It was none other than Tian. Approaching Naur, Tian knelt on one knee, addressing her as my lord. Naur nodded and directly instructed Tian, "You possess experience in soul core condensation. Go and ascertain whether Brother Yu requires assistance. If so, lend him your aid." She indeed wished to assist Gong Yu, yet she had never condensed a soul core, being born as a level 1 divine being, rendering the soul core unnecessary for her. Tian nodded, then swiftly entered the room to examine Gong Yu's condition closely. Noting that Gong Yu appeared stable, Tian discreetly acknowledged that he sensed the bloodline aura of the Golden Dragon King emanating from Gong Yu. Furthermore, given Gong Yu's connection with Naur, he harbored no significant aversion towards him. Subsequently, Tian raised his hand, and with a slight gesture, the surrounding natural energies, drawn towards him, began to compress and purify under his control, gradually enveloping him in a misty radiance. With a casual pull, the gray halo surrounding him coalesced into a shape resembling a silken fabric, gently infusing itself into Gong Yu's body. As he felt a surge of natural energy flooding in, Gong Yu's body instinctively began to absorb it, leading him into a wondrous state. Although his Tian still throbbed with pain, that sensation seemed to recede, and his consciousness began to expand outward. Indistinctly, it felt as though countless energy molecules in the air were celebrating his presence, enabling him to discern the myriad attributes contained within these energies. Among them, ice, water, fire, light, darkness, wind, and thunder elements were abundant, whereas time and space elements were rare, and even the elusive life and destruction elements made their subtle appearances. As these various elemental energies resonated with the attributes within Gong Yu's body, they transformed into corresponding natural energies that continuously merged into him. During this fusion, his entire being trembled slightly, each shudder distorting the surrounding air. At that moment, the elemental forces in the atmosphere surged in intensity, and a plethora of elemental energies surged into him, integrating into his Tian. The strands of soul power became vividly pronounced, their rotation accelerating. And in the center of the Tian, an oval-shaped crystal began to take form, emitting a soothing blue glow. The embryonic soul core was forming. At the precise moment the embryonic soul core successfully solidified, Gong Yu felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, and the previously excruciating pain in his Tian abruptly vanished. Suspended in his chest was a dragon core, the very essence of the Golden Dragon King. At a certain instant, a dragon's roar resonated from within the dragon core, causing it to rotate involuntarily. As the dragon core spun, it activated the bloodline power coursing through him, which gradually merged with the soul power and flowed into the Tian, converging towards the embryonic soul core. As the bloodline power integrated, the embryonic soul core floating in the Tian began to grow steadily. Everything unfolded in perfect order, and Ling Yun's heart grew increasingly tranquil as he immersed himself in the profound understanding of the elemental realm. He meditated silently, attuning himself to each fluctuation of energy, sensing his life continually transcending as if on the brink of entering another world. The soul core signifies a transformation in vital signs. Its formation can extend the lifespan of an ordinary human by a century or two, which explains why those who attain the title of Douluo can enjoy lifespans of 200 to 300 years. This also corroborates Poseidon's assertion that humans who transcend to the Douluo level can achieve a lifespan of 300 years. if the average soul master lives between 60 to 100 years. Then the enhancement of 1 to 200 years upon condensing a soul core during the ascension to Douluo allows them to potentially live for 2 to 3 centuries. Gradually, Gong Yu's consciousness became deeply immersed in the rich sea of elemental understanding, distancing itself from the sparse elemental energies. At this moment, the external world seemed to have no relevance to him. Meanwhile, a faint smile graced Tian's face. As he no longer needed to consciously direct the gathering of natural energies, the energies he had previously guided flowed autonomously like a directed stream towards Gong Yu. Time passed steadily, transitioning from the night into dawn, as the sky lightened with the first hints of day. Throughout the entire night, Gong Yu remained in slumber. Absorbing such immense natural power for an extended period indicated that Gong Yu's soul core foundation would be exceptionally robust. The longer he remained in this state, the greater his overall enhancement would be upon awakening, intensifying his comprehension of soul power. As time continued to elapse, 2 more hours passed. At this moment, Gong Lan arrived at Gong Yu's residence accompanied by her sisters. Has the young master not risen yet? Gong Lan inquired, her curiosity piqued. For Gong Yu typically arose early to practice the purple extreme magic eye. Even now, having mastered it to a vast realm, he still maintained this routine, barring rainy days. Na responded, eldest sister, brother Yu has not yet awakened. He is in the room condensing his soul core. I have been guarding him throughout the night. But he has not yet concluded, so it appears he cannot accompany you to the arena today. However, I believe all of you sisters will surely triumph once again today. Regarding the soul core, Gong Yu had previously discussed it with Gong Lan and others, advising them to compress their soul power in preparation for the soul core's condensation. Thus, upon hearing Na mention Gong Yu's endeavor, Gong Lan understood its significance and led her sisters to the arena on their own. Chapter 166. Facing the Xiangjia Academy, Gong Lan led the other 6 members of the divine team into the arena. However, there was a change in personnel this time, as Oscar did not participate. The opponents were the team from Xiangjia Academy, and the individuals from Xiangjia were formidable giants. Oscar, somewhat reluctant to face them, chose to sit out, yielding his place to Gong Miao Miao. As the 7 representatives of Xiangjia Academy ascended the central competition platform, the very stage trembled with every step they took, resembling not 7 individuals, but rather 7 towering mountains, clad entirely in black. The shortest competitor among them stood over 2 meters tall, while the tallest exceeded 2.5 meters. In comparison to the members of the Divine Academy, they towered above them with an imposing presence. Their sheer mass was equally noteworthy. It would be an understatement to describe their weight simply in terms of pounds. The smallest among them weighed no less than 300 pounds, while the tallest must have surpassed 500. Upon seeing the beautiful female soul masters from the Divine Academy, the 7 giants of Xiangjia immediately attempted to flirt, with one even whistling brazenly before the eyes of thousands of spectators, akin to a rogue, prompting Hu Yinshan, seated in the VIP section, to cover his forehead in exasperation. The behavior of these 7 was indeed disgraceful, making even the esteemed leader of Xiangjia, Hu Yinshan, uncomfortable to witness. Ning Fingji scoffed from the sidelines, remarking on the unmistakable demeanor of those hailing from Xiangjia. As expected of disciples from Xiangjia, their upbringing is truly remarkable. What my disciples' upbringing entails is of no concern to you, Master Ning, Hu Yinshan shot back coldly from a short distance away. Before long, a particularly robust figure stepped forward from the center, none other than the captain of the Xiangjia Academy team, Hu Yinli, a level 43 defense system battle soul master. However, as he approached, his gait, marked by a wide stance, caused the entire platform to shudder violently. Gong Lan stepped forward, her countenance serene, and proclaimed, I am Gong Lan, the captain of the Divine Academy team. As for your ranks, you are far too feeble to warrant such knowledge. Upon hearing these words, Hu Yanli felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. Just as he was about to unleash an expletive, the referee's voice rang out, competing teams, bow. Leading the way, Gong Lan and Hu Yanli, along with a total of 14 contestants, inclined their bodies in a simultaneous gesture of respect. And the atmosphere in the arena shifted to one of palpable tension. The match between the Divine Academy team and the Xiangjia Academy team is now underway, the referee announced. As the words faded, the 7 competitors from Xiangjia Academy dramatically shed their outer garments, revealing their corpulent physiques. Their already imposing bodies swelled further under the roar of their martial souls, the loose flesh rapidly transforming into exaggerated and fearsome muscles, with a layer of dark yellow keratin surfacing upon their skin, glistening with a metallic sheen. Even more grotesque was the elongation of their noses, while their upper lips curled back, revealing tusks that extended a full foot. The 7 men raised their right feet in unison and stomped heavily upon the arena floor. The thunderous sound not only capturing the audience's attention but also raising concerns over whether the platform could withstand such ferocious might. Among them, the 3 in the center boasted 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings, while the 4 flanking them displayed 2 yellow and 1 purple, totaling 3 spirit rings, comprising 3 spirit masters and 4 spirit elders. In the face of other teams, such a lineup from Xiangjia Academy would indeed be formidable. However, even this formidable array fell short against the Blaze Academy team, rendering them even less impressive in the eyes of the Divine Academy team. In the VIP section, Platinum Bishop Salas glanced at the imposing figure of Hu Yanzhan, who was currently extolling the virtues of his grandson, Hu Yanli, claiming that his talents surpassed even those of his own in his youth. This comment was deliberately directed towards the distinguished guests seated in the front row, including the Snow Knight Emperor, Ning Fengzhi, and Gu Rong. The Snow Knight Emperor feigned a smile, offering praise to Hu Yanli, yet after hearing such insincere commendations, Hu Yanzhan foolishly felt a sense of satisfaction and feigned humility in response. Suddenly, Ning Fengzhi interjected, aiming to temper Hu Yanzhan's inflated pride, stating, "While it is true that the disciples of the Hu Yin family possess great strength, it is unfortunate that they are up against the Divine Academy team. You must remember that the last time the Divine Academy entered the fray, they dispatched a single contestant who swiftly annihilated the Blaze Academy team in less than half a minute, without even summoning their martial souls." Taken aback, Hu Yanzhan had never contemplated the possibility of his disciples' defeat. Moreover, their physiques were undeniably superior, diverting his attention away from their opponents. It was only upon hearing Ning Fengzhi's words that his gaze shifted to the 7 members of the Divine Academy. On the Divine Academy side, the 7 girls curiously did not summon their martial souls. Gong Lan retreated, accompanied by 5 of her companions, leaving only Gong Shui standing her ground. However, as Gong Miao Miao stepped back, she appeared somewhat reluctant and turned to Gong Shui, saying, "Old 8, how about I take this match? These hefty fellows would be perfect for me to test my soul skills." Gong Shui, with a hint of petulance, declared, "No, this group of plump creatures is my quarry, and you shall not interfere. You may seek to test your soul skills later. Do not encroach upon my territory." "Oh, very well," Gong Miao Miao replied, somewhat reluctantly turning back before hastily rejoining Gong Lan and the others. On the side of the Xiangjia Academy team, witnessing Gong Lan retreat with her companions while leaving Gong Shui to face the battle alone, and overhearing the exchange between Gong Miao Miao and Gong Shui, a wave of anger surged among them. How contemptuous they are. "Brothers, advance. Let them understand our might," Hu Yanli bellowed. Consequently, the 7 members of the Xiangjia Academy team activated their first soul rings simultaneously. Under the influence of this initial soul ring, the previously dull yellow horns of the 7 robust figures shimmered with a lustrous sheen, as if each was cloaked in a layer of glaze. They stood shoulder to shoulder, resembling sumo wrestlers with their feet firmly planted on the ground. Together, they advanced towards the center of the arena, their massive forms nearly occupying half the diameter of the circular competition stage. Though their steps were deliberate, with each stride, their aura intensified, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure, a palpable dominion. At that moment, Gong Shui's face blossomed into a radiant smile, and a sound, reminiscent of a phoenix's call, emanated from within her. Chapter 167, Yu Xiaojiang. How could I possibly be mistaken? Luan Yuan's possession, she uttered softly, and as her voice faded, a magnificent bird, resembling a phoenix yet distinct, burst forth from her being with a resounding cry. It soared into the sky, circling twice before returning to her, enveloping her in its presence. Upon this union, the vibrant bird's form dissipated, leaving behind a pair of resplendent wings upon Gong Shui's back. "Is that a phoenix?" In the VIP section, the Snow Knight Emperor was taken aback by this spectacle. This marked the first instance since the commencement of the Soul Master Elite competition that a formal member of the Divine Team had awakened their martial soul. Though a male competitor had previously manifested a sausage martial soul, the Snow Knight Emperor recognized that he was merely a substitute. "Not a phoenix," Ning Fengzhi interjected, shaking his head. The young lady mentioned Wan Yuan's possession, so her martial soul should be Wan Yuan, yet what exactly that entails remains unknown. I only know that Yuan refers to a type of eagle. However, judging by the young lady's martial soul, it is certainly a top-tier martial soul, one that rivals the phoenix. Just as Ning Fengzhi's words lingered in the air, 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and black, began to pulse beneath Gong Shui's feet. The black, typically the most inconspicuous of colors, revealed its significance to anyone possessing a modicum of knowledge about soul masters, or who had been indoctrinated by Yu Xiaojiang's theories. Gasps of astonishment echoed not only from the audience but also from the VIP section. Who could have predicted that the first martial soul awakening from a formal member of the divine team would reveal a 10,000-year soul ring on the competition stage? Particularly 2 black soul rings, with the 4th being black? Hu Yinjun, struggling to contain his emotions, shouted, "No, it's impossible. How could that little girl possess the rank of a soul king and bear 2 black soul rings?" The Snow Knight Emperor, closing his eyes in anguish, felt a mixture of shock and regret. It seemed that the Divine Academy needed to be reconsidered. They had cultivated such a remarkable student, indicating the presence of exceptional talent within their institution. If pressed, they might align themselves with the Star Luo Empire or the Spirit Hall, which would pose a significant threat. The Snow Knight Emperor felt a twinge of remorse for the recent political maneuvers he had undertaken, imposing numerous restrictions on the Divine Academy in a bid to maintain his pride, which had led to a rift in relations with the Heaven Dou Empire. The current facade of cordiality between the two was merely a pretense. Bishop Salas, whose eyes had been narrowed, suddenly glimmered with intensity as he focused on Gong Shui. While he did not exhibit the same loss of composure as Hu Yinjun, his hands, resting on his knees, clenched involuntarily. It was worth noting that Salas had orchestrated the matchup between Xiangjia Academy and Divine Academy in a bid to ascertain the latter's capabilities. And it seemed he had gleaned some valuable insights. 10,000-year 4th ring? In the audience, Yu Xiaojiang displayed an even greater lack of composure than Hu Yinjun. How could the 4th soul ring possibly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Absolutely impossible. My theories cannot be wrong. I, Yu Xiaojiang, am the foremost theoretical plagiarist in the world. How could I have made a mistake? In his fervor, Yu Xiaojiang had forgotten that he was amidst an audience. Today, Shirlaiku Academy had no competition, which had led him to gather intelligence on the Divine Academy. As he raised his voice, he inadvertently drew scornful glances from those around him. Ah, so this greasy uncle is Yu Xiaojiang. He looks so unattractive. No wonder he resorted to plagiarism. After all, those who are unappealing cannot thrive otherwise. Did you hear that? He admitted that his theories are plagiarized. Indeed, he confessed that his theories were derived from the Spirit Hall. The surrounding audience erupted in chatter, and upon hearing their discussions, Yu Xiaojiang raised his hand, shielding his face with his sleeve, and fled the scene. Yet, even in his retreat, it was futile. He had already become infamous. Before long, the news would spread across the continent, and he would be regarded as an object of derision. The commotion among the audience did not disrupt the ongoing match on the stage. At this moment, the Xiangjia Academy's team, after a brief period of astonishment, resumed their coordinated advance towards Gong Shui's position. They intended to push her out of the arena using this combined force. However, Gong Shui merely smiled contemptuously, then lightly pressed her toes against the arena surface, propelling herself into the air. In midair, Gong Shui flapped her wings, pausing momentarily, causing the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy to be taken aback. While the individuals from the Elephant Armor Academy possessed extraordinary strength and defense, they had sacrificed agility in exchange. If they were merely facing agile soul masters, the situation would be manageable, as they would be unable to counter each other effectively. However, flying soul masters undoubtedly posed the greatest threat to their capabilities. When grounded, the disciples of the Elephant Armor sect could fully utilize their formidable defensive traits. But when faced with an opponent hovering above, their bulk rendered their defenses futile. More critically, in such a high-altitude confrontation, their vulnerabilities were glaringly exposed. At that moment, Gong Shui, suspended in the air, activated her 2nd soul ring and exclaimed, "Second soul skill, Celestial Fire Dance of Desolation." Instantly, she clenched her fists and spread her arms wide, unleashing a surge of energy that enveloped a 20-meter radius around her in a fiery aura, which expanded with her growing power. The surrounding air grew intensely hot in an instant. Within moments, a dozen fiery orbs materialized in the searing atmosphere, resembling radiant miniature suns that blinded everyone present. Despite their closed eyes, the spectators could still sense the flames emanating from the air. With a swift motion, Gong Shui thrust her hands toward the arena, sending the fiery orbs crashing down upon it. As these fireballs struck the stage, it was as if it had been bombarded, erupting into brilliant bursts of light that blanketed the entire platform, akin to a dazzling fireworks display. After a few minutes, the smoke finally cleared, and the once vibrant spheres of fire vanished, revealing the defeated 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy sprawled across the stage, the ground marred with cracks and craters. The members lay in the pits, their forms obscured in soot, the result of either being scorched or singed by the explosion. Chapter 168, Tides of Life, O Heavens. How is this possible? After the blinding spectacle, someone broke the silence, and the entire audience erupted in a fervor. How incredibly fierce. Is the divine team truly this formidable? How can we possibly continue? The divine team always entered the arena as a cohesive unit, yet only one individual had taken to the field. Although none had utilized their martial souls in previous rounds, it now seemed that they were at least of the Soul King level. The audience buzzed with chatter, each voice asserting its own perspective, transforming the grand arena into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Meanwhile, the referee assessed the 7 members from the Elephant Armor Academy, determining that they were not in any life-threatening danger, merely rendered unconscious by the explosive shockwave. Thus, the referee announced, in this match, the Divine Academy triumphs over the Elephant Armor Academy. A resounding crack echoed from the VIP section as the head of the Elephant Sect, Tianxiang Huyuanjun, crushed the armrest of his seat, his eyes blazing with fury. He felt no bitterness toward Gong Shui's demonstrated prowess. Rather, he was incensed that his grandson, Hu Yuanli, had led a team that was vanquished in a single round. As one of the lower 4 sects, he found it utterly humiliating. Ning Fingji observed Hu Yuanjun's reaction with a tinge of schadenfreude, yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret that both sides had not suffered equally. Reflecting on Gong Shui's earlier display, he pondered the depth of her fiery power. Could she also possess an extreme attribute? Furthermore, it was apparent that the Divine Academy had mastered the technique of absorbing soul rings beyond their time limit. Murmuring softly, Ning Fingji recalled a few years prior at the Great Soul Arena in Gangxin City, where a group of soul masters with ultra-temporal soul rings had emerged, seemingly comprised of young women. Could it be that this current group was the same? After careful consideration, it seemed quite plausible, especially since that group had worn masks during their appearances, making it impossible to track them down later. Consequently, the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile sect's attempts to recruit them had faltered, and as the girls gradually ceased participating in the soul battles, those efforts dwindled into obscurity. Ning Fingji contemplated whether he could entice 1 or 2 of these talented individuals to join his sect. Their potential should not be wasted if they did not belong to the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile sect. As he mumbled to himself, a proud expression adorned his face, as if only his sect possessed such capabilities, while he was oblivious to the true extent of their prowess, which was largely limited to their wealth. Returning to the arena, after the referee declared the Divine Academy victorious, the group of girls swiftly descended from the platform, hurrying back to their lodgings. Despite competing in the match, their thoughts were continuously occupied with concern for Gong Yu and the status of her soul core consolidation. Several minutes later, the girls finally arrived at their quarters and rushed to check on Gong Yu in her small courtyard, with Oscar and Zhu Shiqing following closely behind. In the courtyard of Gong Yu, when Gong Lan and her sisters arrived, they found Nar still standing vigil there. Gong Lan stepped forward and inquired, "Sister Jiao, how's the young master inside?" Nar, with a calm demeanor, replied, "I am not entirely certain. I have been waiting outside, as it would be inconvenient for me to intrude. However, Brother Yu's aura has remained steady, so he should be fine." Upon hearing this, everyone momentarily breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, if anyone were to gaze down from several thousand meters above, they would witness a vortex above the city of Tiando, a whirlpool drawing in the surrounding air and the energies of heaven and earth. This vortex, resembling a funnel, directed its tail into the entirety of Gong Yu's courtyard, specifically into the very room where he resided. This phenomenon had commenced the previous night and continued unabated until now. However, Gong Yu's rate of absorbing the energies of heaven and earth had noticeably begun to decline, indicating that his soul core was on the verge of complete consolidation. Within the confines of the room, Gong Yu's skin had taken on a lustrous sheen, appearing as if it could be broken by a gentle touch, while beneath the surface, a faint glow pulsated. He was already remarkably handsome, and at this moment, he exuded an even more striking elegance, deserving of the term beautiful, though handsome would perhaps be more fitting given his gender. Within Gong Yu's dantian, all traces of light had vanished, replaced by a soul core that was oval in shape, radiating a brilliant blue luminescence. The core was about the size of a longan, exceptionally dense, and within it, a translucent little golden dragon seemed to swirl. Strangely, around this little golden dragon, there appeared to be something else, spiraling around it like a meteor. The soul core was nearing completion, and due to the energy influx from its consolidation, Gong Yu's soul power had naturally ascended to the level of 70. However, this energy was akin to an enlightening bestowal. For someone like Tang San, receiving such an influx would likely be met with exuberance. Yet, Gong Yu regarded it with disdain, believing that excessive reliance on such bestowed power could undermine his foundation. Thus, he intended to temper his soul power, striving to lower his own level, lest he appear insubstantial. At this moment, Tian was also present in the room, vigilantly watching over Gong Yu. He had anticipated that Gong Yu would soon complete the consolidation of his soul core, and indeed, the process appeared to be reaching its conclusion. Just then, Tian's expression shifted slightly as he sensed a change within Gong Yu. The absorption of the energies of heaven and earth momentarily ceased, and in the next instant, an indescribable surge of vitality erupted from Gong Yu's body. It felt as though a fountain of life had emerged from beneath the earth, gushing forth and spreading in all directions. It turned out that the seed of life within Gong Yu had merged with the previously simulated seed of nature, catalyzed by the consolidation of his soul core, resulting in a small-scale tide of life. Instantly, the entire courtyard was enveloped by the vibrant life force emanating from Gong Yu. This vitality was of immense importance to both humans and soul beasts. Being nourished by such pure and abundant life force would yield unimaginable benefits for the body and provide significant assistance in cultivation. In an instant, the courtyard was graced by the appearance of Ziji, followed by Bai Ji, and subsequently, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. Dean. Oscar exclaimed in surprise at the sight of Bai Ji, revealing his still student mentality, as students typically regard their academy's dean with reverence. Bai Ji nodded and instructed, "Everyone, meditate and cultivate. It will be beneficial for you." Chapter 169, Tian's reverse scale. The life energy offered substantial benefits to all. With this rich vitality flowing in, each individual experienced significant enhancements to their physical condition, cultivation, and overall life force, particularly those bearing hidden injuries, who would find the effects most pronounced. Consequently, everyone seated themselves, including Bai Ji, Ziji, the Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor, and even Tian, who had been guarding nearby, also joined in meditation. After surveying the surroundings, Nar slowly sat down as well, recognizing that the life energy would aid in healing her own injuries. The vitality intensified. But just as it reached a peak after about a minute, another explosion of energy erupted from within Gong Yu. This energy was purple, and as it spread through the courtyard, the surrounding flora began to wither. Wherever the purple energy passed, everything turned to a lifeless gray. Sensing something amiss, Nana jolted awake and shouted, "Everyone, wake up and leave the courtyard. This is destructive power and should not be trifled with." Nar had initially wanted to express that not everyone could withstand the destructive power, but opted for a more tactful warning instead. At her call, the group roused and swiftly retreated from the courtyard. "Is this the destructive power? Where does it come from?" Gong Lan inquired, bewildered. Na shook her head, replying, "I am unsure. We can only ask Brother Yu once he emerges." The others were equally perplexed, as apart from Nar, it was their first encounter with destructive power. Thankfully, Nar had alerted them in time. Otherwise, it could have resulted in casualties. Had Oscar and Zhu Qing been tainted by the destructive power, their demise would have been inevitable. The others, being above level 50, could withstand it, and with a stroke of luck, might even absorb a trace of the destructive energy to cultivate a seed of destruction within themselves, though this would depend on their affinity with such power. The origin of the destructive power stemmed from the seed of destruction within Gong Yu, which had been provoked by the imbalance of life energy, leading to its strange manifestation. Initially, the two powers within Gong Yu had maintained a state of equilibrium. However, the sudden surge of life energy disrupted this balance, weakening the destructive force and prompting it to seek enhancement. Yet, relying solely on the destructive power provided by the seed of destruction was insufficient to contend with the life energy resulting from the fusion of the life seed and the natural seed. Consequently, the seed of destruction began to search for external assistance. This external aid was none other than the bloodline power of the Golden Dragon King. After the Dragon God was split, the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King emerged, with the Silver Dragon King's bloodline representing life and the Golden Dragon King's bloodline embodying destruction. Thus, the Golden Dragon King bloodline inherently contained destructive energy. The anomaly of the seed of destruction within Gong Yu triggered a resonance with the destructive energy inherent in the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, leading to a fusion between the two forms of destructive power, allowing the destructive energy within Gong Yu to transcend, thereby restoring equilibrium with the elevated life energy. At this moment, the courtyard was enveloped by two distinct energies, one green and the other purple, each occupying its side, clearly defined and unwavering, yet neither encroaching upon the other's territory, achieving a state of conservation. The onlookers felt a subtle trepidation at the sight of the purple energy. Only Gong Nyonyo instinctively reached out to touch the purple energy, murmuring, I seem to be fine. I believe I can absorb the destructive energy. Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their gaze towards the palace maiden, Nyonyo, each displaying a look of astonishment. Gong Yu once again raised her hand, and the tin-colored purple crystal lamp in her grasp seemed to manifest a consciousness of its own, liberating itself and floating in the air. Soon after, the wick began to flicker with a vibrant flame, generating a mysterious pull. Before long, strands of purple destruction energy, akin to delicate threads, were drawn into the wick. After absorbing this force of destruction, Gong Yu promptly seated herself, entering a state of profound enlightenment. As time passed, Gong Yu remained oblivious to the unfolding events around him. He sat in tranquil meditation, akin to an ancient monk, while his consciousness drifted in a state of detachment. It was not until a certain moment, when the life force and destructive energy within him achieved a perfect equilibrium, that he gradually began to awaken his awareness. Upon introspecting his dantian, he discovered a crystal core, the size of a longan, swirling within. The small golden dragon inside the core seemed to sense his gaze and subtly exuded a draconic aura in response. Is this my soul core? Gazing at the crystal, Gong Yu fell into contemplation, murmuring to himself that this was indeed the soul core, distinct from the inner elixir. Had I followed the methods of Douluo, I could have condensed an inner elixir. However, after my consciousness had drifted, everything was beyond my control. The soul core had already formed. Had I aimed to condense an inner elixir, I should have separated various elements at the inception of the soul core's formation, allowing pure soul energy to coalesce into a pearl. Douluo had utilized this very method to strip away his own toxic elements, thus forming his inner elixir. Now that the soul core had materialized, Gong Yu felt a sense of resignation. The opportunity had slipped away, and he could only await the next occasion to attempt the path of the Taoist inner elixir during the condensation of a second soul core. Gradually, Gong Yu opened his eyes, witnessing the life force and destructive energy retracting at a visibly perceptible pace, slowly vanishing within his body. Rising to his feet, he stretched languorously, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. With each breath, it was as though the energy of the universe flowed into him, and with every inhalation, his bloodlines resonated with the fluctuations of soul energy, subtly refining the ethereal cultivation within him. Turning slowly, he then noticed Tian standing beside him. Gong Yu had never encountered Tian before, so when she first laid eyes on him, she was indeed taken aback. "Who are you?" she inquired. "I am Tian," he replied in a rather indifferent tone. However, noticing her furrowed brow, he continued, "Why is your sense of vigilance so lacking? Shouldn't you be on guard upon the sudden appearance of a stranger at your side?" Gong Yu smiled and remarked, "You harbor no murderous intent towards me. Thus there is no need for my vigilance. Due to my bloodline, I can instantly sense any malice from those around me." Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Gong Yu's explanation was indeed reasonable. Given his Golden Dragon King bloodline, it was entirely normal for him to perceive the murderous intent emanating from others. At that moment, Tian tossed a scale to Gong Yu and stated, "This is my reverse scale, a token for your protection. Of course, you may also interpret it as my means of restraint over you. Whether to keep it is entirely your decision." The reverse scale, a remarkable treasure indeed. Why would I not retain it? Gong Yu smiled, recognizing that the reverse scale was a shed piece from Tian during his tribulations. By wearing this scale, Tian would be able to sense Gong Yu's presence at all times and would be ready to assist him in times of peril. In this current era, with Tian's formidable strength, he would likely be unmatched among human soul masters in one-on-one combat. Even the three great extremes would find themselves lacking. Thus, the reverse scale was undoubtedly a valuable asset. However, Tian preferred to cloak his goodwill in ambiguity, expressing it in a roundabout manner. Yet, there was truth in his words. As long as the reverse scale remained, he could monitor Gong Yu, effectively keeping him under restraint. Tian chose not to elaborate further, a faint smile gracing his lips as he tore through the fabric of space and departed. Observing Tian's method of departure, Gong Yu felt a jolt of surprise. This technique bore a striking resemblance to his own wormhole. Nonetheless, those capable of genuinely tearing through space were exceedingly rare, requiring profound spatial comprehension and unparalleled strength. Tian's actions evidently carried an air of intimidation. Although unspoken, it felt as if he were conveying that with such strength. Gong Yu was fortunate to possess his reverse scale. A faint, forced smile graced Gong Yu's face as he rose and slowly stepped outside. Upon reaching the threshold, he was met by a throng of individuals waiting outside, yet the enigmatic Ziji, Bai Ji, Bing Di, and Shui Di had vanished following the recent phenomenon. As Gong Yu emerged, the crowd surged forward, encircling him. Have I truly been in seclusion for so long? How is it that each of you has advanced in rank? Gong Yu pondered, bemused by the noticeable enhancements among his companions. It seemed as though he had been in isolation for a month or two. Each person before him had at least gained a level, while Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing had remarkably ascended by 2 levels. Nay, brother Yu. Your retreat lasted merely a day and a night. Nar interjected from the side, clarifying that the collective advancement was due to the life tide inadvertently triggered during his meditation, which had benefited them all. She then elaborated on the details of the event. And Gong Yu finally comprehended that the life tide he had unwittingly conjured had bestowed approximately a minute of enlightenment upon everyone. To think that a mere minute could elevate them all by at least 1 level was astonishing. He had never realized his own capabilities were so formidable. However, he recognized that such a boon might not yield similar results if it were to occur again. Upon learning that Gong Yu had absorbed the power of destruction, Gong Yu was once again taken aback, prompting him to take her for a physical examination. Yes, a physical examination. Those in the know would understand. During this process, Gong Yu aided Gong Yu in condensing the destructive power within her into seeds of annihilation. With this enhancement, the potency of her 10-colored purple crystal lamp martial soul grew even more formidable. As time swiftly passed, another day had come to an end. With no matches scheduled for the divine team, everyone engaged in their customary training. Gong Yu found no necessity for training, now, with his soul core fully condensed. The amount of soul power within him was comparable to that of an ordinary title Douluo. Should he take to the field, even against the illustrious generation of the Spirit Hall, he could effortlessly crush them. Thus, while others engaged in training, he amused himself by teasing Nar, which appeared rather tedious. However, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to summon everyone over. Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing were absent, having seen that there were no matches that day. They had retreated into their own world together. Gong Yu, unperturbed, acknowledged that although he had shared intimate moments with Zhu Zhuqing on 2 occasions, it was merely a fortunate circumstance for him, as Zhu Zhuqing was inherently the beloved of Oscar. Thus, it was only natural for the two of them to have experienced a world of their own. As the crowd gathered before him, Gong Yu spoke. I now possess the capability to bestow upon one of you a second martial soul. Do not inquire about the origins of this ability, for I am unable to divulge such information. This power can only be wielded once, and I cannot show favoritism, so I urge you to deliberate amongst yourselves. Who among you wishes to accept this gift? Let it be clear that the martial soul I grant is a spear, though it may not reach the divine level. It is certainly a top-tier martial soul. Gong Yu mentioned that the spear he referred to as the Yution Divine Spear was obtained during a simulation a few months prior. He regarded it as rather useless. Despite claims of its divine artifact status, in truth, it fell short of such a distinction. According to the hierarchical classification of divine artifacts, semi-artifacts, true artifacts, pseudo-super artifacts, and super artifacts, these correspond to divine ranks of 3rd-tier gods, 2nd-tier gods, 1st-tier gods, and the God King, respectively. Thus, the Yution Divine Spear could at best be considered a semi-artifact suitable for 3rd-tier gods, not reaching the true divine tier, which is why Gong Yu held it in little esteem. However, since keeping it served no purpose, he opted to exchange 5 simulation attempts for the chance to bestow a martial soul upon another. Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, the others wasted no time. 7 individuals pointed directly at Gong Yu. Among them, only Gong Yu was a genuine support soul master. Although her martial soul had evolved into an emerald cabbage, it remained a support type with no offensive capability, while her training in the dragon elephant prajna had equipped her with certain means of attack. Those methods were ultimately limited to close combat. Therefore, if anyone were to be granted a second martial soul, Gong Yu was the most fitting choice. Feeling the weight of their gazes upon her, Gong Yu couldn't help but blush, her thoughts a whirlwind of emotion, unable to articulate her feelings. All right. Then let us bestow it upon you, heir, Gong Yu said with a smile, nodding in approval of the women's choice. His intention had always been to grant the Yution Divine Spear as Gong Yu's second martial soul. His earlier remarks were merely a test of the unity among the sisters. Subsequently, Gong Yu took Gong Yu to a private lounge while the others continued their training. Inside the lounge, Gong Yu instructed Gong Yu to sit cross-legged and said, "You heir, I have never bestowed a martial soul upon anyone before, so I am unaware of the sensations involved. The process may entail some discomfort, or perhaps no sensation at all. However, if you do experience pain, it is imperative that you endure it." "Understood, young master," Gong Yu replied, nodding vigorously, her heart filled with a flicker of anticipation. Gong Yu smiled and declared, "Then let us begin. Please extend your left hand to me." Gong Yu raised her delicate hand, and with the assistance of her palm, Gong Yu felt a shiver run through her body at the moment their hands met, her complexion flushing instantly, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. That gaze of yours, TSK TSK. Leave the door open for me tonight, and now, be sure to collect your thoughts. Gong Yu, however, was not as easily stirred by Gong Yu's enchanting eyes. Oh. Gong Yu pouted, yet her heart raced with excitement. She understood perfectly what leaving the door open entailed. Among the sisters, it was common knowledge that Gong Yu had already been involved with the eldest and the fourth, and just yesterday, she had also been with the sixth. The remaining sisters couldn't help but eagerly anticipate when their turn would come. At this moment, Gong Yu glanced at Gong Yu, and, seeing her calm once more, initiated a mental connection with the simulation system to bestow a martial spirit upon Gong Yu. Chapter 171. The Moonlight Divine Spear in just a matter of seconds. Gong Yu spoke. All right, you heir? You may rise now. Ah, how could you be so quick? Gong Yu instinctively blurted out. But as soon as the words escaped her lips, she noticed a slight change in Gong Yu's expression, which turned somewhat displeased. Embarrassed, she clarified. What I meant was, I felt nothing at all. The martial spirit was granted so swiftly. Gong Yu raised her hand and pinched Gong Yu's delicate nose, as a playful reprimand for her earlier nonsensical chatter. She then remarked, I am uncertain as well. This is my first experience in bestowing a martial spirit upon someone. Yet it has indeed been accomplished. Oh, very well then. Gong Xiao understood that further inquiries would likely yield no fruitful answers, so she refrained from asking any more questions. Let us venture outside. Gong Yu added, I believe they too will be quite curious about the nature of the martial spirit you have acquired. Gong Yu nodded. And then the two of them exited the lounge together. Upon their emergence, the other women quickly gathered around. The ever-spirited Gong Shui was the first to speak, saying, Third sister, please unleash your martial soul for us to admire. The others also looked at Gong Yu with eager anticipation. Gong Yu nodded slightly, then, with a mere thought, opened her left hand, and a silver-gray spear gradually materialized. It emanated an inexplicable aura of might, causing a flutter of trepidation in those who beheld it. This formidable presence stemmed from the Yution Divine Spear, which bore the legacy of the divine technique, momentary transcendence. This skill allowed one to reach the pinnacle of their potential at the cost of everything, resulting in a fleeting yet profound enhancement, an ability that signified a final stand against a formidable foe, marking the end of one's life once unleashed. Such power is truly remarkable, remarked Gong Lan, her tone nonchalant. The others began to engage in lively discussion. Indeed, this martial soul appears to rival the Haotian hammer. Well, the Haotian hammer is rather mediocre. It's merely the exceptional soul technique created by the Haotian sect that garners its reputation, someone countered. True enough. The Haotian hammer's renown stems from a select few who have crafted their own techniques. The hammer itself is rather unremarkable. Were those unique techniques imparted to other wielders of hammers at the same rank, they too could achieve similar acclaim. The women continued their discourse, while only Nar maintained an air of composure. Gong Yu's martial soul was indeed impressive, surpassing the level of top-tier martial souls, yet it had not reached the divine tier. If one were to categorize it, it would be deemed a demigod-level martial soul, incomparable to the Silver Dragon Spear or the Golden Dragon Spear. At that moment, Gong Lan seemed to embrace a playful spirit and proposed, Sister, why don't we have a contest to see whose second martial soul, the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear or your own, is superior? Upon acquiring her destined soul ring, Gong Lan awakened the weapon-type soul skill known as the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. If considered solely as a soul skill, it holds little value. Possessing a spear without mastery of its techniques renders it ineffective, much like how Tang San wielded it merely as a javelin. Initially, Tang San, hailing from a humble sect, lacked any knowledge of spear techniques, which compelled him to utilize the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear as a projectile. It was only after engaging in combat with Yang Wudi that he gleaned insights, gradually beginning to explore the art of spear fighting. Although Gong Lan possessed the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, she lacked the requisite skills to wield it effectively. Consequently, Gong Yu instructed Nar to impart the Silver Dragon Spear technique to her. Initially, Gong Yu had intended to pass the Golden Dragon Spear technique to Gong Lan after unlocking it. But the technique was renowned for its ferocity and was ill-suited for someone with a more agile fighting style, leading to his ultimate decision against it. At this moment, when Gong Lan expressed her desire to test the spear, Gong Yu chuckled awkwardly and remarked, Elder sister, I too am not proficient in spear techniques. Unlike you, the eighth sister has taught you the Silver Dragon Spear technique, which is a divine skill. How can I possibly compare? However, Gong Lan replied, it matters not. We shall not compete in technique, but rather engage in a friendly clash with our spears. It will be fine. Gong Yu hesitated, unsure if this was truly wise. After glancing at Gong Yu and receiving a nod of approval, she reluctantly agreed, saying, "Very well, but I must make it clear, dear sister. If I happen to shatter your blue-silver overlord spear, you cannot hold me accountable." Gong Lan smiled and said, "Why would I blame you? My blue-silver overlord spear is crafted from soul skills. Even if it shatters, it will eventually restore itself. However, I am curious about your confidence. Are you certain you can break my spear?" Gong Yu shook her head and remarked, "I am uncertain, however. I have witnessed my elder sister wielding that long spear, and I believe mine possesses superior strength." Gong Lan responded, "Let us await the outcome. I too am eager to ascertain the true might of your second martial soul." As she spoke, the blue-silver emperor martial soul was summoned, and shortly thereafter, the fifth soul ring illuminated. In an instant, a long spear, shimmering with a delicate azure hue, materialized in her grasp. Observing this, the onlookers dispersed, granting the two combatants ample space. At that moment, both individuals distanced themselves, raising their long spears aloft. Subsequently, they twirled their spears in a graceful dance before bringing the spearheads together in a formidable clash. The sound of their weapons colliding reverberated through the air, sending forth a powerful wave of energy that rippled outward, distorting the atmosphere. Yet, following this collision, a faint fissure appeared upon the surface of the tyrant spear in Gong Lan's hand. After the impact, both combatants withdrew their weapons. Gong Lan glanced at the point of impact on her overlord spear, observing a series of fine cracks. With a sense of admiration, she remarked, "Truly, my younger sister's martial soul is formidable. Although my overlord spear is a manifestation of soul skills and possesses hardness rivaling that of top-tier weapon martial souls, it faltered against the strike of my sister's long spear, resulting in these fissures. It appears that elder sister showed mercy." Gong Yu responded with a humble expression. Gong Lan waved her hand and said, "Third sister, do not be modest. I truly show no mercy." She then inquired, "Does your spear martial spirit have a name?" Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, for throughout the entire time, they had indeed been unaware of the name of that spear. Gong Yu cast a glance at Gong Yu. It appeared that when Gong Yu had bestowed upon her the martial soul, he had not mentioned the name of the long spear. Gong Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment under Gong Yu's gaze, and with a shy smile, he said, "I had almost forgotten about names. That long spear is called the Yution Divine Spear, a name that signifies transcending. However, I wish to amend it to the Yution Divine Spear, where represents your name." Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Gong Yu's heart swelled with sweetness, akin to having honey spread upon it. The Yution Divine Spear was no longer merely a weapon, it had transformed into a token of their affection. The other girls looked at Gong Yu with a hint of envy, regretting not having contended for it earlier. Yet, upon reflection, they thought that even if they had managed to claim that weapon, its name might not have changed, as none of their names carried a homophone for a way. After some playful banter, the group swiftly transitioned back into training. Time slipped quietly away, and before they knew it, the day had swiftly passed. That night, as promised, Gong Yu left the door ajar for Gong Yu, who duly arrived. In the serene embrace of the night, the two soon immersed themselves in a celestial battle. And before long, enchanting sounds resonated within the room, as the jade-like cabbage blossomed magnificently that night. Chapter 172, the Tsanghui Academy Battle Team at Dawn. As a pale streak of light appeared on the horizon, Gong Yu rose to begin his training with the purple extreme magic eyes. Gong Yu was gently pressed down by Gong Yu, urging her to indulge in a little more slumber. After enduring a night of torment, the young girl appeared utterly pitiable. And how could Gong Yu bear to let her rise early? It was not until the sun had ascended high in the sky, and everyone had completed their training and returned for breakfast, that they finally spotted Gong Yu strolling in at a leisurely pace. Noticing her somewhat awkward gait and recalling her absence from the practice of the purple extreme demon eye, the others could not help but deduce the situation. Yet none dared to bring it up intentionally. After the group had finished their breakfast, they proceeded directly to the Great Soul Arena of Tiando. At the entrance, they met with Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar, and together they entered the arena. In the resting area, Gong Lan inquired of Lu Erlong, "Teacher Erlong, which academy are we facing today?" "It is the Tsanghui Academy, but this institution is not particularly formidable," Lu Erlong replied, adding with a teasing tone, "So, I fear you may still be disappointed, as we have yet to encounter a worthy opponent." However, Gong Yu, standing nearby, chuckled dismissively, "Sister Erlong, you might be mistaken. In truth, Tsanghui Academy is not weak at all. They might even surpass the Blazing Academy. Have you not noticed? Songhui Academy has been securing victories continuously, which indicates they possess hidden trump cards. Upon hearing Gong Yu's assertion, Lu Erlong felt a twinge of self-doubt. That shouldn't be the case. The information I have gathered is accurate. Although the Songhui Academy team has won every match, it has been merely a stroke of luck, as their opponents have been rather feeble. A few of the members who assisted Songhui Academy possess soul weapons that are merely gemstones, which lack any real combat power. Gong Yu, however, remarked, the issue lies here. If gem-type martial souls lack combat prowess, why then are those individuals still designated as formal members of Songhui Academy? Is it truly the case that such a vast institution as Songhui Academy cannot find several students more formidable than those possessing gem martial souls? What do you mean? Lu Erlong, upon first hearing Gong Yu's words, seemed to grasp their implication. Yet, upon reflection, she found herself perplexed once more. A faint smile graced Gong Yu's lips as he gently replied, the members of Songhui Academy who possess gem martial souls may appear weak when considered individually, but notably, there are 7 of them, all formal members. So, Sister Erlong, do you not perceive the clue? I have always believed that if anyone could discern the intricacies of Songhui Academy, it would undoubtedly be you, the members of the Golden Iron Triangle. Yet, even now, you have not detected anything amiss. Upon hearing the phrase Golden Iron Triangle, Lu Erlong suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. You mean, it is impossible, absolutely impossible. Such a feat cannot be achieved by anyone. The group nearby, noticing the excitement in Lu Erlong's voice, cast puzzled glances her way. Why do you consider it impossible? Gong Yu inquired with a smile. Lu Erlong replied, are you suggesting that the 7 individuals will undergo martial soul fusion? However, the fusion technique of 7 martial souls requires not only compatibility but also a high degree of tacit understanding among the 7. Each person harbors their own thoughts, making it exceedingly difficult for their rapport to reach such a profound level. Gong Yu nodded in agreement with Lu Erlong's assertion. Thus he remarked, very well. Your reasoning is sound. In truth, I too believe that they are incapable of accomplishing the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. However, this does not preclude them from executing the 7-in-1 soul skill fusion technique. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong furrowed her brows. She was well aware that the requirements for merely performing the soul skill fusion technique were significantly lower than those for the martial soul fusion technique. Moreover, should 7 individuals with similar martial souls engage in the soul skill fusion technique, its potency should not be underestimated. Gong Yu nodded and said, indeed. It is the fusion technique of the 7-in-1 soul skill. Furthermore, as gemstone martial souls predominantly pertain to the realm of illusions, I surmise that their 7-in-1 soul skill fusion technique must be related to illusions. As he spoke, Gong Yu turned to Gong Xier and remarked, Xier, you are about to face a formidable opponent. When we battle against Songhui Academy, you shall take the lead. In the realm of illusions, I have no doubt that there exists no one more formidable than you. Even Shurnian, who possesses the nightmarish martial soul, should not be your match. Very well. Young master, I shall take on Songhui Academy alone. Gong Xier responded affirmatively, then curiously inquired, who is Shurnian? Gong Yu smiled and remarked, Shurnian is a mentor at Songhui Academy. The official members of Songhui Academy this time are likely products of his tutelage. That old fellow has now ascended to the rank of Soul Sage. However, he harbors a penchant for hunting down prodigies. Whenever he perceives a threat to Songhui Academy, he will devise means to eliminate them. His martial soul is nightmarish, often leading individuals to perish in their dreams, killing in silence and leaving no trace. Upon hearing this, Gong Xie gasped, does that not imply that Songhui Academy's consecutive victories may very well be the result of Shinian discreetly removing formidable adversaries? Gong Yu shook his head and remarked, that is unlikely. Although Shinian often engages in despicable acts, he does not dare to act too frequently. Consider this, if every opponent of Songhui Academy encountered misfortune, suspicions would undoubtedly arise against the Academy. Thus, he will only choose those adversaries who genuinely pose a threat to Songhui Academy. Will he strike against us? Gong Xiao inquired further. Not at all, Gong Yu replied. Rather, he would not dare to. Our divine academy is not to be trifled with. Even if Shurnian can commit his heinous deeds covertly, the presence of a titled Douluo investigating would inevitably uncover some clues. Therefore, he would not foolishly attempt to harm you. Upon hearing this, Gong Xiao expressed her disappointment, saying, what a pity. I was hoping he would seek me out for trouble. I too wish to test my skills against a soul sage. Nearby, Lu Erlong felt a tremor of concern at these words, reflecting internally. Do you all truly possess such ferocity? Remember, I am merely a soul sage at present. If you are that formidable, Does it mean you could easily eliminate me at any moment? Gong Yu gently patted Gong Xiao on the head, smiling as he remarked, "It is merely the sacred soul slayer. There will be opportunities." As the group conversed, a staff member entered the resting area. Soon after, the members of the divine team, under the guidance of the staff, ascended the arena. This time, Gong Yu did not participate, primarily due to her discomfort from the events of the previous night, rendering her unable to compete. On the opposite side of the arena, the members of Tsanghui Academy also made their entrance, led by another staff member. The referee appeared, prompting both sides to bow to one another before announcing the commencement of the match. Chapter 173. On the selection of the Crown Princess. As the referee declared the match underway, the Divine Battle team, as per their usual strategy, left only one member on the ground while the rest retreated. In recent matches, even Oscar had not needed to compete, with only the women stepping onto the stage. On the Tsanghui Academy side, their captain clenched his teeth in frustration at the perceived slight from the Divine Academy's tactics, feeling belittled yet helpless to protest against their departure. He bellowed, "Brothers, unleash your martial souls." With his command, the members of Tsanghui Academy swiftly activated their martial souls. The audience erupted in cheers, as the spectacle of soul masters releasing their martial souls was undoubtedly the most dazzling part of the event. The emergence of soul rings and the distinct effects produced by various martial souls never failed to elevate the crowd's excitement. Among the 7 members of Tsanghui Academy, only their captain boasted a cultivation level exceeding 40, appearing to be in his 30s, while the others were merely in their 30s. Furthermore, one of the remaining 6 soul masters possessed a less than optimal arrangement of 3 yellow soul rings, drawing gasps of disbelief from the onlookers. Though they felt indignant at the Divine Academy's decision to leave only one combatant, the 7 members of Tsanghui Academy remained cautious. When the referee announced the release of martial souls, they quickly gathered, with their captain at the forefront, forming an unusual formation. The other 6 encircled him in a hexagonal shape, attentively watching Gong Xiu. Upon witnessing Tsanghui Academy's peculiar arrangement, Gong Xiu recalled Gong Yu's words from earlier and immediately understood that the 7 were preparing to execute a fusion technique. "Are you planning to perform a 7-in-1 fusion technique?" she inquired with a radiant smile. "Very well, I shall allow you to make the first move." With that, Gong Xiu summoned her martial soul, and a blooming rose materialized in her hand. 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, vibrated into existence at her feet, yet she showed no intention of attacking, choosing instead to watch Tsanghui Academy's display. Observing Gong Xiu's soul ring configuration, the members of Tsanghui Academy furrowed their brows, feeling an immense pressure. In the audience, the spectators erupted once more upon witnessing Gong Xiu's formidable soul ring arrangement. Gong Xiu is the second individual from the Academy of Divine Beings to awaken her martial soul and spirit rings since the commencement of the Elite Soul Master competition. Prior to this, only Gong Shui had succeeded in awakening her martial soul during the earlier rounds, and both of their spirit rings are paired with extraordinary longevity. What an astonishing coincidence. In the VIP section, Emperor Shui's expression turned peculiar as he pondered how they achieved such a feat at that moment. Ning Fengji aptly remarked that it must be the Academy of Divine Beings that has mastered the method of absorbing spirit rings beyond their limits. Perhaps His Majesty could facilitate an academic exchange with the Academy under the guise of scholarly collaboration, which might yield some valuable insights. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shuya found the suggestion reasonable. He then turned to his younger brother, Prince Shueshing, and the 3 esteemed members of the Education Committee seated in the second row, saying, "Shueshing, please arrange for the matter mentioned by Sect Master Ning. As for the 3 committee members, your involvement will be indispensable should the 2 institutions engage in academic discourse. I would appreciate your cooperation." The 3 committee members waved their hands dismissively, responding in unison, "Your Majesty, you flatter us." Dreaming of academic exchanges was indeed within their purview, and they expressed no reluctance, as the elder among them was eager to observe how the Academy of Divine Beings cultivates its students. Gaining insights from their methods would undoubtedly benefit the Royal Academy. At that juncture, Ning Fengji interjected, "Furthermore, His Royal Highness has reached the age for selecting a consort. Your Majesty might consider choosing from the ranks of the Divine Team. Such a proposal would be advantageous for the Academy, and I doubt they would refuse." In agreement, the 3 committee members nodded vigorously, as they were aligned with the Crown Prince's interests. However, Prince Shueshing then suggested, "Your Majesty, why not also select a suitable candidate for Shuebing? If we can find a girl from the Divine Team capable of tempering his temperament, perhaps he might settle down." Upon hearing Prince Shueshing's words, The three committee members and Ningfingxi could not help but smirk, dismissing the suggestion with scorn. What sort of individual was Xu Weibing? And did Prince Xu Weixing truly believe he could choose someone from the divine team as a spouse? That was merely a fanciful dream, filled with illusions. Emperor Xu Weiye, however, interjected firmly, "Forget about Xu Weibing. Do you think the members of the divine team are as easily attainable as cabbages from the market? Just because you fancy someone doesn't mean they will reciprocate. Do not allow Xu Weibing's trifling matters to jeopardize my grand designs." In his mind, Emperor Xu Weiye had a clear strategy. Seeking a consort for the crown prince was not merely a quest for a bride. He aimed to forge a united front with the Academy of Divine Beings, and even if he could not fully integrate them, having a girl from their ranks as a consort would at least allow him to acquire the method for absorbing spirit rings beyond their limits. In his view, once these girls became part of his family, their secrets would no longer remain concealed. Yet, while their aspirations were grand, the reality was starkly different. These individuals were calculating, unaware that the Academy of Divine Beings would likely not entertain their one-sided desires. The situation was a clear reflection of their naivety. Meanwhile, Archbishop Salis listened intently, secretly amused at the delusions of superiority held by the emperor and his courtiers. Did they forget the last girl named Gong Yu, who had shown no regard for Emperor Xue's authority? In the eyes of common folk, royalty might seem exalted, inciting them to seek favor. But true powerhouses held no respect for those who identified with the so-called nobility. As Emperor Xuye and his entourage entertained their grandiose plans, the team from Tsanghui Academy finally made their move on the arena. The captain of Tsanghui Academy subtly shifted his stance, retreating a meter to seamlessly align with the six others, forming a hexagonal formation. As he stepped back, the others moved in unison, expanding the formation without losing its cohesion. Their synchronized movements demonstrated years of practice. Next, it became evident that all 7 team members from Tsanghui Academy raised their right hands simultaneously. The gemstones appearing in their palms varied in color and shape. Some were circular, others diamond-shaped, triangular, or teardrop-shaped, with hues reflecting the 7 colors of the rainbow. As these 7 gemstones manifested, a shimmering aura enveloped the 7 individuals. Gemstone martial souls are exceedingly rare, not necessarily for their power, but for their remarkable versatility. Much like the blue silvergrass, their potential can evolve in various directions based on the spirit rings they acquire, whether towards strength, control, agility, or support, all dictated by the spirit rings themselves. In the realm of soul masters, stronger martial souls are generally preferred. However, most martial souls are defined at the moment of awakening, with a clear path for development. In contrast, gemstone martial souls possess the greatest uncertainty among all martial souls. While gemstone martial souls are rare, the simultaneous presence of 7 on the same arena, within the same team, is even more extraordinary. At that moment, Lu Erlong in the resting area finally understood why Gong Yu had indicated that the Tsanghui Academy team was exceptional. On the arena, surrounded by a shimmering light, the captain of Tsanghui Academy coldly regarded Gong Xie and declared, "Those who underestimate us will pay the price." Gong Xie shrugged her shoulders, disdainfully huffing, "Very well. I shall await your preparation. Let us see what price you will compel me to pay." The captain of the Tsanghui Academy battle team suddenly chuckled, his smile appearing peculiar, as if he felt an unshackling release. They had endured for an interminable time, awaiting the arrival of this very moment. The Academy of the Gods consistently sent forth only a single combatant, an affront to all battle teams, rendering them a thorn in the side of every other team. Others refrained from speaking out, intimidated by the might of the godly team. At this juncture, Tsanghui Academy aimed to demonstrate their strength by vanquishing the Academy of the Gods, proclaiming to all that they were the most formidable contenders in this tournament. "You shall know soon enough." Amidst that odd smile, the captain of the Tsanghui Academy slowly raised his right hand, elevating the gem within his palm. His martial spirit was a round, silver gem, serving as the core of their formation. As he lifted his gem, the 4th soul ring adorning him illuminated, the sole 4th soul ring in the Tsanghui Academy team. The other 6 team members mirrored his actions, raising their gem-like martial spirits. As the gems in their hands glowed, their 3rd soul rings began to flicker in tandem. Subsequently, 7 streams of colorful light surged forth from the 7 gems, coalescing around the captain's martial spirit to form a magnificent rainbow-hued pillar of light. This pillar, extending over 30 meters into the sky, swiftly enveloped the 7 members in its radiant embrace. In an instant, the arena was filled solely with this dazzling and immense luminescence. As the figures of the 7 Tsanghui Academy members vanished within the grandeur of the light, Master Ning, is this the fusion technique of 7 unified martial spirits? The snowy Night Emperor's eyes sparkled with curiosity, though he remained uncertain about the accuracy of his conjecture. Ning Fengji shook his head, affirmatively stating, "No, to my recollection. No one on the continent has achieved the fusion technique of 7 unified martial spirits. This is at most a fusion technique of 7 unified abilities, or perhaps a fusion of 7 unified soul skills. Although it is merely a fusion of 7 unified soul skills, it is still quite formidable." The snowy Night Emperor sighed, gazing at the singular figure of Gong Yu on the stage, and inquired, "Does Master Ning believe that young lady can prevail?" Uncertain, Ning Fengji replied with a wry smile. Speaking in a non-committal manner, however, the young lady mentioned the fusion technique of 7 unified soul skills when she awakened her martial spirit at Songhui Academy, suggesting she may have anticipated this, so I surmise she has a strategy in mind. "Oh, is that so? Then I find myself somewhat eager." The snowy Night Emperor chuckled, stroking his grizzled beard. In his eyes, the prospect of seeking a member of the godly team as a consort carried immense honor, and he believed the Academy of the Gods would surely acquiesce, thus perceiving the godly team as his own possession. Since it was his own possession, he naturally hoped for their victory. At that moment, the pillar of colorful light, coalesced above the arena, rapidly expanded, swiftly enveloping the entire venue. Various radiant hues erupted forth, the dazzling brilliance appearing devoid of any offensive power, yet the spectators in the stands were utterly captivated, entranced to the point of bewilderment. Gong Yu remained motionless, quietly observing. Perhaps due to overwhelming boredom, she stifled a yawn. As the vibrant multicolored light approached, she remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of action. The members of the divine team were exceedingly arrogant, sending forth only one combatant per battle, an affront to their opponents. Today, I shall ensure they pay for their hubris. Soon, they will truly experience the terror of our 7 Azura illusion. The team from Songhui Academy had long since vanished within the kaleidoscope of colors, and at that moment, the captain's sharp, frenzied voice emerged from the radiant light, as if proclaiming to the world their assured victory. As the captain's words echoed, the surrounding multicolored light intensified, enveloping the entire arena in an instant. The arena was circular, and so too was the radiant beam. At this moment, the dazzling light illuminated the entire competition venue. The enchanting hues filled the atmosphere with an otherworldly ambience, and Gong Yu's figure was finally obscured within, disappearing from sight. The audience fell utterly silent. The commentators in the VIP section rendered speechless. Yet, at that very moment, Gong Yu's voice resonated through the enveloping brilliance. "How tiresome. I have waited so long, only to be met with this. With such meager tactics, you believe you can make the divine team pay the price? Huh, you dare to challenge me with illusions. Armed with such paltry spiritual power? Since you wish to play, I shall show you what true illusions are." With that, she invoked her 5th soul skill, Ultimate Fear. As her voice emerged from the kaleidoscopic glow, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from within. "Ah, do not come closer. A ghost, a ghost. Child, do not seek me out. It was never my intention to have your mother abort you. Ah, sister-in-law, I acknowledge my mistakes. Do not pursue me any further." Within the vibrant light, the anguished screams of Songhui Academy's members echoed, as their innermost fears were magnified by Gong Yu's soul skill, revealing secrets long hidden from the world. Chapter 175, The Arrival of Qianren Shui. Gong Yu's 5th soul skill derives from a 30,000-year-old magic-eyed illusion mink. When this 5th soul skill is unleashed, it conjures a phantasmagoria, where countless pairs of eyes emerge within the environment, blinking incessantly. A sight that could terrify even the most stalwart. Locking eyes with these orbs would infinitely amplify the fears harbored within one's heart. Moreover, this illusion emanates the fragrant essence of the rose martial spirit, interwoven with the venom of the magic-eyed illusion mink. In the throes of extreme terror, coupled with the assault of this toxin, the 7 members of Songhui Academy would find themselves utterly incapable of enduring such an ordeal. The audience, initially shrouded in silence due to their inability to perceive the happenings amidst the resplendent colors, began to murmur as the various unsavory secrets of Songhui Academy's participants came to light. No one anticipated that each of the 7 members harbored their own secrets, leaving none untainted. From this moment forth, the reputation of Songhui Academy would likely suffer irreparable harm due to the events of the day. Amidst the vibrant hues, the anguished cries of the Songhui Academy team members gradually crescendoed, causing the 7-headed Azura illusion they had maintained to falter. Consequently, The radiant column of light began to dissipate at a visible pace. As the colorful beam faded, the 8 individuals previously concealed within it gradually became discernible. Among them, Gong Yu stood resolutely, and with a mere thought, she absorbed the rose martial spirit into her being, thereby dissolving her 5th soul skill. However, at the moment the soul skill dissipated, 6 members of Tsanghui Academy collapsed upon the arena, succumbing to unconsciousness. Only the captain remained, his soul power surpassing that of the others, allowing him to merely slump to the ground while clinging to a semblance of consciousness. The terror from the earlier illusion still fresh in his mind. He glanced at the referee nearby, then at Gong Yu, and uttered, "We concede. Please grant us an antidote." Upon hearing the word antidote, the audience fell silent, initially believing that Gong Yu had resorted to poison to vanquish her foes amidst the colorful radiance. Many teams present, scouting for intelligence, began to speculate, so that young girl excels in the use of toxins. This revelation was of paramount importance, and upon returning, they would need to inform their teams to remain vigilant against her poisonous tactics. In a shadowy corner of the audience, Tang San, who had surreptitiously come to observe, could not suppress a peculiar smile, his heart mocking. Does she wield poison? While it may be a strength, it is also a weakness. Yet, before me, you are unworthy of such artifice. I eagerly anticipate our inevitable confrontation. I have prepared an alluring concoction for you, and I look forward to witnessing your performance in front of thousands of spectators during a group endeavor. After indulging in a few sinister chuckles, Tang San rose quietly and departed the audience, heading towards the exit of the Great Soul Arena. On the arena, upon hearing the captain of Tsanghui Academy mention the antidote, Gong Yu coolly replied, "There is no antidote. You are afflicted by a mental toxin that will naturally dissipate after an hour, leaving no lasting harm to your bodies. The mental toxin of the magic-eyed illusion mink is colorless and formless, and it does not claim lives. It dissipates on its own." Thus Gong Yu had never contemplated concocting an antidote. Moreover, she lacked any knowledge of pharmacology, rendering her incapable of producing one even if she wished. As Gong Yu's words settled, the referee's voice resonated. In this match, the Divine Academy team faces off against the Tsanghui Academy team. The victors are the Divine Academy team. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, while atop the arena, a smile graced Gong Yu's face as she gracefully descended from the stage. In this battle, she had refrained from exerting undue force. Prior to the match, Gong Yu had instructed her to let Tsanghui Academy deal with the Shillake Academy, merely providing a lesson in humility. Once off the stage, surrounded by her fellow team members, Gong Yu and her entourage returned to the Divine Academy. As the afternoon waned, Gong Yu was preparing the necessary materials for crafting soul-forging metals when he was informed by Gong Lan of a visit from Prince Shuqinghe. Upon hearing this, Gong Yu swallowed hard. Shuqinghe and Qian Rinxue, this was an opportunity that could not be overlooked. Setting aside his materials, Gong Yu proceeded to meet Shuqinghe. In the reception room, Shuqinghe dismissed the attendants, prompting Gong Yu to likewise send Gong Lan away. Thus, only Shuqinghe and Gong Yu remained in the chamber. At that moment, Gong Yu spoke. "So, you do not intend to reveal your true self?" Hearing this, Shuqinghe furrowed his brow, and with a thought, his form shimmered, revealing the visage of Qian Rinxue. Upon witnessing her appearance, Gong Yu inquired, "What brings you to seek my counsel?" "I require your assistance," Qian Rinxue stated candidly, divulging her purpose for seeking Gong Yu. "What kind of assistance?" Gong Yu replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, how can you be certain I will aid you? After all, you are the daughter of my enemy." At this, Qian Rinxue's expression shifted to one of indignation. "I care not for the grievances of the past. But since you have crossed paths with me, speak plainly. Are you to take responsibility? Are you attempting to pin this on me?" Gong Yu smirked, reflecting on how hastily he had acted with Qian Rinxue previously. "Shouldn't I?" Qian Rinxue retorted coldly. Caught off guard by her counter, Gong Yu was momentarily stunned. Her reasoning seemed sound, and so he conceded, "Then tell me, what do you need my help with?" Seeing Gong Yu's attitude soften, Qian Rinxue felt a sense of relief and continued, "The Snow Knight Emperor wishes to select a consort for me. But he has taken a liking to a girl from your team, so you must assist me. I know that you lead the Divine Academy team, and the girls all heed your words." Gong Yu smiled and remarked, as expected of the little angel from the Spirit Hall, "You have swiftly gathered information about me and thoroughly investigated those around me." After a brief pause, he resolutely declined, saying, "However, I refuse to assist you. My woman will never go to the Eastern Palace to become a consort, not even in jest." "Why?" Qian Rinxue had anticipated Gong Yu's agreement, but was taken aback by his firm rejection. "There is no reason. A refusal is simply a refusal, Gong Yu replied coldly, adding with a smirk. If one must seek a justification, it would be that I am unwilling. Yet Qian Rinxue persisted in attempting to persuade him, stating, All I need is for you to help me through this predicament. Only your person is suitable to be my consort, and moreover, Shuiyi wishes to mend relations with your academy. Your person becoming my consort would be advantageous for your institution. Advantageous for you, perhaps, Gong Yu replied nonchalantly. Our academy has no need for such trifling benefits, and for me personally, there is no gain. So why should I assist you? Chapter 176. A lamb delivered to the door should not be missed. What must I do for you to agree to help me? Qian Rinxue found it difficult to read Gong Yu's character, and in his presence, she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. This discomfort stemmed partly from her father's past actions that indirectly caused suffering to Lan Yin village, leaving her with a sense of guilt. More profoundly, however, was an inexplicable fear of Gong Yu that seemed to seep from her very lineage. Seeing Gong Yu silent, she continued, As long as you are willing to help me, I will do anything you ask. Anything? Gong Yu mused, stroking his chin while gazing intently at Qian Rinxue, contemplating whether to deceive her into procuring the Ha-Hai Qin Kuan cloak. As for who should play the role of consort, he thought of the Catwoman. With her deep-seated hatred for the traffickers, once in power, she would use all her might to eliminate those who had previously harmed her. As for whether Shuiyi would accept a Catwoman into the Eastern Palace, that was straightforward. He could simply have by adopt her as a surrogate daughter, convinced that the Emperor would not dismiss such a daughter-in-law. Prompted by Gong Yu's inquiry, Qian Rinxue faltered and adjusted her stance, as long as it does not violate my boundaries or moral principles. However, before she could finish, Gong Yu interrupted. If you are to do anything, then there should be no myriad of preconditions. I have a task for you to undertake immediately. Gong Yu's lips curled into a devilishly charming arc as he rose and approached Qian Rinxue, leaning in closely. What do you intend to do? Qian Rinxue instinctively leaned back slightly, creating a bit of distance between them. A mix of embarrassment and apprehension welled up within her, prompting her to say, If you have something to say, please keep your distance. I can hear you. Gong Yu smiled and said, Did you not promise to comply with whatever I ask? I have something to discuss with you, but to avoid any eavesdropping, I must speak closely. His playful banter was rather skillful. Those who understood Gong Yu could easily discern the schemes brewing in his mind. Eavesdropping was hardly a concern. Didn't he possess a soundproof soul guide? Qian Rinxue, however, was reluctant to have Gong Yu so near and sought to find an excuse to distance herself. Yet, her words were abruptly interrupted. You are rather verbose, Gong Yu remarked, his expression darkening slightly. Resolute, he suddenly closed the distance, pinning Qian Rinxue's hands to the armrest of the chair. What are you doing? She stammered, her fear palpable. Did you not already anticipate my intentions? Gong Yu replied, a wicked smile gracing his lips, secretly thinking of the opportunity presented before him. No. Aside from that, I can agree to anything else. Qian Rinxue's words were cut short as Gong Yu sealed her lips with his. Desperately, she shook her head and struggled, finally breaking free, gasping for air. She looked at Gong Yu with pleading eyes. Yet it was clear he had no intention of relenting as he leaned in once more. After another prolonged kiss, she found herself breathless again and weakly uttered, Not here. At these words, Gong Yu paused. While the thrill was undeniable, this was not the appropriate setting. With a mischievous grin, he replied, If not here, then let us return to my place. Without allowing her a chance to refuse, he lifted her effortlessly in a princess carry, and with a light step, a spatial wormhole appeared beside them, allowing him to stride through with Qian Rinxue in his arms. This was the second time she had witnessed such a display of power from Gong Yu, leaving her in awe. But the impending dread of his intentions caused her heart to race. After a conflicted glance at him, she sighed heavily in her heart, resigning herself to the inevitable. Very well, since I cannot escape, I shall not hide. In the small manner, a wormhole materialized in Gong Yu's room, and he emerged with Qian Rinxue, placing her gently on the bed. Soon, the atmosphere became thick with a fiery intensity, and hurried breaths echoed within the room. Approximately 3 hours later, Qian Rinxue lay nestled in Gong Yu's embrace, feigning sleep, yet murmured, How do you intend to arrange my future? The very mention of arrangement indicated her acceptance of her situation, implying that Gong Yu would take the lead in their matters. However, it also suggested a desire for him to take responsibility. What do you mean by arrangement? Gong Yu feigned ignorance, though he understood her implication. We've already crossed that line twice. Do you not intend to acknowledge it? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue opened her eyes wide, gazing at Gong Yu with a complex expression, indignantly retorting, As a man, do you not possess even a modicum of responsibility? What responsibility? You are the daughter of my enemy. What do I owe you? Gong Yu replied, deliberately evasive. Her words struck a chord, and tears welled in Qian Rinchue's eyes, which startled Gong Yu. My father has been dead for over a decade. Must you continue to burden me with his enmity? I acknowledge the wrongs he committed against your blue silver village, but what does that have to do with me? I have given you all of myself. What more do you desire? Stop. Wipe away those false tears. Angels are not fragile beings. Nor do they wither at the loss of someone. Gong Yu retorted brusquely. Just say what you wish for me to do. Having been seen through. Qian Rinchue ceased her pretense and stated earnestly, I want you to let go of your hatred for my family. Is that too much to ask? Impossible. A man must repay grievances, and therefore, the hatred in my heart cannot simply be cast aside. Gong Yu gazed at her, then sighed, however, since your father is deceased, I can refrain from harboring hatred towards your family. Yet, those truly responsible for the past must face their reckoning. Can you spare Zhu and Gue? Qian Rinchue inquired. Already aware that both Douluo had been involved in the past incident, though they were merely accomplices. She knew Gong Yu's character well enough to anticipate that he would not let them escape. Spare them? Do you truly think that possible? If I were to forgive them, how could I face the souls of the villagers from Blue Silver Village who perished unjustly? Should I offer your family lives in exchange? Gong Yu's expression hardened as he pushed Qian Rinchue away and began to dress. Chapter 177. Fiery thunder. Once fully dressed, Gong Yu departed, but not before coldly stating, You may leave on your own. With that, he turned away, his foot striking the ground to reveal a wormhole, through which he stepped without a backward glance. Witnessing the chilling change in Gong Yu's demeanor pierced Qian Rinchue's heart. She realized she should not have spoken as she did. She merely wished to save Zhu and Gue, knowing their worth as formidable assets to the spirit hall. However, she had not anticipated the impact of her words on Gong Yu. With a heavy sigh, she rose to dress and departed on her own, regretting that the important matters of the day would likely remain unresolved. Meanwhile, Gong Yu returned to the Academy of the Gods, feeling invigorated, and immediately immersed himself in the forging chamber. He had gathered the necessary metallic materials. It was time to commence the soul forging. Gong Yu sat in a meditative posture, first adjusting his internal state. After approximately half an hour, he had restored himself to his optimal condition. Just as he stood up, he noticed Gong Xiao entering from outside. It was Gong Yu who had informed her half an hour earlier, wishing for her to observe the process of soul forging. Recently, she too had advanced to spirit forging, and even the fusion metals required for the second-tier battle armor were crafted by her own hands, with Gong Yu merely assisting in the design and creation. As she approached, Gong Xiao playfully sniffed the air, and upon catching the scent emanating from Gong Yu, she remarked, There is the fragrance of a woman, and it is not that of our sisterhood. Pray tell, young master, what did you do earlier? Gong Yu smiled with a playful grin, saying, If you continue to be mischievous, I shall visit your room tonight. Really? A flicker of anticipation danced in Gong Xiao's eyes as she mused whether the young master's words implied that it was finally her turn this evening. Gently, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, Gong Yu pressed a kiss upon Gong Xiao's forehead, instructing, Leave the door open for me tonight. For now, focus on observing. This is a rare opportunity, as I am about to embark on soul forging. Gong Yu had long since grasped the threshold of soul forging. The metal he used to craft the second-tier armor was derived from semi-soul forging materials. After acquiring the 6th soul ring, the bloodline soul ring of the Golden Dragon King had unlocked another level, and with his enhanced strength, his ascension to soul forging was now merely a formality. Gong Xiao nodded thoughtfully and stated earnestly, Indeed, I will observe attentively. Upon witnessing this, Gong Yu also offered a faint smile, then retrieved a piece of rare metal from the side. As it was his inaugural attempt at soul forging, Gong Yu did not wish to overly accommodate. Thus he chose a piece that, while rare, inherently possessed the attributes of both lightning and fire. Metals that naturally embody two attributes have been refined by the energies of heaven and earth, serving primarily as a medium. Such metals can enhance the affinity between any two metals to its utmost potential. In other words, when it comes to spirit alloys, the inclusion of this rare metal ensures that regardless of the variety of metals involved in the forging process, their compatibility will reach a perfect 100%, significantly alleviating the challenges of fusion and forging. Gong Yu was poised to embark on a soul-forging endeavor, not merely seeking to refine a singular metal, but rather to engage in the intricate art of fusion forging. Thus, the innate dual attributes of the metal before him were exceedingly rare. The metal appeared a vibrant crimson, yet within it coarse strands of purple, reminiscent of delicate threads. Red symbolized fire, while purple signified thunder. The harmonious melding of these two colors birthed the name of this extraordinary metal, raging fire and thunder. It encompassed both the fire and thunder elements, perfectly amalgamated. This metal possessed an affinity for all other metals, capable of merging seamlessly and becoming an integral part of them. Such a metal, due to its inherent rarity, remained invaluable even in this era of declining forging craftsmanship. Placing raging fire and thunder upright at the center of the forging platform, Gong Yu refrained from hastily commencing the forging process or subjecting it to preliminary heating. Instead, he gently closed his eyes, allowing his mental energy to perceive the metal's essence. His mental force, palpable and encompassing, enveloped raging fire and thunder, silently attuning to its metallic characteristics and inherent vitality. The experience of sensing through mental energy diverged vastly from mere visual observation. Within the realm of mental perception, this metal vibrated with life. It seemed akin to a naturally spirited forging metal, exuding a breath of vitality, indicating that it already possessed a state resembling that of post-spiritual forging. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the internal structure of raging fire and thunder was remarkably stable, yet vibrantly dynamic. The flawless integration of the thunder and fire elements bore no imperfections, prompting Gong Yu to once again marvel at nature's masterful craftsmanship. The fire and thunder elements intertwined and coexisted, each maintaining its own operational rhythm, perpetually altering their oscillatory structure. Years of forging experience taught him that with an understanding of the elemental dynamics contained within such a metal, the forging process would proceed smoothly. Conversely, a lack of familiarity with these elemental laws would render the task, be it soul forging or even the simplest of forges, exceedingly arduous. However, grasping the operational principles of these elements was no simple feat, and Gong Yu recognized that it was beyond his capability. Yet, the inability to comprehend did not preclude him from forging. Since he could not master the laws, he would instead establish a fixed rhythm for them, sufficient to align with his forging endeavors. With this resolve, Gong Yu unleashed a torrent of mental energy, swirling around the metal in a dance of interaction, enveloping it in a rhythmic embrace, endeavoring to induce a transformative influence upon it. Before long, the surface of the resplendent raging fire and thunder began to manifest a halo of crimson and purple, akin to ethereal mist, which then started to pulsate. The oscillation was not overly vigorous, yet it was perceptible to the naked eye, signifying his success in instilling a stable pattern within raging fire and thunder. A faint smile graced Gong Yu's countenance as he suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of substantial violet light erupted from his gaze, his purple extreme demon eyes. He employed only the purple extreme demon eyes to project pure mental energy into the metal, for he did not switch to the ice and fire dual eyes. The mental energy surged forth, enveloping the entirety of the metal in an instant, its surface emanating a soft luster. Stimulated by the purple extreme demon eyes, raging fire and thunder emitted a resonant hum. In that moment, the crimson and purple radiance intensified, casting the entire forging chamber in hues of their vibrant colors. With both hands raised simultaneously, Gong Yu grasped two soul-forging silver hammers that fell into his palms. To save time, he had long since adopted the method of dual hammer forging. Under his grip, the surface of the hammers emanated a gentle luminescence, as if they had come to life. The blazing fire and thunder had already undergone the tempering of celestial energies, thus eliminating the need for further smelting. They could be directly utilized for forging. At that moment, Gong Yu's eyes narrowed with focus, and the dual hammers descended upon the blazing fire and thunder with the swiftness of shooting stars. Chapter 178, Soul Forging. The sound of clanging echoed as the hammers struck the fiery thunder, instantly igniting the red and purple aura of the blazing fire and thunder, causing a dazzling display of colors that created an enchanting spectacle. In the hands of Gong Yu, the twin hammers glimmered brilliantly at the moment of collision, radiating a dazzling silver light that exuded an imposing sense of superiority. The two hammers descended in a staggered manner, masterfully synchronized. In the fleeting instant following the swirling golden and blue luminescence, the silver light illuminated the scene, while Gong Yu's mental prowess directed the flow, causing the red and purple radiance emitted by the blazing thunder to momentarily hesitate. At that moment, Gong Yu channeled his vital energy in conjunction with his mental force, unleashing a resounding roar akin to that of the Golden Dragon King, a roar that resonated with draconic majesty. Subsequently, the previously hesitant red and purple light began to spiral, coiling like a vortex in response to Gong Yu's mighty cry. Initially, the two hues appeared somewhat uneven, but soon their trajectories began to merge gradually, the colors intertwining and transitioning harmoniously. This resonant roar was not merely a display of advanced forging technique. It was a skill bestowed upon him by the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, known as Dragon Might. Dragon might inherently contain formidable mental energy. The blazing thunder was overly volatile, necessitating an external force to quell its active elements, thus enabling a more effective forging process. The dragon might accomplish this perfectly. With a graceful lift of her twin hammers, Gong Yu's face revealed a faint smile. As the hammers descended once more, their fall appeared remarkably slow. Upon striking the blazing fire thunder, a series of dense metallic clinks resonated from within, a cacophony of layered collisions that no mere overlapping strikes could produce in such abundance. In that fleeting moment, Gong Yu's wrist trembled, executing a quintuple tremor, augmented by the overlapping effect, resulting in a total of 15 strikes, and with the twin hammers. That amounted to 30. The quintuple tremor was not an exceptionally formidable forging technique, it merely relied on the overlapping effect. Yet, in this era, few could accomplish such a feat. Even the spiritually refined Gong Xiao could only achieve a triple tremor. For a soul master to perform multiple overlapping strikes during forging, one must possess immense self-confidence and a profound understanding of the metal's properties. Moreover, with a volatile metal like the blazing fire thunder, achieving overlapping strikes is significantly more challenging than with ordinary metals due to its heightened reactivity, which often diminishes the impact the forging hammer imparts. At that moment, a dazzling brilliance erupted from the blazing fire thunder. The red and purple hues seemed to merge instantaneously, transforming into a spiraling pillar of intertwined crimson and violet light that soared into the heavens. Such a remarkable phenomenon attracted the attention of numerous soul saints, soul Douluos, and even a few titled Douluos. However, upon realizing that the source of this spectacle was the Academy of the Gods, these formidable beings promptly diverted their gazes. For the Academy was not a place they could provoke. Whatever transpired, there was a matter solely for the Academy. Within the Academy of the Gods, the emergence of that radiant pillar inevitably stirred a brief commotion. Some faculty members personally intervened to calm the situation, falsely attributing the phenomenon to an experimental occurrence within the institution, gradually restoring order. The luminous beam rose an impressive 3 zhang, its red and purple brilliance radiating vitality, as if it sought to fill the entire world. Gong Xiao stood nearby, unable to suppress a gasp. Perhaps others were oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet she perceived everything with utmost clarity. The earlier phenomenon was evidently triggered by the Qi In Zhu Nyuling, but the radiance it emitted soared to an astonishing height of over 3 zhang. Could this still be deemed Qi In Zhu Nyuling? It seemed to transcend its very nature, yet it was not quite refined enough to be classified as Eling Zhuin. How then should one categorize it? When the Qi In Zhu Nyuling reaches completion, the height of its radiance signifies the quality of the Qi In Zhuin. A glow of 1 Qi is sufficient to deem it a first-grade Qi In Zhuin, and a rather commendable one at that. Typically, a common metal reaching a 5 Qi radiance is already at its zenith. However, the blazing fire and thunderous roar here elevated the brilliance to about 3 zhang, indicating an exceptional quality beyond compare. Yet, the higher the quality of the metal, the more active its properties become, and the more active the metal, the more arduous it is to attain a first-grade Qi In Zhuin, let alone to unleash a 3 zhang spiritual light. Gradually emerging from her astonishment, Gong Xiao pondered that achieving the level of Gong Yu seemed an unattainable aspiration in her lifetime. Judging by Gong Yu's series of maneuvers, it was evident that he could complete the Qi In Zhuin in an instant. The secret lay in that powerful shout. Through it, guided by mental fortitude, Gong Yu achieved a delicate equilibrium within the blazing fire and thunder, regulating its internal activity. Once he grasped this rhythm, he successfully completed the Qi In Zhuin. To accomplish such a feat requires a flawless creation of patterns and the seizing of the opportune moment, culminating in a decisive execution. A faint glow appeared upon Gong Yu's visage as he suddenly sprang into action, his twin hammers descending upon the surging radiance. The crimson and violet light shattered beneath the impact of the hammers, dispersing into concentric halos that radiated outward, accompanied by a low, resonant dragon's roar emanating from Gong Yu's lips. The dragon's roar was soft yet persistent, and the dissipating crimson and violet light circled around the blazing fire and thunder as if drawn by an unseen force, enveloping it in hues of red and violet, thereby solidifying its form. The unending echoes of the dragon's roar reverberated, maintaining a consistent pitch. Within the cadence of the dragon's cry, the crimson and violet light, released upon the completion of the Qi In Zhuin by the blazing fire and thunder, lingered, swirling around it in a mesmerizing dance. Gong Yu continued to wield his hammers in the forging process, preventing the ethereal light from returning, thus preserving the metal's spiritual essence to the greatest extent. Boom. Approximately 10 minutes later, as both hammers struck the surface of the blazing thunder with a resounding force, a crimson-purple radiance abruptly crystallized in the air. Immediately, A crimson-purple vortex materialized around the metal, voraciously absorbing the myriad elements of nature from the atmosphere. The spirit forging was successful. The 1,000 forges had awakened the spirit, and the spirit forging had come to life. The jubilation bursting forth from the blazing thunder reverberated throughout the forging chamber, infecting every piece of metal within. Some high-grade metals emitted faint humming sounds, as if in response to the blazing thunder, paying homage to it. The creation of metal is a miracle born from spirit forging. The higher the quality of the metal, the more arduous the spirit forging process becomes. The crimson-purple vortex thrashed violently, prompting Gong Yu to take a step back, slightly panting. In the next instant, his eyes gleamed brightly, and with a sudden retaliatory strike, the hammer in his left hand crashed against his own chest, producing a dull thud. Chapter 179, Blood Sacrifice. The sound of his heart pounding followed, and as Gong Yu opened his mouth, a jet of blood erupted forth, landing precisely in the center of the vortex created by the blazing thunder. Young master. Witnessing Gong Yu's actions, Gong Xiao instinctively raised her hand and called out, wanting to tell him that this was merely forging, and that there was no need for such self-harm. However, upon seeing Gong Yu focus intently on the forging after expelling a mouthful of blood, her voice faltered midway. The actions of Gong Yu merely constitute a blood sacrifice. This marks Gong Yu's second blood ritual. His first occurred when he forged a piece of semi-soul-forged metal in his earlier years. That piece of metal was subsequently delivered to Gangshin City for Lu Gao. Today, he embarks upon his second blood sacrifice, seeking to genuinely ascend to the realm of soul forging. In those early days, he was comparatively weaker, and the seal on his Golden Dragon King bloodline had not yet been fully lifted, resulting in a less potent manifestation of his lineage. However, the richness of his bloodline now far surpasses what it was then. To describe Gong Yu as half-dragon would not be an exaggeration. Each drop of his Golden Dragon King's blood is infused with the purest essence of a higher being's life force. Its vitality and the purity of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline are unparalleled in the world. Thus, when that crimson essence fell upon the metallic surface, the entire fierce fire thunder erupted with a resounding hum. This resonance swiftly transformed into a dragon's roar as a red-purple aura took form in the air, joyfully spiraling around the fierce fire thunder. Due to the blood sacrifice, the grade of the fierce fire thunder was elevated significantly, with the red-purple dragon-shaped light weaving in and out, continuously refining and purifying the newly manifested life within the depths of Gong Yu's being. The soul core resonated in harmony with the dragon core, silently embracing the intimate fusion of the blazing fire and thunder with his own bloodline. The bloodline of the Golden Dragon King was overwhelmingly dominant, and in the blink of an eye, the blazing fire and thunder melded into a singular entity. A faint smile graced Gong Yu's visage as he acutely sensed that during the blood sacrifice, the final impurities within the blazing fire and thunder had been entirely purged, establishing a subtle connection with his spiritual energy. Following the blood ritual, he was now capable of wielding this blazing fire and thunder through their intertwined bloodline bond with his mental prowess. At this moment, a dragon's roar echoed from Gong Yu's lips, golden scales abruptly manifesting upon his skin, elevating his stature. The hammers in his hands, infused with the power of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, transformed into a radiant gold. In this guise, he resembled a draconian figure clad in scales, exuding an aura of draconic majesty as he resumed his forging. With each strike of the forging hammers, a thunderous dragon's roar resonated, each blow akin to a golden dragon imbuing the blazing fire and thunder within, causing the red-purple glow emitted by the material to become increasingly translucent. In this era, no one could guide Gong Yu on the path of forging. He lacked the requisite skills and experience, thus he could only navigate through trial and error, compensating for his inadequacies with the crude and direct method of blood sacrifice. From the moment Gong Yu commenced the blood ritual, he had prepared for the subsequent forging endeavors. The paramount purpose of the blood sacrifice was to create an opportunity for the perfect amalgamation of his bloodline power with the blazing fire and thunder. He regarded the entire mass of blazing fire and thunder as an extension of himself during the forging process, allowing the forged product to seamlessly integrate with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, thereby manifesting some of its intrinsic characteristics. Thus, when endowing the blazing fire and thunder with sentience, Gong Yu also imparted a part of himself to it. However, this meant that while the blazing fire and thunder became increasingly attuned to Gong Yu, henceforth, only he would be able to wield this metal. Yet, this was a plan he had conceived early on. Such high-quality metal as the blazing fire and thunder was too precious to be shared with others, which is why he sought to restrict its use solely to himself through the blood sacrifice, as he merged with the essence of his Golden Dragon King bloodline. Gong Yu became wholly engrossed in the communion with the blazing fire and thunder. The latter resembled a newborn, lively and endearing, growing continuously under Gong Yu's forging and energy infusion. The scales on his body began to transform, speckles of light emerging at various joint positions. And Gong Yu's physique grew more imposing, adorned with the Dragon Roar battle armor that enveloped him entirely. When the Dragon Roar battle armor materialized, Gong Yu's aura surged once more, emanating a ferocious presence that left Gong Xiaoguang momentarily breathless. Finally, as the pair of resplendent golden forging hammers descended for the last time, he heard a melodious cheer by his ear. In the next instant, the blazing fire and thunder quivered before morphing into a golden little dragon that soared into the air, diving directly into Gong Yu's Dragon Roar battle armor. Instantaneously, the armor radiated brilliance. Its surface, already adorned with dragon patterns, now gleamed with a crystalline luster, akin to glazed porcelain. The dragon motifs appeared vividly alive, and the armor even exhibited a subtle undulating sensation, evoking an extraordinary feeling. Despite the absence of any grandiose aura or visual effects, Gong Yu had succeeded. The soul forging was ultimately completed. At the moment of completion, the blazing fire and thunder had achieved a mutual understanding with him, thus integrating seamlessly into his battle armor. With the infusion of the soul-forged metal, although Gong Yu had yet to commence the forging of his three-character battle armor, the blazing fire and thunder had already begun to enhance his two-character armor, preparing it for future advancement towards the three-character form. Regrettably, he had originally intended to perform a fusion and forging, but after the blood sacrifice, the blazing fire and thunder, upon successfully completing the soul forging, directly merged into his Dragon Roar battle armor, preventing the intended fusion from taking place. Observing the metal as it entered Gong Yu's two-character armor while his actions halted, Gong Xiaoguang inquired, "Has the young master succeeded?" Gong Yu nodded slightly but remained silent. He gently set down the forging hammer in his hand, raised a hand to signal Gong Xiao to also refrain from speaking, and then closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the sensations brought about by the fusion of the raging fire thunder into his dragon chant armor. Upon careful observation, he realized that the raging fire thunder, after the soul forging was completed, acted like a catalyst, continuously transforming and enhancing the dragon chant armor. Under the influence of the raging fire thunder, even the minute discrepancies that once existed were subtly rectified. The entire armor seemed to have softened, or perhaps evolved into a more refined prototype, merely awaiting the arrival of its next evolution. This forthcoming evolution would transform his complete two-character armor into a three-character armor. Chapter 180. One must always guard against others. After experiencing the transformation of his full armor, Gong Yu slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Gong Xiao, he began to speak. "Xiao Xiao, my dragon chant armor has now entered the embryonic state of a three-character armor after merging with the previously forged soul metal. Therefore, it is impossible for me to engage in battle with it until it has fully ascended to the three-character form. For the time being, I shall remain in the forge, aiming to complete the three-character armor in one go. As for the Soul Master Elite competition, please inform your elder sister that I will not be attending for the time being." He continued, "The finals will be in about a month, and we will need to travel to Spirit City for the competition. I wish to utilize this time to expedite the crafting of the three-character armor, as it will significantly enhance my means of self-defense." "Understood, young master," Gong Xiao nodded. However, a thought seemed to strike her, prompting her to inquire, "But, young master, will you not be watching our battle against Shilek Academy?" At her words, Gong Yu was taken aback and responded with a question of his own. "When is our battle against Shilek Academy scheduled?" Gong Xiao remarked, "Tomorrow." "Oh, I see." Gong Yu pondered for a moment, resting her chin in contemplation, and finally said, "Very well, I shall complete the crafting of the three-character battle armor after watching the match tomorrow." Understood. I shall heed your wishes, my lord," Gong Xiao replied, her heart swelling with joy. Earlier, upon hearing Gong Yu mention her intention to remain at the blacksmith's, a wave of melancholy had washed over her. After all, Gong Yu had requested her to leave the door open for him at night. If he were to stay at the blacksmith's, that would no longer be necessary. At that moment, Gong Xiao, her cheeks flushed, gazed shyly at Gong Yu and timidly inquired, "My lord, should I still leave the door open for you tonight?" "Ah, how could I have forgotten such a matter?" Gong Yu's expression turned slightly awkward as he glanced at Gong Zhao's rosy face, which was charmingly bashful. He promptly changed his mind and declared, "Tonight, there is no need to leave the door open." Then, "Very well." Upon hearing Gong Yu's words, Gong Zhao's expression fell once more. "I meant to say that you need not leave the door open tonight." Gong Yu approached her, gently pinching her cheek. and whispered in a voice meant solely for their ears. However, I did not imply that I would let you off easily. I merely wished to adjust the timing. Let us return now. With that, Gong Yu effortlessly lifted Gong Xiao into a princess carry, and with a delicate push of his toes against the ground, a wormhole materialized. He stepped into it, cradling Gong Xiao in his arms. Before long, the next day arrived. Early in the morning, Gong Yu and his companions made their way to the Great Spirit Arena of Tiando. Upon entering the resting area, Gong Yu addressed the group, saying, "Today we shall face Shailik, but I must caution you. I suspect Tang San intends to take action against you, and it is likely to occur on the arena stage." Upon hearing this, Gong Shui stood up, her expression brimming with eagerness, and declared, "I am not afraid of Tang San. Should he fall into my hands, I shall surely give him a sound thrashing." Gong Yu raised her hand, pointing at Gong Shui, and said, "You, sit down. From now on, until I have finished speaking. You are not permitted to interrupt, otherwise there will be consequences." At that moment, Gong Miao Miao, upon hearing the phrase consequences, seemed to conjure an amusing image in her mind, and could not help but burst into laughter. Noticing the laughter, Gong Yu turned her head to look at Gong Miao Miao and inquired, Miao Miao, what is so funny? If there is something amusing, shouldn't you share it with everyone?" Gong Miao Miao immediately stifled her laughter, saying, "No, I am merely amused by my own foolishness. Now, everyone, please refrain from any further antics. The matter I am about to discuss is of utmost importance, and your attention is imperative." Gong Yu spoke with a grave demeanor. Upon witnessing his serious expression, the group promptly adopted a more composed posture. Gong Yu continued, "I have observed that Tang San has recently abandoned his cherished poison in favor of researching aphrodisiacs. The fact that one would willingly relinquish their preferences to devote themselves to an endeavor they do not favor suggests that he harbors significant intentions. Of course, this is largely conjecture on my part, yet it warrants caution. For there was a time when some among you concealed from me a remarkable deed regarding the original Shrek 7 monsters. Had I not stumbled upon this information, I might still be in the dark. Xia Miao Miao, Sierra, do you not owe me an explanation? Big brother, what matter is that?" Gong Shui replied, her gaze evasive and tinged with guilt, while the other two similarly exhibited signs of unease. As we prepare for the competition, I have much more to convey, so I shall momentarily set aside this issue. However, you owe Oscar and Zhu Shuqing an apology. How you choose to address this is up to you," Gong Yu remarked tersely. "Given your actions, I suspect that Tang San may seek to retaliate against you in a similar manner." "What? Does Tang San possess a soul skill akin to that of Fifth Sister?" Upon hearing Gong Yu's latter statement, Gong Shui became visibly agitated, inadvertently revealing her prior misdeeds. Gong Yu curled her lips and remarked, "Tang San lacks the soul skills possessed by Shi'er, which is precisely why he is delving into the study of aphrodisiacs. Though this is merely my conjecture, it is a precaution one must take. What if he resorts to such measures indiscriminately in the arena? What will you do then? Will you conduct yourselves before tens of thousands of spectators?" Upon hearing this, Gong Lan's expression grew grave as she replied, "Could he truly dare to act in such a manner? It must be noted that such actions would be tantamount to employing external aids during the competition, resulting in a judgment of defeat. It would be an endeavor fraught with folly." Gong Yu remarked, "No, Tang San's mastery of poison is formidable. If he employs his toxic skills to administer aphrodisiacs to you, others may not detect it. Therefore, once you take the stage, you must be vigilant, regardless of the circumstances. It is wise to be prepared. I hope my concerns are unfounded." The women nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Gong Yu's words. It is essential to guard against treachery, a lesson Gong Yu has consistently imparted. When faced with someone like Tang San, failing to take precautions could lead to dire consequences. After conveying her message, Gong Yu concluded, "That is all I have to say. Now prepare to take the stage." At that moment, Oscar raised his hand and expressed, "Can I refrain from participating this time? After all, I was once a member of Shilek Academy, and facing them in battle would weigh heavily on my heart." Oscar was candid, openly sharing his thoughts. "Very well, Oscar, you shall not take the stage this time." Gong Yu responded with understanding. She then turned to Zhu Shuqing, inquiring, "What about you, Shuqing? Do you intend to compete?" Zhu Shuqing, unlike Oscar, harbored no such reservations. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes as she declared, "I shall enter the fray, and you must allow me to confront Tang San. I must avenge the grievances from our last encounter in the Sunset Forest." Oscar, perplexed, furrowed his brows and questioned, "What animosity do you hold against Tang San? I was unaware of such a matter." Zhu Shuqing found it difficult to speak openly, for she had wronged Oscar and feared that revealing too much might arouse his suspicions, prompting her to remain silent. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Gong Yu interjected, "Previously, I took Shiqing to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings. During her absorption of the soul ring, Tang San launched a surprise attack with hidden weapons. Although she successfully absorbed the soul ring, she sustained significant injuries, damaging her foundational essence. Had I not provided her with a 9th-grade purple ginseng to remedy her loss, she would have been forever trapped at the soul sect stage." Oscar's displeasure was evident as he processed the gravity of the situation. As Zhu Zhuqing's boyfriend, he felt disheartened to learn of such a significant ordeal without her informing him. Zhu Zhuqing explained, "When I returned, I did mention my injuries before retreating for seclusion. And afterward, I simply forgot about it." Oscar found her explanation insufficient. Such an incident was not easily forgotten. Nonetheless, he chose not to pursue the matter further, allowing the conversation to shift. With the group enveloped in silence, Gong Yu continued, "Shiqing, your determination to compete is commendable. However, confronting Tang San may be somewhat challenging for you. Given your previous encounters, you know he specializes in control techniques, which place you, as a sensitive attacker, at a distinct disadvantage." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's brows furrowed slightly, and she instinctively tightened her fists. Though reluctant to concede, she recognized the truth in Gong Yu's assessment. Gong Yu noticed the unusual demeanor of Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, "This time, I permit all of you to engage. However, apart from Zhu Qing and Laner, I advise you to refrain from utilizing your martial souls if possible, to avoid revealing excessive information." He then turned his gaze towards Gong Lan, stating, "Laner, I allow you to use your martial soul to suppress Tang San's blue-silver grass. Once your blue-silver emperor manifests, I assure you that Tang San's martial soul will be rendered immobile. In a desperate situation, he may resort to his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. This is the outcome I desire, to compel him into employing the Haotian hammer. However, if he cannot be forced, do not press too hard." "Understood, young master." Gong Lan replied with a nod. Gong Yu then addressed Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Shiqing, while Lana is suppressing Tang San, wait for the opportune moment to act. But remember, if Tang San's Haotian hammer is unleashed, do not confront him directly. Retreat swiftly and allow Xiao Xiao to handle him." He subsequently turned his attention to Gong Xiao and inquired, "Xiao Xiao, how many forms of your indomitable staff technique have you mastered?" Gong Xiao remarked, "I have nearly perfected the 5th stance of the unyielding staff technique, young master." "Excellent." Gong Yu replied, feeling a sense of gratification. Thus far, he had only attained the 6th stance of the unyielding staff technique, and Gong Xiao was rapidly catching up, a testament to her diligent practice. He continued, "Having mastered the 5th stance of the unyielding staff technique, you will be more than capable of countering Tang San's immature chaotic wind hammer technique. Therefore, should Tang San choose to employ the Haotian hammer martial soul, I urge you to confront him directly." Gong Xiao nodded and said, "I understand, my lord. If Tang San dares to wield the Haotian hammer, I shall make him regret it. What nonsense is this about the world's #1 martial soul? I will let everyone know that the Haotian hammer is merely mediocre." "Excellent. What utter nonsense about being the world's best? We are fighting for that title." Gong Yu smiled slightly before outlining a few other matters. Before long, the staff arrived, leading a girl directly onto the stage. Meanwhile, the Shrek 7 monsters appeared, but they stepped onto the stage with grave expressions. Once upon a time in Soto City, the Shrek 7 monsters had faced off against the people from the Divine Academy, then known as the Rose Team, and they had suffered a crushing defeat. Now, as they faced the arena again, fear gripped all but the newest member of the Shrek 7 monsters. After both teams exchanged respectful gestures, the referee finally announced the commencement of the match. However, this time, the members of the Divine Academy did not retreat to the edges of the arena to observe. Instead, all 7 remained in the center, causing a stir among the spectators. Was the Divine Academy truly sending out all their members? Surely they wouldn't, given their strength. If they did, it would be catastrophic. Why do you care so much? Let us just enjoy the show. The entirety of the Divine Academy is battling. Just thinking about it is thrilling. As discussions swirled around, those in the resting areas of various academies, particularly those who had previously clashed with the Divine Academy, were grim expressions. In the fiery region of the Chihua Academy, Huowu was in a fury, smashing things in anger. "They are looking down on us. The Divine Academy considers Shrek Academy so trifling that they send out their entire team. Do they think Shrek is stronger than us?" Though infuriated, Huowu recognized that she could do nothing against the Divine Academy. After all, it was their competition, and how they chose to fight was their business. Observing her sister's frustration, Huowu Shuang approached to offer comfort. "Sister, do not be upset. Consider this. What merits does Shrek Academy possess to provoke the Divine Academy into sending out their entire team? They must be aiming for the stars. Just think how the other academies, once defeated by the Divine Academy, will perceive Shrek Academy. Realization dawned on someone quick-witted, who interjected. Perhaps Shrek Academy will incur the wrath of the Divine Academy, and in the remaining matches, they will be targeted, facing the strongest lineups from each academy. Upon hearing this, others gasped. Is the Divine Academy harboring a grudge against Shrek Academy? Huo Wu's eyes lit up, her anger dissipating as she smiled with delight. Who cares? In any case, there will be a splendid spectacle to behold. At that moment, the Shrek team finally unleashed their martial souls, each soul ring shimmering in perfect harmony. On the other side, Gong Lan and Zhu Zhuqing also summoned their martial souls. Yet, when Gong Lan's soul rings emerged, the previously raucous crowd fell into stunned silence. In the audience, tens of thousands of spectators widened their eyes and gaped, while the three chief committee members and Prince Xuexing leapt to their feet. Even the usually composed Ning Fingji rubbed his eyes, questioning his vision. The platinum bishop, who had been lethargically resting his chin on his hand, suddenly sat up straight, his eyes sparkling with astonishment as he mentally recorded this occurrence for immediate reporting. The Snow Knight Emperor's pupils dilated in disbelief. Ning Zhongzhu, am I seeing things? Is that little girl with blue hair truly surrounded by a red soul ring? No, your majesty had not been mistaken. It was indeed a red 100,000-year soul ring. Ning Fengji shook his head, wishing it weren't true, but it was. Setting aside where she had acquired such a rare 100,000-year soul beast, how had she absorbed it for her fifth soul ring? The Snow Knight Emperor was utterly baffled. Had all prior knowledge been wrong? The members of the Divine Academy were simply extraordinary, transcending limits to absorb soul rings, and now they presented a 100,000-year soul ring. Ning Fingji, faced with the Emperor's inquiry, could only smile bitterly. Your Majesty, that question stumps me. If I knew how to achieve that, I would have instructed my disciples to absorb soul rings beyond their limits long ago. After the initial shock, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Many were ecstatic. For a red 100,000-year soul ring was a rarity that most would never witness in their lifetime. In various resting areas, instructors and students from other academies were utterly bewildered, questioning if everything they had learned over the years was false. After all, the text had never indicated that a fifth soul ring could absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. Especially not the theories of the Master of Clowns, which strictly define the age limits of each soul ring. In the Shrek Academy resting area, Yu Xiaojiang clutched his head and repeatedly shouted, impossible, absolutely impossible. The maximum age for a fifth soul ring is 12,000 years. How could it possibly absorb a 100,000-year soul ring? That ring must be a fake. My theory cannot be wrong. It cannot. I spent years of my youth in the Martial Soul Hall transcribing this, only to find out I wasted my youth for a false theory. Heaven is unjust. Yu Xiaojiang slumped to the ground, utterly disheveled. The surrounding Shrek teachers looked at him with disdain, thinking, you, who merely plagiarize theories, have no right to feel wronged. As if the borrowed ideas were truly your own. The focus then returned to the arena. At that moment, the Shrek team wore expressions of shock, some even revealing signs of trepidation. How could they compete against a 100,000-year soul ring? One soul skill could potentially obliterate them. Ma Hongjun shrank back, vividly recalling the merciless defeat he had suffered at the hands of Gong Shui 3 years prior in Soto City. Now faced with something even more terrifying, he felt an urge to concede right there and then. Are you afraid, fatty? Daimyo Bai teased from the side, though he was more anxious than Ma Hongjun. Not afraid. Don't pretend. We all know each other too well. Ma Hongjun retorted. Fear? What is there to fear? Even if it's just someone with a 100,000-year soul ring, I'd still slay it without hesitation. Daimyo Bai feigned composure and boldly declared. Upon hearing his words, the 3 newly inducted members of the Shrek 7 Devils scoffed. Although they had joined the ranks, their rapport with Tang San, Daimyo Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong was far from amicable. The original Shrek 7 Devils had dwindled to 5 after Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing's departure, and following the revelation of Xiao Wu's identity, she too had fled, leaving only Tang San, Daimyo Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong. In order to muster enough participants for the competition, Flender heeded the suggestion of Yu Xiaojiang and hired 3 free-spirited soul masters from outside, all of whom were at the soul sect level. After granting them Shrek's academic status, they became Shrek students. Thus, the current roster of the Shrek 7 Devils comprised only Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun as soul ancestors. The hired trio, each above level 45, were on the brink of aging out, possessing a commendable aptitude compared to their peers. After all, Feng Xiaotian, of similar age, was merely at level 44. Yet, these three had never regarded Tang San and the others with any respect, had it not been for Flinder's irresistible offer. They would never have subjected themselves to the torment of listening to a mere level 29 Soul Master drone on. At that moment, Tang San consoled the group, stating, "There is no need for excessive concern. Even if the opponent possesses a 10,000-year soul ring, they would hesitate to utilize it. For the potency of such a soul skill is overwhelming and beyond our capacity to withstand. Should it result in fatalities, they would be summarily disqualified." Upon hearing Tang San's words, the others were struck with renewed clarity, their spirits lifted. Xiao San is right. Haha, it seems we still have a chance to win. Let's go, brothers, charge. As their confidence surged, Dai Bai felt a thrill within. Defeating a team with a 10,000-year soul ring would elevate Shrek's reputation to new heights. With Dai Bai leading the charge towards the divine team, the remaining 6, excluding Ning Rong Rong, followed suit. Ning Rong Rong, having nothing else to do, began reciting an incantation. 7 treasures are renowned. The first is. Just as she was about to complete her chant, a voice abruptly interrupted, "Get out of here, you." In an instant, Gong Xiao materialized beside her, seizing her shoulder and hurling her off the stage. Gong Xiao had moved with lightning speed, reaching Ning Rong Rong in the blink of an eye. Prioritizing the expulsion of the feeble support, Ning Rong Rong was launched through the air like a projectile, crashing into the audience. Rong Rong. In the VIP section, Ning Fengji rarely lost his composure. After all, she was his daughter, cherished and protected. Seeing her tossed aside, he instinctively moved to check on her. But Bon Douluo was quicker. "Fengji, allow me to handle this," Bon Douluo said with a grim expression, furious that his little witch had been treated in such a manner. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront Gong Xiao directly. "Very well, I leave it to you, Uncle Bon," Ning Fengji nodded. And Bon Douluo immediately headed towards the spot where Ning Rong Rong had fallen. On the arena, following Ning Rong Rong's ejection, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, fearing he would be next. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he spotted Gong Shui charging towards him. Recalling the torment he had endured at her hands, Ma Hongjun froze, not only halting his advance, but also retreating, shouting, "Don't come any closer." His comical display instantly elicited laughter from the entire audience. Gong Shui charged forward, disdainfully remarking, "Either you leap down yourself, or I shall cast you down. It is utterly impossible for me to refrain from approaching." Though Ma Hongjun initially appeared somewhat comical, upon hearing Gong Shui's words, he halted in his tracks, which had previously been directed toward retreat. The prospect of leaping down voluntarily was out of the question. He certainly did not wish to return to face a scathing reprimand from Flanders. Thus, the only option left was to retaliate. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, his first soul ring gleamed brilliantly. "First soul skill, Phoenix Fire," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, turning back to unleash a fiery projectile at Gong Shui. However, Gong Shui was not one to permit such a maneuver. In an instant, she executed the ghostly shadow mirage, arriving beside Ma Hongjun with ghostly swiftness, and immediately initiated the dragon elephant prajna. With a resounding thud, Gong Shui's palm struck Ma Hongjun squarely in the abdomen, sending him soaring backward, unable to unleash the phoenix fire he had been preparing. As he was propelled backward, his face tilted skyward, and the flames erupted from his mouth, resembling a volcano in the throes of eruption. In the blink of an eye, Ma Hongjun crashed down, landing not far from the arena, writhing in pain on the ground. Seeing that Ma Hongjun had not fallen from the platform, Gong Shui's cheeks puffed in frustration, and she once again employed the ghostly shadow mirage, swiftly approaching Ma Hongjun to deliver a kick that sent him tumbling off the stage. Meanwhile, the others had largely dispatched their opponents, leaving only Gong Yu and Gong Lan to contend with. Gong Yu faced Dai Bai, engaging him in a fierce exchange without the use of their martial spirits. Relying solely on the dragon elephant prajna, Gong Yu managed to hold his own against Dai Bai, who wielded his martial spirit. After approximately a minute of combat, Gong Yu landed a powerful strike to Dai Bai's left rib, resulting in a broken rib. This injury significantly weakened Dai Bai's attacks, diminishing their sharpness. After another half-minute, he was ultimately defeated. At this juncture, on the arena, only Tang San remained standing for the side of Shylik. However, Tang San was not faring any better. After summoning his blue-silver grass martial spirit, he found himself thoroughly restrained by Gong Lan's blue-silver emperor, which rendered his blue-silver grass ineffective and unwilling to fight. As if that weren't enough, he was intermittently harassed by Zhu Zhuqing's relentless assaults. Zhu Zhuqing struck with ruthless precision, each blow intent on punishing him. Tang San desperately employed the ghost shadow perplexing track to evade her attacks. At that moment, he felt unrestrained and resolved to utilize all the techniques of the Tang sect without fear, as he had not encountered any trouble from those he regarded as members of the Tang sect after being exposed in Soto City. Though Tang San stubbornly held on, without conceding defeat, Zhu Zhuqing and Gong Lan's attacks grew increasingly fierce. Despite his best efforts to execute the ghost shadow perplexing track, the coordinated strikes of Gong Lan and Zhu Zhuqing still found their mark, landing several blows on him. Tang San contemplated launching a mental attack to escape his predicament, but when he unleashed his mental strike using the purple extreme demon eye, he discovered that Gong Lan's mental strength surpassed his. Consequently, his attempt not only failed to inflict harm, but also backfired slightly, though not severely enough to affect him. Feeling the pressure intensify, Tang San realized he was nearing his limit. Suddenly, he sensed his left leg ensnared. The tenacity of the blue-silver emperor was such that once entangled, it felt akin to being immobilized. As the tendrils coiled around his leg, they swiftly ascended, soon binding half of his body. Tang San struggled, but given his current strength, he knew that without employing some forceful means to destroy the tendrils, escape was impossible. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing charged forward, her fourth soul skill igniting as she clenched her teeth, declaring, "Tang San, you wounded me with a hidden weapon in the sunset forest without cause. Today, I shall cripple you to avenge that day." With her words, she accelerated, leaving behind a fiery afterimage on the arena. While her true form approached within 2 meters of Tang San, realizing the imminent threat of Zhu Zhuqing's fourth soul skill, Tang San felt a wave of danger. While he recognized that it would not cost him his life, it could certainly inflict severe injury or even render him incapacitated. Tang San was determined not to be ruined by Zhu Zhuqing. After the last incident in the Sunset Forest, where he had lost a leg due to a soul guide bomb thrown by Gong Yu, he was already considered a cripple. If he were to be further incapacitated today, he would truly become a mere shell of his former self. "I refuse to accept this," Tang San roared internally, glaring fiercely at Gong Lan. If it weren't for this woman suppressing his martial spirit, he would not be in such a dire predicament. However, breaking free from Gong Lan's blue-silver emperor through sheer strength was clearly unfeasible. Thus, gritting his teeth, he summoned a silver-black hammer that gleamed with power, nearly the height of an adult. As Zhu Zhuqing's attack was about to descend upon him, Tang San swiftly swung the Haotian hammer, striking the tendrils of Gong Lan's blue-silver emperor. With a resounding crash, the tendrils shattered instantly, and the Haotian hammer ignited a flurry of sparks on the arena. This powerful strike allowed Tang San to utilize the recoil to propel himself backward, creating distance just as Zhu Zhuqing's attack fell short, missing him entirely. Haotian hammer? Dual martial spirits? In the VIP section, the Snow Knight Emperor stood abruptly upon witnessing the hammer in Tang San's grasp. He was astonished to discover that a descendant of the long-hidden Haotian sect still walked the continent. Could it be that the Haotian sect was poised to re-emerge? Beside him, the Platinum Bishop Saras also stiffened at the sight of the Haotian hammer, killing intent surging in his eyes. Upon hearing the Snow Knight Emperor's remarks, he recognized the gravity of this information and resolved to return promptly to relay it to Spirit City. With a cold snort, Saras rose and departed. The surrounding audience erupted in fervor. The Haotian hammer had not been seen on the continent for over a decade. Many younger individuals had only glimpsed illustrations of the Haotian hammer in books, yet now, witnessing this legendary weapon spirit in person was enough to incite a frenzy. Chapter 184. Golden Bamboo Stick versus Haotian Hammer on the arena. Gong Xiao approached Gong Lan and Zhu Zhuqing with a measured gait. "Sister, allow me to take over." Upon reaching Gong Lan's side, Gong Xiao smiled and proclaimed, "What nonsense about the world's #1 weapon spirit. It's merely a hammer used for blacksmithing. And it dares to claim such a title? Today, I shall show everyone that this so-called #1 weapon spirit is nothing more than a farce. I shall demonstrate the true pinnacle of weaponry." As Gong Xiao spoke, she deliberately strained her voice, infused with a spirit energy that resonated throughout the venue, ensuring that the tens of thousands of spectators could hear her distinctly. Upon hearing her words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. What did the young girl mean by this? It was a blatant provocation, an unabashed challenge. Yet, everyone was eager to witness what grounds she had to contest the supremacy of the world's foremost martial soul. Anticipation hung in the air as they awaited the moment Gong Xiao would reveal her martial soul. In truth, my blue-silver emperor spear is formidable as well. After all, it is merely the Haotian hammer. Gong Lan also strained her voice, addressing Gong Xiao. As soon as Gong Lan uttered those words, many in the audience couldn't help but smirk, each one thinking to themselves that with a plant-type martial spirit, how could one possibly aspire to rival the formidable Haotian hammer? Surely, such ambitions were overly ambitious. Gong Lan was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of others, even if she were aware. She would not engage in any debate. At that moment, Gong Xiao spoke up again. I understand that if my elder sister were to take action, it would undoubtedly be effective. However, since it is the young master's directive for me to fight, I kindly ask my sister to observe my performance from the sidelines. Indeed. Given that it was the young master's instruction, the second sister should fight earnestly. Gong Lan smiled and nodded, then retreated alongside Zhu Qing to the edge of the arena. After they had positioned themselves at the periphery, Gong Xiao raised her right palm, striking with a flourish as her golden bamboo staff martial spirit gradually manifested. Following this, the 5 soul rings beneath her feet, yellow, purple, black, and red, began to pulsate, dazzling the eyes of thousands of spectators once more. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a fervor. Gong Xiao wished to remain inconspicuous, avoiding the exposure of her soul ring. However, once her martial spirit absorbed the soul ring and was summoned, the soul ring inevitably followed, entirely beyond her control. It was inconceivable, absolutely unfathomable, that one could possess a soul ring of 100,000 years, and now another was emerging. Setting aside the question of how they managed to absorb such ancient soul rings, one must consider the sheer rarity of 100,000-year soul beasts. There could not possibly be so many available for them to hunt. In the resting area of the Shirlai Katim, Yu Xiaojiang found himself increasingly disheveled. Today's blows had been overwhelming. Twice he had witnessed the 5th soul ring being of 100,000 years. As merely a 29th level soul master, he had never even experienced a 1,000-year soul ring firsthand, rendering these phenomena far beyond the realm of his understanding. Moreover, concerning the number of 100,000-year soul beasts, despite his extensive reading and knowledge of both ancient and modern texts, he was only aware of a singular ape and serpent residing within the Stardow forest. Yu Xiaojiang was merely a minor subplot. Such clowns were hardly worth extensive commentary. The scene shifted back to the arena, where Gong Xiao regarded Tang San, remarking with a casual indifference, "Your Haotian hammer has yet to be endowed with a soul ring. I do not deceive you by claiming I lack soul skills. I shall refrain from using them. I have heard that your Haotian sect's chaotic wind hammering technique is quite remarkable, and fortuitously, I possess a set of self-created soul skills as well. Let us engage in a duel of our original techniques." Upon concluding her statement, she regarded Tang San with an air of arrogance. Initially, Tang San had little confidence in overcoming Gong Xiao. Had she employed soul skills, he might have withstood a 1,000-year skill, but a 10,000-year skill was an entirely different matter, a qualitative transformation beyond the 1,000-year realm. He understood that if a clash were to occur, he would not endure. Furthermore, the mere presence of a 100,000-year skill, irrespective of whether she would wield it, already exuded a formidable aura that unsettled him. Should he truly face a 100,000-year skill, the outcome could only be catastrophic. Yet, Gong Xiao's challenge to engage in a contest of original soul skills rekindled Tang San's confidence. He was certain that if he unleashed the chaotic wind hammering technique, it would be beyond Gong Xiao's capacity to counter. This blind assurance led him to believe victory was assured. Thus, he nodded at Gong Xiao and replied, "Very well." As their eyes met, the atmosphere around them grew palpably tense. With a swift shake of the long staff in her hand, Gong Xiao's demeanor transformed instantaneously. An intense aura of battle radiated from her, resembling a valiant goddess of war, exuding an air of majesty and prowess. Similarly, Tang San experienced a shift in his own presence, emanating a fierce fighting spirit. Although he had never engaged in a true confrontation wielding the Haotian hammer, he had previously struck Zhao Wujie in a surprise attack. Standing here today, though compelled to unleash his Haotian hammer martial spirit, Tang San yearned for an honorable duel. Yet, as a disingenuous individual, he often found disdain in engaging in straightforward combat, for deception was his forte. The two locked eyes, each unmoving. But this was merely a faade. Gong Xiao, known for her penchant for initiating, would not remain still. In an instant, she transformed into a blur, her staff swirling as she charged towards Tang San. He remained stationary, contemplating a probing maneuver. As he activated the Xianyu hand, his hands took on a jade-like quality, intending to barehandedly intercept her attack. However, Just as Gong Xiao was mere steps away, she flung her golden bamboo staff forward, not employing the unyielding staff technique, but rather testing the waters to gauge whether Tang San was worthy of her full strength. The staff flew through the air, spinning like a frisbee, and in the next moment, it split into several illusory replicas, launching an assault from multiple directions. Tang San was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an application of martial spirits. Among the numerous replicas, only one was genuine. He promptly activated his purple extreme demon eye, which possessed the ability to discern illusions. If he could identify the true frisbee, he could focus his efforts on countering it. Yet, as he scrutinized the illusions, he realized that each replica appeared equally authentic, or perhaps they were all mere phantoms, as he could not distinguish the real from the fake. The numerous frisbees buzzed through the air, and at that moment of indecision, the attack commenced. Tang San inwardly chastised himself for his folly. Losing focus in battle could lead to dire consequences in a life-or-death scenario. With no time for further contemplation, he hastily raised the Haotian hammer, defensively bracing for each incoming frisbee, initially intending to meet the attack with the Xianyu hand. He found himself unable to discern which frisbee was genuine and thus could not engage directly. As each frisbee struck, Tang San swung his hammer, expecting to shatter them. To his surprise, the frisbees not only withstood the impact but rebounded into the air, swirling back towards him for another assault. Chapter 185, Unyielding Staff Technique versus Chaotic Hammer Technique. After surviving the initial wave of attacks, Tang San shifted from defense to offense. As the frisbees returned, he found himself responding with greater ease. Gradually, he began to wield his hammer with finesse, creating a mesmerizing display of hammer flowers that disrupted the air with a resonant hum. Following a series of buzzing sounds, the hammer and the golden bamboo staff collided, producing a chorus of metallic chimes. Gong Xiao, with a cold demeanor, raised his right hand, summoning a flying disc back to him. Meanwhile, the other illusory discs relentlessly continued their assault on Tang San. The returning disc transformed seamlessly into a golden bamboo staff, which landed deftly in Gong Yao's grasp. With a swift rotation of his body, he hurled the staff towards Tang San, who was preoccupied with fending off the phantom discs. In this temporal realm, he had not aided Ningrongrong, thus he had not acquired the cultivation method of the 7 apertures heart, rendering him incapable of multitasking. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the golden bamboo staff that was hurtling towards him. Just as Tang San became aware of the incoming staff, it was too late. One end of the staff collided forcefully with his chest. With a resounding thud, he stumbled back several steps before regaining his footing, while the staff rebounded after striking him. Gong Xiao effortlessly caught the staff once more, his movements fluid and unimpeded, akin to flowing water. However, he did not escape unscathed. The impact had inflicted some internal injury, evidenced by a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet, this was of secondary concern, for the phantom discs, now transformed into golden bamboo staffs, had not dissipated. Having sustained a blow, Tang San's actions were disrupted, and with his internal injuries, he found himself in a precarious position. Attempting to wield his mighty hammer in defense, he realized he was already too late. The flying discs morphed into illusory staffs upon reaching him, striking various parts of his body. Tang San winced in agony, but at that moment, his prosthetic left leg was sent flying. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Gong Xiao was unaware that Tang San had lost his leg in the forest explosion. Thus, upon witnessing the prosthetic soar away, he felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety, thinking, I haven't even exerted my full strength yet. This was merely a test. How could I have broken his leg? The audience of thousands was equally shocked. It was merely a competition. Why such relentless fervor that it led to a broken leg? Under the astonished gazes of the spectators, Tang San, with a swift motion of his left hand, summoned the Haotian hammer back to him. He rolled a couple of times, reaching for the prosthetic leg, and swiftly reattached it. Seeing this, Gong Xiao let out a sigh of relief, realizing that his opponent had merely been wearing a prosthetic. The audience, too, exchanged glances, realizing their earlier worries had been unfounded. Having reattached his prosthetic, Tang San rose once more, his expression darkening. Despite his efforts to conceal his disability, it had ultimately been revealed. With a cold glare, he brandished the Haotian hammer once again, this time resolved to take the initiative. Swinging the hammer, Tang San charged towards Gong Xiao, simultaneously gathering energy according to the principles of the chaotic wind. Gong Xiao not only received Tang San's mighty strike, which was charged with the power of 9 hammers into a single blow, but she also effortlessly lifted her fist with one hand to collide directly with the Haotian hammer. With a thunderous roar, it was evident that Tang San could not even stabilize the Haotian hammer, which slipped from his grasp, causing him to stagger backward. It is no wonder that he struggled to maintain control over the hammer. He had not anticipated such immense strength from Gong Xiao. Her punch contained the full force of 60,000 pounds, capable of obliterating anything it struck. "You truly are weak, unable to even hold on to a hammer," Gong Xiao remarked, losing interest upon witnessing Tang San's bewildered expression. Yet, she failed to recognize the magnitude of her own strength. Not just anyone could withstand such a force. Once Tang San regained his footing, he too wore a look of astonishment. He could hardly believe that such a young girl had not only absorbed his attack charge with 9 strikes, but had also sent his hammer flying. It is worth noting that the Haotian hammer, without any additional enhancements or spirit rings, weighed a staggering 500 pounds, when wielded with the chaotic hammer technique for charging. Its power compounded with each strike. Tang San's previous attack, having amassed 9 strikes, amounted to the equivalent of 4,500 pounds. Could a mere girl truly endure such force? However, upon hearing Gong Xiao's mocking words, Tang San's expression hardened. It was a blatant display of disdain, and he could not bear the feeling of being belittled. In response, he waved his hand, causing the Haotian hammer that had fallen a short distance away to dissolve into particles of light, while in his palm, a new Haotian hammer began to take shape. As soon as the hammer was restored, Tang San swung it towards Gong Xiao once more. He struck down with powerful blows, but Gong Xiao skillfully evaded each one while simultaneously delivering counterattacks aimed at his vital points. Though Tang San managed to dodge many of her strikes while focusing on charging his hammer, a few attacks landed, causing him pain that he forced himself to endure. He understood that he could not afford to lose concentration. Any lapse could result in a failed charge. Upon reaching 18 strikes, a smile spread across his face. He intended to strike Gong Xiao once more, believing she could not withstand it again. Without hesitation, Tang San raised the colossal Haotian hammer high above, preparing for a skyward strike. "I have been waiting for you to charge. Otherwise, I would not have the inclination to play along for so long," Gong Xiao scoffed. "Now, let me show you a move of my own, the second style of the unyielding staff technique, aerial might." Aerial refers to the clouds above, while might signifies the stars of the cosmos. The combination evokes the vastness of the heavens. As Gong Xiao executed this technique, her golden bamboo staff transformed into a towering shadow that pierced the sky. Regardless of the heights of heaven or the depths of earth, with unparalleled courage, she challenged the heavens, undaunted by the mere Haotian hammer, which could not embody the sky itself. Gong Xiao waved his staff, which soared into the sky, colliding fiercely with Tang San's descending Haotian hammer. Upon impact, a formidable shockwave radiated outward, disrupting the air in chaotic disarray, as even the surrounding space seemed to ripple with subtle folds. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed, and soon after, cracks began to appear on the Haotian hammer. The fissures spread like a spider's web across the entire surface of the hammer, and before long, it was riddled with fractures, ultimately shattering into numerous fragments. As the Haotian hammer spirit was forcefully destroyed, Tang San was immediately subjected to a backlash, resulting in a violent spurt of blood. Chapter 186, Tang San's first soul skill. In the vicinity of Gong Xiao, the towering shadow of the staff dissipated after colliding with the Haotian hammer. However, it is fortunate that Gong Xiao's golden bamboo staff martial soul remained intact. Unlike Tang San's Haotian hammer, which shattered upon impact, the collision involved only the shadow of the staff, not the golden bamboo staff itself. Hence, while the shadow vanished, the staff remained unscathed. Observing Tang San's weakened state post-rebound, Gong Xiao smirked disdainfully and approached him, questioning, "What? Do you still refuse to concede?" She added, "If you insist on clinging to your pride, I shall not hesitate to send you off the stage." Tang San retorted with a sly grin, "I have yet to lose. Why should I surrender?" At his words, Gong Xiao paused briefly before responding with a cold laugh. "Since you are unwilling to yield, I shall personally ensure your departure." With that, she brandished her golden bamboo staff, aiming to unceremoniously dislodge Tang San from the arena. Tang San wore a cunning smile. Defeat was inevitable, and he understood his chances of victory were non-existent. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his subsequent plans. Although the Haotian hammer martial soul was temporarily shattered and would require time to recover, the blue-silver grass remained at his disposal, a force Gong Xiao could not suppress. Thus, as Gong Xiao approached, Tang San summoned the blue-silver grass with his right hand, the yellow and purple soul rings pulsating beneath him. Suddenly, the first yellow soul ring began to shimmer with intensity. Gong Xiao scoffed at his attempt to resist with mere blue-silver grass, declaring, "You shall be sent down." Without a doubt, as she closed the distance to about 1.5 meters from Tang San, she thrust her staff forward, aiming to launch him away. Yet Tang San laughed, ha ha ha. If I cannot defeat you, I shall simply annoy you. First soul skill, mucus entanglement. As Gong Zhao's staff lunged toward him, the tendrils of the blue-silver grass wrapped around her martial soul, secreting a viscous substance akin to mucus. The sight provoked a wave of nausea among the thousands of spectators, many of whom began to curse in disgust. As the tendrils entwined, they continued to quiver, flinging the sticky mucus in Gong Zhao's direction. Gong Xiao gazed upon the scene, a shiver involuntarily coursing through her. She was indeed repulsed. Promptly retracting her golden bamboo staff spirit and executing the ghostly shadow technique to evade the oncoming torrents of snot and mucus. However, a minuscule amount of the repugnant substance ultimately landed upon her attire, igniting her fury. In a swift motion, she once again summoned the ghostly shadow technique, appearing instantaneously behind Tang San. With a powerful grip, she seized the nape of his neck and, utilizing her immense strength, propelled him towards the audience. As Tang San soared through the air, a sinister smile adorned his face, and he did not hesitate to hurl several globs of mucus back at Gong Xiao. Gong Xia swiftly evaded. Though she managed to avoid direct contact with the mucus, her attire was not spared from its wretchedness. Clenching her fists in frustration, she harbored a desire to eliminate Tang San, believing that merely casting him aside would be too lenient. Stamping her feet in indignation, she bellowed to the referee nearby. Are you still dawdling in a stupor? Hurry up and announce the results of the match. I need to return and change into clean clothes. The referee, having been thoroughly disgusted by Tang San's mucus earlier, had retreated far from the scene, fearful of contamination. Upon hearing Gong Xia's outburst, he hastily approached the center of the arena and declared, in this match, the Divine Academy triumphs over the Shilak Academy. After the announcement, Gong Xia rushed to her companions, exclaiming, Let us hurry, I need to take a shower immediately. This is utterly revolting. Noticing her sister's lingering unpleasant odor, she couldn't help but remark, Second sister, you still have an odd smell about you. The other girls had already detected the foul scent and nodded in agreement. Enough. I know. That's why I insisted on rushing home for a bath. Tang San is truly repulsive. I can't fathom what soul beast his first spirit ring, the blue-silver grass, managed to produce such mucus. As she spoke, nausea surged within her, prompting her to hastily descend from the stage. Had Gong Yu heard her words, his expression would have been curious, for Tang San's first spirit ring, the mucus-producing soul ring, was a gift from him long ago, now ironically causing distress within their ranks. A group of them descended the stage and convened with Gong Yu in the resting area. What is that smell? Gong Yu inquired, immediately sensing an irritation in his nostrils upon their arrival. It's Tang San's mucus, Gong Xia replied, a bitter smile on her face as she pointed at the sticky remnants on her clothing. No, that is not quite right. Perhaps it's the residue on your clothes that's causing it, but the scent isn't merely that of the mucus. There's a faint medicinal aroma that feels oddly familiar, Gong Yu pondered, scratching his head in contemplation, struggling to recall where he had encountered it before. I too sense a certain familiarity, as though I've encountered it before. Upon hearing Gong Yu, Zhu Xing felt an inexplicable sense of recognition. Her mention, however, triggered a realization in Gong Yu, who suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, we must leave immediately, or something unfortunate may transpire. What misfortune? Gong Xia's curiosity piqued, prompting her to seek further clarification, for the scent she carried was the source of her intrigue. Gong Yu sighed and remarked, It is the scent of an aphrodisiac, specifically concocted by Tang San. The potency of this potion is formidable. Do not inquire how I am aware of this, for I simply am. Moreover, do you not feel the tumult within your own vital energy? Previously, in the Sunset Forest, Tang San had applied this substance to his concealed weapon. At that time, while I was inspecting the weapon, I intentionally inhaled its fragrance and detected a medicinal aroma, precisely the same scent we now perceive. However, the potency was faint then. Barely discernible unless one was attentive, it pales in comparison to the current strength. Back then, I could easily dispel its effects. Yet now it proves to be a more formidable challenge. Upon hearing Gong Yu's inquiry, the group of young women nodded in unison. Gong Lan then expressed, I sense a slight warmth in my body, and my emotions are becoming restless. It seems I have a desire for. It appears we have indeed succumbed to the aphrodisiac. My lord, how shall we remedy this? What remedy can there be? The presence of a man shall suffice. Gong Yu replied with a mischievous grin, eliciting a blush from Gong Lan. Gong Lan cast a fleeting glance at her fellow sisters before turning her attention to Gong Yu, and inquired, But, my lord, with so many sisters present, are you truly untroubled? What nonsense is this? What could possibly be the issue? Gong Yu retorted with a slight tug at the corners of his mouth, inwardly cursing Tang San's ancestors for generations. The potency of the medicine this time was evidently far stronger than before. He surveyed the group of young women, although they remained coherent. An unsettling restlessness began to take root among them. What about Zhu Qing? Gong Lan asked once more. Yet, the usually composed demeanor she possessed seemed to falter. As she began to unconsciously lean closer to Gong Yu, as if afflicted by a sudden bout of restlessness. Chapter 187. The seven-colored dragon staff. Gong Lan inquired of Zhu Qing what to do, for she had discovered that Oscar had vanished. Surely, it was unreasonable to expect Zhu Qing to search for him alone. What if he could not be found in a timely manner? Was she to resolve this predicament by herself? Regardless, returning home was the immediate priority. Gong Yu expressed a sense of relief that Lu Erlong had departed. Otherwise, if she had caught wind of the situation, it would have been troublesome. That woman had insatiable demands. Dealing with her individually was manageable. But satisfying her amidst a crowd was a different matter entirely. The group returned directly to the manor, bypassing the Academy of the Gods, and Zhu Qing naturally accompanied them. As for Oscar, there was no point in looking for him. That fellow had disappeared without a trace. It would be unwise to have Zhu Qing wait for him, as there was a risk that the man might take advantage of the situation. It was far better for Gong Yu to benefit than to allow someone else to do so. Unbeknownst to everyone, Oscar was currently amidst the ranks of Shilek, seeking retribution from Tang San. He had been brooding over the incident in which Zhu Qing had been innocently struck by Tang San's hidden weapon, prompting his decision to confront Tang San for justice. However, Oscar's aspirations proved to be overly ambitious. Upon his arrival, instead of achieving his goal, he was misled and ensnared. Meanwhile, Gong Yu and the group of young women had returned to the manor. Turning to glance at the girls, he noted their flushed faces, each resembling a ripe apple. Brother Yu, with so many people, can you truly manage? Nar, who had been feeling somewhat despondent, suddenly posed the question. How could she not feel this way? She was the focal point, yet Gong Yu had yet to touch her, and now that she was not poisoned, she could not simply cling to him. 10 people should be manageable, Gong Yu replied, a devilish smile playing at the corners of his lips. What 10 people? Nar counted, inadvertently omitting herself from the tally. Including you, that makes exactly 10. Gong Yu seized Nar's hand and pulled her along, grinning mischievously. Why ponder so much? Soon, the training room was filled with a cacophony of activity. Why the training room, you might ask? It was the only space sufficiently large to accommodate 11 individuals. To counteract the effects of the medicine on the women, Gong Yu toiled from the afternoon until the early hours of the next day. Fortunate to possess the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, which sustained him through the grueling effort, a mere mortal would have surely succumbed to exhaustion. In the early dawn, Gong Yu quietly departed the training room. Contrary to what one might expect, he was not fatigued but rather invigorated. As he walked through the courtyard, he felt the transformation of his martial soul within. His union with Nar, infused with the essence of the Silver Dragon King's bloodline, had caused his golden spiral dragon staff to evolve into the 7-colored spiral dragon staff, akin to what he had once encountered in the simulator. Is this the ultimate evolution of my spiral dragon staff, martial soul? He mused aloud as he ambled through the courtyard, pondering whether further evolution awaited him. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. What do you mean, further evolution? Turning to see Nao approaching, Gong Yu swept her into his embrace and affectionately inquired. Why not rest a while longer? Brother Yu, please don't tease. With so many people, how can I possibly sleep? Nara replied with a hint of melancholy. If it were just the two of us, I would be willing, but should such a situation arise again, please do not involve me. While I have no qualms about you having multiple partners, I am uncomfortable with participating in such activities together. Gong Yu smiled awkwardly and said, Today as circumstances are exceptional, there is little that can be done about it. Furthermore, everyone else has already entered, and I cannot leave you behind. From now on, I shall be more mindful of your feelings. Just as long as you understand. Nodder huffed playfully before inquiring, Brother Yu, you still Haven T answered my earlier question. What has evolved? You may as well see for yourself. Upon hearing Nodder mention the earlier topic once more, Gong Yu promptly released her, then with a flick of his left hand, the resplendent rainbow dragon staff, his martial spirit, gradually materialized. Shouldn't your second martial spirit be golden? Nodder exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the colorful staff in Gong Yu's grasp. Gong Yu explained, my second martial soul was originally not the spiral dragon staff, but the spiral serpent staff. It evolved into the Golden Spiral Dragon Staff due to the infusion of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. Today, with our union and the influence of your Silver Dragon King's bloodline, it has further evolved, transforming into a spectrum of colors. Can martial souls truly undergo such transformations? Nar, having listened to Gong Yu's explanation, transitioned from surprise to sheer astonishment. I cannot clarify the specifics, Gong Yu replied, his expression somewhat awkward. However, I sense that with each additional soul ring, this martial soul will experience different changes, be it alterations to the martial soul itself or modifications to my physical attributes. In truth, I am unable to specify what these changes will entail. This assertion stemmed from Gong Yu's analysis of previous simulation data, yet he could not definitively ascertain the actual outcomes, as there remains a disparity between simulations and reality. Nar, now even more astounded, reached out to touch the colorful spiral dragon staff, only to sense an opposing will resisting her touch. She withdrew her hand, a displeased expression crossing her face. The ability to alter one's physical attributes with the addition of soul rings is truly unconventional for the evil dragon. I merely have a feeling about it, mostly conjecture, so it remains uncertain. We shall see what transpires once the soul rings are added, Gong Yu remarked, retracting the vibrant spiral dragon staff with his mental command. Seemingly struck by a thought, Gong Yu continued, let us set aside the matter of my second martial soul for now. I have something to present to you, Nar. What is it that brother you wishes to give me? Nar, intrigued by Gong Yu's mysterious demeanor, leaned in closer. It is something beneficial, particularly for the Soul Beast clan. Gong Yu replied with a slight smile, deliberately leaving her in suspense. Nar puffed her cheeks in frustration, exclaiming, Brother you are truly infuriating, always keeping me in suspense. Just tell me already. All right, I shall reveal it. Gong Yu produced a soul guide device and handed it to Nar, saying, This is what I wish to give you. It contains the technique for creating spirit souls, which I believe will be immensely helpful for the Soul Beast clan. In previous simulations, Gong Yu had not only obtained the technique for crafting spirit souls, but also the method for creating ascension platforms. However, he deemed it unnecessary to share the latter with Nar just yet, preferring to allow her to perfect the spirit soul technique first. As for the ascension platform, he resolved to wait until she had developed the spirit souls, which would likely take a year or two. Chapter 188. The three-character battle armor knocker took the soul guide device from Gong Yu, placing it against her forehead to retrieve the information contained within. Once she absorbed the knowledge, a look of astonishment once again graced her features. After recovering from her shock, Nava eagerly inquired, Brother Yu, where did you acquire this technique? Faced with her question, Gong Yu felt compelled to fabricate a story. As I previously mentioned, I have glimpsed fragments of the future. This technique is something I recently organized from my memories. However, as you know, I have only seen a portion of the future, so some aspects of the technique are not yet fully developed. By not fully developed, Gong Yu referred to the artificial spirit soul technology, conveniently using it to mask his deception about having seen the future. No. Nar waved her hands dismissively. The technique you have given me is already remarkable. This knowledge is of tremendous benefit to the Soul Beast clan. It might be the key to altering their current situation. If we can refine the artificial spirit soul technology, then in the future, soul masters will no longer need to hunt soul beasts for soul rings, potentially resolving the primary conflict between humans and soul beasts. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, Nar suddenly leaped onto Gong Yu, showering his face with kisses, leaving him quite flustered and covered in moisture. Nar, please calm down. Gong Yu chuckled bitterly, finding her exuberance a bit wild. I'm just so happy, Nar replied, her face beaming with joy as she descended from Gong Yu. Yet, upon seeing him hurriedly wipe away the moisture with his sleeve, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Once Gong Yu had cleaned his face, he gently said, All right, the task of perfecting the artificial spirit soul technology is now entrusted to you. With your abilities, I have no doubt you will refine it within a few years. Nar nodded and confidently promised, Rest assured, Brother Yu, I will perfect the artificial spirit soul technology. Indeed, I believe in you, Gong Yu smiled softly, then glanced at the sky, noticing that dawn was approaching. The street vendors selling breakfast had already begun to set up their stalls. I am feeling a bit hungry. Let us go and find something to eat. Before they knew it, the sky had brightened considerably. After enjoying a meal outside, Gong Yu and Nar returned to find that the other women had already risen. Zhu Zhuqing, her face flushed, hurriedly departed the estate to return to the academy. The previous day's events had left her feeling somewhat humiliated. Although she had shared moments with Gong Yu in private, those instances had remained clandestine. However, yesterday's events had exposed their improper relationship to everyone, which was utterly mortifying. If word of this reached Oscar, she would be at a loss for how to face him. Fortunately, the estate was filled with Gong Yu's trusted allies, so it was unlikely any rumors would spread. Time swiftly passed, and the moment for the competition to commence drew near. However, starting today and until the completion of the 3-character battle armor, Gong Yu would refrain from watching the matches, focusing instead on crafting the armor. Under the guidance of Lu Erlong, a multitude of beautiful women gracefully made their way toward the Heaven Do Grand Spirit Arena, while Gong Yu retreated to the forge to create the 3-character battle armor. The initial step was to forge the entirety of his 2-character battle armor into a prototype of the 3-character battle armor, followed by inscribing the core array, thus completing the production of the 3-character battle armor. This process was considerably more streamlined than that of crafting the 2-character battle armor. Nevertheless, before this could take place, the forging of the battle armor prototype was a monumental endeavor, necessitating the crafting of numerous soul-forged metals, as well as undergoing fusion forging. As time continued to elapse, half a month swiftly passed, during which Gong Yu successfully forged all the soul-forged and fusion-forged metals, integrating them into his complete set of 2-character battle armor. Following the assimilation of all the soul-forged and fusion-forged metals, Gong Yu's entire battle armor evolved into the prototype of the 3-character battle armor. After an additional 5 days, he inscribed the core array onto the prototype, ultimately completing the entire set of 3-character battle armor. Having finally completed the crafting of the 3-character battle armor, the next phase involved fusion. Gong Yu's face revealed a satisfied smile as he raised his hand to grasp a piece of battle armor, beginning the process of fusion. Conventionally, to merge a 3-character battle armor, one must attain the Soul Sage level. However, after Gong Yu completed the condensation of his soul core, he benefited from the tidal energies of heaven and earth, elevating his soul power to the 70th level, and he had yet to compress this power. Thus, he remained at the level of 70. Under these circumstances, although Gong Yu had not yet acquired his 7th soul ring, he had already met the criteria for merging the 3-character battle armor. Gradually merging each component, the complete set of battle armor was finally formed. 9 Dragons Chant was the name Gong Yu chose for his entire 3-character battle armor, intending to name it after the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar. The 1st character battle armor was Dragon, the 2nd Dragon Roar, and the 3rd 9 Dragons Chant. The 4th had been designated as 9 Heavens Dragon Roar. As for the subsequent 5, 6, or even 7 characters, they could not be crafted purely through forging. Rather, they required nurturing through one's own spiritual consciousness and divine power, a process that necessitated considerable time and could not be completed in the short term. Upon the completion of the battle armor fusion, at the moment the 3-character battle armor took shape, it astonishingly coalesced into a 3-character battle armor domain based on Gong Yu's innate abilities and the characteristics of the armor. At that instant, Gong Yu experienced an enigmatic transformation. Winds, thunder, ice, fire, darkness, time, space, life, destruction, and Azura, 11 distinct powers were continuously gathered, ultimately forming a golden domain halo with a diameter of 10 meters under the fusion of his vital energy. Under the influence of this domain halo, a resounding dragon's roar emanated from Gong Yu's body. As the roar erupted, a potent, indomitable will radiated from him, merging into the 10-meter diameter crimson domain halo. In that fleeting moment, the diameter of the blood-red halo expanded by approximately 5 meters. Subsequently, the blood-red halo began to swirl chaotically, and after about half a minute, tranquility was restored. At this juncture, the blood-red halo transformed into a magnificent crimson flower, blooming radiantly. The crimson light surged from beneath Gong Yu's feet, resembling an unparalleled conflagration of blood flames. The stirring dragon's roar acted as the harbinger of the flames, freezing the surrounding air, while the intense waves of vital energy surged to their zenith. The vivid red, resplendent golden hue seemed poised to devour everything in its path. Anything that came into contact with it would become its sustenance. Any form of energy that encountered the blood-colored flower would be consumed, transmuted into a component of its annihilating aura, while the radiance enveloping Gong Yu intensified. Ultimately, it coalesced into a colossal blood-colored dragon. Chapter 189, Blood Dragon Annihilation Domain. The blood-colored dragon exuded an indomitable will that soared to the heavens. Under the enhancement of this aura, An indescribable annihilation energy suddenly erupted from Gong Yu. Let us name it the Blood Dragon Annihilation Domain. Gong Yu slowly opened his notably bright eyes, his golden battle armor fully activated. Intricate patterns of vivid blood flames already manifesting upon its surface. With a casual flick, the golden dragon spear materialized in his hand. He stepped forward abruptly, swinging the spear as his battle armor transformed into countless points of scarlet gold light, vanishing into the void before reconstituting into a dragon. However, this time, the dragon had transformed into a scarlet gold hue, its eyes a deep crimson, seemingly indifferent to its surroundings. Then, with a thought, Gong Yu made the Blood Dragon Annihilation Domain halo dissipate without a trace, yet his three-character battle armor remained, albeit dimmed in brilliance. I wonder if my Blood Dragon Annihilation Domain can compete against the Polar Stillness Domain jointly executed by the Chrysanthemum Pass and Ghostly Phantom, Gong Yu mused. Contemplating the nature of the Polar Stillness Domain, which merely freezes a small area of space, belonging to a specific attribute. In contrast, my Blood Dragon Annihilation Domain is formed under the interaction of wind, thunder, ice, fire, darkness, time, space, life, destruction, and Azura, 11 distinct powers, coupled with the indomitable will of the evil-slaying dragon. Against the Polar Stillness Domain, I believe I should be capable of matching it. Never mind. No use dwelling on it. We shall see in due course through a confrontation. After all, with the enhancement of the three-character battle armor, my strength has already reached the level of a tidal Douluo, and I should be able to contend evenly with a level 95 Super Douluo while employing the Blood Dragon Annihilation Domain. With this calculation in mind, Gong Yu willed his three-character battle armor to vanish. After tidying up the disordered forge, he stepped outside. Before long, Gong Yu returned to the estate, where he coincidentally encountered Gong Lan and others just returning from the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena. A group of girls, upon seeing Gong Yu, hurriedly gathered around him. Approaching him, Gong Lan, her face alight with joy, spoke, "Young master, you have emerged from seclusion? Indeed, my three-character battle armor is complete." Gong Yu replied with a slight smile. "Now, I am preparing to forge for all of you." "Really?" the girls exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable. "Truly," Gong Yu affirmed with a nod. "However, you will not be able to use the three-character battle armor just yet. To wield it, you must at least reach the Soul Sage level, which still requires considerable effort on your part. We will strive to improve," Gong Lan declared, a serene smile gracing her features. "I will diligently supervise my younger sister's training." "Excellent," Gong Yu replied with a reassuring smile before inquiring, "Has anything noteworthy occurred recently?" "Nothing of significance," Gong Lan responded in a manner reminiscent of a diligent steward. "Oh, a few days ago, a box arrived from the dark web addressed to you, young master. However, you were still in seclusion, so I took the liberty of temporarily safeguarding it." As she spoke, Gong Lan retrieved a long brown box from her soul guide and handed it to Gong Yu. Gong Yu took the elongated box, but the nearby girls eagerly anticipated his unveiling, eager to discover its contents. "You all," Gong Yu smiled bitterly, then opened the box, revealing a blood-red ginseng, luminous and translucent. The surface of the ginseng displayed prominent protrusions that intertwined to form a unique pattern, reminiscent of a majestic five-clawed dragon soaring through the heavens. "Is this the crystal blood dragon ginseng?" Gong Lan inquired, captivated by the rich aura emanating from the ginseng. "Indeed," Gong Yu nodded. He had meticulously planned for the acquisition of the crystal blood dragon ginseng for quite some time, and now it was finally in his possession. With the heartbreaking red gone and the crystal blood dragon ginseng now in hand, he was left uncertain about what would revive Xiao Wu after her sacrifice in the future. Gong Yu carefully sealed the long box once more. The crystal blood dragon ginseng was intended for Nar, and he naturally planned to present it to her. After storing the long box away, Gong Yu inquired, "To what stage has the Soul Master Elite competition progressed?" Gong Lan remarked, "Tomorrow we have a match against Tianshui Academy, after which the preliminary rounds will conclude, leading us into the advancement matches. It seems that my timing to emerge from seclusion is quite fortuitous, as I will be able to witness an exhilarating competition." Gong Yu smiled and turned to Gong Nyonyo, saying, "Nyonyo, you shall compete alone tomorrow. Do not forget your rivalry with the Qibao Yuli sect. You must shine as the brightest star and dazzle Ning Fengji's eyes." Upon hearing this, Gong Nyonyo's eyes sparkled, and with great excitement, she replied, "Certainly, my lord, I will perform exceptionally well." After exchanging a few more words, they each dispersed. Gong Yu returned to his room. only to discover Nar peacefully asleep. Upon the bedside table lay two spirit orbs, one white and the other yellow, indicating that during his seclusion, Nar had made significant progress in her research on spirit entities, resulting in the creation of these two orbs. In the midst of her slumber, Nar's nose twitched, as if she had caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Gradually, she opened her eyes. Upon seeing Gong Yu's figure, her face blossomed into a radiant smile. She quickly sprang up and leaped onto Gong Yu's back, exclaiming joyfully, "Brother Yu, you've emerged from your seclusion." Gong Yu gently lowered her from his back and pressed her onto the bed. With a subtle smile, he said, "I have emerged from seclusion. My battle armor has been forged, and the materials prepared for you have also been crafted. Soon, we shall proceed with the creation of your three-character battle armor, and it will be completed in no time. Is that true? How wonderful." Nader beamed with joy. Though being held down by Gong Yu caused her cheeks to flush with a deep crimson. "Nar, I have missed you." Gong Yu gazed at her, his expression brimming with affection. "I have missed you too, Brother Yu," Nara replied, her face radiating tenderness. They exchanged smiles, words unspoken yet resonating profoundly in the silence. Before long, the air became thick with an ardent atmosphere, and the room was soon filled with the sound of rapid breaths. Approximately 2 hours later, the two emerged from the room, satisfaction evident in their demeanor. Gong Yu gently clasped Nar's delicate hand as they strolled along the garden path. As they walked, he inquired, "I noticed two spirit orbs on the bedside table. To what extent has your research on spirit technology progressed, Nara?" Nara replied, "The progress has been quite favorable. Those two spirit orbs were created by extracting the bloodline genes of soul beasts, without the need to slay them. This can be considered a preliminary success in the realm of artificial spirits. Moreover, these orbs are not inferior spirits. Their effects are equivalent to those obtained from slaying soul beasts. It seems your advancements are commendable. I believe you will soon be able to develop a 1,000-year spirit." Gong Yu remarked with a faint smile, having some understanding of inferior spirits. The term inferior spirit refers to those produced 2,000 years later, as the gradual extinction of soul beasts led to the loss of their genetic material. To compensate, the Spirit Transmission Tower attempted to extract genes from non-soul beast animals to create spirits. Although the experiments yielded results, it was proven that spirits crafted from animal genes were woefully weak and thus garnered no interest in the market, earning the label of inferior spirits. In this era, soul beasts still abound in diversity, allowing for the direct extraction of bloodline genes from them, negating the need to resort to ordinary animals. Therefore, researching artificial spirits is considerably more feasible. As the two wandered through the courtyard, Gong Yu soon broached the subject of the 9 Dragon Kings, cautiously asking Nar, "Do you think I could forge a contract with the dragon souls of the 9 Dragon Kings, allowing them to become my second martial soul?" Upon hearing this, Nar expressed her surprise. Why would Brother Yu wish to have the 9 Dragon Kings as his spirits? Gong Yu pondered for a moment, carefully organizing his thoughts before speaking. "I believe that rather than allowing the souls of the 9 Dragon Kings to gradually fade away with the passage of time, it would be far more advantageous to transform them into spirit entities. Furthermore, as contracted spirit entities, they would be able to gradually regain their strength in tandem with my own growth, ultimately restoring themselves to divine status on the day I ascend to godhood." Nader contemplated this for a while and then replied, "Brother Yu, you present a valid point. Compared to the slow dissolution of their essence, becoming spirit entities indeed represents a commendable choice. However, considering the prideful nature of the Dragon Kings, we must ascertain their willingness to become your spirit companions through dialogue." Indeed, Gong Yu concurred with a nod of agreement. "Here's what we shall do. After the Soul Master Elite competition, I will send the others to Sea God Island for training, while the two of us venture to the Dragon Valley. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Naer's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she inquired, "Brother, have you located the position of the Dragon Valley?" Gong Yu nodded and smiled, saying, "I have discovered it. If all remains unchanged, in the future, Tang San will ascend to divinity, subsequently leading his parents to achieve the same, and even allowing his father, Tang Hao, to become the master of the realm. Approximately 20,000 years later, Tang Hao will utilize his powers to bring forth the Dragon Valley, ultimately crafting a legacy for the Tang family. Although my glimpse of the future is limited, I have at least identified the location of the Dragon Valley, situated on a continent across the vast ocean. Ah, so it lies on the other side of the sea. We shall wait for a while and then journey there together." Nara pondered for a moment, reflecting, "No wonder I have been unable to sense the presence of the Dragon Valley. It is separated by such an immense distance. Given my current level of recovery, it is only natural that I cannot perceive it." Casting a heartfelt glance at Gong Yu, Nar continued, "Brother Yu, I support your ambition to absorb the 9 great dragon kings as soul spirits, yet I am concerned that you may not withstand it. For a soul master of your strength, one can typically absorb a maximum of 4 soul spirits in a lifetime if they are merely ordinary. However, if one merges soul spirits through a contract, provided the soul master's physical and mental fortitude is sufficient, it is possible to absorb more. Furthermore, the soul rings of divine-level soul spirits possess a uniqueness. Upon absorption, they will not split into multiple soul rings. This is a tenet of this narrative. If you truly wish to succeed in absorbing 9 soul spirits, it seems you must cultivate the dragon elephant prajna to at least the 12th level. Yet, considering the energy levels of Douluo Continent, reaching the 12th level appears quite challenging, unless another fortuitous opportunity arises. Gong Yu nodded in agreement and remarked, "Indeed. If my physical strength is insufficient, it would be quite challenging to merge the souls of the 9 great dragon kings. However, I am not concerned about cultivating the dragon elephant prajna to the 12th layer, as I have my own methods." The method Gong Yu referred to undoubtedly involved the blood pool beneath the city of slaughter. The energy contained within that pool was beyond imagination. Therefore, a return to the city of slaughter was inevitable. Nar nodded enthusiastically, saying, "As long as Brother Yu has a plan, that is sufficient. However, if your physical strength and mental fortitude do not meet the requirements, I will not allow you to recklessly absorb too many souls." "Rest assured, Nar, I would never jest with my own life," Gong Yu replied with a light chuckle. "Now, let us set aside these matters for the moment. It is a rare opportunity to spend time together, so let us explore the city." "All right," Nar responded with delight, and the two set out together. As time passed, the following day finally arrived. It marked the last day of the preliminary rounds. After today, they would advance to the qualifying matches. Early in the morning, Gong Yu and his companions arrived at the Tiando Grand Soul Arena. Nar did not accompany them today. After spending the previous day wandering in Tiando City with Gong Yu, she had returned home where he had given her the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. The Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng complemented the Heartbreak Red, and upon consumption, Nar quickly felt drowsy. Before drifting off to sleep, she estimated that it would take her approximately 3 to 7 days to fully digest the medicinal properties. This was a positive sign, as it indicated that the substance had a significant effect on her, which reassured Gong Yu considerably. Upon arriving at the Tiando Grand Soul Arena, they encountered members of the Imperial Battle Team, who had a match to compete in that day. Noticing the arrival of the Divine Academy team, Yi Lingling hurriedly approached Gong Yu from a distance to greet him. Upon reaching Gong Yu, Yi Lingling remarked, "Gong Yu, I haven't seen you at the matches lately. Have you been away?" With Yi Lingling's arrival, the members of the Divine Academy proceeded into the Tiando Grand Soul Arena, followed closely by the members of the Imperial Battle Team. Gong Yu gazed at Yi Lingling, smiling as he responded, "I haven't traveled far. I've merely been in seclusion recently, which is why I haven't attended the competition. Moreover, my presence on the field is not currently required." "That's true." Yi Lingling nodded in agreement. "Your teammates are exceptionally strong, practically invincible among their peers. Even without you, I believe they can secure the championship." "Hee. The matter of the championship is not so certain," Gong Yu replied. "After all, the Wuhuan Temple's team is formidable as well. They possess Soul Kings, and with 2 Soul Kings able to execute a spirit fusion technique, they will not be easily defeated." Having reached this stage, Gong Yu was unreserved in sharing some insights regarding the Wuhuan Temple's team. After finishing his thoughts, he inquired, "By the way, Miss Lingling, have you come to see me for a specific reason?" "Not particularly. I merely wish to greet you since it has been a while since we last saw each other." Upon saying this, Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed a bright red. "You can just call me Gong Yu," he smiled warmly. "Referring to me as classmate feels a bit odd, as I am not a student of the Tiando Royal Academy." "Then, I shall no longer call you Gong Yu, but simply Lingling." Yi Lingling's face remained rosy. She had always been averse to physical contact with men. Yet ever since the last time Gong Yu had embraced her and set her down from the ring, his image would involuntarily surface in her mind whenever she was alone. Initially, she felt quite vexed, but gradually, she began to accept it, and at times, she even yearned to meet Gong Yu in person. In recent days, with Gong Yu absent from the Tiando Great Soul Arena, Yi Lingling found herself increasingly despondent due to his absence. "All right, I will henceforth call you Lingling," Gong Yu nodded in agreement. Observing Yi Lingling's shyly flushed cheeks, he smiled once more and asked, "Lingling, do you harbor feelings for me?" "I." Yi Lingling was taken aback by Gong Yu's candid question, finding herself in an awkward predicament. Answering affirmatively was difficult, and denying it was equally challenging, leaving her to lower her head in shyness. Seeing her demeanor, Gong Yu discerned the sentiments of this seemingly aloof woman and continued, "I can sense that you have feelings for me. In truth, I also hold affection for you. But have you truly considered this?" Yi Lingling did not grasp the meaning behind Gong Yu's words. "Considered what?" "What I mean is, I may not be a suitable choice for your affections. Have you genuinely thought this through?" Gong Yu spoke solemnly, gesturing toward the women from the divine team entering the arena, adding, "They're all my partners. I might not align with your ideals of love, so have you truly contemplated this?" I. Yi Lingling struggled to articulate her thoughts, knowing that apart from the substitutes, all the members of the divine team shared the surname Gong. She had assumed they were merely relatives of Gong Yu, unaware they were all his partners, which left her feeling a wave of disappointment. "I will give you time to reflect. When you have made up your mind, come and tell me." Gong Yu gently caressed Yi Lingling's face, smiling as he reassured her, "Rest assured, I will wait for you." If Yi Lingling did not mind, Gong Yu would certainly welcome her, but if she were to be bothered by his other relationships, then it would be best to let it go. After all, there were plenty of beautiful women in the world, and he did not lack for one more. After conversing for a while longer, they returned to their respective teams. Upon returning, they fortuitously encountered the staff calling their team to the stage. Gong Yu cast an encouraging glance at Gong Nyonyo within the team, gesturing her to perform admirably and exclaiming, "Nyonyo, shine brightly and blinding Fingxi's discerning eyes." "I will, young master," Gong Nyonyo replied, nodding with a sparkle of determination in her eyes. Soon, the group ascended the arena, and on the opposite side, the team from Tianshui Academy also made their way to the stage. The contenders on the platform today were exceptionally captivating, as both teams consisted solely of female participants, the Divine Academy team and the Tianshui Academy team. Among the 5 elemental academies, Tianshui Academy had the most stringent admission requirements. In addition to possessing ice and water attribute martial souls, they had several additional stipulations. Firstly, they only accepted female students. Secondly, only beauties were admitted, like the Divine Academy. Tianshui Academy was open to commoners. However, the Divine Academy had a notable distinction: they did not accept non-commoners. All the competitors from Tianshui Academy participating in this tournament were not only female but also strikingly beautiful. "Hey, that handsome man isn't coming up. It seems we ultimately don't catch his eye," remarked a girl with dark green hair, appearing to be the youngest among the 7 official team members, her face still bearing a hint of youthful innocence. What nonsense are you talking about? He isn't coming up because he has publicly declared that he will not take the stage before battling the Wuhu and Hall team," chastised Shui Binger, her sister, with long water blue hair cascading down her back. "Yet," she added, "however, you are correct in one aspect. In terms of strength, we indeed do not attract his attention, nor do we catch the eye of any official member of the Divine Academy team, although only a few among them have revealed their martial souls. I estimate they have all reached at least the 5th ring." As the conversation unfolded, a palpable sense of battle intent emanated from Shui Bingo as she declared, "But that is all the more reason to rejoice. A formidable opponent presents a challenge. If the adversary is too weak, the battle loses its significance." Shui Binger, the captain of the Tianshui Academy team, also served as the eldest sister, and the hierarchy among the team members was based not on age but on strength. Thus, although Shui Bingo was not the eldest, her sisters affectionately referred to her as elder sister, and they did so willingly, lending her words considerable authority within the team. Today's competition comprised 5 simultaneous matches, each pitting the 5 elemental academies against 5 other institutions. However, the most noteworthy clash was that between the Divine Academy and Tianshui Academy. Following closely was the confrontation between the Thunder Academy and the Royal Academy of Tiando. This latter match garnered attention because both captains hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The 2 captains were Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, who were cousins. Yu Tianheng had been designated as the heir to the clan by its patriarch, owing to his exceptional aptitude as the most gifted among the 3rd generation, while Yu Tianxin was somewhat inferior, but only slightly so. As a result, the cousin Yu Tianxin harbored dissatisfaction towards Yu Tianheng. Although this battle was merely a competition, both privately regarded it as a fated confrontation, having resolved that the loser would willingly withdraw from the competition for the position of clan heir. As the 5 elemental academies joined the Divine Academy in entering the arena, the entirety of the Tiando Great Soul Arena erupted in fervor. Today marked the final day of the preliminary round, and it was the last bout of the series. The ticket prices for the Tiando Great Soul Arena had surged several times over, yet they remained nearly impossible to procure. The teams from the Divine Academy and Tianshui Academy ascended the arena from opposite sides of the central main stage. Shortly thereafter, the commentator took to the stage, his voice brimming with excitement as he addressed the audience through his earpiece. The final round of this preliminary round is about to commence. First, let us direct our gaze to the left side of the competition stage, where the Elephant Armor Academy will face off against the UC Academy. Finally, let us focus on the central main stage, where today's most thrilling match will take place. The Divine Academy, already confirmed to advance from the preliminaries, will clash with the Tianshui Academy in the grand finale of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament here in Tiando City. One side is the newly recognized strongest contender this year, while the other is a seasoned powerhouse. Who will emerge victorious? Let us wait and see. Upon the central main stage, the referee signaled for both sides to exchange pleasantries. After the formalities, the Tianshui Academy members, led by Shui Binger, stood in a line. Meanwhile, 6 members of the Divine Academy team slowly retreated towards the edge of the arena, leaving only Gong Yu standing resolutely at the center. As they withdrew, Gong Lan specifically advised Gong Yu, "Sixth sister, we entrust everything to you. Do not worry, elder sister. I am capable," Gong Yu replied with a calm tone. Yet her words ignited a flicker of ire among the members of the Tianshui Academy team. At that moment, Shui Binger furrowed her brow and called out, "Wait, are you certain you will leave just one person?" Shui Binger felt that if they were to face only one opponent, they might not necessarily lose. For they possessed a trump card, the martial soul fusion technique between her and Shui Wu. In her view, once that technique was unleashed, victory would be assured. Gong Lan, however, did not turn back. Instead, she flicked her hand behind her and declared, "One person is sufficient. If you wish for us to engage, you must first defeat our little 6. Chapter 192, Martial Soul Fusion Technique. The members of the Tianshui battle team were nearly gritting their teeth in frustration. Look at Gong Lan's audacious words. They were simply intolerable. "Humph. Do you look down on us? Soon, you shall pay the price." Shui Uf, standing beside Shui Binger, said with indignation. Although Shui Binger felt a surge of anger within, she did not allow it to show on her exterior. Casting a glance at the remaining Gong Yu from the Divine Battle Team, she promptly introduced herself. Captain of the Tianshui Academy Battle Team, Shui Binger. Level 40 Control System Soul Master. Gong Yu also revealed some information about herself. She is a member of the Divine Academy's Battle Team, a formidable assault-type Soul King. As for her specific level, it bears little significance for you to know. Once her words faded, the referee, not wishing to prolong the proceedings any further, announced, "Both sides. Prepare. You may now unleash your soul weapons." Gong Yu and Shui Binger raised their heads almost simultaneously, with a glimmer of brilliance illuminating Gong Yu's eyes. Her demeanor instantly transformed, exuding a fervent aura that surged forth from her being. This overwhelming presence, bolstered by her superior soul power, rendered the 7 members of the Tianshui battle team visibly tense. Meanwhile, on the side of the Divine team, Gong Yu stood alone, unable to form any coherent battle formation. In contrast, the Tianshui battle team arranged themselves strategically, with 3 young women positioned at the forefront, Shui Binger at the center, flanked by Shui Yu and another agile attack-type girl on either side, while a pale-faced girl with long black hair stood at the rear. Both sides unleashed their martial spirits almost in unison, and the Tianshui battle team's overall strength became apparent following their release. Apart from the level 43 Shui Binger, there were also 2 soul masters exceeding level 40, one among the trio of formidable attack-type soul masters at the forefront, and the other being the black-haired girl at the back of their formation. Shui Binger was enveloped in a veil of ethereal blue light, with a radiant halo of shimmering blue floating behind her. The 3 formidable attack-type soul masters, after releasing their martial spirits, exhibited scales resembling those of fish adorning certain parts of their bodies. Shui Yu's martial spirit granted her skin a lustrous glaze, while the other 2 also underwent notable transformations. Despite the variations in the number of soul rings among the Tianshui members, each was optimally configured. In the palm of Gong Yu, a radiant amethyst lamp, surrounded by a halo of 9 vibrant hues, materialized. 5 soul rings, purple, purple, black, 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 slowly emerged from beneath her feet, pulsating rhythmically. Upon noticing the absence of a red soul ring, the members of the Heavenly Water team collectively exhaled in relief. It was not just them. Even the spectators in the audience and the esteemed guests felt a wave of comfort. Had Gong Yu possessed a soul ring of 100,000 years, suspicions would have arisen regarding whether the Academy of the Gods was breeding 100,000-year soul beasts, for how else could she have acquired such an abundance of soul rings? However, when they observed the configuration of Gong Yu's soul rings, the members of the Heavenly Water team felt an intensified pressure. As the match commenced, the referee promptly announced the start after both sides had unleashed their martial spirits. Attack, a simple command, under the guidance of Shui Binger. Her 6 teammates activated their first soul rings, charging towards Gong Yu in unison. The strategy of 7 against 1 rendered any tactical nuances moot. The best approach was to besiege her collectively, unleashing their soul techniques with abandon. Shui Binger joined the fray but lagged behind her 6 companions, her first soul ring. Nursery rhyme, shimmering into life. A flash of icy blue light swept past, and Gong Yu felt an instant chill enveloping her, as frost began to coalesce from her feet, gradually encasing her in solid ice. A faint, disdainful smile curled upon Gong Yu's lips as her eyes ignited with twin flames, radiating an aura of scorching heat that instantly vaporized the encroaching ice at her feet. With graceful steps, she activated her first soul ring and whispered, "First soul skill, Netherfire illuminates the world." The 10-colored amethyst lantern in her hands blazed brilliantly, releasing a crimson beam that struck the center of the Shui team, erupting into an inferno that engulfed the entire arena. The scorching flames melted even the stone beneath their feet, forcing the Shui team to desperately resist the unbearable heat. At the rear of the Shui team, a raven-haired girl began an ethereal dance, her movements summoning dark clouds overhead. Rain poured down, but the moment the droplets touched the flames, they evaporated instantly. The team exchanged uneasy glances. Water had failed to quench this fire. "Sister, what do we do? I can't hold on much longer," pleaded Shui Yuer, her voice strained. Shui Binger's expression darkened. She had not anticipated such overwhelming power from Gong Yu's first skill. With no other choice, Shui Bingo locked eyes with Shui Wu. "Let us end this," she declared. The two dashed toward each other, their forms merging into a radiant blue-white pillar that shot into the storm clouds above. Chapter 193. Frostfall Drift. The temperature plummeted as raindrops crystallized into icy shards, extinguishing the flames. But the Shui team, save for the fused duo, had already collapsed from exhaustion. Snowflakes, sharp as blades, swirled in a deadly vortex toward Gong Yu. "This is our fusion skill, Frostfall Drift," Shui Bingo's voice echoed. "Surrender now, or face its full force." Gong Yu merely smirked. "A mere fusion skill dares to challenge me?" With a thought, a fiery tornado erupted around her, expanding relentlessly, devouring the frost and snow. From the VIP seats, Ning Fengji shot to his feet. Another domain. Just what force stands behind this divine academy? Behind him, Sword Douluo Continent narrowed his eyes. "Fengji. Doesn't that girl seem familiar?" Ning Fengji's face twisted with disgust. "That bastard child. I recognized her the moment she summoned her martial soul." Chen Xin studied Gong Yu's radiant 10-colored amethyst lantern. Somehow, she has not only regained her cultivation but evolved her martial soul. Perhaps we could extract the secret of the 7 treasure glazed pagoda's evolution from her. Ning Fengji's gaze darkened with cold calculation. In the presence of the crowd, the Sword Douluo Continent merely spoke the initial part of his message. The latter segment was conveyed to Ning Fengji through a private transmission. Upon receiving the Sword Douluo's words, Ning Fengji pondered deeply, recognizing that while engaging the Academy of the Gods entailed considerable risk, the potential revelation of the secrets behind the evolution of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda made such risks bearable. Thus, he found himself intrigued. Perhaps it would be prudent to discuss this matter further with her. Outwardly, he expressed caution, yet secretly transmitted to the Sword Douluo, "Uncle Jian. We must deliberate extensively before proceeding with any abductions. Haste could provoke dire consequences for our sect." The Sword Douluo responded with further urgency, emphasizing, "Fengji. This matter pertains to the very future of our sect. We cannot afford to hesitate. If I act discreetly, even if the Academy suspects us, as long as there is no evidence, we need not fear their retribution." Ning Fengji replied, "Uncle Jian, I believe it is wise to exercise more caution. The Academy possesses formidable entities. Achieving stealth in such actions is no trivial feat. Ordinary soul masters cannot undertake such tasks, nor can you or Uncle Gu. You and Uncle Gu are the foundation of our sect. I cannot allow you to engage in such risky endeavors, for should anything go awry, our sect would suffer immensely. Moreover, Uncle Jian, you and Uncle Gu are renowned powerhouses across the continent. Partaking in such undertakings does not align with your esteemed status. Ning Fingji's words were not merely an attempt to dissuade the sword Douluo. They were a calculated provocation, designed to spur him into action. Indeed. Scarcely had Ning Fingji finished transmitting his thoughts when the sword Douluo's voice echoed in his mind once more. Fingji, do not fret. Such a significant matter necessitates my personal involvement. Even old Gu cannot take part, for his clumsiness could lead to regrettable mistakes. Uncle Jian, you must not act recklessly. We need to deliberate further. Ning Fingji feigned reluctance, yet inwardly he yearned for the sword Douluo to proceed without delay. Enough, Fingji. Consider not only yourself but also Rongrong. Should we uncover the secrets of the 7 treasures glazed Tao Pagoda's evolution, her future will no longer be confined to level 79. Thus, this matter is settled. With that, the sword Douluo ceased further discourse. The focus shifted back to the arena, where Shui Binger and Shui Wu, still in their martial soul fusion state, found their power significantly diminished under the influence of Gong Yu's domain. Although they maintained their fusion, their strength had been reduced to that of a soul king, rendering the match evenly poised. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry echoed across the sky. In an instant, snowflakes coalesced, forming a gigantic blue phoenix measuring 7 meters in length that emerged from thin air. This was the ultimate manifestation of the martial soul fusion technique employed by Shui Binger and Shui Wu, with Shui Binger's ice phoenix serving as the centerpiece of their combined powers. The ice phoenix appeared remarkably lifelike, with bright eyes and elegantly elongated tail feathers, exuding an enchanting allure. As the dazzling blue phoenix descended from the heavens, it carried no trace of earthly presence, transforming into a radiant ice blue light that floated gracefully downward. Its movements were deliberate. With each advance, the falling snowflakes solidified its form further. The ice phoenix hovered momentarily as Shui Binger's voice rang out. Surrender. Under our martial soul fusion technique, you stand no chance, even with 3 10,000-year soul rings. However, before Shui Binger could finish, Gong Yu interrupted. It seems you have yet to grasp your position. The weak must accept their fate. Do you truly believe that a mere martial soul fusion technique can triumph over all? Allow me to demonstrate how utterly worthless your technique is in the face of absolute power. With that, she leapt into the air, her 10-color purple crystal lamp levitating before her, gradually ascending to hover above her head. The lamp's brilliance erupted forth, and Gong Yu's 4th soul ring began to shimmer as she intoned her pretentious incantation. 4th soul technique, Spirit of the Sun, illuminate the world. Flames like mine consume the heavens. Upon hearing the incantation, Gong Yu, resting in the sidelines, couldn't help but cover his face. Initially, Gong Yu sought a dramatic phrase from Gong Yu, who had creatively adapted a line from a television series from a past life. Now, to his astonishment, she had employed it. As Gong Yu uttered the incantation, the 10-color purple crystal lamp above her head radiated like a brilliant miniature sun, its brilliance so intense that it was nearly blinding. Within that radiance, a shadowy figure emerged. Not truly black, but rather a silhouette that obscured some of the lamp's light. This shadow was none other than the phantom of a 3-legged fire crow, a manifestation of Gong Yu's 4th soul ring, which was derived from a fire crow over 20,000 years old. As the phantom of the 3-legged fire crow materialized within the luminescent lamp, it gradually shrank, visibly merging with the lamp's wick. In that instant, the light emanating from the 10-color purple crystal lamp intensified even further. With its brilliance, the lamp seemed to exude solar flares, unleashing torrents of flames that instantly scorched the surrounding air. The radius of the scorching flames expanded rapidly, enveloping the arena's entirety, creating an oppressive heat that left spectators gasping for breath. The spatial barriers around the area appeared to ripple as the searing aura swirled around Gong Yu, enabling her to defy gravity and hover in midair. At that moment, with a mere gesture, Gong Yu directed the inferno, which had engulfed the arena, towards the ice phoenix formed by Shui Binger and Shui Wu's martial soul fusion technique. In the blink of an eye, the ice phoenix found itself ensnared within the fiery tempest, the extreme heat causing it to emit mournful cries as it began to visibly melt from the tail forward. As the ice phoenix melted away, Shui Binger's voice emerged from within the flames. We concede. Upon hearing this, the palace maiden Nyo adorned her face with a faint smile. With a flick of her finger, The flames that had enveloped the ice phoenix began to retract at a visibly rapid pace, gradually merging into the tin-colored amethyst lamp. As the flames surrounding the ice phoenix vanished, the creature itself melted away, revealing the figures of Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu. However, at this moment, Shui Wu was cradled in Shui Bing'er's arms, appearing unconscious, possibly due to excessive exhaustion or severe injury. With the complete retraction of the flames, the searing heat in the air gradually dissipated, returning to its original temperature. The surroundings began to regain their tranquility, and without the scorching heat as support, Nyo could no longer maintain her ethereal stance. She slowly descended towards the arena, yet during her descent, she lifted her gaze towards the VIP seats where Ning Fingji was situated. Ning Fingji also sensed Nyo's gaze and met her eyes, their glances colliding in an instant. However, from Nyo's eyes, Ning Fingji felt an overwhelming sense of hatred and murderous intent. A chill ran down his spine, and for reasons unknown, he was struck by an unexpected sense of threat emanating from such a young girl. His hands instinctively clenched into fists. This abomination cannot be allowed to live, otherwise my 7 treasure glazed tile school will undoubtedly face catastrophic doom in the future. In that moment, Ning Fingji's desire to eliminate Nyo intensified. Upon descending onto the arena, Gong Yu was soon surrounded by her sisters, including Gong Lan. Noticing the severe injuries sustained by the Tian Shui Academy team, Gong Yu turned to her sister, Gong Miao, and implored, "Seventh sister, could you assist in their healing? I was unable to control my strength earlier, which resulted in their burns. If we do not provide timely treatment, they may be left with unsightly scars." Gong Miao nodded in understanding, as she, being a girl herself, could relate to the situation. Suddenly, a magnificent chrysanthemum, the Golden Queen's soul, flourished in her grasp. 7 beams of golden light erupted from the Golden Queen, cascading upon the 7 members of the Tianshui Academy battle team. In the blink of an eye, all 7 girls from Tianshui Academy regained their vitality. Even the unconscious Shui Wu awoke from her slumber. Shui Bing'er supported Shui Wu, leading the group of girls to stand before Gong Miao and her companions. Expressing her gratitude, "Thank you for allowing your team to provide healing to my teammates in the end." As Gong Yu smiled gently, she remarked, "There's no need for thanks. The injuries during the competition were partly my responsibility. We hold no deep-seated grudges. Thus, it is only right for me to provide you with treatment. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you all." Shui Bing'er also wore a faint smile on her face and then turned to the referee, saying, "Please announce the results of the match. We concede defeat." The referee nodded, stepped forward, and announced to the audience, "In this match, the Divine Academy faced the Waters Academy, and the Divine Academy emerges victorious." Shortly after the referee declared the outcome, both teams began to depart. In the VIP section, Ning Fingji observed the retreating figure of Gong Yu, his teeth clenching and his face twitching, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 195, The Arrival of the Sword Douluo. With the conclusion of the match between the Divine team and the Waters team, the preliminary round came to an end. Following this, there would be a 7-day period for the various academy teams to recuperate and prepare, culminating in the Elite Soul Master Tournament's qualifying rounds a week later. Once the match concluded, Gong Yu led the group of girls back to their estate. However, unbeknownst to them, someone was stealthily trailing behind, none other than the Sword Douluo. Chen Xian. Chen Xian followed Gong Yu and the others from a distance, and upon witnessing them enter the estate rather than return to the Divine Academy, a surge of joy filled his heart. It seemed that fortune favored him. He had not anticipated that these youngsters would not reside on campus but instead have their own estate. This arrangement was advantageous. He would not have to worry about attracting the attention of the titled Douluos from the Divine Academy when he executed his plans later that night. Chen Xian concealed himself in a corner, vigilantly observing every move of Gong Yu and the others. In this moment, he bore little semblance to a noble swordsman, resembling instead a cunning scoundrel. Gong Yu remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Xian had been stealthily trailing them. Even if he were aware, it would matter little to him. Should Chen Xian indeed arrive, he would merely demonstrate that this estate harbored dangers far surpassing those of the Divine Academy. As nightfall descended, the sword duelist Chen Xian finally sprang into action. With his great sword beneath his feet, he soared into Gong Yu's estate from the heavens, subsequently unleashing his mental energy, swiftly locating the chamber of Gong Yu. However, Chen Xian, in his misguided confidence, believed himself to be undetected. Little did he anticipate that as he extended his mental reach throughout the estate, he was promptly apprehended by both Gong Yu and Nar. At present, Gong Yu's mental prowess has ascended to the realm of the spiritual domain, while Nar, even more impressive, possesses a mental strength surpassing that of Gong Yu. Although the sword Douluo is a super Douluo, he does not primarily focus on mental cultivation. Thus, his mental strength has only reached the mid-level of the spiritual abyss. Consequently, it is hardly surprising that he could not conceal his presence from Gong Yu and Nar. The moment his mental energy ventured to probe the threshold of Gong Yu's chamber, it was swiftly detected by them. Such a level of mental intensity likely indicates a tidal Douluo. Nar spoke slowly, as she had yet to behold the individual in question, leaving her only to speculate on the approximate cultivation level of the visitor. Gong Yu, however, dismissed her words with a wave of his hand, saying, "Nar's perspective is rather conservative. If it were merely an ordinary title, such an intensity of spiritual energy would be utterly implausible. Let us investigate what nefarious beings dare to intrude upon our estate." Nar nodded her small head in agreement, responding, "Very well then. Since I have little else to occupy my time and am feeling rather bored, I shall accompany Brother Yu to see for ourselves." Thus, the two swiftly exited the chamber, following the trail of energy until they soon arrived at the vicinity of Gong Yu's quaint courtyard. At this moment, Gong Yu was seated in meditation and cultivating her inner strength. With her current mental prowess, she was unable to sense the approach of the sword Douluo. However, the protective function of the 10-color purple crystal lamp had alerted her to impending danger early on, allowing her to take precautions. As the sword Douluo stealthily entered Gong Yu's chamber and prepared to strike, the lamp's protective mechanism activated autonomously, enveloping her in a vast shield of light. The sword Douluo intended to incapacitate Gong Yu and take her away, but to his surprise, before he could even make contact, he found himself obstructed by the luminous barrier created by the lamp. Seizing this unexpected opportunity, Gong Yu summoned the utmost potential of her dragon elephant prajna, drawing forth the seed of destruction within her body and channeling its destructive energy into her palms, launching a fierce counterattack against the sword Douluo. What caught the sword Douluo Chen Xin off guard was that this young girl, instead of fleeing, chose to retaliate when presented with an opening. Nonetheless, as a super Douluo, Chen Xin's reflexes were swift. He raised his hands to meet Gong Yu's assault. However, he deliberately tempered his strength, wary that a heavy blow might inadvertently harm or even kill her, which would be counterproductive since he needed her for questioning later. Yet, despite Chen Xin's restrained approach, Gong Yu was far from defenseless. Having mastered the 6th layer of Dragon Elephant Prajna, her physical strength was formidable, augmented by the power of destruction she wielded. Thus, when their palms collided, a thunderous crash resonated throughout the room, and Chen Xin was unexpectedly sent hurtling backward, crashing through a wall. Stunned, Chen Xin could hardly believe the strength exhibited by the young girl. The impact had left him momentarily dazed. Although he sustained no serious injuries due to his formidable cultivation, he felt a sharp sting in his palms. Upon inspecting them, he was taken aback to find them bloodied with gaping wounds, surrounded by a faint purple aura that slowly tore at the injuries, an indication of the residual destructive power lingering on his wounds. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Xin quickly circulated his soul power, taking nearly a minute to expel the remaining destructive energy from his injuries. However, when he turned to locate Gong Yu, she had vanished without a trace. As he spread his mental energy in search of her, he found it unnecessary. Just as he did, Gong Yu, Nar, Ziji, Bai Ji, Bing Di, and Shui Di descended from the sky, with Gong Yu in their midst, landing in the center of the courtyard. "Gong Daochen, speak, how do you wish to meet your demise?" Gong Yu remarked with a slight smile, while Chen Xin's gaze darted around, seemingly searching for an escape route. Gong Yu continued, "Do not think of fleeing. 2 limit Douluos and 2 peak 98 level Douluos, alongside a god-level powerhouse, stand before you. As for me, I can hold my own against a 95 level super Douluo, so your fate is sealed today." Bai Ji and Shui Di were indeed at the level of limit Douluos, while Bing Di and Ziji, though not quite at that pinnacle, were at least comparable to 98 level fighters. As for Nar, if she unleashed her full potential, she could rival a god-level entity. Gong Yu, with unabashed confidence, claimed an ability to contend with a 95 level super Douluo, though whether he could truly do so remained uncertain. His assertion was not without merit. If he activated his 3-word battle armor, his strength could surge to the rank of a titled Douluo, bolstered by various enhancements, making him a formidable opponent even against a 95 level super Douluo. Nonetheless, he recognized that his soul power was his Achilles heel, necessitating a swift resolution to any confrontation with a super Douluo. At this moment, sword Douluo Chen Xin remained silent, yet internally, a tempest of emotions surged. Despite his attempts to overestimate Gong Yu's background, he found himself continually underestimating it. The mere mention of God level left him with a sense of heartache. He knew he could not hope to prevail in combat. Yet, as a swordsman, the notion of surrender did not cross his mind. His thoughts raced, his eyes darting, finally settling on Gong Yu as his target. In that instant, Chen Xian had already determined his course of action. Gong Yu, however, noticed the subtle shift in Jian Dao Chen Xian's demeanor and promptly drew Gong Yu behind him. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xian's expression instantly hardened, revealing a complexity in his gaze, as if his thoughts had been laid bare before him. He had initially intended to take a desperate gamble, eliminating Gong Yu, and then resorting to self-detonation. If fortune favored him, he might even drag someone else down with him, thus not rendering his efforts in vain. After the explosion, dust would return to dust, and all would dissipate into nothingness. Even if the Academy of Gods became aware of the actions of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, without tangible evidence, they would take no action against them. Yet, Jian Dao Chen Xian's musings were somewhat fanciful. If the Academy of Gods truly sought to confront the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, they would not require any justification. They would simply descend upon them and annihilate them, fabricating a pretext afterward, leaving others powerless to retaliate against the Academy. At this moment, Gong Yu regarded Jian Dao Chen Xian with a cold gaze and, in a tone laced with disdain, remarked, "Who would have thought that a dignified sword Douluo would so readily abandon his pride, shunning us to target the weaker? Truly, those who wield swords harbor a darker heart." Jian Dao Chen Xian remained silent, yet the sting of Gong Yu's barbed words caused him to furrow his brow slightly. A hint of disdainful amusement flickered at the corners of Gong Yu's mouth, as if a delightful memory had crossed his mind. He then spoke again. "Since you dare not select an opponent among us, allow me to present you with one." As his words echoed, Gong Yu's thought stirred, and the blue-silver grass martial spirit unfurled instantaneously, accompanied by the rhythmic emergence of 6 soul rings and shades of purple, black, and red. Witnessing this spectacle, Jian Dao Chen was utterly astounded. 2 soul rings of 100,000 years each were beyond his wildest imaginings. The concept of a soul emperor possessing such formidable power was incomprehensible to him. It was no wonder he claimed to be able to engage in a reciprocal battle with the Super Douluo. The mere presence of 200,000-year soul skills rendered him a formidable opponent, one that an ordinary Super Douluo could not hope to withstand. With a complex expression, Jian Dao Chen gazed at Gong Yu, murmuring inwardly. At that moment, Gong Yu's 5th soul ring began to shimmer, and he produced a small jade vial from his soul tool, containing a vivid red liquid, Tang Hao's blood. Although Tang Hao's arm had been severed, Gong Yu had managed to extract some blood prior to its removal. Gong Yu extracted a drop of blood from the small jade bottle, flicking it with his finger to cast it upon the 5th soul ring. Before long, he conjured a replica of Tang Hao through the 5th soul skill. This replica, however, was flawless, its hands intact. It was crafted to reflect Tang Hao at the zenith of his power. Thus, its strength was formidable enough to rival Tang Hao's most potent strike during his prime. Witnessing the figure of Tang Hao materialize before him, Jian Dao Chen Xian could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, marveling at the extraordinary soul skill that could conjure a being from thin air. He harbored no fear of battling Tang Hao, for as a level 96 Super Douluo, how could he possibly dread a mere level 95 Tang Hao? Moreover, his 7-kill sword was not inferior to the Haotian hammer. In a true confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. A hint of playful amusement danced at the corners of Gong Yu's mouth as he pointed at Jian Dao Chen Xian and commanded Tang Hao, "Go forth, Tang Hao, and slay him." Tang Hao, seemingly entranced, wielded his hammer and charged towards the sword Douluo. Jian Dao Chen Xian anticipated an epic clash with the approaching Tang Hao, excitement flickering in his eyes. If he was destined to perish this night, he thought, then a grand battle before his demise would be a fitting farewell. However, the resolute Jian Dao Chen Xian remained blissfully unaware that Tang Hao possessed but a single strike's worth of power. As Tang Hao rushed forward, Jian Dao Chen Xian erupted into laughter, summoning his martial spirit with 9 soul rings pulsating in rhythm. Yet, upon completing the summoning, he realized that Tang Hao's figure had vanished. Just as he furrowed his brow in confusion, a formidable presence loomed behind him. Who else but Tang Hao? Instinctively, Chen Xian sought to distance himself from the encroaching Tang Hao, but it was too late. In the very moment he attempted to move, Tang Hao seized him in a firm embrace, ensnaring Jian Dao Chen Xian completely. In his struggle to break free, Chen Xian found himself utterly trapped, while Tang Hao, binding him tighter, continuously amassed power. Within mere seconds, Tang Hao's form swelled, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting. Panic gripped Jian Dao Chen Xian. Faced with this volatile Tang Hao, he dared not make the slightest motion, fearing that any slight movement might trigger Tang Hao's explosion. However, fully aware that an explosion was inevitable, he resigned himself to channeling his soul power for passive defense. In an instant, golden light erupted from within Tang Hao, and with a thunderous blast, he detonated. The violent explosion reverberated throughout the entire Heaven Dou city, its echoes resonating far and wide, illuminating the night sky and capturing the attention of numerous soul masters who gazed skyward. The patrol team hurried toward the source of the explosion, while many curious soul masters flocked to the scene. At the sight of the explosion, Gong Yu's courtyard lay in ruins, reduced to mere rubble. Yet, Gong Yu and the others remained unharmed, shielded by Bai Ji's soul skill, the aqua barrier. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Dou San emerged. Tattered and disheveled, his body marred by wounds and his breath labored, despite his best efforts to resist with his soul power. The force of Tang Hao's self-detonation proved to be comparable to the full strength of his peak. Thus, even though Dou San valiantly withstood the onslaught and managed to survive, remaining unscathed was an impossibility. Gong Yu observed the unfolding scene, a faint smirk reappearing on his face, and once again summoned a manifestation of Tang Hao using his fifth soul skill. In the next instant, the Tang Hao apparition charged towards Dou San once more. Another wave of terror washed over Dou San. Should he endure another self-detonation from this Tang Hao, he would surely meet his demise. However, as he contemplated fleeing, escape proved impossible. Just as the thought of retreat crossed his mind, the Tang Hao apparition closed in, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Chapter 197, The Death of the Sword Douluo. Tang Hao takes the blame with a thunderous explosion. The entire Tiandou city trembled again. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. In the royal palace, Emperor Shui had ordered the city guards to mobilize, demanding a thorough investigation into the explosion. Consequently, following the first explosion, the guards had already set forth towards Gong Yu's estate. As the second explosion reverberated through the air, flames lit up the sky, and the detonation of the Tang Hao apparition billowed forth clouds of dust. However, under the night sky, what should have been white smoke now raged as thick black smoke soared upwards. At the epicenter of the explosion, the condition of Douluo Continent remained uncertain. Gong Yu sensed that Douluo Continent had not perished in the explosion, though his aura had significantly weakened. A subtle smile graced Gong Yu's lips as he invoked his fifth soul skill once more, utilizing Tang Hao's blood to conjure the apparition for the third time that night. Go forth, but first, incapacitate his left arm. Gong Yu's voice resonated calmly, and he proceeded to retrieve a soul-guiding device, beginning his operations. As Gong Yu's voice faded, it became apparent that Tang Hao's physical form remained silent. Instead, he abruptly shattered his own left arm. With his right hand wielding a colossal hammer, he charged towards Douluo Continent with unyielding intent. This time, Tang Hao opted against self-detonation, choosing instead to unleash the full might of his hammer upon Douluo Continent. At this moment, the dense smoke that had enveloped Douluo Continent dissipated, revealing his form. However, his strength had waned to a mere fraction of its former self. Having endured the devastating consequences of Tang Hao's two previous self-explosions, Douluo Continent had effectively withstood an onslaught reminiscent of Tang Hao's prime. To have preserved his life was already a stroke of extraordinary luck, and the fact that he retained even a sliver of power attested to his formidable nature. Yet, even with this scant remnant of strength, Douluo Continent could no longer stand against Tang Hao's relentless assault. Tang Hao, wielding his massive hammer, advanced menacingly, swiftly closing the distance before unleashing a barrage of crushing blows upon Douluo Continent. Gong Yu felt a profound sense of exhilaration, and the soul-guiding device in his hand had recorded every moment, awaiting the dawn when its impact would reverberate across the entire continent. With this dramatic turn of events, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect would undoubtedly find itself in irrevocable opposition to the Haotian sect. Yet, Gong Yu remained indifferent to such matters, having never regarded the three sects with any respect. Tang Hao's corporeal form unleashed a fierce assault on Douluo Continent, further exacerbating the already grievous injuries of the latter. After enduring a relentless barrage, Douluo Continent finally succumbed to exhaustion. Then, with a sudden ferocity, Tang Hao struck Douluo Continent's chest, sending him hurtling towards the ground like a cannonball. A thunderous crash ensued, creating a crater approximately 3 meters in diameter upon impact. However, Tang Hao showed no intention of sparing Douluo Continent. He raised his mighty hammer and descended with the force of gravity, delivering a crushing blow to the nearly lifeless form of Douluo Continent. Once his actions were complete, Tang Hao left without uttering a single word. As if he were merely brushing off the dust of the encounter, striding away with an air of nonchalance. None dared to impede his exit. Not even the guards of the city, who feared the repercussions of provoking Tang Hao's wrath. Fortunately, the spectacle had unfolded before numerous witnesses, ensuring that the act of Tang Hao slaying Jian Daochen Xin would not go unnoticed. Representatives from various factions, including those affiliated with the Tiando government, departed to report the event. All right, we should retreat and rest now. Tomorrow promises to be quite eventful, Gong Yu remarked, casting a serene gaze at his companions. Bai Ji, Ziji, Bing Di, and Xue Di all nodded in agreement before vanishing from sight. At that moment, Na spoke up, Brother Yu, why didn't you allow me to intervene? I longed for a confrontation to dissipate the residual effects of the medicine within me. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Gong Yu replied, a hand pressed to his forehead, having forgotten that Nar had been in slumber. Unfortunately, his return after the competition had inadvertently awakened her, leaving her only able to metabolize a third of the medicinal energy. Nar felt a twinge of grievance, thinking to herself that she was merely concerned about disrupting his plans. However, the words lingered unspoken on her lips. Gong Yu gently pinched Nara's little face, a smile gracing her lips as she said, in that case, let us return and engage in a group activity. For such interactions can equally assist Nara in digesting the effects of the medicine. Gong Yu smirked mischievously and turned to Gong Nyonyo, saying, since Nyonyo's courtyard is in ruins, she surely has nowhere to stay tonight. It is perfect for the three of us to. Upon hearing Gong Yu's blunt words, Gong Nyonyo shyly lowered her head. With such a straightforward suggestion from Gong Yu, she could hardly miss the implication. However, considering that Gong Yu had previously taken on 10 opponents alone, facing just 2 this time seemed effortless. Soon, Gong Yu led Nara and Gong Nyonyo back to the room, and before long, indescribable sounds emerged from within. The night passed swiftly. The following morning, as news gradually spread, the events of the previous night in Tiando City became widely known. The footage recorded by Gong Yu was handed over to individuals on the dark web in the latter half of the night, where it was replicated numerous times and dispatched overnight to major cities across the continent. Thus, within a single day, the tale of Tang Hao slaying Jian Daochen was broadcasted on the outdoor screens of various Seoul arenas in the grand cities of the 2 empires, as well as in many kingdoms and principalities. The death of Jian Daochen at the hands of Tang Hao solidified the irrevocable rift between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Houghton School. Within Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong also severed ties with Tang San, resulting in the loss of yet another member from the Shrek 7 monsters. However, Gong Yu was indifferent to the unfolding aftermath, as any repercussions would be matters solely for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Houghton School. The method employed last night proved rather effective, and Gong Yu had already devised another plan, to have Tang Hao's avatar eliminate Yu Engine. Should Yu Engine also meet his end at the hands of Tang Hao's avatar? Gong Yu eagerly anticipated the day when Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San would part ways. As time passed, the account of Jian Daochenshin's demise at the hands of Tang Hao grew increasingly sensationalized. Tang Hao's prowess became almost mythical, with claims that he could defeat a 96th level Super Douluo even with one arm. In short, opinions varied widely, and many elevated Tang Hao to a deity-like status. Yet, the man himself, Tang Hao, felt a twinge of bitterness, lamenting that this was not an act of his own doing. Recalling that he had not even managed to defeat Qiang Sunji in the past, Gong Yu paid no heed to the myriad speculations from the outside world, spending his days leisurely accompanying the young ladies in their playful antics, occasionally engaging in a game of poker with Lu Erlong. Aware of Tang Yuehua's melancholy due to Tang Hao's plight, he would sometimes join her for a round of Pai Gao. Thus, time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. On this day, the advancement matches of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition finally commenced. Chapter 198, The Royal Hunting Grounds. The advancement matches were not as lively as the preliminaries. To safeguard the privacy and security of the Soul Masters, spectators were strictly forbidden from attending these matches. The competition was still divided between the 2 great empires, with 30 teams that had advanced from the preliminaries competing within their respective empires. The 3 teams that had already secured their places in the finals, Heaven Do Team 1, Star Luo Team 1, and the Spirit Hall Team, were exempt from the advancement matches. From the Heaven Do Empire, including the 5 teams that qualified from the preliminaries in Heaven Do City, a total of 15 teams had completed their registration by morning and gathered at the venue for the advancement matches, while the number of teams was reduced. Those who had passed the preliminaries were all elites among elites. The 10 teams from 5 kingdoms and principalities arrived even earlier, needing to acclimate to the environment. They came bearing numerous promises from their respective kingdoms or principalities, and if they achieved commendable results, the rewards they could receive would far surpass even the promises made by the Snow Knight Emperor. After all, those kingdoms and principalities had a greater thirst for talent. Who would not wish to possess more powerful soul masters? In the ongoing wars of Douluo Continent, soul masters had long since become the decisive factor on the battlefield. The advancement matches held in the Heaven Dou City competition zone took place at the Royal Hunting Grounds, located 50 kilometers southwest of Heaven Dou City. The terrain within the hunting grounds was varied and expansive, serving as a venue for royal hunting and training. Such a place was ordinarily off-limits to civilians. Yet the Heaven Dou royal family had evidently made preparations, issuing each participant in the advancement matches a pass, also known as a qualification certificate. Please present your passes. The members of the Shrek Academy were halted by personnel from the Royal Knights Brigade, with 50,000 Royal Knights stationed at the hunting grounds. No one dared to act recklessly here. Although the Shrek Academy members were not intimidated, Lu Erlong dutifully presented the certificate. Upon receiving the certificate, a knight clad in silver armor with a red plume immediately saluted the group. Welcome, esteemed soul masters from Shrek Academy. I am Phil Coulson, the captain of the 3rd squad of the Heaven Dou Royal Knights. Please follow me. The knight, having spoken, did not mount his horse, leading the Shrek Academy group into the depths of the hunting grounds under the protection of the Royal Knights. Soon, they arrived at an open area. Phil Coulson gestured towards the camp, stating, "The advancement matches of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition will be held in the center of the military camp, ensuring your safety and privacy." The members of Shrek Academy were led into a vast military encampment, where they were assigned 6 barracks for their lodging. Until the conclusion of the advancement matches, the Shrek Academy group would reside there. Afterward, Phil Coulson rendered a formal military salute to the group, saying, "Please rest early. The advancement matches will officially commence tomorrow, and designated personnel will escort you to the competition venue. There would be no opening ceremony. The matches would commence directly, with the outcomes determined by officials from the Empire and the Spirit Hall to ensure fairness." "Thank you, Captain Phil Coulson," Lu Erlong replied with a smile, returning the salute. Phil Coulson, slightly taken aback, responded, "I am honored. I shall take my leave now." With that, he led the knights away. Before long, everyone was assigned their barracks. Gong Yu had a room to himself, as did Lu Erlong, while the remaining 4 were allocated to several young ladies. As for the others, there were no others present. Oscar had not shown up for quite some time, ever since his visit to the Shrek Academy to greet them. He had quarreled with Zhu Zhuqing and subsequently taken an extended leave, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Oscar was merely a minor detail. His absence mattered little to Gong Yu. However, with Zhu Zhuqing still around, it was rather pleasant, as he could still take advantage of Oscar's absence for some playful interactions. Once everyone was settled into their barracks, the daylight hours were uneventful, and they chose to practice within their respective quarters. That night, Gong Yu stealthily entered Lu Erlong's barack, managing to subdue him completely. Ultimately, it was Lu Erlong's fear of being too fatigued to rise the next day that led him to plead for mercy from Gong Yu, resulting in his eventual release. The night swiftly passed. In the morning, shortly after breakfast, designated personnel arrived to escort the members of Shrek Academy to the competition venue, known as the Grand Parade Ground. Outside the Grand Parade Ground, 10,000 Royal Knights formed an impenetrable barrier, their armor gleaming. The knights in the front row stood on the ground, while those in the back sat atop their steeds, forming a colossal circle. Between the vast circle of knights in the competition arena, the 15 participating teams had already arrived, including those who had a bye today, as they too wished to assess their opponent's capabilities. The rules of the competition were straightforward. Each side would dispatch 7 competitors, and each participant would fight until defeated. Victorious combatants would face the next adversary until one side had all 7 members vanquished. Last night, Lu Erlong had represented Shrek Academy in the drawing of lots, and their luck was favorable as they had a bye in the first round. The first match of the day was between the Shrek Academy and a college from the Barak Kingdom. Interestingly, there was a history of rivalry between Shrek Academy and that college, making this matchup especially significant. As the members of each academy entered their respective rest areas, the first match commenced shortly thereafter. However, when the Shrek Academy team cast their gazes toward the Shrek side, their expressions turned complex. The reason was simple. They spotted Oscar among the ranks of the Shrek Academy. "Zhuqing, why is your man over there with Shrek?" The ever-enthusiastic Gong Shui could not suppress her curiosity and questioned Zhu Zhuqing. "I have no idea. Zhu Shiqing shook her head, her brow furrowed in concern. We merely had a quarrel, and then he took leave. He has not been around the academy lately, but I had no inkling he would end up with Shrek. After speaking, Zhu Shiqing turned to Lu Erlong and inquired, Teacher Erlong, has Oscar withdrawn from our academy? Neither Zhu Shiqing nor Gong Yu were aware that their clandestine affair had aroused Oscar's suspicions, particularly when Oscar had gone to Shrek to confront Tang San. He had been misled by Tang San. Tang San confessed to the ambush on Zhu Shiqing and mentioned the drug incident, leading Oscar to be swayed by Tang San's manipulation. Later, upon returning, Oscar had questioned Zhu Shiqing, who had been evasive, further confirming Oscar's suspicions. This chain of events explained Oscar's prolonged absence. Chapter 199. Oscar's Betrayal. Upon hearing Zhu Shiqing's inquiry, Lu Erlong expressed regret, saying, Oscar came by yesterday to withdraw from our academy. I tried to persuade him to stay, but he remained resolute in his decision to leave. I had thought you were aware, considering the nature of your relationship, he should have confided in you. Lu Erlong was equally puzzled. She truly did not anticipate that Oscar, having just withdrawn from the Academy of Gods, would subsequently enroll in the Shrek Academy. Zhu Shiqing shook her head and remarked, No, he has not mentioned anything to me. Ever since we had that quarrel, I have not seen him for nearly half a month, and he did not even inform me when he took leave. I only discovered it after I proactively inquired with Vice Principal Yin Shu. Is that so? How can Oscar behave this way? He always seemed quite honest. Upon hearing Zhu Shiqing's account, Gong Shui immediately voiced her discontent on Zhu Shiqing's behalf. However, Zhu Shiqing felt a flush of embarrassment. She was well aware of Oscar's true nature. Ever since they had established their relationship, coupled with his insatiable desires, Oscar's demands had indeed been quite numerous. Yet, he seemed unable to fulfill them, likely due to the overabundance of yang energy resulting from his affinity for meat-based soul masters. Nevertheless, Zhu Shiqing always felt a sense of guilt towards Oscar, thus even though he often asked for too much without delivering, she was still more than willing to indulge him. However, despite all her calculations, she ultimately did not foresee that Oscar would be led astray by Tang San. Well, everyone has their own aspirations, one cannot force another's will.